Chapter 1. The Perils of Time Travel. Greetings, first-year students. My name is Xia Shang, a visiting professor in the field of life engineering at this esteemed institution. This afternoon, I am delighted to present a lecture on biochemistry. Before we commence, might I inquire if anyone among you has had prior exposure to this discipline? From the back row of the lecture hall, a male voice interjected, "Professor, I have completed all levels of Resident Evil. Does that count?" The refined man at the podium, adorned with black-rimmed glasses and a meticulously tailored suit, displayed no hint of annoyance but instead laughed heartily. "Certainly, if you can articulate the chemical structure of the T-virus antidote." Turning, he inscribed the words virus, bacteria, and parasite upon the blackboard. Then addressed the students. "Let us delve into the topic of biochemical weaponry, as suggested by our friend here. These commonly used terms not evoke a sense of dread? Yet, the truth is that a significant portion of these organisms not only poses no threat to human health, but may, in fact, confer benefits. For instance, bacteriophages, as viruses, target specific pathogenic bacteria, unlike antibiotics which indiscriminately attack. Moreover, while parasites are not essential for a healthy body, they can play critical roles in certain diseases. Another student raised his hand and inquired, "Professor, is it possible that the superpowers depicted in films and novels, arising from viruses or bacteria, could be real?" Taken aback by the question, Xia Shang pondered momentarily before sketching a two-dimensional coordinate system on the blackboard. As he drew a downward-sloping curve, he explained to the students below, the x-axis represents time, while the y-axis denotes quantity. Throughout human history, microorganisms and foreign entities, such as viruses, bacteria, and parasites, have consistently declined in both number and variety, correlating with advancements in medicine, changes in the human body, and the extinction of species. A study suggests that by 2070, an estimated 30% of existing parasites will vanish. Hence, let us entertain an intriguing hypothesis. A millennium ago, during a period of richer biological diversity, such as early medieval Europe, the variety of microorganisms and foreign entities may have far surpassed those of modern society. From a probabilistic perspective, there exists a substantial likelihood that organisms capable of altering bodily functions could have emerged. Xia Shang, lost in thought, gently tapped the podium with his chalk and continued. Had biochemistry reached its current level of sophistication back then? Driven by the ambitions of certain individuals, it may well have altered the course of history, but I digress. Let us set aside our musings and proceed directly to the main topic of today's lecture. First, I shall discuss proteins and nucleic acids. As the moon reached its zenith, the night was calm and serene. In front of the Sin Grand Hotel on Anchi Road, a dinner gathering had just concluded. Xia Shang politely declined his friend's invitation for an after-dinner outing, opting instead to walk to the biological laboratory at the university to inspect the cultures in the petri dishes. Strolling down the deserted streets, he let out a soft sigh. The night breeze swept over him, stirring an unsettling turmoil in his stomach, causing Xia Shang to stumble and collapse onto the ground, retching violently. When he finally raised his head, a blinding light and the screech of brakes assaulted him. A sharp pain, akin to ink dispersing in water, spread from his chest. The shrill wail of an ambulance siren, the shouts of bystanders, and the rhythmic ticking of machinery filled the air. Xia Shang's consciousness began to drift away from his body. Time passed, though he could not say how long, until Xia Shang awoke from his stupor. With eyelids fluttering, he managed to open them a crack, but the world around him remained a blur, shrouded in a veil. After blinking forcefully, his vision gradually sharpened. At a rudimentary wooden table bore a flickering candle encased in a simple windshield, while the ground beneath him was strewn with straw. His face directed toward a pitch-black ceiling. A faint odor of decaying meat wafted through the air. Where was he? A hospital? Confused, Xia Shang lay flat and attempted to take a deep breath, only to be met with a foreign object that suddenly lodged itself in his trachea, blocking his throat. Breathing became exceedingly difficult as he writhed in agony on the straw, desperately trying to dislodge the obstruction, yet to no avail. Long moments of oxygen deprivation caused a sharp pain in his brain. Yet it also clarified his thoughts. What could he do to expel this thing from his throat? The Heimlich maneuver. He flipped over onto the floor and crawled to the wooden table with all his strength. He knelt beside it, pressing the hard edge against his navel, one fist wedged between the table and his skin, while the other hand pushed upward toward his chest. Once, twice, thrice, the air in his chest surged towards his mouth. And with a violent cough, a mass the size of a baby's fist, a black, semi-solid object, was expelled from his mouth, Having narrowly escaped death, Xiaoshang steadied his breath and, illuminated by the candle's dim glow, gazed at the black foreign object on the table. The tea resembled jelly and emitted a pungent, herbal odor. Soon, under the candlelight, he looked down at his slender, youthful hands, only to discover an even more shocking reality. The body of a once 28-year-old man had inexplicably transformed into that of a youth. Clad in rough-spun garments reminiscent of the medieval era, he also bore a wooden cross upon his chest. Had he traversed time? In despair, Xiaoshang buried his face in his hands, tugging at his hair in frustration. Though he had encountered similar scenarios in novels and films, the reality of such an event left him with nothing but helplessness and despair. After several minutes of calming himself, the resilience cultivated through years of scientific inquiry began to restore his composure. First, he needed to ascertain three things. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Raising the candle from the table, he surveyed his surroundings. A cramped room, with a small window set beneath the ceiling and a wooden door leading to the outer chamber. Inside, there was a wooden table, a pile of straw, a small heap of coal, and a stone stove that appeared to be used for burning wood. Its chimney split into two, one extending through the ceiling and the other through the wall into an adjacent room. Xiaoshang attempted to push the door open, but it remained steadfastly locked. Crouching down to inspect, he noted a sturdy iron bolt securing the door from the outside. With no other options, he turned his attention to the high window. Dragging the wooden table beneath it, he climbed atop, standing on tiptoe, and barely managed to reach the window ledge. Pushing aside the thick animal hide that covered the opening, he peered outside, only to be met by a tempest of snow and wind, transforming the world beyond into an expanse of white. Straining his eyes, he could discern no distant landscapes or boundaries, only the deafening howl of the storm. Estimating the window's dimensions and comparing them to his own shoulder width, Xiaoshang quickly abandoned the idea of escaping through it. Moreover, in such a fierce blizzard, even if he managed to step outside, he would likely freeze within moments. Closing the window, he tightened his coarse woolen robe and began to contemplate other means of escape. At that moment, a heavy sound of a door turning echoed from the adjacent room. A frigid gust of frost and snow seeped through the crack beneath the wooden door, causing Xiaoshang to involuntarily shudder and retreat. Someone lit a candle in the neighboring chamber, and a faint glow gradually illuminated the space through the gap in the door. A sharp voice, nasal and piercing, exclaimed, "Damn this blizzard." Another voice, raspy and reminiscent of a dull knife scraping against glass, followed, "Hawkins is late." Xiaoshang held his breath, straining to eavesdrop on the conversation outside. His astonishment, though he had never heard this language before, he found it effortless to comprehend their meanings. This cursed weather. If he were to arrive on time, that would indeed be a peculiar occurrence. The sharp voice dripped with disdain for Hawkins, as the speaker flung a frost-covered coat to the ground, cautiously edging closer to the door. Xiaoshang squinted through the crack, observing the movements in the adjacent room. In the flickering candlelight, a man with a face full of whiskers faced the door, his deep-set eyes locking onto the young man's gaze. Blood coursed through Xiaoshang's veins as he felt a chill of terror. He covered his mouth and nose with his hands, desperately trying to suppress any sound. The man with the piercing eyes stared at the door for what felt like an eternity, before finally shifting his gaze to his hunchbacked companion. Gesturing towards Xiaoshang's room, "What shall we do about the one in there?" The hunchback unfastened a noose and dagger from his belt, peering inside, his mouth moving as if chewing on something. "Poor little tot. He once gifted me a bracelet made of bellflowers. Spare me your useless sentiments. Were you not the one who forced poison down his throat?" The hunchback shrugged dismissively, responding with an air of indifference. "What choice did I have? He saw something he should not have. We must dispose of the body by dawn. I know, just like always, stuff it in a sack and toss it into the mine. Do not forget the cleanup." The man with the piercing eyes muttered a few more words before extinguishing the candle. The darkness enveloped the room, leaving only the sounds of two voices echoing in the confined space. The snores of the outlaws echoed, while the heartbeat of the lamb awaiting slaughter throbbed in the silence. Chapter 2. Escape. Sitting limply on the ground, Xiaoshang's heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions: pain, confusion, sorrow, and disbelief. Burying his head between his knees, he clutched the earth beneath the straw with desperate hands. Everything before him felt overwhelmingly surreal to this young man, who had lived in peace and comfort for 28 years. What nonsense was this about time travel? Surely it must be a fabrication. In novels and on television, The protagonist invariably awakened to calls of "My Lord Duke," or "Your Highness." With food and drink at their beck and called tea the very least, a charming maid should appear, shyly addressing him as "My master." You are awake. Yet here he was, left with nothing but a frail body and mere hours to live. Attempting to reach into the void of darkness with his right hand, Xiaoshang despondently uttered, "Invincible upgrade system." Nothing happened. Universal golden finger. Still, nothing. Farming space. Portable artifact. Supreme martial arts. Even a white-bearded old man would suffice. Only the howling wind and snow outside responded to him. After a brief silence, Xiaoshang violently hurled the straw beneath him into the air, roaring, "Since I've been thrust into this situation, I shall live to show you all." He rubbed his finger along the bridge of his nose, determining that the first course of action was to organize the information at hand. From the conversation of the two men outside, he gathered that the owner of this body was named Todd, who had been silenced for inadvertently witnessing the nefarious deeds of two criminals. A glance at the hard, frozen black mass on the table revealed that, perhaps due to the cold and the unfamiliarity of the concoction, what should have been a liquid poison had solidified into a semi-solid state within the mouth. Todd had likely succumbed to mechanical death from asphyxiation, and the criminals, upon realizing he was no longer breathing, had left the body in this room, allowing Xiaoshang's soul to take over. Examining the structure of the room, the decor and the attire suggested a setting reminiscent of medieval Europe, though the language spoken was not English, albeit with some grammatical similarities. What was most intriguing was that, despite the strangeness of the language, he could comprehend it. Perhaps remnants of the previous owner's cognitive abilities lingered within this body. Lastly, there was the matter of time. The criminals had mentioned that by morning, they would return to dispose of the body. Should he remain trapped until then? A grim fate awaited him. First, death, then disfigurement, followed by incineration, and ultimately, disposal in a mine. The thought of such a dire end sent a shiver deep into his bones. Taking a deep breath, he slapped his face, resolving that if he was to survive, he must cast aside all distractions and contemplate his next steps. First and foremost, he needed to immerse himself in the mindset of the original character. It was essential for survival in this world. He would forget the name Xiaoshang. He was now Todd. Next, he needed to devise a plan for escape. The small window beneath the roof was merely for ventilation and not a means of egress. Thus, the only exit lay in the wooden door before him. Utilizing the tools in the room, attempting to break the iron bolt on the door seemed nearly impossible. However, the wooden planks appeared ancient, and with the right tool, he might be able to create a sizable hole. Rising to his feet, Todd scoured the room by the faint glow of the candlelight, ultimately discovering a 50-centimeter iron rod in the stone hearth. Grasping the rod, which felt somewhat heavy in his hands, he gestured towards the wooden door with a sense of reassurance. Breaking through those planks should be manageable. Wait a moment, he seemed to have overlooked a crucial detail. Striking the planks would undoubtedly awaken the two sleeping criminals outside. Observing them from the flickering firelight, their appearance, movements, and the weapons they carried suggested they were not easily dealt with, given his frail physique. Facing them head-on would yield a survival probability that approached zero. Was there a way to open the wooden door without rousing the two men and successfully escape? Looking around at the items strewn about, an iron rod, a stack of straw, a fire pit, a small pile of coal, a nearly extinguished candle, and a wooden table, Todd tilted his head, deep in thought, when suddenly an epiphany struck him. Since his thinking had been fixed on the sequence of opening the door first and then dealing with the threat. What if he reversed that order? What if he dealt with the external threat before attempting to open the door? Perhaps that would work. Approaching the coal pile, Todd crouched down and examined a piece of coal. Then moved to the fire pit and opened the iron door to peer inside. Similar to some antiquated rural heating apparatus, the chimney leading to the roof had a movable flap that, when closed, would prevent the wind and snow from extinguishing the fire. Glancing at the dwindling candle, Todd steeled himself. It seemed he had no other options left. Stuffing a handful of straw into the firebox, he ignited it with the candle flame, then added the coal pieces and spread them out with the iron rod. Closing the firebox, he grabbed the wet and dry earth from the floor and sealed all the gaps. After completing this task, Todd looked at his hands, now covered in mud and coal dust, and, listening to the crackling sounds from the hearth, sat at the wooden table, staring blankly out the small window at the raging snowstorm. He had done all he could. Now, all that remained was to await the outcome. Time elapsed, though he could not tell how long. Eventually, the blizzard outside began to subside, and the sky lightened slightly, with rays of sunlight filtering through the animal hide, casting warmth into the room. Groggy, Todd, caught between sleep and wakefulness, was suddenly alerted by a sharp, acrid scent, slowly lifting his head and opening his eyes. A familiar chemical term surfaced in his mind: sulfur dioxide. Startled awake, Todd shook off the lingering drowsiness and quickly climbed onto the wooden table, opening the small window covered with hide, inhaling deeply the fresh air. That was close. In his fatigue, he had inadvertently drifted off. The carbon monoxide generated from burning coal could bind with hemoglobin in the blood, forming carboxyhemoglobin, which would prevent hemoglobin from binding with oxygen, resulting in asphyxiation. This type of poisoning was insidious, being colorless and odorless. Fortunately, the coal used was not pure, and the sulfur compounds it contained released irritating sulfur dioxide, rousing him from his slumber due to his prior exposure to various chemical gases in the laboratory. Peering out the small window, he saw the sun had risen to the mountainside, and the snow-covered terrain reflected a blinding golden light. Within his view, he could see tree trunks peeking through the snow and a small, icy brook. Further afield, mountains shrouded in mist loomed majestically. If this were a vacation spot, it would surely be a breathtaking location. However, Todd was more concerned with the silence emanating from the adjacent room. Silence reigned. He recalled the two men mentioning they would return in the morning to deal with the body. For safety's sake, it was best to wait a little longer. The sun climbed higher in the sky, and the glaring white light reflecting off the snow made it difficult to keep his eyes open. Calculating the time, it seemed to be around 8 or 9 o'clock, with a sense of gamble. Todd opened the chimney's flue, allowing the accumulated fumes from the hearth to escape into the sky. After waiting a while longer, there was still no sign of movement outside. Holding his breath, Todd climbed down from the table and cautiously tapped the iron rod against the wooden door. No response. Applying more force, he managed to break open a small door in the wooden planks, just wide enough for him to crawl through. The first thing that met his gaze were the two bodies. Their deaths gruesome and tragic. The hunchbacked man lay amongst a pile of animal pelts, a pool of vomit beside him, his skin flushed, but his expression devoid of pain. He had died in his sleep. The man with leopard-like eyes was less fortunate. It appeared he had awakened in the night due to the sulfur dioxide fumes, but in a state of confusion and respiratory failure. He had crawled a few meters toward the door before losing all ability to move, ultimately succumbing to paralysis, asphyxiation, and heart palpitations. Forcing himself to look away from the corpses, Todd pressed a hand to his wildly beating heart and, seizing the moment of breath he had left, dashed to the far end of the room and flung open the heavy door, shrouded in thick pelts, allowing fresh air to flood back into the small space. Collapsing onto the snowy ground outside, he paid no heed to the biting cold, using the snow to wash his face and neck, hastening his blood circulation while gasping for air to expedite the exchange of gases in his lungs. After a considerable time, Todd finally regained his composure, tightening his clothing, but he glanced back at the small room before standing and gazing into the distance. The small hut where Todd found himself was perched on a desolate hill. From the jerky and pelts drying on the porch, it was clear he was in a hunter's cabin. Down at the foot of the hill, he could vaguely make out a cluster of low buildings from which wisps of smoke curled upward. The distinctive sloped roofs and stone walls of medieval dwellings solidified his belief that he had indeed traversed into another world. Standing in the snow, his limbs numb from the cold, Todd considered returning to the warmth of the hut, but was held back by trepidation. Ultimately, he summoned his courage and climbed the steps once more. Re-entering the hunter's cabin, the air inside was still stifling, the scent of sulfur lingering, but it was a marked improvement compared to before, deliberately diverting his attention and forcing himself not to gaze upon the corpses. Todd picked up a leather coat from the ground and draped it over himself, finally preserving the warmth that was continuously seeping from his body. As he contemplated turning to leave, the light filtering through the doorway inadvertently revealed a narrow crack where the coat had previously been. Kneeling down and shifting away some nearby debris, he discovered a hidden door and an iron ring pulled. A thought suddenly flickered in his mind. Well, it's unfortunate. After all, he saw something he shouldn't have. Chapter 3. Curiosity after tossing a burning piece of wood into the dark passage. Todd, having narrowly escaped death, grasped the iron ring and opened the ground door. He confirmed that the cellar had ample oxygen before stepping down the wooden stairs to the bottom, lighting a torch soaked in oil that was affixed to the wall. Todd surveyed his surroundings. The cellar was modest in size, measuring roughly 5 meters on each side. The stone walls were coated with mortar and reinforced with wooden beams, while primitive ventilation ducts were installed in the ceiling. Given the substantial effort required to carve out such a spacious area in the hard limestone underground and the meticulous arrangement, it was evident that the initial excavators had expended considerable labor. However, the contents of the cellar left Todd somewhat disheartened. A collection of cabbages, carrots, lettuce, chickpeas, garlic, and a bag of flour. After rummaging through the vegetables to no avail, his gaze settled on the remaining bag of flour. Such a grand endeavor surely could not have been solely for the storage of a heap of vegetables. Otherwise, it would not have warranted the drastic measures taken to silence witnesses. Struggling to untie the bag's closure, Todd reached inside and felt a hard object. Grasping its corners, he tugged upwards several times, but the object buried within the flour remained immobile. This thing was remarkably heavy. He laid the bag on its side and began to scoop out the flour with his hands. At last, the contents revealed themselves. A small wooden box, 40 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. Wiping away the remaining flour from the box, a tiny keyhole came into view. Staring blankly at the keyhole, Todd sat cross-legged for a moment, pondering various possibilities. Before suddenly considering a potentiality, he climbed back up the wooden stairs to the cabin's floor. Clenching his jaw, he gazed at the two corpses on the ground. The key to the box was likely on one of them, though he had previously conducted research involving dissection in his past life. Such endeavors were purely academic. Now he found himself hesitant to touch the bodies of those he had indirectly killed. After a brief internal struggle, Todd's curiosity ultimately prevailed, extending his hand as far as possible. He tilted his head back and felt around the victims for an extended period. Finally, he located an iron ring key at the waist of the hunchbacked man. Returning to the cellar, he brought the torchlight closer and examined the key. Finally spotting one that closely matched the size of the keyhole. With utmost care, Todd inserted the key into the lock and turned it clockwise. There was a soft click as the lock disengaged. Peering inside, he finally comprehended why the box was so heavy. It contained not only sandbags for cushioning but also a cylindrical black box made of lead, meticulously crafted and tightly sealed with no visible keyhole. The front was adorned with 16 copper six-sided rollers, each bearing a different letter. C, R, H, D. Are these English letters? This world has English letters too. Looking at this arrangement, a riddle lock. In his previous life, Todd had encountered similar objects in museums, where each roller had a letter on every side, and only when aligned correctly could a password be formed to open it. Such letter locks appeared exceedingly complex to the average person. Yet they followed a discernible pattern. For instance, E, T, I, O, A, N are the most frequently used letters. The combination of syllables and the construction of vowels and consonants is also systematic. However, there is one prerequisite. The solution to the lock cannot be a meaningless jumble of letters. In his former life, a soul known as Xiaoshang often immersed himself in academic research, losing track of time. This characteristic was vividly manifested in Todd's current being. Unbeknownst to him, the walls of the cellar had become filled with combinations of letters written in charcoal. And Todd had essentially confirmed several traits of the answer. First, it was likely a phrase or a combination of words. Second, based on the letters and their arrangement, the language belonged to Latin. Cask no. Nascens that arrangement feels so familiar. A phrase emerged in Todd's mind. Nascens morimer from birth we die, a Latin proverb. But what does inscribing this phrase here signify? Adjusting the rollers to the correct positions. The upper half of the solid lead cylinder shifted a few millimeters, revealing a narrow gap. He moved the upper section aside. A 10-centimeter long, thumb-width shiny copper tube appeared before him, breaking through layers of obstruction. Todd carefully extracted the final result. Under the light, he examined it closely. The tube was lightweight, almost weightless, crafted from hand-polished material, with exquisite workmanship. Under the flickering firelight, faint relief patterns became visible, once a person satisfies their most fundamental needs for survival. Curiosity becomes the most terrifying force in the world. Such curiosity could even compel the soul within this body to disregard the safety protocols that had often been recited in his past research work. The first and most crucial rule: always approach the unknown with a cautious and conservative mindset, regardless of the circumstances. With a soft click, Todd twisted open the lid atop the copper tube and directed his gaze inside. A rush of grayish-white smoke billowed forth, enveloping his unprotected eyes. The sensation seared like flames, Penetrating into his brain through the cornea of his eyeball along the visual nerve, he instinctively hurled the copper tube away, covering his eyes and rubbing them vigorously. Yet the intense pain in his head remained unabated. It felt as though his entire head had been plunged into a furnace heated to thousands of degrees, melting and then hammered repeatedly upon an anvil. In a desperate attempt to alleviate the agony, Todd forcefully slammed his head against the stone wall, causing multiple gashes to open on his forehead, blood dripping down his cheeks to the ground, yet providing no relief from the pain. His hands flailed on the ground, but he stumbled over debris and fell. In a frantic grasp, he inadvertently clutched several cloves of garlic, instinctively crushing them and rubbing them into his eyes. The acrid, pungent juice from the garlic introduced a new source of torment to his eyes, yet it slightly dulled the pain in his brain. In a desperate bid to mitigate the excruciating pain within his head, Todd continued to search for more garlic on the ground, crushing the cloves and letting the juice drip into his eyes while stuffing the pulp into his mouth. This frantic endeavor continued for an indeterminate duration, until he, engulfed in flames, lost consciousness and collapsed onto the ground, his eyes shutting. When Todd next awoke, he found himself enveloped in darkness, his body rendered immobile. And through his haze, he sensed someone moving his hands and feet. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he managed to part his lips, uttering, "Who?" A deep voice responded, "Little one, my name is Hawkins." Chapter 4. Welcome to becoming one of the other kind. May God grant you joy. My daughter, song. May all things be filled with hope, leaving nothing to alarm you, reflecting on those golden years from babbling to thriving, my daughter, clad in a beautiful wedding gown. Oh, heavenly gospel, bringing comfort and joy, my daughter has grown, and today she shall wed. Hawkins, for God's sake, stop singing. Blindfolded with layers of gauze, Todd lay on a four-wheeled wooden cart, covering his ears with his hands and voicing a stern protest to the driver above him. Amidst the rhythmic creaking of the wooden wheels, the deep voice from the front boomed, "Ha ha ha, little one. My singing was renowned in the village, capable of making wild geese take flight and hares halt. I reckon it's your voice that frightens the geese into wetting themselves and gives the hares Parkinson's. Isn't it?" With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Todd slightly lifted his head, pointed at the gauze before him, and inquired of Hawkins, "When can I take this thing off?" "You can try now, but I can't guarantee your eyes will be all right." Resigned, Todd lowered his arms and asked, "Where are we headed?" "To our rightful place. What will you do with me once we arrive?" "Well, little one, that depends on you." Letting his head thud heavily against the cart, Todd, seemingly giving up, spread his body into a T shape, exclaiming, "Fine. Why do you always give me the same answer?" With a hint of playful mockery, the deep voice echoed once more, "All right. Why do you always ask me the same question?" Flipping him the bird in defiance, Todd rolled over, feeling the bumpy road beneath him, and reflected on the events of the past few days. It had been 7 days since he was brought out of the cellar. The first 3 days had been spent in a state of unconsciousness, and when he awoke on the 4th day, he found himself lying on this cart pulled by horses. In the ensuing passage of time, the man who called himself Hawkins continued to lead Todd onward, never straying more than 3 steps from the cart, even during meals, sleep, or the most basic of human necessities. For such an extended duration, Todd's vision showed no signs of improvement. Even when he surreptitiously lifted the bandage, all he beheld was an expanse of darkness. The sole source of solace was the gradual alleviation of the pain that had plagued his mind. Despite inquiring numerous times, Hawkins remained reticent about their direction and destination. However, through the shifting warmth of the sunlight, Todd discerned that the cart was progressing southward. The thought of escaping or hiding had crossed his mind, yet he realized that in his current state, even if he managed to flee, navigating this unfamiliar terrain as a blind man would likely lead to his demise. Furthermore, through several conversations with Hawkins, he sensed that the man bore him no ill will. Regarding the 2 corpses in the hunter's cabin, Hawkins had not once mentioned them, and Todd was not foolish enough to bring up the matter himself. On this topic, the 2 maintained a tacit understanding, enveloped in a silent agreement. What lay ahead? For now, he resolved to take it one step at a time. "May God grant you joy, my daughter." Upon hearing that voice, reminiscent of plastic bubbles rubbing against one another, Todd jolted upright from the cart's wooden bench, raising his hands skyward as he cried out, "Oh God, please send down a lightning bolt to smite us." This arduous and monotonous journey persisted for a day and a night. And just as Todd contemplated the idea of rupturing his eardrums to embrace a life of both blindness and deafness, The distant sound of a bell captured his attention. Hawkins's next statement instantly clarified the true significance of the celestial sound. "We have arrived." The cart halted upon a level expanse of bricks and stones, and the driver extended his leather-clad hands, signaling Todd to grasp his sleeve. The two proceeded slowly, one following the other. As they traversed the cobblestone path, the chanting of monks filled the air, and Todd inhaled the fragrance of blooming flowers. He inquired of his guide, "Where are we?" Yet there was no response. After walking for another 10 minutes, Hawkins led Todd to a patch of soft sand. His deep voice bore a hint of restraint and reverence. "Master Miras, I have returned." An aged voice resonated from afar. "Come in, my child." Hawkins tugged at Todd's sleeve, whispering imperceptibly. Once inside, refrained from speaking indiscriminately. Todd nodded noncommittally. Crossing the threshold, he heard the elder's voice inquire, "This is?" Guiding Todd to a halt, Hawkins respectfully stated, "Master, this boy has unlocked the box of Proverbs through his own efforts." "Oh, is he an apprentice of the church or a scion of nobility?" "No, he is merely a child from an ordinary farming family. Furthermore, he has touched the Sutherland relic." "What did you say?" "That is impossible. Master Miras, although this boy lives, he has lost the light of his eyes." Todd felt a warm hand rest upon his head as the elder's voice approached him. "This is a fortuitous outcome. Of those I know who have ventured to touch the relics, none have survived." Unable to contain himself, Todd asked, "What exactly is the Sutherland relic?" Hawkins coughed. Todd could easily imagine the displeasure etched on the man's face at his casual query. Yet the elder did not chastise him. Instead, he patiently elaborated, "The sage Sutherland was the greatest alchemist of the millennia, establishing the 3 fundamental principles of alchemy and proposing the theory of origins. In later years, he was executed by zealots, and his remains were divided into several parts, preserved in various locations around the world." Todd's face darkened as he realized he had been splattered with the ashes of the deceased. Master Miras continued his explanation. "It is said that Sutherland's remains possess incredible power. Yet over the years, those who sought to engage with the relics have met untimely ends, turning to dust." With a tone of cautious inquiry, Hawkins quietly asked the elder, "So, will this boy become one of us?" Master Miras's tone was uncertain. "I do not know, as there is no precedent to follow. First, let me attempt to restore his sight." Confused, Todd found the conversation between the two incomprehensible, his face a portrait of bewilderment. The elder placed his hand over Todd's eyes. Instantly, Todd felt a warm force stimulating the nerves around his eyeballs. Moments later, Master Miras withdrew his hand, unwrapping the bandage that had enveloped Todd's eyes, slowly opening his eyes and adjusting to the changing light. Todd was astonished to discover that the sights before him had transformed entirely. He could see beneath the skin of people's garments, perceiving the blood and bones underneath, through the wooden panels of cabinets. He glimpsed the neatly folded bedding within, and through the stone roof above, he observed the sun suspended in the sky. Tilting his head, he noticed half a ham concealed within Hawkins's cloak. And Todd indignantly pointed at his pocket, saying, "Did you not say this morning that there was no meat, only bread?" As the man sheepishly retrieved the ham from his cloak, Master Miras burst into laughter. "Indeed, he is one of us." Chapter 5. The assembly walking upon the azure stone bricks within the magnificent cathedral, Todd was finally able to behold the world with his own eyes once more. Above the elongated central hall arched a stone barrel vault, with tall windows adorning either side of the roof. The ground and walls were laid with alternating shades of marble, while metal grills, intricately carved stone screens, choir seating, wooden pulpits, and sculptures of the Holy Spirit adorned the space. As he spun on his heels, taking in all that surrounded him, Todd was left in his former life. He never imagined he would one day traverse into such a medieval world. Monks clad in gray robes passed by, casting curious glances in his direction as their gaze pierced through the ample folds of their garments. Todd glimpsed the blood and organs within their chests. When the monks looked toward their leader, Hawkins, their hearts quickened and their footsteps hastened. Was it anxiety? Fear? Returning his gaze to the man before him, Todd noted that Hawkins possessed a quintessential Slavic visage, a long skull, a prominent forehead, low cheekbones, thin lips, and a slightly protruding chin, all framed by a tall, slender physique and a pale complexion, complemented by neatly braided goat's beard. Overall, he emanated an air of ferocity that made him seem unapproachable. However, after several days of interaction, Todd found it increasingly difficult to identify anything truly fearsome about him. His appearance was merely a facade. Hawkins conducted himself with composure, his thoughts methodical, yet his personality was affable and cheerful. With a penchant for singing, there was, however, one aspect that piqued Todd's curiosity. From their first encounter, Hawkins had donned leather gloves, and throughout their journey, Todd had never observed him removing them. Perhaps he bore some injury on his hands. Or perhaps it was merely a matter of habit. After spending over an hour exploring the surroundings, Todd gradually gleaned insight into the place and era in which he found himself, thanks to the man's explanations. In terms of civilizational development, the world he had traversed mirrored the technological and cultural levels of late 12th to early 13th century medieval Europe from his former life. Geographically, based on the findings of navigators and cartographers, the entire world was divided into a continent and several islands. The northernmost reaches of the continent were perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, while the remaining lands were segmented into various topographical regions by 3 horizontal and 2 vertical mountain ranges, as well as 2 large and 3 small lakes. The northwestern island region, the plains of the central and southwestern areas, the highlands and snowfields of the northeastern parts, the deserts of the central eastern region, and the grasslands of the southeastern territories. In terms of national distribution and religious territories, the central and western regions were comprised of the papal states and secular kingdoms, adhering to the worship of the Father Church. The place where Todd found himself was the St. Sidlow Monastery, situated beside the coastal region of the Silver Ring Kingdom in the west. Speaking of the St. Sidlow Monastery, this edifice, nearly a century old, stood as a landmark of the Moonstream Plains. The Silver Ring Kingdom had constructed the monastery's initial form in the year 1031 of the ecclesiastical calendar to honor the ascetic Sidlow. Upon its completion, it comprised merely a small gathering of monks, consisting of a chapel, a sanctum, and a resting place. Through nearly a century of renovations and expansions, the St. Sidlow Monastery had grown into a renowned religious site among the southwestern nations. Hundreds of monks gathered here, adhering to a hermit-like asceticism, yearning for inner peace and piety, or so Hawkins had informed him. However, as they ventured deeper into the monastery's underground passages, Todd's skepticism toward this assertion intensified. The dim, elongated corridors, the flickering and eerie torches, the damp and murky floors, had he not just traversed a bright and sacred place, one could easily mistake this for a passageway leading to a crypt. Fortuitously constructed beneath the monastery, they arrived at the end of the corridor, where a door gleaming with metallic luster came into view. Inscribed upon it were 4 phrases: as it is within, as it is without, as it is above, as it is below. Who could have conceived such absurd phrases? With a mind full of questions, Todd followed the tall man into an underground chapel. The statue of the Holy Father loomed majestically at the upper end of the underground hall, its appearance mirroring that of the sanctuary above. Yet the dim glow of the flickering flames cast an uncanny illusion upon it. Master Miras stood upon a lofty pulpit, his attire appearing significantly more formal than before. He donned a distinctive robe with flared sleeves, its collar shaped like an inverted triangle, adorned with several raised patterns and embroidered with golden and silver threads. Below him, several long benches were arranged, upon which 3 men and 1 woman sat upright. The moment Todd stepped into the grand hall, all eyes converged upon him. Feeling a twinge of nervousness, unsure of how to comport himself, Todd was given a gentle push from behind. Turning around, he was met with the encouraging and approving smile of Hawkins, whose large face radiated warmth. Gritting his teeth under the scrutiny of the crowd, Todd approached Master Miras and gazed into the elder's warm smile, which imparted an almost surreal sense of having stumbled into a cult. Today, we gather here to witness the joining of a new member. This child, born into a farming household, has received no education from any church, yet has unraveled the box of Proverbs. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the audience. Master Miras, with a hint of mischief in his eyes, observed the expressions of the listeners, and after their emotions settled slightly, he casually dropped a more significant revelation. He has come into contact with the Sutherland relic. My heavens! What? Several voices erupted in loud exclamations, with one individual even toppling their bench. The elder raised an eyebrow, seemingly satisfied with the reaction of the crowd. I announced that, as a being of a different kind, he is now officially a member of our family. Gesturing for Todd to follow him, Master Miras led him into the midst of the gathered individuals. With his palm facing upwards, He traced a half-circle in front of the men and women before pointing to himself and addressing Todd. Child, as you can see, we are all beings of a different kind. What does it mean to be such a being? Unlike ordinary people, we possess abilities that are, to varying degrees, absent in the common folk. This is a blessing and grace bestowed upon us by God. Yet due to ignorance, some in this world harbor fear, and from fear springs hatred, labeling us as the offspring of demons and wishing to eradicate us. Thus, those of us who are different must coalesce into families, concealing our abilities to protect ourselves. Come closer, and I shall introduce you to your family. They first paused before a middle-aged couple who bowed respectfully. Master Miras said, "This is the Lagran couple. They operate a bakery in town and are responsible for the supply of goods and food for the monastery." Observing the pair, plump, kindly-faced individuals in their 40s, Todd mimicked their gesture of respect. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Lagran seized his chin, inspecting his teeth with curiosity. "They say that those who have touched the relics have bones that turn to gold." Hastily, Mr. Lagran intervened, prying his wife's hand away and repeatedly apologizing to the boy. Master Miras rolled his eyes and guided Todd to a tall, lanky man with a goofy smile who appeared harmless as the man stood from his seat. Todd's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Harkins had already seemed tall, but this slender figure was like a living pole in comparison. Goodness, is he nearly 2 meters tall? This is young Jerry, who just celebrated his 18th birthday 2 days ago. He is a devout and benevolent soul. Hearing the elder's introduction, Todd was once again taken aback that T.O. growed to such stature by 18. What would he become in a few more years? Moreover, the name Jerry conjured images of the clever little mouse from Tom and Jerry, creating a stark contrast that amused him. That is Edgar. Todd turned to see a frail boy in the corner of the hall, his icy gaze sending an unsettling chill through Todd. He is our messenger and liaison. Master Miras surveyed the hall and inquired, "Where are Marcos and Black Sheep?" Mrs. Lagran leaned closer to Todd, who discreetly avoided her reaching hand, and she replied respectfully, "Marcos has gone to the watchtower in the east and has yet to return." Edgar coldly interjected, "The Black Sheep has joined a circus and has gone to perform in the next city." She said, before leaving, that she finds that place far more comfortable than the dull days spent here. With that, he turned and vanished into the corridor. Hearing the elder's melancholic sigh beside him, Todd felt an overwhelming sense of disillusionment regarding this organization he had unwittingly joined. Their brainwashing efforts were notably lacking. Chapter 6. The Sound Within. What did you say? Up at 4 in the morning and attending 7 classes. Clutching the wooden board handed to him by Harkins, Todd's hands trembled, listening to the man enumerate a long list of subjects: grammar, rhetoric, dialectics, arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and music. Todd's heart bled. Why must a group of ascetic monks, who merely chant scriptures, study such an array of unrelated subjects? The instructor for music won't be you, will it? Upon seeing the Slavic giant shake his head, Todd felt a flicker of relief. Finally, some good news. However, you may choose your own instructor. I have a fair amount of confidence in my musical abilities. Hearing Harkins volunteer himself, Todd shook his head vigorously. As if it were spring-loaded, the visibly disappointed man advised the boy to rest early, and just as he stepped out the door, he left behind a cryptic remark: "At night, regardless of what sounds you hear, do not step outside your room." The door slammed shut with a thud. Peering through the closed wooden planks, Todd, endowed with the gift of insight, glanced at Harkins, who had just exited the room, pressing his ear against the door with an inquisitive expression. "I can see you." The Slavic man shamelessly straightened up, grumbling as he retreated down the corridor, muttering about forgetting the boy's peculiar ability. Finally, peace would reign. Todd turned back to the empty room, its dim walls, cracked stone floor, a set of wooden shutters, a narrow bed meant for one, and a rickety single desk and chair. That was it. Indeed, just that. Nothing more. He had anticipated a rather dull nightlife after his transition, yet he had not expected it to be so despairingly monotonous. Not even a single candle was spared. Watching the sun slowly dip in the west, Todd recalled Harkins' words from earlier that afternoon. "Kid, Master Miras truly values you. He has given you the best single room available and arranged for you to have the finest instructor." If this was the condition of his best single room, one could only imagine how shabby the living conditions of the practicing monks must be. Perhaps he could find a way to improve it. Lying on the wooden bed, a jumble of thoughts filled Todd's mind. He hardly realized that this was the first time since his arrival in this world that he had slept soundly in a bed. His thoughts drifted between memories of his past life and visions of the future, and he gradually succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, the cold stone floor of the room trembled, and faint sounds of male anguish and frenzied shouts wafted through the air, jolting Todd awake from his dreams. Tossing and turning in bed for what felt like an eternity, the echoes of Harkin's warning reverberated in his mind. Yet the curiosity innate to a researcher within him ultimately prevailed. Cautiously, he slipped out of bed and gently opened the door. Taking a few tentative steps outside, he was suddenly greeted by a chilling voice from behind. "Where do you think you're going? Damn it, like a phantom." Edgar emerged slowly from the shadows, startling Todd so much that he fell to the ground, exclaiming a curse in Chinese. The boy's expression was devoid of emotion, his cold gaze fixed on Todd. "You would do well to heed Uncle Harkin's advice and return to your bed." Reluctantly acquiescing to Edgar's admonition, Todd returned to his room. The sounds of suffering continued to echo around him, compelling him to cover his ears and force himself to think of other matters to divert his attention. Perhaps half an hour passed, or perhaps the better part of the night. The cries and tremors gradually subsided, returning everything to tranquility. As Todd gazed into the darkness of his room, his imagination conjured up the disturbing twists he envisioned, and he found sleep eluding him. This wakefulness persisted until the moon sank and the sun had yet to rise. Just before 4 in the morning, a robin began to peck at the bell, signaling all monks to rise for early prayers. Having not slept well, Todd donned the monk's robe from the wooden table, opened the door, and traversed the long side corridor, joining the procession of fellow monks. At some point, Harkins appeared in the line, chuckling at the dark circles under Todd's eyes, remarking, "It happens every 3 days. You'll get used to it." "What?" Just as Todd was about to inquire further, he saw the man fade into the back of the line. Half the sky was painted by the sun rising beneath the horizon, while the other half sparkled with lingering stars. All the monks had already gathered in the main hall of the monastery. They instinctively divided into several groups, occupying different areas of the hall, and began to recite the teachings of the church in unison. "The Father of all beings, the one true God, has guided us from the mire and the land of suffering into this mortal realm. We must diligently remember his teachings, in this world, in the heavens above, upon the earth below, in the depths and amidst the waters, all thoughts and the grand order of existence. You are singular and unparalleled." Todd chanted aloud with the monks, feeling an inexplicable familiarity grow with each repetition. The celestial doctrine of this otherworldly realm bore an uncanny resemblance to the Catholic Church of his former life. Was this mere coincidence? Or was there a more profound mystery at play? As the morning prayers concluded and the monks dispersed, some engaging in their morning studies, others pairing off to toil in the fields, and yet others venturing to nearby villages for missionary work, Todd stood alone in the empty hall, his stomach grumbling incessantly, utterly bewildered. "Where is breakfast? I rose at 4 and have been chanting for so long. Do you European monks not intend to fill your bellies in the morning?" In exasperation, he gulped down some cold water, left with nothing to do but sit on the steps of the side corridor, lost in thought. Fortunately, Hawkins found him, having traveled alongside this young man for several days and well aware of his routine. The Slavic man discreetly slipped half a rye bread roll into Todd's hands before leading him to Master Miras's classroom. Upon arriving at the elder's lecture room, Todd realized the truth of what Hawkins had mentioned regarding the significance of the day. Next to a wooden shelf brimming with books stood a square table and 2 wooden chairs facing each other. Remarkably, today was a one-on-one session with Master Miras. Gesturing for Hawkins to depart, the elder retrieved a stack of yellowed pages from the shelf, seated himself opposite Todd, and pointed to the letters illustrated upon them, saying, "Considering your lack of educational background, I shall dedicate this morning to teaching you the fundamentals of reading the sacred text." Gripping the edge of the table, the new student glanced at the pages displaying AA, BB, CC, DD, and thought to himself, "Indeed, the official language of this religion is Latin." 3 minutes later, as this farmer's son read the alphabet effortlessly, the wide-eyed Master Miras appeared as a beacon of light in the night, radiating an unusual brilliance. Todd shuffled his chair back, sensing something amiss. Chapter 7. A joyous day in the monastery. The morning stretched on for 6 full hours. Todd diligently read through 2 church scriptures written in Latin, a collection of rhetorical works, and several grammar examples. Had it not been for his feigned ignorance and intentional blunders to prolong the lessons, the increasingly frantic Master Miras could have compelled him to finish reading every book on that shelf. Exiting the classroom, Todd felt as though his throat was on fire, and stars danced before his eyes. Overwhelmed, He plopped down on the grass, massaging his temples with both hands. Suddenly, the tolling of the bell tower broke the silence, and monks began to filter toward the main hall. Gazing up at the sun hanging overhead, Todd had an epiphany. He would finally get a hearty meal, with visions of a grand feast dancing in his mind. He followed the monks through the cloister and into the dining hall, mimicking others as he collected a wooden bowl and spoon, joining the queue at several large barrels. To his disappointment, it was not the self-service banquet he had imagined. The scene of queuing for food brought back memories of university cafeterias, yet the monks bowed their heads in silence, devoid of chatter, with even the sound of coughing barely perceptible. This atmosphere unsettled the soul from his past life, sending chills down his spine. Observing the elderly monk ahead of him, receiving his midday meal from a younger man with a deep bow and uttering, "Thank you for the sustenance," Todd scoffed and mimicked the gesture, extending his bowl. However, when he beheld the contents of his lunch, the radiant expression on his face vanished, replaced by dismay. What on earth is this? A watery oatmeal porridge, a few green leaves barely visible, and a handful of pitiful pickled radish pieces atop. Even the meals of Henry, the male dog, aged 4, and Sonia, the female cat, aged 2.5, back in his former life were 100 times better. Thump, thump, thump. The server tapped the back of his spoon on the barrel, signaling Todd to step aside so that others could proceed. Finding an unoccupied seat, Todd felt the unsettling churning in his stomach, crossed his arms, and gazed deeply into the bowl of delicacies, pondering the philosophical dilemma of sustenance versus dignity. Hawkins reappeared, resembling a wandering merchant capable of producing diverse provisions from his pockets. The middle-aged man, donned in gloves, handed Todd an egg and an apple. He began to nostalgically yearn for their shared travels, where at least the daily meals were varied and offered a sense of anticipation. "Eat more, or you won't make it through the afternoon," Hawkins urged. "Huh? What do you mean?" The seriousness etched on Hawkins's face forced Todd to reevaluate his internal balance. Summoning his courage, he closed his eyes and tremulously brought the spoonful of food to his mouth. Chapter 8. The Monastery of St. Silo. The St. Silo Monastery was perched atop a hill in the northwestern wilderness of the Silver Ring Kingdom, bordered to the north by the Source of Mist, the Falling Star Mountains, to the south by the Moonstream Plain, to the east by the Watchtower, and to the west by the Rapids Island. Geographically, it was situated at the intersection of 4 distinct terrain types within the monastery. All buildings were arranged in accordance with a cruciform structure, centered around the Grand St. Silo Cathedral. To the right of this cross lay the residences of the senior monks, mimicking the biblical tradition where the Son sits at the right hand of the Father after ascension. To the left, the collective dwelling of the monks was established, where they lived as equals, devoid of hierarchical distinctions. Closest to the monastery's main entrance, the area most akin to the secular world served as accommodations for visitors and the needy, along with other living quarters. The furthest distance from this area led to the resting place of the deceased, their sacred souls journeying toward heaven. The monastery's communal cemetery. The cemetery was often situated in the east, where the sun rises, symbolizing resurrection after death, while the visitors' lodgings were arranged to the west, representing the worldly and their inevitable demise. At the foot of the hill where the monastery stood, lay cultivated fields bearing common crops to sustain the monks' self-sufficiency. The chill of early spring condensed moisture in the air into frost, rendering the earth beneath Todd's feet cold and piercing. Swinging a rudimentary wooden hoe, he turned over the hardened clods of earth, finally grasping the meaning behind the Slavic man's words. Straightening his back, he patted his sore thighs, gazing at the fields below, desperately wanting to inquire why this place differed so drastically from his expectations. The literary works of his past often depicted monasteries with vast estates, countless serfs, and the ease of life where everything was provided. Was it all a fabrication? Glancing up, he spotted Master Miras, clad in tattered garments and deeply engrossed in the vegetable patch, causing Todd to swallow the complaints that had nearly escaped his lips. "You don't seem like a farmer's child," a voice murmured from behind him, causing a shiver to run through him. Edgar, with a wooden basket slung over his shoulder, gathering stones and branches from the field, cast a progressively colder gaze at Todd. Having never engaged in agricultural labor, Todd sighed and bent down once more, only to catch sight of a plume of black smoke rising not far from the foot of the hill. "What is that?" Edgar sniffed and glanced back at Todd's pointing hand, casually replying, "The workshop." Todd stared at the smoke in the air, lowering his head, his mind beginning to formulate a plan. 2 hours later, At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the St. Sidlow Monastery experienced a rare moment of respite. Freshly invigorated, Todd cleaned his soles, donned cloth shoes, and, glancing back at Edgar trailing behind him, made his way to the workshop located on the outskirts of the monastery. Though termed a workshop, it resembled more of a smelting house. 2 rows of stone-built workspaces housed 4 or 5 artisans and a dozen apprentices, all busily attending to a central furnace. A square structure resembling a stove stood about 2 meters high, featuring a large furnace pit in the center, equipped with a vertical baffle, with 3 openings below, one for material intake and one for air, separated by the baffle, and the remaining for output. During smelting, iron ore was introduced through the intake, while charcoal was added through the air inlet, alongside water and blowing air. This primitive smelting apparatus of medieval Europe, in its very form, could scarcely be deemed a furnace. It was merely a pit stove. Todd could not recall where this type of furnace was invented or when it made its way to Europe. He only vaguely remembered that it seemed to have been used by the northern European countries in the early medieval period. Its name, however, left a lasting impression. Farmer's Furnace. Chapter 9. The slag under Edgar's curious gaze. Todd picked up a chunk of ore lying in the open air. From its appearance, it resembled not refined ore, but rather waste material from fire refining. Slag. A smelting apprentice, his face smeared with soot, paused his work at the behest of the craftsman and approached Todd, who was intently examining the ore. "My lord, what can we humble ones do for you?" he inquired, his voice tinged with surprise. Todd glanced at the boy before him, who was bent over and bowed, realizing that the youth's subservience was likely due to the monk's robe he wore. Frowning slightly, he cast a glance at the cross upon his chest, and the novice monk desperately recalled the Western religious texts he had perused, striving to employ language that would not raise suspicion. As a divinely appointed preacher traversing the earth, I have several inquiries to pose to you. At that moment, a sound of Edgar choking on air reached Todd's ears. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, yet the apprentice before him displayed no signs of unease. Raising the slag in his hand, Todd inquired, "From whence does this material originate?" The apprentice responded respectfully, "From the Northstone Mine, a gift bestowed upon the monastery by the Silver Ring Kingdom." "The Northstone Mine?" Todd echoed. "Indeed. I have heard that the pits there yield silver ore." After a brief contemplation, Todd utilized his ability to see through the surface of the slag, observing the flickering glimmers of silver within, and pondered aloud. "Pray tell, does the Northstone Mine employ the cupellation method for silver refining?" "The cupellation method?" The apprentice's expression reflected confusion, prompting Todd to elucidate the general process of the cupellation method as he had learned in his past life. The method, in essence, is a technique for separating silver from lead. Silver ore typically contains a low concentration of silver, and the key to successful silver extraction lies in how to concentrate the silver. As lead and silver completely dissolve into one another and possess a low melting point, lead is added during the refining process to enable silver to dissolve into the lead, thus concentrating the silver. Subsequently, air is blown in to oxidize the lead, which is then absorbed into the furnace's ash, allowing the silver to be separated. Although this may seem straightforward, in the past world, the cupellation method had various categories, with nearly 10 distinct forms existing even in medieval Europe, including English, German, windpan, and template cupellation methods. Just as Todd had explained part of this process, a pair of large hands suddenly appeared before him. Firmly clasping the astonished apprentice's ears, the weathered face, etched with deep lines of tension and unease, emerged before the monk. This old craftsman, appearing to be around 50, lowered his voice and said to Todd, "My lord, please follow me." Led into a workshop, Todd took a seat on a wooden chair and watched as the old craftsman dismissed all onlookers, leaving only Edgar to swagger in behind him. The young lad wore an indifferent expression, leaning casually against the wall in a clean corner, observing Todd with an air of leisure. This caused Todd to feel a growing irritation, silently cursing, knowing that this rascal was sent to monitor him. Yet, was there any need for such brazen surveillance? Could he not observe from the shadows instead? The old craftsman secured the door tightly, waved away the curious apprentices by the window, and stood humbly before Todd. Speaking cautiously, "My lord, you may endanger us." Wide-eyed, the monk inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Removing the cloth from around his neck to wipe his brow, the old craftsman swallowed nervously. "Though I have not heard this term cupellation method, I am somewhat familiar with a similar silver refining technique known as Nathaniel's silver lead method. The general process is akin to what you described. But the detailed craft is reserved solely for royal artisans. To speak of such matters in this context could prove detrimental to both you and us. As Todd observed the man, he subtly gestured towards the ceiling. And Todd instantly grasped his meaning. It was indeed a vexing situation. If memory served correctly, the cupellation method was invented by astrologers around 2500 BC in the previous world. How could it be that in this realm, it was still treated as a precious secret by the monarchy, protected by a technological barrier? While these thoughts raced through his mind, Todd aimed to convey that he harbored no ill intentions. I see. It seems I was indeed unaware of such matters. Realizing that the monk bore no malice, the old craftsman visibly relaxed, letting the cloth he had been fiddling with fall to his waist. And he said, "There is no need for you to feel remorse, my lord. As the voice of God, you naturally would not concern yourself with worldly affairs. What is your name?" Todd asked. Aiden Coombe, my lord. Aiden, I must ask you some questions. My lord, ask away, I will speak freely. Gazing at the metallic particles within the slag, Todd remarked, I have heard that these materials originate from the Northstone mine. They do not appear to be freshly mined or... Casting a glance at the slag in the monk's hand, the old craftsman continued, Indeed, as you say, these are the remnants from the silver extraction at the Northstone mine. Why would the Silver Ring Kingdom gift these waste materials to the monastery? Perhaps misunderstanding Todd's inquiry, Aiden quickly waved his hands. My lord, you may have misinterpreted. The Silver Ring Kingdom's gift of these remains carries no intent of insult or degradation. Although these are the byproducts of silver extraction, they still hold considerable value. The lead obtained through pyrometallurgy serves as a crucial source for the pencils and roofing materials utilized by the monastery. What a waste, Todd thought, and he proceeded to ask a pivotal question. How much of this slag is available here? The old craftsman raised his head, perplexed, and replied, As much as you desire. The annual deliveries of this slag are never fully utilized. Over half is used to fill in the hills. Internally elated, yet maintaining a calm exterior, Todd calculated the potential gains and smiled as he said, Aiden, if I were to tell you that an opportunity has arisen for you to contribute, would you be willing? Clutching the cross hidden beneath his robe, the old craftsman interlaced his fingers, closed his eyes, and deeply bowed, saying, I am willing to give all for my lord. You need not make such a promise. You will compensate him. Hearing Edgar's voice beside him, Todd arched an eyebrow. He knew the boy spoke the truth and recognized that the old craftsman's faith was enough to drive him to work without expectation of reward. Yet, the spirit of contract, equitable distribution, and mutual benefit were deeply ingrained in Todd's soul from his past life. Moreover, compared to the exorbitant profits to be gained, the remuneration for the craftsman would be negligible, filled with a rare sense of goodwill. Todd threw his right arm around Edgar's shoulder, observing the boy's faint freckles, and gently asked, Would you like to eat meat every day? The little lad, who had been struggling moments before, immediately brightened at the questions, eagerly nodding his head. Would you like to wear new clothes? Nodding again. Would you like to sleep in every day without having to work? He nodded vigorously. Todd beamed at Edgar, revealing a row of teeth. Trust me, these things will soon come to pass. Chapter 9. Asceticism. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, after a hurried dinner and expressing gratitude for Master Miris's generosity, Todd retreated to his room, armed with several sheets of blank paper. A set of measuring tools, a few charcoal pencils, and a half-burned candle. He immersed himself in his most proficient task from his previous life, the design of chemical experiments and their practical industrial applications. Having observed the waste produced from silver ore extraction in the afternoon and confirmed his findings with craftsman Aiden, Todd had formed a preliminary plan for his upcoming work. While the Northstone mine extracted and smelted silver ore using the cupellation method, the royal artisan's understanding of mineral elements and chemical reactions remained rudimentary. Consequently, approximately 60 to 70 of the silver was extracted from the ore, leaving about 30 lost in the waste, which was deemed refuse and sent to the St. Sidlo Monastery. The losses were primarily due to the presence of impurities in the silver ore, such as bismuth, tellurium, and lead oxide. These impurities had a strong affinity for both gold and silver, making them difficult to oxidize, precipitate, and recover. During the cupellation process, they could remain commingled with the silver in the lead liquid, thereby reducing the silver recovery rate. In the medieval world of metallurgy, due to a lack of knowledge regarding metal extraction, Operations would frequently cease after the initial stage of cupellation. Todd's goal was to extend the second and third phases to further extract silver and mitigate the losses caused by impurities. The principle was straightforward. The challenge lay in utilizing the available equipment and materials to perform secondary and tertiary refining of the silver or waste. The electrical cupellation method from the early 19th century was out of the question. The rotary cupellation method from the late 17th to early 18th centuries was equally unfeasible. Even the high-tube cupellation furnace from the mid-16th century would be difficult to realize under current conditions. Comparatively, only the early covered cupellation furnace from the late 13th to early 14th centuries could be tentatively replicated. He recalled the shape of the furnace in his mind. Todd sketched the refining steps and modifications to the apparatus on the blank page with his charcoal pencil and measuring tools. Absorbed in his research, Todd soon lost track of time, only to be reminded of the hour by the candle burning down to its end, gazing at the partially completed blueprints shrouded in darkness. Todd despondently rested his forehead against his palm. The unbearable sensation of work abruptly halted was a torment he could scarcely endure. Through the bricks above, he caught sight of the luminous moon suspended in the sky, sighed deeply, and, resigned, climbed into bed to seek solace in sleep. The following dawn, the tolling of the thrush's bell became the most unwelcome sound to his ears. Yet, he was acutely aware that neglecting the morning service would not only raise unnecessary suspicions among others, but could also jeopardize his stay here. Mustering his resolve, he donned his monk's garb, rubbed his weary eyes, and carefully folded the blueprints, placing them beneath the bed. Although the annotations were in Chinese, and the chemical elements and equations were likely unfamiliar to anyone, it was prudent to exercise caution. Yawning in a corner, he recited the morning prayers alongside the others, before hastening to Master Miras for his new lessons. Grammar, rhetoric, logic, arithmetic, and geometry were bearable, but music and astronomy truly tested his patience. Music was somewhat easier. He neither understood it nor had any interest, merely going through the motions to pass. Astronomy, however, posed the greatest challenge. To expect a soul steeped in modern civilization to embrace the Church's teachings on astronomy, especially from a teacher with a scientific background, was absurd. While his mind screamed folly, he outwardly applauded with exclamations of understanding. During the lesson, sensing Todd's lack of enthusiasm and fatigue, Master Miras unexpectedly paused and began conversing with the apprentice across from him. "You are the most gifted student I have encountered." Hearing the elderly man's flattering words, Todd's heart sank, realizing the implications, and feigned attentiveness. "The Lord has granted you protection and blessings. Of this there is no doubt. If you were to calm your mind and devote yourself to practice, you might become the first among us to approach the status of a sage." Todd kept his gaze lowered, feeling as though the hat of praise would soon pierce the roof and point towards the heavens. However, he muttered, touching his nose thoughtfully, sensing the inevitable caveat. "Do not squander your time and energy on trivial pursuits. Edgar, you blabbermouth." Todd inwardly cursed, suspecting that today's nonsensical discourse was the result of Edgar reporting yesterday's events to Master Miras. Still reluctant to give up, Todd raised his head tentatively and suggested, "Master, if I could find a way to slightly improve everyone's living conditions, wouldn't that help them better grasp the true essence of the sacred path?" "No, my child, such an idea is fundamentally flawed." In Todd's memory, it was the first time he had seen Master Miras wear such a grave expression as he proclaimed, "The notion of improving one's life is merely an excuse for laziness and decline. A life of ease dulls our will, numbs our minds, and weakens our bodies. That a true monk devoted to the sacred path must cast aside all distractions and worldly possessions, dedicating their entire spirit and life to the Lord." Todd's eye twitched, and while he yearned to argue, he soon realized that it was decidedly unwise. That he hastily buried his head, closing his eyes to conceal his doubts and dissent. After a long silence, he forced the words from his throat, "I shall heed your teachings." Having completed his morning studies, Todd emerged from the lecture hall, feeling as though the world had turned gray. He was well aware that there were means to enjoy exquisite food, don new garments, and avoid the early toil of labor, allowing him to devote more energy and time to research and scholarship. Why should such a life be rejected? He could not comprehend it. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure lurking in the shadows. Upon recognizing the person, Todd's temper flared, and he hurriedly removed his shoes, clutching them in hand as he sprinted forward, cursing, "Edgar, You little rascal. You've jeopardized my endeavors by spilling the beans. Chasing after the fleeing figure, he navigated several corridors and turned corners until he collided with someone. The ever-watchful Hawkins had been waiting, dragging the mischievous Edgar along behind him, and addressed Todd. I heard you have a way for us to have meat every day? Chapter 10. Everything for meat and laziness. Todd was momentarily bewildered. What? What do you mean? Hawkins patted his stomach and mimed eating. Didn't you tell Edgar yesterday that you had a method to ensure we could feast on meat daily? The gossipy Edgar chimed in from behind. You also mentioned we wouldn't have to toil in the fields. After giving Edgar a playful smack on the back of the head, Hawkins crossed himself. Heavenly Father, forgive us our transgressions. Todd was at a loss, struggling to grasp the underlying meaning of their words. But Master Miras said. The man raised a hand to halt Todd's protest. Speaking quietly, Master Miras is a servant of God, and his lifelong pursuit is devoted practice, but I am not a monk. Neither am I, Edgar added. Todd faltered momentarily. Slapping his forehead, he suddenly realized. So, I never intended to become a monk either. Hawkins scrutinized him and shook his head in disagreement. I beg to differ. It seems you voluntarily donned that attire. Todd glanced at the rough, homespun garments worn by the two men, then at his own monk's robe. Feeling utterly foolish, he had merely put on the clothes without considering their implications. Wrapping an arm around Todd's shoulders, Hawkins shifted the conversation, attempting to reassure him. In truth, being a monk isn't so bad. You need not roam in search of a livelihood nor worry about homelessness. Just like Edgar and I, one serves the monks, and the other is a messenger for the monastery. Who knows, we might perish in a foreign land one day. With no one to claim our bodies, Todd sensed the hidden message in Hawkins' words, a reminder of the past and the kindness shown to him. Leaning in closer, Hawkins extended his right hand to Todd. Let us collaborate. You guide me on what to do, and I will find people to assist. What do you say? Desperately trying to squeeze between the two, Edgar raised his hand, exclaiming loudly, Count me in, count me in. Todd eyed Hawkins' outstretched hand, hesitating. What to do? Initially, he only sought Edgar's help to conceal his whereabouts. But Hawkins' proposal was evidently more reasonable. Relying solely on himself was insufficient to accomplish the extraction. Should he show them the blueprints? Was it wise to select a more discreet smelting location? Should he reconsider the details of their collaboration? His empty stomach urged Todd's thoughts, as hunger crashed over him like a tide, and driven by instinct and survival, he gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, having no time to deliberate further. Almost instinctively, he clasped Hawkins' hand tightly, declaring, Let us do it. Upon entering the monk's quarters, Todd observed the chemical equations and half-finished practical designs he had completed the previous night, though neither man could read. Hawkins discerned far more meaningful elements than Edgar, who merely sought entertainment. The unfamiliar characters, intricate formulas, and exquisite devices, combined with their recent encounter with the Sutherland relics, had shifted Hawkins' initial skepticism regarding Master Miras' assertion that Todd might be a blessed child of God, to a state of uncertainty within mere days. What miracles might still emerge from this child of a humble farmer? Such questions naturally arose in the man's mind. With a wary gaze, Todd turned to Edgar and addressed Hawkins. Is it all right for him to be here? I would prefer not to be reported on again. Seizing the fidgeting Edgar, Hawkins chuckled. Reporting your activities to Master Miras is this little rascal's duty. Please don't hold it against him. But I trust that now, having joined our collaboration, he understands what is expected of him. Edgar, shrinking slightly beneath Hawkins' knowing smile, nodded in agreement. Ignoring the expressions of those around him, Todd pointed at the blueprints with a stick, explaining the next steps in as simple terms as possible. Thanks to his prior experience as a teacher, Todd's clear explanations allowed Hawkins, who had no background in chemistry, to grasp the concepts. In simple terms, the technology to extract silver from the ore in the Kingdom of Silver Ring is still underdeveloped, resulting in around 30 of silver remaining in the waste. This method can extract the residual silver. Is that correct? Listening to Hawkins' summary, Todd pondered briefly before correcting a minor detail with a rigorous academic approach. Considering the furnace temperature, the purity of the lead, and the skillfulness of the operation, the amount of silver extracted from the waste may not be as high as 30. The man leaned in, pressing for clarity. So, how much would it be approximately? This issue pertains to the extent of the eventual profit, which he could not help but concern himself with. After a mental calculation, Todd provided a conservative estimate, around 10. Hawkins, donning gloves, stroked the small braids of his beard, deep in thought. The cost of raw materials was negligible. The waste residue lay piled at the foot of the mountain, abundant and free for the taking. Lead was not an obstacle either. With just a modicum of sustenance, it could be procured from the monastery's storeroom, rendering its cost nearly inconsequential. The only expenses to consider were the wood and charcoal for fuel, alongside the costs of equipment modifications. As for the remuneration Todd mentioned for the craftsman, the man did not dispute it, viewing it more as a jest. Hawkins calculated in his mind and arrived at a conclusion. This was undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Slapping his palm on the table, he declared resolutely, "Speak. What do you require of us?" Todd extended his index finger. "Time. I need time to complete this plan. The usual morning prayers and farming consume my precious hours. Next." He raised his middle finger. "Material samples. I require some charcoal, waste residue, and lead-rich samples to assist in refining the plan." Then came the ring finger. "On-site supervision. I need to observe and monitor the reaction process at the smelting site, allowing for prompt corrections should any issues arise." Finally, the little finger. "Experimental equipment. With the materials, I will need a complete set of laboratory apparatus to identify and quantify the ore and its contents." Hawkins pondered for a moment before responding. "I can handle the materials. As for time, Edgar can assist. But what exactly constitutes the experimental equipment?" Todd, relying on his recollections, sketched out on paper the most basic chemical apparatus from his previous life. Test tubes, beakers, graduated cylinders, distillation flasks, filter tubes, and so forth. The man's eyes lit up as he slowly replied, "I know a place where such items can be found, but I will need a few days to prepare." The following morning, upon hearing the robin's bell, Todd instinctively rose, only to reconsider and lie back down. Contemplating the possibility of feigning illness should anyone come to inquire, he relished an hour of rare, indulgent rest, estimating that morning prayers would soon conclude. Todd donned his monastic robe and, as per routine, made his way to Master Miras's classroom. Observing the elder's expression discreetly during the class revealed no signs of abnormality, allowing Todd to finally set down the heavy stone of worry in his heart. It appeared that Edgar, that rascal, had indeed provided him with cover. After the lesson concluded, Todd, under the pretext of studying grammar, requested books and paper from his master. The elderly man's beaming smile momentarily instilled in Todd a pang of regret and guilt. Yet the desire to improve his circumstances swiftly assuaged such feelings. After a lackluster lunch that tasted like cardboard, Todd was finally able to immerse himself fully in his money-making scheme. He remained engrossed from midday until dusk. As the sun set, taking with it the last vestiges of light from the room, Todd surveyed the completed design schematics and processing flow, stretching his sore shoulders and rubbing his tired eyes. Thinking he could finally take a moment's respite, intent on finding something to eat, he was suddenly reminded of the anguished cries emanating from beneath the flagstones, recalling Hawkins's earlier words, "Every 3 days. You will soon grow accustomed to it." Chapter 11. Imprisonment. Gingerly opening the door, Todd poked his head out and scanned the surroundings. Excellent. That little brat Edgar was nowhere to be seen. Tightening his robe, Todd cautiously stepped onto the stone slabs, following the direction from which the sounds emanated. Deep down, he recognized that this pursuit of the unknown could lead to dire consequences, yet his morbid curiosity, akin to terminal cancer, compelled him to disregard all notions of risk and survival, drawing him toward what could very well be the most perilous location. Holding aloft the candle he had requested from Master Miras, Todd carefully selected his footing in the flickering light, all the while engaging in self-deprecating thoughts. He recalled a famous psychological test from his past life, a sealed room containing a bright red button labeled "Do Not Press." Observers would note the varied reactions of those who entered. Some would ignore it entirely, others would deliberate before pressing it, while some would impulsively push it. Todd vividly remembered how he had responded to that test in his former life. Not only would he press the button, but he would also experiment with various methods: a quick tap, a rapid triple press, or holding it down, all to observe the outcomes, likely prompting the psychological counselor at the time to scold him for being recklessly curious. Traversing through the monks' quarters and passing through the main hall's corridor, he arrived at the short head at the far end of the cruciform layout of the St. Sidlo Monastery. He navigated through a graveyard and descended the underground passage that Hawkins had initially shown him. The man's cries growing ever louder, swallowing hard, Todd pressed against the wall of the passage, shielding the flickering candle flame with one hand while extending the other forward, delving deeper into the darkness. At last, he came upon a metallic door engraved with 4 peculiar maxims. Todd slowly pushed it ajar, slipping through the narrow opening. The once pitch-black hall was illuminated by torches, ignited by an unknown source. The flickering flames danced alongside the dimly lit statues, and the intermittent wails further quickened Todd's heartbeat. Perhaps it would still be prudent to turn back, he mused. But the thought was swiftly dismissed. Returning to bed, oblivious to everything, only to toss and turn in restless sleeplessness, would be far more unbearable than death itself. Continuing onward, Todd reached the end of the hall, where he felt along the wall in the firelight and discovered an inconspicuous wooden door behind one of the statues. Pushing it gently revealed no resistance. The door swung open. A gust of wind rushed from beyond, nearly extinguishing the candle's flame. Todd quickly shielded the flickering light with his body as he watched the flame flicker back to life. Feeling a momentary sense of relief, the screams became clearer, a cacophony of incoherent phrases intermingled with pleas and shouts, echoing ominously through the underground passage. Following a lengthy corridor, he arrived at an attic. Cautiously descending a long spiral staircase, Todd ultimately found himself in a cavernous space resembling a cave. After navigating several twists and turns, he squeezed through a narrow crevice, and the sight before him left him in stunned silence. Covering his mouth in astonishment, in the expansive cavern stood a man, approximately 2 meters tall, shackled at hands and feet by 4 massive iron chains. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging, and his limbs appeared grotesquely enlarged. Each blow he struck against the hard stone walls sent showers of debris flying, leaving behind handprints. Each footfall upon the solid ground crushed the earth beneath, creating deep pits. The giant's face contorted in agony, drooling as he alternated between furious roars and desperate pleas. "It hurts. It hurts. Let me go. I beg of you. Release me. My body. It feels like it will tear apart." This was certainly not a human. Todd illuminated the giant's face with the candlelight, and suddenly he recognized the familiar visage. "You are little Jerry," Todd murmured. That lanky youth who always wore a goofy grin, seemingly harmless. An urgent voice echoed from the opposite end of the cave. "Damn it. Todd, get away from there." Enraged by the sudden light and shouting, the giant opened his mouth wide toward Todd. The iron chains, stretched taut and anchored to the mountainside, emitted a grating sound as they strained against the immense force. Terrified by the scene before him, Todd stumbled backward, the candle slipping from his grasp. Crack. Unable to withstand the strain, the iron chain snapped, and the giant's massive hand swung toward Todd's head, threatening to deliver a fatal blow. "Edgar!" A shout rang out nearby, and Todd suddenly realized it was Hawkins's voice. In the next moment, a shadow darted through the air. The scenery rushed past him in a blur, as Todd felt himself being pulled swiftly backward, narrowly evading the giant's strike. Turning to look, he saw Edgar clutching him tightly, his face etched with concern as he watched the giant's next move. Little Jerry, frustrated by his missed attack, stepped forward, his right foot advancing as his left hand clenched into a fist, ready to strike at the two of them. Edgar moved with the swiftness of the wind, pulling Todd backward to avoid another blow. The giant's fist collided with the rock wall, producing a deafening sound as the hard surface caved in. However, they had retreated to the cave's corner, with nowhere left to escape. At that moment, a figure moved in from the side, positioning itself between the two and the giant, dressed in a leather jacket. Hawkins fixed his gaze upon the giant, exhaling deeply as he addressed Edgar. "Edgar, wait here. I'll hold him off while you get Todd to safety." The man slowly unfastened the hidden clasps of his gloves, and under the astonished gaze of the monks, black gas began to emanate from his withered palms. Lowering himself, Hawkins advanced toward the giant's chest, grasping the creature's right arm with his left hand and the left arm with his right. The dark mist swiftly penetrated little Jerry's skin, causing the contact points to darken and yellow, prompting anguished howls of pain. Seizing the opportunity presented by the giant's slowed movements, Todd utilized his unique ability to perceive the ongoing struggle. Hawkins's arms and hands were enveloped in swirling black particles, constantly in motion. Within the interior of little Jerry, chaos reigned supreme. The flow of blood surged like a torrent from a breached dam. Lymphatic tissues swelled into grotesque spheres, and his heart throbbed as if it were a piston on the verge of explosion. Sensing the tugging sensation from behind, Todd retreated cautiously, yet an innate curiosity compelled him to continue observing. Signaling Edgar to halt, Todd suddenly dropped to the ground, peering upward and finally discerning the peculiarities within the giant's lower abdomen. Above Jerry's kidneys, adjacent to the renal fascia, lay a parasitic creature resembling a leech. Chapter 12. Abilities: tachycardia, elevated blood pressure, profuse sweating, swelling of extremities, and the degradation of pain receptors. Todd's mind raced with thoughts. Correlating the parasite on the adrenal glands with these symptoms, it became evident that they were indicative of an excessive secretion of adrenaline. The battle raged on. The agony in the giant's arms rekindled a flicker of awareness. He lowered his shoulders and swept his right leg towards Hawkins' lower hem. The man widened his eyes in alarm, realizing the imminent danger, and hurriedly withdrew his hands to shield his chest, bracing against the impending kick. With a faint crack of splintering bone, Hawkins was launched into the air by the giant's immense force. Crashing face first into the cavern ceiling before plummeting heavily to the ground, the giant roared in fury, raising his colossal foot to stomp down upon Hawkins' head. Todd was struck with terror, yearning to intervene but uncertain of how he could assist. Suddenly recalling Edgar's ghostly speed behind him, he pointed urgently at the man on the ground and shouted, "Edgar, give him a hand." A gray blur darted past him. Edgar, in a flash, raced to Hawkins' side just as the giant's foot descended, pulling him aside with remarkable swiftness. Boom! Little Jerry's foot landed on the deserted ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Gazing through his X-ray vision at the giant's lower abdomen, Todd quickly recalled everything he learned in his university pathology class. When adrenaline levels rise, the blood vessels and skeletal muscles, liver, heart, and brain dilate, allowing more blood to flow, thus providing ample oxygen and nutrients, significantly enhancing physical capabilities. Conversely, adrenaline promotes the breakdown of glycogen and fats while inhibiting insulin secretion, resulting in a dramatic increase in the concentration of nutrients in the blood, thereby supplying vast energy for movement and greatly amplifying the body's explosive strength. However, judging by little Jerry's outward condition, the secretion of adrenaline was excessive, placing an undue burden on his body, diminishing his cerebral autonomy, and even showing signs of impending adrenaline toxicity. That a solution was imperative to cool his adrenal glands. Weighing the myriad methods discussed in university lectures, Todd realized the situation was far from straightforward. The nerve-blocking agents and stimulants used in medicine were currently unattainable. Even if procured, convincing this frenzied giant to ingest them would be an impossible task. However, if he merely considered reducing physiological function and slowing blood circulation, perhaps there were still some alternatives. Edgar supported the incapacitated Hawkins with his shoulder, deftly evading the giant's onslaught, while enduring the pain and weakness brought on by the dark gas enveloping his shoulder. His heavy breaths and pallid complexion indicated that the young man was nearing his limits. Todd called out to them, "Hawkins, Edgar, is there anywhere cold nearby?" Struggling to retrieve his gloves from his waist, Hawkins gently uttered a few words to Edgar. Nodding in understanding, Edgar assisted the man as they fled towards the cave's exit. The trio, pursued relentlessly by the giant through the underground caverns, dodged left and right until they finally reached a natural underground river. Following the others, little Jerry plunged into the icy water, the frigid temperature sapping his strength until, with a low growl, he succumbed to unconsciousness by the riverbank. Shivering uncontrollably from the cold, Todd gradually lost consciousness amidst the dual torment of hunger and chill. Time elapsed, though Todd could not discern how long. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find a rough hand resting upon his forehead, warmth coursing through him. "He's awake." Hawkins' familiar booming voice broke the silence. Todd struggled to align his thoughts with reality. "Where am I?" His left arm was bound in splints and bandages. The Slavic man scratched his head, his face alight with joy. "Praise the heavens, it's been over half a day, and you've finally returned to us." Master Miras withdrew his hand and shot a glance at Hawkins, silencing him instantly. As Todd sat up gradually, he surveyed his surroundings. Master Miras, Hawkins, Edgar, and little Jerry had gathered nearby, their expressions filled with concern. After the teacher's admonishments and the students' assurances of improved behavior, Master Miras declared a suspension of classes for the next 2 days, allowing Todd to focus on recuperation. Once the elder departed, Hawkins and Edgar visibly relaxed. One claimed a chair for himself while the other settled cross-legged against the wall. Only little Jerry remained, hunched over and reverently standing at the bedside, his forehead nearly touching the ceiling. Gazing at the lanky, timid 18-year-old, Todd found it difficult to reconcile him with the monstrous giant he had encountered in the cavern. Shaking his head, he turned to the others and inquired, "Are you all right?" Hawkins offered a wry smile, gesturing to his arm, and grimaced as he touched his back. Edgar shifted his shoulders, grimacing in pain. Todd paused, wishing to ask about the underground cavern but unsure how to broach the subject. Hawkins, interpreting his expression, ventured to explain. Master Mirus once mentioned that we are all of different kinds. I believe it is no longer a secret to reveal our truths to you. As he spoke, he removed his single glove. A faint dark mist emanating from his palm. Hawkins sighed, regarding his hand. My ability is called depletion. Any creature that I touch will gradually lose vitality until it withers away. Replacing his glove, he pointed towards Edgar. This lad possesses the power of swiftness. His speed exceeds that of a galloping warhorse. Shifting his gaze to little Jerry, Hawkins felt a pang of pain in his back and continued. This fellow has the ability of frenzy. For a brief period, he can gain several times the strength, speed, and pain resistance of an ordinary person, yet he loses all reason and will attack anyone nearby. Once the time elapses, he falls into unconsciousness. Moreover, he automatically enters a frenzied state at intervals, which was once a month, but has now dwindled down to a mere 3 days. Cracking his neck, Hawkins elaborated. Last night marked the onset of his frenzy. Originally, we planned to chain him in the underground to let him vent his frustrations, but unexpectedly, you stumbled upon the scene. Todd's expression soured. It seemed his curiosity had indeed led him into peril. Chapter 13. The parasite. Todd, swaying unsteadily, attempted to rise from the bed, prompting little Jerry to rush over and assist him to his feet. Once steady, Todd gestured for the tall youth to lie down. The latter hesitated, confusion etched on his face, forcing Todd to pat the edge of the bed, saying, "Lie down." Jerry complied. Under the puzzled gazes of the others, Todd lifted the hem of Jerry's shirt, employing his X-ray vision to inspect his kidneys. The leech-like parasite was indeed still present, though now it had shrunk to about half its former size, approximately 7 centimeters, with a significantly reduced activity level, appearing far more subdued. Leaning in closely, Todd was able to examine the creature with greater scrutiny. Upon closer inspection, he noted that this parasite differed from a typical leech. Its mouth was connected to a segmented body, each segment adorned with 2 appendage-like structures that pierced the renal fascia directly. This form of parasite had never been documented in the medical annals of his previous life. It was a wholly new species. After further physiological observation, Todd discovered that this adrenal parasite employed a method of physiological stimulation at intervals, its body writhing and using its appendages to stimulate the adrenal glands, extracting adrenaline-secreting fluid from the host, which it then absorbed through its mouth and stored within its body. When the quantity exceeded the parasite's storage capacity, it would expel the accumulated secretion all at once, creating the host's intermittent reactions, resulting in little Jerry's periodic frenzy episodes. Todd gestured for little Jerry to turn to the side to observe the parasite from a different angle. As he continued to use his X-ray vision, he pondered possible solutions to in his previous life. One could have surgically excised the parasite under local anesthesia. However, under the current circumstances, not only was surgery unfeasible, but even the provision of anesthetic conditions was impossible. Straightening up, Todd rubbed his nose, closing his eyes in frustration. Alternatively, had he access to a complete set of biochemical laboratory equipment, nucleic acid protein chromatography devices, DNA sequencing analysis chambers, etc., he could have conducted live tissue sampling to determine the corresponding microRNA of the parasite and create gene-suppressing medications. In this wretched place, one cannot even find a mere dropper, let alone biochemical equipment. What shall we do? Hawkins exchanged a glance with Edgar, and the former leaned closer to Todd, cautiously inquiring, "Do you possess a method to heal little Jerry?" Todd remained silent for a considerable time before finally responding, "I need to ponder this." After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss, exhaling deeply as he indicated to Jerry that he could rise from the bed. The Slavic man appeared somewhat disheartened, but quickly shifted the topic. "Let us set aside Jerry's predicament for now. Regarding the earlier discussion about refining silver, I have located several trustworthy individuals." While listening to the conversation, Todd's mind wandered to the notion of the aberrations that Hawkins had mentioned. It suddenly dawned on him that both Hawkins and Edgar possessed aberrant powers. Could it be that they too harbored parasites within their bodies? Using his X-ray ability, Todd discerned subtle black particles drifting within Hawkins's hand, while a hazy gray mist enveloped Edgar's lower limbs. The aberrant substances within these two seemed unlike mere parasites. Perhaps they were even smaller entities? Abandoning this line of inquiry for the moment, Todd recalled that Master Mirus had granted him a reprieve in recent days, and nodded. "You are correct. Let us direct our focus towards the modification of the gray smelting furnace." He retrieved the blueprints from beneath the bed and proceeded to elucidate several critical engineering aspects of the furnace's transformation to Hawkins. Given the existing foundation of the farmer's furnace, it sufficed to modify the furnace top, the furnace tray, and the flue. The top was ideally to be constructed from high alumina bricks or refractory bricks, yet due to constraints, they were left with no choice but to settle for limestone bricks. The furnace tray, being the most crucial component, required high-temperature resistant materials to be fashioned into a rectangular shape, typically utilizing magnesium bricks or cement refractory bricks. Though wrought iron could serve as a makeshift substitute, the flue necessitated processing with overlay materials, needing to inject air and heavy oil to ensure the removal of impurities and the unobstructed flow of gas. With a furnace body of 1.5 meters in depth requiring the construction of at least 4 flues, composed of wrought iron and stone, to their astonishment, when they tallied the costs, the materials and labor for the furnace modification alone would amount to a substantial sum. Just as the financially strapped Todd found himself in a predicament, Hawkins unexpectedly offered to contribute all his savings to support him, and Edgar stepped forward, willing to part with his pocket money as well. Observing the two men's pained expressions, Todd found himself questioning their fervent enthusiasm for a venture he himself could not confidently assure success. Unbeknownst to him, Master Miras's pronouncement of his holy son's blessing had deeply resonated within their hearts. Subsequently, Hawkins proposed a solution: to divide the blueprints according to the workload and assign them to different craftsmen for production. After a moment's contemplation, Todd grasped his intent. Disassembling the processing items for separate fabrication would ensure that no single craftsman would discern the ultimate purpose behind their work. However, entrusting one individual with the entirety of the project risked alerting an astute mind to the underlying design. In essence, it was a strategy for technical confidentiality. Agreeing to this suggestion, the three swiftly divided their tasks. Hawkins took the disassembled blueprints to various villages to seek craftsmen for the equipment's fabrication. Todd ventured to the smelting site at the foot of the mountain to prepare for the silver's re-refinement. Edgar set off to the market to procure wood, charcoal, and oil, among other consumable materials. The trio promptly set to work that very morning. Upon arriving at the smelting site, Todd began with a grand discourse on serving God, delivering a lesson in ideological and political education to the craftsmen. Before guiding them in modifying the furnace body to accommodate the upcoming equipment installation, he also excavated some of the silver mine waste that had been piled up, stacking it in an open area. After completing these tasks, Todd settled among the craftsmen, engaging in idle chatter, when his gaze fell upon little Jerry, who was squatting not far away, seemingly lost in thought. This towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, was a conspicuous presence wherever he went. Todd found it peculiar that since his awakening, the lanky youth had been shadowing him closely, never straying in Hawkins's words. He wished to become Todd's personal bodyguard. Attempting to atone in his own way, Todd scoffed at this notion, recalling that this individual could erupt into violence at any moment. Such constant proximity felt more like a plea for assistance to him. Around 1 o'clock that afternoon, Edgar returned, driving a cart laden with consumables. By 5 o'clock, Hawkins arrived with the first batch of furnace equipment, directing the craftsmen in the installation and adjustment of the gray smelting furnace. Todd rubbed his hands together, igniting the charcoal in the furnace trough with a torch, the vibrant flames illuminating his face. Let us commence. Chapter 14. The Hunt in the Dead of Night. South of Watchtower, in the Rookwood Forest. A man burdened with a heavy wooden crate sprinted beneath the tranquil night sky, deftly maneuvering through the crevices of massive stones and leaping over low shrubs, his silhouette akin to a shadow flitting through the darkness. Occasionally glancing back, he remained oblivious to the sweat that had already soaked through the back of his garment. As he ventured further south, the trees grew denser, the path steeper, and solid ground gradually gave way to soggy wetlands. The man raised his gaze towards the moon, straining to hear the sounds around him. The rustle of leaves in the wind and the sound of vegetation striking stones heightened his anxiety, causing him to clench his fists tightly. Climbing up a nearby mound, he was just about to leap down the opposite slope when the sharp sound of a crossbow slicing through the air erupted. A silver-tipped bolt hurtled towards his ankle. Almost instinctively, the man tilted his body to the side, propelling himself forward just in time to narrowly evade the attack. Slowly rising from the ground, he placed the crate behind him and shouted into the desolate forest, "Come forth, dogs of the church." A deep, echoing voice resonated amidst the trees. The filthy rats of the sewers always emit such a piercing cry before their demise. 3 men and 1 woman emerged from the shadows into the moonlight. The towering figure at the forefront dawned on Lord Shaymail. Beneath the full-faced iron mask lay a pair of emotionless eyes fixated on the crate resting on the ground. A stocky man wielding a crossbow hoisted the weapon onto his shoulder, casting a mocking glance at the wary fugitive, his voice as deep and gravelly as ever. "Marcus Byrne, we have been tailing you for far longer than you can imagine." Silently drawing a short sword from his waist, Marcus steadied his breath, allowing the blade to slice through his skin. Blood trickled over the weapon's metallic surface, defying the anticipated drop into the earth, instead clinging to the blade like grease. Once the blood enveloped the entire edge, Marcus tore a strip from the hem of his garment and fashioned it into a bandage, wrapping it around his wound. "Let the horses come forth." He waved the flaming sword into the air. The intense friction ignited the entire short sword, its flames not merely a mundane red and yellow, but tinged with a faint purplish-black hue. The stocky man's eyes narrowed slightly as he readied his crossbow once more, retrieving a pitch-black bolt from his back. Murmuring, "The aberration of the sun," the man clad in iron armor shook his chainmail slightly and took a step forward. The woman enveloped in the church's white robe spoke. "Chief, you need not engage personally." The leader slowly withdrew the double-handed sword from behind his back, driving it into the earth with a resounding thud, clearly expressing his command. The other 3 team members remained silent, retreating without further objection. Marcus held the ignited short sword at an angle before his chest, gazing at the immovable figure before him, resembling a mountain. The adversary's weapon remained embedded in the ground, and he did not budge an inch. Yet cold sweat trickled down Marcus's face. With a forceful push of his right foot into the ground, a plume of black flames surged forth like a hellish eruption, the air and debris instantly searing from the intense heat. As Marcus's sword tip suddenly appeared before the leader's face, the man, entirely clad in iron, reacted. His foot struck the massive sword buried in the earth, unleashing a tremendous force that sent dirt and leaves flying. Colliding with Marcus and momentarily stalling him, the double-handed sword arced from the lower left to the upper right. The clash of blades sparked a shower of light. The force of this strike knocked the short sword's wielder off balance, causing him to stagger back a few steps. The iron-masked man reinserted his weapon into the ground, his hands overlapping on the hilt, neither pursuing the attack nor mocking his opponent, merely waiting, patiently awaiting. Marcus knelt on one knee, one hand gripping a tree trunk while the other plunged the short sword into a puddle. The flames did not extinguish, but rather intensified. His eyes held no trace of fear or despair, only an unquenchable fighting spirit. For the first time, the eyes behind the iron mask flickered with emotion, a slight nod of acknowledgement, as the leader withdrew his weapon from the earth, raising it for the first time. Assuming a combat stance, once more, the swords clashed. The deafening sound startled the beasts lurking deep within the forest. The short sword remained tenuously gripped in Marcus's hand, but the blood flowing from his wounded palm and his unsteady steps betrayed the struggle of this warrior. The 2 parties continued to engage for several more rounds. Seizing upon a fleeting opportunity, the iron-masked man reversed the hilt of his sword and struck directly at his opponent's abdomen, compelling Marcos to emit a low, guttural groan before collapsing onto the ground. Life or death. The blade of the great sword pointed ominously at the chest of the fallen, as the leader of the group halted the advance of the other 3 with one hand, while gripping the sword hilt with the other. Marcos, kneeling upon the ground, trembled uncontrollably, his right hand discarding the serrated short sword as he bowed his head to the earth. Witnessing this scene, the remaining 3 members of the group breathed a sigh of relief. The stout man lowered his crossbow and disdainfully remarked, "A rat is but a rat." Before his words could fully escape his lips, a low chuckle erupted, transforming into raucous laughter as Marcos suddenly thrust his hands forward, grasping the iron-masked man's great sword with a fierce tenacity, propelling his body forward. The blade pierced through from his chest to his back, a deluge of blood erupting forth, not a single drop staining the ground, but instead enveloping the iron-masked man's sword and armor like a shroud for the dead. Gasping and spewing blood, the aberrant being, with blood-red eyes, fixated upon the gaze hidden behind the steel, uttering each word with grave intensity. "To live is to die." Boom! The blood that flowed ignited instantaneously, a blazing inferno of dark purple flames engulfing the 2 figures. "Do you have children?" Gripping the iron-masked man even tighter, Marcos heard this unexpected question as the flames seared his body. Assuming it to be a figment of his imagination, he summoned the last of his strength to raise his head, gazing at his adversary amidst the hellfire. "Do you have children?" Upon this repetition, Marcos comprehended that the words indeed escaped the other's lips. Instinctively shaking his head, he was nonetheless haunted by the vivid image of a small, dark figure in his mind, seemingly unfazed by the encroaching dark purple flames. The iron-masked man nodded slightly. "That is good." With a swift motion, he drew and struck with his sword, seamlessly severing Marcos's head from his body. The final sight that Marcos beheld was the iron-masked man, ablaze, extending his right palm outward toward his chest, drawing the roaring flames into his being. As wisps of blue smoke slowly ascended from his armor, the battle concluded. The stout man sheathed his weapon, donned his gloves, and retrieved Marcos's severed head. Observing the charred remains in his hands, he called out to the leader in the distance, "Boss, how much should we mark this son aberrant?" The iron-masked man lifted a wooden crate from the ground, crushed the top with a single hand, and gazed at the stones within, stating without turning back, "5." Acknowledging this, the stout man produced a finely crafted iron box from his pack and opened its lid. Inside lay an array of iron stamps, arranged in 2 rows. The top row contained 22 stamps inscribed with Latin words such as chariot, tower, judgment. The bottom row bore 12 stamps marked with the numbers from Edo XI. He first located the stamp inscribed with the word son from the top row, then found the stamp marked with from the bottom row. Subsequently, the stout man ignited a nearby charcoal furnace, heating the stamps until they glowed red, before pressing them firmly against the forehead of Marcos's head. "Son V." The stout man placed the branded head into a cloth bag, stowing it in his pack, muttering, "Only 5. I expected it to be higher." Casting aside the wooden crate, the iron-masked man surveyed the scattered stones, remaining silent for a protracted moment, eyeing the night sky. An owl flapped its wings and landed upon the arm of a woman clad in white robes. She playfully patted the little messenger's face, unfastening a cylindrical wooden tube from its ankle, extracting a note within, and reading its contents aloud to the leader. The village at the junction of Falling Star Mountain and Moonstream Plain. A burnt cottage, 2 corpses of wanted individuals by the church, inscriptions left in the cellar, nascence Morimert. The iron-masked man resheathed his great sword and gazed westward across the plain, softly murmuring, "The Relief Society." Chapter 15. The visitor Todd rubbed his weary, strained eyes. Prolonged use of his clairvoyant ability to peer into the radiant molten metal within the furnace had overwhelmed his optic nerves, even scorching his tear ducts to the point of yielding no tears. In his previous life, he often observed in novels and films how those who traversed worlds effortlessly brought technological advancements and industrial inventions into new realms, making it all seem so simple and pleasant. Yet the true hardships could only be appreciated through direct experience. Before him lay the 3rd batch of smelting, the remnants of ore. The first attempt had resulted in a partial collapse due to an impractical construction of the furnace's top materials, leading to contamination of the silver lead solution and necessitating a complete restart. The second attempt faltered as well, hindered by the absence of professional temperature monitoring equipment and the inexperience of the operators, resulting in a drastic fluctuation in furnace temperature and ultimately a blast furnace incident. After these initial failures, the craftsmen and apprentices in the smelting yard, including Hawkins and Edgar, had nearly lost all hope. Some urged Todd to abandon his efforts, while others pulled out crosses to pray to the Father, and a few even began packing to return home for rest. Nevertheless, the smelting persevered. In both his past and present lives, the term abandon had never graced Todd's lexicon. From the moment the furnace was lit, the smelting continued until 11 o'clock the following night. In the silent, pitch-black night, the only flicker of light emanated from the smelting yard of St. Sidro's Monastery. A full 30 hours had elapsed. A soul accustomed to burning the midnight oil in laboratories began to feel fatigue and the brink of collapse in this still young body. Yet Todd could not relent. The entire 3-step gray-blowing method was now at its critical juncture. Before the furnace stood only Todd, Hawkins, Aiden, and a few apprentices, utilizing his clairvoyance to observe the interior of the furnace. Todd signaled for his assistants to first add a small amount of saltpeter to the lead-silver solution to expedite the oxidation of copper and other impurities. Next, they evenly sprinkled a thin layer of bone powder, primarily composed of calcium and phosphorus, into the mixture, extracting the residual slag cleanly. Finally, they added a layer of charcoal to cover the silver liquid, raising the furnace temperature further to 900 degrees Celsius before extinguishing the flames to remove the excess oxygen absorbed within the liquid. Ultimately pouring the finished solution slowly into the mold at 4 in the morning. The bell for the monastery's morning prayers resonated throughout the vicinity, the monks' chants echoing in the main hall. At the foot of the mountain, a group of soot-streaked, fatigued individuals bore witness to a monumental success. After a grueling 35 hours, 2 failed attempts, and the consumption of approximately 3 tons of silver or waste. A silver ingot measuring 4 centimeters in length, 3 centimeters in width, and weighing 23.5 grams finally emerged from the furnace. It succeeded. The first voice to break the silence belonged to Hawkins, whose loud exclamation drew the attention of the slumbering Edgar and the other craftsmen and apprentices, who soon rushed over. As Todd felt the warmth of the precious metal in his hands, he was overwhelmed with emotion, reflecting on the journey from mineral selection, chemical equations, industrial design, equipment schematics, to the preparatory work. Furnace modifications, 3 rounds of smelting, 2 failures, and ultimately, the production of the final product. It was an arduous yet immensely fulfilling experience. However, in terms of elation, there was one who surpassed him in excitement, having staked his entire fortune on this small silver ingot. Hawkins, holding the precious object aloft, completely abandoned his usual calm demeanor as he closed his eyes, rubbing his roughened face against the cool surface, occasionally emitting blissful sighs of relief. Behind him, Edgar bounced about restlessly, akin to an agitated monkey, tugging at Hawkins's shoulder one moment and delivering swift kicks to the larger man's knee the next, exclaiming, "Hey, let me see. Let me see." Ignoring the raucous duo, Todd had more pressing matters at hand, the calculation of smelting yields. The entire silver refining process had consumed 35 hours, deducting the time lost to the 2 failures, along with the time expended on removing slag, repairing the furnace and blower. It was estimated that roughly 6 such refinements could be conducted weekly. Assuming a consistent yield for each refinement, the weekly yield would amount to approximately 140 grams of silver ingots, setting aside the holy coin used by the Papal States. The 3 most common currencies among the southwestern nations were the golden dawn made of gold, the silver moon crafted from silver, and the copper star composed of copper, maintaining a ratio of approximately 1:10,000 that the silver moon weighed around 2.2 grams, indicating a weekly yield of about 63 silver moons. Naturally, the final net profit would need to account for expenses such as fuel, equipment repairs, procurement of spare materials, black market exchange fees, and the wages of the craftsmen and apprentices, leading to a net profit of approximately 38 coins weekly for the trio at the monastery. Regarding the final expenditures, disagreements arose among Hawkins, Edgar, and Todd. The former 2 believed it unnecessary to incur additional costs for the craftsmen and apprentices, while Todd maintained his stance, opting to grant all workers double their standard wages, alongside a monetary equivalent of their meal allowances. The outcome was, of course, one of gratitude and joy from the craftsmen and apprentices alike. After issuing instructions, Todd left a few individuals to oversee the furnace. With his body covered in coal dust and fatigue weighing heavily upon him, Todd collapsed to the ground on his way back to the monastery, succumbing to exhaustion. Ultimately, it was Hawkins who hoisted him onto his back and carried him to the monk's dormitory, gently placing him on his bed. Upon reaching his own chamber, Todd fell into a deep slumber, oblivious to the events transpiring on the other side of the monastery, sleeping from dawn until the dark of night. As the moon ascended to the treetops, the night insects of early spring produced their first chirps. Master Miras, leaning against the fireplace, faced south, seated in the northern part of the room, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the doorway. In a rare display of extravagance, he had lit 3 candles within his chamber, one upon the writing desk, another beside the main door, and the last at the staircase, casting a soft glow that illuminated every corner, rendering shadows invisible. The bell tower of the monastery tolled 8 times, signaling the end of light and the impending arrival of darkness. The faint gray mist seeped through the gaps of the window frames, drifting into the room, coalescing upon the floor, taking form as a figure slowly rose from the hazy vapor. Master Miras regarded the visage materializing from the mist, his body remaining still, his expression impassive. As he raised a hand to point toward the opposite door, intoning gravely, "You ought to know, the Heavenly Father instructs his people on the proper use of doors and windows. It is the true distinction between civilization and barbarism." The man shrouded in mist steadied himself. His pallid, sickly visage devoid of color. With elongated fingers, he retrieved a charred sword fragment from within his cloak, hissing, "Mr. Byrne is dead." Chapter 16. Tidings of Misfortune and Gifts. What did you say? Marcos, he is dead. The elder rose unsteadily from his chair, his arms drooping lifelessly as he trembled while accepting the damaged weapon, his sorrowful countenance appearing to age a decade in an instant. Who? Master Miris's reaction elicited a slight curve of amusement at the corners of the pale man's mouth. The Third Inquisition Tribunal. The judge Alfonso de Cavour. Cradling the broken sword fragment, the elder, his eyes losing focus, sank back into his chair, murmuring the name Alfonso de Cavour, Alfonso de Cavour, absent-mindedly. After wandering the room, he first dusted off the staircase with his sleeve before settling at the foot of the stairs leading to the second floor. The man furrowed his brow at the candle upon the handrail, exhaled deeply, and as gray wisps of smoke drifted through the air, the candle's flame extinguished, leaving only a wisp of white smoke ascending into the void. He produced a finely crafted silver file from his cloak, meticulously tending to his nails, occasionally glancing at the monk beside the writing desk, who was lost in grief that a chilly wind swept through the damp. Cold fireplace, cooling Miris's brow, gradually bringing clarity to his thoughts as he placed the broken sword on the desk beside him. The elder's voice resembled a wheezing bellows. Throwbone, speak. What does the Relief Society require of us this time? The man known as Throwbone delicately placed his manicured nails near his lips, gently blowing away the dust, inspecting his fingers with nonchalance as he replied. It concerns the matter of the Sutherland relics. The chairman received your letter a few days ago and was quite displeased regarding the reported loss of the relics and the fact that you returned empty-handed. The elder straightened, calmly stating, as I mentioned in my letter, due to heavy snowfall, my men were unable to reach the rendezvous point on time. By the time he discovered the bodies of the Relief Society members, the relics had already been taken. Throwbone flicked the dust from his nails, looking toward Master Miris with a smile. You are the voice of God on earth. Your words are the will of the Lord. I trust you would never stoop to deceit or falsehood. The flickering candlelight danced, illuminating the darkened staircase, as the elder, seated in the light, exchanged a glance with the man cloaked in shadow. Master Miris turned his gaze to the crucifix on the wall and murmured, God eternally blesses those who revere him. His justice extends to their descendants. I uphold the Heavenly Father's covenant, faithfully adhering to his commandments. Very well. Throwbone rose from the steps, softly applauding, his face a canvas of emotion and sincerity as he approached the monk. In the next moment, the man's expression shifted to one of playful intrigue. Taking advantage of the elder's shadow to obscure the candlelight, he leaned closer and whispered in the elder's ear, However, I am puzzled about one thing. Why, as fellow believers of the Heavenly Father and messengers of the Lord, did the Church resort to such barbarity against Mr. Byrne, piercing his body, severing his head, and abandoning his corpse to the wilderness? Such ruthless, dehumanizing atrocities. Seated in his chair, Master Miris trembled uncontrollably, his nails digging into his flesh without his awareness, as he forced out the words between clenched teeth, to harm the innocent without cause. To harbor unjust hatred against the virtuous, this is sin. Dipping his fingers into his mouth for moisture, Throwbone pinched the candle on the desk with his thumb and forefinger, causing the flame to vanish instantly. As he leisurely strolled toward the main door in the dim light, he pushed it open, gazing at the silent elder, stroking his chin thoughtfully for a moment before tilting his head and asking, I seem to have heard a rumor that you had a son in your youth, whom you, for various reasons, entrusted to a family as an adopted child, that family's surname. I believe it was Byrne. Silence enveloped the room. After a long pause, a low voice broke the stillness. There is no such matter. Shrugging, Throwbone nodded in response. I suppose that is unlikely. You are a covenant keeper of the Heavenly Father and would naturally not deceive me. As he spoke, the man waved his hand, extinguishing the last candle beside the door. I have always been a person of integrity and sincerity. You have taught me the distinction between civilization and barbarism. And I shall take my leave through the front door. With that statement, Throwbone stepped back and closed the door. Darkness swiftly engulfed the room, consuming all traces of light from every corner. After a full day and night of slumber, Todd awoke, his body aching and his stomach growling, as the sunlight pierced through his eyelids. Glancing out at the sun hanging high in the sky, he recalled some important matters, yet they eluded him. Lying in bed with his eyes open for a while, Todd suddenly bolted upright. Damn it, the day is the day of class. dressing in his monk's robes and grabbing his reading materials and writing utensils. Todd flung open his door and sprinted toward Master Miris's classroom. Arriving, drenched in sweat, he learned from others a peculiar fact. Master Miris left the monastery at dawn without leaving a word. Uncertain of what had transpired, Todd touched his empty, hollow stomach, realizing he had a long wait until noon. With thoughts of locating the mobile food storage unit, Hawkins, he began to wander the monastery. After fruitless searching, he was discovered by the ever-following little Jerry. Todd glanced back at the tall figure trailing behind him and finally remembered where that fellow was most likely to be found. Indeed, at the foot of the monastery hill, the familiar figures of Hawkins and Edgar stood out among a group of craftsmen and apprentices. Observing the two dust-covered, exuberant figures before him, Todd couldn't help but marvel at the irresistible allure of money. The Slavic man half sat on the ground, fixated on the furnace emitting high-temperature steam, without turning around at the sound of Todd's approach. He pulled out half a rye bread from his pocket and handed it over. Without a care for the origin of the half-loaf, Todd broke the tough crust with his hands and swallowed it down. Feeling a slight sense of fullness in his stomach, he wanted to caution those near the furnace that the lead vapors released during silver smelting could cause chronic harm to the body. Though he had considered this when designing the furnace and had installed condensing ducts and underground collection pools, some impact was inevitable. However, Hawkins's next words left him utterly astonished, causing him to forget his intended warning. I sought out familiar craftsmen from the nearby village and planned to construct 3 more furnaces like this. The man's tone suggested it was the most mundane of matters. By the way, I have already paid the craftsmen with the silver ingots we smelted these past few days as a deposit. Was he planning for large-scale production? But such intentions could not remain hidden forever. Eventually, someone would covet what they had. Just as Todd was about to offer a word of caution, he reconsidered. Refining slag was not particularly difficult, and it was only a matter of time before it became known. Rather than hiding, it might be wiser to profit handsomely before pulling back. Edgar, however, lacked the complex thoughts of the other two and approached Todd, saying, "Uncle Hawkins and I have prepared a gift for you." "A gift?" Hawkins stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "To be precise, it is a room." Chapter 17. The laboratory. The path remained that shadowy corridor, and the door was still that iron door inscribed with proverbs. At the end of the underground hall, Hawkins stood before a tightly closed iron door, retrieving a peculiar key from his waist, opening a new world for Todd. The floor, meticulously hand-polished from Woolian red granite, sprawls across the entirety of the room, while 4 colossal marble tabletops dominate the center, adorned with an array of tools reminiscent of iron frames, asbestos mesh, alcohol lamps, beakers, test tubes, gas jars, reagent bottles, and mortars. Although the alcohol has long since evaporated and the iron mesh has succumbed to rust, the prolonged seclusion has preserved these artifacts in a seemingly undamaged state. 3 glass cabinets made of cedar stand in a row against the wall, housing various jars and bottles of all sizes. Some containing specimens soaked in liquid, others filled with unidentified dry powders, and a few with broken seals that have even sprouted fungi and mildew. Todd, illuminated by the torch in Edgar's hand, scrutinized the faded and deformed labels on the jars, deciphering the Latin text that described objects unknown to him, minus the inscrutable symbolic characters. A fabric circular diagram hung on the wall directly opposite the entrance, depicting an octagonal pattern akin to a magical circle. With the cardinal directions labeled as water, earth, fire, and wind, the intercardinal directions annotated as cold, dry, hot, and humid. Standing at the room's heart, Todd turned on his heels, surveying the expansive nearly 200-square-foot chamber, and couldn't help but marvel at the unexpected sight of such a medieval-themed chemistry lab in these surroundings. Noticing the satisfaction etched across his face, Hawkins raised an eyebrow and said with a grin, "You think this is the end? I assure you, what you're about to see will leave you utterly astounded." The man strode to the far end of the room, opened a hidden compartment in the wall, and grasped a hand crank, turning it carefully with measured effort. The ceiling of the basement echoed with the sound of gears whirring and pulleys rolling. Moments later, a massive natural fissure slowly cracked open in the dimly lit rocky ceiling. 18 noon. Sunlight streamed through the many copper mirrors and glass stones installed above the fissure, utilizing principles of light reflection and scattering to instantly illuminate the entire room. Fresh air began to flow in from above, dispelling the staleness and heaviness of the enclosed space, invigorating the senses. "Wow," Todd exclaimed, his eyes wide and mouth agape, his admiration spilling forth as he mused. The architect of this room must possess not only mastery in alchemy, foundational chemistry, and physiology, but also a profound understanding of engineering, optics, and mechanics. Such a person must be a genius. The rapture on Todd's face greatly pleased Hawkins, tossing the keys from his waist to Todd. The man first whistled towards the room and then remarked, "It took us considerable effort to unlock this chamber. I initially intended to sell these items." "Absolutely not." Without a moment's thought, Todd voiced his opposition. Upon realizing Hawkins's sly expression, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and smiled. The Slavic man patted Todd's shoulder, stating, "Then I thought, perhaps in such a place, you could uncover its true value. This is the finest gift I have received in my life." Todd gazed into Hawkins's eyes, opened his arms, and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Hawkins, gloved hands raised, took 2 steps back, shaking his head, and replied, "No hugs, let us leave the time for you, in this room." As the man, intending to depart with Edgar, turned around, he caught sight of little Jerry, who lingered beside Todd with a curious expression. Sighing, he approached and seized the boy's clothing, pulling him towards the exit while muttering, "You shouldn't be loitering here. Don't forget, it's been 3 days since your last episode. Let us go cool off in the water." Observing the tall youth's reluctant demeanor as he pleaded, Todd could only shake his head in helplessness. Ever since the last attack incident, he and Hawkins had devised a stress relief plan for little Jerry. Each time he went berserk, they would immerse him in cold water. The low temperature would slow the movement of parasites, thereby reducing the adrenaline release rate. While the total amount remained unchanged, the duration of release extended, significantly alleviating the physical suffering and preventing a mental breakdown. Both understood that this plan was merely a temporary measure, but it was the best option available for the time being. After sending the trio on their way, Todd closed the door and excitedly explored the room, touching here and inspecting there. Soon, several aspects drew his attention. One was the glassware used in experiments, distinctly different from modern glass craftsmanship, with all the glass instruments exhibiting a metallic luster, and some larger vessels bore peculiar inscriptions resembling Arabic script. Another was the assortment of powders in the cabinets, based on their appearance and aroma. Todd could identify some, such as calcite, calcium carbonate, obsidian, silicon dioxide, cassiterite, tin oxide, and alum, potassium, aluminum sulfate, while others remained a mystery. The last point of intrigue was the strange specimens, some identifiable as animal tissue, others resembling plant roots, and some akin to mutated organs of humanoid creatures. Suppressing his curiosity for the moment, Todd reminded himself that the most pressing task was not to identify the items. Feeling the sticky floor beneath his feet and noticing the thick layer of dust on the stone table, a phrase commonly displayed in laboratories of his previous life echoed in his mind. Maintaining cleanliness is everyone's responsibility. He retrieved a mop and cloth from the storage room in the underground hall and fetched water from the subterranean river in a wooden bucket. Rolling up his sleeves, Todd commenced a thorough and comprehensive cleaning of this long-abandoned laboratory. After scrubbing the floor, polishing the stone table to a reflective sheen, and rendering the jars and bottles sparkling transparent, he transported bucket after bucket of murky water out of the room, discarding piles of useless debris. Hours passed. The light filtering through the ceiling gradually turned golden, heralding the end of the day and the imminent arrival of night. Todd poured the final bucket of dirty water onto the ground in the far corridor outside the door. Returning to the laboratory, he surveyed the now pristine space, nodding in satisfaction as the last rays of the setting sun illuminated the room. Perhaps it seems somewhat laughable, but this place may very well be the starting point for my future livelihood and legendary endeavors in this alternate world. Todd twisted the crank, sealing the fissure in the ceiling, reluctantly closing the door behind him. He cast a final glance at everything within, pondering deeply. Chapter 18. The curse, the dining hall, library, and dormitory. These 3 points formed the trajectory of Todd's life during his university days in his previous life, now dramatically reenacted in this alternate realm. Rising at 6 in the morning, Todd donned his monk's robe and stealthily pushed open his door. After confirming the corridor was vacant, he made his way to the monk's library to study theological scriptures and literary rhetoric. Some might argue that since Master Miras had vanished without a trace, the continuation of these studies was no longer necessary. However, Todd opted for self-study, a decision reached after careful deliberation. In essence, there were 2 significant reasons. First, surviving in this world under the guise of a monk necessitated acquiring essential scriptures, as they were fundamental for communication and preaching. Second, Maintaining a regular presence in the eyes of others would help mitigate their suspicions. After lunch, the afternoon hours were dedicated to Todd's laboratory endeavors. For him, having just taken over this lab, the most urgent task was to organize the materials, setting aside the specimens and plants. Nearly 100 types of minerals and materials remained in the laboratory cabinets, in dire need of identification and labeling. Due to the lack of identification equipment at his disposal, common methods such as X-ray identification and polarized electron identification, prevalent in the modern world, were impossible to employ. The only feasible methods were visual observation and basic chemical analysis. The so-called visual observation involved examining the remnants of minerals in the lab, noting their color, streak, transparency, luster, and light reflection capabilities, which allowed for the identification of the first batch of minerals, such as cinnabar, malachite, magnetite, chalcanthite, and so forth. Next, he prepared some basic chemical reagents, such as sulfuric acid and hydrochloric acid, to facilitate chemical analysis, distinguishing visually similar minerals through their differing reactions. For instance, calcite and dolomite are indistinguishable by appearance alone. Only by adding dilute hydrochloric acid could the intensity of gas generation reveal their differences. Lastly, Todd sealed away the altered, valueless, and indeterminate minerals in wooden boxes within the laboratory. The preparation of these basic reagents and the identification and classification of nearly 100 minerals consumed almost half a month of Todd's time. Just as Todd was about to embark on the next phase of his preparations, Hawkins found him. "We have trouble." Upon hearing this, Todd realized that the rare days of tranquility had come to an end. During their journey to the smelting plant, Hawkins briefly recounted the events that had transpired. Approximately 2 days prior, a craftsman who had completed his refining work returned home that in the night, as he slept. He was suddenly awakened from a nightmare, first experiencing severe abdominal cramps, followed by full-body convulsions, foaming at the mouth, and ultimately losing consciousness, becoming a mere shell of a person who could breathe but not speak. Experienced elders, upon learning of the incident, claimed they had witnessed such occurrences several times before. This was a gift from the demon. The explanation is as follows. The ores extracted from the depths of the earth draw near to the dwelling of demons. When subjected to the flames of refinement, the demons within the ores are awakened, consuming the souls of humanity. The sole remedy lies in seeking out a priest from the church who can purify the ores with divine power. Without a moment's hesitation, Hawkins dismissed this suggestion, incredulous at the thought of allowing the church to learn of the equipment and techniques used in silver refinement. At that moment, a man, employing both verbal threats and the allure of silver coins, expended considerable effort to suppress the matter for the time being. However, the respite was short-lived. Merely 2 days and 1 night after the last incident, another craftsman fell victim to the curse, exhibiting the same symptoms and circumstances. Consequently, all craftsmen and apprentices refused to continue their work. No amount of money could alter their resolve. In unison, they declared that either a priest must be summoned, or work would cease indefinitely. With no alternatives left, Hawkins reluctantly approached Todd, hoping for a potential solution. Todd listened attentively, nodding, forming a preliminary judgment in his mind. Upon arriving at the smelting site, many, fearing the demon's curse, chose to idle or withdraw, leaving fewer than a third of the craftsmen and apprentices behind. Even those who remained refused to approach the pile of slag. Tools lay scattered about, and remnants of solidified solution were still visible in the gray smelting furnace. "My lord." Aiden was the first to approach Todd, hesitating before speaking. Todd gestured for him to remain calm and began to inspect the smelting site. He scrutinized the raw materials, the furnace, the water source, and the waste liquid. Inquiring about the 2 craftsmen, their duties, and specific locations, after completing this investigation, Todd furrowed his brow and turned to Aiden, asking, "What is the situation with the waste liquid tank beneath the smelting furnace?" Todd crouched down, examining the lead waste tank he had previously designed. The solidified lead material exceeded half of the tank's capacity, and the drainage hole at the top was completely blocked by stones and debris. I have previously stated that after each smelting, the underground waste liquid must be drained. Aiden scratched his head. Perhaps an apprentice was slacking and forgot about it. Nonsense. How could such a matter be forgotten? Todd's sudden outburst startled everyone present. Young Jerry, who had been standing beside him, shrank back, seeking refuge behind a small tree. Realizing that his tone mirrored that of the teachers who reprimanded students in the laboratory, Todd quickly moderated his speech. lowering his voice and adopting a tone befitting his status. Every offering made to the Father, every drop and every detail, may seem inconsequential, yet it is a testament to our virtue. Aiden clutched the cross around his neck, bowing his head as he murmured, "The Father above." Todd had reached a conclusion regarding the demon curse incident. Ultimately, it stemmed from the failure to drain the lead liquid during the silver refining process. The high temperatures had caused the lead to evaporate, resulting in toxic lead vapors that led to the craftsman's acute lead poisoning. Yet, such an explanation would hold no sway over the medieval populace, should he voice it. He might even be branded a heretic and arrested on the spot. That a suitable approach was essential for addressing this issue properly. While contemplating strategies, Todd continued to explain to the craftsmen and apprentices, every step in the refining process is a ritual of protection bestowed upon the faithful by the Father. Any oversight or negligence may grant the demon an opportunity to intrude. The expressions of dawning realization and deep agreement among the crowd made Todd acutely aware of what needed to be done next. As a plan began to take shape in his mind, he first needed to return to the laboratory to prepare some items. Todd traced a cross over his chest and addressed the craftsmen and apprentices. "Please inform those afflicted by the curse that this evening I shall personally strive to rid them of it and vanquish the demon." Chapter 19. The exorcism ritual. Upon returning from the smelting site, Todd plunged into the laboratory, leaving Harkins, Edgar, and Jerry exchanging glances in the underground hall. The three deliberated, and ultimately, Harkins stepped forward, gently pushing open the laboratory door. Observing the monk apprentices busily tending to a myriad of bottles and jars, he cautiously remarked, "Todd, if our adversary is indeed a demon, perhaps it would be wiser to have the church intervene." Carefully pouring a solution of ferrous chloride into a portable test tube and sealing it within a small wooden box, Todd lifted his head. Gazing quizzically at the man, the worry and subtle fear etched on Harkins' face immediately illuminated Todd to his thoughts. While adjusting the chemical materials and packing away the larger bottles and jars, Todd patted the man's shoulder on tiptoe, offering a reassuring glance. Yet Harkins showed no signs of relaxation, growing even more anxious. In the hours that followed, Todd meticulously prepared everything necessary for the removal of the curse. After repeatedly instructing Harkins and the others to handle the items with care, he entrusted them with several wooden boxes for safekeeping. He then proceeded to the monastery entrance, where Aiden, Corm, and other craftsmen and apprentices awaited, and together they set off towards the village of the cursed. Departing from the monastery towards the southeast, they walked for less than an hour and, before sunset, reached the edge of the Ravenwood Forest, the destination of their exorcism journey. Chimu Village, coming into view. Unlike the villages of his past life, this so-called village was modest in scale. Typically, the population was around 100, with some even smaller, consisting of merely dozens of individuals. Such clusters of humanity dotted the plains like stars, with no fewer than 200 named settlements. Chinmu Village occupied less than 100 acres, and from the entrance, one could see the village's end bordering the forest. Nevertheless, the village's interior was small yet complete, featuring a church, a community hall, a warehouse, and a well, due to its proximity to the forest. The abundance of timber resources allowed the villagers to construct houses primarily from logs, rendering them more aesthetically pleasing than those in other areas of the plains. Following Aiden and the others, Todd traversed the dirt paths of Chinmu Village, his conspicuous monk's robes drawing the villagers' attention and chatter. The residence of the cursed craftsman was located near the edge of the forest and fields. Anticipating the arrival of the monk to exorcise the curse, a large crowd had already gathered outside the small house, many traveling from nearby villages and towns, each clad in various garments, their faces displaying a range of emotions: curiosity, astonishment, skepticism, and confusion. Disregarding the cacophony of voices from the crowd outside, Todd, guided by the procession, entered the humble dwelling before him. Inside, the unrefined earthen floor was strewn with bulrushes, despite it being early spring in January. A chilly breeze continually seeped through the cracks in the rickety wooden walls. The unconscious craftsman lay in the center of the room on a small bed, surrounded by a circle of people. Aiden and Corm engaged in conversation with a burly middle-aged man, who nodded and approached Todd, slightly bending at the waist. "The Father above that my Lord. We have been awaiting your arrival. I am Ackman, the village leader." Listening to the man's introduction of those in the room, Todd felt somewhat overwhelmed. Among them were the village leaders from nearby settlements, local gentry, and respected elders. Many names he had merely heard and forgotten, but one individual stood out in his memory, the priest of Qianmu village. More Rupert, the first church figure Todd had encountered. Priest Rupert, a notably arrogant and somewhat hunchbacked young man, always preferred to look down upon others, his silver cross hanging prominently on his chest. His gaze towards Todd bore a mixture of curiosity and disdain, akin to that of a hunter confronted by a sheep that had voluntarily approached, requesting to be devoured. Todd, my fellow believer, I never envisioned that the monks would abandon their tomes, emerging from their lofty walls to offer exorcism services to the faithful, he remarked, his tone somewhat aggressive and unfriendly. Todd rolled his eyes, muttering, Volume 3, Chapter 9, Article 31 of the Holy Word of the Lord. Before the priest could register the statement, Todd began reciting from the scriptures. Service to the faithful should transcend all else and not be delayed. If, during prayer, someone calls for help, go forth with peace. Consider this act as a prayer offered to the Father. Do not feel uneasy or guilty for interrupting your prayer. Temporarily halting one good deed for the Lord is but to fulfill another good deed. The Father has not been neglected. Ignoring the astonished expression of More Rupert, Todd turned his face towards the village leader, Ackman. Have everyone step outside. I must begin preparing for the exorcism ritual. Some of the more distinguished individuals immediately voiced their objections. They had traveled a great distance to witness the monk's exorcism prowess, so how could they be turned away? This was precisely what they had been waiting for, adopting a facade of reluctance. Todd pondered for a considerable time before finally acquiescing to their request, stipulating that they could return after 30 minutes to allow for the arrangement of the ceremonial space. 30 minutes later. As darkness enveloped the sky, a crescent moon hung upon the horizon. As the throngs of people gathered outside continued to swell, within the confines of the small abode remained only the monk Todd and the cursed artisan. In stark contrast to the resounding clamor outside, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, the interior was steeped in an eerie silence. Just as impatience began to brew among the crowd, the tightly shut door of the cottage swung open. Clad in monk's robes, Todd stood at the threshold and addressed the assembly. The exorcism ritual is prepared. Casting a glance at the eager crowd outside, he continued, Once the ritual commences, I cannot guarantee what may transpire. It would not be surprising if a demon-devouring scenario were to occur. Upon hearing this, the people recoiled, their earlier enthusiasm evaporating. From this moment forth, all must remain silent, lest the devil be disturbed, and the Father in heaven exact his punishment. Furthermore, only 6 individuals may enter the room. You shall decide amongst yourselves. With that, Todd turned and vanished from the doorway. Ultimately, after much debate, the 6 participants chosen for the exorcism were as follows. Harkins, young Jerry, Aidan, Father Rupert, a knightly squire recently returned from the battlefield, and a constable from a neighboring town. The village chief Ackerman and Edgar remained outside, tasked with maintaining order to ensure absolute silence in the vicinity. Upon entering the artisan's small dwelling, the 6 were struck dumb by its bizarre arrangement. Every crevice that connected to the outside world, windows, hearth, and even the smallest of gaps, was covered with black paper, each adorned with a white chalked cross. The artisan's bed had been moved to the center of the room, and the unconscious, cursed individual lay beneath a brown burlap cloth, which too bore a white cross. Finally, at the center of the bed, the floor was marked with a massive cross drawn in white chalk, surrounded by 7 candles placed at its 4 corners. Is this truly the exorcism ritual? Father Rupert was the first to voice his incredulity, having participated in countless exorcisms, most of which employed holy water and scripture as ritualistic means. He had never encountered a scene like this, not even in tales. Ignoring him, Todd guided the 6 to the artisan's bedside, indicating they should position themselves at the left, right, and foot of the cross. The 7 candles corresponded to the 7 individuals. Harkins and young Jerry stood at the left, the priest and constable at the right, while the village chief and squire occupied the foot, with Todd himself standing at the head. Before we commence the exorcism, there are certain prohibitions I must convey to you. In the enveloping darkness, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight, Todd's face appeared faintly discernible, his voice low and chilling. First, during the ritual, no loud noises must be uttered. Second, until the ritual concludes, you must not leave your current positions, regardless of what may occur. Third, You must not touch these sanctified papers and cloths. If you understand and agree to adhere to these rules, please repeat them back to me. One by one, in order from left to right, each individual recited the 3 prohibitions. The sounds from outside diminished, and a peculiar atmosphere began to pervade the air. Producing a prayer book from within his robes, Todd surveyed the 6 participants, who appeared tense and apprehensive, then lowered his hood slightly and nodded, stating, "The ritual begins." Chapter 20. The Blessed Sun under the Father's protection. May the Lord be merciful, as the sun rises from the heavens to shine upon us. Protect us from our enemies, and thwart the wicked schemes of demons. We beseech the Lord, command the demons to retreat. By the power of our Lord, cast Satan and his minions into the depths of hell. With one hand raised high holding the prayer book and the other tracing a cross above the head of the cursed individual, Todd recited the exorcism prayer aloud. "I expected something different. It seems no different from before," murmured the young priest, but the moment was interrupted as an unsettling phenomenon unfolded before them. The burlap cloth covering the artisan's abdomen began to swell, forming a grotesque bulge. "Heavenly Father, what is that?" The constable gasped in a hushed tone, drawing the ire of Harkins across the way. The Slavic man placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The bulge continued to rise, its contours becoming increasingly distinct. Eyes, a nose, and a mouth slowly emerging, revealing the shape of a face. "Demon!" the retired knight bellowed, instinctively reaching for his waist, only to find that he bore no weapon. The constable's facial muscles twitched as his teeth chattered. Though standing beside the candle, his head recoiled in feared hate. That moment, 2 streams of a reddish-brown liquid, resembling blood, trickled from the bulging eye sockets, soaking the burlap and tarnishing the pure white cross. "Oh!" Unable to withstand the mounting terror, the constable scrambled backward in a panic. If stirred by fear, the bulge shot upward several feet, hovering in midair, emitting a wailing shriek akin to a banshee's howl. The young priest gaped at the evil spirit before him, then turned angrily to the coward who had fled, shouting, "You scoundrel! You've ruined the ritual! The demon is about to go berserk." As if to affirm Father Rupert's words, the burlap collided with the ceiling, bursting apart with a resounding crack, and then fell away to reveal nothing within. The room fell into a deathly silence, yet nearly all present understood the dreadful reality. The exorcism had failed. Harkins and young Jerry rushed to Todd's side, shielding the monk from the debris and splinters unleashed by the explosion. The latter lifted a stone pedestal weighing several hundred pounds, hoisting it onto his shoulder. Todd continued to chant the prayer, casting a glance at young Jerry and noticing, to his astonishment, the parasitic creature coiled around the adrenal gland rhythmically expelling fluid. The others displayed varied reactions. The constable and the old knight bolted toward the small door, intent on tearing down the cross affixed to it to escape, but were blocked by the young cleric. Father Rupert spread his arms wide, gripping the doorframe tightly, glaring at the 2 men with fury, and bellowed, "The demon has been unleashed. Outside are innocent people. Do you know what will happen if you open that door? Do you wish to sacrifice the lives of others to save your own?" The old knight hesitated, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. The constable, however, disregarded the warning, swinging his fist at the priest's cheek. The blow staggered Father Rupert, but he did not falter. He regained his footing, blood oozing from his mouth, yet his eyes shone with the resolve of sacrifice. In the center of the room, Todd spoke briefly to Harkins before signaling to the others to move the artisan to the doorway, casting aside everything he held and opening his arms wide toward the ceiling. "Heavenly Father, I offer my life at the altar of the Most High. I beseech you, show mercy, unleash your wrath. Capture the venomous dragon and ancient serpent, and vanquish the demon and Satan." Brilliant, searing flames ignited, climbing from the monk's ankles to his waist, ultimately reaching his arms, all under the horrified gaze of the others. "My God, Father Rupert!" Tracing a cross over his chest, tears streamed down his face. "Brother Todd is sacrificing himself to save our souls." Now transformed completely into a man of fire, Todd grasped an invisible form in the air, holding it tightly without release. As the demon's wails echoed once more, the monk's voice rising from the inferno, "In the name of the Most High, I command you, demon, return to hell." The wooden cottage quickly succumbed to flames, suffocating black smoke and searing heat forcing the remaining 6 to carry the unconscious artisan through the door, plunging into the crowd of frightened and anxious onlookers outside. Young Jerry let out a pained roar, attempting to rush back into the inferno, but Harkins restrained him. "Don't act recklessly. Todd just told me he would be all right. he whispered to the taller youth. The villagers of Qianmu, along with the onlookers, spontaneously formed a fire brigade upon hearing of Todd's selfless act to exorcise the demon, employing wooden buckets of well water, rain barrels, and even damp sheets in their desperate attempt to extinguish the blaze. Finally, after 30 minutes of relentless fire, the flames began to subside. Amidst the smoke and the charred remnants of the once humble abode, a figure emerged. The first villager to spot Todd exclaimed with trembling lips, "God has manifested. A miracle. This is a divine miracle." The monk stood unharmed in the innermost storage room. Though his form was singed and blackened, the ground beneath him and the surrounding area bore no signs of scorching. Devout individuals gradually flocked to the scene, each person rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. That it was unclear who initiated the movement, but increasingly more people knelt towards the monks, their voices a continuous blend of prayers and praises. Soon, a sacred title echoed from the lips of every believer: the blessed Son, protected by the Holy Father. Chapter 21. The pilgrimage. Strands of hair, accompanied by the snipping sound of scissors, drifted down from the crown of Todd's head. Without a mirror and devoid of assistance, Todd could only feel around his scalp with hands that had begun to blister, cautiously trimming his hair, observing the singed, yellowed strands that had curled from the intense heat. And feeling the sharp pain from the blisters on his skin, the monk recalled the devastating fire from the previous night, involuntarily shuddering from deep within. Such recklessness! He vowed never to undertake such a venture again. However, judging by the outcome, the carefully orchestrated performance of the day prior had successfully deceived everyone, effectively averting a crisis of lead poisoning. Otherwise, his crucial source of experimental funding would have evaporated into thin air. As for the eerie phenomena witnessed during the exorcism rituals, they appeared spine-chilling and sounded thrilling, but in reality, they were merely basic chemical reactions to in his past life. Even high school students could easily conduct such experiments in a laboratory. The burlap, paper, and the reddish-brown blood on the ceiling were the result of a reaction between ferric chloride solution and sodium hydroxide, producing iron hydroxide solution, reddish-brown, and sodium chloride. Todd had originally intended to create a more realistic effect using ferric chloride solution and potassium thiocyanate, resulting in the formation of iron 3-thiocyanate, blood red. But the preparation of thiocyanate compounds required ammonia, invented in 1909, for which Fritz Haber received the Nobel Prize in Chemistry, and producing the latter was exceedingly difficult under the current conditions of this other world. Thus, he settled for sodium hydroxide instead. Fortunately, the dim lighting at the time obscured the difference in color. The explosion in the room utilized black powder, though he slightly altered the chemical proportions to ensure a strong auditory and visual effect while minimizing lethality. The detonation mechanism for the gunpowder was inspired by the landmines from his past life during the war, where a piece of wax paper was placed atop the explosives, onto which a few drops of concentrated sulfuric acid were dripped. Any movement would cause the acid to drip onto the explosive, triggering a chain reaction as for the heavenly fire that engulfed him. Although it appeared spectacular, it nearly cost him his life. This was a spur-of-the-moment idea from Todd, stemming from a jar of fibrous silicate mineral kept in the lab, colloquially known as asbestos. The voluminous monk's robe, combined with the dim surroundings, provided the perfect disguise. The thick asbestos fibers sewn into the interior of the garment served to insulate against high temperatures and flames, offering a degree of explosion resistance. Even so, when the flames ignited, Todd, still feeling uncertain, had secretly hidden a substantial amount of salt in his sleeves, which he sprinkled over himself when raising his arms, lowering the surface temperature of the flames and suppressing their spread. The most perilous scene was how he managed to survive amidst the inferno after everyone else had fled the small room. The principle was quite simple. Todd had prepared several wooden tubes, creating a double layer, one containing vinegar and wax powder, and the other containing sodium bicarbonate, baking soda. As the flames approached, he merely had to smash the tubes beneath his feet, generating copious amounts of carbon dioxide and foam to extinguish the fire and create a barrier as for the burlap that soared and the demonic wails. They were merely simpler illusions, not worth discussing further. After the exorcism for the two craftsmen afflicted by acute lead poisoning, Todd concocted a 1-sodium sulfate solution to perform gastric lavage, expelling the insoluble lead sulfate from their bodies, followed by egg whites and goat's milk for recovery. Now, the patients had regained consciousness, but their bodies had sustained permanent damage. Thus, Todd casually handed over some safety regulations from his past life to Hawkins and the craftsman, sternly instructing them to adhere to them. From their sheepish expressions, it seemed unlikely that such an incident would recur. Knock, knock, knock. That a sound of knocking came from the direction of the laboratory door. Todd set down the scissors in his hand, blinking in puzzlement. This secluded place was typically visited only by Hawkins, Edgar, and little Jerry, and any of the three would usually just push the door open without knocking. Why was there a knock? After calling out for the person to enter, the door opened a crack, and Edgar, the mischievous little boy, poked his head in. With an air of formality, he looked at Todd and whispered, "Mr. Todd, you really ought to come out and see." "Mister?" The boy, taken aback, shot Edgar a bewildered glance, thinking to himself, when did you learn to use polite address? Usually, he would call him Todd when in a good mood, and simply refer to him as you when feeling irritable. Following Edgar through the underground corridor, they emerged into the cemetery above ground, then passed through the main hall of the cathedral, heading toward the guest reception area of the monastery. The increasingly boisterous voices left Todd feeling perplexed. The St. Sidlow Monastery was situated in a remote location, typically receiving few visitors. How could it be so lively? As they ascended the steps to the reception hall, Todd gasped in astonishment at the scene before him. The modest hall was packed to the brim with people who had come from all directions, each individual wearing expressions of hope and excitement as they gazed toward the inner courtyard of the monastery. Outside, the square was bustling with activity. Voices of conversation, prayers, and vendors clamoring filled the air, while carts and livestock had completely blocked the small square. The sharp-eyed believers spotted Todd approaching the hall and exclaimed, "Look! Look! The blessed sun has appeared." Instantly, hundreds of eyes turned toward the monk apprentice, and the crowd knelt down, some imploring for divine protection, others seeking forgiveness from the deity, while yet others beseeched the blessed sun to exorcise their demons. Those outside, having learned of Todd's presence, desperately tried to push their way forward, with some even attempting to climb over the railing to touch the Blessed One and receive the Lord's blessing, leading to a scene of utter chaos. Just as Todd found himself at a loss, Hawkins arrived at his side, initially shrugging at the monk in resignation, then taking on the role of order keeper for the reception area, directing several people to form a single file line. For an entire afternoon, the boy sat on a lavish chair he had found from who knows where, maintaining a stiff smile on his face. Uncertain of how many believers he had comforted with his formulaic prayers, while his feet endured countless kisses. As the sun began to set, the last rays of light fading away, when Todd heard someone call out, "It is late. Please return," his heart ached, and tears nearly spilled from his eyes. The monk could hardly wait to rise, only to discover that his lower body had become numb and unresponsive. Finally, with the assistance of Hawkins and little Jerry, he managed to muster the strength to walk into the courtyard. As he ate the food and drank the water offered by the man, Todd found a clean patch of ground to devour his meal ravenously, while simultaneously asking those nearby, "Why are there so many people?" Glancing at Edgar and little Jerry, who stood nervously, Hawkins chuckled as he sat beside Todd, teasingly saying, "You don't know? You've become famous. Famous. Your exorcism exploits have spread far and wide. Just yesterday, believers came to the monastery hoping to pay homage to the blessed sun. Today, the crowd is simply larger." Todd's eyes widened as he struggled to swallow the food in his mouth, gulping down some water as he said, "Believers, paying homage, the blessed sun? With your singular strength, you drove out the demons, remaining fearless in the face of failure, willingly sacrificing yourself to protect the innocent, and perishing in the flames only to be reborn. Surely, it is not an exaggeration to call you the blessed sun." Dumbfounded, Todd sat in silence for a while. He knew the exorcism would have significant repercussions, but he had never anticipated it would cause such a stir. Rising, he brushed the dust off his clothes, and as Hawkins observed the sky gradually darkening, he said, "Once you finish eating, we'll set out to meet someone." "Who?" The man turned his gaze toward the distant flames, calmly declaring, "A member of our otherworldly family. Today marks her return, the black sheep." Chapter 22. The circus and the market. Initially, I believed that their tour performances in the Kingdom of Silver Ring would take 3 months to reach this point. But to my surprise, they returned in just over 20 days. "Huh, a circus. So that is what you've been talking about all along." Realizing his thoughts had strayed completely, Todd awkwardly touched his nose, his face turning crimson with embarrassment, feeling deep shame for the impurities lurking within his soul. Suddenly recalling the question that had been troubling him earlier, he quickly shifted the topic. Hawkins, I wanted to ask a question yesterday. The man parted the bushes obstructing their path and nodded, indicating for the monk to proceed with his inquiry. When I was in Shinmu village, I noticed that the priest there seemed unfriendly towards the monks of the monastery, logically speaking, as fellow servants of the Heavenly Father. Why would they harbor such hostility towards me? Hawkins paused, turning slightly to gaze intently at Todd, inhaling deeply before slowly responding, "Have you ever heard of the ascetics and the churches?" "No, never." I suspected as much. The man continued walking, contemplating for a moment before adding, "The masters and monks of St. Silo Monastery were once divided into two factions, the ascetics and the churches. The ascetics are those who dedicate themselves to spiritual austerity and religious contemplation. They advocate for a life detached from worldly temptations and the clamor of society, forsaking the guidance of the church to follow only in the footsteps of the Heavenly Father. Conversely, the churches believe in incorporating the monastery under the church's jurisdiction and maintaining a close relationship with the secular world, as this approach is deemed more beneficial for spreading the glory of the Heavenly Father and increasing the number of believers." Todd nodded along, then inquired, "I heard you mention the word once." "Indeed, about a decade ago. A severe dispute broke out between the two factions within the monastery, the most significant since its founding. The result was a resounding victory for the ascetics, while the leaders and followers of the churches were exiled. The Master Maris you are acquainted with was one of the leaders of the ascetics at that time." The monk apprentice was taken aback, astonished to learn that the usually humble and gentle Master Maris had such a fierce history. Observing the boy's expression, Hawkins chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Did you truly believe that the victory of the factions back then was solely due to those old men? Were there others involved?" The man nodded, continuing, "The churches, on one hand, agreed to accept lands donated for the salvation of souls, while on the other, they sought to bring church influence into St. Silo Monastery. These two actions were significant transgressions against the Kingdom of Silver Rings taboos. Thus, it would be more accurate to say that the conflict was not merely between the ascetics and the churches, but rather a struggle between the church and the monarchy." Just as Todd was about to ask further, Edgar ahead let out a jubilant shout. We're here, just ahead." Following the others, as they crested a hill, the monk gazed down from the high ground, secretly marveling at the vibrant scene below. In a vast clearing, towering tents were erected one after another. Colorful lanterns danced in the breeze, and fluttering banners adorned the space. Beautiful women threw knives, muscular men exhaled flames, and clowns walked on stilts, while the cacophony of voices filled the air, interspersed with the occasional animal call, creating a dazzling and dreamlike spectacle. Various individuals meandered through the market-like stalls and tents, elegantly dressed women, lively young men, kindly old men sitting peacefully with smiles, and mischievous children frolicking about. The bustling circus was strategically located not only near St. Silo Monastery, but also at the heart of several major towns within the Kingdom of Silver Ring. Perhaps due to it being the first day of the camp's opening, although there were quite a few attendees, Hawkins mentioned that in a few days, the crowd would swell even more, potentially exceeding 20,000 on the busiest night. While this number might seem modest by modern standards, in the dispersed and sparsely populated Middle Ages, it certainly qualified as a large-scale market. Following the footsteps of the other three, Todd approached the circus camp and discovered an intriguing aspect. Contrary to his expectations, the bustling circus was open to all. In other words, there was no admission fee for general enjoyment. Only when entering specific tents to watch performances was a nominal fee charged. At first glance, this pricing model appeared to diminish overall revenue, yet it attracted a considerable number of economically disadvantaged individuals. Coupled with the income from self-operated or rented stalls, it formed a customer aggregation-based supplementary industry profit model. As they walked along the circus pathways, unlike Hawkins, who remained stoic, Edgar was like a loquacious little tour guide. He provided detailed insights into every performer, every stall, every act, and every delicacy. Noticing the monk's intrigued expression, the exuberant child, barely 11 or 12, sheepishly scratched his head and exclaimed, "Because I'm fast, I've sneaked out to see almost every performance of the bustling circus, no matter how far away. But before, I had no money, so even when I got here, I could only watch the outdoor shows from afar. If the guards at the tent shows were lenient, I'd find ways to sneak in. But now it's different. I have this." Edgar proudly brandished a pouch from his waist, shaking it in the air as the sound of clinking silver and copper coins rang sweetly. holding the reward he earned from refining silver. The child's smug expression reminded Todd of those brash kids from his past life who flaunted their family wealth. Rolling his eyes and sighing, Hawkins was about to reach out and give the little brat a playful smack when a fleeting figure caught his attention, causing him to freeze in place, his gaze dazed. "I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave." As soon as the words left his lips, the man slipped into the crowd and vanished from sight. Todd was left dumbfounded, shouting, Hey, where am I supposed to go now?" Suddenly feeling a tug at his clothing, he turned to see Edgar, beaming with confidence, pointing at himself with his thumb. "I know where to go." Looking at the boy's self-assured expression, Todd immediately sensed an ominous premonition. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, the little brat dashed off, leaving behind the parting words, "Whoa, the exclusive show of strongman Madra, silly giant, you take Todd to find the black sheep. I'm going to see this." Watching Edgar's retreating figure, Todd exchanged a glance with little Jerry, whose goofy grin extinguished all hope. Chapter 23. The Black Sheep. "Dear friend from afar, are you lost?" A thin, raspy voice emerged from the shadows of a tent. Turning towards the source of the voice, the monk beheld a gaunt man clad in a black tailcoat approaching him. The upper half of his face was obscured by a mask, while the lower half appeared pallid and devoid of color. Behind the masked man stood a pair of identical beautiful girls, who jointly held a large parasol adorned with tassels, shielding him from all surrounding light. Taking a cautious step back, Todd warily regarded the interlocutor. "Who are you?" The man slightly bent at the waist, placing his left hand over his right chest in a gesture of respect, replied, "Please forgive my rudeness. I am but the humble leader of this little circus. I overheard your companion mentioning the search for the black sheep." Stepping back another half step, Todd's suspicions deepened. A parasol at this time of night, claiming to be the leader of a circus while offering to guide him. In his previous life, he would have deemed such an encounter as typical of those peddlers hawking fake remedies on street corners. The man's overly cautious demeanor made him awkwardly raise his hands in a gesture of appeasement. Then he shifted aside, pointing to the largest tent at the center of the circus. "The black sheep you seek is right there." As Todd and the monk moved further away, the man retrieved a finely crafted silver file from his pocket, carefully polishing his nails, muttering to himself, "The blessed son under the protection of the Holy Father." From a distance, one might not discern the enormity of the tent situated at the heart of the circus. But upon approaching, Todd realized just how vast it truly was. The other performance tents seemed like dwarves standing beside a giant. Admission tickets cost 10 copper stars, a price several times that of the other tents. Yet, the flow of spectators continued unabated, each face adorned with joy and anticipation, suggesting they were genuinely unconcerned by the cost. Was the performance here truly so remarkable? With such questions in mind, Todd and little Jerry stepped into the tent. Choosing a discreet spot near the corner, the boy surveyed the surroundings, observing everything. The interior layout bore some resemblance to the circus tents of his past life, albeit with more rudimentary facilities. The seating consisted merely of hastily constructed wooden platforms, and the barriers were little more than cheap straw bales. The only noteworthy feature was the tent's height, estimated to exceed 20 meters. As the audience settled in, the flames within the tent dimmed gradually, and the entrance curtain was lowered slowly to Todd's astonishment. Amidst the darkness, that familiar raspy voice resounded once more. "We firmly believe in the arrival of the gospel. The great moment is at hand. The Holy Virgin carries a bright lamp. The merciful Savior descends upon the earth." Torch after torch ignited in the air, illuminating the space above as if it were daylight. As the light poured in, a girl of about 13 or 14 emerged on a 10-meter-high platform. Due to the distance, Todd could not make out her features clearly. At a rare sight in the medieval era, a cascade of lustrous black hair was braided into a twist, dancing gracefully with the wind. The black and white corset, laced tightly, accentuated her elongated figure. Sequins and pendants adorning her attire caught the light of the flames, exuding opulence without a hint of vulgarity. Her petite, snow-white feet crossed as she stood poised. "Black sheep, black sheep." The audience erupted in a deafening roar of applause, numerous men rising to their feet, rushing to the front of the enclosure, loudly reciting praises into the air. Todd instinctively shrank back, lifting his gaze to the girl suspended above him. Surely, it must be an illusion. It appeared as though she was fixated on his position, playfully winking at him. At a rhythmic drumming resonated from deep within the tent. The girl known as Black Sheep untied a rope that hung from above, gripping the wooden pole tied to one end, and leaped from a 10-meter-high platform. witnessing her graceful form gliding through the air. Todd suddenly recalled a renowned acrobatic performance from his past life, the flying trapeze. The rope swung from one end of the tent to the center. As her strength waned, Black Sheep released the wooden pole, soaring into the air with the momentum, her body performing a somersault before elegantly unfurling in midair, face up and back down, pausing momentarily in suspension before beginning her descent. That moment, another rope bound to a wooden pole swung toward the center. However, the pole was nearly 5 meters away from Black Sheep's grasp. The girl plummeted rapidly toward the ground, the pole receding further from her reach. Todd, startled by the scene, stood upright and involuntarily shouted, "Be careful." Black Sheep's fingers twitched. In the next instant, her body vanished into the darkness. Todd thought he must be hallucinating and rubbed his eyes. The falling figure had truly disappeared. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd, and the boy looked up. He was astonished to see that, at some point, Black Sheep had caught the distant wooden pole above her, swinging toward the opposite end of the tent, rebounding, and landing deftly on the platform at the other end. The bewildered monk returned to his seat, his mind replaying the earlier spectacle. Following the swaying of the rope, Black Sheep's silhouette flickered in and out of view in mid-air. At times, she appeared suddenly high above while in free fall. At other moments, she instantaneously shifted from left to right during a somersault. Todd watched the performance above, his hand resting on his nose, lost in contemplation. There was no doubt that Black Sheep was one of the otherworldly beings. But her ability, resembling teleportation, was exceedingly peculiar. Judging from her interactions with objects, it was not merely an illusion or residual image, but rather a genuine instance of instantaneous movement. The acrobatic girl's performance gradually approached its climax, with repeated swings and flickers. Her body ascended to the top of the tent, her long legs entwined around the lower end of the rope, and suspended upside down. Black Sheep gazed down at the audience, who appeared no larger than insects, a smile gracing her lips as she relaxed her body and plunged headfirst from a height of 20 meters. Moments later, the descending girl once again vanished. The small pebble struck the wooden board beside Todd, a faint, delicate fragrance wafting into his nostrils. Turning to look, he beheld the girl descending like an angel from the heavens, landing gracefully beside the monk. She gently lifted Todd's hood, allowing him to finally see her face up close. Black hair, dark eyes, and faint gray circles. Her beautiful visage was adorned with heavy makeup. One side of her mouth painted a deep crimson, curving upward in a teasing smile, while the other cheek bore a droplet of lead-white paint, vibrant and poised to fall, suppressing a sense of sorrow. Black Sheep gazed at the disheveled hair atop Todd's head, extending her delicate hand to playfully tousle it, her smile radiant as a flower. Chapter 24. The undercurrents beneath the surface in the Kingdom of Silver Ring. Within Silver Ring City, at the Grand Cathedral of St. Kodar, the Third Heretical Tribunal. Thud, a heavy object struck the wooden table, producing a resonant sound that echoed ominously in the basement. Behind the iron-barred enclosure, a white-haired, gray-robed cleric turned his face, his murky eyes fixated on the spinning object on the table. A stout man, burdened with a massive crossbow, leaned in through the window of the enclosure, pointing at the 4 heads pickled in quicklime before him, exclaiming, "Look here, the heads of the Blood Nest 4 brothers are all here. 2 are of strength level 3, 1 is temperance level 4, and the last is tower level 4. Slamming his hefty palm onto the wooden table, causing the desiccated heads to bounce, the stout man shouted angrily toward the interior, "You damned fools, the intelligence has failed us once again. You only told us there were 3 strength aberrants and 1 temperance aberrant, and none would exceed level 3. The old cleric glanced at the heads before him, waved his sleeve, and watched as the 4 spheres rolled into a recess beneath the table, his eyes unblinking. The intelligence is accurate. As soon as he finished speaking, a small bag of coins was tossed out of the window, landing on the ground. The stout man picked up the bag, opened it, and instantly felt blood rush to his head in fury. Rolling up his sleeves, he clambered onto the table, straining to crawl through the window while shouting, "You old fool! We risk our lives outside while you sit comfortably inside, skimming our rewards." A woman in white robes hurriedly approached him from the side, tugging at his clothing, and whispered, "Walton, Walton, enough already. The captain is still waiting outside." Watching the man and woman depart from his sight, the old cleric flicked a silver coin, letting it roll and bounce between his fingers, coldly remarking, "What kind of watchdog complains about the size of the bone?" In the square outside the Third Heretical Tribunal, a heavily armored knight donned in an iron mask sat upon the long stone steps, quietly gazing at the cross-shaped statue in the center of the square. A boy marked with a red stripe on his forehead stood behind him, cradling the knight's greatsword, staring into the distance without uttering a word. Infuriated, Walton stomped on the stone slabs beneath him, creating a loud clamor, muttering, "Adelina, if it weren't for you stopping me, I'd have torn that old fool's mouth apart." The woman in white, perhaps accustomed to such events, displayed no unusual expression. She directly approached the iron-faced man, softly stating, "Lord Decavox, the reward has been secured." "Yes, yes, yes, secured, but it is still 20% less than what it should have been." Ignoring Walton's grumbling, Alfonso Decavox rose from the ground, nonchalantly shaking off his shoulders, disregarding the fearful church personnel who skirted around him, and strode forward. Just as he descended the steps, two individuals dressed as acolytes blocked his path. "Are you Lord Decavox?" Upon receiving a confirmation, one of them stepped aside and bowed, saying, "Bishop Fabian wishes to see you. Please follow me." The Father Church in the far west of the continent and the Church of Righteousness in the central region were originally the state religions of the ancient Tyro Empire. The Tyro Empire existed for over 1,000 years, and at its peak, it even controlled nearly half of the continent's land. However, due to issues of royal succession, it eventually split into the Eastern Tyro Empire and the Western Tyro Empire. Consequently, the state religion also gradually divided into the faction known as Father Church and the faction calling themselves Righteous Church. Within the realm of the Father Church, there are further divisions into the Eastern, Central, and Western dioceses. With the Kingdom of Silver Rings situated within the Western Diocese of the Father Church, the Grand Cathedral of St. Codar, in the Bishop's Exegesis Hall, an elderly man with a bald head, dressed in a long white robe and adorned with a cross, examined the numerous documents laid out before him on the table. He picked up the thinnest one and softly read, "Todd Fisher. Son of a baptized believer, mother a refugee from the northern wastelands, he is the second son in his family, having achieved nothing by the age of 14. He then took up a slightly thicker document and continued. Recommended by the monk Miras. He became an unnamed apprentice at the St. Sidro Monastery. The evaluation states, intelligent but lazy in attending mass. Haha, interesting. Finally, he picked up the thickest document among them, shaking the paper in his hand. He addressed the middle-aged man sitting across from him, whose face was a mask of frost. "Father Paul, I have here a written report authored by Father Rupert. What are your thoughts after reviewing it?" The man straightened his posture, unabashedly stating, "Nonsense, utter nonsense." "Oh, why is that?" "Blood seeping from the cross. Demons manifesting, rivers of blood, rebirth in flames. This is merely to attract attention, a reckless fabrication devoid of responsibility. And what of that, blessed Son under the protection of the Father? It is well known that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are a Trinity. Such terminology divides the Father and the Son into two entities, which is heretical. I believe that monk named Todd is a heretic and should be immediately apprehended for the religious tribunal." The old man, listening to the other's tirade, smiled and said, "I find one point rather intriguing. Why would a monk go out of his way to exorcise a craftsman?" So, I commissioned an investigation, and to my astonishment, he had secretly established a silver refining operation outside the monastery. Father Paul furrowed his brow. Then he has acquired another charge, greed for wealth. "No, perhaps you do not grasp my intent. An apprentice from the St. Sidro Monastery, enamored with wealth, neglecting the holy path, yet revered by the populace as the blessed Son. Do you not see that this presents an opportunity for us?" The middle-aged man vaguely recalled something and tentatively inquired, "My Lord Bishop Fabian, do you mean to say?" The elder tossed the materials in his hand onto the table and replied with a smile, 10 years ago, you were exiled from the monastery by those obstinate traditionalists. Have you never contemplated returning?" Father Paul's eyes sparkled with interest. Tapping lightly on the table, the bishop calmly stated, "The child named Todd represents our best opportunity to reintegrate this St. Sidlo monastery into the church." Just as the man, his expression brightening, was about to respond, he was suddenly interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. "My lord Alfonso de Cavallo has arrived." Bishop Fabian smiled at Father Paul and said, "I wish to introduce you to someone, a valiant warrior loyal to the church, who will serve as your escort for this journey." As he observed the knight clad entirely in steel entering the room, the elder suddenly recalled something. He pulled a thin sheet of paper from the materials, which contained only a few brief lines. On January 7, 1170, in the village at the border of the Falling Star Mountains and the Moon Creek Plains, The bodies of 2 members of the Relief Society were discovered, the Sutherland relics. Chapter 25. The invitation at 9 in the morning, sunlight poured into the room, and Todd lay in bed with his eyes wide open, replaying the events of the previous night in his mind. Their contact had lasted a mere 10 seconds, devoid of words or pleasantries, yet the black sheep had felt like an old friend long unseen. When the girl returned to the stage, accepting the audience's applause, Todd chose to leave proactively, not waiting outside the tent nor casting a glance back at the splendor in the darkness. Perhaps this was tied to his former self's disposition. Upon encountering joy, he always reserved a measure of detachment, believing that excessive engagement would tarnish the beauty of first impressions. He would not allow himself to become enmeshed. He had always been so restrained. Shaking his head, he smiled self-deprecatingly. Being overly sentimental was hardly a virtue. Todd sat up in bed, donned his clothes, took his notebook, abandoned the thought of morning readings, and made his way directly to the underground laboratory beneath the cemetery. Let me see. The materials in the laboratory are nearly organized, and the next step should be to fabricate the equipment for the biochemical experiment. First, I must. While rifling through his notes filled with text, he unlocked the laboratory door with a key from his waist. A faint sound of stones clattering echoed from within the room. Todd looked up, only to find an unexpected figure before him, adorned with a pale circular headdress, her long black hair pulled back into 2 braids cascading down her cheeks. The girl in a loose front-opening tunic clung naturally to her still-developing form. With a light touch of makeup, the black sheep sat on the marble laboratory table, her calf-length leather boots swinging back and forth. Todd, with wide eyes, stammered, "You? How come? You are not? You weren't." The black sheep, intrigued, gazed at the various instruments and peculiar small bottles strewn across the table. She casually picked up a dark-sealed bottle made of metallic glass, slowly deciphering the label in clumsy Latin. "Concentrated sulfur. No, don't touch that." Hastily tossing the object aside, Todd rushed to the girl's side. Just as he reached out to snatch the small bottle, with a flick of her finger, she sent a small stone ricocheting off the opposite wall, vanishing from sight, only to reappear where the stone landed. Realizing that chasing her was futile, Todd spread his arms wide, imploringly saying, "Miss Black Sheep, please hand over the bottle." Upon hearing the title, the girl paused, then began to trace the bottle's lip with her finger, asking, "What is this?" Noticing Todd's hesitation and his silence, the black sheep playfully smiled, scraping away the wax seal layer by layer, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she prepared to twist off the cap. "Concentrated sulfuric acid." Seeing her actions, Todd felt his mind tighten, urgently stating, "It's a highly corrosive mineral acid that can cause burns on the skin, and its vapors can lead to blindness. In short, it is exceedingly dangerous. Now, please give it to me." Having acquired the bottle, Todd believed he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, only to see the black sheep opening a bottle of black powder, causing him to clutch his forehead in frustration and sigh heavily. An hour later, after confirming that the girl, led by Harkins, meant no harm, Todd explained to her what was permissible to touch and what was not. He then lit the kerosene lamp and prepared to commence today's experimental endeavors. The girl with the dark, glistening eyes hovered beside him, observing as he measured powders, mixed reagents, diluted gas, and heated filters. Todd, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, shrank his neck and said, "Could you please refrain from staring at me while I conduct my experiments?" The girl, resting her chin on her hand, showed no intention of averting her gaze, instead inquiring, "Are you an alchemist?" Considering the appropriateness of the title, Todd first nodded, then shook his head. "I would not say so. I have encountered those alchemists before, and their pursuit seemed dull and uninspiring. Yours appears to be much more engaging." Todd raised an eyebrow. Inwardly acknowledging the truth of his statement, the girl began to engage him in a casual conversation. As Todd focused on his experiment, he gradually lowered his guard and found himself explaining what he was working on. "In this room, although we have all this equipment, to truly conduct the experiments I desire, I require a plethora of advanced devices and precise instruments. The equipment I am currently constructing is a microscope." A microscope, gradually regaining the sensation of teaching students in a laboratory classroom from his past life. Todd gestured with his hands, extending them about 25 centimeters apart, addressing the black sheep. "Under typical circumstances, the human eye can only distinguish between 2 objects separated by 0.1 to 0.2 millimeters, which is roughly the width of a hair. This means that when 2 objects are closer than this distance, the eye perceives them as a single entity." "Really? Let me try." The girl indeed plucked a hair from her head and placed it before her, attempting to discern it. With a microscope, I can magnify objects by 100 or even 1,000 times, allowing me to see many things that were previously invisible. The black sheep's eyes lit up at his words, and she excitedly gripped the edge of the table, exclaiming, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us make it now." Todd lowered his hands, shaking his head in exasperation. "It's not that simple. The most challenging aspect of constructing a microscope is manufacturing the lenses. And to create lenses, one must first produce optical glass." The girl looked puzzled. "I've heard of glass, said to be a treasure secretly crafted by artisans in the southern continent. But what exactly is a lens?" Having heard this, Todd was unsure how to respond. The concept of lenses involves optical principles that cannot be succinctly explained in just a few words. Moreover, optical glass cannot be made simply by boiling sand in a pot by the seaside, as depicted in films or novels that he had seen the glass produced by those southern artisans, and the manufacturing process was woefully inadequate, failing to meet the standards required for optical glass. He briefly explained the production process to the girl. He noticed the spark of curiosity in her eyes, and Todd finally realized why the black sheep evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Her inquisitive gaze towards the world and her eagerness to learn reminded him of himself. As the sunlight streaming through the crevice in the ceiling transformed into a golden hue, the black sheep held up a translucent crystal from the burning pot, positioning it against the sunlight. Enchanted by the rainbow-like colors it scattered, carefully placing it into her bag, she extended her hand towards Todd. "Mr. Todd, this has indeed been a delightful afternoon. I nearly forgot the purpose of my visit. On behalf of the bustling circus, I extend an invitation for you to grace us with your presence again this evening." Chapter 26, The Relief Society once more, a lively night unfolded, with noticeably more visitors than on the first day. The 4 individuals from the monastery were present. Harkins, following the mysterious figure from the first day, vanished without a trace. Next was Edgar, who, midway through the festivities, opted to watch a water performance titled The Sunset Mermaid. Meanwhile, the monk, accompanied by young Jerry, honored the invitation and arrived at the Black Sheep stage as the performance commenced. The captivating fusion of extraordinary abilities and acrobatic skills left Todd in awe. He could hardly fathom that the graceful figure dancing high above was the same girl with the black hair and eyes he had met in the laboratory that afternoon. As he silently immersed himself in the sensory experience, an untimely voice broke through his thoughts. "Mr. Todd, do you have a moment?" Following the sound, Todd spotted a shadowy figure, the man who had introduced himself as the circus ringmaster, standing in a dim corner of the tent, smiling as he regarded him. After a moment of contemplation, with a hint of reluctance, Todd finally rose and followed the man out of the tent, and young Jerry hastily trailed behind. Todd, however, remained oblivious to the girl, who had paused her performance atop the high platform, her expression clouded with concern as she watched his departing figure. The 3 of them circled around the tent's perimeter, arriving at the backstage preparation area. The leader of the circus pushed open the wooden window of the room, allowing the gentle moonlight to cascade in along the windowsill. He inhaled deeply, a contented sound escaping his nostrils. "I have wine, mead, and pomegranate juice here, Mr. Todd. Would you care for something?" Todd, brushing his finger along the bridge of his nose, declined the offer with a shake of his head. The man shrugged indifferently and uncorked a leather flask, taking a delicate sip of the liquid within. "What impression does the bustling circus leave upon you?" After a moment's contemplation, Todd cautiously selected his words. "Lively, intriguing, a place that invites one to linger." Observing Todd's face, the circus leader nodded with a hint of regret. "Though your words are polite, your expression reveals that you have witnessed grander spectacles." Todd offered a non-committal smile. "So, are you familiar with the Sutherland legacy?" The sudden inquiry left Todd momentarily speechless. Just as he was about to respond, he noticed the other man rising and beckoning him. Turning to walk deeper into the room, a concealed mechanism in the wall was activated. A hidden compartment gradually unveiled itself. A simple wooden table and 4 modest chairs emerged before them, adorned with a depiction of a crown of thorns on the wall, beneath which a line of Latin text read, "The Relief Society." The circus leader seated himself at the chair directly facing the door, gesturing for Todd to take the seat opposite him, while young Jerry, due to his large frame, could only sit on the floor, hugging his knees. The man adjusted his collar and, noticing the look of confusion on Todd's face, asked in astonishment, "Did no one mention the Relief Society to you upon your induction?" After a brief pause, he sighed, Only the ignorant and narrow-minded would fantasize that the aberrants could still be accepted by the mundane world. Todd tentatively inquired, "What exactly is the Relief Society?" To discuss the Relief Society, one must first delve into the origins of our kind, the man replied, retrieving a stack of stiff cards from his pocket and laying them upon the table. Todd examined them closely. Each card bore a distinct illustration, with various Latin inscriptions at the corners reading, "The Emperor," "The Magician," "The Sun," "Death," and so forth. Totaling 22 cards, he mused silently that these appeared akin to the tarot cards of his past life, typically employed for divination and fortune-telling. These cards were crafted by the alchemists of the ancient Tyro Empire, designed to categorize and classify the talents and abilities of aberrants. After shuffling the tarot cards, he drew the top card, the Moon, placing it before Todd. Over a millennium ago, aberrants held a significant position within the Tyro Empire. However, as time passed, the dwindling and mutation of bloodlines led to a decline in their numbers. In the Supreme Council of Tyro, those who harbored hatred and fear towards aberrants gradually gained the upper hand. Flipping over the second card revealed the image of the tower before Todd, and the man continued. A revolution was first instigated by religious factions, subsequently sweeping across the entire empire. The original freedom of belief was abolished, and monotheism became the state religion. Aberrant communities were arrested and executed, and any texts or documents containing their accounts were consigned to flames. The third card, the Wheel of Fortune, was placed at the far right. In such a chaotic and brutal era, an alchemist named Sutherland emerged, leading the surviving members of the race to migrate towards the eastern continent. In the subsequent wars, the venerable Sutherland chose to face the advancing army alone to protect the remnants of his bloodline, ultimately perishing as he fought valiantly, his body burned by the enemy for 7 days and nights, leaving no remains, only ashes scattered. Gathering the cards back into his hands, he unfastened the leather flask at his waist and took another sip. After that, aberrants became like hunted rats, constantly evading capture and living in perpetual fear. Thus, for survival and vengeance, the Relief Society was born. Glancing at the cross around the monk's neck, the man lowered his voice. "Why not consider joining us?" Todd furrowed his brow. The man rose from his chair, leaning forward, his expression darkening. "Mr. Todd, have you not considered this? You bear the Sutherland legacy within you, and should the church discover it, or be informed by another, only the gallows and pyre await you." Before he could finish speaking, a stone clattered onto the table. The next moment, the black sheep stood between the two, facing the man and turning her back to Todd, her voice imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. "Mr. Todd, please return for today." Rising to his feet, Todd felt the tension in the air between the two and hesitated. "But you?" The girl's voice grew louder. "I have important matters to discuss with the leader. Please leave this place." Todd glanced at the pale-faced man, realizing that the black sheep indeed wished for him to depart, and thus he exited the concealed chamber with young Jerry. The man resumed his seat, producing a silver file from his pocket, shaking his head in resignation as he began to file his nails. "Has your stance not wavered?" The black sheep took the seat opposite him. "I have stated before. Today is my final performance." The firmness of her stance filled the man with a profound sense of defeat. "Marcus Byrne, who grew up alongside you, urged you to abandon your travels and remain at the monastery. After years of pleading, you refused. Yet Mr. Todd has only spent less than a day with you, and you voluntarily proposed to stay?" With her hand tucked into her pocket, she clutched a translucent glass crystal tightly, nodding as she spoke. By his side, "I can see a whole new world, a world unlike any other. Therefore, I implore you, do not disturb him." The man picked up the tarot cards from the table, casually drawing one, and chuckled at the illustration. "Not disturb him? When he comprehends the true significance behind the Sutherland legacy, it will be his turn to disrupt this world." The card revealed a man bound by his hands, suspended upside down from a T-shaped tree trunk. The following noon, as Todd, burdened with thoughts, approached the entrance of the underground laboratory, a familiar figure awaited him there. Clad in light feminine attire, with a fresh visage, the black sheep sat atop a large trunk. Smiling as she said, "Mr. Todd, I have been cast out by my family. May I seek refuge with you? Oh, and by the way, please refrain from calling me Miss Black Sheep from now on. My name is Karen Furman." Chapter 27. Bacteria. Karen's arrival left Todd feeling somewhat flustered. First, he was at a loss as to how to arrange for the girl's accommodation and provisions. Second, He had an inkling that her departure from home might be linked to their conversation the previous day, and he felt a degree of responsibility. The girl, seemingly unconcerned with his thoughts, took a stroll around the monastery and decided to designate a chapel adjacent to the underground hall as her temporary residence. After inspecting it, Todd immediately voiced his opposition, setting aside the propriety of allowing a young girl to dwell beneath a burial site. The room's dim, damp, and stifling atmosphere provided him ample justification to seek a different abode for her. Subsequently, Todd contemplated having Karen reside in the village at the foot of the mountain, as it would be inconspicuous and not far away. However, her insistence on staying near the laboratory posed a significant challenge for him. Ultimately, Todd devised a reluctant solution. He managed to procure several sets of monk's robes for Karen to disguise herself as a novice, allowing her greater freedom of movement. He then planned to covertly clear out a room in the attic of the monastery's library, typically used for storing religious texts, to serve as the girl's sleeping quarters. Ignoring the sight of Hawkins laughing heartily upon learning of this idea, Todd, with the help of a few others, finally succeeded in moving her belongings late one night. With no mishaps in the ensuing days, Todd's underground experiments were no longer solitary endeavors. He had gained a charming yet mischievous female assistant by his side, whether in his past or present life. Todd had never encountered such a laborious interaction between teacher and student, as helping someone from an era a millennium behind comprehend modern technology was undeniably a formidable and protracted journey. You mean to say our world is composed of tiny particles? Karen, I used the term molecules. All right, molecules, what a peculiar word. Todd fiddled with the flasks at hand, not turning to look back as he explained. In addition to molecules, there are atoms. Molecules can form substances. Atoms can compose molecules or directly form substances. The girl scooped some powder from the jar with a measuring spoon and asked, "So once we construct the microscope, will we be able to see molecules and atoms?" Todd chuckled. "No, we can't. We are making an optical microscope. To see molecules and atoms, we must use an electron microscope." "Then why don't we just make an electron microscope directly?" It's not that we don't want to, but rather, we can't. First, we need to address the issue of electricity. Sigh, Karen, forget what I said about molecules and atoms. Perhaps we should narrow our focus. Once we finish this microscope, I can first show you some tiny creatures invisible to the naked eye, like cells or whipworms. The girl exhibited clear dissatisfaction with such a perfunctory remark. Her lips pursed in annoyance as she emphatically struck the powder in the bowl with the pestle. Observing her demeanor, Todd could only let out a heavy sigh. After tirelessly toiling for 11 consecutive days, attempting countless times to purify the raw materials, calibrate the mixtures, combine and fire them, and eliminate impurities through an array of failures, Todd finally confirmed the optimal methodology for crafting optical glass. The initial step involved the fundamental ratio of glass raw materials, incorporating soda ash, limestone, and quartz in precise proportions. The second step required the addition of boron oxide to enhance heat resistance and chemical stability, thereby reducing the glass melting temperature and enabling it to withstand sodium vapor corrosion. The third step involved the inclusion of a minute quantity of silver chloride to augment the optical sensitivity of the borate glass. The fourth step required the addition of a minuscule amount of copper oxide, serving as a sensitizer to modulate the optical response rate of the glass. The fifth step entailed melting, wherein the prepared materials were subjected to high temperatures to form a uniform, bubble-free glass liquid. The sixth step involved shaping, pouring the glass solution into pre-prepared molds and allowing it to cure. The seventh step was annealing, slowly cooling the gradually solidifying glass to room temperature. The final and most arduous step was polishing the lens, meticulously grinding its surface with natural diamond dust to ensure the lens's focusing ability and imaging accuracy. Lacking professional optical instruments and light-sensing devices, Todd resorted to the rudimentary direct light measurement method for hand polishing the lens. Due to his limited proficiency and poor compatibility, it took him a full 5 days to produce a barely functional product. The eyepiece offered magnifications of merely 5x and 10x, while the objective lens provided 10x and 40x, numbers derived from manual measurements with considerable potential for error in lieu of producing mirrors in time. The condenser was regrettably substituted with copper, without a lathe. More due to his ignorance of mechanics, he could not create mechanical knobs and instead utilized a slot to adjust height. The observation platform was simply a rudimentary wooden frame. Upon completing this rudimentary yet grotesquely unattractive microscope, Todd's initial impulse was not one of exultation, but rather a desire to smash it and start anew. After considerable effort, he managed to suppress this urge. Despite the immense labor he had invested in creating this device, Corrine exhibited no signs of discontent. On the contrary, when she placed her hair on the observation platform, she felt it was the most magnificent invention in the world. Todd's purpose in constructing the microscope extended beyond the mere observation of hair. He procured a blood sample from Hawkins and a living tissue sample from Edgar, then adjusted the magnification to 400x. At last, he was able to glimpse the true origin of their heteromorphic abilities, bacteria. Initially, he had intended to discuss extracting Corrine's bodily fluids for examination, but her disgusted expression upon hearing the word sampling immediately dissuaded him from that notion. After placing the samples from Hawkins and Edgar onto a glass slide and readjusting the eyepiece, objective lens, and viewing distance, he discovered that the bacteria appeared no larger than a pinhead under magnification, rendering it impossible to observe their specific morphology and structure, thus hindering any intracellular examination and aberration testing. Temporarily abandoning the study of the bacteria within the two subjects, Todd shifted his focus onto himself, the Sutherland relic. After discovering no anomalies in his blood, the relentless Todd finally identified two distinctly different bacteria within his tear gland secretion and dental nerves. The bacteria in the tear glands displayed more vigorous movement, a stable division rate, a rapid iteration speed, and were abundant, primarily located in the retina and lens. He surmised this could be the source of his ability to perceive objects. Conversely, the spherical bacteria within the nerves were peculiar. They were scarce. Only a few could be seen under the microscope, heat-resistant, thermophilic, and even under prolonged exposure to acidic or alkaline environments, they remained unscathed. Apart from their apparent inability to regenerate and divide, these bacteria bore remarkable resemblance to ancient bacteria, Domainarchaea, from his previous life. There was little doubt, these spherical bacteria within the nervous system represented the true essence of the Sutherland relic. Yet, new questions arose. First, if the bacteria in the eyeball conferred the ability of X-ray vision, what role did the ancient Sutherland bacteria play? Second, if the Sutherland ancient bacteria infected him in the cellar, when did the X-ray vision bacteria enter his body? Unexpectedly, these two enigmas were completely unraveled during a subsequent experimental mishap. Chapter 28. Experimental mishap. The creation of the primitive microscope marked a milestone advancement in Todd's research on heteromorphic abilities. Previously, Todd's X-ray vision allowed him only to observe the conditions within heteromorphs with the naked eye, such as the parasites located in little Jerry's adrenal glands. Smaller microorganisms could only be seen as indistinct shadows of unknown life forms clustered together. With the optical microscope, albeit with a magnification of less than 400x and unsatisfactory chromatic and thermal aberrations, he could at least observe, aside from parasites, the new source of heteromorphic abilities. The essence of bacteria, which included Hawkins and Edgar's true bacteria, eubacteria, and the ancient bacteria, archaea, within Todd's nervous system. However, with each discovery, more questions arose that Todd's primary concern was the potential harm these bacteria posed to the infected hosts. Upon closely examining Hawkins's palm, Todd noted that the man's skin and tissue had begun to exhibit toxic discoloration due to the heteromorphic bacteria known as debilitating. The internal bones and tissues had suffered varying degrees of damage, and this decay had started to spread from the hand up the arm. If left unchecked at this rate, within 5 years, half of the man's body would succumb to organ failure and tissue necrosis. Next, using his X-ray vision to inspect Edgar's leg nerves, he found that the heteromorphic bacteria dubbed Rapid had endowed the boy with extraordinary speed and agility, yet had caused varying degrees of atrophy in the lower extremities nerves. The boy himself admitted that at night, his legs often fell numb while he slept. If this continued, should the bacteria invade the central nervous system, paralysis, or even worse outcomes awaited him. To validate his diagnosis, Todd, for caution's sake, employed the staining identification method of Danish bacteriologist Hans Christian Gram from 1884 to distinguish the bacteria extracted from both individuals' bodies. This confirmed that the debilitating bacteria were exotoxins while the rapid bacteria were endotoxins. Upon reviewing these results, Todd finally grasped the true cause behind the diminishing heteromorphic bloodlines. The teaching of hunting was merely a secondary reason. The primary cause for the gradual decline of heteromorphs was the pathogenic organisms slowly killing their hosts. Armed with this revelation, Todd exited the laboratory burdened with heavy thoughts. Clad in a monk's robe, Corrine trailed behind him, observing his pallid complexion in silence unusually refraining from bombarding him with questions. Todd sought out the trio of heteromorphs supervising the refining of silver at the foot of the monastery. Edgar donned a shiny new outfit. To evade labor in the monastery's agricultural tasks, he had begun hiring village children to do the work, resulting in a noticeable increase in his girth due to indulgence in feasting. Hawkins, however, remained unchanged, still clad in his tattered leather attire, his boots patched together yet still not discarded, and even his flask contained the same undrinkable, low-quality ale. Where on earth had this fellow spent so much money? For the time being, Todd chose not to disclose his findings to them, but rather redirected his attention to the grinning little Jerry. During the exorcism, he had discovered that external stimuli could provoke the adrenal parasites to secrete fluids. He had contemplated methods to address little Jerry's volatility, but a series of subsequent events had caused him to forget this matter. Todd gathered Hawkins and Edgar around him, succinctly explaining little Jerry's condition. And after a brief discussion among the three, they ultimately devised a plan to control the frenzied ability. The solution was surprisingly simple. It boiled down to one word: fright. They sought to stimulate little Jerry's nerves in every conceivable manner, compelling him to adapt and thereby control the activity of the adrenal parasites within him. Once Todd confirmed that he could be of no further assistance, he left the stage to the three and chose to return to the laboratory to continue his efforts to suppress the bacteria within Hawkins and Edgar. As the clock approached 10 at night, after much insistence from Todd, Corrine finally took her leave to rest. He, on the other hand, after a simple dinner, continued his experiments under the dim light of an oil lamp. He had lost count of how many times he had attempted this. The heteromorphic bacteria under the microscope persistently devoured normal human cells, once again releasing toxins. Todd tugged at his hair in frustration. Emitting an angry growl, the antibacterial experiment had failed yet again. Natural antibiotics, organic acid solutions, low temperatures, active filtration. He had exhausted every conceivable method, yet the heteromorphic bacteria within Hawkins and Edgar remained resiliently alive. Gazing at the 4 glass petri dishes containing the debilitating bacteria, rapid bacteria, X-ray bacteria, and Sutherland ancient bacteria, Todd buried his face in his hands, an unprecedented sense of guilt and defeat surging from the depths of his being. This was unlike the biochemical laboratory projects and research from his previous life. Now, he was endeavoring to save 2 lives belonging to his friends. Todd's knowledge had outstripped that of the world by nearly a millennium, and microbiology was his most proficient domain. Yet, when confronted with these previously unseen bacteria, he found himself utterly powerless, a situation that brought him both anguish and humiliation. With his head bowed in despair, he rose, yearning to escape this disheartening place. The fatigue from prolonged exertion and extended sitting struck him as he stood. Blood surged to his head, and the world around him darkened as he stumbled. Flailing his arms forward, crash, the 4 petri dishes before him toppled over, their contents spilling across the stone table. Hastily bending down to clean up the mess, Todd despaired as he realized that the bacterial samples from the other 3 dishes had all merged into the culture of the Sutherland ancient bacteria. Ah, damn it, this is ruined. Grasping the dish contaminated with 4 types of bacteria, he exhaled deeply, glancing at the wooden bucket in the corner, contemplating seeking out Hawkins and Edgar for sampling the following day. Yet his feet remained firmly planted. He stared once more at the glass dish in his hand. A peculiar thought stirred within him. Why not? He could observe it under the microscope to uncover what transpired within. Resolute, he extracted a sample from the dish and placed it on the observation platform. As his eyes met the eyepiece, Todd felt as though his heart had momentarily ceased. How is this possible? The process of engulfment had halted, and the toxins had vanished. The Sutherland ancient bacteria appeared as miniature safes, securely locking the other 3 foreign bacteria within their cell walls, halting their malicious acts. In the annals of history, no one could have envisioned that it was, in fact, an experimental accident that illuminated the path forward amidst the protracted darkness of foreign salvation. Chapter 29. The blessing if placed in modern society. The discovery of the Sutherland ancient bacteria might well be ranked among the top 10 most significant findings in microbiology. At least in Todd's past research career and the literature he had read, there had never been a bacterium with such extraordinary characteristics. The size of the Sutherland ancient bacteria was not fixed. Its cell wall exhibited considerable flexibility and elasticity. While its nucleus could generate directional thrust, the minuscule solution it released could expand the gaps in the cytoskeleton of endothelial cells, These three attributes enabled them to create micron-sized pores on the walls of tubes, allowing them to squeeze through the openings and traverse freely between the cells of the body. Moreover, the most astonishing feature of this ancient bacterium was its ability to synchronize with the nervous system and respond to the toxicology of foreign microorganisms with an adaptive reaction. This may sound somewhat perplexing, so allow me to illustrate with a simple example. When Todd was not utilizing his powers and was engaged in his daily life, the toxic substances from the metabolism of the perceptive bacteria in his eyes would stimulate the nerves, prompting the Sutherland ancient bacteria to actively strike through the cytoskeleton, directly blocking and enveloping the foreign bacteria, purifying their toxic byproducts and expelling them from the body. Conversely, when Todd employed his perceptive powers, the Sutherland ancient bacteria, stimulated by the central nervous system, would temporarily retreat, releasing the foreign bacteria within and slowly withdrawing back into the nervous system, awaiting the next command. This bacterium was akin to a safety mechanism on a firearm, preventing accidental discharge while the safety was engaged, only to be released when actively in use. As Todd observed the scenes unfolding beneath the microscope, he trembled with excitement, his heart exclaiming the incredibility of it all. As for the origin of the perceptive bacteria within him, researchers gradually began to piece together an answer. If the history recounted by the throat bone was indeed true, then these perceptive foreign bacteria must have originated from the body of the ancient sage Sutherland. A millennium ago, this assertion may sound absurd, yet it possessed a semblance of logical reasoning that a millennium prior, the alchemist Sutherland, who concealed the migration of foreign bloodlines to the east, should have also been a foreign entity himself, with perceptive powers residing within his body at the moment of his demise. During the cooling phase of his central nervous system, the Sutherland ancient bacteria locked and preserved all foreign bacteria within him, in the ensuing 7 days and nights of cremation. The heat-resistant ancient bacteria safeguarded the foreign bacteria within their cell walls, ensuring their survival, ultimately attaching themselves to the alchemist's ashes. What followed were a series of coincidences orchestrated by fate. Summer traversed into this otherworldly realm, and Todd opened the box of proverbial wisdom in the cellar. Sutherland's ashes splattered onto the faces of the two dimwits. The Sutherland ancient bacteria, encasing the perceptive bacteria, re-entered their nervous systems, resuming their function. Todd sat back in his chair, content, gazing at the specks of morning light streaming from the ceiling, listening to the chime of the morning bell, inhaling deeply, though he had not slept for over 20 hours. He felt no fatigue. Rather, his mind was abnormally alert. After tidying the table and securing his instruments, the monk closed the crevice, locked the door, and returned to the monk's dormitory. It was only upon seeing his bed that he finally felt the weight of exhaustion. Collapsing onto the bed and slipping into slumber, in his dreams, he found himself back in his previous university, having published numerous pivotal papers in core journals due to his groundbreaking discovery in microbiology, participating in countless global summits in the field, gracing the cover of Time magazine, receiving the Nobel Prize in Physiology, and marrying a beautiful and affluent woman, ascending to the pinnacle of his life. Todd, sir. It seemed a woman was nudging him. Todd, sir, get up quickly. The force was neither too light nor too heavy, just right. Splash, a cascade of snowmelt drenched his head. Todd let out a strange cry. Springing up from the bed, Corrine rubbed her palms, gazing innocently at the victim. Instantly alert, Todd, while drying his head with a cloth from beside the bed, turned his exasperated gaze towards the instigator. Could you not find a better way to wake someone? The girl shrugged her shoulders, giggling. This is the fastest way, isn't it? What urgent matter requires such a hasty summons? He tilted his head toward the monastery's entrance, and Corrine's voice was laden with disdain. A few barking dogs from the church are insisting on seeing you. What? The church? A myriad of questions flooded Todd's mind as he stepped out of the room. He mused that the only member of the church he had encountered was Father Rupert. As he walked down the corridor leading to the front hall, he noticed that today's monastery was somewhat different from usual. The sun hung high in the sky. At noon, those monks who had gone out to preach or study should have been heading to the dining hall near the main hall. Yet few were in sight. It was not until he reached the monastery's entrance that he realized their whereabouts. The monks were gathered at the main door, encircled by several elder masters, confronting a group of visitors. Among the visitors stood a dark-robed man with a sullen expression, facing the monks, one hand resting on the cross at his chest while the other pointed towards the crowd. As fellow servants of the Almighty, Is this how you demonstrate the piety and compassion you profess towards your brethren? An increasing number of onlookers gathered nearby, whispering and discussing amongst themselves, upon seeing Todd's figure appear in the front hall. Someone shouted, "He's come, the son has arrived." Hearing the title from the faithful, the dark-robed man twitched at the corner of his eye, turning his head in the direction of the hall, the jubilant crowd. The expressionless visitor and the troubled monks formed a stark contrast. Todd, feeling a twinge of frustration, rubbed the bridge of his nose. It seemed the situation was more complicated than he had imagined. "Todd, my good fellow, I am Father Paul, sent by Bishop Fabian to announce the church's decision regarding your blessing." The black-robed man's words only deepened Todd's confusion. He understood the term blessing, which entailed the conferral of holy orders from high-ranking members of the church to clergy. In simpler terms, it was akin to a promotion within the church hierarchy. However, this blessing ceremony was utterly illogical. Firstly, Todd was clearly a monk and not a member of the clergy, thus lacking the qualifications to receive a holy order. Secondly, even if a holy order were to be conferred, it should occur within the bishop's cathedral, accompanied by a designated ceremony. This casual announcement, as if conducted on a random mountaintop by a priest merely going through the motions, defied all reason. Father Paul produced a sheepskin scroll from his robe and extended it forward, proclaiming, "Todd, the Almighty bestows upon you the holy order of third-rank auxiliary exorcist." This was even more bewildering. The ranks of the Heavenly Father denomination typically range from lowest to highest. Porter, first rank; reader, second rank; exorcist, third rank; sacristan, fourth rank; subdeacon, fifth rank; deacon, sixth rank; and priest, seventh rank. While it was accurate that exorcist was a third rank, what did the prefix auxiliary imply? An honorary exorcist. To draw a parallel, it was akin to prestigious universities in the past bestowing honorary alumni titles upon so-called celebrities. Todd glanced around at the people nearby. The monks regarded him with a hint of hostility, while the visiting church members watched him with expressions of anticipation. Recalling Hawkins' past discussions about the disputes between the ascetics and the church faction, Todd suddenly comprehended the truth. It turned out that he was being used as a pawn. Chapter 30. The initial debate. Todd thought to himself, what a farce, for the sake of a mere title of third-rank auxiliary exorcist, to offend all the monks in the monastery, potentially leading to his inability to approach his residence and laboratory. How could he possibly agree to such a blessing at this time? "Father, I must decline this blessing." As soon as Todd uttered these words, the crowd reacted with varying degrees of astonishment. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, while the monks nodded in approval, their faces adorned with expressions of commendation. And a member of the church group vocally questioned, his countenance filled with ire. Father Paul remained impassive, placing the parchment back against his chest, as though he had anticipated such a response. Todd, standing beside the entrance of the monastery, leaped onto a large stone under the gaze of the crowd. As he felt all eyes upon him, he paused to collect his thoughts and began to articulate, "To steadfastly believe in the justice of God and to bestow joy upon the flock is my duty as a servant of the Almighty. What merit is this? If such reasoning were to warrant divine blessing upon me, I would feel utterly ashamed." His words left the audience in stunned silence, stirring a sense of guilt in some. The public perceived a devout believer, while the monks recognized a humble ascetic. Among the church visitors, some felt an acute sense of shame due to their narrow-mindedness. Only a few remained unaffected by his words, with Father Paul being one of them. Having endured the tumult of a decade prior, this exiled avenger had seen and comprehended far too much. Like Todd, he understood well the nuances of advancement and retreat within the theater of faith. "Brother Todd, your fervent spirit of pilgrimage commands my respect. Regarding the church's sanctification text, I have yet to convey half of what must be said. Allow me to continue." Paul reopened the parchment and addressed the assembly. "The kingdom of God requires both preachers and those who vanquish evil. A triad of auxiliary exorcists is authorized to establish the apologetic exorcism order, managing the church's assets at Mushi Harbor, free from the dominion of secular kingdoms and exempt from earthly taxes, directly governed by the Third Heretical Tribunal." Apologetic exorcism order? Mushi Harbor? What do these terms signify? Some bewildered individuals, including Todd, remained silent, and Father Paul interpreted this silence as a sign of wavering resolve. Sensing an opportune moment, he continued to bolster his position. "Brother Todd, you save lives and eradicate evil. You possess the capacity to illuminate all beings with true light. Yet you choose to feign humility and prayer as an excuse to disregard the cries for help from the faithful. Father Paul paused, a slight smirk gracing his lips. You once confided to Father Rupert, if, in the midst of prayer, someone cries for help, you may go with peace. Consider this act a prayer offered to the Father. Why then do you now deny yourself? Todd narrowed his eyes, instinctively sharpening his senses in response to the threat posed by Father Paul. The latter's reasoning was meticulous and his arguments compelling, a stark contrast to the taciturn monks of the monastery. This was indeed a formidable adversary. Little did Todd anticipate that the true crux of the matter was yet to come. From the fringes of the crowd, a figure pushed forward, kneeling before Todd, trembling with emotion, kissing the monk's shoe with fervor. My Savior, my lips shall sing your praises, my heart rejoices immensely. Todd lowered his gaze to the individual at his feet. Who are you? The figure raised his head, and the boy gasped in recognition. It was the craftsman he had saved from demonic possession. Behold, this fortunate soul, this spirit restored to life through exorcism. Father Paul spread his arms wide, addressing the crowd. Were it not for Brother Todd, this man's body would now lie mute, his legs rendered immobile, merely a corpse awaiting decay. You, Paul pointed at a middle-aged farmer. You, he redirected his finger to a young village maiden. Or you, this time, he indicated an elderly man. Who among you can guarantee that you will not become the next victim? Who can assure you that the next target of the demon is not you? Paul extended his palm towards Todd, yet your Savior chooses to remain within the high walls. Ignoring your cries for help, transcribing scripture, and indulging in self-righteousness. Can you all accept this? The crowd erupted in outrage, their voices rising in fervor. No, Todd's face darkened, his mind swirling. How dare he incite such fervor? This man ought to abandon his clerical duties and pursue a career as a bard. How could someone so eloquent have ever been defeated in debate and cast out? As Todd's spirits sank, he contemplated the ramifications of antagonizing the monks, for the monastery was his sanctuary. Any rift with them would jeopardize his recently achieved experiments, a consequence he could not bear. Reflecting on Father Paul's earlier remarks, he recognized that not only had they stirred the emotions of the masses, but they also forced him into an immediate decision, subtly undermining the monks in the process. This man was indeed a clever adversary. Caught in a dilemma, Todd glanced at the agitated crowd and then at the troubled expressions of the monks behind him, realizing he must act decisively to avert dire consequences. Father Paul, I accept the church's sanctification text. As the crowd cheered, the fury etched on the faces of the monks alerted Todd to the burgeoning rift between himself and the ascetic faction, incited by the church's machinations in a bid to salvage the situation. Todd proposed a condition, however. The apologetic exorcism order must be established outside the monastery and must not interfere with the daily lives of the monks. Paul's expression remained unchanged after a brief moment. He nodded in agreement. Agreed. Taking the sanctification text from the priest, Todd examined the grim-faced man before him and sighed inwardly. A former university lecturer who relied on wit and intellect had unwittingly fallen into the snare set by a priest. Though the future remained uncertain, he understood that in this initial encounter, he had already lost. Todd sensed an ominous premonition. Paul was destined to be a formidable opponent he must ultimately conquer in this otherworldly realm, an obstacle he must surmount. Chapter 31. The Civil League in the Harbor. After participating in the bewildering sanctification ceremony, Todd returned to the monastery, disregarding the curious glances of the monks, and made his way directly to the library. He had a multitude of questions that needed immediate answers. If Master Murus were still present, he would have been the ideal source of knowledge. However, the elder's prolonged absence left Todd with no choice but to rely on his own resources. Upon reaching the second floor of the library, he scanned the shelves marked with various subjects: theological doctrines, pastoral theology, writings on catechism, biographies, ecclesiastical history, cartography. Then he found it. With a sense of elation, Todd pulled a book from the shelf. Only to be startled by a ghostly face lurking behind it, he jumped in fright, the book slipping from his grasp and falling to the floor. Karen, what are you doing here? You nearly scared me to death. Todd placed a hand on his chest, and with the other, he pulled the girl dressed in a monk's robe from behind the shelf. Her pitiful demeanor left him at a loss for how to scold her. I was hiding in the foyer and saw everything the church did to you. I was a bit worried. Todd, taken aback by her words, regarded her with surprise. What should we do now? With the surroundings devoid of onlookers, Karen let her long black hair cascade freely down her back. Watching her graceful movements and hearing her suggestive words left Todd momentarily speechless. Although he had shared a room with this enchanting girl over the past few days, he had been so engrossed in his experiments that he had failed to notice her presence. Karen lowered her head, seemingly deep in thought. Perhaps we should meet at night. Todd raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping onto his lips as he nodded gently. Yes, I too believe it would be somewhat inconvenient to do so during the day. The girl gazed out the window. Tonight is a new moon. The moonlight is dim, and no one will notice us. Todd nodded vigorously. Exactly. On such a night, we will not be disturbed, and we can revel in the moonlight while discussing life. I have already scouted the church's camp. The guards have more holes than a sieve. Oh, so you enjoy taking strolls through the camp? The church camp. Upon hearing this, Todd felt an unsettling vibe. Karen produced a glimmering silver dagger from her robe, brandishing it in the air, her expression still sweet. Yet her smile sent chills down his spine. In the dead of night, when everyone is fast asleep, I can slip down the chimney into their quarters, slit the throats of those vile dogs, and paint the walls with their blood, sending a warning to the church to stay far away. Whoa, hold on, your tone just took a drastic turn, and I can't keep up. Todd was genuinely taken aback. His mouth agape and eyes wide, a vein throbbed on his forehead. Karen, what kind of world have you lived in? The thought of painting walls with blood, let alone witnessing it, sends shivers down one's spine. Covering his forehead with one hand and pinching his nose with the other, Todd shook his head vigorously, immediately dismissing the bloody proposal. Placing the book on the table, he pulled Karen closer to sit down and began to patiently explain to her that, from any perspective, be it factional opposition, power struggles, or comparisons of strength, assassination was not a viable option. After much persuasion, Todd finally managed to dissuade the other party from their intentions. As he calmed his mind, he realized that he knew far too little about the girl named Karen, her character, her past, her preferences. He was entirely ignorant of them. He had previously thought that she harbored a sincere affection for him, a notion that now seemed utterly ridiculous. Setting aside this matter for the moment, Todd redirected his attention to the literary records within the books. After a thorough search, he finally discovered information regarding the Defensive Exorcism Order in Moshi Harbor. To begin with, the Defensive Exorcism Order is a civilian armed force managed by the Church's Inquisition. Unlike the formal military organizations such as the Church's Knightly Orders, it is an unofficial assembly, lacking documentation in the Church's sacred records. Furthermore, the recognition and establishment of knightly orders must undergo deliberation by the College of Cardinals in the Papal States before receiving papal authorization, while the Defensive Exorcism Order requires merely a letter of sanction from the Archbishop or even a bishop of the diocese. Additionally, this order is limited in numbers, typically not exceeding 100 members. In terms of function, the Defensive Exorcism Order primarily assists the Inquisition in conducting civilian reconnaissance and apprehension operations, refraining from participation in large-scale military conflicts. After perusing this introduction, a bemused expression crossed Todd's face. Initially, he had assumed it to be a formidable religious organization, only to discover it was merely a group of enthusiastic laypeople dedicated to reporting and assisting the Church in identifying heretics. However, upon further reflection, he realized that such authorization could prove advantageous rather than detrimental, for as the saying goes, the most dangerous place can also be the safest. No one would suspect that the very individuals aiding the Church in hunting for heretics were a motley crew of diverse origins. Next, let us consider Moshi Harbor. The historical chronicles regarding this location trace back to a missionary event in the year 375.12. Ascetic monks set forth from this coastline, accompanied only by the scriptures of the Father and their meager belongings. They sailed a single-masted vessel, enduring 75 days and nights, traversing hundreds of islands in the northern wilderness, spreading the glory of God and the grace of the Lord among the primitive tribes. Upon their return, storms and scurvy claimed all but one of their lives, who ultimately returned to the Moonstream Plains in 379. To commemorate the remarkable deeds of these faithful, the Silver Ring Kingdom bestowed this harbor upon the Church. Such is the course of history. Now let us examine the geographical context. Moshi Harbor is a naturally ice-free port. Although the salinity of the seawater is not particularly high, the depth of the seabed and the substantial volume of water provide the essential conditions for the water to remain unfrozen. Geographically, it possesses distinct advantages. To the north lies the Falling Star mountain range, shielding it from the storms of the Misty Sea. To the south are hills suitable for constructing lighthouses. watchtowers, and defensive fortifications. The east features a flat plain conducive to the movement of carts for loading and unloading goods, and to the west, after navigating around the rapid island, one can travel north to the northern isles or south to the southern kingdoms. It is indeed a place of convenient transportation and favorable environment. However, the present state of Mashi Harbor is far from the bustling prosperity one might imagine. For centuries, it has languished in neglect, remaining a desolate expanse of rubble and gravel. The sole reason for this is the pirates from the northern isles, who descend upon it to plunder and attack. Mashi Harbor's proximity to the northern isles and its considerable distance from the military hubs of the church and secular kingdoms, compounded by the lengthy coastline that is difficult to defend, has rendered it vulnerable. Moreover, the Silver Ring Kingdom has a stable source of income from silver and thus does not place much importance on the harbor. Consequently, this has led to rampant piracy, the abandonment of the harbor, and a lack of concern from authorities. Todd closed the book, pondering silently. Mashi Harbor might indeed present a splendid opportunity. Chapter 32. Negotiation. This was destined to be a frustrating negotiation. Sitting at one end of the long table, Todd glanced at the empty seat beside him, then looked across to the stern-faced church representatives who filled the opposite side. He rubbed his nose, contemplating. Initially, both Harkins and Karen had expressed a desire to accompany him, but the monk had declined their participation. Ultimately, their presence was deemed unsuitable for negotiations with the church. Furthermore, the notion that having more people would lend an advantage in negotiations was entirely unfounded. I seem to have not seen Father Paul, Todd began. A man clad in a short white deacon's robe responded with a disdainful tone. Brother Paul has more pressing matters within the church. His time is more valuable than you might imagine. What an arrogant individual. There must be a limit to such disregard. Calm down. Todd, having developed an unyielding demeanor during his university years while dealing with both superiors and students, felt a surge of indignation but maintained a cordial facade. He turned to the assembly, his eyes darting, and spoke. I see. I completely understand. Father Paul is indeed a person of high standing, and it is only natural that he need not trouble himself with conversing with someone as humble as I. I truly appreciate the efforts of all present. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the church representatives varied. Some recalled something, their faces darkening. Others appeared solemn, whispering among themselves, while a few, including the deacon who had spoken earlier, wore a look of smug satisfaction. Observing the shifts in their demeanor, Todd allowed a smile to grace his lips. His words, while seemingly innocuous, had subtly tested the hierarchy of their status. It became clear that the assembled church representatives were not a monolithic entity. They belonged to various factions within the church, perhaps loyal to a bishop or allied with a deacon. Before the negotiation had even commenced, Father Paul had made a colossal mistake. He was appointed by the bishop as the leader of this team. Yet he had overlooked one critical detail. He was not the highest-ranking cleric present. In other words, he shared an equal status with many others in the delegation. Had he been more humble and cautious, perhaps managing the internal dynamics of the team, matters could have proceeded without incident. Instead, he had committed a foolish act, deliberately absenting himself from the negotiation to assert his position, as though commanding subordinates. This was a blatant disrespect towards his peers and an exhibition of extreme arrogance. Todd recalled his past experiences, where he had to adopt a subservient posture to secure research funding, dining with department heads and officials. In such circumstances, not only was attendance never questioned, but even the positioning of one's glass during toasts adhered to meticulous etiquette. Such social nuances may seem trivial, yet they can evoke the darker inclinations of the human psyche when invoked. Dear colleagues, while I am but a mere monk, I have had some interactions with the church. I once participated in Bishop Fabian's blessing mass, and his insights into the holy word and theology left a profound impression on me. Upon this declaration, the expressions of the church representatives shifted once more. The initially stoic deacons appeared indifferent, as if detached from the matter, while another group appeared delighted, resonating with his words, and some even murmured in agreement. Taking mental note of their faces, Todd smiled and extended his hands. Let us engage in discussion, shall we? The negotiations persisted from the afternoon until dusk, transitioning from the warmth of daylight to the emergence of the moonlight. As evening approached, the church representatives intended to invite Todd to dine with them. The fare consisted of simple military rations, such as a hodgepodge vegetable stew, boiled beans, and ham bread, accompanied by the sour pomegranate juice stored within the camp. However, they were utterly unprepared for Todd's extravagant gesture. He had spared no expense to procure a bounty of fine wines and delicacies from nearby villages, which he had delivered to the church camp. What began as an ordinary meal transformed into a lavish banquet. As Todd navigated the gathering, wine glass in hand, he subtly recaptured the essence of his past life, offering timely compliments, executing courteous gestures, and deftly igniting the atmosphere, propelling the entire event to successive crescendos. The sounds of laughter and praise echoed, faintly audible even from several kilometers away. In a corner of the camp, the short and stout man, Walton, held a piece of roasted meat in one hand and a wine glass in the other. Approaching Captain Alfonso, he gestured with his chin, indicating Todd, who was charming the guests with ease, and whispered, "Have we become outdated? Or has the world truly changed? When did ascetic monks become?" The ironclad knight remained silent, his gaze fixed on the figure clad in gray robes, his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin. The outcome of this negotiation was, of course, one of mutual satisfaction. The church garnered a wealth of first-hand intelligence from Todd and received his commitment to fully cooperate in establishing control over the St. Sidro monastery. Conversely, Todd secured numerous privileges from the church, the right to recruit for the defensive exorcism order within the Silver Ring diocese, the privilege to operate church-sanctioned goods, tax-exempt passage through secular territories, and most importantly, the exclusive operational rights to Moshi Harbor. As Todd exited the church camp, he cast a glance back at the boisterous and joyous banquet that still echoed with laughter. With a flushed face, he tightened his grip on the several authorization documents he held, letting out a long belch, and inwardly chuckled. The intricate social customs and drinking culture inherited over 5,000 years from my ancestors. How could you possibly navigate such waters? 3 days later, in Silver Ring City, at the St. Coda Cathedral, Bishop Fabian sat in a Roman chair, bemusedly surveying two reports laid out before him. One report, authored by Father Paul, depicted the monk Todd as a crude, money-driven charlatan, with a particularly striking phrase that read, using the Father's authority to conceal his greed. The other report came from one of the bishop's trusted confidants. Todd is portrayed as a brother with a heart devoted to the church, possessing profound knowledge, pious towards the saints, humble, and courteous, who should be courted into the fold of the church. Those who participated in the same negotiations presented two markedly different reports, causing even the bishop to begin to doubt if there had been a misunderstanding. Fortunately, both reports did reach a consensus on one crucial point: to embrace the Abbey of St. Sidro into the church. Todd is a pivotal figure, and the other party is exceedingly eager to collaborate with the church. Bishop Fabian shifted his gaze to another document at hand, a complaint letter. The content glaringly revealed that someone from the church delegation accused Father Paul of arrogance and negligence, removing his crystal spectacles. The bishop rubbed his temples, with only one question lingering in his mind: what exactly transpired at the Abbey of St. Sidro? Chapter 33. Delivering money. The first thing Todd did upon waking was to check the church authorization document beside him. Fortunately, everything was in order. Sitting up in bed, he pressed two fingers against his throbbing temples, his mind ringing while stars danced before his eyes. He bit down hard on his teeth, contemplating how understandable it is that those engaged in research detest socializing. A night of drunken revelry had rendered all plans for the following day utterly futile, leaving him incapable of working. After dressing, he pushed open the door, only to be met by the hurried footsteps of monks in the corridor. Their expressionless gazes flicked toward Todd before they continued on their way. Todd understood that his reputation within the abbey had plummeted, previously regarded as merely lazy and irreverent. It was likely now tarnished further with accusations of colluding with the church and being infatuated with the secular world. Reflecting on this, he considered himself fortunate to not have been expelled, especially without the looming presence of Master Mary's. Like a rat in a marketplace, Todd endeavored to evade attention, attempting to meld into the shadows of the building as he cautiously made his way to the abbey's entrance. Alas, he was ultimately discovered. Clad in a monk's robe, Corinne blocked his path, her expression far from pleased. "You forbade me from going yesterday. Today you must take me with you." Rubbing his temples, Todd was inclined to refuse outright. But upon recalling her fervent, rebellious rhetoric from the previous day, he thought it might be wiser to have her accompany him. "You can follow me today." Upon seeing the girl's excited expression, Todd quickly added, "But you must adhere to my instructions. Absolutely no mischief." After receiving her enthusiastic promise, the two set off toward the foot of the mountain. Regarding the establishment of the apologist exorcism group and the development of the port at Muxai, Todd had a general plan in mind, but needed to conduct further investigation. With an extensive network and a nimble mind, Local resident Harkins was undoubtedly the best person to consult upon reaching the smelting yard at the mountain's base. Todd wandered around the newly expanded furnace but found no sign of Harkins. Instead, he encountered a visibly agitated Edgar and a dejected little Jerry. Observing their expressions, Todd inquired, "What has happened to you two?" Upon seeing Todd, Edgar seized the opportunity to vent his frustration. "Don't even mention it. To cure the big Ophis affliction, we took him to the bustling circus, paid to enter the haunted house, and tied him to a wooden post with a rope. But within a minute, he started crying in fear, broke free from the rope, snapped the post, nearly beat the performers to death, and even set the tent ablaze, counting on his fingers like a child." Jerry chimed in. "Medical expenses, materials repair costs, props purchase fees, tent mending costs, compensation for frightened audience members. We've lost all the earnings from the past 3 days. Luckily, there were no fatalities. Otherwise, I would have been banned for life." Todd glanced at little Jerry, whose head was drooping lower, and sighed deeply. It seemed that using fright to stimulate the adrenal parasites was not a prudent approach after all. Suddenly, Corrine burst into laughter beside him. That must have been quite the spectacle. Her remark astonished the others. Just imagine. When the fire erupted, people scattered like animals with their tails on fire. Chaos everywhere. Don't you find that scene utterly hilarious? Rather than helping little Jerry escape his fury, Todd suddenly felt a pressing need to prioritize correcting Miss Foreman's worldview issues. How could that possibly be funny? Edgar straightened up, his expression earnest. "The props and tent are rendered unusable. The performers will need over a month to recover, and the show will be forced to halt for a considerable time." Corrine lifted her head upon hearing this, her face emerging from beneath the monk's hood. Edgar, upon realizing her identity, began to tremble, raising his voice involuntarily, his tone reminiscent of a devoted fan. "Miss Blacksheep, I had no idea you would be here. Your performance is my absolute favorite." Only then did Todd recall that Corrine's decision to remain at the Abbey was known solely to himself and Harkins. The girl resumed the previous topic. "That fire, it blazed high into the sky, smoke swirling. At that moment, the entire circus rushed to extinguish it. You wouldn't believe it. The scene was truly..." As Edgar began to spin an exaggerated tale, Todd covered his face, internally lamenting. "You rascal, can you not retain some semblance of dignity?" Unable to endure any longer, he interrupted Edgar. "Where is Harkins? Why haven't I seen him?" Edgar halted mid-sentence, scratching the back of his head, pondering for a moment before muttering to himself, "I suppose it wouldn't hurt to tell you now." "Huh, what did that mean?" Edgar pointed toward the southwest. "If you head in that direction for half an hour, there's a village. Uncle Harkins has gone there." Observing Edgar's cryptic demeanor, Todd refrained from probing further, leading Corrine directly toward the village. Edgar followed suit, seemingly wishing to converse with Miss Blacksheep but lacking the courage. Merely trailing behind them, little Jerry, having erred, was reluctant to remain alone at the smelting yard but feared reprimand. Thus he followed at a distance. Upon reaching the village, Todd spotted Harkins, in a rather furtive manner, hiding behind a tree, stealthily observing a wooden house ahead. Todd turned back, disregarding the girl's evident reluctance, firmly instructed Corrine to stay put and not approach, while he, filled with curiosity, climbed onto a large stone behind Harkins to discreetly observe the man's actions. Harkins, concealed behind the tree, gazed at the small house, murmuring to himself, "Why hasn't she come out yet?" Todd, crouching beside the stone, watched Harkins with a belly full of questions. What on earth is he up to? Corrine, hiding behind, glared at Todd, growling in annoyance, "You never want to take me along." Edgar stood a short distance behind Corrine, glancing at the black sheep, suddenly recalling something. "I should have asked for an autograph earlier." Little Jerry, seated at the back, looked at everyone in front of him, hugging his knees and lamenting, "I'm hungry." Finally, the door of the small house swung open. A woman of striking beauty emerged, carrying a basket, followed by an adorable girl of around 10, both chatting and laughing as they walked away. Harkins sprang into action. Watching the two fade into the distance, the man stealthily unbuckled a heavy cloth bag from his waist, crept toward the window, and deftly used a slender hook to unlock the window, tossing the bag inside. A heavy clinking of coins echoed from within, and Harkins nodded in satisfaction before scurrying back. Todd was left utterly speechless. What sort of ridiculous maneuver was this? Chapter 34. The cost in his previous life. Todd could not claim to fully understand the ways of men pursuing love. Yet he had some inkling. However, Harkins' method of tossing money into a house while the woman was away and then fleeing was entirely unprecedented at that moment. The most disheartened party was Harkins himself. Just as he believed he had completed everything in secrecy and was humming a tune on his way back, he was startled to see familiar faces emerging from behind stones, bushes, and fences. "You all." The man was momentarily bewildered, unsure of what to say next. Todd approached him, offering a complex glance. The man instantly grasped that he had been overthinking. "That's my wife and daughter." Todd's eyes widened in astonishment. Harkins took a step forward, dropping a casual remark. "Let us talk as we walk." The group embarked on their journey back to the Abbey. The man slowly recounted his story to Todd. Harkins' family originally hailed from the northern marshes of the Falling Star Mountains. With ancestors who made a living by trapping rats, this peculiar affliction had been passed down through generations, regardless of gender. Upon reaching adulthood, their hands and feet would emit a black miasma capable of poisoning living beings. In Harkins' generation, the situation worsened, with his hands gradually turning black and shriveling, muscles losing vitality, and nerves becoming progressively paralyzed, with toxic gas seeping through thick gloves and into the air. After marrying, he quickly had a daughter, whom he cherished like a precious gem. It was meant to be a happy family. But when their daughter turned 1, she fell into a coma from a high fever. Hawkins, accompanied by his daughter, wandered from one physician to another, yet there was no sign of improvement in her condition. Desperate, he found himself at the gates of the San Sidro Monastery, seeking the divine protection of the Father. It was there that he encountered Master Miras, who examined the patient and revealed an unbearable truth. The root of his daughter's affliction lay in a family curse, and the only way to ensure her health was for Hawkins to remain as distant from her as possible. It was a harrowing decision. In a moment of desperation, Hawkins orchestrated a tragic accident to fabricate the illusion of death, watching from afar as his own coffin was lowered into the earth. Listening to the heart-wrenching cries of his wife and daughter, the man chose to turn away and step into his own personal purgatory. Yet occasionally, he would secretly send the meager savings he managed to gather to his wife and daughter. Upon hearing this tale, Todd gazed at Hawkins's profile, lost in contemplation. While many behold the might and glory of those with extraordinary abilities, few consider the sacrifices they have made or the losses they endure. Everyone desires power, yet very few are prepared to bear the potential consequences it entails. Todd gently touched his eyes and inquired, "Hawkins, if I told you that it might be possible for you to live alongside your wife and daughter like a normal man, but you would face immense risks, would you be willing?" The man halted, gripping Todd's shoulders with a seriousness he had never displayed before. "If it means I can hold my daughter once more, I would sacrifice everything, even my life. May God grant you joy, my daughter. May all things abound in hope, and nothing cause you alarm. Recall the golden years of from babbling infancy to flourishing growth, my daughter, adorned in a beautiful wedding gown. Oh, heavenly tidings, bringing comfort and delight. My daughter has grown, and today she shall wed." Hawkins's voice resonated once more in the ears of the monks, yet this time, Todd remained silent. "Are you referring to Muxahai Port?" Hawkins marked an X on the map with a pencil. Every spring, the Northern Island pirates set out in their beast-skin boats, armed with axes and torches. They traverse the misty sea, navigate the raging current strait, and land at Muxahai Port, plundering every village within sight. The man drew a circle with a radius of approximately 15 kilometers around the port on the map. This is roughly the pirates' area of attack after disembarking. At this distance, they can manage to evade military pursuit while ensuring a timely return to their ships. Placing the pencil on the table, Hawkins glanced at the attentive monk, stroking his chin, uncertainly adding, "I know someone who resides in a coastal village. Perhaps he can provide us with more information." Todd nodded. "Every piece of intelligence is invaluable to us. We shall split up. You will be responsible for contacting the informant while I prepare the necessary materials for our next steps." Upon returning to the laboratory, Todd packed the essential materials into his satchel and, after sharing a simple meal with Carlin, made his way to the smelting site at the foot of the mountain. He instructed the craftsman to clear a furnace for him, dispersing all those nearby, and erected thick drapes around to shield the area from prying eyes. Todd took it upon himself, with only Carlin as his assistant. This time, he intended to create glass, but while the previous endeavor involved optical glass, this one pertained to artisan glass. The materials were similar, yet the processes differed. Skipping the earlier steps, he began with the blowing phase. First, he inserted a square iron tube, forged from wrought iron, into the furnace's high temperature, extracting the glass material, primarily composed of quartz sand, without the need for photosensitive additives. The raw material was kneaded in red clay powder for coloring. The colored material was then elongated into rods and bent into handles. Next, he extracted a glob of glass with the iron tube, blowing air to expand it. The next phase tested manual skill, as he had to blow while shaping the glass with a damp cloth. During this period, if the glass began to cool, it would need to be returned to the furnace for reheating and reshaping. A skilled artisan could achieve a perfect form after 2 or 3 reheatings, while an inexperienced individual might require 7 or 8. Subsequently, the colored glass components were fused with the main body at high temperatures. Finally, they were placed in a cooling area to cure for a day. While the steps appeared straightforward, the intricate and numerous challenges that tested the craftsman's skill could easily lead to failure. Ideally, these tasks would be entrusted to the craftsman, but Todd, intent on safeguarding this technique, did not involve them or the apprentices. The result was that the glass products he produced were uneven and flawed. Fortunately, Carlin was significantly more adept in this regard, crafting items that resembled their intended forms. Had Todd not intervened, the girl, caught up in the excitement of glass blowing, might have continued for an entire day. As he watched all the glass fire blanks placed into the ventilation box, Todd repeatedly emphasized to the vigilant Jerry that no one was to approach. At the same time, Hawkins returned with news about Port. Chapter 35, a place to stand back at the smelting site at the foot of the monastery. Hawkins took a few sips of water, regulated his breathing, and stretched his weary legs before pulling out a simple hand-drawn map. Port was marked in the center, surrounded to the east and south by numerous black dots representing coastal villages, while the west opened to an endless sea and the north led to the archipelago. He placed his finger on the central port. This place is desolate, though it is called a port. It features nothing but an endless stretch of beach. He moved his finger northward, tapping the archipelago. I found an acquaintance who often ventures to sea. He informed me that the northern island pirates belong to several tribes, some comprising merely 100 men, while larger ones boast thousands, and they are perpetually at war with one another. Currently, the southern routes are controlled by a tribe known as the Gray Skull. Finally, he laid his palm over the eastern land, pondering aloud. I inquired among the villages that had previously been plundered, and it appears the northern pirates determined their descent based on the rate of snowmelt. Experienced elders speculate that this year's raid will not be long in coming, likely within the next half-month. Todd nodded. Half a month, which places us at the end of January or the beginning of February. With that, he beckoned Hawkins to follow him. The two approached the innermost storage room of the smelting site, where Todd indicated for Jerry, stationed at the doorway, to open the large door. To Hawkins' surprise, the windows of the room were completely boarded up, despite it being daytime. The darkness was impenetrable. Todd ignited a torch on the wall, and as Hawkins adjusted to the change in light, he spotted a wooden crate lying in the corner. Hawkins silently observed Todd, understanding that he had brought him here for a compelling reason. Todd peeled back the boards and rummaged through the crate filled with straw, carefully extracting an object from within. Hawkins squinted, illuminated by the firelight, and discerned the true nature of the item in Todd's hand. This is... The man was taken aback. It appeared to be a crystalline, translucent object, devoid of any sharp edges or depressions, inscribed with ancient Terra script proclaiming, "Fortune changes hands, the divine remains." A kaleidoscope of colors danced before the observer's eyes. Is this a treasure from the ancient Terra era? Hawkins suddenly recalled something and grasped Todd's arm. Speaking earnestly, "You absolutely must not take this out." Perhaps realizing his overreaction, he added, "It could bring us calamity." Hawkins's words seemed somewhat disjointed and perplexing, yet Todd understood his meaning. A man without fault may bear the burden of another's sin. While glassware was common in this world, it was primarily composed of impurities and thick green glass, sometimes referred to as German ancient glass in the past, or from the south, precious and intricate metallic glass. However, the flawless craftsmanship of the item before them would be instantly recognized by anyone knowledgeable as possessing great value. Todd brought the glass vessel closer to the firelight for a detailed examination. Responding, "This is a glass artifact that Carlin and I just created a few days ago. I inscribed that ancient Teru saying." Hawkins gasped in disbelief. Under the fire's glow, the small vessel resembled a wine cup from the past, appearing commendable from a distance but revealing numerous flaws upon closer inspection. Carlin, being a girl with limited lung capacity, could only produce simple shapes. The bottom of the glass bore bubbles, a sign of insufficient furnace temperature and lack of skill. The joint between the handle and the body was marred by unsightly solidified waste. What Hawkins viewed as a treasure, Todd perceived as a flawed product rife with issues. Yet this man conveniently forgot the subpar items he had previously crafted, which barely warranted the term garbage. Placing the small vessel back into the crate, Todd remarked, I comprehend your concerns. Without any means of self-defense, should we attempt to sell these items, we would inevitably attract the envy of others. Thus, I have devised a plan. Lend me your ear. The Northern Pirates, the Port of Mushi, the Missionary Exorcism Brigade, glassware, ancient Taro inscriptions, the ecclesiastical faction, and the ascetics. As the Slavic man listened to the grand plan that spilled from his companion's lips, his jaw dropped wider with each revelation. And once the tale concluded, his first response was to exclaim, "You must be mad." After a moment's contemplation, he lowered his gaze, pondering over the proposal once more, and gently shook his head, muttering, "How could such a venture ever succeed?" He paced the room, casting a glance at the glassware in the corner, and fell once more into deep thought, stroking the small braid on his chin, expressing uncertainty in his voice as he mused, "Perhaps, if fortune smiles upon us. Who knows?" Ultimately, he seemed to relinquish his thoughts, shrugging his shoulders and turning to Todd, asking, "I fail to comprehend why you would embark upon such a perilous endeavor." Upon hearing the question, a fleeting look of confusion crossed Todd's eyes. The experiences of recent days began to resurface in his mind, fortifying his resolve. He touched the bridge of his nose, leaning against the wall as he reminisced, slowly articulating, "Back when Master Milas was still with us. My routine was simple. I attended lectures in the morning, spent afternoons in the underground alchemy chamber, and retired at night, day in and day out. This was my life. I felt no pressure about the future. Nor did I ponder it too deeply. Perhaps I thought that simply letting the days pass by was quite sufficient." The flickering firelight cast shadows across Todd's face, his tone growing somber. Then, Master Milas vanished without a word. And the church regarded me as a tool for usurping the monastery, while the monks viewed me as a traitor, enamored with the mundane. My refuge became akin to this. He extended his palm, drawing it closer and closer, squeezed and stripped bare. I gradually came to understand a profound truth. I had always lived in the light, my gaze forever directed towards the sun. When shadows approached, my footing was as fragile and vulnerable as this glass. This plan may indeed sound like a jest, yet, if successful, it could perhaps provide us, the outcasts, with a sanctuary. If it fails, we merely return to our starting point. So, what say you, dear Hawkins? Are you willing to assist me? Todd straightened his posture, extending his right hand towards his companion. The two men exchanged glances, and Hawkins abruptly posed an unusual question. "Todd, do you believe in miracles?" Todd pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The man stepped forward, disregarding Todd's outstretched hand, and instead embraced his shoulders, smiling as he declared, "I believe that you, standing before me, are a miracle." Chapter 36. Antiquities. With time still remaining before the pirates descend, meticulous preparations must be made. The foremost task is to bolster relations with the church. Seated in a cart laden with fine wines and food, Todd recalled the earlier scene, a gentle smile breaking upon his lips. Having agreed to his audacious plan, Hawkins had unhesitatingly produced the entirety of their savings from the silver refining facility. When Edgar and Corrine learned that a portion of this money was to procure supplies for the church encampment, they immediately voiced strong opposition. The former was swiftly reprimanded by Hawkins, while the latter required much persuasion from Todd. After much discussion, Corrine finally acquiesced to the notion of distracting the enemy, reflecting on the familiar reluctance etched upon the girl's face. Todd closed his eyes, memories from his past flooding back. Fresh from graduation, he had, under his mentor's guidance, remained at his alma mater as a lecturer at that time. He was a young man, blissfully ignorant of the world's complexities, harboring a disdain for injustice and contempt for authority, believing that his stellar academic performance and fruitful research rendered him above the need to flatter those in power. Yet, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Sharpening every rough edge of his character, he gradually grasped the nuances of human relations, gaining insight into the ways of the world. Through perseverance and a solid academic foundation coupled with a shrewd approach to social interactions, he became the youngest associate professor in the university's history. Was this growth or decline? The sight of the encampment gradually emerging in the distance brought Todd back to the present. The guards at the camp entrance, already familiar with the generous monk, moved aside the barricades and waved a greeting to the occupants of the cart. Upon reaching the guards, Todd retrieved a small cask filled with mead from his cloak, tossing it to them while placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. Receiving a salute from the guards, Todd smiled and continued on his way. "Lord Todd, Mr. Todd, Todd," as he exchanged pleasantries with various individuals within the camp. He maneuvered the cart to the center. A figure emerged from the dwelling, and upon seeing the familiar face, Todd paused momentarily before a warm smile broke out. and he approached enthusiastically. "Father Paul, it has been too long." The man, his face frozen in frost, glanced at the monk before snorting derisively. "What on earth is happening? Why has there been no action from you until now? Your priority should be to go to the monastery and do everything in your power to win over those monks sympathetic to the church." Todd thought to himself that if he were to follow Paul's advice, he would likely be expelled from the monastery by the next day. Other priests began to emerge from the rooms. Upon seeing the laden cart, some offered Todd a friendly smile before advising, "Brother Paul, please do not make things difficult for Brother Todd. Every situation must unfold in its own time." Father Paul's irritation flared as he turned, pointing a finger at the cart and addressing the crowd. "Do not let comfort and desire cloud your judgment. The bishop has already bestowed upon us our mission, yet you act like a group of pampered individuals, fixated solely on carnal pleasures." This scathing remark immediately incensed many in the crowd. A voice rose in protest, "Such devotion to the Holy One. Yet you shamelessly besmirch it. This is outrageous." Seizing the opportunity, Todd interjected, "Heavenly Father, we are merely delivering some food and wine. This is hardly a grave matter. Even the highest shepherd would guide his flock to the lush pastures. Is there fault in that?" Paul raised his chin, slowly addressing the monks. "The Heavenly Father knows his sheep. Are you implying that you have mastered the hearts of men?" Todd found himself momentarily speechless, realizing that while this fellow may lack emotional intelligence, his intellect was undoubtedly sharp. His quick reflexes and analytical abilities were impressive, as Todd's simple statement had been deftly turned against him. Recognizing that a standoff was unwise, Todd chose to yield, saying, "Father Paul, as you wish, I shall restrain my words and refrain from further gifts." Upon hearing this, many nearby displayed expressions of anger, yet due to the bishop's recent authorization, they could only glare at Paul. Seething yet silenced as Todd returned, laden and empty-handed. He glanced back at the eerily quiet camp, tightening his grip on the reins, silently contemplating. It still lacks a final touch. Meanwhile, at the refining facility, the production of glass was progressing remarkably well. With Corrine and Hawkins collaborating, they mastered the art of blowing and shaping glass, achieving a pace that far surpassed their initial expectations. The designs of the glassware were not overly complex, be it jugs or bowls, exuding a simple elegance. Every finished piece was adorned with ancient Taro inscriptions or motifs. However, the subsequent actions of Todd left the duo utterly perplexed. Todd first employed natural diamond dust to polish the surface of the glass artifacts, transforming what they had painstakingly crafted into a rough state. Witnessing this brutal treatment of their creations, Corrine was the first to protest, launching herself at Todd in an attempt to reclaim the items from his grasp. Fortunately, Hawkins intervened, assuring her that Todd's actions were justified. The polished glass was then placed into moist clay, dusted with soil, and left to rest for over 12 hours, after which the encasing crust was carefully removed. Hawkins and Corrine gazed at the dirty, scratched glassware before them, awaiting Todd's explanation. What transpired next was nothing short of astonishing. Todd raised a stone and smashed several pristine glass pieces into shards. "Are you out of your mind?" Corrine exclaimed, shaking Todd's arm vigorously, her voice tinged with the threat of tears. Hawkins, however, remained unperturbed, merely inquiring, "Is this what you referred to as antiquities in your plan?" Upon hearing the strange term, Corrine turned her head, asking antiquities. Todd placed the shards into a wooden box, dusting off his hands, and began to elucidate to the girl, "My aim is to craft these glass artifacts to resemble antiquities from the Taro Empire." Hawkins asked once more, "Is it really that simple to convince others that these are relics from the Taro era?" Todd shook his head. "What I am doing exploits a psychological loophole. Aside from the three of us, no one has ever encountered glass, a novel creation. Its worth is elevated by its perfection. People naturally assume that each refinement serves to enhance its value. However, no one would consider that someone might be foolish enough to deliberately diminish that perfection, lowering the glass's value." Todd turned his gaze to Hawkins, stating, "Now, it is your turn." The man nodded. A few days later, peculiar rumors began to circulate among the villages and towns along the western coast. On a certain island in the northern archipelago lies a treasure trove of ancient artifacts from the Taro Empire. Chapter 37, The Second Ability. The task of disseminating rumors was entrusted to Hawkins, while the creation of glass was assigned to Karen, and Todd once again immersed himself in the laboratory. During this period, the external pressures and internal anxieties compelled him to devise ways to enhance his chances of survival in this alternate world. The reckless scheme concerning the port of Mushi was fraught with too many variables, and Todd had little confidence in its success. Any misstep could lead to the complete collapse of the entire plan, Should the endeavor fail, finding a means to survive would become paramount. Moreover, placing all his eggs in one basket was not in his nature. Consequently, designing and executing a backup survival strategy became the foremost priority. Todd's contingency plan involved the expansion of his abilities. This notion was inspired by a previous laboratory accident. If the Sutherland bacteria could inhibit foreign pathogens and mitigate their toxic effects, then why not introduce several strains of bacteria into his own body to acquire additional abilities for self-preservation? He had two options at hand: Hawkins's weakened bacteria and Edgar's rapid bacteria. Upon comparison, Todd leaned towards the latter. While the weakened abilities could be advantageous in close combat, for a research-oriented character like Todd, opportunities for physical confrontation were exceedingly rare, rendering them impractical. In contrast, enhancing one's speed proved far more beneficial. As the saying goes, retreat is the best strategy. If one cannot outfight, one must at least outpace. Augmenting his speed would undoubtedly be advantageous for survival. However, the challenge lay in how to introduce the bacteria from Edgar's body into his own. Firstly, if the quantity of rapid bacteria introduced was insufficient, not only would it fail to confer abilities, but it might also be eradicated by the body's immune response. Secondly, in a medieval world with limited technological advancement, there was no means to create modern syringes. Without a syringe, would he resort to carving a small incision in his leg and pouring the bacterial solution in? Lastly, the conditions for sterilization were woefully inadequate. Although his body harbored Sutherland bacteria capable of blocking pathogens, there was no assurance that this era would not present other bizarre pathogens. Todd had no desire to lose a limb or even his life due to a single injection. The first problem to solve was how to procure a substantial quantity of rapid bacteria. The idea of extracting more pathogens from Edgar's body was swiftly dismissed. He had no wish to witness the pitiful sight of the young boy, tearful and snotty, during the previous live sampling. Among the remaining options, bacterial cultivation emerged as the best alternative. Bacterial cultivation involves placing bacteria in a petri dish, adding a growth medium, and timely adjusting the temperature, pressure, and pH levels to create the most favorable environment for bacterial proliferation. For the growth medium, Todd chose the commonly used broth medium in bacterial culture experiments. Once the petri dish was properly set up, Todd began crafting a syringe. Given the rudimentary state of medieval microinstrumentation, it would not be until the 17th century that practical syringes made of brass emerged, unbeknownst to Todd, in certain medieval kingdoms. Rudimentary subcutaneous syringes had already begun to take shape. The drug chamber and plunger were straightforward. The former could be fashioned from pure silver or brass into a cylindrical tube, while the latter could be made from a rubber ball bladder or a wooden rod. The most significant challenge lay with the needle. In modern medical equipment, the finest medical needles measure 0.33 millimeters, with thicker ones at 0.55 and 0.6 millimeters. Yet their production necessitates precision machinery, which was clearly unfeasible at this stage. After much contemplation, Todd recalled a program he had seen on the Discovery Channel, which mentioned natural hollow needles, the spines of sea urchins. The spines, typically 1 to 2 centimeters long and 1 or 2 millimeters thick, are conical, hollow, and brittle. However, after cleaning the canal and undergoing a plasticizing process to make the spines flexible and less prone to breakage, they could serve as syringe needles. With the first two dilemmas resolved, the third problem appeared relatively trivial. Medical alcohol and high temperatures could easily satisfy the sterilization requirements. Once everything was prepared, Todd sat on the ground, rolled up his pant leg, and, utilizing his X-ray ability, examined the veins and nerves in his calf. One hand grasped the syringe while the other pressed down to help the tense muscle relax. As he prepared to inject, he hesitated. What he was about to do was conduct a bacterial experiment on his own body. Moreover, voluntarily introducing a copper tube filled with pathogens into himself was an act that transcended the boundaries of scientific inquiry. On one hand, it could be seen as daring experimentation. On the other, it could be deemed sheer folly. Taking a deep breath, Todd muttered to himself, "I might truly be losing my mind." The needle pierced his skin, blood splattered forth, and he pushed the wooden plunger forward, allowing the transparent bacterial solution to flow slowly beneath his skin. But a simultaneous sensation of pain and burning radiated from the wound, and Todd gritted his teeth, watching as the wooden plunger gradually descended into the copper tube. While he used his X-ray vision to monitor the flow within his lower extremities, the bacteria traversed from his calf into his thigh, then into his pelvic region, and finally into the other leg. His leg muscles began to tremble violently. the nerves gradually losing their functionality, as if his calf had suddenly vanished from his body. Todd pressed a disinfectant cloth soaked in medical alcohol firmly against the wound, his lips turning pale from overwhelming tension. Time became indistinct, and eventually, the numbness in his leg receded like a receding tide, as the nerves reactivated, restoring sensation. Todd gazed at the rocky ceiling, attempting to wiggle his toes. And, using the wall for support, he slowly stood up. He once again used his X-ray vision to peer into his leg, where the rapid bacteria formed a gray torrent, coursing steadily within him. Have I succeeded? Or have I failed? He ventured to take a step forward. As his foot pushed off the ground, an immense force propelled Todd's body forward, crashing him into the table ahead, clutching his pained chest. Todd's eyes widened in realization. His experiment with the foreign bacteria had succeeded. His body now possessed two abilities simultaneously. Opening the laboratory door, Todd felt a surge of joy, nearly bursting into song. A mere exertion of his legs could send him soaring into the distance. This sensation was akin to the weight of the earth having entirely lifted from him, with each step feeling like a stroll through the cosmos, ignoring the astonished gazes of the monks. He sprinted through the underground passage, traversing the cloister of the monastery. As the scenery rushed past him, the path beneath his feet seemingly shortening infinitely, did he race to the smelting yard, seeking out his companions, and was just about to speak when Hackins released a carrier pigeon, handing Todd a note with a grave expression. The pirates have appeared. Chapter 38. The Ambush, not far from the western coast of Mushi. On the sandy beach, towering warriors wrapped in animal skins and carrying wooden cross shields were pulling a dragon-headed warship ashore with ropes in hand, lifting the oilcloth at the bow of the ship. The leader, standing at the forefront, deftly wielded a heavy double-bladed battle axe, testing the softness of the ground with his felt-lined boots as he overheard the conversations of the tribal warriors behind him. Food is becoming increasingly scarce. Last year's harvest was poor, and the fish have migrated to warmer waters. The rations for the women and children have been reduced time and again. During the tribe's recent festival of sacred fire, even the ale was limited to half a cup per person. The Claw tribe has been encroaching on our territory. This year's southern expedition has yet to reach half of last year's numbers. The leader lodged the battle axe into the slot of his shield, gazing towards the sky above the land, where dark clouds loomed ominously and thunder rumbled in the distance. By the way, did you know? Just the day before yesterday, Vorn from our tribe was possessed by a demon god, killing his wife and daughter before ultimately being beheaded by his own father. By the gods, I would rather die in the charge than taint myself with even a drop of berserker blood. The leader placed his hand over his heart, patting his chest, and closed his eyes in anguish, after preparing the longship and oars. The group of 16 warriors set forth inland. The first village they reached was a mere 3 kilometers from the coastline. The embers in the hearth still radiated warmth, yet the village was devoid of any inhabitants. Chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep in the pens, valuable goods in the homes, and dried meat and fish on the racks had all been taken away. Left for the guests arriving from the sea were only empty rooms and scattered debris stirred by the wind. A wisp of black smoke rising from behind a large house caught the pirates' attention. The leader approached the clearing behind the house, observing the remnants of burnt vegetation on the ground. He crouched down, extending his hand to taste a bit on his tongue, his expression darkening. Abandon the search along the coast. Hearing the leader's command, someone voiced their protest loudly. Abandon the search. This is merely the first village. Holding the ash from the burnt remains in his hand, the leader addressed his warriors. This is Red Willow. Someone lit a signal fire before we arrived. Continuing the search along the coast will yield us nothing. Sakru, what shall we do then? Head back empty-handed? No. Turning his gaze eastward, Sakru's eyes brimmed with a thirst for war and wealth. We shall continue eastward, deeper inland. On the forest path east of the western coast of Mushi, a group lay quietly in ambush on either side of the road. Walton tightened the crossbow strap to his back, meticulously checked his quiver, and cast a glance at the monk concealed in the nearby thicket, addressing the armored knight beside him. Chief, why must we consent to this task? Alfonso remained silent. Yet his gaze shifted towards the man next to Todd, his eyes flickering with contemplation. The boy, marked with a crimson streak upon his forehead, shot a disdainful glance at the stout man, his words dripping with scorn. How is it that I recall someone incessantly lamenting boredom in my ear these past few days? Walton shot him a glare, irked, and turned away. Upon receiving intelligence from Harkins concerning the pirates, Todd hastened to the church encampment, deliberately avoiding Paul, and sought out a familiar priest, requesting the assistance of the guards' forces under the pretext of eradicating the pirates plaguing Mushi Harbor. Although uncertain why the church would take an interest in repelling the marauders, the priests of the visiting delegation, valuing their long-standing camaraderie, convened and ultimately acquiesced to Todd's request. The borrowed forces comprised several knights directly under the church's command. Along with their retinues, a militia dispatched by the Silver Ring Diocese, and a congregation of cathedral followers, totaling approximately 140 individuals. Todd learned that the pirates typically numbered around 30 during their incursions. He had not intended to requisition such a large contingent of troops. But Harkin's insistence swayed his decision. With forces secured, the next order of business was to formulate a battle strategy. Lacking any knowledge in military tactics, Todd readily ceded command to Harkins. After careful consideration, the latter chose not to engage head-on. Opting instead for an ambush, the chosen site lay approximately 17 kilometers from Mushi Harbor, along a narrow path at the forest entrance. Todd expressed his confusion once more. According to intelligence, the pirates' activities had historically been confined to within 15 kilometers of the coast. Would setting an ambush so far afield not render their efforts futile? Moreover, with the vast expanse of the Ueshi Plain, why select this particular forest as the ambush point? Harkins provided a brief explanation based on information from a familiar who frequently set sail. The marauding pirates, belonging to a tribe known as the Black Skull, had long endured famine. Returning empty-handed from this southern expedition would spell disaster for their survival and their leaders' prestige. Thus, the desperate pirates, unable to bear the consequences of failure, were likely to gamble everything by venturing beyond their safe confines into the interior. As for the choice of this forest entrance as the ambush site, there were two reasons. Firstly, it was one of the shortest routes to the inland villages. Secondly, the coastal areas of the Ueshi Plain were flat and open, leaving little room for concealment, making this forest a prime location. Harkins also prepared a contingency plan should the pirates not pass through this location. The ambush would transform into a pursuit, utilizing the smoke rising from the attacked village to intercept their retreat. Todd listened attentively to Harkins' explanation, nodding occasionally, in his view. The arrangements were not only sound but also exhibited clarity of thought and tactical precision. Casting a deeper glance at the man with a small braid adorning his chin, Todd recalled that, despite their prolonged association, he had never heard Harkins voluntarily recount tales of his past, the stories of his wife and daughter. Had it not been for Edgar's indiscretion, he might never have had the opportunity to learn. Suddenly, Todd noticed Harkins stiffen, as if he had perceived something, and followed his gaze backward. An unmistakable figure entered his line of sight. The knight, cloaked in Anglo chainmail, had a pair of eyes peering intently from behind his full-faced helmet, fixated on Harkins' form. The latter averted his gaze, shifting uncomfortably as he recoiled slightly. Todd inquired, "What is it?" The man sighed in resignation. "It's nothing. Just an unexpected encounter with an acquaintance." "Is that so? You seem to have quite a few acquaintances." Harkins lowered his head with a wry smile. Less than an hour after the ambush was set, several towering figures emerged at the forest's edge. Harkins forcefully pressed Todd, who was still scanning the area, down into the underbrush. Placing a finger to his lips to signal silence, Todd's eyes widened as he suddenly realized that a battle was about to commence. Chapter 39. A grueling battle. The pirate chief, Sakru, led the procession at the forefront, followed by 15 warriors of his tribe arranged in a fan shape behind him, treading along the forest path. They stepped onto the unfrozen mud, the crunch of ice shards and gravel beneath their boots echoing as they progressed. Sakru abruptly raised his right hand, signaling his men to halt. He knelt on one knee, crouched low, and gazed at the sunken, unfrozen puddle before him, lost in thought. An unexpected arrow whizzed from the thicket, embedding itself in a tree trunk less than 3 meters away from him. Enemy attack! With a low, furious growl, the pirates swiftly unsheathed their cross-shaped shields and drew their swords and axes. They crouched low, lowering their center of gravity, raising their shields to their chests. Warriors from the rear stepped forward, while those on the flanks spread out, forming an iron triangle shield wall. In mere seconds, Harkins slammed a fist into the earth in frustration, casting an irritated glance back. Among the militia, an inexperienced soldier stared blankly at the quivering bowstring in his hands. Visibly anxious, inexperienced troops, once ignited by tension and chaos, could spiral out of control like ink dropped into clear water. The sound of bowstrings releasing echoed through the militia. Arrows flew haphazardly towards the pirate formation. The arrows traced arcs in the air, some striking shields and producing erratic clanging sounds akin to raindrops splattering on a roof, yet many veered off course, landing elsewhere. Half a minute later, after several volleys of arrows The only damage inflicted upon the pirates were small holes left in the surfaces of their shields. 16 pirate warriors emerged unscathed. The follower group armed with polearms was the next to charge forth, forming a haphazard line under the leadership of their commander, launching a second wave of assault against the pirates. Meanwhile, witnessing the melee between the follower group and the pirates, the militia hesitated, fearful of friendly fire. Exchanging glances yet unsure of their next move, Todd found himself dumbfounded. This battle was nothing like he had envisioned. Turning to Harkins, he asked uncertainly, "This doesn't seem to align with the tactics discussed in the War Council." "I made a mistake," Harkins replied, raising his sword and parting the underbrush before him. "A monumental mistake." The polearms clashed against shields, splintering wood and creating a cacophony. These devout followers, who had answered the call of the Father and volunteered to undertake protective duties for the Church, were earnest believers but far from seasoned soldiers. That on the surface, the triangular formation of pirate warriors seemed to be pushed back by the followers' assault. Yet, the gaps in the shield wall grew narrower. The positioning of the warriors became increasingly tight, and the pirates' formation solidified. Conversely, the followers, now intoxicated by battle, found their polearm wielders dispersed and disorganized, their attacks weakening. Sakura pressed his left foot against the ground, peering through the gaps to assess the situation outside the shield wall. Suddenly, he bellowed, striking his double-bladed axe against the shield. The 15 warriors roared in unison. The 16 shields rose from below, thrusting forward. The nearest member of the follower group was instantly knocked to the ground, only to be cleaved apart by the descending sword and axe. Time. Another roar erupted. The shield wall advanced a meter, delivering yet another shield bash followed by a cleave, sending limbs and blood splattering anew. The morale of the followers began to wane. Some held their ground while others chose to retreat. Noticing the thinning ranks of the polearm formation before him, the pirate chief raised his enormous double-bladed axe, channeling all his strength into a horizontal slash, cleaving an enemy standing before him in half at the waist. The resolve of the followers shattered completely. They cast aside their weapons and fled into the depths of the forest, prompting the militia to join the exodus as well. Aura. Sakura shifted his shield to the side, his axe pointed forward. The 15 warriors wiped the blood from their faces, dismantled the shield wall, and formed a line, charging forward with renewed vigor. The roles of attacker and defender instantly reversed. Mere moments ago, the assailants became the targets of slaughter, transforming the battlefield into a hellish scene of chaos. Harkins and the Church Knights stepped forward. One knight clad in plate armor lowered his visor, wielding a heraldic shield in one hand and a one-handed hammer in the other, advancing towards the pirates. He initially deflected the pirates' sword attack with his shield, then delivered a powerful front kick, his steel greaves striking the unprotected knee of a pirate, eliciting a pained cry as the foe collapsed. Subsequently, the knight reversed the hammer's grip and delivered a forceful blow to the injured pirate's chin, crushing the jawbone into the skull. The pirate fell silent, lifeless. Witnessing this, Sakura unleashed a furious roar, his voice resonating even to Todd, who stood 100 meters away, causing his heart to race. The pirate chief removed his helmet and stripped off his garments, revealing a body marred with scars, glistening with an unnatural crimson hue. Mere seconds later, a shocking transformation unfolded before all. Sakura's veins bulged and throbbed, his muscles rapidly expanding, and his limbs grew larger. Originally towering in stature, he had inexplicably expanded even further, rendering the already oversized double-edged axe in his grasp seemingly diminished to a standard size. The remaining pirates, filled with trepidation, retreated, their voices echoing with cries of dread as they proclaimed the arrival of a fierce deity. Harkins exchanged a glance with Todd, both wearing expressions of disbelief. The latter employed his ability of clairvoyance to scrutinize the pirate's physique. As anticipated, a leech-like parasite resided upon his adrenal gland, mirroring the condition of little Jerry. Albeit the parasite within the pirate was significantly larger, measuring approximately 30 centimeters, even having evolved spines and a tail spike. Sakura propelled himself forcefully, sending blocks of ice soaring into the air with the tremendous force emanating from his heels. His body hurtled forth like a cannonball, colliding with the knight's shield. The knight was sent flying through the air, his shield slipping from his grasp. Sakura stepped forward, bringing his massive axe down upon the knight, who was helpless to prevent his one-handed hammer from being sent hurtling away. As the second attack loomed, the knight closed his eyes in despair. A crossbow bolt, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, accurately pierced the pirate's chest. What should have been a penetrating strike became lodged within due to the bulging muscles. Walton slowly lowered his crossbow, gazing at the rampaging giant in astonishment, murmuring to himself, "Is this even a human body?" Alfonso da Cavallo, clad in heavy chain mail, leapt from the ground, his form resembling that of a hawk poised to pounce. The clash of sword and axe resonated sharply, a piercing sound reverberating throughout the forest, startling resting birds into flight. Sakru pivoted the axe handle, executing a horizontal slash, the gust of wind generated by the axe scattering snow several meters away. Alfonso propelled himself off a tree trunk, bending his body into an impossible arc, defying the laws of physics to evade the attack. The two engaged in fierce combat, each clash of weapons producing sparks, every swift movement causing the ground to tremble. Sakru epitomized pure strength, while Alfonso possessed impeccable martial skills. Todd gaped at the unfolding battle, his mind conjuring only 4 words: gods in combat. Seizing the opportunity, Harkins, alongside several knights, resisted the remaining pirates' onslaught and gradually regained control of the situation. The militia and believers, having retreated, returned to the fray upon witnessing the tide of battle shift in their favor. Ultimately, the conflict concluded. From inception to resolution, it spanned a full hour. The church suffered 27 fatalities and 11 severe injuries. The deceased were primarily members of the believer and militia groups, with only one knight severely injured, fortunately recovering after treatment. The pirates incurred 6 deaths and 10 captives. Among those captured was the pirate leader Sakru, who collapsed after the parasitic influence wore off. Chapter 40. Preparing to set sail. My Lord Todd, our losses are too great. A knight of the church lamented as he gazed at the dozens of bodies covered with white cloth. The monk nodded, his gaze fixed upon the blood-soaked frozen ground, a sense of unease lingering. The knight stepped closer, lowering his voice. Returning like this may pose challenges with Father Paul. Understanding the well-intentioned concern, Todd replied sincerely, his gratitude evident. "Thank you for the warning. I will find a way." The knight patted his shoulder before departing. Casting a glance at Harkins, Todd's expression darkened as he approached the location where the captives were held. The 10 captured pirates, aside from the unconscious Sakra bound like a dumpling, were tied to trees. Blood had congealed their hair together, the cold wind rendering their wounds devoid of color, according to the guards' accounts. These pirates exhibited remarkable teamwork and fearlessness in battle. Had it not been for their prolonged hunger and exhaustion, leading to their gradual weakening in the latter stages of combat, the church's forces might have suffered even greater losses. And such a number of captives would have been unattainable. Todd stood before a young pirate and inquired, "What is your name?" The young man appeared disinclined to cooperate, inhaling sharply, curling his tongue, and spitting a thick glob of phlegm onto Todd's face in one swift motion. A foul stench reminiscent of Swedish herring assaulted Todd's senses, nearly causing him to retch. He quickly wiped his face with his sleeve and stepped back. The guard, witnessing this, shouted angrily while brandishing a wooden stick, jabbing it into the captive's wound and stirring it forcefully, eliciting a scream of agony from the pirate. Stopping the brutality, Todd observed the young man's freshly grown facial hair and reiterated, "Can you understand common tongue?" The young pirate remained silent, yet the movement of his eyes indicated that communication between them was feasible. "I know you are not afraid of death," Todd praised, causing the captive to lift his chin in pride, but the subsequent statement plunged the pirate into despair. "Yet, there are far too many things in this world more terrifying than death. For instance, I could eliminate all your companions and return their corpses to the Gray Skull tribe, claiming your ambush was due to a traitor among you. Consider how they would react upon discovering that you alone are missing from the corpses." This threat, rife with logical inconsistencies, might seem flimsy to a seasoned strategist, yet it presented an insurmountable dilemma for a young man eager to prove his mettle. Todd brushed off his sleeve, observing the dejected young man, and calmly asked, "Let us start over. What is your name?" "Gant." As Todd finished his inquiry and departed from the captive, the guards of the militia whispered amongst themselves as they watched him retreat. "Have you heard a rumor?" "What?" "There's talk in the taverns that the ancient Taro Empire left a vast treasure on an island to the north." "Treasure? You must be out of your mind with thoughts of wealth." No, I initially didn't believe it either, but when Lord Todd questioned the captive about the northern archipelago's geography, it reminded me of this tale." The militia members exchanged glances. Momentarily silenced, the church's guard unit escorted the captives, gathered the deceased, and began their journey back to camp. Todd declined the escort's offer, and when a knight inquired about his intentions, he simply replied with 2 words, "Set sail." as Alfonso de Cavallo prepared to depart. He approached Todd, though it was evident that his interest lay elsewhere. After a fruitless search, he exchanged a brief greeting before rejoining his retinue to tea that moment. Todd comprehended the urgency reflected in Harkin's demeanor upon leaving. Just as the fully armored knight turned to depart, Todd noticed a section of armor on his back that had been damaged and dislodged during the battle, just as he was about to alert him. He suddenly observed a writhing figure beneath the knight's gray tunic at the sight of the armor's damage. With a mix of suspicion and curiosity, Todd utilized his clairvoyance to peer into Alfonso's body. Instantly horrified by the sight before him that a colossal parasite, nearly the height of a man, appeared to be fused with the knight, connecting his limbs and safeguarding his chest cavity, embedded firmly within him. What on earth is this? Todd stood aghast, and by the time he regained his senses, the procession had vanished. Deep in thought about the enormous parasite he had just encountered, he set off in the opposite direction of the church's guard unit. After much contemplation, Todd found himself at a loss. In the previous medical field, there was no record of a parasite of such size. Recalling his agreement with Harkins, he temporarily set aside the matter. Employing his speed ability to traverse westward, within less than 40 minutes, the sound of waves crashing against the shore reached his ears, and he caught a whiff of the salty sea air. A thought struck him. The ocean was near. After walking a short distance further, a pristine white coastline stretched before him. The expansive sandy beach was adorned with glistening, fine grains of sand, yielding beneath his feet like a soft, comfortable carpet. The icy waters of early spring lapped at his feet, invigorating yet chilling. This is the Mushi coast. Todd inhaled the damp air deeply, feeling a sense of elation as he spoke to himself. Harkins approached from one end of the beach, greeting him with a smile. Your arrival was much earlier than I anticipated. Todd eagerly inquired. So, did you find it? The man gestured reassuringly, leading Todd to a concealed area beneath a large rock on the beach. Directing several waiting aides to unveil the concealed tarp, revealing a massive warship measuring approximately 20 meters in length. The ship's bow was marked by a dragon's head sculpture, the hull elongated, with a towering mast in the center and a square sail. Displacing around 50 tons, the pirate's cross-ocean vessel was a crucial aspect of Todd's plan. Seeing the ship intact before him, Todd finally exhaled a breath of relief. In a relaxed tone, he asked, "What about the cargo? Has it arrived?" Harkins pointed to a cart slowly approaching from the distance along the beach, smiling as he remarked, "Look, the timing is just perfect." Chapter 41. The exchange. Facing the biting wind, the warship surged through the waves. Todd sat at the starboard side, gazing silently at the increasingly distant coast of Mushi. Hawkins, deftly maneuvering the oar in his hands and panting heavily, inquired, "How long do you suppose we shall tarry on the island?" Todd retrieved a notepad from his breast pocket, scrutinizing the pencil markings upon it as he pondered, then replied, "According to the confessions of the Black Skull captives, factoring in the duration of our stay and the spring currents, we may need to linger on Rapid Current Island for 2 days before we can set sail back to the mainland." Hawkins nodded in understanding. Patting the wooden crate beneath him. An hour later, the warship docked at the shallow waters of Rapid Current Island. Hawkins directed the crew to haul the vessel ashore, then lifted the tarpaulin covering the hold, beginning to inspect the glass within the crates. Meanwhile, Todd perched upon a large stone on the beach, unfurling the map he carried and examining this small island, a mere 4 kilometers from the coast of Mushi. Viewed from above, the island appeared oval-shaped, not exceeding 400 acres in size. The coastline was lined with sandy beds formed from alluvial deposits, while dense forests thrived inland, the heart of the island. A lively spring bubbled forth, creating a ceaseless stream that meandered through the landscape, thus earning the island its name. Folding the map, Todd's attention shifted to the assistants clustered around Hawkins. There were 9 in total, whom the men referred to as reliable acquaintances. Whether paddling or managing the sails or transporting goods, these individuals moved with practiced ease, their actions synchronized, and their demeanor silent and dutiful. They bore little resemblance to ordinary folk. Rather, Todd concluded they were more akin to soldiers. Indeed, Hawkins' identity remained an enigma. This man, in both his actions and speech, did not comport himself like a farmer accustomed to the hustle of the market. His behavior, though occasionally brusque, exhibited a rigorous logic. His disinterest in academia did not preclude him from comprehending rudimentary texts. He eschewed hunting and the revelries of the nobility, yet consistently bore provisions and weaponry. He was neither a noble nor a mercenary, and Todd tentatively surmised he likely hailed from military ranks. In an attempt to discern his background, Todd had subtly probed Hawkins about his past. But the tall man's responses were always repetitive and devoid of novelty. "I am but an ordinary messenger, occasionally hunting in the mountains. I also assist the abbey or others in need by running errands to earn a little extra. I have no family. Being alone is not so bad." Naturally, Todd remained skeptical of these claims. To him, it was evident that this man harbored a story he was reluctant to share. Of course, he could not press too deeply into such matters. And each inquiry ultimately met with resignation. What provided him solace was that Hawkins bore him no ill will, and even in their daily interactions, there lingered a subtle care and protection, redirecting his thoughts to the current situation. Todd began to contemplate the plan regarding the antique glass. Initially, the aim of this plan was threefold. Firstly, to establish a stronghold of sorts in Mushi Harbor, liberating himself from dependence on others. Secondly, to extricate himself from the tumult between the church and the ascetics, while striving to maintain a non-hostile relationship with both factions. Thirdly, if feasible, to devise a means to displace the troublesome Father Paul, or at least diminish his influence. Though the church had consented to cede Mushi Harbor to Todd, this was contingent upon aiding in the occupation of the abbey, which undoubtedly conflicted with the second objective. Furthermore, once the church achieved its goals, it was likely to destroy the bridge it had crossed. Should he choose to remain aloof and adopt a passive stance amid the factional strife, he would inevitably find himself stripped of the blessing and management rights of the harbor. Thus, devising a comprehensive plan to concurrently fulfill the aforementioned objectives was undeniably challenging. However, these three goals were interdependent. The failure to achieve even one could yield unforeseen repercussions. Therefore, the steps of the plan were as follows. First, to employ the glass processing techniques from his previous life to create artisanal glass products unattainable in this era, and to counterfeit these as artifacts from the Tyro Empire. Second, to monitor the movements of the pirates to the south and study the power dynamics of the northern archipelago. Third, to maintain amicable relations with the church to facilitate military support when eradicating the pirates. Fourth, to have Hawkins disseminate false rumors about buried Tyro treasures across the northern islands. Fifth, to collaborate with the church's forces to eliminate the pirates, ensuring safe passage and seizing their vessels. Sixth, Todd would deliberately spread false information about his intentions to head north, while actually utilizing the pirate ships to transport glass, concealing them on the island closest to the mainland, Rapid Current Island. Seventh, after a period of waiting, Todd would return triumphantly with a ship laden with Tyro treasures, feigning the discovery of riches in the northern archipelago, thereby shifting the church's focus from occupying the abbey to the glass. At present, the plan had only reached the seventh step, with the three objectives having been partially realized. Notably, during the eradication of the pirates, a miscalculation of the Black Skull tribe's combat capabilities nearly led to the plan's complete failure. Fortunately, Alfonso de Cavour managed to avert disaster by subduing the berserker, Sacredot, so why not simply present the glass-making techniques to the church? In Todd's view, should he offer the glass-making technology to the church, the best outcome would be a mere reward, while the worst could entail the church eliminating him, the inventor of an inconsequential innovation, to prevent the techniques from spreading, by presenting treasures in the name of Tyro. The church, devoid of any naval power and ignorant of the northern islands, would be compelled to rely on him to aid in the construction of Mushi Harbor, thus securing more glass products. However, upon further reflection, it seemed that some issues still lingered. When it came to schemes and plans, Todd's greatest efforts in his previous life had been confined to the small realm of university life. Engaging in rivalries over titles and papers with departmental adversaries, he had never encountered such a complex situation. On the other hand, as a theoretical researcher, his previous experiences had mostly revolved around experiments and papers, and he had never anticipated that one day he would need to personally devise and execute a plan. Sitting upon the stone, he reconsidered the feasibility of the plan, ultimately finding himself at a loss for coherent reasoning. With a sigh of resignation, Todd chose to abandon further contemplation, redirecting his focus to the present matters. Chapter 42. The alien ecosystem. Winter had yet to fully relinquish its grip, as the cold winds sweeping across the sea seemed capable of penetrating one's skin, reaching the very marrow of the bones. Hawkins' acquaintances disembarked from the ship, retrieving camping gear, erecting tents, and kindling a fire. They set a large pot atop the flames, pouring in fresh water, followed by pre-prepared vegetables and dried meats, which they diced and added, simmering until nearly cooked through, then incorporating fresh cheese to continue the stew. Todd observed as the broth transformed into a milky hue, inhaling the sweet, rich aroma that wafted towards him. Swallowing hard, when the time came to taste the soup, he found himself regretting it. The intense and sour flavor was far from commendable. He contemplated setting down the wooden bowl, but upon witnessing the others devouring their portions ravenously, he realized that this meal had been meticulously prepared. With a firm resolve, he mimicked their actions, downing the contents of his bowl in one go, disregarding the protests from his tongue and stomach, allowing a natural, unpretentious ecstasy to grace his features, and he did not hesitate to vocalize his praises. The acquaintances, witnessing this, displayed rare expressions of joy and satisfaction, their voices rising in response to his commendation. Todd found a clean, large stone to sit upon. Rubbing his belly. One bowl of soup was hardly sufficient to stave off hunger, yet he lacked the courage to attempt a second serving. Hawkins, catching a glimpse of him from the corner of his eye, approached with his bowl, discreetly blocking his actions with his body, and slipped half a biscuit and a sausage into Todd's embrace. "What is this?" Todd asked in astonishment as he beheld the food. Hawkins turned away, facing the others, and whispered, "Eat, for only when you are full can you muster strength." Deeply moved, Todd nodded gratefully while taking small bites of the food in his arms. Hawkins cast a backward glance, then smiled and turned back, gently remarking, "Todd, you are a most peculiar individual." Todd paused his chewing, looking quizzically at Hawkins. "What do you mean? Your actions, speech, and talents clearly indicate a well-educated background, yet your physique, particularly your teeth, suggests a life of hardship." Todd extended a finger to his mouth, probing his teeth, utterly perplexed as to why Hawkins would bring them up. If one hails from a noble lineage, the food consumed in youth tends to be soft and tender, resulting in pronounced ridges on their molars. Conversely, those raised in poverty consume harder, more difficult fare, which wears down the ridges on their gums. Listening to Hawkins, Todd's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated such detail. "Yet your fastidiousness regarding food reveals a contradiction within my deduction." Hawkins sighed, adopting a tone of self-deprecation as he continued, "To be honest, I find you rather incomprehensible." Todd lowered the food in his hand slightly, managing a sheepish smile as he shifted the conversation. "There are some matters I find perplexing." Hawkins subtly lifted his chin, indicating that the other could proceed with his inquiries. "What is the nature of the gathering of the aberrants beneath the monastery? You have studied history within the monastery. You should be aware of the long-standing enmity between the church and the aberrants." Todd nodded, signifying that he possessed a modicum of understanding. The church's inquisition hunts down every aberrant discovered, employing bounties and hunts as their methods. The gathering organized by Master Mirus was established within the monastery's confines. No one would suspect that such a sanctuary, so near to God, would harbor the church's most wanted. For over a decade, it has been precisely due to the monastery's cover that we have managed to survive. As you can see, every member of the gathering possesses unique abilities. Master Mirus wields the power of healing, mine is debilitation, Edgar's is speed, and little Jerry's is fury. These abilities are relatively common. At least I have encountered aberrants similar to us, yet there is one who stands apart. Hawkins glanced at Todd. Todd tentatively inquired, "Are you referring to the girl named Black Sheep?" "Indeed, Corrine Foreman, the girl from the bustling circus." Hawkins cast his gaze into the flickering campfire, quietly stating, "Master Mirus once remarked that her body can achieve instantaneous movement through contact with objects, a power known as attachment, which is exceedingly rare." Recalling the scene of that circus girl performing acrobatics in midair, Todd inwardly concurred. If X-ray vision, debilitation, and speed are abilities induced by bacteria, and fury by parasites, what then of the principle behind attachment? Neither the bacterial nor parasitic explanations seemed to suffice. Todd temporarily set aside this conundrum and asked Hawkins, "After years of development, why not recruit more members into the gathering? It would bolster our strength." The man set down his bowl, furrowing his brow as he replied, "Recruit members. You understand how difficult it is for aberrants to trust one another, do you not? Allow me to illustrate. Aberrants typically refrain from disclosing or inquiring about each other's abilities." Todd's expression reflected surprise. "But I recall you telling me." Hawkins nodded. "Indeed, I did disclose my ability, but prior to that, I was already aware of yours." Todd reminisced about that moment. Indeed, his actions upon regaining his sight had effectively revealed his X-ray vision to the other. However, regarding the ancient bacteria of Sutherland, the other should be entirely oblivious. With a hint of confusion, he posed another question to the man. "If we are all aberrants, why the secrecy surrounding our abilities?" The abilities of aberrants may serve as our final recourse in times of peril. Whether for escape or retaliation, to reveal one's powers indiscriminately is to divulge one's means of survival. The man extended a branch, poking at the fire. As if recollecting something, he continued. Moreover, the camaraderie among aberrants is not as united as you might envision. Conflict and hunting amongst ourselves occur with alarming frequency. Are there indeed conflicts among aberrants? Hawkins gently nodded. Some aberrants, driven from their villages and cursed by their kin, are compelled to lead solitary lives. Over time, these individuals become consumed by rage and hatred. Others submit to the church or the nobility, seeking a semblance of peace through the hunting and capturing of their kind. Beyond these two categories, there exists another group of aberrants, the most terrifying of all. Listening to Hawkins' account, Todd swallowed hard, softly asking, "Another category?" "I have merely heard whispers. Some aberrants can absorb the powers of others by consuming them. This group targets those with exceptional abilities, resorting to violence, poison, or threats, transforming into monstrous predators to amass boundless power." Upon hearing this, Todd felt a chill run down his spine. Is it truly possible for such monsters to exist? Ones that gain power through consuming other aberrants? Hawkins shrugged. "I cannot say. I have only heard it mentioned in passing, perhaps merely a tale to instill fear." Todd lowered his head, his complexion pale, contemplating for a while, arriving at a harrowing conclusion. Such man-eaters, existing solely to acquire powers, might indeed be real, given that the source of these powers lies in bacteria and parasites. Consuming the organs and fluids of aberrants could feasibly lead to the transfer of abilities. Observing Todd drenched in cold sweat, Hawkins erupted into laughter. "Look at you, frightened. I was merely speaking whimsically. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Get some rest." Todd shot Hawkins an exasperated glance that, of course, with such tales, who could possibly find sleep? Suddenly, Todd inquired, "Have you heard of playing cards?" Chapter 43. Return Hawkins and the familiar faces gathered together. By the light of the campfire, Todd cut out 13 pieces of paper and, using a small knife, divided each sheet into 4 identical rectangular pieces, then drew the symbols of clubs, hearts, diamonds, and spades, labeling them A, 2, 3. After glancing at the representations of the prince, queen, and king, Todd thoughtfully replaced the joker cards with symbols of big and small crosses. Considering the game's complexity, he opted not for bridge or upgrade, but rather for the straightforward and quick-paced game of landlord. Naturally, the glaring name landlord was unsuitable for use. Drawing from recent experiences, Todd whimsically named the game Knights and Pirates. The pirates represented the farmers, while the knights represented the landlords. However, the name was not the sole issue. The first challenge lay in teaching the others to recognize the card values. Upon inquiry, it became apparent that none of those present understood Arabic numerals. Some suggested that these numbers bore resemblance to the script of southern nations, albeit not entirely identical. With no other choice, the primary task became teaching them to recognize numbers, once they grasped the numerals. Someone raised the question of why the card representing 1, the ace, was valued higher than 9, to which Todd could only retort, "It is the rule." After comprehending the values, another question emerged. Why was the prince represented by J, Jack, instead of P, Prince? Todd, growing impatient, bluntly replied, "Do not concern yourself with such details. Just remember the card values." Once the rules were understood, further inquiries arose regarding terms like bomb, plane, and why 2 crosses were termed king bomb. Todd's forehead pulsed with veins as he slammed his hand on the ground. Bellowing for silence, the world quieted, and at last, no one had further questions. Once the card values were understood and the rules learned, after just a couple of rounds or a brief observation, even the slowest among them could effortlessly engage in the game. 10 minutes later, a single table of cards could no longer suffice. Those eager to play began cutting and marking additional sheets, swiftly establishing a second and third table. As the night deepened, the flames on Rapid Stream Island burned brightly, and the sounds of laughter and merriment echoed, marking a long-awaited return of joy to this once silent isle. The following day, Todd awoke, dressed, and stepped out of the tent, giving a gentle thump to his stiff back. He chuckled to himself, recalling the previous night at 10 o'clock, still embroiled in battles with his enthralled card companions. As he walked to the center of the camp, he was astonished to find Hawkins still engaged at the card table. Upon closer inspection, the originally drawn paper cards had been replaced with wooden pieces etched with the symbols. This made it easier to hold the cards, preventing them from being swept away by the wind as they had the night before. On the ground nearby, someone had even carved the phonetic translations of specialized terms like bomb and plane onto sticks. Todd sighed, marveling at the effort these individuals had expended for the sake of playing cards. 2 days on Rapid Stream Island swiftly passed. When Todd informed Hawkins that it was time to return, the latter replied, "Do not rush, let me finish this round." Before departing, the group ignited a pile of plants, the rising black smoke curling into the air. Conspicuously visible, after tidying the tents and equipment, everyone meticulously cleaned up the traces of their campsite, then boarded the boat, rowing towards the eastern continent. A crowd of locals, having received news early on, gathered on the beach of Mushi. Gazing out at the horizon, I heard a treasure-seeking party is returning from the northern islands today, their ship laden with gold and jewels. Surely the news cannot be false. I have yet to see a ship. We have not seen a ship set sail from here in years. I suspect the news is largely fabricated. Then why did you come here at dawn? What else is there to do at home? As noon approached, with the sun blazing down upon the earth, the crowd along the coast grew ever larger. After waiting for several hours, the people began to lose patience, yet few chose to depart. Finally, a black dot appeared on the horizon. As it grew larger, someone was quick to exclaim, "Look, there is a ship." The emotions of the crowd on the beach were ignited in an instant, the throng surging like boiling water. Noisy and jostling, the vessel drew ever closer to the shore, and those with keen eyes could already discern the faces of the figures standing at the bow. "The sun! It is the sun! It is Lord Todd!" This news spread like a bird with wings, soaring across the coastline, prompting some in the crowd to shout with fervor. The warship had finally docked. Todd was the first to leap from the ship's side. Standing upon the sand and gazing at the multitude gathered before him, he raised his hands high and proclaimed with a booming voice, "I have returned from the north, having weathered storms, navigated treacherous waves, vanquished pirates, and ultimately unearthed the treasures of ancient Tyro. I shall dedicate these priceless treasures entirely to the exalted Heavenly Father. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit." As he spoke, he gestured for his crew to place the crates upon the beach and pry open the lids. The crystalline treasures, resplendent and elegant, sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, dazzling all who beheld them. The clamor of voices vanished in an instant. Eyes widened and mouths gaped. As if the very air had solidified into silence, someone, unable to contain their awe, shouted, "Heavenly Father above, the sun is here." The atmosphere of the crowd surged to a crescendo as cheers erupted like a torrent, praises rolling forth like the relentless waves. "Heavenly Father above, the sun is here. Praise the Father, praise the Son." The long-awaited carts approached, and as crate after crate of treasures were hoisted aboard, some engaged in animated conversation, while others followed the carts, eager to catch another glimpse of the treasures, and many rushed back to the village to recount their astonishing experiences to neighbors and friends, gradually leaving the excitement behind. The carts traveled for less than an hour before the church camp emerged before Todd's eyes. Casting a glance at the wooden crates behind him, Todd composed himself, contemplating the potential scenarios he might encounter upon entering the camp and how he should address them. In no time, the carts passed through the gates of the church camp. Todd deliberately ignored the urgent signals from the gatekeeper and fixed his gaze upon the stern face at the center of the camp, a cold smile forming within. "Come forth, Father Paul. Let us see who prevails in this round." Chapter 44, Confrontation. "Do you know what you have done?" Before Paul could finish his sentence, Todd leaped from the cart and dashed to the priest's side, embracing him tightly. This unexpected gesture took everyone by surprise. Some even rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Under the watchful gaze of the church's assembly, Todd's face radiated excitement as he raised trembling hands toward the heavens. "Praise the Heavenly Father! I shall exalt the Lord." He turned to kneel before the church's grand doors, disregarding the mud beneath him, and bowed his knees toward the cross atop the structure. "O Heavenly Father, your flock has endured trials and tribulations, overcoming the evils of the world, striving for the heavenly crown, and has finally returned to your side." "Todd," Paul bellowed, chastising the kneeling figure with a sharp and bitter tone, "refrain from your hypocritical facade. You instigated a conflict, causing the church's faithful to suffer unnecessary losses." Todd rose, turning to face him, astonishment etched across his features. "Selfish desires? Unnecessary losses? Father Paul, do you even comprehend the words you utter?" The priest adjusted his sleeves and raised his chin, a vengeful satisfaction evident on his darkened visage. "You have deceived the brethren of the church, allowing your greed to lead these children of the Heavenly Father to die meaninglessly." Silence. Todd's roar startled all present. His face flushed, lips trembling with fury, his voice distorted with emotion. "Father Paul, you may insult my character, but how dare you tarnish the honor of the deceased?" Loyal warriors faced overwhelming foes without faltering. Fighting valiantly to the death, with their lives, they upheld the sacred oath and preserved the devout faith. Listening to Todd's words, Paul's ire flared. "Nonsense. You led those people to their deaths. The enemy consisted of merely 16 pirates. Yet you lost 27 men. Incompetence. A disgrace." Upon hearing this, the leader of the faithful hurled his cup to the ground in rage, storming away from the camp square, accompanied by his followers. A few knights exchanged furious glances, some reaching for their swords, but were timely restrained by their companions. Observing the reactions of those around him, Todd swiftly shifted the topic. "Father, you do not grasp the significance of this battle." Paul, infuriated, responded with a mocking laugh. "Oh, pray tell, what is the meaning of this battle?" "It is a holy war." "A farce." Ignoring the derisive laughter behind him, Todd approached the cart and called for the gatekeeper to assist him, gently placing the wooden crates on the ground. Todd gestured for everyone in the square to gather around. As he pried open the first crate, the minds of all present seemed to snap like a taut string, suddenly devoid of thought. Unlike the gaudiness of gold coins or the coarseness of pearls, the beauty of the glass within the crate was not an innate quality, it was a fusion of flame and earth. A beauty that radiated from within, captivating all. Todd lifted a glass cup toward the sun, and under its rays, it shimmered with even greater brilliance. Someone looked through one end of the glass to the other and could clearly see the person on the opposite side, without a trace of impurity or flaw. Priceless treasures. Perfect crystal. Someone, following the light, exclaimed, "Look, there are words on the cup." Hearing this, the crowd leaned closer, squinting to discern a line of ancient Tyrian script. "Those who believe in me do not believe in me, but in him who sent me." A knowledgeable believer among them spoke first. This phrase is from the Gospel of the Saints, implying that to believe in the Son is to believe in the Father. Another added, "The Gospel of the Saints was completed by the cleric Idoma in the year 529 of the church calendar and written in Latin. But how could it be inscribed in ancient Tyrian here?" "Todd, where did you find these crystals?" Todd lowered his head, his tone tinged with reminiscence. "On a remote island in the north." Whispers of rumor and hearsay began to circulate among those who had heard the tales before, but they were swiftly silenced by Todd's next words. "The Heavenly Father is the exalted deity, the sovereign above all gods. The earth and abyss lie within his hands, and the mountains and peaks are his handiwork." The monk pointed to the glass within the crate. "These two are no exception. They belong to the Heavenly Father." Someone stammered, uncertain, "Todd, do you mean?" "I wish to dedicate all these crystals to the church." Todd's face shone with fervent devotion, sunlight seemingly crowning him with a halo. "Heavenly Father above, praise your benevolence. You are the most loyal servant I have seen under the guidance of the Holy Spirit." Todd raised his hand to halt the accolades. Continuing, "Yet, I hope to retain the authority over 2 crates from this cart." Some were puzzled. Had he not just declared they would be entirely dedicated to the church? Why the sudden desire to claim 2 crates? Some with darker inclinations even thought to themselves that, given the immense value of the treasures, it was only natural to desire a portion for oneself. To everyone's astonishment, Todd gazed at the priests among the crowd who had initially agreed to lend troops. Those compassionate and decisive individuals. Had they not consented to lend their forces, the holy war, the treasures, none of this could have come to pass. They ought to receive the first gifts. He then bowed deeply to the knights who had participated in the battle. Continuing, those who strategized with loyalty and courage, had they not fought valiantly, the holy war might have ended in failure. They rightfully deserve rewards. Finally, pointing to the earth, Todd sorrowfully declared, "Those who sacrificed for the Heavenly Father. Had they not fought to the death, using their lives to resist the heathens, we would not be standing here. Their sacrifices must be honored." The crowd grasped his intent. He sought to distribute some of the crystals to the priests, the knights, and the fallen warriors. What a benevolent soul! What a humble heart! The priests were deeply moved. The knights reminisced with gratitude, and the friends and relatives of the fallen were brought to tears. Yet one voice cut through the emotion, resolute and defiant. "I disagree." Father Paul, appearing almost deranged, shouted frantically, "You are trying to buy the hearts of the people. All the crystals must be surrendered to the church. No private disposition allowed." Observing the fury in those around him, fists clenched, Todd merely smiled. This round, he had emerged victorious. 3 days later, Silver Ring City, St. Co Cathedral. The bishop's assistant hurriedly approached the grand doors of the bishop's exegesis hall. Clutching a document. "Come in," came the voice of Bishop Fabian. The assistant rushed in, barely able to contain his urgency. "Bishop, Lord Viscount Passalet has sent you a letter of condemnation regarding Father Paul." The elder rubbed his forehead and gestured toward the cluttered table. "Put it down somewhere." The assistant glanced at the desk, realizing it was impossible to do so, as it was filled with an array of documents. Upon closer inspection, the letters of complaint, the petitions, and the reports of misconduct all pointed unerringly towards Father Paul. The bishop glanced over the correspondence before him, seeking his pen, but after a moment's fruitless endeavor, he relinquished the attempt. Addressing his assistant, he commanded, "Draft an official letter of dismissal for the delegation, relieving Father Paul of his position as leader." Chapter 45. The excursion. Ultimately, all glassware was dispatched to Silver Ring City. Despite Todd's fervent arguments presented to Father Paul, the latter ultimately produced the bishop's authorization, rendering any rebuttal futile. Although Todd could not secure treasures for the priest, the knight, and the fallen, the church's members acknowledged this kindness, cherishing the goodwill. On the other hand, as the leader of the delegation, Paul, after presenting treasures to the church, was widely anticipated to ascend swiftly in fortune. Yet, a letter of dismissal arrived 10 days later, shattering the expectations of all. Bishop Fabian, in an unusually severe and even harsh tone, revoked Paul's leadership and commanded his immediate return to the cathedral. Appointing a venerable elder priest from the delegation to take his place. As the saying goes, he departed quietly, just as he had arrived. With a wave of his sleeve, he carried away no trace of cloud. Everything gradually returned to tranquility. The church's annexation of the St. Sidro Monastery reached a temporary conclusion. Todd's life reverted to its prior rhythm. Library, laboratory, dormitory, 3 points on a line to outsiders. He appeared to have distanced himself from worldly affairs, opting for the monastic life, returning to the role of a monk. Yet only his heart knew that a seed was germinating, a barrel of fine wine fermenting. In the not-so-distant future, a genuine opportunity would inevitably present itself. On a sunny winter morning, Todd was busy in the laboratory when Hawkins knocked on the door. The man still wore his tattered attire, a sight the monk had grown accustomed to, hardly inclined to comment further. Hawkins dusted himself off, surveying the intricate instruments and the colorful liquids in the bottles on the table, and slowly remarked, "The glass workshop has completed its work. The furnace, tools, samples, and molds are all safely stored away." Todd nodded in acknowledgement. Hawkins found a stool to sit on, stretching his arms. "The pirates' worship is a nuisance. Perhaps we could establish a small dock along the west coast." Todd set down the gas jar, gestured for Karine across the table to extinguish the flame, pondered for a moment, and replied, "No, let the harbor retain its original appearance. The ships can be stored in a nearby village." Pausing, he turned his face towards Hawkins and said, "The decision to shut down the glass workshop and not develop the harbor may be difficult to comprehend, especially since I once promised you that I would turn West Coast Harbor into a stronghold for the exotic." The man shook his head, his words surprising Todd. "No, I understand. Now is not the time for such things." The latter added, "Indeed. Whether it is producing glass or developing the harbor, it would raise suspicions about our true intentions." Hawkins nodded in agreement, rising to take his leave. "Oh, by the way, Hawkins, wait a moment." Todd retrieved a small wooden box from beneath the table and handed it to him. With curiosity, the man opened the box, and the sight within rendered him momentarily frozen. A small wind chime crafted from glass and silver pieces. "I made this especially for your daughter." Todd shrugged, suddenly recalling something and adding, "Remember not to tell Edgar." The man nodded slightly at the monk, uttering no words as he placed the box close to his chest and departed the room, his expression devoid of emotion, though his form trembled slightly. "And what about mine?" Hearing this voice, Todd furrowed his brow and turned around. His beautiful assistant, Karine Foreman, blinked at him with eager anticipation. Since their days together on the island, her attitude towards him had shifted slightly. Previously, her presence had been fueled by curiosity. Now, there was an element in her gaze that he could neither comprehend nor grasp. Regarding this enigmatic change, he felt uncertain and hesitant. "Karine, if I were to say I would gift you some glass, you would undoubtedly be displeased, as you can create it yourself. Very well, tell me what you desire, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill it." Relinquishing resistance, Todd raised his arms in a gesture of surrender. Propping her chin on her hands, Karine gazed at the ceiling, deep in thought. Her eyes brightened, and her subsequent suggestion took Todd slightly aback. "Let us go out for a little adventure." 20 minutes later, around 8 in the morning, having donned casual attire, Todd encountered Corrine at the monastery's entrance. Now dressed in the same outfit she had worn during their first meeting, with a pale, round decorative headpiece, a loose front-opening top, and her black hair braided down her back, her lightly adorned face radiated youthful charm. Todd couldn't help but muse that with such beauty, a few years older, she would surely be crowned the belle of his past university. "Where are we headed next?" he asked, amused by the irony that after traversing into another world. This was his first genuine outing beyond the bustling circus. The girl patted her chest, full of confidence. "Just follow me." Descending the hillside and walking eastward for about 15 minutes, they arrived at a small inn named White Horse. Among the 3 to 5 nearby carriages, Corrine selected one that appeared adequately decorated and clean. Clinging to the back of the carriage, she made to climb aboard. Todd approached her side, supporting her arms to lift her into the carriage. After entering himself, he noticed a slight flush on her cheeks but thought little of it. Observing the driver still dozing, he inquired, "Is this carriage not departing?" Corrine looked at him quizzically and replied, "The carriage won't leave until all the passengers are aboard." After all the fuss, it turned out this was not a taxi, but rather a private bus. Glancing at the sun climbing higher, Todd noted the few patrons at the inn. He boldly rapped on the carriage's front panel, rousing the driver. Seeing the man's bleary eyes, Todd produced a silver coin and asked, "May I hire this carriage?" The driver's eyes followed the coin eagerly, realizing a lucrative opportunity at hand. He perked up, grabbing the coin with a firm grip. "Where would you like to go, sir?" Corrine discreetly tugged at Todd's sleeve, whispering a reminder, "Don't give too much. A single silver coin is enough for both of us to ride to Silver Ring City." For some reason, witnessing the girl's pained expression evoked a feeling of nostalgia and fondness within Todd. Ultimately, observing the driver blissfully gnawing on the silver coin with his yellowed teeth, Corrine huffed in disdain, saying, "To Watchtower, but go slowly. I want to enjoy the scenery." Chapter 46. Intersection snow-covered hills, red-tiled roofs, and pale green fields. The carriage traversed the undulating country roads, the fields exuding the fresh sweetness of melting snow, while the town's stone houses nestled within a sea of clouds. Todd leaned out of the window, savoring the gentle caress of the spring breeze against his face. The scenery before him resembled a dreamscape from novels and films, akin to a masterpiece from a renowned artist. Such beauty was unimaginable to those accustomed to the steel jungles of modernity. The driver, having received a handsome reward, was in particularly high spirits, regaling tales of the farming anecdotes, festive celebrations, and noble households of Silver Ring Kingdom. What once seemed dull and monotonous transformed into vibrant stories bursting with humor through his narrative. Corrine listened intently, laughing heartily, completely forgetting her earlier displeasure. As if to enhance the guests' enjoyment of the beautiful scenery along their route, the driver deliberately slowed the horse's pace. The journey from White Horse into Watchtower took a full 40 minutes. Upon arrival, Todd disembarked and extended his hand to assist Corrine, turning his gaze towards the towering mountains and the impregnable fortress in the distance. Watchtower, nestled against the Falling Star Mountains, was constructed in the year 366 of the sacred calendar, its history predating even that of Silver Ring Kingdom. Originally, there was no fortress here, only a military encampment surrounded by a wooden fence, then known as the Watchpost. Over the centuries, to defend against the barbarian tribes from the northern mountains and snowfields, successive kingdoms and the Holy Church collaborated to erect fortifications, stationing troops here. As the number of soldiers increased, their families and opportunistic merchants gradually settled beside the fortress, forming what is now known as Watchtower Town. Todd stepped out of the carriage, exited the inn, stretched lazily, and raised his gaze toward the horizon. The entire town was built upon hilly terrain, arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner according to the undulations of the land. If Watchtower represented a paradigm of solemn and majestic architecture, then Watchtower Town was a masterpiece of commerce and culture intertwined. The town was meticulously planned and designed, although one could traverse it all in just half a day. It boasted bustling taverns, ancient churches, tranquil gardens, and lively markets. Every conceivable facility and entertainment could be found here, making it no wonder that this was Corrine's primary choice for an outing. As the clock approached 11 in the morning, the two famished individuals sought a suitable dining establishment. Strolling leisurely along the bustling commercial street, Corrine found herself standing before an exquisitely decorated upscale tavern named Lido, with her right index finger resting thoughtfully against her lower lip. She observed the ebb and flow of patrons within the bar. After a moment's contemplation, she pivoted and pointed towards a mobile vendor in the center of the street selling seafood pancakes, a delightful concoction of seafood, minced fish, and vegetables encased in a baked flatbread, and suggested, "Let us have that." Todd, chuckling as he rubbed his nose, took her hand and, without further ado, led her through the entrance of the Lido Tavern. They soon settled at a table by the window, where light and ventilation were abundant. To Corinne's astonishment, Todd graciously pulled out a chair and invited her to take a seat first. The waiter swiftly approached, scrutinizing their attire, and with raised eyebrows, presented a wooden menu, indicating the special of the day, potato fish fillet. With an impassive demeanor, he handed the menu to Corinne, while Todd gestured for her to make the decision. This unusual behavior piqued the waiter's interest, causing him to glance at the girl with curiosity. Overwhelmed by the lavish descriptions of the dishes and the exorbitant prices listed beneath, Corinne's expression froze in disbelief. Reluctantly, she returned the menu and discreetly signaled her desire to vacate the premises. Feigning ignorance of her gesture, Todd began placing their order. For the appetizer, we shall have the sour fish and mushroom soup. For the cold dish, pickled herring. The main course will be lamb with aromatic herbs served with mashed potatoes, and for dessert, we will take the baked apple pie. By the way, what brands of aperitifs do you offer? The waiter appeared momentarily stunned, perhaps baffled by the rapidity of Todd's speech, and hurriedly apologized. "I beg your pardon. Sir, could you please repeat that?" After the order was placed, Corinne stared at Todd in astonishment and quietly inquired, "Have you frequented such establishments before?" In his previous life, Todd would often accompany representatives from corporate sponsors to dine in Western restaurants, reporting on research progress and comparing financial statements. However, he preferred the vibrant flavors of Chinese cuisine over such austere venues. Naturally, he couldn't divulge this to her, so he merely smiled and shook his head. "I've only heard others speak of it." Corinne, still skeptical, wore a quizzical expression. Their meals soon arrived, and Todd adeptly grasped his knife and fork, naturally spearing the meat with the fork from the left and slicing it with the knife along the right side. His technique was impeccable, with the strength of his shoulders, the arc of his wrist, and the height of his elbows perfectly calibrated. Observing this flawless dining etiquette, the patrons at the adjacent table, dressed as vendors, unconsciously mimicked his use of cutlery, even slowing their pace of eating. Noticing Corinne's uncertainty as she fumbled with her own knife and fork, Todd gently nudged her plate closer, offering her a reassuring glance. He then took up an extra set of cutlery and meticulously cut her food into manageable portions before passing it back. Corinne lowered her head, lightly biting her lip in gratitude as she cast a grateful glance his way. Once their meal concluded and they exited the tavern, Corinne exhaled deeply, raised her arms, and twisted her waist, expressing her satisfaction. That was delightful. The culinary skills here surpassed those of Uncle Boj from the circus by a mile. Todd, admiring her graceful figure and basking in the warmth of the sun, closed his eyes and sighed, realizing he could scarcely remember the last time he had enjoyed such leisurely and carefree days. Grasping Corinne's hand, she excitedly pointed ahead. "I know of a puppet show stage at the square. They perform different stories every day." Just as Todd was about to step forward, a familiar figure brushed past him. Clad in a gray monk's robe, with a frail gait and stooped posture, he felt a jolt of recognition and halted, glancing back in shock, only to find the crowd had obscured the figure. Noticing Todd's change in demeanor, Corinne turned to him and inquired, "What is it?" Furrowing his brow, Todd took a long look at the distant street and shook his head. "It's nothing. Perhaps I was mistaken." Soon forgetting the incident, the two strolled into the square, their laughter echoing as they did. The distant mountains, crowned with snow, were shrouded by ominous clouds that cast shadows over the land. Chapter 47. The Contest in the City of Silver Ring. At St. Codar Cathedral, the clock struck 4:30 in the morning. Bishop Fabian arrived early at the corridor of the front hall, clutching a letter from the Church's Way station, quietly reading, 17 boxes, 141 items. Folding the letter, he turned to his aide and inquired, "Where is the carriage now?" Gazing out at the dim light, the aide respectfully replied, "My lord, it should be at the south gate by now." The bishop nodded, cautioning, "The matter of the crystals entering the city must remain confidential." The aide promptly agreed. Approaching the cathedral's grand entrance, Bishop Fabian remained uneasy and reiterated to his trusted confidant, during the last palace banquet. The interior minister inquired about this matter, and I feigned ignorance that in any case, it must not be publicized. The fewer people who know, the better. As the bishop stepped outside, he was abruptly startled by the scene before him. Nearly losing his footing, the square in front of the cathedral was packed with carriages, and a crowd of over 100 people turned to face him upon hearing his voice. "Bishop, are you all right?" The aide hurriedly supported his superior. helping him regain his composure as he stepped into the throng. With trembling steps and a sheepish smile, he navigated through the familiar faces, greeting them as he went. Mr. Chief Interior Minister Schubert, good morning. It's rare to see you at such an early hour. Bishop, don't mind me. I'm here to watch the sunrise. Judge de Novel, good morning. I recall you retired to your estate last week. Indeed. It's been rather dull at the farm, so I've come to see the sunrise. As he exchanged pleasantries, Bishop Fabian felt as though he swallowed a dead fly. A group of hypocritical individuals, seemingly in unison, claimed to be there to witness the dawn, yet they all faced southward. Was the direction of the sunrise different today than usual? They clearly had learned about the crystals entering the city, but feigned ignorance. Little did he know that since Todd's performance on the coast of Mushi, various tales about the treasure had spread throughout the royal city. Initially, the rumors contained a semblance of truth, but as time passed, they grew increasingly exaggerated, with some even claiming drinking the pure water from the holy relic can grant longevity. Such absurdities were believed by some. In this precarious situation, Bishop Fabian felt utterly helpless. He could not command the crowd to disperse and was left anxiously waiting, joining the throng of sunrise watchers. At 5:20 in the morning, a carriage guarded by the church's knights came into view. The carriage was equipped with shock absorbers and lined with thick straw. Yet it moved at a pace barely faster than walking. A murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd. Finally, it has arrived. Keep a close watch. Don't lose it. Such murmurs darkened the bishop's countenance. The carriage eventually rolled into the cathedral square, driven by the church's coachman. Observing the throng of elegantly dressed, grim-faced nobles and officials blocking the front, the driver clutched his whip, trembling in fear. The knights, who were supposed to maintain order, exchanged glances, hesitant to advance, as some in the crowd were their superiors, friends, or even relatives. In such a situation, turning a blind eye was the most prudent choice. Unable to tolerate the scene any longer, Bishop Fabian extended his arms towards the crowd. Please, may I have your attention? Kindly clear a path for the sacred relics. After a moment of silence, perhaps realizing the need for decorum in a public setting, the crowd gradually stepped back, creating a narrow passage. The carriage slowly made its way to the cathedral's rear courtyard, where the nobles and dignitaries of the Silver Ring Kingdom followed at a respectful distance. The church officials opened the back door of the prayer hall, unloading the cargo from the rear of the carriage, carefully removing the thick straw to reveal wooden crates, which they then carried into the main hall. The crowd surged towards the rear entrance, eager to enter the grand hall. Watching the throng stream in, the bishop closed his eyes and shook his head in resignation. 17 wooden crates lay flat on the cathedral floor. Seizing the moment before the crates were opened, Bishop Fabian felt compelled to emphasize the importance of order and sequence to the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, these crystal artifacts are sacred relics of the church, inscribed with the holy words of the Father, and should be presented to the Archbishop of the Western Diocese before being submitted to His Holiness the Pope. Upon finishing his statement, he observed the crowd nodding in reverence, which reassured him somewhat, and he signaled that the crates could be opened. St. Codar Cathedral, designed in the ancient Thyro style, featured a domed ceiling with vertical deep windows that allowed a modest amount of morning light to filter in. Supplemented by the illumination of the sacred candles, the interplay of sunlight, candlelight, and glass created a wondrous optical phenomenon. The pristine glass surface was adorned with a shimmering layer of gold, while the brilliance of the grand hall was refracted into a kaleidoscope of colors by the transparent crystals. This scene was akin to a descent into an ethereal realm, as if ascending to the heavens. Even the bishop, who had prepared himself mentally, was taken aback by the breathtaking spectacle, rendered momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, as he regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings, he noticed pairs of eyes among the crowd gleaming with an insidious green light, causing his heart to skip a beat in alarm. "This is bad," Fabian called out to the clergyman behind him, raising his arm to shout, "Close the boxes and take them too." Unfortunately, his words came too late. The first to strike was the retired Chief Justice. It was hard to fathom how a frail old man nearing 70, in retirement, could act with such agility and decisiveness. He sidled up, moving stealthily, feigning unsteadiness, and brutally stepped on the bishop's foot. Seizing the moment while Fabian let out a cry of pain, he bent down and snatched a coveted prize, the double-eared crystal pendant flask, and concealed it within the folds of his ample robe. Perhaps initially, some hesitated out of respect for the church's authority, but witnessing others take the lead, the notion of the law does not punish the multitude spurred many into action. What began as discreet pilfering escalated into brazen theft. Casting aside their decorum and dignity, The nobles felt no guilt as they rummaged through the remaining wooden chests, proudly brandishing sacred relics and loudly discussing their spoils. The bishop and other clergy's shouts and pleas, drowned out by laughter, became little more than background noise to this chaotic contest. Ultimately, the dignitaries of the Silver Ring Kingdom departed with satisfaction, leaving behind a hall strewn with straw and a scene of utter disarray. "My lord bishop, your shoes." The acolyte approached the dazed superior, who had been shoved against the wall, sitting on the ground in a state of shock, trembling as he offered a pair of cloth shoes, the original color indiscernible. The muscles in Fabian's face twitched, and taking a deep breath, he resembled a victim who had just regained his senses after a robbery, cursing vehemently, a bunch of thieves, savages. After venting for a while, he was aided to his feet, gravely inquiring, "How many are left?" "There are 26 remaining, 4 of which are broken." The bishop paused, reflecting deeply before speaking. "If my memory serves me correctly, these sacred relics were brought back by that monk named Todd from the north?" Chapter 48. Conditions. A wave of excitement swept through the Silver Ring Kingdom. The Sacred Relics Appreciation Gathering had commenced. The nobles distributed invitations in their family names, hosting gatherings where their cherished and stolen crystal artifacts were displayed in the most prominent locations of the banquet halls, inviting friends and colleagues to indulge in fine food and wine while admiring the exquisite treasures. While this may sound incredulous, it was indeed happening among the upper echelons of society. Gradually, this trend infiltrated the royal court. King Guy VI and Queen Mary, emulating their noble counterparts, hosted lavish feasts at the palace centered around their prized, yes, still stolen, crystal relics, inviting the affluent of the Silver Ring Kingdom to gather in celebration. This act effectively thrust the popularity of crystal relics into a fever-pitched in the days that followed. In taverns, inns, merchant guilds, and rural villages, the common folk congregated, their conversations dominated by the topic of treasures from the north. They recounted tales with fervor. Children relished the adventurous stories of treasure hunts. Youths passionately discussed the immense value of the artifacts, while the elderly pondered their mysterious powers and divine radiance. In the vast expanse of Silver Ring City, only one individual abstained from this celebratory frenzy. Instead, sinking into profound anxiety, Bishop Fabian rubbed his head, intently reading a report on the relics prepared by his subordinates. The sacred objects, meant to be presented to the Pope, had instead fallen into the hands of the secular royal court and nobility. While the primary responsibility did not lie with him, the moment the Archbishop and the College of Cardinals learned of this, he would undoubtedly be the first to suffer the consequences. Urgent action was required to remedy the situation swiftly. A sudden knock at the door disrupted his thoughts, prompting him to look up with irritation. "Come in." The acolyte entered, glancing at his superior's expression before softly announcing, "Father Paul has arrived and requests an audience." The bishop furrowed his brows, waving his hand impatiently. "Him again. I shall not see him." As he watched his subordinate exit the room, the old man redirected his focus to the report. The Northern Isles had repelled pirates, seized ships, and returned laden with spoils. Amidst these events, he realized that the quickest way to procure crystal relics was to persuade Todd to venture north once more. After some contemplation, the bishop picked up pen and paper, swiftly composing a letter, removing a single crystal lens, and ringing the voice bell, instructing the subordinate entering the room, "Deliver this letter to Father Rupert and tell him to act promptly." 3 days later, in the library of the monastery, Todd encountered the priest who had once stood beside him in exorcisms. Father Rupert's initial impression of Todd had not been favorable, yet following a shared exorcism, their subsequent meeting revealed a marked shift in attitude. Former arrogance had transformed into warmth, and erstwhile hostility had morphed into respect. As the two sat at a table, exchanging pleasantries, the monk quickly grasped the priest's intention. The church wishes for him to journey north once more, to bring back more crystal artifacts. Internally elated, Todd recognized that his long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Though he masked his excitement, touching the cross around his neck, he shook his head, his trembling hands and pallid face evoking a sense of guilt in the priest regarding the pressure to send him north. As if chatting with an old friend, the monk initially avoided discussing his willingness to set sail. Instead, he recounted his experiences in the north, the towering waves, torrential rains, and savage hurricanes, along with the relentless pursuit by barbarians. The excitement of his tale rivaled the most thrilling Hollywood blockbusters, leaving the priest captivated and breathless. "To have returned to my homeland is already the grace of the Heavenly Father. How could I dare to hope for the Spirit's protection once more?" This statement struck a chord with Father Rupert, evoking deep empathy. Aiming for theology and lacking guile, the priest promptly thumped his chest and declared to the monk, "Rest assured, Brother Todd, I shall write to Bishop Fabian this very moment, persuading him to seek another for such a perilous task. This matter is entirely upon my shoulders." Hearing this, Todd was momentarily taken aback, mentally exclaiming, "What an unconventional approach you take." According to the usual protocol, he should have persuaded him further, then presented his demands. Negotiating until an agreement was reached, how could the game be cut short? With you abruptly declaring your withdrawal, skillfully steering the conversation back to the original subject, while professing his devotion to the Heavenly Father and expressing gratitude for the Church's principles. Todd subtly hinted that, should suitable conditions arise, he would consider setting sail once more for the Church's cause in the north. Under repeated questioning from Father Rupert, Todd gradually articulated his terms. 3 days later, in the great cathedral of St. Catherine's, in the bishop's exegesis hall, Bishop Fabian read the letter sent by Father Rupert, rubbing his forehead in frustration as he remarked, "Firstly, he desires to establish a church at the port of Mushi to facilitate preaching in the north. Secondly, he requests the church to allocate supplies, ships, and weapons. Thirdly, he insists on a nightly retinue of no less than 300 men to serve as his guards against pirates." The subordinates in the room exchanged glances. Among them was a former member of the delegation, who, recalling Todd's benevolence, summoned the courage to speak carefully. "My Lord Bishop, the combat prowess of the northern pirates should not be underestimated. Our forces once fought 8 against 1 and nearly faced defeat. To venture north, as the letter states, is fraught with danger, and claiming it to be a matter of life and death is no exaggeration." The bishop tossed the letter onto the table, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "The first 2 conditions are manageable. But the last, where do you expect me to find a nightly retinue to serve as his guards in the coastal regions to the west? Even if I could find them, who would be willing to undertake such a task in the barbaric lands of the north?" Returning to his chair, Fabian supported his forehead with his palm. Having returned safely on the first voyage, why does he now exhibit such cowardice for the second? This boy needs a stern talking to. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Upon granting permission, the acolyte entered, wearing a pained expression as he looked at the bishop. The latter sighed. "Is it that Paul fellow again?" The acolyte nodded. The bishop shook his head, asking helplessly, "Speak then, Father Paul. What is it you wish to discuss?" The messenger surveyed the room, his face revealing his discomfort. The bishop gestured for the others to step out temporarily. He retrieved the letter from the table and opened the drawer. The acolyte stepped closer to the bishop and whispered, "Father Paul claims that Todd is a heretic and demands an inquisition against him." Bishop Fabian's body stiffened, disbelief washing over him as he turned, letting the letter slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. Chapter 49. Investigation. After being dismissed from the delegation, Father Paul returned to Silver Ring City and immersed himself in his duties at the Third Inquisition of Heresy. The place he had occupied prior to the visit, no one knew or cared what he busied himself with. But 2 facts were clear. Firstly, he had been completely ostracized by Bishop Fabian, who had once considered him a leading candidate for the next bishopric. The colleagues accompanying him on the visit rendered him a rather scathing evaluation. However, today, to everyone's astonishment, the esteemed bishop agreed to his request, willing to engage in a private conversation for 10 minutes, which rekindled new thoughts among the church staff. As Paul entered the exegesis hall, he appeared markedly thinner, his cheeks sunken, yet his eyes remained strikingly bright. The bishop glanced at the priest, gesturing for him to take a seat across from him. In the elder's mind, Paul was undoubtedly a person of great talent, albeit this talent was confined to intellectual and practical capabilities. His lamentable skills in navigating interpersonal relationships had caused Fabian endless headaches. Nevertheless, Paul's disdain for factionalism was precisely what Fabian found most admirable about him. After all, capable individuals were plentiful in this world, yet those who were loyal and dependable were few and far between. Regarding the events surrounding this delegation, even without Paul divulging the reasons, Fabian could surmise a general understanding. The latter's original intention was to allow the former some time to regroup and clear his mind. However, the flames of vengeance burning in his eyes indicated that the priest was ultimately unable to overcome this hurdle within himself. "Paul, you have greatly disappointed me." The bishop's words made the individual clench his teeth, lowering his head and bitterly stating, "I made a grave error regarding the delegation. The acknowledgement of his shame and the determination to rectify it was yet another quality that the bishop admired in this man. Leaning back in his chair, the elder slowly began, "Speak, let me hear what you have uncovered." The priest retrieved a large bundle of cloth and several notes from his bosom, spreading them across the table. This inexplicable action left Fabian perplexed. Initially, when I faced Brother Todd, I believed he was merely a false apostate, controlled by greed. Yet, I misjudged. The malevolence he conceals is far more terrifying than I had imagined. Paul produced a sheet of paper densely scrawled with annotations, alongside a diagram of a refining furnace. Fabian glanced at it before looking up to the individual opposite him, awaiting further explanation. A chilly breeze drifted through the cracks of the window, chilling the room. The priest instinctively huddled closer, tucking his hands into his sleeves as he whispered, "After I was relieved of my duties as the head of the delegation, I spent a day in the camp organizing some peculiarities I had observed." With one hand resting on the paper, Paul continued, "Firstly, there is the silver refining site at the foot of the monastery. The information on this paper was procured at great expense from a craftsman. It details the intricacies and complexities of the silver purification process, which are beyond mortal comprehension. According to him, all of this originated from Todd." The bishop stroked his balding head. "That is inconsequential. The lad named Todd likely has a monastic mentor from whom he learned. Perhaps." The priest presented a second sheet of paper, brimming with dates and annotations. "I located the individual responsible for managing the monks' dormitory at the monastery and commissioned him to provide me with Todd's daily activities and correspondence. After comparing records over nearly 10 days, I stumbled upon a peculiar coincidence." Pointing to the entries and timestamps, Paul remarked, "From noon to 5 in the afternoon, Todd was absent for 9 out of 10 days, missing from the dormitory, the library, the church, the meditation hall, and any classroom, indicating that during this time frame, he vanished." The elder shook his head. "Perhaps he left the monastery to venture down the mountain or elsewhere." The priest immediately countered this hypothesis. The gatekeeper of the monastery corroborated that Todd is seldom seen leaving in the afternoon. And one final point. Paul cautiously opened a small paper packet on the table, revealing various powders of differing colors, assorted crystalline chunks, and some peculiar metals. Donning his crystal spectacles, the elder scrutinized the contents with a look of confusion. The priest began to explain each item. "This yellow powder is sulfur, this white crystalline substance is saltpeter, and this black metal is heavy iron, ferric oxide. As for the other materials in the packets, I inquired widely, but no one could identify them. However, they confirmed that only a master-level alchemist could refine substances of such high purity and variety." Upon hearing the familiar term, the bishop's eyes widened in surprise. Alchemy. Within the Church of the Father, alchemy was regarded as a perilous art, one of the demonic arts. The root of this apprehension traced back to the pressure exerted on the church by the alchemist Sutherland a millennium ago. The priest meticulously repackaged the items and inquired of the bishop, "My lord, do you know where I found these?" "Where?" "In the monastery cemetery. Someone buried them as waste and covered them with soil. Yet they overlooked the stark color difference between the newly laid earth and the surrounding soil, which is evident upon closer inspection. According to the gravekeeper, these items had not been present for several years, only recently buried in the past 2 months." Paul leaned forward, supporting himself on the table as he faced Fabian, his tone somber. A 15-year-old boy, born to a peasant family, uneducated, with mediocre talents, yet upon entering the monastery, he swiftly mastered the scriptures, invented a complex silver refining technique, survived a great fire, navigated northward and returned unscathed, and may potentially be a master alchemist. If all this were to be explained as mere coincidence, it would be far too implausible. Fabian rubbed his forehead, addressing Paul with curiosity. "So your implication is?" "A demon resides within Todd, a demon from the depths of hell. I propose that he be subjected to an inquisition." After bidding farewell to Father Paul, Bishop Fabian settled into his chair, gazing at the sunlight streaming through the window, yet his mind remained in turmoil, oscillating between indecision that him. Whether Todd was responsible for the events was of little consequence. Whether Todd was a demon was also secondary. The crux lay in determining the utility of this monk. How useful was he? Could he be of service to Fabian? That was the critical question. A knock at the door interrupted Fabian's contemplation, without waiting for the bishop's consent. The assistant rushed into the room, urgency etched across his face. "My lord bishop, Her Majesty the Queen has arrived." Chapter 50. Queen Mary. Bishop Fabian sprang to his feet, Turning to the assistant with urgency, "Where is she now?" "She has arrived at the main entrance of the cathedral, and the retinue is laying out the red carpet. I will be there at once. Wait one moment." The bishop hurriedly opened the top drawer of his desk, rummaging for a wooden comb. He first moistened his hand and smoothed the sparse hair atop his head, then carefully combed it to the side before hastening alongside the assistant toward the grand entrance. Since marrying into the royal family at the age of 16, Queen Mary had remained the focal point of the Silver Ring Kingdom. Numerous reasons accounted for this, including her love for jewelry and gems, her passion for opera and dance, and her fondness for gatherings and revelry. Yet, most captivating of all was her astonishing beauty. On the very day she arrived from a foreign land, the streets of Silver Ring City were deserted. The moment she stepped down from the wedding carriage, the moon and stars dimmed in comparison. When she and her husband, King Guy VI, stood on the castle terrace, waving to the citizens flocking from all directions, that king, 10 years her senior, uttered a phrase that has since echoed throughout the continent. "Look, my queen, half of my subjects adore you. Oh, and what of the other half?" "The other half lies in eternal slumber beneath the earth." 3 years have passed since that time. Queen Mary's beauty had not faded with the passage of time. Rather, it evolved from youthful innocence to a more mature allure. She resembled a beautifully ripe and enticing fruit, hanging from the bough, captivating everyone's gaze wherever she went. Bishop Fabian observed the red carpet laid before him, inclining his body and lowering his head, yet his eyes remained fixed on the opulent carriage at the center of the square. With the assistance of the court ladies, the carriage door was gently opened, revealing first a gown adorned with silver-threaded tassels and crystal pendants, followed by a pair of long, fair hands tinged with a delicate pink. As the queen descended from the carriage and stood upon the red carpet, the surrounding men widened their eyes in astonishment, while the women concealed their faces behind fans. The bishop pressed one hand to his hair and smoothed his robe with the other, hastening to the front of the carriage. Bowing to the queen, too timid to gaze upon her face, yet wishing to perform a kiss-the-hand gesture, the lady-in-waiting standing nearby cleared her throat loudly, prompting the cleric to awkwardly retreat a few steps. "Come along." Hearing that sweet and melodious voice, the bishop's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly lowered himself to lead the way. The gathering proceeded to the cathedral's audience chamber, where the maidens unfurled a velvet carpet on the dais. Retrieving fruits and snacks from a copper chest filled with ice, and arranging several pure silver forks decoratively in the dishes, the ladies-in-waiting measured the distances, adjusting the spacing of other attendees in relation to the queen's seat. This practice stemmed from an unwritten rule in the Silver Ring Kingdom. No man may approach within 3 meters of the queen. The individual behind this absurd regulation was none other than King Guy VI. Upon the arrival of Queen Mary, it appeared she had no intention of engaging in idle chit-chat or pleasantries. Rather, she chose to get straight to the point. "Your Excellency, I have come for the crystal relics." The bishop furrowed his brow, remaining silent. "I hope to procure several crystal relics as adornments for my 19th birthday celebration." Fabian hesitated. "Your Majesty, those crystal relics are significant items for the Church. Each possesses immense research value and should rightfully be sent to the College of Cardinals and the Pope first." Mary, displeased, interrupted. "They can wait, but my birthday is next month, and I cannot afford to wait that long." The bishop, taken aback and somewhat irate, raised his head. What did she mean by "they can wait"? Those were the Pope and the Cardinals. Yet, the Queen's stunning beauty and intoxicating presence dissipated his irritation almost instantaneously. The Queen seemed utterly unconcerned with the feelings of others and continued. "I forgot to mention, the crystal relics must be of the highest grade, and stylistically should lean towards." Long accustomed to handling affairs within the Church and somewhat oblivious to the currents of the outside world, Bishop Fabian, upon hearing an unfamiliar term, inquired of those beside him, "What constitutes a high-grade relic?" His subordinates quickly provided the necessary explanation. Secular noble connoisseurs categorized the crystal treasures according to their transparency, impurities, shape, craftsmanship, and so forth, into various grades, with high grade representing the finest category, rumored to be possessed solely by the Grand Chancellor de Novo and the king himself. The bishop shook his head in disbelief. "This is sheer nonsense." Just as he was about to flatly refuse, the elder suddenly recalled the previous bishop's numerous unpleasant encounters with the Silver Ring Kingdom. Fortunately, during his tenure, the queen had acted as a mediator, preventing a rupture between the crown and the church akin to past grievances. While he pondered how to respond, the queen's next statement rendered him speechless. "Do you not have an exorcist named Todd?" I have heard he is blessed by the Holy Father. Why not enlist his assistance once more? Bishop Fabian was startled by this remark and hastily inquired of others how such news had reached the secular realm. What troubled him most was that Todd's tale had already morphed into a semi-mythical narrative among the royal family, nobility, and common folk. Rumors suggested that he followed the will of the Heavenly Father, banished demons, vanquished foreign foes, and returned sacred relics, embodying the grace of true light and guiding the faithful. Such discourse, if it continues to proliferate, poses a threat to both myself and the Church. It must be curbed promptly. With this thought in mind, Bishop Fabian resolved upon a course of action. He addressed Queen Mary. Your Majesty, there will be an inquisition here next week. Would you be interested in attending? Unbeknownst to Todd, who remained ignorant of the events unfolding in the royal city, he awaited the bishop's response to the 3 conditions. To him, the first 2 conditions posed no challenge. The crux lay in the third. To summon a knightly order for protection in the remote coastal region of Mushi seemed an insurmountable task. Thus, should the other party refuse or negotiate this condition, he intended to propose an alternative, allowing the Mushi harbor to establish its own knightly order. This proposal, though somewhat fanciful, was predicated on the understanding that the Church's approval for the establishment of a knightly order required the direct consent of the College of Cardinals and the Pope, followed by the issuance of a holy letter. Nevertheless, Todd held firm confidence in the allure of the glass relic. Once the College of Cardinals and the Pope recognized the relic's religious value, they would surely acquiesce to his request. However, fate had other plans, and he could never have anticipated that his scheme would be thwarted by what seemed a farcical abduction. On that day, after examining the bacterial conditions within his body and finding all bodily functions normal, Todd injected himself with Harkins' weakened bacteria, intending to further assess the Sutherland ancient bacteria's carrying capacity. As he departed the laboratory, carrying 4 types of bacteria, he was suddenly intercepted by a group of church soldiers clad in black robes, their chests adorned with red crosses. The leading figure inquired, "Might you be the monk Todd?" Upon receiving confirmation, the individual continued, "We request your assistance in an investigation. The carriage awaits outside." Todd, casting his gaze towards the dimming sun of dusk, spotted the cold visage of Father Paul among the ranks behind. Chapter 51. The Inquisition Part 1. In the streets and alleys of the royal city, a sensational rumor had recently spread like wildfire. The legendary monk Todd was soon to arrive in Silver Ring City. However, his mode of arrival was rather awkward. He was not to be a guest of honor at the royal court, nor a herald of the faith delivering sermons, but rather, he was to be escorted as a suspect into detention by the Third Inquisition Court, rendered a prisoner a monk studying sacred theology in a monastery. A devotee bestowed with the title of auxiliary exorcist by the Church, a paragon of selflessness devoted to the Lord, was, astonishingly, suspected of heresy and forcibly confined within the high walls. Unlike the onlookers, those who had once fought alongside Todd quickly joined the ranks of protesters. The first to act were the indignant knights of the Church, who stormed into the Inquisition's offices, vociferously demanding evidence for such barbaric behavior. Following them, numerous clerics rallied as well, jointly drafting a petition proclaiming their intent to appeal to the Archbishop. Father Rupert even left his own church without permission, making his way to the great cathedral of St. Cole to implore the bishop to immediately halt this absurd trial. Subsequently, the monks of the St. Sidro Monastery also formed a delegation to Silver Ring City to them. Regardless of any transgressions Todd may have committed, he was still a monk, and the Church neither should nor had the authority to arrest him, especially in such a clandestine and abrupt manner. Finally, the faithful congregations, local militia, and representatives of the villagers arrived in succession, engaging in negotiations with the Church, both formally and informally. Bishop Fabian found himself in a state of utter disarray. Having resided atop the temple for so long, he never anticipated that merely apprehending a humble monk would lead to such tumult. He began to regret his decision more than once, questioning whether it had been made too hastily. Yet, the current situation left him with no room for retreat. If he were to immediately declare Todd innocent and release him, the great cathedral of St. Cole and the Third Inquisition Court would become the butt of jokes for the year. Continuing the trial, however, raised the uncertainty of conviction, and he felt no confidence in that regard. Consequently, he sought out Father Paul for questioning nearly twice daily. The latter's repeated assurances and reassurances did little to quell his growing unease. In stark contrast to the cacophony and clamor outside, Todd's surroundings were markedly quiet. Historically, The Third Inquisition Court had very few precedents for trials involving clergy. Coupled with Todd's own influence, the treatment he received by the court was remarkably favorable. Rather than being confined in a dark, dank cell, he was restricted to a secluded courtyard outside the city. Instead of the anticipated repugnant fare rife with maggots and slop, he was served the same meals as the guards. In the days leading up to the trial, Todd appeared outwardly calm, yet internally he was troubled. It was akin to the infamous Russian roulette. Until the trigger is pulled, one can never know if the firing pin will strike a bullet or air. He contemplated the worst-case scenario, should the church discover that he was the bearer of the Sutherland relic. If such a revelation were to surface, it would undoubtedly lead to one conclusion: execution by fire. However, upon further reflection, he realized that no more than 7 individuals were privy to the knowledge of the Sutherland relic within him, and none had any reason or capacity to betray him. Thus, he pondered, what other incriminating evidence could they possibly grasp? While mulling over every conceivable possibility, the monk strolled through the courtyard, attempting to digest his thoughts. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a familiar towering figure atop a distant hillside. That was little Jerry. The lad's stature was exceedingly conspicuous. Upon glancing closer, he discerned several figures lurking in the foliage. Todd could almost surmise what these individuals intended. Escaping was indeed plausible, but with the church's forces nearby, evading them entirely seemed unrealistic. Moreover, the crux of the matter was that Todd had no desire to flee. Should he abscond, it would imply an admission of all the crimes he was accused of. All he had painstakingly built would dissolve into nothingness, and his remaining years would be spent in hiding and evasion. A fate he did not wish to embrace. He needed to devise a plan to pacify these individuals. Having settled on this notion, Todd began to contemplate how to establish contact with them. Sending a message via homing pigeon. A splendid idea. But where to find pigeons? Seeking someone to deliver a message in such a short time frame. Where would he find someone? Furthermore, he was devoid of funds and unfamiliar with the guards, rendering bribery a futile avenue. After much contemplation, a notion struck him that he first gauged the distance between himself and the hillside, then feigned the need to relieve himself, seizing the opportunity to slip away unnoticed, and once his business was concluded, he would return. This sounded like an exceedingly foolish plan. Yet, due to his swift ability, this approach held a modicum of feasibility. Moreover, the medieval restroom facilities starkly contrasted with today's enclosed lavatories. The former offered picturesque views, clean air, and pure water. In blunt terms, bodily functions were conducted outdoors, providing ample opportunity to temporarily evade the watchful eyes of his guards. Thus, seizing the fleeting moments afforded by a trip to the lavatory, Todd galloped like a stallion under the influence of springtime elixirs, racing toward the distant hillside. Upon locating Corrine, Hawkins, Edgar, little Jerry, and a host of acquaintances, Todd seized the moment. Speaking with remarkable rapidity, things are not as dire as you might imagine, so do not entertain thoughts of rescuing me. Furthermore, and most importantly, this is the domain of the Inquisition. You must absolutely refrain from revealing any abilities of the other kind. With those words, the stallion bolted back, leaving the group in stunned silence. Time swiftly progressed to the day of the public trial. Due to an overwhelming number of attendees, the venue was changed from the Third Inquisition Court to the Grand Hall of St. Coda Cathedral. Even thus, the 1,000 seats were filled to capacity, with nobles, knights, clergy, and monks cramming the hall to the brim. Citizens from Silver Ring City and distant lands, drawn by the news, blocked the cathedral's square to the point of congestion. The chief inquisitor for this heresy trial was none other than Bishop Fabian himself, with Father Paul serving as the interrogator. The thick stack of accusations lay upon the round table, causing all present to realize that matters might not be as straightforward as they seemed. Queen Mary occupied a high dais on the second floor, concealed behind a curtain from the prying eyes of the outside world. Casting a glance at the profile of the accused, she inquired of her maid, "Is that the legendary Brother Todd?" Upon receiving an affirmative response, the queen delicately pressed her rose petal-like lips together, murmuring, "It seems a spectacle is about to unfold." Chapter 52, The Inquisition, Part 2. Bishop Fabian brought down the gavel, the dull thud reverberating through the hall, signaling the official commencement of the Inquisition. Following the prescribed procedure, the interrogator was to first announce the charges and inquire whether the defendant pleaded guilty. Should the accused confess, The trial would transition into a phase of ecclesiastical reform, should they deny guilt. The trial would proceed to the formal examination phase. If ultimately found guilty, the individual would be deemed obstinate and subjected to severe punishment. This bears resemblance to the slogans often seen in prisons of a previous life. Confess to receive leniency, resist to face rigor. Father Paul approached Todd. Their gazes locking. The former initiated the dialogue. Heavenly Father above, should I address you as Brother Todd or as Todd the monk? At first glance, this question appeared innocuous, yet upon closer scrutiny, it presented a conundrum. Should Todd acknowledge the title of brother, he would align himself with the church, thereby losing the support of the monastery. Conversely, if he admitted to being a monk, he would side with the monastery, distancing himself from the clergy and knights who had aided him. Before the trial had even commenced, Paul had ensnared Todd in this dilemma, compelling him to choose sides between the ecclesiastical faction and the ascetic faction. Unperturbed, Todd recited a story from the sacred texts, when the benevolent and compassionate saint, while shepherding, encountered a wicked wolf demanding the sickly and young lambs. The saint responded, "Begone, the Lord never forsakes the obedient and devout child." Upon hearing this, the clergy and church representatives present immediately grasped his implication. Whether they were monks or church officials, all were servants of the Heavenly Father. Any act of abandonment or harm was a desecration of the divine will. Thus concluded the first round of this verbal sparring. With Father Paul left disheartened and subtly humiliated by Todd's reference to the wolf, the second round commenced. Skipping the inquiry, Paul dove directly into the formal examination, loudly proclaiming the first charge, falsely reporting the quantity of sacred relics and embezzling church property. Paul asserted that someone had informed the church that Todd had returned from the north with 28 boxes of crystal relics, yet had only delivered 17 to the church. Moreover, he had boasted of his willingness to surrender all the crystals to the church, an act of deliberate deception aimed at gaining fame. At this declaration, the informed audience first reacted with shock, followed by outrage. The knights and priests who had once been part of the visiting delegation vociferously rebutted this absurd claim, for it was indeed a shameless allegation. Even if it were true that Todd had brought back the crystals from the north, his willingness to donate them to the church was his prerogative, even if he chose not to offer a single box. He could not be held culpable. Furthermore, to raise such an accusation now, rather than at the time, was clearly an attempt to fabricate a charge of unfounded guilt. Queen Mary listened intently to the commotion in the hall. Gradually piecing together the sequence of events, she mused that any individual of average intelligence would recognize this as a baseless accusation imposed upon the monk, yet Todd found himself unable to refute it. He had committed a grave error by failing to bring or notify any church officials to supervise the ship's voyage, leaving him vulnerable to accusations. The Inquisition could easily assert that, due to the absence of oversight, Todd had the opportunity to conceal the crystal relics, thus committing an egregious offense against the Holy Spirit. Resting her chin in her hand, the queen displayed a look of deep consternation. How would she defend herself against such an accusation if she were in Todd's position? Would she seek out the sailors or the crowd of onlookers to testify? No. Their testimonies would likely lack sufficient credibility. After much contemplation, she concluded that this charge constituted an insurmountable knot. One could recognize it as a fallacy, yet lacked the evidence to refute it. "Todd, do you have anything to say?" Father Paul wore a smug expression, as this charge had been meticulously crafted in consultation with the bishop. If substantiated, it would provide grounds to send the monk to the Inquisition chamber for severe interrogation, compelling him to disclose the precise location of the crystals and resolving Bishop Fabian's current predicament. The defendant immediately became the focal point of all eyes. How would he defend himself? This question echoed in the minds of those present. After a few moments of contemplation, Todd moved. He first rapped his knuckles against the floor beneath him, then examined the expansive pulpit before him. To everyone's surprise, he posed a peculiar question. "Are the wooden boxes that were previously sent here for storing the crystals still available?" The assistant deacon of the cathedral, having heard this, promptly stood and replied, "All of them are here, currently stored in the warehouse." "Excellent. Please bring them all here." As the church officials rose to retrieve the boxes, Todd ascended the pulpit, commencing to measure the distance with his strides. Father Paul, infuriated, slammed the accusation paper onto the table, bellowing, "Todd, I am asking you whether you plead guilty. Do not think to employ such trickery to delay time." The defendant disregarded him, instead moving among the audience. seeking out 11 familiar knights and priests from the visiting delegation to assist him. Following a brief inquiry, he located a knight who had previously dealt with the Northern Island pirates and posed the following questions. Todd began, "Do you know the types of ships commonly used by the Northern Island pirates?" The knight nodded, responding, "Yes, there are generally two types, the warship, Langskip, and the cargo ship, Nor. They use the former when raiding southward. Can you provide the approximate dimensions and draft of the warship?" "Certainly. The standard size is 17.4 meters in length, 57 feet, with a maximum width of 2.6 meters, 8.5 feet, and the draft varies based on the ship's weight, typically ranging from 45 to 65 centimeters. What is the crew distribution like?" "There are 16 rowing positions on each side, with a maximum capacity of 48 people on board. To simply get the ship moving, a minimum of 12 individuals is required." "Thank you very much for your answers." Todd then handed a length of rope he had just procured to the knight. "I have one last favor to ask. Please use this rope to outline the general shape of the warship on the pulpit floor." The knight pondered for a moment before using the rope to form an oval shape on the ground. Queen Mary, her light blue eyes shimmering like waves, began to grasp Todd's intentions. Yet, such a cleverly imaginative defense was something she could hardly conceive. How intriguing! The maid, having not heard her mistress's soft murmur, quickly inquired, "Your Majesty." "What did you say?" Nothing at all." Soon, the church staff returned with 17 empty wooden boxes that had been previously used for the crystals. Todd gestured for the 11 priests and knights beside him to take their seats within the oval formed by the rope. Once everyone was seated, the monk addressed the church representatives. "It is ready. Please place all the wooden boxes inside the oval. You may arrange them in any manner you choose, but please observe 2 points. First, do not let the edges of the boxes exceed the rope. Second, do not stack the boxes higher than 45 centimeters." The audience maneuvered the boxes. Some placed them horizontally, others vertically or sideways, carefully avoiding the seated 12, until they finally fit within the confines of the rope. Although there remained some gaps, these were intended for supplies, tents, and weapons. Almost everyone present recognized an undeniable fact. Even with the minimum crew required, a dozen rowers, a pirate warship could accommodate only 17 boxes of this size at most. Considering safety and cargo arrangements, the claim of having returned with 28 boxes of crystals was utterly ludicrous, mere fabrication. The accusation of falsely reporting the quantity of sacred relics and embezzling church property had become a farce. Father Paul and Bishop Fabian's expressions shifted from pale to crimson, then finally to ebony. The former caught sight of the latter's furious gaze, and with a start, hastily proclaimed, "I hereby announce the second heretical charge against Todd. Contravention of the teachings of the Father. Clandestine practice of alchemical sorcery." Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Todd slowly rose from the ground, while Queen Mary covered her lips with her fan, leaning forward in anticipation. The climax of this drama was finally set to unfold. Chapter 53, The Inquisition, Part 3, Alchemy. A gasp erupted from the audience of the Inquisition, one loud enough to threaten the very rafters above, in an era when the Church of the Father and the true Church had yet to part ways. Both belonging to the religious domain of the Kingdom of Tyro, alchemy stood as a thorn in their sides, a source of great disdain. The reason was simple. A single individual had exerted tremendous pressure upon the Church. A fugitive alchemist by the name of Sutherland, who aided the escape of the aberrant beings. Following the success of that grand escape, the remnants of the aberrants launched a series of assaults upon the Church, sowing rumors, stealing sacred relics, burning churches, and even attempting to assassinate the Pope. Thus, under the Church's deliberate propaganda, alchemy became synonymous with the art of demons, and alchemists were equated with those who wield demons, as table after table, adorned with wheels and draped in white cloth, was wheeled onto the pulpit. The crowd's attitude toward the accused began to shift. The priests who had once stood by Todd now raised their crosses and retreated. The knights who had defended his honor regarded him with wary eyes. The expressions of the assembly morphed into a blend of fear and disgust. Witnessing this scene, Father Paul and Bishop Fabian exchanged a glance of satisfaction. The center of the maelstrom stood Todd, motionless, his gaze fixed upon the white cloth covering the table, his face devoid of expression. The presiding officer, Paul, commanded the clerics to unveil the cloth, revealing the true nature of the items beneath. The assembly gasped in horror at the sight before them, some even turning to flee. Various experimental apparatuses, bottles of indeterminate purpose, Grotesque and bizarre specimens lay exposed. Indeed, these were possessions only an alchemist would own. Tools for summoning demons that as Paul surveyed the array before him. Clutching his cross, he instinctively stepped back. Then steeled himself to confront Todd, demanding, "Todd, I ask you, do these alchemical tools and materials belong to you?" Fully aware of the implications, Todd knew that if the Inquisition could locate the underground laboratory, they would certainly be aware of his movements within the monastery at such a moment. Denial held no merit. "Indeed, they are all mine." The declaration sent shockwaves through the hall. Those priests, knights, and monks familiar with Todd had hoped against hope that these alchemical instruments bore no connection to the man of utmost virtue. Meanwhile, the others felt a growing dread at the emergence of a living alchemist before them. Paul and Fabian were astonished that the accused had so readily confessed, hidden on the second floor. Queen Mary felt her composure waver for the first time, her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes wide with disbelief, the fan in her hand emitting creaking sounds. Paul, now somber, posed a second question. "Then, do you acknowledge yourself as an alchemist?" Todd tilted his head in contemplation, responding, "Yes, at the very least, I believe I ought to be." Queen Mary leaned back, closing her eyes and exhaling deeply. At the entrance of the cathedral, the figures of Hawkins, Karen, and others flitted past. Meanwhile, Father Paul's heart swelled with uncontainable joy. His face radiating with a triumphant smile, his limbs animated with excitement, as he proclaimed loudly, "Then, I hereby declare Todd's heretical charges." Wait. The defendant's sudden interjection silenced the previously raucous hall, all eyes turning back to him. Like spectators gazing upon a beast destined for slaughter, Paul wore a sympathetic smile, asking, "What more do you wish to say?" Todd met the priest's gaze, resolute and unflinching, evoking an unusual sensation within the latter. "I wish to pose a question." The monk raised his cross towards the heavens. "Is it not the case that heretics refers to those who defy the will of the Father?" Uncertain of the deeper implications behind Todd's words, Father Paul pondered carefully before replying. "One might say so. Then why is it that I cannot find any scriptural passage within the words of the Father and the exalted scriptures that categorizes alchemists as heretics?" The clerics and monks present were rendered speechless. Those with a modicum of knowledge regarding the Church's history understood that the accounts of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit were first penned over 1,500 years prior to the current era, undergoing modifications over the course of a millennium and a half, ultimately compiled in the year 96 of the current calendar. This compendium of Scripture, as the foundational doctrine of the Church, has persisted to this day. The classification of alchemists as heretics occurred approximately 200 years ago, in the aftermath of the Great Escape of the Aberrants, as articulated in a papal encyclical issued during a general council. Does this sound convoluted? Put simply, the designation of alchemy as heretical is an internal decision made by the Church's leadership, entirely divorced from the Father and the Holy Spirit. Observing the priests and monks below, explaining this convoluted history to one another, Todd approached a knight, inquiring, "Might I borrow your weapon?" The knight, sword in hand, circled the pulpit, while Paul and Fabian, eyeing the sword's edge, instinctively recoiled in trepidation. "Can anyone tell me, is the weapon I now hold just? Or is it wicked?" Todd's question prompted a flurry of exchanged glances, leaving all uncertain how to respond. A weapon is merely a tool. It follows the hand and arm of its wielder, striking designated targets. When it is wielded against brigands and villains, it is just. When it is used against innocents and the virtuous, it is evil. Alchemy is no different. Father Paul abruptly interrupted Todd's discourse, his voice hoarse with fervor. Alchemy is heretical sorcery. It is the magic of summoning demons. Todd laughed, enunciating each word with conviction. Then I find it curious that alchemy, which first emerged 2,500 years before the current era, was not deemed heretical in the sacred text recounting the words and deeds of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit a millennium later. Yet, 2 millennia hence, a papal decree suddenly elevates it to the guillotine of wicked sorcery. Is it possible that the Church possesses greater wisdom than the Father, uncovering truths even the exalted cannot perceive? This declaration left the entire assembly in stunned silence. Queen Mary sat up straight, a smile gradually unfurling upon her face, her heart racing like turbulent waters, refusing to calm. Todd glanced at the chemical reagents and containers on the table, returned the knight's sword, and addressed the assembly. "I, Todd, hereby pledge to demonstrate to you all that alchemy possesses a just facet. It can serve as a sacred mirror under the Father's dominion, distinguishing between light and darkness. He then proposed to the court that they summon a few notorious felons from the prison, blending them with some innocent and law-abiding citizens from the square, so that he might employ alchemy to gain the Father's true sight and discern good from evil. Such a notion seemed utterly fantastical. Father Paul promptly voiced his dissent, yet his protests were swiftly drowned out by a chorus of approval and enthusiasm from the onlookers. The idle nobility, with nothing better to occupy their time, were captivated by this sacred and intriguing affair. The necessary documents to summon death row inmates were soon drafted and dispatched to the prison. News of Todd's impending use of alchemy to differentiate virtue from vice rapidly circulated throughout the cathedral square. The populace erupted in fervor, for such a development was beyond imagination. Could the malevolent practice of alchemy truly harness the divine authority of the Holy Spirit to discern good from evil? Seizing the moment, Todd approached the experimental table and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, began to prepare the so-called Eye of God. Queen Mary subtly shifted her chair forward, discreetly parting the curtain before her to gaze upon the monk engrossed in his experiment. Her cerulean eyes sparkling with intrigue. Before long, both the condemned and the innocent were brought forth, and Todd completed the preparation of his reagents. The first group of 5 subjects stepped onto the pulpit. Todd raised the cross before them, proclaiming loudly, "Almighty Creator, I beseech you to descend with your sacred flame. The sinner will suffer in the eternal purgatory. Blood will evaporate, bones will shatter, and souls will be tormented. They will forever remain rootless specters, lamenting in anguish, unable to find peace." As he recited this ominous prayer, Todd employed his X-ray ability to closely observe the heartbeats and circulatory patterns of the 5 individuals before him. For exhibited normal signs, while the scarred man on the far left displayed a rapid heartbeat, accelerated blood flow, and a marked increase in body temperature. With this knowledge in hand, he retrieved a cup of the Eye of God, sequentially immersing their hands in the solution from right to left. The first 4 showed no abnormalities, but as he grasped the hand of the man on the left, the moment it was submerged, the previously clear liquid transformed into a deep brown hue. The crowd gasped in astonishment at this manifestation. The monk feigned astonishment, pointing at the scarred man before him, and proclaimed loudly, "The Heavenly Father has delivered a sacred decree. You are a wicked soul." Shortly thereafter, the judge announced the verdict. Just as Todd had stated, the man was indeed a condemned criminal. The hall erupted in chaos, as the revelation that alchemy could truly invoke the Heavenly Father's true eye to discern good from evil took hold. A smile crept across Todd's face. The so-called Eye of God was merely a solution of ferric chloride, FeCl3. What he concealed within his sleeve was a solution of sodium acetate, 3CH3. The chemical reaction between the two would yield a deep brown solution of ferric acetate, FeCH3SO3, and sodium chloride, NaCl. One individual, bearing a sullen expression, raised his voice in protest. "I demand a second trial." Father Paul glanced at the scarred man and stated, "The one discerning must don a black cloth upon his head." The outcome of the second trial mirrored the first. Once again, Todd successfully identified the criminal. Unwilling to concede, Paul made another attempt, this time insisting that Todd wear the black cloth. This unbecoming act nearly drowned him in a chorus of boos. Yet the monk remained unfazed. His clairvoyant abilities could effortlessly penetrate the veil of the black cloth. And the third result echoed the previous 2. Father Paul collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen. How can this be? Alchemy borrowing the true eye of the Heavenly Father. This is inconceivable. Bishop Fabian covered his forehead with his hands, his expression one of despair. The heretical inquisition against Todd had met with utter failure. As everyone rose, expressing their exhilaration and reverence through cheers and whistles, 2 church knights escorted a member of the court to the pulpit, who bore a small gray box in hand. The appearance of this box rekindled the dim spirit of Paul, who, previously despondent, sprang to his feet as if invigorated. "Todd, do you recognize this box?" Upon hearing Paul's question, Todd merely glanced at the box and replied nonchalantly, "I do not." Paul, with a gleeful smile, declared, "You may not recognize it, but the contents within should be quite familiar to you." Opening the box, Paul emptied its contents onto the ground. The onlookers in the front row scrutinized the items: makeup powders for women, binding corsets, neat and tidy dresses, and various accessories. Observing this pile of clearly feminine belongings, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain why such a scene had transpired during the trial. Paul unveiled the mystery. All of these were discovered in the attic of the St. Sidroth monastery. Gasps filled the air. There was a woman in the monastery. An elderly monk stood up, glaring at Paul, and declared loudly, "Could this not be a misunderstanding? The St. Sidroth monastery has never permitted a woman to enter." The church knights and catechumens responsible for the search, numbering in the dozens, stepped forward, swearing in the name of the Heavenly Father that these items indeed originated from the monastery's attic. Thus, the scandal of a woman lurking within the monastery had been firmly established. Yet, the people remained unaware of how all this related to Todd's heretical trial. Paul picked up a piece of women's intimate clothing from the ground, smirking as he addressed Todd. "Monk, do you not recognize this? Or do you only focus on your mistress's body after extinguishing the candle at night, neglecting to examine her garments?" Todd furrowed his brow. Remaining silent, supporters from the audience voiced their displeasure, retorting loudly, "You are slandering him. How can you prove that this woman is connected to Monk Todd?" "Oh, right. In my haste to present material evidence, I neglected to bring forth a witness." Paul signaled to the audience. And to everyone's astonishment, 3 monks rose in unison from their seats, ascending the pulpit to stand beside Paul. The elderly monk's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed a trembling finger at the monks. "You." Paul cast a glance at the old monk and, in a mocking tone, remarked, "As servants of the Heavenly Father, why must you live in such disgrace? Wise individuals always seize the moment of opportunity." One monk on the pulpit boldly testified, "I once saw Todd walking alongside a woman clad in a monk's robe in the library." Another chimed in, "I also witnessed Todd stealthily climbing to the attic at night." After which heavy shaking could be heard from above. The box containing intimate garments, the woman disguised in monk's robes, and the violent shaking of the attic at night. All these elements combined painted a vivid picture for those present, allowing their imaginations to conjure numerous scandalous scenarios. Whistles echoed towards Todd, and some individuals stood from their seats, gyrating their hips and making lewd gestures. Laughter and jeers filled the air, and the gaze of the crowd towards the monks was laced with an unspoken, vile amusement. The monks, their faces flushed, fell silent, some concealing their faces with their robes. Yet, amidst this tumult, Todd remained unperturbed, standing as though the discussions surrounding him were of no consequence. Paul took a step closer to Todd and bellowed, "As a servant of the Heavenly Father, engaging in such base acts within the sanctum warrants a sentence of burning. Todd, do you have any defense to offer?" With a stern countenance, Todd replied, "I did not engage in base acts within the monastery." Paul pressed on, "The witnesses and evidence are right here. Do you still wish to argue? You claim your innocence. Do you have any proof?" Todd bit his lip, remaining silent at that moment. Paul's emotions could only be described as triumphant, as he stood tall, arms outstretched towards the crowd, and proclaimed loudly, "I hereby announce that Todd has been found." "Wait." A clear and resounding voice rang out from the entrance of the hall that a petite monk strode down the aisle under the watchful eyes of all, ascending the pulpit and raising her head to address the assembly. "It is her. It is her," shouted a monk accusing Todd, pointing at the woman before them. Todd shut his eyes in anguish. Corinne Foreman stood before the crowd, her legs trembling but her voice unwavering. "I am the woman who resides in the attic of the monastery library." Paul, taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, initially stood in stunned silence before breaking into a cold smirk. "Your timing is impeccable. It appears the court will need to prepare 2 stakes for burning." Fully aware of her predicament, Corinne gently shook her head at the assembled crowd. "I did indeed request Monk Todd's assistance in finding refuge within the monastery." With a victorious grin, Paul was about to speak, but Corinne's next words left him momentarily speechless. "But he did not know I was a woman." Having said this, Corinne quietly lowered her hood. The crowd beheld her hair, cropped to merely an inch, and due to her youth, she appeared, at a cursory glance, akin to a handsome youth. Todd stared in astonishment, suddenly comprehending Corinne's sacrifice. To save him, this girl had just cut her hair and stepped forward to take upon herself all the blame. If Corinne's testimony were validated, then Todd's offense would shift from blasphemy to negligence, likely resulting in nothing more than a minor punishment or possibly a fine that could be easily paid off. This was certainly not the outcome Paul had hoped for. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Paul seethed, "Do not believe this woman's solitary testimony. How could Todd possibly be unaware of her gender?" "Hey you," he shouted at the 3 stunned monk witnesses. You all saw this man and woman together. She must have had long hair at that time. One monk scratched his head. Every time I saw this woman, she wore her hood, and I couldn't see her hair. Another added, when I saw them, it was always at night, so I couldn't make out the specifics. Paul stomped his foot in frustration, shouting, "A bunch of useless fools." Queen Mary glanced at the composed woman and then at the defendant upon the platform, her mind already forming a rough judgment of the situation, closing her fan and cradling it in her hands. She murmured softly, "One death or two?" A woman masquerading as a monk was already subject to execution. In a sense, this girl was already a dead woman. The pivotal question remained, would Todd admit to knowing her gender? If he did, both would face death. If he did not, the woman would naturally be executed, while he would only suffer a tarnished reputation. Thus, it became a matter of one death or two. Yet, Queen Mary had already arrived at her conclusion. Men, after all, are inherently selfish creatures. The father might sacrifice his daughter for the sake of the state, that a brother could abandon his sister for power, that a husband might humiliate his wife for the sake of pride. Men are but this. What Todd needed to do now was merely to distance himself from any implication and secure his own safety. As for the lovesick girl, when her body turned to ash in the flames, who would remember that today she bravely stood forth to protect a man? The queen tightened her grip on her fan. I do not believe this believer is guilty. Todd's words seemed to have stirred a colossal hornet's nest, causing an uproar among the audience. All in a state of chaos, no one could have anticipated that Todd would choose at this moment to defend the woman masquerading as a monk. Noticing the restless Hawkins at the entrance, along with his acquaintances, Todd gently shook his head. The sight of Kareen's tear-streaked face made him clench his fists, though his expression remained calm. A tempest of fury brewed within him, and his mind raced. Todd pointed at Kareen and declared, "She is a devout woman, a loyal believer." The girl, who had previously made remarks about riding in fury, looked around in confusion, almost pointing at herself to ask, "Are you referring to me?" She disguised herself as a man to enter the monastery because her soul yearns for the Father. Her flesh longs for the Holy Spirit. She desires to witness the Lord's might and glory, for supreme love is more precious than her very life. Todd's words caused Kareen to furrow her brow deeply. Momentarily forgetting her actions, Todd lowered his head, subtly winking at the girl, signaling her to cooperate. Realizing the implication, Kareen quickly clasped her hands over her chest, assuming a posture of prayer. Todd's voice grew louder. Yet this devout woman, eager to study the theological texts and the philosophies of the sages, is continually turned away. Why? Because of her gender. The monk gestured towards the south, in the nations of our southern region, within the same western diocese. Convents and sisterhoods have been established for those women devoted to the saints. Yet, for centuries, the Church of the Silver Ring Kingdom has barred women from the sacred threshold of the Father. The Father teaches us that all are equal. Yet what have we, his servants, done? We have treated the listening of God's voice as a privilege. Thus, she disguised herself and secretly took refuge in the monastery library, merely to glimpse the true nature of the scriptures. Todd approached the assembly of monks, bowing sincerely to the elderly figures. "I confess, it was wrong to bring her into the monastery without your consent. However, I believe that her yearning for the divine path is profoundly right." As the church, the monks, and the others began to show signs of agreement with Todd's assertions, Father Paul shouted anxiously, "Do not believe such absurd claims. These two must be engaged in illicit acts." Ah, wait. A sudden flash of brilliance struck Paul, and he exclaimed, "If you two are innocent, then this devoted woman must be pure. Dare you summon someone to test her chastity?" Chapter 55, The Inquisition, Part 5, Testing for Purity. Todd scoffed. By all means. He knew this was a gamble. If anything went awry, not only would Kareen suffer, but his own life would be at stake. Yet inexplicably, he felt a calmness wash over him, devoid of fear or anxiety. Memories of past scenes began to unfold in his mind. In the laboratory, the girl had always admired his silhouette from behind. In the monastery, she had supported him through his darkest hours. In watched down, as they dined on Western cuisine, she had cast him grateful glances. Todd believed there existed an invisible trust, an unspoken bond between him and Kareen. Father Paul acted swiftly, procuring a lady who had served as an official in the royal court. Kareen followed the woman backstage for the purity test. Todd surveyed the chemical reagents on the table and discreetly slipped a vial into his sleeve. 10 minutes later, the lady emerged, announcing the results of the test. "This girl is a virgin." Upon hearing this, Queen Mary, astonished from the second floor, covered her mouth with her hand. She found herself increasingly perplexed by Todd, initially. She had assumed they were lovers, hence their mutual defense. The truth revealed itself. Todd was genuinely risking his life to protect that devout girl that a flicker of emotion stirred within her. Admiration, envy, and something more. As the crowd gasped, Todd exhaled a sigh of relief. How is this possible? Paul, struck by the revelation, lost his composure, shouting wildly, "How can she possibly be a virgin?" Todd's gaze grew icy, his patience wearing thin. He addressed Paul. "Father, since you have conducted the test as requested, may I ask you to assist me in another examination?" Paul recoiled in terror, watching Todd raise a cup of eye of God, stammering, "I do not trust your alchemy. It's all a deception, a trick." Todd called out to the audience, "Is there anyone willing to assist?" Without needing further prompting, several priests and knights who had previously been at odds with Paul swiftly ascended the platform. Restraining the struggling priest, the monk approached Paul with the eye of God. Pressing his palm into the solution, the clear liquid instantly turned a dark brown. The spectators gasped in shock. So the true evil has lurked within the light all along. As the surrounding priests and knights recoiled in fear, Paul clutched his hair in agony, fully aware that his life was irrevocably ruined. All thanks to this scoundrel monk. With rage-fueled eyes, feeling cornered, he seized a silver candlestick and swung it at Todd. The latter, utilizing his ability of swiftness, evaded the attack, then employed his power of weakening to grasp Paul's arm, rendering him utterly powerless. Collapsing before the judgment seat, to the outside observer, it appeared as if the assailant had lost his balance and fallen. While the monk was merely assisting him, Todd leaned close to Paul's ear, whispering in a voice audible only to the two of them, "Father, I have some good news for you. You have successfully provoked my ire," using his body as a shield. Todd poured the vial of pale yellow powder he had taken from the table all over Paul. Then, rising to his feet, he ignored the incapacitated figure on the ground, picked up a tome of prayers, and proclaimed loudly, "May God be merciful, may the rising sun shine upon us from the heavens, protect us from our enemies, and thwart the schemes of the wicked. We beseech thee, O Lord. Command the demons to retreat. By thy divine power, cast Satan and those who roam the earth. May the evil spirits that harm humanity be driven into hell." Among the clergy familiar with the scripture, someone explained to the others, "This is an exorcism prayer." An exorcism? Could it be that Father Paul harbors a demon? Todd sprinkled holy water from the pulpit onto the priest, and a cloud of white smoke began to rise, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from Paul. "Look, the holy water is taking effect. The Inquisitor truly harbors a demon." Having finished sprinkling the holy water, Todd calmly walked to the center of the platform, beside Bishop Fabian. The elder trembled uncontrollably, his voice quaking. "Todd, what do you intend to do?" Ignoring him, Todd gazed at the enormous crucifix above, pushed open the grand cathedral's stained glass windows, and sunlight streamed into the hall, illuminating the prostrate, immobile Paul. Suddenly, without warning, flames erupted from his body, the searing pain forcing the dark man to rise, transforming him into a man of fire, frantically running in all directions, amidst the audience's screams and cries. And the prayers of the judges, Todd descended from the platform and approached the man of fire. As Paul's vitality waned, his skin charred, hair shriveled, and eyes sunken, he knelt before Todd, uttering his final curse with what little strength remained. "You will go to hell." Todd crouched down, inhaling the charred scent of flesh in the air, gazing at the man ablaze half a meter away, softly replied, "If that day ever comes, I will personally ignite all of heaven and hell." The Inquisition concluded to everyone's astonishment. The accused became a saint, venerated by the masses, while the Inquisitor was burned alive at the pulpit. Following that trial, Todd and Bishop Fabian met privately to engage in a negotiation akin to bargaining. They ultimately reached the following conditions. Bishop Fabian agreed to grant Todd the authorization to establish the Mushi Harbor Church, to allocate sufficient supplies and weapons for 500 soldiers. The Silver Ring Cathedral consented to Todd forming his own knightly order, with Fabian pledging to personally draft a holy letter to report this to the Archbishop and Cardinal College of the Western Diocese, to allow the Mushi Harbor Church to establish a sisterhood of the Father, with Todd temporarily assuming management, to not pursue charges against Corrine for disguising as a monk and attempted arson, to strip Father Paul of his holy orders and record him in the heretic registry. Todd's obligation was to deliver a shipment of crystal relics to the church every 20 days, not less than the initial quantity. Chapter 56. The lost spoils as winter faded and spring emerged. All things revived. The highly anticipated trial assembly has concluded for a month now. A young girl selling flowers, her voice sweet and innocent, calls out along the streets, peddling freshly picked blooms. A bakery displays vibrant and eye-catching signs, offering bread adorned with raspberry jam at the market. Every resident, every shop, every street of Silvering City radiates warmth and brilliant hues, save for one exception, the Third Inquisition Court. Here, disheartened and despondent expressions mar the faces of all, and even the shadows cast by the buildings appear dimmer than before. The court's staff, wishing to venture out, must first shed their black robes embroidered with a red cross and don civilian attire. Otherwise, they would face the scornful glares, mockery, or even assaults from the populace of Silvering City. Aware of their moral shortcomings, they never retort or retaliate at a place where malevolent heretics don the garb of inquisitors. A den of vileness that slanders the virtuous. What face do they have? What justification to claim to be the sword of the Father in heaven and the shield of the faithful? Old Paul, now 64, serves as a janitor at the Third Inquisition Court, primarily responsible for cleaning and maintaining the premises. He is a man of few words, diligent, and with ample experience, earning the trust of his superiors. He possesses the keys to every room in the court, save for a few more obscure and taboo chambers. At 5 in the morning, while darkness still cloaks the sky, Old Paul begins his duties as usual, starting from the top floor and working his way down. The architectural layout of the Third Inquisition Court is rather peculiar. It may well be the only place in Silvering City where the underground is more extensive than the above-ground sections. The upper levels consist of 3 floors dedicated to offices, training, storage, and archives, while the subterranean sections far surpass them in size. Even after nearly 20 years of service, Old Paul has only ventured as deep as the 4th underground level. After cleaning the reception area, guard room, and interrogation room on the 1st underground level, he glances at the staircase leading to the 2nd underground level and pulls out his thick cloth coat. Donning it.to journey deeper underground is to not only face a drop in temperature but also an unsettling chill that seems to seep into his very bones. Amidst the groans and whispers resonating from the prisons and corridors of the 2nd and 3rd underground levels, Old Paul raises his broom, intending to sweep away the dust symbolically before hastening back to the warmth above. Upon reaching the end of the 3rd underground level, he puts away his cleaning tools and prepares to turn back when something catches his eye. The heavy iron door leading from the 3rd to the 4th underground level, which is always kept shut, stands ajar. Half an hour later, the elderly steward responsible for managing the underground prison arrives in haste, followed closely by Old Paul, an assistant steward, and 2 guards. The elderly steward bends down to examine the iron door's latch closely. This door operates on a complex mechanism, featuring 3 lock cores embedded within it, interconnected by lead rods and iron grooves. All 3 stewards must simultaneously insert their keys and turn them to unlock it. Yet now, there are no signs of any keys having been inserted. The iron lock seems to have come alive, springing open on its own. Pushing the heavy door aside, the elderly steward gestures for the others to follow. Old Paul hesitates. He had entered the 4th underground level once a decade ago, and knows all too well what lies within. Since that fateful glance, nightmares have plagued him nightly, leaving him bedridden for over half a month. Just as he is about to voice his refusal, a shove from behind compels him to take a step forward. Upon entering the 4th underground chamber, the acrid stench of decay invades everyone's nostrils, burrowing into their minds. The elderly steward, unfazed, produces 2 clumps of cotton from his sleeve, stuffing them into his nostrils, and instructs everyone to light their torches. As the flames flicker to life, 2 guards, who have never set foot in this place before, scream as if they have encountered a rat. The vast underground hall, with its stone walls and 8 imposing columns, has been smoothed to a flat surface, adorned with countless human skulls resembling stars in the night sky. Men, women, the elderly, and even children. The deep gray vaulted ceiling is painted with death-themed motifs, embellished with leg bones, tibias, and fibulas. Between the skulls on the walls, foot bones and carpals serve as decorative fillers. In the far corner of the room, iron cages dangle from the high ceiling, containing intact corpses and complete skeletons. This chamber serves as the record room for the Third Inquisition Court, where the hunting of heretics has been meticulously documented since its inception. Some within the court prefer to refer to this place as the trophy room. The standard procedure involves severing the heads of the captured subjects, processing them, and categorizing them based on their abilities and the era of capture. Old Paul pulls a crucifix from his chest. Clutching it tightly, his eyes shut tight as he repeatedly murmurs, "Our Father above, dispel the evil. Our Father above, dispel the evil." Ignoring the fear and unease of those around him, the elderly steward, accompanied by the assistant steward, begins a meticulous inspection to ascertain any irregularities. The power variant has been checked. Nothing is missing. The war chariot variant has been checked. Nothing is missing. As each category is examined, the elderly steward's brow furrows deeper. This room primarily contains the recently hunted variants. If they cannot be found here, they may have to delve deeper, making matters increasingly dire. Fortunately, his worries do not linger for long. The assistant steward soon discovers something amiss. The sun variant is here, but one is missing. Hearing this, the elderly steward hastens to the wall, where a row of grotesque, chilling skulls, his trophies, indeed reveals a missing piece. A semicircular indentation appears on the wall where the head once rested, now vanished without a trace. "Find it. Bring me that missing wretch." The assistant steward approaches the pale-faced, trembling guards, taking the thick ledger from their hands and begins flipping through the pages by the torchlight. Time trickles by, the sound of pages turning echoing harshly in the oppressive and terrifying space. At last, one page is selected, revealing a line of minuscule text. The elderly steward squints, carefully deciphering the writing. Hunting date, year 1170 of the church calendar. January 19. Hunting location, south of Watchtower, Crow Forest. Hunting target, Marcos Burn. Variant classification, Sun V. The assistant steward leans in for a closer look, pointing to a line of small text below, saying to his superior, "There's an additional note here." The elderly steward brings the ledger closer to the firelight. Reading aloud. This individual is suspected of being a carrier of Sutherland relics. Chapter 57. West Twilight Town. After the trial's conclusion, Todd, before his departure, requested familiar priests and knights to assist in spreading a recruitment notice. The notice is straightforward, devoid of lofty ideals of serving the Father above, and can be summarized as follows. West Twilight Harbor is rich in resources and boasts stunning scenery. IT is currently seeking talent from all walks of life. With no restrictions on profession or age, farmers who come to cultivate will be allocated a plot of land. Vendors who set up stalls will be exempt from certain taxes. Soldiers who enlist will receive weapons and pay. Within the preaching range of the church at West Twilight Harbor, all individuals will be exempt from the tithe for 3 years. This notice was dispatched for only a fortnight when individuals began to apply. Initially, only farmers from nearby villages arrived, seeking not land but protection. Their forefathers had once settled along the coastline, fishing until pirate incursions forced them to abandon their nets for plows. Now, they returned to the seaside with their woven nets. Some even carting along fishing boats long left unused. They hoped Father Todd would guarantee their safety, and in return, they were willing to donate half of their catch to the church. Next came a group of artisans and apprentices with families. Among them those whom Todd had saved with the exorcism ritual, familiar faces like Aiden Combe, and others who had relocated purely due to word of Todd's generosity. The final group of newcomers took Todd by surprise. They were the acquaintances of Harkins, numbering fewer than 20, mostly single men, with only a few bringing their families. Some he had encountered on Riptide Island, others at the cathedral's entrance, and some, though unfamiliar, showed no signs of estrangement. Additionally, Todd, Karen, Harkins, Edgar, and young Jerry had moved out of the monastery and settled in West Twilight Harbor, bringing all the materials from the alchemy laboratory along. Over the course of the following month, with the collective efforts of this fewer than 100 individuals, West Twilight Harbor underwent a remarkable transformation. Churches, homes, docks, and workshops rose one after another in the settlement, gradually shaping into a seaside village centered on fishing and metallurgy. A.S. Todd's miracles during the heretical trial spread. More and more people began to read the notice. The second wave of immigrants gradually arrived at the idyllic shores of the Mushi coast. Dispossessed farmers, reverent monks, opportunistic vendors, and artisans attracted by the coastal bounty formed a diverse assembly around the figure known as the Sun. The population, initially fewer than 100, steadily swelled to nearly 300. Todd, mindful of his promises to the church, ensured that with the development of Mushi Harbor gaining momentum, the second and third batches of crystal relics, transported from the northern islands, were securely packed into wooden crates and dispatched to the Grand Cathedral of St. Cata and Silver Ring City. Furthermore, en route to deliver the sacred items, he undertook an action that caught the attention of the entire kingdom. He honored his original commitment by presenting a batch of high-quality crystal relics to those he had pledged to, the priests, knights, and families of the fallen who were part of the visiting delegation. This act earned him unanimous praise from the royal family, nobility, church, and commoners of Silver Ring City, with all lauding him as a trustworthy saint, which indirectly precipitated a third wave of immigration to Mushi Harbor. The population of Mushi Harbor swiftly surpassed 600, officially transforming from a village into a small town. The industries of Mushi Town exhibited a pyramid-like trend of diversification, encompassing agriculture, animal husbandry, fisheries, aquaculture, handicrafts, metallurgy, manufacturing, and services. However, the management hierarchy here exhibited a flat phenomenon. Todd naturally emerged as the supreme leader of Mushi Town, wielding both spiritual and administrative authority, yet diverging from other villages and towns. There were no deputies, tax officials, courts, or sheriffs. Some might wonder if such a management model could lead to chaos within the town. In truth, it did not. Each industry was overseen by its respective leaders, who organized and managed affairs. Only in cases of functional overlap or conflict of interest would they seek arbitration from the church. Taxation relied entirely on the conscientious contributions of the town's residents, with a 3-year exemption from the tithe tax, coupled with Todd's negotiations with the Silver Ring Kingdom for temporary exemptions on head taxes and reductions on industry and commercial taxes, resulting in a remarkably light tax burden for the town's populace. In gratitude for Father Todd's grace, residents increasingly viewed their tax payments as a form of tribute to him. The town's law and order were equally intriguing. The immigrants hailed from various villages and locales, even speaking different languages. Logically, one would expect frequent disputes and conflicts. However, the reality was that neighbors seldom encountered discord, and criminal cases were exceedingly rare, should any insurmountable issues arise. Respected figures within the community would spontaneously form mediation and arbitration committees to resolve them. For those who truly sought to stir trouble, the residents of Mushi Town would often quip, "Do you wish to taste the eye of God?" Lastly, let us discuss the military might of Mushi Town. Todd was acutely aware of his shortcomings. Upon his arrival in this otherworldly realm, he had not brought along an encyclopedia, nor an invincible system. Nor was he a polymath. He was merely a researcher with a slightly greater understanding of the biochemical field than the average person. He could conduct biological and chemical experiments, but overseeing military organization and training was akin to a blind man attempting to grasp an elephant. Moreover, in the medieval era, assembling a competent fighting force was far more complex than one might imagine, involving formation arrangements, troop combinations, coordinated training, equipment selection, tactical preparations, battle standards and signals, and physical conditioning, among a plethora of intricate and specialized knowledge. For instance, the tactical treatise penned by the ancient Greek military strategist, based on the combat experiences of Alexander the Great's successors, spanned numerous topics such as wartime equipment, organization, deployment, and troop movements, undergoing 17 revisions over 50 years before its completion in 106 AD. Over the subsequent 14 centuries, it was continually revised and refined, culminating in the 16th century in a comprehensive tactical theory revered by military academies worldwide as essential reading on strategy. Thus, matters of military affairs and combat are not to be approached lightly, as they entail a vast array of knowledge and skill. Perhaps through repeated trials and future battles, Todd could evolve into a competent general. Yet at present, he recognized his lack of capability, rather than blundering through. He decided to entrust this task to Harkins, granting him the authority to access the armory and supplies at Will.as for the soldiers. Harkins' acquaintances and a contingent of militia who had joined them were more than sufficient to support the town's guard. Thus, Mushi Town, in this harmonious yet peculiarly tranquil atmosphere, had peacefully passed 3 months since its establishment. Today, Todd stood at the dock, preparing to load a new batch of crystal relics for transport eastward. Bishop Fabian of the Grand Cathedral, having experienced earlier incidents of pillaging, requested that Mushi Town's crystals take a shortcut, bypassing Silver Ring City altogether, and proceed directly from the Watchtower's Pass to the kingdom's border. There, the resident knightly order of the Western Parish would collaborate with Todd for the necessary transfer. In the distance, the church officials escorting the relics slowly approached the dock. Todd squinted, scrutinizing the leader of the group. A knight who was no stranger to him, Alfonso de Cavo, the adjudicator from the Third Inquisition. Chapter 58. Uninvited guests. The wheels of the carriage creaked along the dirt road of Mushi Town. producing a sound reminiscent of squeaking. Upon spotting Todd amidst the caravan, the townsfolk paused their tasks and ceased their conversations, standing upright and bowing their heads, their bodies swaying in time with the priest's strides. An unspoken reverence permeating the still air. Only 5 or 6 young children giggled and followed the procession, respectfully calling out, "Father." Among the group, a stout man named Walton, originally filled with curiosity and chatting animatedly with his companions, fell silent, stunned by the peculiar atmosphere. Turning to behold Todd's familiar visage, he found himself unable to reconcile this figure with the monk who had once circulated the church camp, toasting to all. If memory serves me right, over 3 months ago, this place was just a desolate stretch of beach. Tightening the drawstring of the crossbow slung across his back, Walton murmured to the woman beside him, "Adeline, now it has transformed into a bustling and prosperous little town. What kind of magic does that man possess?" Frustrated, Walton tugged at his hair. "Ah, what rotten luck. If it weren't for my mission back then, I could have stayed in Silver Ring City to witness that trial." The boy ahead of him, adorned with a red stripe on his forehead, turned around, glancing down from the man's head to his boots, and said mockingly, "Even if you had been there, you wouldn't have seen it, unless you brought a pair of stilts." Listening to the commotion behind him, Todd shifted his gaze to the girl beside him. Since they had jointly endured that harrowing heretical trial, he had hoped his relationship with Corrine Foreman would flourish. Yet, the saying, "a woman's heart is as elusive as the depths of the sea," rang true. Their relationship not only failed to advance but seemed to regress. Whenever their eyes met, she would invariably avert her gaze, and when they found themselves alone, Corrine would concoct various excuses to leave the room. What could possibly be amiss? With such perplexing thoughts weighing on his mind, Todd redirected his focus to the night ahead. Alfonso's chainmail and iron visage were overshadowed by a colossal parasitic creature enveloping him, leaving a profound impression on Todd. His X-ray ability could only penetrate fabric, wood, and flesh, rendering the metal armament visible only as a blurred image. At that moment, an insatiable curiosity began to gnaw at Todd's mind. If only the knight could shed that cumbersome armor, or perhaps he could quietly remove it while the knight was distracted. This perilous and absurd notion swirled in his thoughts, but ultimately, reason cast it off the precipice of sanity. The caravan continued onward, departing Mushi town and heading east along the road. Although the journey was not particularly long, the slow pace of the carriage meant it would take a full day and night to complete, half the time devoted to travel and the other half to rest. After about an hour traversing the Moon Creek Plain, Todd could see in the distance the St. Sidro Monastery atop a hill, along with the workshop at its base emitting wisps of smoke. That place held a multitude of memories for him. Master Miras, the 7 arts of morning lessons, dreadful meals, agricultural toil, the underground laboratory, the silver refining workshop. The church had granted him the authorization to establish a church at Mushi Harbor and conferred upon him the holy rank of priest. He had no choice but to shed the monk's gray robe. Yet this did not signify a complete severance from the monastery. On one hand, he entrusted the secret of silver refining and all the refining apparatus at the mountain's foot to the monks of the monastery. Although the gains may not suffice to ensure a life free from worry for the hundreds of monks, they at least alleviate a portion of their austere existence, granting them a modicum of comfort. On the other hand, he privately conferred with Bishop Fabian to halt all actions of annexing the St. Sidro Monastery. The convoy continued onward, the scenery along the route growing increasingly familiar to Todd. This was the very path he had traversed with Corrine on their outing. The priest turned to glance at the girl beside him, who was gazing dreamily at the landscape, her expression filled with reminiscence. "Corrine, I." Upon hearing Todd's voice, the girl jolted back to reality, akin to a startled rabbit, and darted away to a distance. The speaker awkwardly touched his nose, pondering inwardly, "Am I truly so frightful?" After a brief respite for lunch, the convoy advanced for another 4 hours, eventually arriving at Watchtower Fortress just after 6 in the evening. As the sun began its descent, Watchtower Fortress was constructed at the pass of the Falling Star mountain range. Positioned at the intersection of 3 significant roads that to the south, it led to the Moonstream Plains. To the east, it reached the borders of the Silver Ring Kingdom, and to the north, it connected to the wild lands of highlands and snow. The fortress maintained a garrison of approximately 225 soldiers, primarily comprising spear-wielders, archers, and heavy infantry. Sir Adams commanded the defense, assisted by 5 knights, 3 of whom were secular knights, while 2 belonged to the ecclesiastical order. From the cross-section of the fortress walls, it was evident that their height far exceeded their width. Constructed with a structure reminiscent of sandwich bread, with brick and stone on the outer surfaces, while the interior was filled with stone pieces intermixed with mortar, presenting an almost entirely vertical facade akin to a curtain. The defenders within the castle could traverse the thinner, crenellated stone parapets with ease, utilizing arrow slits to shoot at attackers or hurl other projectiles. The fortress featured dual gates. The southern entrance was a gear-operated door, while the northern exit was a drawbridge. Overall, Watchtower Fortress was easily defensible, yet challenging to assault, strategically built in a formidable location, serving as a crucial barrier for both the church and the secular south against the northern barbarians. Not far from this stronghold, pure water from the melting snow of the high mountains meandered down the slopes, eventually feeding into the underground aquifers, which became the primary source of water for the residents of Watchtown. As dusk fell, a group of uninvited guests clad in gray robes, under the cover of night, evaded the throngs of people and arrived at the town as well to commence their long-prepared scheme. They unveiled a wax-sealed copper vessel concealed within their garments, pouring a viscous, dark liquid into the well. One man straightened up, with a badge emblazoned with crown of thorns glinting silver in the dim light. He gazed into the vast night and the distant flames, murmuring, "The experiment has commenced." Chapter 59. A minor experiment. Two figures, one gray and one black, one old and one young, stood at the summit of the slope overlooking Watchtown, facing the glow of the lights below. Amidst the sounds of laughter and joy, the elder tightened his grip on the cross hanging from his neck, lowering his head even further. In the name of the Father, the Holy One has been exploited by petty miscreants for their gain. The lambs of this world have long forgotten the divine teachings, their eyes fixed solely upon the faces of the powerful. The youth extended his palm to shield his view from the brightness. In these days, I have led you along the bloody paths of our ancestors, shown you the shadowy hell of the sacrifices. Do you not feel even the slightest flicker of compassion or sympathy for the injustices and atrocities faced by the outcasts? Do you not harbor even a modicum of doubt towards the so-called Father in heaven? The gray-robed elder turned his face towards the youth, revealing the visage of the long-absent Master Miras, who spoke, "No, Throatbone, you have erred. Under the Father's reign, all beings are equal, whether they be outcasts or ordinary folk. Among the highest of the flock, there are merely differences in color and size. The root of all evil lies within the church, which masquerades in God's name. The Holy Father bears no fault." Throatbone's expression remained impassive as he withdrew his hand. "If you insist on thinking this way, I shall not cast blame. After all, despite our differing ideologies, our enemy remains the same." Master Miras turned his gaze back to the town below, joining his palms together with the cross nestled within, silently reciting, "You will be betrayed by parents, brothers, relatives, and friends. Some of you will be killed. You will be hated by all for the sake of my name. Yet not a hair on your head will perish. Be by your endurance. You will gain your souls." Luke 21 verses 12 to 19. Very well. Our minor experiment is about to commence. I advise you to find a prime vantage point. Should you miss any captivating moment, it shall be a regret you carry for a lifetime. Throatbone declared, clapping his hands gently. Suddenly, a sound of clanking chains from behind prompted him to turn, and he joyfully exclaimed, "Look, look, Master Miras, your son can hardly wait to join this grand carnival." The elder slowly raised his head, gazing at the immense, distorted shadow in the darkness, tears of anguish streaming from his murky old eyes, his body trembling as he spoke with a quavering voice. "Father in heaven, please forgive my sins." The convoy escorting the crystal came to a halt in the square at the foot of the town slope. Some suggested lodging at the inn, but Knight Alfonso dismissed the proposal, out of safety concerns. He quelled the murmurs of discontent and set up camp outside the town. After dinner, soldiers from the church's escort began to sneak into Watchtown to enjoy life. The knight observed, but did not intervene, choosing instead to sit cross-legged on the ground, leaning against the cart filled with crystals, his great sword resting across his lap, as if to signal his intent to stand guard through the night. Having finished dinner, Todd, after exchanging pleasantries with others, began searching for Corrine within the camp. After a fruitless search, he finally spotted the girl's figure in the woods at the foot of the slope. Approaching her cautiously from behind, he grasped her hand and said, "Corrine, we must talk." Startled, the girl threw a stone away and let out a sharp scream that in the next moment, Todd found himself clutching only air, as she had retreated 10 meters away. "Curse this damned attachment ability," Todd silently cursed, donning a wounded expression on his face. "Kareen, what have I done to deserve such evasion from you?" The girl bit her lip. Remaining silent, the priest took a few tentative steps closer, speaking, "If you wish to avoid me, I can cease to appear before you." "No." Kareen's urgent denial ignited a glimmer of hope within him. Moving a few steps closer, Todd spoke with a sorrowful tone, expressing his heartfelt sentiments. "I have always believed there existed a tacit understanding between us, a bond of trust. Was it merely a one-sided sentiment on my part? It is not. I trust you unconditionally, Todd." As she moved a couple of meters closer, the girl was now within arm's reach, yet in such moments, one must tread carefully. "Then why do you distance yourself from me?" Kareen lowered her gaze to the grass beneath her feet. Her speech fragmented. "Am I very foolish?" The priest, wishing to bridge the distance, was momentarily taken aback by her words. "Foolish? What do you mean?" "At the cathedral, during our attempt to rescue you, I botched such a simple task. Later, in the port of Mushi, I was of little help. Yet you, wherever you go, people admire and praise you. Is this self-doubt?" Todd pondered, touching his nose, astonished to discover that the carefree girl he knew also harbored insecurities. Approaching Kareen, he gently took her hand, gazing into her dark pupils, and softly spoke. "I have no family in this world, but from the moment I laid eyes on you, your presence alone, even in silence, brings me familiarity and warmth that to me, you are a unique existence." As the girl absorbed his words, a tender warmth blossomed in her heart, a sensation named happiness flooding her being. Their eyes locked, hands intertwined. Yet, just as this beautiful moment was about to crystallize, a piercing scream erupted from Watchdown. Setting aside their tender feelings, Todd hastily led Kareen back to the camp. On their way back, more cries of anguish and shouts echoed in their ears. Alfonso stood before the cart, gripping his sword tightly. His gaze was fixed on the distance, his feet unmoving. "What has transpired?" The knight shook his head in response to the priest's inquiry. Someone suggested venturing into the town to investigate. Once again, Alfonso expressed his disapproval. The task entrusted by the Holy See was to guard the sacred crystal, and abandoning their post was a grave transgression. After waiting a while longer, flames erupted throughout the town. Chaos spreading like wildfire, the sounds of fighting and weeping filling the air above the small town. "Have our men returned from the town?" "My lord, not yet." Alfonso tightened his grip on the sword's hilt. His eyes filled with urgency. At that moment, a woman stumbled into the entrance of Watchdown, bloodied and disoriented. "Save my child." The woman whispered these words, collapsing to the ground. Struggling to rise, a soldier nearest to her hurried over, assisting the injured woman while shouting, "Hey, wake up. Can you hear my voice? What on earth happened in the town?" In the next moment, a transformation occurred. The weak woman suddenly sat up, her limbs binding the soldier like shackles. Her mouth gaped wide, fiercely biting down on his lips. With a jerk of her neck and a tug, she tore a large piece of flesh from his chin. Chapter 60. Hiding the change happened too swiftly. The previously frail woman had, in an instant, morphed into a flesh-eating monster. Before anyone could react, she swallowed the bloodied flesh in her mouth and opened her gory maw once more, accompanied by a sickening crunch. As she bit through the soldier's throat, a torrent of blood bubbled from his mouth as his limbs convulsed, splattering blood onto the ground beneath him. Alfonso was the first to respond, abruptly sitting up from the ground. Lunging forward a few steps, his great sword scraped against the stones, igniting sparks, as he executed a flawless crescent slash from below. The glimmering blade, splattered with crimson, sent the monster's head soaring through the air. With a heavy thud, the camp fell silent once more. The churchguard scrambled to the soldier's side, but his weakening breaths and growing coldness made one turn away with a shake of the head. With an almost inaudible sigh, Alfonso slowly approached the corpse of the monster, followed closely by his retainers. Walton kicked the headless body, tilting his head to ask his companion, "Leslie, do you think this woman was a mutant?" The boy, marked with red lines on his forehead, knelt to inspect the body. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Not likely." The knight, still gripping his great sword, found the woman's severed head in the camp, using his toe to adjust its position. Todd leaned in, illuminated by the surrounding flames, noticing some peculiarities at the base of the neck. Emerging from the wound were not only blood and nerve fluid, but also some dark, murky substance. Curious, he crouched down for a closer look, and upon realizing what it was, he recoiled in horror. What appeared to be dark liquid was, in fact, countless tiny black insects, clumped together. Leslie approached Todd from behind. and upon witnessing the scene, his face reflected shock. He moved beside the knight, whispering something urgently. The priest drew closer, catching the words puppet and relief society. With his dual-handed sword resting behind him, and his body facing the small town, Alfonso instructed his subordinates, "You stay here and guard the wagon." Upon hearing this, the stout man Walton and the woman in white, Adelina, immediately protested, "Boss, we want to go too. You can't be of any help." As the knight shifted his stance, he found Leslie blocking his path. "What about me? I can be of assistance, can't I?" After a moment's thought, the man hidden behind the iron mask nodded in agreement with the boy's request. To his surprise, Todd and Corrine also approached him, seeking to accompany him. Perhaps recalling something, he ultimately consented to let the two join him. The quartet, having gathered their belongings, exited the camp's gates, heading towards the town engulfed in flames and cries of despair. Had it not been for their previous visit, Todd and Corrine would have been unable to recognize the scene before them, which belonged to the town renowned for its tourism and cuisine. Tables and chairs lay scattered, obstructing the streets, as scorching flames ignited the once peaceful gardens. Puddles of dark red blood and dismembered human remains served as grim reminders of the tragedies that had recently unfolded. As they walked, the silence was deafening, with no signs of life, only the crackling of flames providing a haunting backdrop. After navigating several turns and ascending a slope for 5 minutes, the imposing silhouette of the watchtower loomed at the far end of the town. "If we can reach there and find the guards inside, we will be relatively safe," Todd remarked to the others. Suddenly, Alfonso placed a finger to his lips, signaling everyone to look up. Corrine turned aside, gazing upwards, her breath catching as her eyes widened in terror. A corpse hung from a tree as if preserved for sustenance, while two blood-soaked figures crouched on the branches, devouring the flesh of the deceased, the grotesque sounds of gnawing and swallowing sending chills down their spines. Taking a step back, the knight contemplated finding another route to circumvent this gruesome sight. However, he soon noticed the priest behind him, firmly patting his shoulder and gesturing to the sides of the group. Above and below the slope, two groups of slow-moving infected individuals approached, encircling the four-man team. They were surrounded. The encroaching danger made Todd's heart race. Alfonso turned, assessing the terrain around them. A commercial street built along the hillside offered no retreat. Trees lined one side, while sturdy row houses stood on the other. Leaving no place to hide, he approached the nearest house, feeling the wooden structure. The walls were a mix of stone and brick, and the door was made of tough pine. After stepping back, he aligned his shoulder with the door, taking a running start to crash against it. The loud thud echoed through the street as the small house trembled from the impact. Yet, to his astonishment, the door did not yield. Todd peered through the crack, finally understanding the reason. Behind the door was a steel bolt embedded into the wall, securing the door firmly. The priest gasped. Didn't people used to leave their doors unlocked at night? What is the point of this massive iron bar behind the door? The sound of the door crashing drew the attention of the monsters, their roars reverberating through the area. The enemies at both ends of the street quickened their pace, and the two creatures feasting in the tree leaped down, lunging towards the squad as the situation spiraled towards catastrophe. Alfonso gripped his great sword tightly, counting the number of monsters. There were approximately 50. Slow-moving but potentially overwhelming in a frontal assault. Corrine, witnessing the unfolding scene, bit her lip and suddenly drew a dagger from her pocket, furiously carving at the door to create a small hole. Realizing her intent, Todd reached for her. Just as he uttered a no, she vanished from the doorway, the sound of a stone dropping echoing from the other side. Moments later, the heavy door creaked open. Alfonso and Leslie exchanged glances at the revealing entrance, then turned to regard Corrine deeply. Todd stepped inside, immediately shielding the girl behind him, while warily eyeing the knight and his retainers. To his surprise, the two, belonging to the Inquisition, posed no inquiries, as if nothing had occurred moments before, and turned to secure the door. Soon, the infected surged forward, battering against the door and walls. The four stood with their backs to the door, facing inward, desperately holding the only barrier between them and the encroaching horde. After 2 or 3 minutes, a sound akin to a beast's roar reverberated from outside, deafening and earth-shattering. The creatures outside halted their assault, their movements frozen. The floor beneath them began to tremble, and dust fell from the wooden beams overhead. A humanoid figure, nearly 2 meters tall, slowly approached from the distance, stopping in front of the door where the squad had taken refuge. The space inside darkened as the moonlight and flames were obscured by the massive creature outside. After a moment, the figure moved on, heading towards the watchtower, its back adorned with a crimson, fleshy membrane that occasionally quivered like the tail of a rattlesnake. The previously still infected began to stir, following in its wake as they retreated into the distance. Chapter 61. Hive and puppets listening to the fading footsteps. Todd pressed a hand to his racing heart, panting as he asked the others, "What on earth was that giant?" "The hive," the knight unexpectedly replied. Leslie leaned against the door, peering through the small hole to the outside, adding, "One of the most troublesome mutants. It's something no one wishes to encounter. However, it's a bit strange. This one seems different from the hives we've encountered before. Wait. Todd raised a hand in a stopping gesture. "First, what exactly is a hive mutant?" Leslie glanced at Alfonso, who nodded, and then began his explanation. "The hive is a unique type of mutant that possesses no combat abilities of its own but can control other creatures. The controlled beings are referred to as puppets. Puppets can be insects, fish, beasts, or even humans. It is exceedingly rare for a hive to control humans, and even more so for a mutant to control such a significant number." Todd seized upon a crucial point. "So, the number of creatures a hive can control is limited. Naturally, if there were no limitations on the number of controlled individuals, it would be invincible. We have encountered those capable of controlling 1 or 2 humans, and even those who can manipulate 4 or 5, yet the existence of a hive capable of dominating over 50 individuals is exceedingly rare." Leslie, having ascertained that no threats lingered beyond the door, relaxed his body completely. The aberration known as hive can secrete black insects from within its body, embedding them within the puppets. When the need arises, it can exert control over them at will. Conversely, it may sever this connection at any moment when not required. Todd recalled the black liquid he had witnessed earlier, contemplating that these substances might be foodborne parasites, infiltrating their host through sustenance and water. "Boss, what should we do now?" The knight rose, brandishing his great sword. "We shall proceed onward. Our target remains the watchtower." As Todd observed the two departing through the door, a sense of reassurance washed over him. Throughout the encounter, Alfonso and Leslie had not mentioned Karin's peculiar abilities, as if they had chosen to disregard it entirely. Uncertain of their intentions, he decided to remain silent on the matter as well. After approximately 10 minutes of advancement, the silhouette of the watchtower emerged against the night sky at the southern gate. Before the iron-barred gate operated by gears and levers, more than 50 puppets had gathered. Yet the hive was conspicuously absent. Todd concealed himself within the underbrush, watching the grotesque, wailing creatures that loitered near the castle gate, and inquired of the knight, "All right, how should we gain entry?" Alfonso secured his weapon behind him, surveying the castle's perimeter, and pointed to a recessed section of the outer wall cloaked in darkness, instructing the others, "Follow me." Circumventing the foes at the entrance, the quartet arrived at a secluded wall base. The knight picked up a small stone, aimed carefully at a slanted window in the castle wall, and hurled it with force. The stone struck the stone ridge of the slanted window, bouncing several times and producing a crisp sound. Moments later, a bearded head emerged, gently tapping the castle wall with the hilt of his sword in a rhythmic pattern, 1 long and 4 short. Alfonso's gestures instantly reminded Todd of the coded signals from wartime films. After a brief interval, the sound of a crank turning echoed through the night, and a wooden elevator slowly descended towards the ground. First were the lighter weight Leslie and Karin, followed by Todd, and finally Alfonso. Thus, the group ascended to the castle wall via this primitive means of elevation. As Alfonso disembarked from the elevator and stood atop the wall, the 4 soldiers relinquished their circular wheel levers and, to Todd's astonishment, bowed in respect towards him. A man with a thick beard, donned in a breastplate emblazoned with a silver crown, approached briskly, playfully pounding Alfonso's chest with his fist and exclaiming, "I can't believe you still remember the old signal." Witnessing this scene, Todd felt even more perplexed. He recognized the emblem of the silver crown as that of the Silver Ring Kingdom. Judging by appearances, the bearded man seemed to be a knight of the secular realm, yet his familiarity with Alfonso de Cavallo, a knight of the church, left Todd utterly baffled. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Alfonso surprisingly relaxed his demeanor, lightly rapping his knuckles against the other's armor, his eyes behind the iron mask warming slightly. "Wilder, you appear to have aged considerably. Because I care more about life now. I have a wife and 4 children, and I worry daily about making ends meet. Unlike you, who abandoned your feudal lands and donated all your wealth to the church to become a knight of the Holy See, a true warrior under the gaze of the Father. Wilder sheepishly scratched the back of his head. While I have faith, I cannot claim to achieve what you have. Alfonso seemed disinclined to dwell on this topic, directly asking, "Are you aware of the situation in the city?" Wilder nodded. "I have heard detailed reports from my subordinates. Matters have grown somewhat complicated." Casting a glance towards the castle tower, Alfonso queried with confusion, "You know I seek more than that. Why have no troops been dispatched to maintain order? Where is Sir Adams?" The bearded man scratched his chin, looking somewhat troubled. "There are certain matters I cannot clarify at the moment. You should follow me to see for yourself." Guided by friends and soldiers, the four arrived at the training grounds at the heart of the castle. Alfonso paid no heed to the distorted, clamorous puppets beyond the barred gate. Instead, his attention was drawn to the several dozen corpses draped in white cloth upon the ground. Wilder knelt, adjusting the wind-blown white cloth back over the bodies, sighing. "There are a total of 35 corpses here. They went to dine or gather and watch down this afternoon, returned, and subsequently suffered vomiting and diarrhea. After which their hearts ceased to beat, and they drew no breath." Looking up at the soldiers in the square, Alfonso's brow furrowed deeper. "Here, there are fewer than 150 soldiers in total. Where are the others? Where are the other knights? Where is Commander Adams?" Wilder gestured towards two distant corpses. "The one on the left is Knight Yadino, and the one on the right is Sir Adams. As for the others, they went into town and never returned. That I stand before you as the only knight here." The iron-faced knight fell silent. He had anticipated that the situation might be dire, but he had not foreseen it would be this grave. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a series of heavy thuds echoed from afar, drawing everyone's attention. The 50 or so puppets outside the barred gate collapsed to the ground as if they had lost their strings. Wilder turned to witness this anomaly, disbelief etched on his face. The enemy has retreated? No, something must be amiss. A phrase suddenly surfaced in Todd's mind, something he had once heard but could not grasp clearly in that moment. In desperation, he turned to Leslie and inquired, "I recall you mentioning that the hive can sever its connection with its puppets at any time." The hive can cut ties with the puppets whenever it pleases." No, not that phrase, the one before it. "Let me think. At any moment it requires, the hive can control them at will." Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Todd's spine, every hair on his body standing on end. Slowly turning back, he beheld the corpses rising from the ground, each one straightening up from beneath the white cloth. Chapter 62. The northern invaders standing in the square, the nearest soldier to the white cloth suddenly caught sight of something beneath his feet. Just as he leaned down to investigate, a tremendous force knocked him to the ground. Moments later, several ferocious figures pounced upon him. Blood mingled with screams, and this sudden turn of events left everyone stunned in place. The dead have returned to life. Demons have taken control of their bodies. They will consume our souls. Wilder drew his sword from his waist, kicking aside a lunging puppet, and shouted to the nearby soldiers, "Fall back. Retreat. Stay away from those corpses. Form a battle line." The knight's commanding voice played a crucial role amidst the chaos as the soldiers found their anchor in the turmoil. With more and more retreating towards the edges of the square, forming a semicircular defense. If their adversaries were merely ruthless bandits or heretical worshippers of dark gods, it might have been more bearable. However, the faces of the foes were unmistakably those of the comrades they had once fought alongside, plunging the soldiers into a harrowing struggle. A middle-aged soldier, gazing at the pale face of an infected individual slowly approaching him, wept openly, his sword falling from his hands in despair as he opened his arms, uttering, "To raise a weapon against my only brother. I cannot do it." Mere seconds later, the puppet toppled him, extinguishing the flame of a life. The combatants on the front line, witnessing the countenance of their adversaries, either surrendered to despair or turned to flee, and the number of those who could muster the courage to strike back dwindled rapidly. Meanwhile, the fallen soldiers swiftly became new puppets under the control of the hive, altering the balance of numbers between the two sides, inching towards a reversal. "Damn it, you fools, idiots. Those over there are no longer our comrades, they are enemies. Raise your—" Wilder swung his sword, severing the head of an infected individual, but just as he sought his next target, a figure approaching him brought his words to a halt. "Sir Adams, Commander." Observing the puppet of the former commander of the castle advancing step by step towards his friend, Alfonso shouted in alarm, yet his weapon was firmly grasped by 3 or 4 enemies, rendering him immobile. The situation on the battlefield deteriorated further. At this moment, Todd, standing atop the square with Kareen, shed his cloak, and lowered his hood. His priestly robes standing out vividly in the firelight that he raised a cross high, addressing the soldiers with a powerful voice. Almighty Father, we gather in your name, beseeching you to deliver us from the snares of evil, that the blades and flames may redeem the souls of these fallen. Amen. Soldiers immediately recognized the identity of the one offering prayers. It is Father Todd. The Holy Son has come. The Lord has come to save us. Father in heaven, let the holy light save the souls of our brothers. The long sword swung forth, axes whirled, and severed heads soared into the air. The tide of battle was swiftly brought under control as the puppets were rapidly encircled and annihilated. Leaving none to spare, Knight Wilder set down his longsword, gazing at the severed head of Sir Adams lying at his feet, taking several deep breaths before commanding his subordinates to tally their numbers. 17 lives had been lost, most of whom perished in the initial clash. Alfonso approached Todd, bowing respectfully towards the priest. In matters both public and private, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Just as Todd was about to respond, his words were abruptly interrupted by a voice from atop the battlements. Heavens, the north, the north. A soldier on watch, trembling in fear, pointed towards the mountains, his speech reduced to incoherence. Two knights exchanged a glance, grasped their weapons, and hurried up the stone steps to the battlements. The first sight that met their eyes from the north sent a chill down their spines. Torches, countless torches, they snaked down the mountainside in the dark, heading directly towards this very fortress. Wilder's facial muscles twitched as a realization dawned upon him. He shouted frantically at the dazed sentry, "Ring the bell, you fool! Quickly, ring the bell! The barbarians from the north are invading!" The urgent tolling of the bell resonated across the entire watchtower, rousing the soldiers who had just regained their composure from the battle. They hastily donned their armor and seized their weapons, rushing to their designated defensive positions. Alfonso observed the soldiers taking their battle stations, his gaze filled with concern. The number of soldiers was far too few. The original garrison strength of the fortress should have been around 225, yet it appeared they could scarcely muster 120. Numerous sections of the wall lay exposed, falling into the awkward predicament of being undefended. Noticing the worry etched on his old friend's face, the boisterous Wilder bore no sign of concern. He clapped Alfonso on the shoulder, gesturing for him to look towards the drawbridge facing north. This fortress is built upon a precipice, the sole route leading north to south. Look there, do you see? Wilder pointed towards the vast chasm before the drawbridge. There lies a natural gorge. Beneath it a bottomless abyss, as long as the drawbridge remains raised. No matter how many barbarians there may be, they cannot breach our defenses. Boom! The triumphant grin had yet to fade from Wilder's bearded visage when a thunderous metallic crash echoed from above the fortress, causing everyone to instinctively shut their eyes and cover their ears. Due to the overwhelming noise, Alfonso could only shout at Wilder, "What is happening?" Wilder, gazing towards the source of the sound, the winch room above the drawbridge, turned pale, his lips trembling. Someone is sabotaging the winch. Alfonso dashed ahead, closely followed by Leslie, Todd, and Karen. The incessant metallic clanging in his ears quickened his pulse and recalled Wilder's earlier words. The control of the watchtower's drawbridge lies within a chamber known as the winch room, housing 4 massive winches, each entwined with iron chains. Together, these chains hoist the drawbridge that if all 4 winches are destroyed, the drawbridge will be fully lowered, forming a bridge across the gorge, allowing the northern barbarians to storm into the watchtower. At that point, all will be lost. A sharp, jarring snap pierced the air, tightening everyone's ears. The first iron chain had broken. Faster! Alfonso beckoned to those behind him, shouldering his great sword, making their way along the walls towards the source of the sound. Todd began to analyze the entire sequence of events in his mind. This attack on the small town, ostensibly a terror assault targeting the residents, was, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated invasion. First, parasites were unleashed in the town to incite chaos and weaken the watchtower's forces. Next, the puppets gathered at the southern gate drew the defenders' attention. Subsequently, the control was shifted, commanding the corpses within the fortress to assault the remaining soldiers. Finally, amidst the turmoil of battle within the fortress, the saboteurs stealthily infiltrated the winch room, severing the iron chains and lowering the drawbridge to facilitate the northern barbarians' entry into the fortress. Just as this realization struck, another piercing snap echoed from afar, making everyone acutely aware of one grim truth. Their time was running short. Chapter 63. The air, a massive burlap banner fluttered in the night breeze, its beastly imagery intertwined, vivid and grotesque. A troop of nearly 1,000 marched through the mountains, brandishing torches and draped in animal hides, resembling a horde of savage warriors from ancient times. The strongest among them led the vanguard. Clad in simple yet tattered armor, their weapons, although rusted at the grips, still gleamed with deadly sharpness. The leader at the forefront, a man in the vigor of youth, had tousled pale yellow curls cascading over his shoulders. A long scar stretching from the corner of his right eye to his ear, his gaze reflecting the silhouette of the watchtower, his pupils narrowing like a predator locking onto its prey. In a somewhat halting common tongue, he addressed those behind him. The drawbridge has not been lowered. A woman in a grass-green fitted gown, her head obscured by a circular cloak, replied with a voice as melodious as jewels dancing. Is it not said among you northern warriors, if the path beneath your feet is too comfortable, courage will eventually melt away like the snow? The man halted, his gaze towards her growing colder. For the sake of my kin, I would rather not be a warrior. The woman paused momentarily before lowering her head with a smile. Rest assured, the drawbridge will fall. As she watched the leader march further away, she cast her eyes towards the distant fortress, muttering softly, those unreliable fellows from the Relief Society. The mountain breeze lifted her cloak, accentuating her graceful form. Tightening her garments, she stole one last glance at the watchtower before vanishing into the night. The great sword descended from the air, splintering wood in all directions as Alfonso delivered a fierce kick. Shattering the wooden door of the winch room, the quartet surged into the pitch-black chamber. In the darkness, a massive and grotesque silhouette wielded a gigantic axe, cleaving at the third iron chain winch. Leslie, the knight called out his companion's name. Raising his twin swords and charging towards the shadow, the boy with a red mark on his forehead brought his palms together, then rubbed them vigorously. Moments later, the transformation of his palms made Todd's eyes widen in astonishment. The previously normal-colored palms gradually turned crimson, eventually igniting into a blazing inferno. Leslie then produced a peculiar metal slingshot from his waist, pressing a hidden mechanism within his garments with his elbow, causing a copper star-sized sphere to drop into his hand. After holding the small sphere in his right hand for a moment, he placed the ignited sphere into the slingshot, pulling back the string and aiming first at the torch smeared with oil on the wall. As he released the string, the burning sphere traced a fiery arc through the air, striking the wall near the torch and erupting into a shower of sparks, igniting it, with the sparks flying and the torch aflame. The room gradually illuminated, revealing the identity of the one wreaking havoc on the winch. Alfonso halted in his charge, disbelief washing over him as he lifted his gaze. Leslie lowered the slingshot. Karen covered her mouth in shock. And Todd appeared as though he had seen a ghost, murmuring, "This can't be real. What on earth is this?" Before them stood a being that could hardly be called human. This creature resembled a grotesque amalgamation of various limbs, pieced together like a Frankenstein's monster. Its lower half was covered in thick fur, its knees bending backward like the goat demon from biblical lore. Its body was stitched together from countless chunks of flesh of varying colors and shapes. Its arms were mismatched, one robust and muscular, the other thin as a reed, likely taken from a child. If that weren't peculiar enough, its head was an absolute nightmare. A charred, blackened skull was embedded atop its body, connected by a vertebral column and a mass of thick pipes. Leslie swallowed hard, struggling to articulate. "I swear, this is definitely not the hive. No, this is far beyond merely being the hive." The monster paid no heed to the four intruders, raising its powerful arm and striking the winch again with its axe. Alfonso snapped back to reality, lifting his twin swords to strike at the creature's back. If sensing its attacker, the monster leapt sideways, evading the blow, its axe swinging back to clash squarely against the sword's edge. A resounding crash echoed throughout the room. Alfonso was sent reeling backward by the sheer force, rolling several times on the ground to dissipate the momentum. This is perception as an aberrant ability. This creature possesses a second anomalous skill beyond the hive. Leslie retrieved another small sphere from his pocket, igniting it with fire before launching it at the monster's axe-wielding arm, shouting loudly, "Boss, be careful. This guy doesn't rely on sight or hearing to recognize things." The monster turned its body, swinging its axe, and a metallic snapping sound reached everyone's ears. The third iron chain had snapped, leaving only the final winch remaining. The burning small ball simultaneously struck the monster's back. However, the anticipated explosion and sparks failed to materialize. Instead, The ball, upon hitting the skin, seemed to plunge 7 or 8 centimeters inward, akin to falling onto a trampoline, before rebounding back to the ground. At this moment, Leslie was utterly dumbfounded. The boy took a deep breath, trembling as he spoke. This is the ability of the jelly variant. With the previous two, this makes the third, boss, is what we are encountering here. The knight rose from the ground, facing the threat with an unprecedented seriousness in his gaze. He spoke slowly. Indeed, I never expected to encounter the heir of the Sutherland relic here. Upon hearing a familiar term, Todd was taken aback, glancing at the monster with renewed interest, pondering quietly. How could someone harboring Sutherland bacteria end up like this? The attacked monster turned around, slowly stepping into the flickering light, finally revealing its front to the onlookers. Amidst the dimming light, Alfonso beheld the charred human head of the creature, and a familiar insignia caught his eye. Sunby suddenly recalled something and murmured, "The Sun variant. Level 5, you are Marcos Byrne." The monster halted its movements, seemingly assessing the iron-faced knight before it, as if recalling something. Moments later, it abruptly raised its massive axe and launched a frenzied assault towards Alfonso. The great sword knight immediately understood. The opponent must have recognized him as well. Chapter 64. Exposure. Under the onslaught of the monster's colossal axe, the knight found himself in a desperate struggle, parrying left and right. I need to think of a way to help him. Todd realized that relying solely on Alfonso would be futile against this Frankenstein. As he searched for something useful, Leslie's actions once again reshaped his perception of the boy. First, he extinguished the flames in his hands, then let his heavy cloak drop to the ground, followed by shedding his inner shirt, with his back adorned with a fierce lion's roar etched in crimson ink. Leslie crouched down, clasping his arms around himself, his face flushed with exertion. With a mighty shout, a vast cloud of white steam erupted from the pores of his upper body, enveloping a corner of the room. Standing tall within the white mist, Leslie raised his right hand, bringing his thumb and forefinger together. With a gentle snap of his fingers, a spark ignited, and the mist flared up like the fires of hell rising from the depths, instantly igniting in a thunderous explosion, engulfing his upper body in flames. As he twisted his neck, accompanied by the crackling of his bones, the flame boy exhaled a refreshing breath towards the sky, a towering inferno shooting upwards, scorching the stone ceiling until it glowed red and emitted steam. His eyes danced with wildness and delight. Fixated on the grotesque creature not far away, a smile crept onto Leslie's lips. "Come dance with the flames." He picked up a concealed copper cylinder from beneath his cloak and secured it at his waist, then dashed forward. "Boss!" Alfonso, entrenched in a fierce battle, heard the shout from behind him and knelt slightly. Leslie leaped into the air, planting one foot firmly on the knight's back. Utilizing the rebound, Alfonso propelled the flame boy into the in a graceful somersault. As he soared over the monster's head, Leslie, inverted, unleashed a fire dragon from his mouth, crashing down onto the unprotected head and connecting tubes of the enemy below. Accompanied by an explosion and flames, the monster's charred head and the blood vessels and nerves adjacent to its skeletal spine ignited violently. Writhing in agony, the creature staggered backwards, momentarily halting its actions. Seizing the opportunity, Alfonso gripped the hilt of his great sword tightly and thrust it forcefully into the creature's chest, the blade piercing through the skin and emerging from the opposite side. As he landed behind the foe, he observed a 3-centimeter wound gaping on its back, and Leslie extracted 2 burning small balls from the copper tube, stuffing them into the wound point. 2 muffled explosions resonated from within the monster. A flash of light illuminating the outline of its internal organs beneath the skin struck hard. The monster staggered back several steps before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Had they succeeded? From the beginning a mere spectator, Todd, upon witnessing this scene, was about to cheer when a peculiar sound echoed from within the creature, reminiscent of a rattlesnake's tail shaking. Moments later, distant human screams reverberated. Leslie was the first to realize what was happening. He shouted towards the knight, "Boss, that bastard has begun summoning puppets. We must find a way to destroy the hive on him." Picking up speed, Alfonso swung his great sword, re-engaging the enemy. The injured monster, unable to withstand the knight's onslaught, found itself at a disadvantage, sustaining more wounds and gaping holes. Yet, the sound reminiscent of a rattlesnake's tail continued unabated. Soon, the silhouette of the first puppet appeared at the doorway, followed by an increasing horde of infected pressing into the cramped room. Todd glanced at their forms. These were undoubtedly the abandoned puppets from outside the door. They must have stealthily climbed up the walls while Wild held off the barbarians. Observing the growing number of foes, the priest realized that time was of the essence, and he could no longer afford to hesitate. While dodging the puppets with Corrine, he shouted towards Leslie and Alfonso, "Does anyone know what the hive looks like?" Though astonished by Todd's inquiry, the flame boy immediately responded, "It resembles an inverted bowl with numerous tendrils underneath." Drawing closer to the monster, Todd activated his X-ray ability, scanning the creature's entire body. After meticulous inspection, he finally spotted a parasitic entity resembling what they sought. Pointing to the monster's torso, he declared, "It's on its back, slightly to the right of the spinal column." Upon hearing this, Alfonso and Leslie exchanged glances before directing their assault towards the creature's back. Due to the monster's jelly ability, the flame boy, lacking effective physical attack methods, was compelled to take on the risky role of drawing fire after a series of maneuvers. Just as the knight shifted behind the enemy and forcefully struck the bulging area on its back, the creature's massive arm swung and struck Leslie, sending the boy crashing into the opposite wall, rendering him incapacitated. The advancing puppets in the room halted, collapsing to the ground as Todd bent down to catch his breath. Relieved that he could finally relax, he suddenly heard Corrine's voice beside him. "Watch out!" The monstrous foe, having had its hive destroyed, fell into a frenzy, discarding the knight behind it to swing its axe towards the nearest Todd. In a split second, Corrine forcefully pushed Todd away, exposing herself to the axe's wrath, standing frozen in place, unsure of what to do. However, the attack was halted. The monster paused before the girl, its axe suspended in the air. Never descending. It seemed to recall something, its humanoid form trembling slightly. Startled, Todd turned to Corrine, his attention drawn to a glimmering pendant that had fallen from her chest. A translucent glass disc meticulously crafted and suspended by a thin string. In a flash of realization, he remembered what it was. It was the initial failed attempt at making optical glass during their first meeting. He had thought it long discarded, yet this foolish girl had treasured it as a keepsake all along. In a fleeting moment, as he beheld the axe blade hovering less than 30 centimeters above Corrine's head, Todd's mind went blank. Channeling his weakening ability, he dashed between Corrine and the monster, gripping the creature's thick arm that wielded the massive axe. Black gas emitted from his palms, seeping into the enemy's body, rendering its arm weak, causing the axe to clatter to the ground nearby. Then, Todd ceased his weakening ability, scooped up Corrine, and used his speed ability to dash to a relatively safe spot. To his surprise, Alfonso and Leslie had not intervened to assist at all. Instead, they were gazing at him with bewildered expressions. The monster retrieved its axe, turning its body towards Corrine. After a moment of hesitation, it began to retreat, seemingly losing its will to fight and seeking to escape. The knight, regaining his focus, withdrew his gaze from Todd and began moving, raising his great sword to block all retreat routes for the enemy. The enormous humanoid creature cupped the blood oozing from its wounds, flinging it towards the fourth winch. What should have fallen to the ground was firmly wrapped around the chains of the winch. Moments later, the blood ignited, and the flames that rose were not the ordinary red and yellow, but tinged with a hint of purple-black. The chains glowed red, gradually warping. Alfonso stood frozen, faced with a choice. Todd and Corrine were incapable of battling the monster, and Leslie was too far away that he could either extinguish the flames consuming the winch, allowing the creature bearing the Sutherland relic to escape, or continue to entangle the enemy, risking the chains melting and breaking, which would lower the drawbridge, allowing the northern barbarians to invade the castle. After a few seconds of contemplation, the knight opted for the former. At the moment, he turned to sprint towards the winch. A colossal axe suddenly descended upon him from behind, catching him off guard. The blow shattered his armor and sliced deep into the flesh of his back. Having successfully struck, the creature chose not to pursue further. Instead, it cast a final glance at Corrine before departing the battlefield. Boss, Leslie, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, extinguished the flames enveloping his body and crawled toward Alfonso, who was staggering under the weight of his injuries. The latter, despite his wounds, managed to drag himself to the winch, pressing his palm against the dark purple flames, which were drawn into his body, causing the iron chains to gradually cool and regain their original hue. Todd gently set the girl he had been cradling aside and hurried to the knight's side, rummaging through his belongings for a vial of medicine. To his astonishment, Alfonso, using the last remnants of his strength, reversed his great sword, its blade aimed at his own throat, and weakly uttered, "Father Todd, forgive me. The heir of Sutherland must die," gazing towards the distant drawbridge of the watchtower, where fierce combat raged between the guards and the barbarians. The figure of the man with a pronounced jawline lounged casually on a stone, sipping his warm ale. Noticing the worried expression on Master Miras's face, he said nonchalantly, "If I recall correctly, that should have been the third chain just now. Which means we are not far from success." The elder withdrew his hands into his sleeves, his stooped form remaining motionless. The youth paused before continuing, "Back when Mr. Byrne was pursued by the Inquisition while transporting the Sutherland relics, no one could have anticipated that he would choose to swallow the copper pipe, using his own body to conceal the relics to prevent them from falling into the church's hands. The blade of the Inquisitor pierced the copper pipe within his stomach, and the relics entered his body before he perished, including his own head." Upon hearing this, Master Miras's body quivered slightly in the distance. A massive figure leaped from the castle walls, yet the sound of the fourth chain snapping remained absent, and the drawbridge did not descend. The man with the pronounced jaw frowned and took another sip of ale, sighing, "The beer has gone cold." Chapter 65. The parasite exoskeleton. Todd was startled by Alfonso's strange action, causing him to fall back. The knight propped himself up with his hands as blood gushed from his back, soaking the ground beneath him. He staggered step by step toward the priest, his great sword held aloft, always directed at the latter's chest. "I apologize. Father, I do not know how you became the heir of Sutherland, but I know that now it is my duty to free you. Your suffering will be lessened." Alfonso's words left Todd bewildered. What did freedom mean? What did it mean that the suffering would be lessened? A stone struck the knight's body, and in the next moment, Karine, brandishing a dagger, pounced like a frenzied cat, inflicting a deep wound to his wrist. In agony, Alfonso lost grip of the long sword, letting it fall to the ground. Leslie let out a furious roar, limping to stand protectively in front of his captain, glaring at the girl who had attacked. Flames once more rising in his hands, the atmosphere became charged with tension, and the four who had fought side by side moments ago were now divided into two factions, each vying for survival. Stopping the enraged Karine with a gesture, Todd resolved to break the stalemate. "I do not understand what grounds you have to claim that I am the heir of Sutherland." Tearing a strip from his shirt, he wrapped it around the knight's wounded wrist, but with dismay, Leslie, looking at the gaping wound on Alfonso's back, shouted in anger, "Are you still trying to deny it?" Ordinary aberrants possess only one type of abnormal ability, and only a select few may have two related abilities. It is only those who have come into contact with the Sutherland relics that can possess three or more unrelated abilities. Just now, you clearly used X-ray vision, speed, and weakness, three abilities with no connection whatsoever. So that was it. The ancient Sutherland bacteria indeed allowed the body to accept multiple abilities, a notion that seemed to hold some truth. Todd now understood the strange expressions and passive stance of the two when facing the creature earlier. Yet, he found himself with even more questions. Observing the knight's increasingly feeble breaths and recalling the moment when he had aimed his weapon at him, Todd sighed softly, deciding to set aside his doubts for now and attempt to save the man's life. He retrieved alcohol, needles, and medicinal powder from his pockets, intending to approach Alfonso, only to see Leslie raising a slingshot, aiming it at him. "Monster of Sutherland, keep your distance." Constantly shouting "monster" was enough to test the patience of even the most even-tempered individual. "If you wish to watch him die, I can turn and leave right now." As Todd spoke, he displayed the items in his hands for Leslie to see. Karine tugged at Todd's sleeve, whispering, "Church people are all bad. Do not save him. He just tried to kill you." The latter shook his head, indicating that he could not stand idly by while a life was in peril. The fire-wielding boy bit his lip, glancing at the still-bleeding wound on Alfonso's back, his resolve wavering as he hesitated. Just then, the knight opened his eyes and softly said, "Let him come." Leslie complied and lowered his slingshot, clearing the way. Todd knelt beside Alfonso, examining the wound on his back. That a massive tear in the knight's armor revealed a dark gray, hard-shelled parasite that enveloped his entire back. From above, it appeared as if a layer of gray-hard armor had been donned beneath the metal plating. After a thorough examination, Todd discovered that what he had seen on the knight's back was merely the tip of the iceberg. In reality, Alfonso bore two similar parasites, so large that they nearly covered every inch of his body. One parasite's main body was situated on his back, while the other resided on his chest. These two similarly formed parasites embraced each other through their appendages and limbs, creating a complete parasite exoskeleton. As Todd slowly removed Alfonso's armor, he made another startling discovery. The parasite on the knight's back extended appendages that covered his entire head, neck, arms, and hands, while the one on his chest reached down to envelop his lower regions, thighs, calves, and feet. These appendages were composed of segments with a hardness akin to steel, producing a metallic echo when struck. This formidable structure not only provided the knight with protection comparable to armor, but also enhanced his strength, agility, and leaping ability through its lightweight, retractable design. Staring at the parasite armor before him, Todd was suddenly reminded of the mechanical exoskeletons he had read about in a science fiction novel in his previous life. The two bore a remarkable resemblance, differing only in that one was mechanical while the other was biological. When are you going to stop staring? Hurry up and save the boss. Leslie's urgent shout jolted Todd back to reality. Lost in his curiosity about the parasite, he had forgotten the matter at hand, saving a life. The axe's attack had severed the appendages of the parasite on Alfonso's back, injuring his ribs. Fortunately, the protection of the parasite armor meant that the knight's bones were merely displaced, resulting in what appeared to be some alarming flesh wounds. After disinfecting the knight's back with alcohol, Todd heated a copper needle in Leslie's hands and began stitching the wound one stitch at a time, applying medicinal powder to expedite healing. Compared to human wounds, the severed appendages of the parasites proved to be more troublesome. Ultimately, he decided to use a bone-setting technique, aligning the ruptured appendages before sprinkling on medicinal powder and wrapping it with cloth. This was all he could do. Having completed these procedures, Todd was drenched in sweat. He was a researcher, not a doctor, and his knowledge of stitching wounds and setting bones was limited. Ultimately, his technique was unrefined, and the effectiveness was questionable. However, he took some pride in the fact that at least Leslie and Corrine were left speechless by his efforts. After tidying up the vials and materials, Todd observed that Alfonso's complexion had regained some color and remarked with a hint of exasperation, counting the incident in the square. You now owe me 2 favors. Let's discuss your intention to kill me. I require an explanation. The knight, still donning his iron mask but having removed his armor with Leslie's assistance, looked into Todd's eyes, and his first words sent a surge of anger through the latter. The Sutherland relics have never been a gift from the sages. They are a curse from demons. Chapter 66. The curse of Sutherland, observing the gray parasite on his abdomen rising and falling with each breath. Alfonso continued. In the annals of the Inquisition spanning hundreds of years, the heirs of Sutherland have appeared no less than 100 times. Each time they emerge, they bring immeasurable losses to both the church and secular nations. Todd was taken aback. So there have been this many occurrences. Do you think that is a lot? Those who have truly encountered the Sutherland relics may find that out of 1,000, only one might survive. Yet, astonishingly, the recorded accounts of those who have lived through such encounters exceed 100.1. Can only speculate how many have dared to undertake such a perilous endeavor. Todd recalled a pressing question. Wait, the Sutherland relics must refer to the ashes of the alchemist Sutherland, correct? In theory, the ashes are limited in quantity. After being utilized dozens of times, they should have been depleted. How then, throughout history, could so many have claimed to use them? The knight took the water flask from Leslie, took a sip, and continued. The term Sutherland's relics is rather broad. It does not exclusively denote the remains of the alchemist Sutherland from a millennium ago. The remnants produced from the cremation of those successors possess effects akin to the original relics, the remains of alchemist Sutherland. Todd pondered this explanation, finding it plausible, for the ancient bacteria of Sutherland are indeed heat-resistant. The ashes of these successors could theoretically serve as pathogens, capable of infecting another. He then posed a crucial question. Why do you claim that killing me would grant me liberation? Would it truly alleviate my suffering? Alfonso regarded Todd intently and countered with a question of his own. As a successor, from whence did your aberrant abilities arise? Unable to elaborate on the complexities of bacterial cultivation or subcutaneous injection, Todd could only respond vaguely that it was a gradual discovery. The questioner appeared unconvinced. For a successor to acquire aberrant abilities, the quickest method is to. He made a gesture that sent shivers down the spine of all present, mimicking the act of consuming. Todd could hardly believe his ears. Are you suggesting that the successors consume aberrants? They select their prey. Those with particularly valuable abilities are prioritized for consumption, while others, whose powers cannot be absorbed, are disregarded. Todd stood frozen in disbelief. Good heavens, cannibalism. To gain powers, they resort to devouring their own kind. Such madness was utterly reprehensible as he grappled with this horrifying revelation. The sounds of battle and cries from the city walls gradually faded. replaced by the triumphant cheers of the defenders. Having secured the drawbridge and repelled the barbarian invasion, Todd exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be struck with further astonishment by Alfonso's next words. Do you believe that the successors can endure indefinitely? Regardless of how many powers they absorb, the inevitable outcome is singular. They transform into mindless monstrosities. The priest's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively grasped the knight's shoulders. What do you mean by that? According to the records of the Inquisition, of those successors documented, aside from a few individuals classified as missing, the vast majority metamorphosed into terrifying creatures. Upon hearing this, Todd urgently inquired, "Is that truly the case? How could this happen?" The knight rested his great sword upon his lap, locking eyes with Todd, and slowly replied, "I have no reason to deceive you. My words are grounded in truth. As for the why, no one has discerned that over the years. If Sutherland's ancient bacteria reside within him, would he eventually become a monster?" The realization sent a chill of cold sweat down Todd's forehead. On one hand, the knight had no motivation to lie. His assertions were likely true. On the other, given that this was recorded in the church's historical texts, it must have been corroborated multiple times, thus ensuring its authenticity. Todd's mind raced. In moments like these, one mustn't rush. His body showed no unusual signs, indicating that this transformation had yet to commence. He still had time. The priest sat cross-legged before the knight and inquired, "Generally speaking, how long does it take for a successor to transform from initial contact with the relics to becoming a monster?" Alfonso stroked his chin, recalling, "The duration varies with the individual. However, based on my experience, it can take as long as 6 months or as little as 3 to 6 months. Such a brief span." Todd's countenance paled, his body wavering. The knight continued, "Unlike in the past, in recent decades, due to various human-made factors, such as the devastation wrought by the Relief Society and their experiments, the number of successors has surged, with intervals between appearances shortening." At this juncture, unable to contain herself, Corrine interjected, "All the blame falls upon the Relief Society. And what of you? You are aberrants yourselves, yet choose to act as the Church's accomplices, slaughtering those who are your own brothers and sisters." Leslie flushed crimson, retorting, "Do not conflate us with those murderous lunatics of the Relief Society. I, along with the captain, Walton, and Adelina, may be aberrants, but it was not the Church that killed our kin. It was those who profess brotherhood while committing atrocities. And each time we hunt aberrants, we never harm the innocent or the virtuous. We only target the vile scum of humanity." "Leslie, cease your words." Alfonso, his gaze piercing through his iron mask, fixed his eyes on Todd, enunciating each word carefully. "Father, I acknowledge that my forthcoming request may seem outrageous, yet I implore you to contemplate my proposal that I wish for you to relinquish your life." Furious, Corrine sprang to her feet, brandishing her dagger toward the knight. Quick as a flash, Todd seized her, halting her attack. Alfonso continued, "You are the holy son of the Father in the eyes of the populace, a paragon of goodness and humility. For the sake of this honor and your reputation, I urge you to consider my proposal. We saved your friend and spared your life. Is this how you repay us, you ungrateful wretch?" The girl's scathing words caused the knight to bow his head. After a moment, Alfonso lifted his gaze, his eyes resolute and unwavering. "Should you consent to my proposal, I shall renounce all ties to the Church and become your guardian knight." Leslie's eyes widened in astonishment. Todd, unfamiliar with the implications of the term guardian knight, was disinclined to end his life so soon. After careful contemplation, he posed a question to Alfonso. "What if I could demonstrate that my means of acquiring abilities would not harm anyone, and that I possess a solution to the issue of successor mutations?" Leslie scoffed at such a hypothetical. "Are you suggesting that you can achieve what no one has managed in centuries?" Alfonso remained silent, suddenly recalling the new title bestowed upon Father Todd after the Inquisition, the alchemist blessed by God. Chapter 67, The Sword of Damocles. The night shall surely pass, and dawn will inevitably arrive. As the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, illuminating the town that had endured a night of terror, it marked the conclusion of what would later be referred to as the Watches Town Massacre. Nearly half of the 135 residents lay dead, their bodies strewn across the ground, the scene utterly horrific. In some streets, one could enter every home and find no survivors. Following the Watches Town Massacre, the arduous task of clearing the corpses and cleaning up the aftermath took a full 7 days. There was even a shortage of coffins for the deceased, forcing people to fashion makeshift caskets from signs and furniture. Even graver was the fate of the garrison at Watches Fortress, where out of 225 soldiers, fewer than 100 survived. Sir Adams and 4 of his knights had perished. This represented an unprecedented loss ratio in the fortress's several hundred years of existence. However, amidst the grim news, there was a glimmer of hope. The barbaric tribes, which had not invaded southward for years, launched a fierce assault on the fortress on the very night of the Watch's Town massacre. Thankfully, Knight Wilder, leading the remaining defenders, managed to repel the enemy with the timely assistance of Father Todd, safeguarding this crucial stronghold. After bidding farewell to Wilder, Todd and his party departed from Watch's fortress, ensuring that the severed hive parasites were carefully preserved and transported back to their camp at the foot of the mountain. Knight Alfonso adhered to the temporary agreement established with the priest in the winchroom. He and Leslie would not reveal to anyone, including their other 2 companions, that Todd was Sutherland's successor. In return, Todd promised to validate the legitimate source of his abilities and to resolve the issue of successor aberrations as swiftly as possible. After handing over the crystal relic to the Knights of the Western Diocese, Todd promptly led his team back along the same route, while Alfonso and his companions chose not to return to Silvering City but followed him back to Mushi Town on the first afternoon after their return. Todd neglected to address the mountain of pending affairs or the requests for arbitration from the townsfolk. Instead, he first invited the 4 guests from the Inquisition to tour his newly established laboratory. The new laboratory, externally, was a rather distinctive 3-story building, with white walls and red tiles, charmingly designed in terms of layout. All functions were thoughtfully considered. The first floor housed the laboratory, a storage room, and a reception area. The second floor contained the living quarters, a library, and a terrace. The third floor featured an attic and an astrological observatory. The quaint alchemical building, nestled behind the town's church, was constructed to house all the experimental supplies and materials that once belonged to Todd. Now transported from the monastery and the Silver Ring City, the townsfolk affectionately referred to this place as the Gospel Alchemy Chamber. Among the 4 invited guests, Walton eagerly led the way, being the first to push open the door and step into the laboratory. He was greeted by a dazzling array of over 100 peculiar alchemical instruments, shelves brimming with experimental materials, and vibrant liquids coursing through conduits, which left him utterly spellbound. Is this truly the place where the eye of God is crafted? Upon hearing the short, stout man's inquiry, Todd smiled and nodded. The knight seemed rather indifferent to the curiosities around him. He cleared his throat softly, signaling Todd to get to the point. Under Leslie's scrutinizing gaze, Todd guided Alfonso to the back of the laboratory. Retrieving a locked iron box from the shelves, after unlocking it, he produced syringes, microscopes, petri dishes, and other apparatus. Omitting certain critical details, Todd provided a brief explanation, and from the knight's expression, he could discern that Alfonso had come to trust him to a significant degree. While the knight examined the instruments, Todd suddenly recalled something and made an unusual request. "Lord Decavox, I have a favor to ask." Alfonso set down the microscope, indicating he was listening. Todd chose his words carefully. "I am the heir of Sutherland, possessing the abilities of speed, weakness, and X-ray vision. You are already aware that Karen has the power of teleportation. If we are to adhere to principles of fairness, should you not equally disclose to me the 4 abilities you possess?" The knight appeared somewhat perplexed. "Father, I do not grasp your meaning," Todd clarified. "What I mean to say is, I have heard Leslie mention that you and your retinue are of a different kind, in the spirit of fairness. You ought to reveal your unique abilities to me. Is this not an unwritten rule among your kind?" Alfonso was taken aback but eventually replied, "That seems somewhat inappropriate," pointing to the instruments before him. Todd looked utterly aggrieved. "In my quest to earn your trust, I have even divulged my greatest secret as an alchemist to you free of charge. Surely, you can offer a slight compensation for my losses?" The knight pondered for a considerable time before he sighed deeply and spoke slowly. "My unique ability is known as Dragon Bone. You have likely seen it, metallic-like structures enveloping my entire body. They enable me to withstand blows and enhance my various capabilities. Leslie's unique ability is called Flame Breath, allowing him to exhale flammable gas that ignites upon contact with fire. Adelina possesses the ability known as Beast Tongue, enabling her to communicate simply with animals, soothe them, and gather intelligence. Walton's unique ability is Eagle Eye, which allows him to magnify objects within his field of vision to better aim and shoot. As Todd listened to the knight's introductions, his heart skipped a beat upon hearing Walton's ability, Eagle Eye. as a brilliant idea suddenly sparked in his mind. After Alfonso detailed the abilities of the four, he turned to Todd and inquired, "Regarding the source of your internal abilities, I trust you are innocent. There is one more matter. You previously mentioned that you could prevent successors from transforming into monsters and help them return to normal. Is that achievable?" Temporarily setting aside his thoughts, Todd contemplated before responding, "I will need to conduct some experiments. This may require time." The iron-faced knight did not seem satisfied with this answer. "What you lack most is time. No one knows when the Sutherland relic within you might erupt. I will remain by your side, and should anything occur, I will fulfill my duty." Todd immediately comprehended the implications of the knight's words. Fulfill my duty. The thought of a great sword hanging over his neck, poised to sever his head at any moment, sent a chill down Todd's spine. It was akin to a sword of Damocles looming above him. Chapter 68. The residents of Mushi Town have recently been discussing several matters. The first is that, 4 months after the official establishment of Mushi Town, the population has surpassed 700 according to statistics from various trade unions and residential associations, making it the largest town along the western coastal region of the Silver Ring Kingdom. The second matter is that townsfolk have observed that Father Todd, whether preaching in the church, relaxing in the garden, or enjoying the sea breeze, is invariably accompanied by a knight clad in iron and wielding a great sword. While it could be deemed a form of protection, it hardly appears so. In their daily exchanges, Todd frequently rebuffs the knight's company with remarks like, "Do not follow me," or "Do you not have somewhere else to be?" Thus, the townspeople assume the priest is not fond of this individual. Yet, to label him an enemy would be inaccurate. The knight merely trails Todd, displaying no other actions of hostility. Moreover, when individuals approached Harkins, who is responsible for the town's defense, to discuss the matter, he would always divert the conversation. The third matter also pertains to Todd. For reasons unknown, the priest seems to have lost his senses. Purchasing a batch of pet mice, a luxury typically reserved for the nobility. These diminutive white creatures serve no purpose other than as pets for noble children, eliciting curiosity as to why Todd would squander money on them. At that moment, Todd was engrossed in preparations for an impending experiment, oblivious to the gossip surrounding him. The ever-looming threat of a ticking time bomb within him compelled him to prioritize the investigation into the anomalies of the Sutherland relic. The white mice he acquired were not for mere amusement. They were intended for pressure-resistance experiments concerning the Sutherland bacteria. The general procedure involved mixing the 4 bacterial strains within him, determining the maximum non-lethal dose, MNL, through animal toxicity trials, and subsequently establishing the permissible daily intake, ADL, for the white mice based on the MNL, gradually increasing the dosage according to bodily fluid ratios, and observing any physiological changes that may arise. The choice of white mice stemmed from their genetic similarity to humans, boasting an approximately 98 resemblance in their complete genome. Additionally, they are easy to breed and plentiful in number. Pathological experiments necessitate a substantial number of test subjects for statistical analysis, thereby requiring the artificial breeding of a sufficient quantity of experimental subjects. Furthermore, they are cost-effective. A single white mouse costs merely 5 copper stars, consumes little feed, is not picky about food, and occupies minimal space. As for the other preparations for the experiment, bacterial samples were readily available for cultivation. Ether was utilized as an anesthetic, derived through the dehydration of alcohol with concentrated sulfuric acid. With all preparations complete, Todd faced one final, crucial task to address. Departing the laboratory, he entered the church of Mushi Town. Although this was the priest's workplace, Todd always marveled at the prayer hall built by the hands of immigrants. Within the main hall of the church, numerous individuals were already in prayer. Upon noticing the priest's arrival, they all rose to pay their respects. Todd gestured for them to be seated, directing his attention toward 2 figures seated together in the back row, Alfonso and Harkins. Todd was acutely aware that if he were preoccupied in the laboratory, the former would undoubtedly be waiting in the church, a silent understanding that had developed between them. The latter, as the head of the town's defense forces, had not been seen by Todd for quite some time. Rumor had it that he was conducting concentrated training for the town's guards nearby, preparing for any eventualities. Yet, Todd was taken aback to find the 2 engaged in conversation like old friends. Sensing the priest's approach, Harkins presumed that Todd was not seeking him, and thus interrupted his dialogue with Alfonso. Making way for Todd, the priest offered him a grateful glance before taking a seat beside Alfonso and straightforwardly expressing his request. Lord Decavox. I have a matter to discuss. The knight slightly turned his body but remained silent. Aware that silence was a sign of attentiveness, Todd lowered his voice. I wish to borrow an individual from you. They will play a crucial role in the research of the relic. Who? Your retainer. Walton. Alfonso nodded. Understanding that Todd must have sufficient justification for his request, as the knight turned to leave the church, Harkins, who had been waiting nearby, approached Todd and whispered, I wish to discuss something about Alfonso with you. The two retreated to the church's confessional, where Harkins recounted a long-buried tale. Alfonso and I originally belonged to the Silver Ring Kingdom's Order of Knights, loyal to the royal family. From the moment we were squire knights, we fought side by side against the northern barbarians for 6 long years. Harkins interlaced his gloved fingers, praying before the cross as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Todd recalled the peculiar behavior of the two during their confrontations with the northern pirates. Suddenly understanding the reason behind it, he inquired, what led to Alfonso's transformation from a secular knight to a knight of the church? Hawkins's gaze drifted into the distance, as if he were reminiscing about the past, his tone tinged with melancholy. This tale begins with his family. Alfonso de Cavallo once had a beautiful wife and a pair of healthy children. However, due to her husband's prolonged absences at war, compounded by her burdensome domestic duties and a hidden ailment, she fell gravely ill. Following this, Alfonso sought the help of various physicians. One fateful day, a traveler claiming to hail from the east presented him with a copper tube. Asserting that its contents could save his wife, Todd inhaled sharply, inadvertently interrupting Hawkins. A copper tube? Are you implying that, indeed, within it lay the relics of Sutherland? Hawkins closed his eyes and sighed heavily. In that desperate time, Alfonso, feeling utterly hopeless, resorted to using the copper tube on a whim, and miraculously, his wife's illness was cured. Alas, such fortune was fleeting. The Sutherland relic transformed his wife into a monster. Hearing Todd's words, Hawkins exclaimed in astonishment. He confided this to you? No, not the entirety, merely a fragment. And then what transpired? The man's eyes fixated on the crucifix. Approximately 6 months later, on a fateful night, his wife became a monster, and in a fit of despair, she murdered their 2 children. Upon returning home, Alfonso, consumed by grief and anguish, killed his wife. Subsequently, he bequeathed all his possessions to the church and became a judge tasked with hunting down aberrations. Todd gasped, suddenly recalling something. Wait, when you brought me back to the monastery, did you know I was destined to become a monster? Hawkins immediately shook his head. No, at that time, I was unaware. The fact that the heirs of Sutherland ultimately transform into monsters is a secret enshrined within the annals of church history. Known only to a select FEW. It was only after I pressed Alfonso repeatedly that he divulged the full account to me. The man turned his face towards Todd. The reason I share this with you is that if you can unravel the mystery of the heir's transformation into a monster, you may not only save yourself, but perhaps also redeem a soul ensnared by pain and remorse. Chapter 69. The Truth of Aberration. As the stout man finally settled into the chair, he regretted his decision to cooperate with the experiment for the sake of a barrel of ale upon seeing the priest approach with a black, needle-like object. May I? Walton's words were left unfinished as Leslie, standing beside him, huffed through his nostrils and declared decisively, no. The white-clad woman, Adelina, appeared somewhat anxious. Father, are you certain this will not pose any danger? Todd rolled up his sleeve, revealing a faint puncture mark on his forearm, and spoke with assured confidence. Rest assured, I have conducted this procedure several times myself. The initial prick stings a bit, akin to an ant bite, but afterward, the discomfort dissipates. Moreover, I have never erred in matters of alchemy. However, I have never heard of alchemy requiring blood extraction. Leslie interrupted Adelina once more. What does that matter? It's merely a drop of blood, in the tavern. Our valiant Lord Walton has recounted countless tales of battling barbarian hordes for 7 days and nights, amidst chaos and rivers of blood. Naturally, he would not fret over such a trivial wound, would he? Walton offered the red-marked boy a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Alfonso glanced at the array of vessels and flasks strewn across the table, lifted his chin towards the priest, and exchanged a knowing glance with Hawkins. Have you witnessed him practicing alchemy before? Is it safe? Hawkins stroked his chin with gloved hands, contemplating the syringe bearing the needle. Recalling his past experiences with silver refinement and glassmaking, uncertainly replying, I have seen it done, but it seems far more intricate than before. Todd approached Walton, rolled up his sleeves, first binding his arm with a leather strap. Then using his ability of X-ray vision to locate the injection site, the stout man squirmed and contorted his body, watching as the needle drew ever closer to his skin, shaking his head vigorously while babbling incoherently. "You are deceiving me. This is certainly not alchemy. I swear, I shall never set foot in a tavern again." The needle pierced his skin, blood splattered. Walton collapsed into unconsciousness, placing Walton's bodily fluid sample beneath the microscope. Todd magnified it to 400 times and invited everyone to observe. Moments later, gasps of awe and astonishment reverberated throughout the laboratory. Alfonso, Leslie, Adelina, and Hawkins beheld a microcosm of wonder. Walton, utilizing his eagle-eye ability, magnified the microscopic world even further, reaching around 3,000 times, enabling him to discern the entire landscape and characteristics of the bacterial realm. When Todd injected the bacteria from the eagle eye into his own body, employing both eagle eye and X-ray vision simultaneously, he could observe the inner workings and complete structure of the bacteria at last. The final condition for the experiment involving the Sutherland ancient bacteria was fulfilled. In the ensuing days, Todd resided within the laboratory. Even at the witching hour, the lights burned bright. However, Todd's experiments did not proceed without hurdles. The initial challenge lay in injecting the fluid laced with Sutherland bacteria into the test subjects, as any organism exposed to these bacteria faced a significant risk of immediate death. Including the laboratory mice, the first few subjects succumbed to the potent concentration of Sutherland bacteria, leading to their demise. Subsequently, Todd meticulously reduced the dosage, ultimately determining a safe threshold. Following this, observing the living mice became a daunting task, lacking electronic monitoring equipment and medical diagnostic tools. Todd had to rely on his X-ray vision to periodically assess the state of the subjects. This process was lengthy and tedious, depriving the experimenter of restful sleep, necessitating checks every 3 to 4 hours to avert any abnormalities. In the initial days of the experiment, all values for the test subjects remained normal. However, by the third day, Todd discerned through his X-ray ability that the mice's heart rates, neural functions, and blood circulation exhibited various irregularities. By the fourth day, some organs and cavities of the subjects sustained damage, with several instances of hemoptysis. On the fifth day, damage to the central nervous system, inclusive of the brain, became evident, leading to a dulled response to external stimuli. By the sixth day, the nervous systems began to degenerate, overtaken by peculiar bacterial protrusions, causing the subjects' bodies to undergo aberration. The state of aberration was correlated with their abilities. For instance, a weakened ability would result in the formation of venom sacs and toxic bubbles, while the X-ray ability would lead to compound eyes forming. By the seventh day, the external appearance of the subjects changed dramatically. Nails elongated and sharpened, mandibles connected to venom sacs, tracheae linked to pulmonary toxic bubbles. Forelimbs devolved into claws, and hind limbs morphed into a centipede-like multitude of legs, with spikes protruding from the chest and spines emerging from the back, tails lengthening with barbs, and heads resembling those of a mantis. Featuring enormous, rotatable compound eyes, the once dormant nervous systems, now teeming with bacterial protrusions, began to regain activity, yet lacked basic neuronal connections. At this juncture, the organisms had lost all semblance of rational thought and had become exceedingly aggressive. Faced with this outcome, Todd was compelled to forcibly terminate the living experiment, administering a substantial dose of ether for a painless euthanasia, followed by decapitation as a precaution, through extensive multi-stage observations of the living subjects. Todd gradually pieced together the puzzle of the aberration caused by the Sutherland relics. The ancient Sutherland bacteria could seal and contain aberrant bacteria, digesting the toxins they released, only to release them under the allowance of the nervous system. Nevertheless, nothing is flawless. Any advantageous element will inevitably reveal its detrimental aspects. The crux lay in the unchanging quantity of the ancient Sutherland bacteria, which could not replicate, while the aberrant bacteria proliferated at an exponential rate. When the ratio of the two reached a critical threshold, and the Sutherland bacteria deemed the situation uncontrollable, they would shift from the role of police to that of butchers. The original role of containment would transform into consumption, engulfing and digesting the aberrant bacteria. Once the aberrant bacteria were entirely consumed, the Sutherland bacteria would redirect their assault towards normal cells, evolving into indiscriminate, malignant bacteria. This scenario would gradually permeate the host, first targeting the blood vessels, then the organs, and ultimately the nervous system, progressively altering the host's appearance and functions, transforming it into a mindless monster. Chapter 70. Original Sin. Stop. An elderly man clad in a gray monk's robe seized the iron whip wielded by the assailant. Glaring fiercely at the towering figure in black, the monstrous entity, stitched together from massive flesh, lay prostrate at the elder's feet, its hands clutching his thigh. Marius, those who fail their missions must inevitably face some form of punishment. Is that so strange? The voice of Hogu resonated within the cavern's depths as he perched upon a stone chair, his right hand cradling his chin, observing the intriguing father and son duo with a smile. Were it not for the guests who arrived here a few days ago, the director would have certainly dismantled your disobedient son and reassembled him anew. Hogu's gaze shifted to the creature sprawled on the ground, and he continued slowly. Nevertheless, this venture has yielded some gains, at the very least. The director's plan to cultivate the necromantic air using corpses and the Sutherland relics has made significant progress. Master Marius, with his frail shoulders bearing the weight of the creature, looked at Hogu and exclaimed, "Gains? You dare to call this a gain? You previously informed me that this was merely a small experiment, yet over half of the residents of Watchdown are dead." "Over half are dead." The man sighed softly, tilting his head back towards the rocky ceiling of the cavern, a mix of anger and resignation in his voice as he shouted, Marius, we have debated this issue countless times." Hogu rose from his stone seat, curling his limbs as he feigned an innocent demeanor, saying, "Why must we take lives? How beautiful is peace? These individuals are innocent, and he is but a child." "Listen," the man retorted, "if you wish to cultivate wheat in a thicket, you must first set fire to the weeds. If you aspire to erect a magnificent palace beside a crumbling shack, you must first raise the dilapidated structure." As he walked, he added, "You always fret over trivial matters, ultimately achieving nothing." Mary stood tall. "Has your God not taught you to cherish life?" At this, the man quickened his pace, advancing toward the aged cleric with a grim expression, grasping the crucifix at the elder's chest. He raised it before the latter's eyes, demanding, "Then tell me, in the very place where that massacre and tragedy unfolded, did the deity you worship show even a hint of compassion? Did it assist any innocent soul?" "No." Hogu hurled the crucifix at the old man's face. "It merely stands high above, watching the horrific scenes of the world unfold in silence. After all living beings return to dust, after blood has soaked the earth, it feigns aloofness and shamelessly demands that the living believe in it for salvation." Marius's face flushed crimson as he looked at the man before him, vehemently arguing, "What do you truly understand? What do you know? Each of us bears sin from the moment we are born. The paths we tread and the trials we endure are the tests of our Father." Hogu seized the old man's chin, his gaze icy and terrifying as he posed 3 questions in rapid succession. "Are these words spoken by someone else? Are these phrases you gleaned from the writings of others?" Exclamation point. "What you hear and see, is that truly the unwavering truth you believe in?" The creature stirred, its enormous hand swinging towards the man. The overwhelming force and destructive power struck only a dissipating cloud of black smoke. The smoke coalesced on the ground, encircling the creature's form. Before ascending its spine, the man regained his shape within the fog, perched upon the creature's shoulder, seizing the conduit beneath him and yanking it forcefully. With wails and howls, a torrent of liquid erupted from the junction. The creature collapsed with a thunderous crash, rendered motionless, indicating for his subordinates to remove the troublesome beast. Hogu calmed his emotions, wiping his palms with a dry cloth before resuming his seat on the stone chair. Casting a glance at the pale-faced elders standing in place. Regarding Watchdown, there is an intriguing matter you may not be aware of. My subordinate in the fortress has encountered an acquaintance of yours." Mary slowly lifted his head. Hogu tilted his head in contemplation. "Brother Todd." "No, you should now be referred to as Father Todd." The elder's eyes widened in astonishment. "Speaking of which, with this mission having failed, Father Todd must bear a portion of the responsibility." Upon hearing Hogu's words, Mary stepped forward. "That child is innocent." The man shook his head, chuckling. "No, Master, you just stated that we all bear sin. Moreover, this Father Todd not only disrupted our plans but also betrayed the monastery by joining the church. Is that not a grievous sin?" Mary's advanced another step, "I can assure you. He posed no threat. This incident was surely unintentional. In truth, that child is merely interested in alchemy." Hogu's interest peaked as he blinked. The God-blessed alchemist. He truly ought to express gratitude for that title, had it not been for this reason. The director would have long since ordered his elimination. "There is one more matter," the man said, producing a small brass tube from his bosom, smiling as he addressed the elder, regarding Todd. "You surely have not forgotten certain details, have you?" Mary's gaze fixed upon the object in the man's hand, his pupils constricting, his voice quivering. The air. A look of approval graced Hogu's features as he gestured with his fingers. "Precisely, just as I mentioned to you long ago. As the heir, Todd has little time left. Whether to reclaim the aberrants or the corpses will depend on the director's decision." Before he could finish, someone approached and whispered something to him that Hogu's brow furrowed deeper. "The director said that?" The newcomer nodded, speaking a few more words. "What now?" Hogu's expression shifted to one of surprise. Watching the messenger depart the cave, the man stroked his chin and remarked to Mary's, "It seems our father Todd may find fortune amidst calamity." After the director heard the reports from his subordinates regarding the battle at Watchfort, he suddenly wishes to meet this God-blessed alchemist. Hogu rubbed his palms together, murmuring to himself, "For this invitation, I must prepare some gifts beforehand." Summoning a subordinate, Hogu instructed, "Prepare a carriage for me. I must set out westward." His subordinate hesitated. "My lord, if you depart, how shall we respond to the envoy from the Silver Ring? He awaits in the village." Demanding an explanation for this failure. "Explanation?" Hogu smirked sideways. "Throw him into the hive barrel. When I return, I shall provide him with a thorough explanation." Chapter 71. The journey begins. Todd's experiments appeared to have reached a deadlock. The Sutherland ancient bacteria could not undergo division and reproduction, while other alien bacteria proliferated at an alarming rate that as time passed. The balance was shattered, and the former would transform from beneficial bacteria into virulent strains, not only consuming the alien bacteria but eventually turning on human cells, transforming the host into a mindless monstrosity. The key to resolving this dilemma lay in two questions. First, how to suppress the growth rate of alien bacteria. Second, how to increase the quantity of Sutherland bacteria. Regarding the first question, he had experimented with several natural antibiotics effective against bacteria, but due to their inadequate antibacterial properties, the results were negligible, and the division speed of the alien bacteria showed no significant decline. As for the second question, he had not refrained from attempting to artificially cultivate the Sutherland ancient bacteria, yet aside from its preference for high temperatures, Todd was utterly ignorant of how to balance the culture medium. Pressure, acidity, and alkalinity, catalysts, and other factors, rendering this endeavor impossible. Ultimately, even though he comprehended the cause of the air's aberration, he found himself devoid of any solutions. On an ordinary afternoon, Hawkins approached the laboratory's small building, carrying a meal of sea fish and vegetables prepared by the town's residents. Standing guard outside the laboratory's entrance was Alfonso, cradling a great sword and casting a glance at him, his eyes dull and devoid of hope. Sighing, Hawkins stepped inside the laboratory, the first sight greeting him being the shards of petri dishes that littered the floor, with sheets of paper documenting experimental data and processes torn into fragments. Scattered about, Todd sat at the lab table, his hands buried deep within his disheveled hair, bearing an expression of despondency and defeat. Finding a clean spot on the table, Hawkins placed down the meal and casually inquired, "Still no success?" The path of carbonized glycerin is also a dead end, without a stable environment at -20 degrees. It is utterly impossible. Listening to Todd's ramblings filled with incomprehensible jargon, Hawkins refrained from interrupting, waiting until the man finished before saying, "Do you not recall how we extracted silver in our first furnace? During a time when all believed there was no hope, it was your persistence that brought about the turning point." Todd glanced at him, forcing a bitter smile. "The issue is, I do not know if my time is sufficient to await such a turning point." Hawkins patted his shoulder and exited the room. Todd sat despondently in his chair, staring at the table before him, burying his face deep within his hands. That very night, Todd commenced a new antibacterial experiment within the laboratory. An unexpected visitor, one he had never anticipated, appeared before him. The black mist on the floor gradually coalesced, and a figure slowly straightened up. Todd quickly recognized the individual, the ringmaster of the bustling circus, Hogu. Since the last time he had subtly declined to join the Relief Society, Todd believed he would never cross paths with the man steeped in darkness again. Unexpectedly, at such a moment and in this very place, the man approached him unbidden. The man, known as Hogu, initially surveyed the laboratory equipment and apparatus with keen interest, reading the Latin labels on the bottles and jars placed on the wooden shelves. occasionally uttering genuine exclamations of admiration. "Mr. Todd, you are the second person I have encountered in the realm of alchemy with such extraordinary talent." Knowing that the man's intention for their meeting was unlikely to be mere flattery, Todd refrained from responding and quietly awaited his next words. To his surprise, Hoga ceased his discourse and instead fixated intently on Todd's face. Unable to endure the man's scrutinizing gaze any longer, Todd furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are you staring at?" Hoga smiled, retracting his gaze and waving his hand dismissively. "Ah, my apologies. I have been hearing so much about you lately that I couldn't help but be curious about what kind of person you truly are." At this critical juncture, Todd, already aflame with agitation, felt his temper flare even more upon hearing those words. Just as he was about to roll up his sleeves to argue with the man, Hoga produced an object from his pocket and tossed it to him. Todd instinctively reached out and caught the item, narrowing his eyes in scrutiny. It was a luminous copper tube, glimmering in the firelight, with the Latin phrase vita ex mortis inscribed upon its surface. Staring at the copper tube in his hand, Todd stood frozen, wide-eyed as he looked towards Hoga, stammering, "What is this?" Hoga found a chair to sit in, extinguished the nearest candle, and calmly replied, "You should be familiar with this. It is filled with Sutherland relics." "What?" "The contents within can delay the air's transformation, prolonging your life. Rest assured, no matter how many relics the air absorbs, they will not perish." Of course, Todd was well aware of this. The relics were indeed the ancient Sutherland bacteria, and inhaling them could increase the concentration of Sutherland bacteria in one's body, restoring balance within. However, what truly preoccupied Todd was far removed from this. "I want to know why you are giving this to me." Hoga set down the vial in his hand and offered Todd a smile. "Mr. Todd, shall we meet?" The man gestured towards the night outside the window. "The carriage is waiting outside. It is not far from here." Todd placed the Sutherland relics into the pocket of his lab coat, his expression darkening as he replied, "What if I say I don't have the time?" Hoga raised his chin thoughtfully and nodded. I understand. Father Todd is very busy, utterly swamped. Alas, to demonstrate our sincerity, I must present a second gift for our meeting." The man retrieved a small wooden vial from his pocket, smiling as he said, "You should be no stranger to the contents within. In fact, just a few days ago in Watchtower Town, you witnessed its power." Todd's body trembled slightly as he uttered a single word, "The hive." "You even know its name." "Marvelous. That saves me from further explanation." Hoga clapped his hands in delight. "I have plenty of such things, and I am not one to be stingy. Not only will you receive one, but everyone here shall receive a share as well. How does that sound?" Todd regarded the small vial in Hoga's hand with a deep gaze. Hoga shook the liquid within the vial and cast a provocative glance. "Lead the way." Chapter 72. The president, a woman clad in a grass-green fitted gown, sat gracefully in an armchair draped with a velvet blanket. Savoring a sip of red wine from her glass, her eyes closing as the rich flavors danced upon her palate, her voluptuous figure rose and fell with her breath, swaying elegantly, smooth and mellow. With a perfect balance of sweetness and acidity, this must be a new vintage from Idoric, harvested in the early summer. The woman's eyes fluttered open, her beautiful face alight with rapture as she gazed at the glass in her hand. "The pairing of red wine with this crystalline artifact is simply divine. If only I could add the roasted fruit feast from Silvering City to this. You know, it is the most renowned delicacy in the royal court. Slices of fruit soaked in honey, sprinkled with cashews, almonds, and pine nuts, slowly roasted over a low flame. One bite, and the flavors. Do you like the glass and the wine? Consider them a gift. Speak less, drink more." A coarse voice interrupted her musings. The elder seated across from her, with scraggly gray hair and dressed in a tattered work coat, absent-mindedly flipped through a stack of papers filled with calculations and data, while simultaneously raising a bottle of red wine to his lips. Observing his brutish drinking manner, the woman cast him a disdainful glance, carefully wiping the wine stains from her glass with a soft cloth before wrapping it and placing it into her leather case. "Let us discuss serious matters. Theodore, recently, there has been discontent regarding you within the Council of Elders." The woman's words finally pried the elder's attention away from his papers. She continued, somewhat irritated, "Your expenses last month were 3 times that of the month before, and you refused to report on your research progress. Moreover, the number of anomalies you have been supplying to the Discord Legion has been dwindling. Additionally, regarding last week's battle at Watchtower Fort, the Relief Society's experimental subjects not only failed to complete their mission, but I hear they also defied orders and fled the battlefield. You know, I had to expend considerable effort to pacify that rabble from the north over this matter, just as the woman prepared to continue her tirade. A steady knocking at the door interrupted. The elder set down the wine bottle and tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest 3 times. A man dressed as a farmer entered, approaching the elder to whisper something. "Oh, has he arrived?" The elder's thick eyebrows perked up, his demeanor transforming dramatically as he eagerly set down the papers. The woman in green took a delicate sip of her wine, smiling as she remarked, "Is our guest here?" Theodore raised an eyebrow, glaring at her and grumbling. "Rachel, remember, that is my guest. You are intruding." Unfazed by the elder's sharp words, the woman dabbed her lips with a white handkerchief, smoothing the wrinkles from her attire as she replied with a smile, "What does it matter? When I came looking for you, I happened to hear that this esteemed guest was visiting, and meeting everyone is simply fate's design. Besides, I genuinely have matters to discuss with him. Rachel, don't blame this old man for not warning you. This is my territory, and you would do well to keep your council of elders' tricks to yourself." A fleeting flash of wrath crossed the elder's eyes as he tidied up the papers on the table, instructing the attendant, "Show the guest to the main reception room, and have the chefs begin preparing dinner, the finest dinner." Exquisite oil paintings, lavish carpets, and gleaming gold ornaments surrounded Todd as he stood in an opulent reception hall, his mind grappling with a dissonance that felt utterly out of place. In a location adorned with such high-end decor and luxurious furnishings, it was astonishing to discover that it was situated less than a day's journey from the carriage stop in Mushi Town, within an inconspicuous agricultural warehouse in the southern part of Moonstream Plain. Noticing Todd's bewilderment, Hogu tilted his head and spoke in a peculiar tone. "When you meet the president, regardless of his words or actions, please maintain the necessary respect. He can be a bit eccentric." Todd shot a cold glance at him. "Can he possibly be more eccentric than you?" Hogu locked eyes with Todd and said, "Father, remember my words. Never attempt to provoke this elder." Just as Todd was about to inquire further, a booming voice interrupted his thoughts. "Mr. Todd, I have longed to meet you, though time has eluded me. Who would have thought you would come to find me first?" An elder clad in workshop attire approached him with brisk strides. His robust frame and chiseled features complemented by a striking mane of thick white eyebrows. Todd felt a wave of surprise wash over him, casting a glance at Hogu for confirmation. The elderly man before him, with an appearance reminiscent of a blacksmith, was indeed the president of the Relief Society. Hogu rolled his eyes and shrugged, nodding in affirmation. Having arrived in haste, Todd still wore the gray work attire from the laboratory beneath his cloak. The elder approached him, eyeing Todd's coat speckled with colorful reagents, then glancing at his own canvas-like workshop attire, a rare expression of joy and delight breaking across his face. He clapped Todd on the back with hearty laughter. Though it was their first meeting, it felt as though they were old friends reunited after many years. Theodore warmly took the bewildered Todd by the hand, guiding him deeper into the hall. As they traversed the room, a faint green figure flitted past Todd's vision, the face eluding his memory, save for the lingering image of those captivating azure eyes. Following the president of the Relief Society, they pushed open the door at the end of the hall, revealing a room that nearly made Todd forget to think. Inside were several enormous wooden tables, laden with items he was intimately familiar with, sketches of silver refining furnaces, formulations for chemical experiments, flowcharts for reagent preparation, and even a replica of a microscope he had crafted himself. Here is, Todd appeared somewhat bewildered, as if he had stumbled upon a replica of his own laboratory, albeit with more rudimentary materials and clumsily imitated instruments. Yet, one could genuinely discern the immense effort the creator had exerted in crafting these artifacts. Theodore picked up a sketch of a refining furnace, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "This was meticulously drawn by an artist I commissioned. I also possess a wooden model of this furnace, regrettably not present here." He then lifted another sheet filled with chemical equations and reaction pathways, proclaiming, "This document details the journey of your alchemical materials to Silver Ring City. I bribed those avaricious individuals to transcribe these notes for me. I read this manuscript daily." Next, he carefully grasped the imitation microscope, exclaiming with delight, "This is the most astonishing device I've ever encountered. Your instrument is a work of genius. It magnifies everything 100-fold. Through it, I can perceive countless things previously invisible. Truly marvelous." Mr. President, observing the elderly gentleman becoming increasingly animated, Todd felt perplexed. Could it be that his counterpart summoned him solely to display these curiosities? Chapter 73. The banquet Rachel reclined on a chair fashioned from wood and soft stuffing. Furrowing her brow as she surveyed the room filled with mismatched items, she turned to the young peasant woman behind her and inquired, "Are the village chief and the guests still conversing?" The maid, acutely aware of the importance of her position, promptly bent in deference and replied, "My lord and his guest remain inside the grand hall. They have yet to emerge." The woman in the pale green gown clenched her fist and struck the wooden table before her, causing her bosom to sway dramatically, much to the maid's astonishment. "The sun has already set. Did they not intend to dine?" Excuse me, what did you just say?" The peasant woman, regaining her composure, redirected her gaze from Rachel's chest, having entirely forgotten the question, and was compelled to seek clarification. Dinner, when can we eat?" The maid struggled to focus on the inquirer's face and cautiously responded, "The chefs have prepared the dishes. I trust my lord will be here shortly." As Rachel turned her face away, the young peasant woman seized the opportunity to discreetly lift her garment and glance down, emitting a frustrated sigh. "You mean to say these symbols and equations are not the codes and ciphers of alchemists, but rather called that?" A resounding voice echoed from outside the room. Rachel lifted her head from the table, resembling a little beast that had just heard the command to dine. Chemical equations. The first to enter was Todd, who pushed open the wooden door to the grand hall and held it ajar, ushering Theodore into the room. The elder seemed unconcerned by such formalities, but the young woman in green observed this action with a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Todd turned his head and caught sight of the other guest lounging in the chair, clad in a snug gown that accentuated her exquisite curves. He quickly averted his gaze, somewhat astonished as he looked toward the president of the Relief Society. The latter regarded the individual at the table, thoughtfully stroking his beard while contemplating his introductory words, before solemnly stating, "Allow me to introduce this lady. She is Rachel, an acquaintance of mine," making an effort to avert his gaze from her figure. Todd nodded to the woman before turning his attention to the peculiar dining setup before him. The banquet table was square, encircled by 3 chairs adorned with cushions, their edges just high enough to rise above the table. Todd watched as Theodore removed his shoes and reclined into the chair on the left, while Rachel occupied the one on the right, leaving Todd with the sole chair facing the grand entrance. Dining while reclining? What sort of custom is this? Moreover, is it not uncomfortable to eat in such a position? With the intention of conforming to local customs, Todd also removed his shoes and cautiously settled into the prominent chair. His head faced Theodore, but he found it impossible to direct his unwashed feet towards the lady on the opposite side. Instead, he curled his legs into his lap, adopting a fetal position in his chair. Observing the odd stance of the individual before her, Rachel immediately grasped his intent. Unable to contain her mirth, she lay back entirely, one hand covering her mouth while the other thumped the table. Laughing heartily, Theodore shot a disapproving glance at the lady across from him, clapped his hands, and gestured for the maids to commence the banquet. First, small wooden cups, narrow at the bottom and wide at the top, were placed before each guest. As the maids poured the newly brewed red wine into their vessels, Theodore raised his cup, hoisting it high into the air, and declared, "The first toast is dedicated to the heavens, the deities of war and order." With that, he downed the contents in one gulp. Observing the lady across from him reciting the same words and emptying her cup, Todd followed suit. The elder swiftly raised his second cup, proclaiming, "The second toast is to the glory of Tyro." The others mirrored his gesture. "The third toast is to the Savior, Sutherland." As he listened to the contents and sequence of the 3 toasts, Todd began to piece together their significance. After finishing the 3 cups of wine, Theodore set his cup aside and once again clapped his hands to signal the next course of the banquet. The maids brought forth an array of utensils, laying them out upon the table. There were knives, toothpicks, and various spoons, including long-handled spoons, pointed spoons, and scoops suitable for consuming eggs or shellfish. The sumptuous array of dishes was presented, including appetizers, 2 main courses, a barbecue, and a dessert. The appetizers consisted of a salad made from lettuce and onions, accompanied by eggs, sashimi, olives, and cheese. The main courses featured a hearty meat and vegetable soup, a savory rabbit stew, while the barbecue showcased grilled mackerel, and the dessert comprised an assortment of fruits such as pomegranates, citrus, plums, blueberries, and mulberries. As the guests engaged in the ritual of toasting, Todd noticed something peculiar. Unlike the first 3 ceremonial wines, the subsequent red wine was noticeably blended with honey and spring water, rendering the alcohol content nearly negligible, making it far more palatable to accommodate the sentiments of both his neighbors. Todd conversed with Theodore about various phenomena and reactions within the realms of microbiology and chemistry, while simultaneously engaging Rachel in light-hearted discussions about the cultural customs and culinary delights he recalled from the medieval period. He discovered that the lady displayed little interest in topics beyond food and drink. Her enthusiasm peaked solely when discussing such matters. Seizing the opportunity, he began to recount the delectable street foods and regional specialties he had seen on television in his previous life. The table was soon filled with laughter and joviality, a delightful exchange between host and guests. During the banquet, Theodore, amidst their discussions, suddenly spoke of the venerable Sutherland, extolling his virtues and accomplishments. One particular passage captured Todd's attention. According to Tyro's accounts, Sutherland, in his youth, constructed a small dwelling at the mouth of the Albano volcano to conduct his alchemical experiments, residing there for a full 8 years. Such a spirit of dedication to truth is truly commendable. Upon hearing this, Todd's cup hovered in midair, his mind suddenly ablaze with clarity, as if the clouds had parted after a storm, allowing sunlight to stream through. "Mr. President, call me Theodore." The elder shot a sidelong glance at the individual beside him. "Very well. Theodore and I have long wished to learn more about the illustrious deeds of Sutherland. But as you know, within the purview of the Church, access to such books and writings is strictly controlled. Therefore, might I kindly request you?" The president of the Relief Society, his face flushed from the effects of alcohol, waved his hand dismissively. "No problem. As a member of the, how could one remain ignorant of Sutherland's life? Fetch a copy of the Life of Sutherland for Todd." Observing the excitement that involuntarily flickered across Todd's face as he received the book, the woman in green took a sip of her wine, smiling softly. However, Todd caught a glimpse of her expression from the corner of his eye and, startled, quickly set the book down, hastily changing the subject. "Miss Rachel, I noticed you have only partaken of the appetizers. It appears you have yet to touch the main courses or the barbecue." Theodore, hearing this, glanced at the table before the lady. Indeed, the salad had been entirely consumed. Yet the meat stew, grilled fish, and vegetable soup remained largely untouched. The elder turned to regard his servants, who were now trembling in fear, kneeling on the ground as if they were in a state of utter panic. The lady delicately stirred the dishes before her with a small spoon, her mind evidently elsewhere, as she replied, "It is not their fault. I simply cannot stomach such ordinary food. If only the alchemy you speak of could transform these unpalatable dishes into something more appetizing." The elder's eyes widened in disbelief, a rebuttal forming on his lips, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Witnessing Theodore's increasingly darkening expression and the terrified, hopeless gazes of the servants, Todd, feeling a pang of compassion, chuckled softly, "Miss Rachel, this is not an insurmountable challenge." Everyone in the room turned their attention to the speaker, disbelief etched across their faces. Rachel raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Let me preface this by saying I do not wish to eat sulfur or mercury. Rest assured, it will be completely safe to consume." As Todd spoke, he reached out to the maid behind him for paper and pen. Theodore and Rachel rose from their chairs, craning their necks to peer over. Their curiosity piqued as they watched Todd write down the necessary equipment and materials on the dining table, their astonishment growing. "Are these items truly alchemical materials?" the lady asked, looking towards the elder with a puzzled expression. The elderly man nodded slightly, then shook his head. "There are certain things I am aware of, while others remain unclear to me, as matters concerning one's own life and estate were at stake." The servants swiftly prepared the necessary items, and Todd commenced his culinary experiments in alchemy. First, he evenly distributed wheat bran into a beaker, opened a bottle labeled hydrochloric acid in Latin, diluted the liquid to approximately 34, and poured the diluted hydrochloric acid into the beaker, applying pressure to expedite hydrolysis. Next, he extracted and decomposed a black hydrolyzed substance, utilizing the blood charcoal portion from animal bones, activated carbon, to decolorize and purify it. Subsequently, he subjected the resultant liquid substance to high-temperature vacuum, deoxygenation, concentration, yielding a white crystalline substance, glutamic acid. Finally, he reacted the white crystals with sodium hydroxide for secondary concentration, followed by gentle drying, resulting in a semi-transparent crystalline granule, sodium glutamate. The experimental process persisted for nearly 2 hours, yet Theodore and Rachel found no hint of tedium, the former due to the intrigue of alchemy, the latter due to the delight of dining. Todd signaled to the cooks to incorporate the final semi-transparent crystalline granules into the soup and meat pot, and after brushing the grilled fish with it, they processed it once more. Within 20 minutes of serving the dishes again, every drop of soup and morsel of meat had vanished. Theodore, eyes wide with astonishment, while Rachel devoured all remaining food with unabashed zeal. It was then that Todd realized this woman was, without a doubt, an insatiable glutton. Once they had finished their meal and inquired of Todd what the substance was, he promptly replied, monosodium glutamate. Chapter 74. Cooperation in stark contrast to Theodore's appearance of having overeaten. Rachel exuded an air of elegance. Gently wiping the corners of her mouth with the white tablecloth, she patted her ample bosom and remarked with a smile, "You have truly opened my eyes, Mr. Todd." In the presence of the president of the Relief Society, Todd maintained a certain composure. Yet when conversing with this seemingly harmless woman, an inexplicable pressure lingered in his heart. Rachel speared a somewhat unripe mulberry with a toothpick. Slowly placing it into her mouth, her almond-shaped eyes curving into crescent moons as she spoke. "Mr. Todd, dinner has concluded. Let us discuss." Noticing Theodore's frown, the woman swiftly shifted her focus. "Your situation." "My situation?" Todd furrowed his brow, puzzled by the implications of her words. "Mr. Todd, I have perused your introduction. From monk to priest within the church, your experiences over the past 2 months can only be described as legendary. Defeating pirates, treasure hunting overseas, heresy trials, now you are the hero sung of in every street and alley." Listening to the woman, Todd remained silent, his expression growing increasingly grave as a sense of foreboding began to take root. However, some matters are not as simple as you might imagine. As Rachel spoke, she retrieved a map from her leather bag, drawing several lines and a circle with a pen, continuing, "You mentioned that prior to setting sail for the northern archipelago, you unearthed a crystal relic. Yet the duration of each voyage was consistently around 3 days. Considering the return journey, ocean currents, wind direction, and the time expended on supplies and excavation, the actual time spent traveling is not as extensive as one might think. When you factor in the ship's speed, you can delineate an approximate radius of your voyages centered around the port of Mushi." Gazing at the circle Rachel had drawn on the map, Todd's eyes widened. Within this range of the northern archipelago, there are hardly a few islands. Even if one were to hire a vessel and inspect each island, it wouldn't take much time. Just consider, if someone truly undertook the laborious task of searching the entire area without discovering any signs of excavation, would they not wonder, where exactly is the crystal treasure? Rachel then produced 2 similar yet distinctly different glass artifacts. "Mr. Todd, do these look familiar to you? We went to great lengths to procure these." The 2 crystal relics are fundamentally alike, yet the one on the left is from your initial shipment to Silver Ring City, while the one on the right is from the most recent batch sent to the border. As he observed the green-clad woman hold the 2 glass pieces up to the firelight for comparison, Todd suddenly grasped the crux of the issue, his breathing quickening as he nearly gasped for air. The left one from the first batch has bubbles at the bottom, with significant impurities and obvious signs of unskilled craftsmanship at the joints, whereas the right piece is entirely different. Meticulously crafted with minimal impurities, approaching perfection. Rachel tilted her head, gazing at the silent man. These are clearly excavated Tyro artifacts, identical in style, yet markedly different in craftsmanship, and coincidentally from different batches. Do you not find this too coincidental? If the aforementioned points merely raise suspicions, your conduct during the heresy trial has effectively buried the last shovel of dirt upon your grave. You publicly revealed your identity as an alchemist and conducted alchemical experiments before the crowd. Rachel approached Todd. Observing the beads of sweat forming on his forehead, she softly stated, "Northern Islands, advanced craftsmanship, mastery of alchemy. Do you not think that when these elements are combined, it implicitly acknowledges that you possess the skill to create crystals?" The woman crouched beside Todd, her tone gentle, yet her words chilling. "What I can conceive, the vultures of the church are surely capable of as well. Do you know what they will do next?" Todd swallowed hard, involuntarily asking, "What will they do?" "They will politely refuse all your requests. Yet they will lavish praise upon your accomplishments in the Holy Department report, promote you, and reassign you to a nominal position in the central diocese, while appointing someone to take over your town of Mushi. Following that, they will concoct a crime to pin upon you. Ultimately, whether they roast you or boil you will be at their discretion." Rachel returned to her chair, stretching her body, and smiled as she said, "You should really be grateful that the Tyro script engraved upon the crystal has yet to provoke their actions. If it weren't for the Father Church in the most righteous church vying for the claim to orthodoxy, needing to utilize these relics as evidence. You might have already found yourself imprisoned. Todd sat cross-legged, burying his head in his hands. Despairing as he closed his eyes, what he had once deemed a flawless plan had revealed so many flaws, striking him like a resounding slap to the face. "Mr. Todd, I have a proposal for you to consider." Noticing Theodore's solemn expression, the woman paused before continuing. "Let us collaborate. We can help you navigate this predicament and offer you greater power and wealth. Moreover, we are of the same kind, bound by an inescapable destiny. So there is no need to fear betrayal." Todd lifted his head. To Rachel's surprise, his expression remained serene. "What do you require of me?" "Quite simple. Only two matters. First, we wish to establish a sanctuary for our kind in the town of Mushi to ensure that the church's influence does not jeopardize their safety." After pondering the first condition, Todd took a moment before grasping their intent. "So, the most dangerous place is indeed the safest?" Rachel chuckled at his words. "You are absolutely correct. And the second condition? If I recall correctly, the church once granted you a commission to establish the Father Sisterhood. Did they not? Indeed. We hope to establish a convent in Mushi, which we will manage." Rubbing his nose, Todd's gaze drifted toward the candlelight, his mind weighing the pros and cons the establishment of a sanctuary for their kind. If managed properly, posed minimal risk. As long as confidentiality and coordination were maintained, no major issues should arise. However, conceding control of the convent to the Relief Society would mean they could openly establish a permanent stronghold in the town. Following that, indoctrination of the town's residents and potential religious riots could easily ensue. Contemplating this, Todd's expression grew troubled, and just as he was about to reject the proposal, Rachel seemed to perceive his inner turmoil and smiled. "I nearly forgot to mention. Regarding the second condition, I have some supplementary details to share. For the convent in Mushi, we will only assign one person to serve as the resident head, without any additional personnel. If only one person were to come, that could be acceptable. At worst, they could arrange for someone to keep watch 24/7. Todd nodded slightly and posed his final question. "When can the head you appoint arrive?" Rachel leaned over the table, her upper body curving enticingly, one hand resting on the table while the other pointed to her brow, breaking into a smile. "As long as you are willing, I can come at any time." Chapter 75. The Unraveling of the Sutherland Mystery. 7 days after the conclusion of the Relief Society's banquet, Todd stood at the entrance of the church in Mushi, alongside a crowd of onlookers. Observing a group of taciturn craftsmen on an open lot beside the church, compacting stones and laying a foundation, not far from the construction site, Rachel and Karen stood clad in flowing white nun's habits. As Karen caught sight of the priest, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She had barely taken 2 steps when the head nun from behind seized her by the ear and whispered a reprimand. Witnessing this scene, Todd could not help but shake his head in amusement and exasperation. The morning following the conclusion of the banquet, Todd intended to return to Mushi town without delay. He had assumed that Rachel would require several days to prepare before she could make her way over. To his surprise, she merely grabbed a leather bag and a small wooden box before hopping onto the carriage. By the following morning after their arrival in Mushi town, a group of craftsmen responsible for constructing the convent appeared beside the church, leaving Todd astounded by Rachel's remarkable efficiency. Furthermore, it was perplexing how, within just a few days, Karen, who previously roamed freely and unrestrained in the town, had become utterly obedient to Rachel, even donning the nun's habit she had previously refused to wear. Exiting the church, Todd returned to the small laboratory, once again opening the volume of the Sutherland Chronicles that Theodore had gifted him. The particular passage concerning the youthful academic endeavors of the sage caught his attention at the age of 26. While employed at the Tyro Alchemical Academy, Sutherland constructed a small abode on the rim of the Albano volcano to conduct alchemical experiments, residing there for a full 8 years. Each morning, he would descend into the depths of the volcanic caverns, carrying fresh water and provisions to gather and refine materials. At 34, he returned to the capital, continuing his alchemical studies while traveling with the Legion as a pharmacist. Todd slowly closed the book, deep in contemplation. Sutherland's ancient bacteria, when injected into a host, exhibited neither proliferation nor diminishment. However, if foreign bacteria exceeded its capacity, disrupting the balance, the ancient bacteria would exhibit aggressive behavior, transforming the host into a monster. According to the Church's records, over the past millennium, nearly all individuals afflicted by the Sutherland legacy had succumbed to monstrosity, with only one exception, Sutherland himself. Thus, it could be deduced that the alchemist Sutherland must have somehow secured a stable supply of ancient bacteria within his body, suppressing the foreign bacteria until his demise in battle. Yet, how did this ancient bacteria enter Sutherland's system? Based on the microbiological research from a bygone era, from the discovery of archaea in 1977 to the year of his crossing, only a little over 100 species had been identified. Generally categorized by habitat, they included thermophilic archaea, residing in volcanic craters, halophilic archaea, thriving in high salinity waters, and acidophilic archaea, existing in strong acidic environments, among a few others. In light of the records from the Sutherland Chronicles, it seemed most probable that the ancient bacteria in question were indeed the first type, thermophilic archaea near volcanic sites. This left one final question: how to acquire a substantial quantity of Sutherland's ancient bacteria to resolve his successor crisis? Todd had no intention of emulating that alchemist from a millennium past by venturing to a volcanic site in search of archaea. Such an endeavor was fraught with uncertainty. He might very well transform into a monster during his journey. The optimal solution would be to artificially cultivate Sutherland's ancient bacteria, although this would necessitate simulating the volcanic environment. With this clarity, Todd finally exhaled a sigh of relief at his workstation. The enigma surrounding Sutherland's ancient bacteria comprised four integral pieces: knowledge from past microbiology, experimental apparatus capable of observing bacteria, the Church's secret history of hunting successors, and Sutherland's life experiences. With these pieces aligned, the puzzle was complete, and the mystery unveiled, illuminating the previously obscured truth. Gathering the necessary blueprints and tools, Todd began sketching a design for a metal-sealed culture dish to simulate the volcanic environment. Quickly completing the plans, he placed them into a wooden tube, intending to hand them over to Harkins later for the craftsman to fabricate. Having successfully addressed a significant concern, Todd stretched in his chair and glanced around the laboratory, suddenly realizing he had forgotten how long it had been since he last strolled through the town. Setting down his pen, he locked the room and ventured onto the main street of the small town. By around 4 in the afternoon, the streets gradually filled with townsfolk returning from their day's labor. Congregating around the town center, the area surrounding the church bustled with the vibrancy of Mushi town, as the sounds of jovial chatter from taverns mingled with the various animal sounds from the livestock market. Alongside the lively activity of weaving shops, linen stores, merchants, and food carts. Despite the lively atmosphere, Todd observed the swirling dust and litter strewn across the streets, rubbing his nose in frustration. The public management of Mushi town relied entirely on the residents' voluntary upkeep, a practice that, while significantly reducing municipal expenditures, fell far short of acceptable hygiene standards and planning levels. Is governance truly a bane, yet something we must rely upon? Todd pondered as he greeted passing townsfolk, his thoughts meandering as he wandered farther along, gradually making his way to the town's outskirts. The transition of a medieval village into a small town hinged critically on the establishment of city walls. However, Mushi town faced insurmountable challenges in this regard, primarily due to its coastal location. Although the town maintained a defense force, its maritime military presence was virtually non-existent, rendering even the best fortifications mere decor. Additionally, with the burgeoning population and expanding boundaries, the planning and construction of city walls became an impractical endeavor. He traversed the outermost areas of the town, passing clusters of farmers' thatched huts. Todd beheld the verdant fields, each separated by narrow pathways, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Dejected and weary, laborers trudged past the priest, some bowing their heads, while others bent their knees in deference. Todd made the sign of the cross above their heads, murmuring a prayer before turning to retrace his steps back to the church. However, the faint sound of weeping nearby caught his attention. Approaching the roadside, he parted the grass to reveal a young farmer and his wife, sitting in their field, weeping uncontrollably. Beside them, their crops of lima beans and chickpeas lay yellowed and withered, drooping toward the earth. As Todd drew closer, the farmer, recognizing the priest's garb, hastily pulled his wife to her knees. Ignoring their supplications, Todd knelt down, examining the soil beneath him, glancing at the distant coastline. Then observing the lifeless seedlings, he began to grasp the situation. Being near the sea, Mushi town's underground waters allowed seawater to permeate the surrounding land, resulting in much of the area being salt-alkali soil. While some salt-tolerant plants could be cultivated, neutral-loving crops would yield nothing. Sighing as he surveyed the expanse of dead seedlings before him, Todd addressed the couple. You must switch your crops to wheat, while there is still time. Quickly till the soil and start anew. Father, we are out of funds. These seedlings were all we could muster, mortgaging our last possessions to borrow from the landowner. The farmer's words momentarily stunned Todd. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "How many households like yours are facing a total loss this spring?" The couple exchanged glances before providing Todd with a shocking response. Almost all of them. Chapter 76. The farmers at 6 o'clock that evening. Unlike any other day, the church in Mushi town was ablaze with light. The chapel filled to capacity. No one sat. All stood, gazing toward the enormous cross carved from birchwood at the center of the church. Hands clasped in silent prayer. Upon learning of the farmers' dire circumstances that afternoon, Todd immediately summoned their leader, Sasha, an elderly farmer who had fled from the east to escape intolerable taxes, commanding him to promptly notify all farmers within Mushi town to send one representative from each household to enter the church when the bell tolled 6 times. The medieval bell tower rang every 3 hours. For instance, ringing twice at 6 in the morning. Holding the Bible, Todd entered the chapel from the side door and ascended to the pulpit. Casting a glance at the congregation, he had initially believed that life in the monastery was the epitome of hardship in the Middle Ages. But upon seeing the gaunt faces and sunken eyes of the farmers before him, he realized that the depths of hell had no bottom. Wearing patched, tattered woolen garments, hats resembling ragged socks, and filthy trousers that obscured their original colors. These impoverished souls were all that the farmers possessed, their hair damp and shoes still bearing water stains. It was evident they had hurriedly washed before arriving at the church, yet the stench of decay and animal waste permeated the air, compelling Todd to breathe through his mouth to ward off the foul odor invading his nostrils. Commencing with the customary daily praise, Todd opened the scriptures and proclaimed in a loud voice, "Eternal Creator, you orchestrate the rhythm of day and night, the seasons ever-changing, rich in diversity and sorrow." The crowd responded with reverence. After completing this ritual, he counted the attendees. There were 32 present among the 33 registered farming households in Mushi town. Why is one missing? Sasha, grasping his hat respectfully, stepped forward to answer. One family went to gather firewood in the nearby woods and did not return before sunset. They were taken by marauding bandits. What? Todd exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. He was astonished to discover that there were indeed bandits around the town of Mushi. But what shocked him even more was the complete lack of sympathy or sorrow on the faces of the farmers who lived in close proximity to this turmoil. Some were fearful, others felt a sense of relief, yet the majority wore expressions of apathy, utterly indifferent to the plight at hand. After casting a glance at everyone, Todd began to comprehend the underlying reasons. Many of these individuals were marked by physical deformities, enlarged heads, sunken chests, hunchbacks, bowed legs, and distended bellies, all indicative of long-term malnutrition. One could hardly expect individuals who struggled to secure their own basic sustenance to possess the energy to concern themselves with the lives of others. With a heavy sigh, he set aside the Bible and engaged in casual conversation with the farmers. As the discussion unfolded, Todd found himself increasingly alarmed. He had previously heard tales of the darkness, ignorance, and backwardness of the Middle Ages, but upon gaining true insight, he realized that the reality far exceeded his imagination. These farmers subsisted on untreated water and foraged wild plants, their homes mere makeshift huts constructed from logs and thatch. Upon entering their dwellings, one would find nothing but dirt beneath their feet, with roofs lacking windows, save for a small hole to allow smoke to escape. 3 generations would crowd into a single small room, sometimes even sharing space with livestock, sleeping and eating together. People would engage in intimate acts, relieve themselves, and fulfill various physiological needs in the presence of relatives and friends, ultimately surviving in a confined space with little more than a dog-esque existence. As for agricultural tools, iron implements were a distant dream. They possessed only crude wooden tools that wore out quickly during use. Oxen were impractical for them, as they lacked the knowledge to harness draft animals correctly, merely fastening plows to the necks of their cows with rough leather straps. Consequently, these straps would often tighten during plowing, choking the animals and cutting off blood supply to their brains, leading to brain damage or asphyxiation. Thus, when it came time to till the fields, these farmers preferred to utilize another type of livestock, the women in their households. Hearing this, Todd thought he must have misheard. Yet, it was true. The farmers present deemed it perfectly reasonable to use their wives or daughters as plow oxen. Turning the conversation to the disastrous spring harvest, Todd learned that of the 32 farming households, 29 had planted various leguminous crops ill-suited to the coastal, alkaline soil, resulting in diminished yields or total crop failure. Puzzled, Todd inquired why they did not plant wheat, barley, rye, or oats, crops that required less from the soil and could provide sustenance. The farmer's explanation left him momentarily speechless. Leguminous crops fetched a higher market price, and they needed the income to repay their debts. As Todd delved deeper, he understood the reasons behind their plight. Unlike the free men who owned land and tools, these farmers lacked fixed holdings and had previously depended on the landowners or nobles, surviving through the rental of land, tools, and seeds. However, several months prior, the establishment of Mushi Town, with its enticing offer of free land, had lured these farmers to take the perilous step of abandoning their former landlords to seek a new life as free men. Yet, a new problem arose. While Mushi Town provided land, it offered no tools or seeds for borrowing. Left with no choice, these farmers turned to merchants for loans to purchase what they needed. In Todd's eyes, the merchant's annual interest rate of 33 was nothing short of usurious, yet the farmers regarded it as commonplace. Ultimately, due to their ignorance of soil chemistry, the expensive seeds they had purchased rotted in the ground. After questioning everyone, Todd returned to the pulpit with a heavy heart. Since the founding of Mushi Town, he had entrusted all affairs to the townspeople, immersing himself in laboratory work with flasks and reagents. He believed that everything outdoors was splendid and that people were capable of taking care of themselves. However, he overlooked one critical detail. This was not the 21st century. It was a knowledge-scarce Middle Ages where people could not search online or had few opportunities to learn. Relying solely on the scant experiences passed down from their ancestors, barely scraping by in this dark world. What, then, should he do moving forward, if he chose to focus solely on his own well-being? Having unraveled the mystery of the Sutherland relics, he would no longer be in danger and could easily seek a place to live in comfort with his knowledge from a past life. But if he endeavored to alleviate the suffering of others, could he bear such a burdensome responsibility? The church fell into a profound silence, the priest seemingly lost in meditation, devoid of movement or sound. The farmers exchanged anxious glances. Suddenly, Todd slammed his hand on the pulpit with a resounding clap, startling everyone that he stood up and addressed Sasson, saying, "There is something I need you to do immediately. Find someone who can read and inform them it is my request to list all the loan amounts for each farming household." Upon hearing the priest's words, a woman hidden behind a column smiled softly and exited the church. Chapter 77. The Tea Party. What? 61 silver moons plus 36 copper stars, such a sum? They merely rented some rudimentary farming tools and purchased a few bags of seeds. Listening to Todd's loud incredulity, the merchant responsible for negotiating with the creditors wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied awkwardly, "Father, indeed, they should not owe this much money. However, it appears that the creditors have received instructions from others to exploit the loopholes in the loan contracts and raise the interest." Received instructions? Todd, now fuming, demanded, "Whose instructions?" "Those farmers' former masters," the merchant explained. Todd was taken aback. The merchant continued, "These farmers were once beholden to the landowners and nobles, but upon seeing the announcement from Mushi Town, they stealthily fled here. Those landowners are displeased with you, but dare not provoke the church's influence, so they seized this opportunity." Defeated, Todd sank back into his chair and waved his hand dismissively. "I understand. Thank you for your efforts." The merchant made the sign of the cross and bowed his head as he departed. A band of opportunistic marauders, Todd silently cursed as he hurried out of the church and into the storeroom of the laboratory. Beneath the floorboards of the storeroom lay a hidden compartment containing a locked wooden chest where he kept his money and valuables. With hopeful anticipation, he opened the lock and peered inside, only to feel a chill run through him. The chest contained a modest amount of coins, which appeared substantial and felt heavy, yet most were copper stars, with only a few silver moons scattered among them. This was far from sufficient. Reflecting on it now, since handing over the silver refining facility to the monastery, his sources of wealth had diminished significantly. Currently, he received only the meager stipend from the church and the paltry taxes collected from Mushi Town's residents. Having recently paid the deposit for the creation of Sutherland ancient bacteria culture plates, he now faced a substantial financial gap if he were to take on the farmers' debts. Increasing taxes in the small town, that approach was untenable. All industries in Mushi town were just beginning to develop, and whether fishermen, blacksmiths, or artisans, everyone was in need of funds. Raising taxes at this juncture would disrupt their financial plans and undermine their loyalty and confidence. Selling off inventory glass, that too was impractical, as the market's glass supply was already limited, and selling it off prematurely would draw unwelcome attention. Moreover, the church likely had a good chance of discovering his mastery of the manufacturing process. Selling crystal relics at this moment, if the information leaked, would tarnish his image as a cleric and worsen his relationship with the church. It was truly not worth the risk. Was there any way to secure funds to assist the farmers in overcoming their difficulties? Todd's gaze drifted to the laboratory table, where he noticed several uncrushed animal bones in the grinding bowl. Bones? Outside the church, a new notice had been posted, capturing the attention of passers-by. It read, to celebrate the 5-month anniversary of Mushi Town's establishment. Father Todd intends to hold a tea party in the square outside the church at noon 3 days hence, open to all residents. What is a tea party? The residents exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of its meaning. However, since the priest mentioned a celebration and that everyone could participate, it likely was not a bad thing. Over the next 3 days, in taverns, fields, and workshops, the townspeople of Mushi Town discussed the tea party with great fervor, speculating whether the Holy Son would deliver a sermon or if it was a blessing from the Heavenly Father's alchemy for the faithful. Amidst the various conjectures, one sentiment was unanimous. Everyone eagerly anticipated the day to arrive. On the morning of the notice, a large wooden platform was erected in Mushi Town Square, adorned with colorful drapery. Some clever individuals woke early, bringing their families and preparing provisions, securing good vantage points. Witnessing this, others called their friends and arrived at the square in droves by 11 o'clock. The square was teeming with people, a veritable sea of faces. Shortly after, several catechumens from the church emerged, carrying 4 large baskets filled with roasted beans. Drawing the attention of the crowd, each catechumen held a small scoop, and they ladled out a measure of beans for every man, woman, child, and artisan, ensuring that all received a shared tea the very beginning. There were those who did not understand the purpose of distributing roasted beans. It was only when someone placed the beans in their mouth and began to chew slowly that everyone realized this delightful morsel was intended as a snack. After the beans were consumed, a group of devotees promptly carried out 2 large barrels. Upon lifting the lids, one revealed a pale yellow liquid exuding a fragrant aroma, still retaining a hint of warmth. The other contained a cool, translucent light green liquid, known for its ability to quell heat. Some recognized these 2 barrels as the beverages commonly enjoyed, barley tea and sage tea, and the simple wooden cups were distributed to each individual. People chose their drinks according to their preferences, and the barrels were soon emptied. The devotees then carried the empty barrels back to the church for replenishment. Alfonso and Hawkins sat together, the former holding roasted beans in one hand and sage tea in the other. And through the iron mask, he inquired of his old friend, what exactly is the purpose of this tea gathering? Hawkins, equally perplexed, felt a twinge of concern and unease that Todd had not mentioned this event to him beforehand. Walton, seated behind the knight, popped a bean into his mouth and boisterously exclaimed, could it be that the townsfolk are being asked to pay taxes? Leslie, having taken a steaming cup of barley tea from Adeline, cast a sidelong glance at the stout man, saying, he merely pricked you with a needle. Is it necessary to hold such a grudge? Walton shot a glare at the boy, snorting through his nostrils. In the side chamber of the church, Todd, for a rare occasion, donned the complete set of priestly vestments distributed by the church, adjusting the mitre atop his head and straightening his robes. He felt a sense of tension and unease. Inexplicably reminded of his initial visit to a sponsor while teaching at the university to seek research funding, he slowly strolled toward the chapel. Rachel and Corinne, clad in nun's attire, stood quietly beneath the cross, awaiting him. Miss Rachel. The woman pinched the cross hanging at her chest between her thumb and forefinger and waved it toward the priest. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Todd quickly corrected himself. Sister Rachel. Thank you for your assistance. Without your lending me your craftsman, the wooden platform would not have been completed so swiftly. Father, we are all servants of the Heavenly Father. Aiding you is akin to aiding myself, Rachel declared. Tracing a cross over her chest, her fingers intertwined in a gesture of piety. Glancing at Corinne, who was still adjusting to her nun's attire, the girl suddenly awakened from her reverie, gasping softly as she quickly made the sign of the cross. Bowing her head, though her eyes sparkled with joy as they turned toward Todd. Observing her playful expression, Todd's initially grave demeanor gradually softened, and he too broke into a smile. The 4 tolls of the bell resonated through the air above Mushi Town. It is time. Listening to the thrumming voices around him, Todd turned his body toward the church square, pushing the grand doors open with a firm shove. Chapter 78. The Land of Miracles, the Father has arrived. As this cry erupted from the audience, all eyes turned toward the church's entrance. Clad in a long white robe symbolizing the purity of the soul and draped in a sacred belt representing the yoke of the Lord, Todd ascended the steps to the platform. Gazing out, he was met with hundreds of faces, each reflecting a myriad of expressions, which caused a slight dizziness to wash over him. Closing his eyes to regain composure, Todd discreetly pinched his palm with his fingernail, then opened his eyes to address the crowd with his utmost volume. Lambs of God, exalted children, today we gather here to hold this tea gathering to proclaim the goodness and mercy of our Savior. A murmur arose from the crowd. They realized that this tea gathering was merely a church sermon, albeit one with food and drink. However, Todd's subsequent words completely shattered their assumptions. As I perused the history of this land beneath us, I was struck with horror. The increasingly frequent wars, the towering heaps of bones, the desolate wilderness, and the powerful ignoring the Heavenly Father's warnings, disregarding the church's counsel, treating power and life as mere games, wagering soldiers and weapons in the light of the Father's radiance. They feigned blindness, turning a blind eye to reality. What a sorrowful, what a tragic affair. Todd's words left the crowd in stunned silence. This was far from the sermon they had envisioned. There were no biblical tales, no prayers for salvation. Instead, the priest had directed his ire toward the Silver Ring Kingdom. Todd's speech was not yet finished. Among you are those who have fled here from unbearable taxation, and others who have been oppressed and uprooted, who welcomed you in your time of need, provided you with shelter, and granted you sustenance. It was the benevolent and loving Heavenly Father, and who freed you from taxation, liberated you from servitude, and bestowed upon you this paradise we call Mushi Town. It is the servants of the Father, the One, the Holy, the Just Church. As the congregants recalled their experiences back in their homeland, where lords waged war and imposed heavy taxes, where nobles exploited their power to oppress the good. Some wept, while others vocally affirmed his words. Raising his hand toward the distant east, the priest proclaimed, "The Almighty Lord, to all who believe in him, love and obedience, equality for all, Amen." The people of Mushi Town, with reverence, lowered their heads and, making the sign of the cross, echoed in unison, Amen. For Todd, this speech marked a challenging stance. The schism between the church and the Silver Ring Kingdom was undeniably widening. 2 salient issues illustrated this divide: the struggle for control of the St. Sidro Monastery and the theft of the crystal relics upon their first arrival in Silver Ring City. He believed these events were merely surface-level manifestations. The core conflict between the church and the kingdom likely revolved around the silver mines of the North Stone Quarry. According to records from the monastery's library, the Silver Ring Kingdom was the wealthiest among the Western realms. The income from the North Stone Quarry constituted nearly 2/3 of the kingdom's total revenue. Yet the wealth contributed to the church each year fell short of even 1% of the total income. How could this not incite the church's ire? During his time at the monastery, as a monk, Todd could navigate between the ascetics and the church faction, offending neither, largely due to his lack of prominence. Both the Silver Ring Kingdom and the Heavenly Father Church paid him little attention. Additionally, the monastery itself refrained from engaging in the conflicts between the church and the secular world, serving as a buffer. However, upon arriving in Mushi Town, the situation had drastically changed. With the emergence of the crystal relics, an increasingly concentrated population, and expanding industries, this coastal town was bound to become a focal point of interest for both the church and the Silver Ring Kingdom in the future. The previous strategy of hedging bets on both sides had become utterly impractical. Todd thoroughly considered his background, position, experiences, and the power dynamics at play, ultimately deciding to align himself with the church as his chosen faction, and this tea-gathering speech was merely the first step. Having addressed his stance, he intended to shift focus to the main topic, signaling for the representative of the farmers, Sasson, to ascend the platform. The elderly man trembled as he climbed up, gazing at the throngs of people below, his lips quivering and his legs shaking. Despite having repeatedly confirmed his lines with the priest, he found himself unable to recall a single word in his moment of anxiety. Todd furrowed his brow deeply. He had planned for the old farmer to recount his tragic plight to elicit the townspeople's sympathy. Now, it seemed he would have to take the lead himself. Residents of Mushi Town, while you indulge in the joys of life, there exists a group of impoverished souls living in your midst. Struggling between existence and oblivion, not long ago, they borrowed money to purchase seeds, and all the crops they painstakingly cultivated have withered away in the fields. Todd pointed at Sasson, who had buried his head in his chest, and highlighted a couple of representative tragedies faced by the farmers. The crowd gasped in astonishment, sympathy, and sorrow. Todd's next words nearly sent everyone leaping from their spots. But I believe they do not deserve your pity. The audience's eyes widened. Some raised their hands to their foreheads, while others gaped in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the priest, once known for his kindness and humility, would speak harshly about a group of humble farmers. After a brief pause, Todd surveyed the expressions of the crowd, nodded, and continued. For while they toil, their thoughts dwell solely on mere survival and harvest, forgetting the duties of a believer, devotion, neglecting the essence of what Mushi Town represents. This is a refuge bestowed upon the faithful by the church and a miraculous land granted by the Heavenly Father. A miraculous land. The term sparked a loud debate among the people. Some began to question the priest's assertion, while others, filled with devout faith, believed that whatever the Holy Son Todd proclaimed must surely be true. Amidst the rising tide of voices, a group of church devotees brought forth a wooden table draped in white cloth to the platform. Todd then descended from the platform and approached the well in the square, the crowd parting to create a pathway for him. He grasped the wooden handle beside the well, drawing up half a bucket of water under the watchful gaze of all. Refusing the help of the faithful and straining to carry it back to the platform, setting the bucket at his feet, he seized the edge of the white cloth and dramatically lifted it, revealing a gray earthen basin, approximately 20 centimeters in height, filled to the brim with soil. I know that some among you harbor doubts about the Heavenly Father's blessings upon Mushi Town, questioning whether devotion can indeed yield miracles. Words can be meaningless. I can prove everything through facts. After saying this, Todd scooped up some well water with a wooden spoon and poured it around the edge of the soil-filled basin. Within 30 seconds, those closest to the platform suddenly shouted in excitement. It has sprouted. The plants in the pot have sprouted. Astonished, the people stood up and surged towards the platform like a tidal wave. In the earthen pot, 2 verdant tender leaves, accompanied by flower buds, emerged from the soil, growing at a visibly rapid pace. Todd poured water into the center of the pot, and pure white vapor wafted into the air as the flower buds gradually unfurled, revealing a delicate blue blossom. A miracle has occurred. A low murmur arose, followed by a chorus of voices, until the entire square erupted in jubilation. Our town of Mushi is a sacred place blessed by the Heavenly Father. Chapter 79. Mushi Mutual Aid Fund. Listening to the cheers of the crowd, Todd gazed at the pot before him, wiping the sweat from his brow with his hand. Fortunately, everything was proceeding smoothly. The pot in front of him was a specially crafted apparatus, consisting of 3 layers: outer, middle, and inner. The inner layer contained a vertically positioned copper pipe with small holes near its base. The portion connecting the middle and outer layers was entirely sealed and fused with iron plates to hold the soil. The iron plates were approximately 1 centimeter away from the pot's outer shell, creating a concealed outer layer that was hollow inside, leading directly to the small holes at the bottom of the inner layer. Before the formal preparations, Todd had ventured to the seaside to find a natural sponge called zoophyte. This simple multicellular marine organism, resembling a honeycomb structure, possessed tough, compact spicules, large pores, and a dense, orderly distribution, making it exceptionally absorbent. In ancient Rome, it was widely used as a bath scrubber. After air drying and compressing this natural sponge, he layered it at the bottom of the inner copper pipe, placing the flower buds and tender leaves atop the sponge, and then carefully spread soil over the middle layer and the upper portion of the inner layer. During the performance, by pouring water along the outer layer, it would flow into the bottom of the pot and be absorbed by the sponge through the small holes in the copper pipe. Once the sponge expanded, it would push the flower buds and tender leaves upwards, penetrating the thin layer of soil, creating the illusion of rapid growth. As for the flower buds blooming into blue blossoms upon contact with water, this preparation required a bit more effort. First, zinc ore was calcined in air to produce zinc oxide, which was then reduced with carbon to obtain zinc powder. Second, iodine-rich table salt was used as the refining material. mixed with water to create a saturated solution. Then, a large amount of sulfur dioxide was introduced into the salt solution to reduce the high-valent iodine in the iodate. Subsequently, chloroform was added to extract elemental iodine from the mixture. Finally, the colored upper liquid was distilled to yield elemental iodine. Third, using tweezers or a small stick, moist flour was evenly applied to the interior of the flower buds. Fourth, a precise amount of zinc powder and iodine. This step was crucial and required repeated experimentation to determine the correct proportions, was mixed into a powder, sealed in wax paper with the opening facing up, and placed inside the flower buds. With these preparations complete, when water was poured into the flower buds, iodine and zinc would react under the catalyst of water to produce zinc iodide, releasing a considerable amount of heat that would break apart the flower-coated petals. The high temperature would cause some iodine in water to evaporate as gas, creating the effect of sacred mist. The iodine vapor, coming into contact with the white flower, would turn it blue. The trick of rapid plant growth was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in the subsequent effects of sacred mist and blooming. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Covering the pot with a white cloth, Todd raised his hands towards the crowd, and their voices hushed, though their excitement remained palpable. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have an idea." The priest clasped the cross at his chest with one hand and pointed towards the sky with the other. "Since the Heavenly Father has bestowed blessings upon Mushi Town, why should we not use this grace to slightly improve our lives?" The eyes of the people brightened, for they understood the priest's implication. Yet, some timid parishioners, anxious, questioned, "Wouldn't we incur the wrath of heaven by leveraging divine favor for personal gain?" Todd nodded, feigning deep contemplation. "You are not wrong. But if we utilize this gift to assist our most suffering brothers and sisters, in return for a small benefit, I believe the Heavenly Father would not fault us." As Todd turned his face towards the old farmer, Shasong, the astute among the audience likely grasped the essence of his words. "I plan to establish a Mushi Mutual Aid Fund." Mushi Mutual Aid Fund. Upon hearing this new term, confusion spread across the faces of the crowd. Todd applauded to draw attention, and two catechumens ascended the platform carrying a large basket. He retrieved an item from the basket, displaying it before the assembled crowd. It appeared to be bones. More specifically, it looked like the leg bones of pigeons. "Here, we have a total of 100 sacred bones, each priced at 1 silver moon, and anyone may purchase as many as they wish. 1 silver moon for a bone. Such a thing could be acquired for merely a copper star in abundance." The crowd, filled with questions, awaited the priest's next words. "Anyone who purchases a sacred bone will have their name and quantity recorded in the church, becoming a member of the Mushi Mutual Aid Fund. The 100 silver moons garnered from the sale of the sacred bones will serve as the principal for the farmers of Mushi Town. They will utilize the returns from the Heavenly Father's blessings, which will be distributed proportionally according to the number of sacred bones each person possesses." Seeing many in the audience still wearing bewildered expressions, Todd sighed. "Let me provide an example. If I spend 1 silver moon to buy a sacred bone today, and later the farmers of Mushi Town utilize the collected 100 silver moons as principal to earn 200 silver moons, then I would receive 2 silver moons in return." Most understood, yet more questions arose. "What if I wish to sell my sacred bone after purchasing it?" Todd replied, "The sacred bones are freely tradable. But the trader must be a resident of Mushi Town. Furthermore, once the transaction is completed, they must return to the church to register anew." "And how long until I see a return?" Todd responded, "It is difficult to specify an exact time frame, but the first return should occur within 3 months. I wish to buy, but I cannot gather enough spare change for a silver moon." Todd suggested, "You could collaborate with your friends to collectively purchase 1 sacred bone. Oh, and remember to have someone document how much each person contributed for notarization." At that moment, a merchant stood up in the crowd, scratching his head as he asked, "What happens if the money lent to these farmers does not yield a return?" Upon asking, the crowd turned to him with expressions of anger and disdain, prompting the merchant to realize his blunder. What a foolish thing to say. How could a venture blessed by the Heavenly Father result in loss? He quickly retreated to his seat. Embarrassed, seeing that the people had no further inquiries, Todd raised the bone in his hand and proclaimed loudly, "Very well. I hereby announce the official commencement of the sacred bone purchases for the Mushi Mutual Aid Fund." The square fell silent. With no one speaking, the citizens of Mushi Town, who had just been animatedly conversing, now exchanged wary glances, none daring to take the lead. Todd sighed softly, aware of the predicament faced by the crowd. A silver moon may seem insignificant, Yet in these times, when everyone was financially strained, who possessed such spare funds? Furthermore, regarding this innovative mutual aid fund fundraising method, even with the preceding miracle as a foundation and bolstered by his own persuasive words, once people truly calmed down, the enthusiasm would inevitably wane. It appeared that the first to step forward could only be himself. Todd set down the bone, preparing to speak once more when two voices rang out from the crowd simultaneously. "I want to buy 10. I'll take 50. Todd turned to see that the one wanting to buy 10 was Karen, while the one wishing to acquire 50 was Rachel. Chapter 80. Fundraising and Utilization. 50 silver moons equated to 5 golden suns, an unfathomable sum for anyone present. The crowd stood up, straining their necks to gaze at the mysterious abbess, who had recently arrived in Mushi Town. Todd's face lit up with joy. His first reaction was that Rachel and Karen had truly come to his aid. However, after a moment of contemplation, he pondered why Rachel would invest such a substantial amount. Looking at the woman shrouded in her nun's robes, the faint smile on her face sent an inexplicable shiver through Todd, bringing memories of the banquet scene back to his mind. Although he could not discern Rachel's intentions, an undercurrent of unease lingered in his heart. To be prudent, Todd deliberated extensively and ultimately modified his previously stated rules to ensure everyone has the opportunity to purchase. No individual may possess more than 10 sacred bones. Rachel pouted, seemingly dissatisfied with Todd's abrupt change of heart, but after a moment, she nodded, then let it be 10. After casting one last deep glance at the abbess, Todd announced to the crowd, "The two sisters have each purchased 10 sacred bones. I shall also be acquiring 10. Thus, accounting for Rachel's 10, Todd's 10, and Karen's 10, a total of 30 sacred bones had already been claimed. The subsequent arrangements became much simpler. Hawkins and his acquaintances collectively purchased 10, Alfonso and his entourage acquired 5, and Edgar along with little Jerry bought 5, leaving the remaining 50 sacred bones to be scattered among the residents of Mushi Town. Before the assembled crowd, Todd retrieved a ledger from the church and meticulously recorded the names and quantities of those purchasing the Mushi Mutual Aid Fund sacred bones. The final segment of the tea party consisted of the customary dispersal. Once this was concluded, the priest hastily returned to the church, contemplating the coins within the wooden box before him, while strategizing on ways to generate profit. 100 silver moons appeared to be a considerable sum. However, in reality, it could scarcely procure anything of significance. The daily wage for a noble's attendant was approximately 30 copper stars. A hearty meal for 4 individuals at a restaurant in Silver Ring City would cost around 1 silver moon, and a fine warhorse, sleek and free of blemishes, aged 6 years with no history of illness or injury, could be valued at as much as 90 golden suns when converted to the currency of his previous life. The purchasing power of a single copper star was roughly equivalent to 5 RMB, making 100 silver moons approximately worth 50,000 yuan. What could 50,000 yuan accomplish? If, as mentioned at the tea party, it were to be invested in agricultural development, it might suffice to purchase a few plow oxen, a flock of chickens and ducks, a handful of farming tools, and a cartload of seeds, leaving nothing to spare. Moreover, one would have to wait a year and a half to reap meager returns. This was not the outcome Todd desired. He sought high returns with minimal risk, generating the first profit within 3 months, ideally with some connection to the land and resources of Mushi Town. That evening, 32 representatives of the farmers, including Saison, gathered within the chapel, standing quietly beneath the imposing cross, awaiting the priest's directives. With the Bible in hand, Todd's demeanor was earnest and solemn as he addressed all present. As you have observed today, the faithful of Mushi Town have gathered a sum of money, willing to lend it to you, the impoverished, that you may first partake of the blessings bestowed upon Mushi Town by our Heavenly Father. In return, you should hold this in heartfelt gratitude. The farmers nodded in agreement. Todd continued, "Starting tomorrow, I shall instruct you on how to benefit from the blessings of our Father. You must harbor sincere devotion, devoid of any ulterior motives, and refrain from disclosing this to others. Now, please join me in reciting the oath of secrecy." This oath primarily entailed safeguarding the secret and not divulging it, should one break the vow. They would face eternal damnation. Such words, in the context of modern society, might be uttered with casual frequency, yet in the medieval era, they constituted an inviolable principle for one's lifetime. The following morning, Todd first called upon Harkins, providing him with 30 silver moons from the Mutual Aid Fund, instructing him to discreetly procure rose plants, emphasizing the need for healthy, unflowered specimens, with a preference for diversity and devoid of any gnarled growths or scars. Although Harkins accepted the task, he appeared hesitant. Upon Todd's persistent inquiries, he merely stated, "If you find yourself short of funds, do not hesitate to let me know." Todd felt a warmth in his heart. The reason he had refrained from informing Harkins about the fundraising initiative was precisely because he anticipated that, upon learning of it, Harkins would strive to gather the necessary funds for himself, which was not Todd's intention. After offering a few reassuring words, Todd proceeded to the farmers' grass huts outside the town. Observing the farmers and their wives who had long awaited outdoors, he assigned the following tasks. The men were to dig up a plant known as wild rose, while the women remained behind to clear out a large barn storing hay within the town. Todd intended to utilize the funds from the Mushi Mutual Aid Fund for a large-scale rose grafting endeavor. Grafting involves the technique of joining one or more plant shoots or buds onto the stem of another plant, resulting in the coexistence of multiple plant species within a single organism. The former is referred to as the scion, while the latter is known as the rootstock. Simply put, it is a method that allows one plant to bear various others. This technique was documented as early as the 5th century in China and Rome. However, in medieval Europe, it wasn't until 1667 that someone submitted an article to the Transactions of the Royal Society of London, presenting an extraordinary orange tree in Florence that bore fruit resembling a hybrid of lemon and orange, as if the two parts were fused together. Yet, upon the article's publication, it was met with ridicule and skepticism by numerous scholars and professors, with some even dismissing it as a clumsy and tedious hoax. Consequently, the Royal Society felt compelled to issue a disclaimer regarding the publication. In this alternate world, not only was the technique of grafting non-existent, but even the terminology associated with it eluded Todd in both Latin and the common tongue. Roses, with their myriad varieties, high survival rates, aesthetic appeal, and low cost, were among the best choices for scion, while wild roses, characterized by vigorous growth, strong disease resistance, and excellent recovery traits, made them ideal rootstock due to their close relation to the rose species. By evening, Harkins and the farmers returned from their respective tasks. Harkins had procured 3 carts filled with roses, nearly depleting the inventory of nearby villages, while the farmers had successfully unearthed a substantial quantity of wild rose plants from the surrounding woods. Todd, in the spacious barn cleared of clutter, laid out dry cloths, kindled a fire pit, and arranged blades, wooden sticks, clamps, formaldehyde solution, alcohol, and other materials, preparing for the grafting work ahead. Chapter 81. Cultivation of ancient bacteria. The technique of grafting was not Todd's primary field of study. Rather, it was a skill he had acquired through an elective course in university during his previous life. His initial motivation for selecting that course was not to learn, but rather to be near a captivating female instructor. Little did he know that this skill would prove invaluable after his transition to an alternate world. Once all materials were ready, Todd needed to undertake certain preparatory measures before officially commencing the rose grafting. First and foremost was disinfection. That he sterilized his small knife and hands with 75 alcohol, and in a well-ventilated area, he disinfected the wooden clamps and tying strings with formaldehyde solution. Secondly, he selected the scions, aiming for those free from pests and diseases, preferably 1-year-old or younger rose shoots. Next, he prepared the rootstock by removing the leaves and upper stems of the wild rose, retaining the roots and lower stem, ensuring a smooth cross-section. The actual grafting process began with Todd making a horizontal cut approximately 6 centimeters above the soil on the rootstock, about 8 millimeters wide, deep enough to penetrate the bark and reach the wood. He then made a vertical incision approximately 2 centimeters long in the center of the horizontal cut, resulting in a T-shaped incision on the wild rose's bark. He then selected suitable scion shoots from the rose plants, removing leaves while retaining the petioles, choosing a robust, plump bud, and making a diagonal cut on the branch with his knife. Finally, he carefully pried open the bark of the T-shaped incision on the rootstock and inserted the rose bud into the cut. Once securely positioned, he immediately used clamps to hold it in place and tied it with string. This procedure was repeated, with the potential to insert several rose scions depending on the vitality and health of the rootstock. Various colors and styles of roses could be selected to enhance aesthetic appeal. At this point in the grafting process, Todd had achieved half of his goal, that he continuously explained to the surrounding farmers the critical aspects of each step. Next came the cultivation and maintenance of the grafted plants. The first consideration was temperature and sunlight. The ideal temperature range was between 22 to 30 degrees Celsius, with a recommendation for at least half a day of sunlight. Thus, Todd instructed the farmers to place the grafted roses in the barn with the fire pit at night and move them outdoors during sunny days. Subsequently, he emphasized the importance of pruning and fertilization. Throughout the growth of the roses, it was essential to promptly remove side shoots, diseased branches, and competing branches to prevent nutrient depletion. Fertilization should occur every 10 days. Using a small amount of broad bean shells, bean cake, or pigeon droppings to ensure the roses absorbed necessary nutrients such as nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium from the soil. Finally, a crucial tip: a preservative that a low-concentration mixture of thiosulfate silver and aluminum sulfate was to be added to the soil, prolonging the flowering period of the roses while enhancing their vibrancy and delicacy. In summary, the success of the rose grafting process hinged on several key factors: disinfection, incisions, science, temperature, sunlight, pruning, fertilization, and preservation. The entire procedure might appear straightforward. Yet any misstep or oversight in even one aspect could result in the complete failure of the grafting endeavor. Todd spent only 2 days in the large barn, imparting all the grafting processes and steps to the farmers. Yet he withheld the formulas for the disinfectant, fertilizer, and preservative, leaving behind ample finished products. Claiming they were blessings from the Father, he entrusted the remaining tasks entirely to the farmers, commanding the guards of Mushi Town to watch over the barn around the clock. Forbidding anyone from approaching, Todd eagerly returned to the laboratory, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. Harkins had informed him that the Sutherland ancient bacteria culture dishes were complete. The artificial cultivation of Sutherland ancient bacteria was a matter of utmost importance for his life and livelihood. Leaving no room for error, other concerns could certainly be postponed. Upon entering the laboratory, Todd was finally greeted by the culture dishes he had longed for, rather than merely being referred to as culture dishes. It would be more accurate to call them culture furnaces. Their cylindrical design, crafted from a copper alloy, reached a height of approximately 1 meter, and the internal structure was divided into 4 distinct layers. At the pinnacle lies a gas pipeline, facilitating the simultaneous intake and expulsion of air, each side equipped with a gas valve to regulate flow and pressure. The second tier features a liquid conduit, capable of injecting solvents downward and diverting solutions. The third layer serves as a cultivation chamber, designated for the placement of samples or materials requiring nurturing and reaction. This chamber is further enhanced with 2 layers of glass, allowing Todd to utilize extra eagle eye to observe the internal state. The lowest tier comprises a fuel chamber, designated for the addition of combustible materials such as charcoal, to heat the entire structure. One cannot help but commend the craftsman discovered by Hawkins, who has consistently exceeded expectations since the refinement of silver. The artistry involved in the manual creation of instruments is truly remarkable. Such large-scale experimental apparatus must consider multiple factors, including sealing, fluid dynamics, thermal energy, and corrosion. Initially, Todd harbored modest expectations for the craftsman's finished product, intending to make enhancements and modifications thereafter. However, it has now become apparent that such efforts are entirely unnecessary. This cultivation furnace is fully operational and ready for immediate use. Yet, prior to officially commencing the artificial cultivation of Sutherland archaebacteria, a sufficient sample must first be extracted from within. Todd converted the original syringe into a blood extraction device, subsequently purifying, decontaminating, concentrating, and distilling the drawn blood to obtain a minuscule residue akin to ashes. This ash powder was then placed into the cultivation furnace, accompanied by charcoal for gradual heating. According to the Chronicles of Sutherland, the discovery site of the archaebacteria was purportedly at a volcanic crater. Thus, several environmental factors are likely crucial for the proliferation of Sutherland archaebacteria: temperature, oxygen, and pH levels. This scenario resembles a key with 3 notches. One must adjust the shape and size of each notch to fit perfectly into the lock and unlock it. Based on the volcanic environment, it can currently be speculated that the ideal conditions for the proliferation of Sutherland archaebacteria are temperatures exceeding 100 degrees Celsius, anaerobic conditions, and a slightly acidic environment. Todd's task now is to ascertain the precise temperature required. The degree of anaerobiosis, whether it be microaerophilic, facultative anaerobic, or truly anaerobic, and the necessary acidity level, pH. This determination process is lengthy and tedious, necessitating repetitive experiments and observations, alongside meticulous recording and comparison of experimental data. while also considering every potential factor that could distort the results. Finally, on the morning of the 19th day following the initiation of the experiment, after 15 minutes of the 183rd trial, the Sutherland archaebacteria within the cultivation chamber began to coalesce into small spheres, resembling snowballs, gradually rolling and enlarging in the high temperature. Todd rubbed his reddened eyes and pressed his face against the observation glass, his mind consumed by a singular thought. The artificial cultivation of Sutherland archaebacteria has succeeded. Chapter 82. Melting snow. Unlike the Eastern and Western dioceses composed of numerous secular nations, the central diocese of the Father Church comprises but a single nation, the Papal State, with its heart located in the ancient capital of the Empire of Tyro. In the 5th century of the ecclesiastical calendar, the Western Empire of Tyro faced relentless incursions from northern barbarian tribes, ultimately leading to its annihilation. The original territory fell into a state of lawlessness, with the Western Tyroans subjected to rampant enslavement and slaughter by the barbarians. In this dire hour, the Father Church gradually transformed from a religious authority into a political force. They organized retreating legions and fleeing civilians, occupying castles to resist the invaders, dispatched monk delegations to the Eastern Empire of Tyro to request reinforcements, and mobilized numerous clergy willing to face death, sending them into the ranks of the barbarian armies to preach and evangelize, successfully converting a substantial number of enemies to the Father Church. In such an era of turmoil and strife, the Father Church swiftly emerged as the vanguard and leader in spreading the gospel and resisting foreign foes. By the 6th century, nearly a century of warfare began to draw to a close. The barbarians, repelled by the combined efforts of the Church and secular authorities, retreated back to the north on the original territory of the Western Empire of Tyro. Only 3 military forces remained: the barbarian kingdom that had converted to the Father Church, occupying the western regions, the remnants of the old Western Tyroan army and populace, led by the Father Church, holding the central territories, in the Eastern Empire of Tyro's forces, along with its affiliated church, the True Church, controlling the eastern lands. In the early 7th century, the Father Church reinstated an emperor at the site of the former imperial capital, Tyro, aiming to revive the glory of the Western Empire. However, the True Church asserted that the bloodline of Western Tyro had been severed, refusing to recognize the legitimacy of the new emperor. Following this, the most severe conflict since the schism between the two factions erupted. The True Church of Eastern Tyro no longer acknowledged the Father Church's status as a co-equal papal authority. In turn, the Father Church unilaterally excommunicated the emperor of the Eastern Empire of Tyro. Once united, the two factions of the Church now embarked on a path of irrevocable separation. By the 8th century, the Father Church, using land and wealth as bait, allied with the Western barbarian kingdom to engage in a series of territorial disputes, struggles for adherence, and ideological conflicts against the True Church entrenched in the East, ultimately reclaiming substantial portions of the diocese. As Eastern forces gradually waned, the Father Church, while fulfilling its obligations to cede portions of land and deliver wealth to the Western kingdom, simultaneously employed diplomatic maneuvers and political stratagems to sow discord, incite, and manipulate the Western kingdom, plunging it into prolonged fragmentation and unrest. By the late 8th century and early 9th century, the Pope of the Father Church crowned the secular emperor of the Papal State as the great emperor appointed by God to rule the Empire of Tyro, a move that irrevocably placed the two denominations in opposition and heralded the formal establishment of the Papal State. Unlike the Eastern emperor, who could intervene in church affairs, the secular emperor of the Papal State held no authority over ecclesiastical matters, being solely responsible for the management of secular affairs. Military mobilizations and appointments were entirely under the purview of the Pope of the Father Church, who could even depose the secular emperor through excommunication. Thus, within the Papal State, the Pope stands as the unequivocal sovereign. However, this golden age was not to last. Beginning in the 10th century, the prestige of the Papal State began to wane due to a series of events. Among the most notorious was the rise of several women among the nobility of Tyro City, who, by becoming the Pope's mistresses, seized significant power within the papacy. Their sons, and their sons' sons, were all elevated to the papacy. The period from 903 to 963 came to be known as the pornocracy. During this time, the reputation of the Father Church suffered greatly, while the influence of the True Church subtly rose, and the Western kingdoms found a brief respite as the conflicts gradually subsided. By the mid-11th century, reformists gradually solidified their position within the Father Church, launching a church reform movement that spanned decades, revitalizing the increasingly decadent moral fabric of the church and opposing the lay control of ecclesiastical authority and the sale of church offices. This movement significantly elevated the standing of both the church and the pope, marking the resurgence of the Father Church and further consolidating the pope's secular power. As time flowed swiftly, it brought us to May 25th, 1170, in the capital of the papal state, Tyro City, within the cardinal's council chamber. "Lord Abel, you appear to be in good spirits," remarked a young man clad in a black deacon's robe, seated comfortably in a cedar chair by the hearth. Leaning against a cashmere cushion, gazing at the elderly cardinal in his 60s, adorned in red, sitting at the head of the table, who smiled in response. The room was occupied solely by these two. And the elder showed no intention of concealing his emotions, chuckling heartily as he perused the manuscript in hand. "Tristan, it's all thanks to the things you provided. That little rascal, Todd, he is simply too fascinating." The man referred to as Tristan closed the book in his hands, nodding in agreement. "Those troublesome matters from the East have consumed far too much of our energy that I never anticipated that such a character would emerge from the West. Manufacturing equipment for refining silver. Legitimizing alchemy at the trial, and the recent uproar over the crystal relics." Abel scratched the back of his ear with his knuckle, shaking his head in amusement. "The boy is merely 15, and he is already causing such a stir. No wonder the Pope has mentioned him several times. However, we indeed owe him gratitude for two matters. Point one is alchemy. Due to his performance at the trial, those within the church who held strong opposition to alchemy have started to soften. The other is the crystal relics. Thanks to the artifacts he provided inscribed with ancient Tyroan script, we have managed to hold our ground in the debate of origins against the true church." Abel retrieved a document from the drawer beneath the table, waving it toward the deacon. "Regarding the crystal relics, the Public Sentiment Bureau sees it differently. They conducted an investigation, and that little rascal may have already mastered the manufacturing techniques for the relics. The so-called excavation of ancient artifacts might just be an excuse." The young man placed the book on his lap, sitting upright. "What could be the motive behind this? To profit? That seems unlikely. There is no evidence of any relics being sold." Abel leaned back in his chair, relaxing his posture before suddenly changing the subject. "In recent years, the church has enjoyed a period of stability, leading many to believe that the danger has passed. Little do they know, the church is currently in its most perilous state. To the east lies the self-proclaimed Orthodox true church. To the north are the restless barbarians. To the west, the kings grow increasingly restless. And to the south, those heathens." Tristan lowered his head and said, "I've heard that the fellow named Todd intends to establish a knightly order in the coastal towns of the west." The cardinal chuckled. "I've heard about that too, but it strikes me as utterly ridiculous. Establishing a knightly order on the coast of the Silver Ring Kingdom, does he intend to go fishing? Good sir, I wonder if you have heard that the northern barbarians and the pirates have forged a peace treaty." Abel's smile abruptly vanished, his eyes narrowing, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Tristan retrieved a document from his sleeve and calmly stated, "By the way, I possess a report that I have just received regarding a recent sermon held in Mushi Town." Chapter 83. As Todd watched the syringe pierce the vein in his arm, he slowly pushed the wooden plunger. Thanks to his abilities of X-ray vision and eagle eye, he could see the liquid infused with a multitude of Sutherland ancient bacteria coursing into his bloodstream. In the days that followed, he underwent blood tests twice daily. To his relief, there were no signs of any ancient bacterial mutations within him. Moreover, he experienced an unexpected delight. The proliferation rate of other exotic bacteria in his body had astonishingly diminished and eventually ceased altogether. Upon examining the blood samples under the microscope, he discerned the cause. The influx of Sutherland ancient bacteria had effectively immobilized and contained the exotic bacteria, preventing their continued reproduction. Having confirmed the efficacy of the Sutherland ancient bacteria, Todd compiled the data and devised a plan. Intending to fulfill his original promise, to assist Harkins and Edgar in addressing the peril posed by the exotic bacteria. Upon exiting the laboratory, he was drawn to a large gathering of people congregated at the church's entrance. Someone recognized him and shouted, "The priest has arrived." The crowd surged forward, surrounding him. Observing the eager expressions on their faces, Todd felt perplexed. Although he had not graced the church with his presence for nearly 3 weeks, those seeking confession or prayer could easily approach the deacon or catechumen. Their urgency in seeking him puzzled him. After a brief inquiry, he grasped the situation. These individuals sought him out to register for transactions involving holy relics. Just as he had previously stated, holy relics valued at 1 silver moon could be freely traded, provided they were registered at the church. However, when he opened the ledger to begin the registration process, he discovered something amiss. The trading price for these holy relics had inexplicably plummeted from 1 silver moon to a mere 95 copper stars, with some even dropping to 92 copper stars. When Todd inquired as to why they were selling the holy relics at such a low price, the sellers exhibited a look of embarrassment, stammering but unwilling to elaborate, with a keen sense of observation. Todd quickly realized that this group had grown anxious after 3 weeks had passed without any returns from the Mushi Mutual Fund, leading to regret and a hasty desire to offload their holy relics. In front of the gathered crowd, the priest said nothing, maintaining a calm demeanor as he completed the registration procedures for everyone. He then departed the church, making his way to the large warehouse where rose grafting was taking place in the town. To his surprise, the town's guard had treated the warehouse as a fortified encampment. The perimeter was surrounded by barricades, with bell traps set at the entrances and wooden watchtowers erected at each corner, where anyone who approached would be sternly admonished to leave. The only individuals permitted entry, besides the farmers and the guard, were himself 32 pots of grafted rose bushes basked in the sunlight outside the warehouse. Swaying gently in the breeze, the 32 farmers, accompanied by their wives and children, stood or knelt beside each pot, diligently fertilizing, weeding, preserving, exterminating pests, and watering them with utmost care. Their tender expressions and meticulous actions suggested that they treated these flowers as if they were their ancestors. Todd found Harkins there, and it appeared that this man, once a knight of the Silver Ring Kingdom, had diligently fulfilled his duties, remaining steadfastly by the warehouse. Touched by this dedication, Todd gestured for Harkins to join him later at the laboratory to discuss an important matter. Setting aside thoughts of Harkins for the moment, Todd approached each rose bush to assess the grafting progress. The survival rate of the branches stood at approximately 75%, a figure that was neither particularly good nor bad for a first attempt. Most of the rose branches had begun to sprout, with a few even showing signs of budding. Todd believed that in 3 weeks' time, he would witness the first bloom of roses. He then instructed the farmers to prune away the grafted branches that had failed. After repeating his request several times without anyone moving to act, he reluctantly took it upon himself to do the pruning. The farmers responsible for caring for the roses, witnessing the priest's actions, cried out in distress, some even shielding the pots with their bodies. Todd could not comprehend their reaction. He explained repeatedly that only by removing the withered branches could the remaining buds thrive. Yet, no one heeded his words. Ultimately, left with no other choice, he had the guard assist in restraining the farmers while he personally completed the pruning, ignoring the devastated expressions of the farmers and their wives. Todd and Harkins returned to the laboratory. Upon entering the laboratory, Todd first removed Harkins' gloves to examine the extent of the toxin from the debilitatability. Compared to the last assessment, the poisoning and atrophy had worsened significantly, with some bacteria having invaded the area near his shoulder joint. There was no doubt that the Sutherland ancient bacteria could heal Harkins' arm and halt the spread of the toxin. Nevertheless, Todd hesitated for 2 reasons. First, once he injected Harkins with the ancient bacteria, it would signify a formal transformation from an exotic being to a member of the inheritors. He was uncertain whether this change would alter Harkins' values and morals. Second, the Sutherland ancient bacteria possessed properties that could be lethal or lead to mutations. Although he had conducted injection experiments on laboratory mice, this would be the first trial on a human subject. If too much ancient bacteria were injected, it could overwhelm Harkins, resulting in immediate death. Conversely, if too little were administered, it might disrupt the balance between the Sutherland ancient bacteria and the debilitate bacteria within Harkins, potentially causing mutations. After voicing these concerns to Harkins, the latter displayed no signs of worry, merely rolling up his sleeves and stating to Todd, who held the syringe, "I have already died once. Even if I were to die again, it would simply fulfill the contract with death." Meeting Harkins' resolute gaze, Todd nodded and pierced the syringe's needle into Harkins' skin. The first batch of Sutherland ancient bacteria was injected into Harkins' body. Despite the reduced dosage, Harkins writhed in agony, his cries echoing as though he were enduring eternal torment in the depths of hell. Todd feared he might fail. However, the man ultimately persevered. In the following days, Todd monitored Harkins' blood profile, while administering several more injections of Sutherland ancient bacteria. Within 4 days, the dark aura enveloping Harkin's palm gradually dissipated, and signs of revival began to manifest in the withered flesh. Another 3 days later, Harkin's blood values indicated that his vital signs were normal, prompting Todd to finally proclaim, "You are safe now." On this day, in the grand tapestry of history, Harkins became the first exotic being saved by the synthetic Sutherland ancient bacteria. Chapter 84. Harkins temporarily departed from Mushi Town. He left in such haste that he did not utter a single word. As he bid farewell, Todd neither inquired nor impeded his departure, fully aware of where the man was headed and what he intended to do: confront a cruel lie spoken years prior and mend a long unhealed scar with sincerity. The priest stood at the town's entrance, watching as the man walked further away, sighing as he turned to return, only to notice Alfonso Decavo standing not far off. The knight's iron mask concealed his features, rendering his expression unreadable. Yet, from his gaze, Todd could infer that Alfonso sought an explanation. "Did Harkins ever reveal to you that he is an exotic being?" Alfonso nodded. "Long ago, when we were both apprentice knights. He confided this to me as a friend, but I did not believe he was the demon's bastard spoken of by the church, so I promised to keep his secret." Todd then inquired, "Are you aware that he left his wife and children under the guise of faking his death out of concern that his exotic powers might endanger them?" The knight nodded again. "He informed me of this several months ago. However, prior to his fake death, I had heard some rumors. Someone had reported his exotic identity to the church. I saw his hand. You liberated him from the curse of being an exotic being. Did you not?" Todd hesitated for a moment, contemplating before responding to the knight. "I have transformed him into an inheritor." Before he could finish, a flash of steel cut through the air. Alfonso's great sword halted at the priest's chest. Todd's eyelids did not flutter, and his next words stunned the previously enraged knight, causing his weapon to gradually lower. "I have found a way to prevent the inheritors from undergoing mutation." Alfonso shook his head in disbelief, raising his sword once more, skepticism lacing his voice. "You claim to have a solution to a problem that has eluded resolution for centuries. There was another before me who halted the mutation of the inheritors, that person being the alchemist Sutherland. However, I have built upon his foundations, summarizing and improving the methodology." Seeing the sincerity in the priest's demeanor, the knight sheathed his sword, turning away while stating, "For now, I shall take your word for it. I will remain here to observe everything if what you say is true." Todd's next words caused Alfonso to pause mid-step, his body rigidly turning back. "Lord Decavo, have you ever contemplated removing the dragon bones that lie beneath your armor?" As Todd made his way back to the laboratory, a new research ambition began to take shape in his mind. The 2 parasitic dragon bones residing on Alfonso, one male and one female, presented an exceptional form of combat armor. Their hardness rivaled that of steel, while their flexibility resembled that of springs, capable of augmenting human strength, agility, and leaping ability much like a metallic exoskeleton. Additionally, the surface of these parasites possessed the remarkable ability to insulate against heat and absorb flames. If he could successfully detach the knight's parasitic armor for thorough study, he might uncover significant advancements in protective materials. However, the first step was to devise a method for removing the parasites. Lost in thought as he walked, Todd was suddenly jolted by a cacophony of voices nearby. Raising his gaze, he was startled by the scene before him. A large crowd of townsfolk had gathered at the church entrance, clamoring about something. The assistant priest, tasked with managing the church's daily affairs, was vocally attempting to maintain order, though with little success. The appearance of the priest invigorated the crowd, as if they had been given a fresh surge of energy. Upon closer inquiry, Todd discovered that these individuals were once again seeking to alter the ownership of the holy bones, and the registration fees left him aghast. The price for a single holy bone had plummeted to a mere 70 copper stars, with some individuals even willing to part with them for as low as 60 copper stars. With only 4 weeks remaining until the tea gathering, the price of the holy bones had astonishingly dropped by a third. Realizing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Todd felt compelled to once again explain to the congregation the workings and profit timeline of the Evening Mutual Aid Fund, in an effort to stabilize the price of the holy bones. Regrettably, the crowd seemed entirely disinterested, clamoring instead to conduct transactions. With no other option, the priest reluctantly resumed the registration process. After bidding farewell to the last pair of traders involved in the transfer of holy bone ownership, the sun had already set below the western horizon. Todd set down his pen, gazing despondently at the newly added records in the ledger, burying his face in his hands with a deep sigh. He had initially believed that, bolstered by his reputation and the church's influence, the evening mutual aid fund would proceed smoothly. However, he was taken aback by the extent of the public's suspicion and distrust, which had escalated to alarming levels in such a short time. "Todd," a faint voice called from the doorway. Turning to identify the source, a flicker of a smile graced his face, clad in a nun's habit. Kareen's little head peeked in, her expression rife with concern and worry. "Have you forgotten what I told you?" A mature and languid female voice emerged from behind Kareen as a hand grasped the girl's nape. Kareen promptly corrected herself. "Father." Rachel entered the room, taking a seat across from Todd. Glancing at the densely packed records in the ledger, she remarked with a smile, "Have you considered removing the stipulation of a maximum of 10 holy bones per person? I could buy back those bones from these individuals at the original price." Todd furrowed his brow, studying her, increasingly convinced that the smile of the abbess before him bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a cunning little fox from an animated tale of yore. Suddenly recalling a troubling possibility, he leaned forward and whispered, "These individuals, you didn't bring them here, did you?" Rachel pouted, adopting a demeanor of feigned victimhood. "Heaven forbid, I have never engaged in such deeds." At that moment, Kareen chimed in. "In recent days, I've been with Sister Rachel. I can attest that she has done nothing wrong." Todd shot a sidelong glance at her, rolling his eyes in silent reproach. "You foolish girl. What good is your testimony? Even if you were sold to a market by a trafficker, you'd still negotiate the price with them. Rather than assuming others are scheming, why not examine the matter at hand? You might just uncover some new clues." Observing Rachel gently tapping the ledger with her smooth, slender finger, Todd took her advice and meticulously scrutinized the records. Upon doing so, he indeed noticed some peculiarities. The sellers of the holy bones were predominantly affluent individuals, such as shopkeepers, vendors, and merchants. Conversely, the buyers tended to be less fortunate, including fishermen, laborers, and artisans. After some contemplation, Todd grasped the underlying reasons. The merchants of Mushi Town possessed ample funds, allowing them to purchase holy bones directly at the tea gathering, yet their excessive focus on wealth rendered them impatient for the delayed returns. Meanwhile, the producers and craftsmen, lacking capital, had to negotiate among themselves at the tea gathering to gather enough money to buy the bones, thus falling behind their wealthier counterparts. Now, those who valued faith far above material wealth were more than willing to take over when the former relinquished their holy bones. Noting Todd's deep concentration, Rachel leaned her hands on the table, inclining toward him, her rosy lips brushing against his ear as she whispered words that startled the priest. "Those who believe in me shall attain eternal life. Isn't that splendid?" Todd lifted his gaze, struggling to shift his focus from her mountainous peaks to her face. The singular thought echoed in his mind. This woman truly resembled a little fox when she smiled. Chapter 85. The Oath. 5 days later, Harkins returned, driving a horse-drawn carriage. The three who had anticipated his arrival, Todd, Edgar, and young Jerry, waited eagerly at the town's entrance. Casting a glance at the two beside him, Todd couldn't help but reminisce about the days they had spent together at the monastery. The underground meetings, the toil in the fields, the visits to the circus, the refining of silver ore, everything felt as though it were still vivid. Yet reality had subtly pushed them further apart. When he had sought out Edgar and Jerry a few days prior, he learned that since the conclusion of the Inquisition, they had found work in the town's guard under Harkin's guidance. Edgar continued his role as a courier, assisting townsfolk with errands, while young Jerry had taken on duties of transportation and guarding within the guard. Though neither of them was engaged in particularly lucrative work, their tasks were considerably lighter than before, and with the income from the previous silver refining, along with Harkin's occasional assistance, both appeared to be in good spirits. Edgar's complexion was rosy, and Jerry had even gained a bit of weight, out of sentiment and reason. As the earliest followers of Todd, Edgar and Jerry could have sought him out to secure a more favorable position. Yet they did not do so. This decision stemmed from Harkin's counsel, yet more so from their own convictions, leaving Todd feeling deeply apologetic. When Todd approached them, hopeful that they would join him, he could scarcely believe his eyes and ears. Young Jerry excitedly spun him around in a joyful embrace, while Edgar impatiently scolded the big oaf from the sidelines. Without a moment's hesitation, the two promptly returned to Todd's side. The only source of Todd's exasperation was when he administered the Sutherland ancient bacteria to Edgar. His anguished cries nearly brought the roof down. The carriage slowly approached and finally came to a halt before the group. Harkins, beaming with joy, lifted the curtain, and two familiar figures leapt down from within. The attractive woman was his wife, and the lively little girl was his daughter. It appeared that he had gained his family's forgiveness regarding the lies of years past. To Todd's surprise, Harkin's subsequent action was to climb atop the carriage, retrieving a beautifully archaic longsword from beneath the driver's seat. He approached Todd, knelt on one knee, bowed his head, and presented the sword, declaring, "I, Harkin Zeziker, pledge my loyalty to my lord Todd Fisher, vowing fidelity and unwavering support." Wait. Todd was momentarily taken aback by Harkin's sudden gesture. The volume of information was overwhelming, and he needed a moment to collect his thoughts. "Harkins, first, I am not a noble. I cannot accept your fealty. Second, if you wish to become a knight of the church, your oath should be made to the Heavenly Father." Harkins chuckled, drawing the sword and placing the hilt in Todd's hand, while he drew the blade across his own arm. Drawing forth a crimson cross, in a solemn tone, he declared, "You have granted me a second chance at life, saved my family, and redeemed my soul. My oath transcends class and faith. It is rooted solely in my loyalty to you." Minutes passed, with Harkins resolutely refusing to relent, no matter how Todd pleaded. Recognizing the futility of the situation, Todd ultimately allowed him to proceed. The group laughed and chatted, making their way into the town. Todd looked up at the sky. "Todd Fisher, I am hearing my full name for the first time." The Harkins family quickly integrated into the life of the small town, with the man accompanying his wife and daughter to every attraction along the Mushi coastline, sampling every delicacy the town had to offer. When Todd expressed his intention to bring the grafted rose to Silver Ring City, Harkins firmly declined the priest's kind offer, opting instead to secure his family and join the escorting party. "Your family has just arrived in Mushi town. They need you." Harkins tightened his weapon at his waist, shaking his head in response. "I have many more days ahead with them. I need a trustworthy individual to remain in Mushi town." The man glanced at the gloves within his satchel, cast them aside, and chuckled. "I have already made arrangements with Alfonso. During my absence, he and his retinue will ensure the safety of Mushi town." Todd was momentarily speechless. Hawkins whistled behind him, and his so-called acquaintances stood together in their armed formation. The man embraced one of them, playfully punching his chest, and joyfully declared, "They are my subordinates from the Legion. I have saved their lives, and they have saved mine. When I chose to depart, they relinquished everything to wander the world with me. They are like family, my brothers." Todd, gazing at those familiar faces, reminisced about days gone by and nodded instinctively. The old farmer, Shasun, approached him, removed his hat, and respectfully lowered his head. "Reverend, the flower pots have all been loaded onto the carts." 5 horse-drawn carriages lined up at the warehouse entrance, each securing 32 budding, grafted roses within their compartments. Todd lifted the canvas flaps of each cart, meticulously inspecting the bindings and ventilation holes, while Hawkins, Edgar, Little Jerry, and the guards reaffirmed their own gear and the provisions for the caravan. Alfonso stepped to the front of the caravan and approached Todd, lowering his voice. "Reverend, concerning my friend Hawkins, I do not wish to see any unforeseen incidents." Todd understood what was implied and nodded, only to find that the knight did not yield the path, but continued, "I have submitted a request for a transfer to the 3rd Inquisition Tribunal. From now on, I shall be the guardian knight of Mushi Town's church." Todd was taken aback, nearly losing his footing, and exclaimed, "Transferred from the Inquisition Tribunal to this church. Do you comprehend what that entails?" Alfonso pressed his hand against his chest, seemingly unfazed. "If you truly resolve the conundrum of the heirs that has persisted for centuries, I believe following you holds more significance than remaining there." Todd rubbed his nose in resignation, shrugged, and scanned the crowd once more. Not spotting that familiar face, he abandoned the search and called out to the caravan leader Hawkins, "It is time. We shall depart." Hawkins waved farewell to the women and children in the farewell party, cracking his whip in the air, prompting the horses to stamp their hooves as they advanced towards Silver Ring City, carrying the hope of Mushi Town. Chapter 86. Farewell. The caravan laden with grafted roses journeyed east for 2 days and nights, until the travelers finally beheld the gates of Silver Ring City in the distance. Once a stronghold of the tribal kingdom that had embraced the father, Silver Ring City endured a century of exploitation under its lords, burdened not only by various oppressive taxes, but also by forced labor and military service. Consequently, as the city flourished, the nobles within employed various means, both overt and covert, violent and conciliatory, to resist their lords. The struggle was long and brutal, ultimately granting Silver Ring City a degree of freedom and privilege, allowing it to become a member of the Free Cities. Following prolonged political maneuvering, the city secured the right to elect municipal officials, mayors, and establish city courts, formally stepping into the realm of self-governance. However, as the church's incitement was one factor, the more pressing issue was that the nobles of Silver Ring City were no longer content with power confined to the city. Expansion beyond its borders became inevitable. The wary tribal kingdom responded with fierce suppression and resistance, leading to the outbreak of war. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a landscape littered with bones in the chaotic aftermath of history. The once unified tribal kingdom fractured into three independent regions: Silver Ring City to the west, Holy Guard City to the east, and Solitary Rock City to the south. Where shall we go first? My lord, Hawkins' address made Todd furrow his brow. I have stated that once we enter the city, do not refer to me in that manner. The man tilted his head. All right, Reverend, where shall we head first? Although it was Todd's second visit to this city, the unpleasant experience of the first left him unfamiliar with everything. After some contemplation, he decided to set the caravan's destination to the only place he knew well, the St. Codar Cathedral. Standing in the cathedral's square, gazing upon the majestic church complex, memories of the Inquisition surged within him, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Observing Hawkins lifting a pot covered with white cloth containing grafted roses, Todd signaled for the others to remain in place. The two ascended the cathedral's steps and entered the sanctum. Bishop Fabian stood at the center of the chapel, conducting the daily Bible reading for the congregation. Todd's unexpected arrival caused his countenance to lose its tranquility. Gesturing for his assistant to manage the situation, Fabian approached Todd, indicating for him to follow. Passing through the side aisle of the church, they reached the innermost chapel. The bishop ordered his attendants, disguised as Hawkins, to wait outside while he pulled Todd inside and shut the door behind them. Before Todd could speak, Fabian interrogated him. Are you aware that you have committed a grave error in Mushitown? The latter appeared bewildered, pondering which of his numerous misdeeds the bishop was referring to. Your so-called Tea Party, your unauthorized criticism of the secular kingdom, has severely impacted the relationship between the church and the kingdom. The bishop appeared somewhat exasperated. I had been doing my utmost to ease the discord between us and the Silver Ring nobles. And you've ruined it all. Realization dawned on Todd. It was indeed about this matter. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly posed a curious question to Fabian. Bishop, I recall you have served in Silver Ring City for 4 years now. Logically, after 3 years, you should be eligible for a transfer. Why have you not received any orders yet? Fabian, who had initially been furious, froze at Todd's words, his mind racing. Indeed, he should have been able to escape the fire pit of Silver Ring City last year. Why had the papal state not issued a transfer order until now? If I am not mistaken, your position is akin to a stone in the fire. No one wishes to touch it. Todd found a chair to sit down, brushing the dust off his long robe. If you wish to leave here, there is but one way. The bishop entirely forgot the previous topic, instinctively drawing a chair beside Todd, inquiring solemnly, what is that way? To achieve results. Results? Have I not already presented the crystal relic to the Holy See? Todd chuckled, pointing at his own nose. Have you forgotten about the Inquisition? I heard the Pope was furious over it. Fabian fell silent. Indeed, the Inquisition was a foolish act on his part, recalling the scene of Father Paul's tragic death on the judgment platform. He involuntarily shuddered. Thus, before you can balance the scales of merit and demerit, you now require new achievements. The priest's words left the bishop momentarily stunned, and he shook his head with a wry smile. Easier said than done. Where am I to find new accomplishments? Todd rose, pushed open the chapel door, and gestured for Hawkins to place the grafted roses on the table. He grasped the white cloth with both hands and forcefully lifted it, saying, Look here, I have brought you this. Before the bishop's eyes lay a potted plant, boasting 9 roses, vibrant and resplendent, white as snow, yellow as gold, pink as dawn, red as fire. Some petals had unfurled, seemingly smiling in welcome. Others remained in bud, poised to bloom, exuding an air of delicate charm. A wave of fragrance wafted to their noses, intoxicating and delightful. It is merely a flower. How could it possibly be? Fabian scrutinized the plant before him, astonished, raising a hand to point at the pot. Stammering, 9 different roses growing on a single tree? After 6 weeks, The T-shaped graft wound on the rootstock had nearly healed. Unless one looked closely, no evidence of the artificial grafting was discernible. Todd shrugged casually. I am unsure how it happened, but using the soil and well water from Mushi Town, it seems that a single tree can bear flowers of different colors and varieties simultaneously. The bishop rubbed his hands together in excitement, exclaiming, "By the Father above, this is splendid. However, this pot of flowers must be dispatched immediately. Why must it be sent away?" A melodious voice resonated from the doorway, startling the three men within the room. Todd turned to see a woman of breathtaking beauty, her ethereal presence momentarily rendering him speechless. "Your Majesty," the bishop gasped, his mouth agape, casting an indignant glare at the acolytes outside. The latter, surrounded by guards and ladies-in-waiting, dared not speak. Queen Mary glanced at the roses on the table, clapped her hands, and immediately two handmaidens stepped forward to remove the pot, much to Fabian's dismay. "Consider this your greeting gift, Mr. Todd," the queen said, gently caressing the delicate rose petals with her fingers, smiling. An invitation crafted from a silver-copper alloy found its way into the priest's hands. Elegant golden letters appeared before Todd's eyes. "I await your presence at tonight's banquet." As Queen Mary turned to leave, she added with a final note, "Remember, I do not wish to see anyone delayed by losing their way." Chapter 87. Enduring such nonsense, I believe we won't lose our way. Upon hearing the words of Hawkins, who occupied the driver's seat, Todd glanced around, retracting his head slightly as he nodded gently. "I think so too." 3 royal knights led the way, flanked by 16 heavy infantry on each side, with 8 light cavalry following behind. Todd's 5 carriages were sandwiched right in the center. Out of the corner of Hawkins' eye, he caught a glimpse of the knight's insignia ahead and murmured, "It seems that as soon as we approach Silver Ring City, we are being watched. Otherwise, the queen wouldn't have appeared just after we entered the cathedral." Todd observed the crowd on the streets pointing and whispering about this strange procession, his mind still lingering on Bishop Fabian's earlier admonition. "Listen, Todd, regardless of what happens, endure, restrain yourself. The 3 former bishops here met unfortunate fates. One fell to his death from a horse, another drowned after drinking, and the last remains missing to this day. These so-called nobles and royals are descendants of barbarians. Brutality and greed are their true nature. To survive, one must endure. Learn to restrain yourself." Casting a glance at the 5 carriages of grafted roses behind him, Todd clenched his teeth. The banquet was arranged at the newly built residence of the Minister of Internal Affairs and Finance, where numerous extravagant carriages were parked at the entrance, and bustling male servants and maidens scurried about, instilling in Todd a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of his past life as soirees. However, the subsequent events swiftly yanked him back to reality. A gaunt man, clad in tattered garments, approached Todd's carriage under the urging of a whip, collapsing to the ground with a thud, bending his spine and resting his forehead on the dirt. Curling up beside the carriage, Todd's eyes widened as he lifted his gaze to another noble carriage not far away, from which a burly man stepped out, trampling a frail woman who served as a human footmat. The woman's back bent under the weight. Devoid of pain or sorrow, her face only exhibiting numbness and despair. "These individuals are civilians captured from the northern barbarians," Hawkins whispered. Todd understood the deeper implications of his words, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness forcing him to close his eyes and sigh. Gripping the armrests of the carriage, bypassing the man on the ground, and leaping down instead, the servant who had come to greet him noticed Hawkins had also jumped down and reached out to prevent his following, slowly stating, "Only Father Todd has been invited to the banquet." Todd cast a calming glance at the irate Hawkins, turning to follow the servant into the grand residence. Upon entering the hall, an overwhelming sense of dissonance struck him. The ancient Greco-Roman columns were adorned with the crude, extravagant gold and silver trinkets of the north, rendering the entire space less a noble abode and more a treasure trove. The servants brought forth platters of beverages and dishes, most of which were unfamiliar to Todd. Guests needing something merely had to nod or raise a hand, and they would receive neatly portioned small dishes. Todd surveyed the attendees of the banquet, most of whom were young, discernibly the offspring of noble families based on their attire and demeanor. This setting was indeed ill-suited for him, and he began to search for Queen Mary while contemplating an excuse to extricate himself. In truth, locating the queen was a simple task. In a banquet hall spanning thousands of square meters, the most esteemed guest naturally occupied the most prominent position. Todd effortlessly spotted Queen Mary, seated at the center on the main dais, surrounded by a throng of noble women. "Your Majesty," Todd attempted to step forward, but was blocked several meters away by a group of female attendants. To glance to the side revealed a band of men similarly kept at bay. Just as he found himself bewildered, the melodious voice rang in his ear once more. "Welcome, Mr. Todd." Queen Mary's words instantly captured everyone's attention, and a flurry of whispers filled the hall. "Look, it's him, the one who defeated the pirates and reclaimed the crystal relic. Is this the saint who was judged by heretics? I heard he berated us as nothing but war-mad lunatics at the sermon." The queen disregarded the surrounding murmurs, clapping her hands as the attendants brought forth a wooden table adorned with a colorful pot of roses. The crowd's emotions reignited, filled with admiration, curiosity, and questions. "Mr. Todd, I hear this pot of roses is a product of Mushi Town. Could you elaborate?" In response to Queen Mary's inquiry, the priest invoked the blessings of the Heavenly Father, recounting the miracles, which prompted another wave of discussion among the attendees. That a young man sporting 2 small mustaches, draped in a woolen shawl and adorned with a wide gold ornament, approached Todd, smirking sideways. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Viscount Kennard, the host of this evening's banquet. Father, since you are here, why not join us in our entertainment activities?" "Entertainment activities?" Todd scoffed inwardly. Pretending to decline while subtly acquiescing, Todd took a seat at a round table placed centrally in the hall. The small mustached Viscount then produced a stack of playing cards made of silver and copper alloy from a pure silver box. Astonishing Todd. Observing Todd's astonished expression, Viscount Kennard wore a satisfied smile as he began to explain the so-called entertainment activity: "The game we are about to play is called Knights and Pirates, the most popular pastime within Silver Ring City at present. The rules may seem a bit complex at first, but once you grasp them, they will be quite simple." As the Viscount elaborated on the card-playing rules he had originally devised, Todd felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. The novelty lay in the fact that these nobles had incorporated gambling into the mix. If the knight, landlord, won, he could collect stakes from the pirates' peasants. If the pirates won, the knight had to pay them. The stakes were calculated based on the remaining cards multiplied by the corresponding currency. If one side lost without playing a card, they owed 3 times the stakes. Viscount Kennard soon found another familiar nobleman, and the 3 of them began the Knights and Pirates game in the initial rounds. The 2 nobles deliberately let Todd win quite a bit. Before long, the stakes escalated from 1 silver coin per card to 5, and finally to 10. Todd found himself losing more and more. And after exhausting his cash, the nobles demanded that he bring the grafted roses from his carriage outside to settle his debts. Realizing that these 2 scoundrels were undoubtedly cheating, Todd suppressed his inner fury, silently repeating the mantras of endurance and restraint. 1 pot, 2 pots, 3 pots, until he had surrendered 10 pots. To his astonishment, these insatiable silver ring nobles showed no signs of stopping. Todd repeatedly pinched his thigh, understanding that this was not the moment for impulsive actions. That was his intention, until he witnessed something that changed everything. As he prepared to surrender the 11th pot, an exhilarated Viscount Kennard took a sip from his glass of red wine, wrinkling his brow as he swirled the warm liquid in his hand, snapping his fingers. Under Todd's astonished gaze, servants emerged, leading forth a frail girl of 11 or 12 years. The girl, barefoot and clad in a coarse linen garment, bore an iron-spiked collar around her neck, with a wooden cross hanging from her chest. Her face, arms, and legs were marred with various wounds, old and new. The Viscount handed the wine bottle to a servant, who shoved it into the girl's hands, yanking the iron chain, causing the spikes of the collar to pierce her skin, blood soaking her clothing. In pain, the girl began to cry, her hands slowly releasing a chilling aura that cooled the liquid in the wine bottle. Noticing Todd's shocked expression, Viscount Kennard savored a sip of the icy wine offered by a servant, contentedly stroking his small mustaches, and mockingly addressed the priest. "I truly don't understand the Church's perspective. It is such a waste to kill all the abominations. Even the most rotting wood can find its place in the furnace, can't it?" In Todd's mind, a string snapped. Queen Mary counted the pots and nodded gently. Just as she was about to announce the end of the gambling session, Todd rose, his expression impassive, addressing the crowd. "Do you not think this gambling game is rather slow? Since we are playing, why not raise the stakes? To hell with endurance and restraint." Chapter 88. The gamble. Since crossing into this alternate world, Todd, who had never interacted with nobles, retained an impression shaped by past films and novels, once believing this group embodied nobility and grace. Thus, in his endeavor to secure the sales rights within Silver Ring City, he initially aimed to leverage his experiences from his past life at the gaming table. His intention was to deliberately lose a few pots of roses, allowing everyone to enjoy themselves, and then engage these individuals in a calm and mutually beneficial negotiation. Everything would naturally fall into place. That was his plan. Yet he ultimately overlooked one crucial fact. This was not the civilized world of his past, but a medieval realm where barbarism and darkness coexisted. Any behavioral norms and societal understandings that had proven effective in the past would be wholly upended here. If Bishop Fabian's admonition served merely as a warning, and the nobles cheating and the gambling merely an unpleasant interlude, then the inhumane treatment of the abominations truly illuminated for Todd the stark reality of this world. The so-called nobility before us is merely a synonym for barbarism and tyranny. Their insatiable greed resembles an unfathomable abyss, perpetually devoid of the notion of stopping. In light of this, why not unleash the chains binding the beast of greed and watch it devour everything? Todd returned to the gambling table, grasping a playing card crafted from a silver-copper alloy. The front bore a hand-painted design, while the back presented a surface as smooth as a mirror. He attempted to employ his perspective ability, effortlessly penetrating the thin layer of metal, though the pattern on the front was somewhat elusive. Discerning the card's face was a trivial task. "Father," inquired Viscount Kennard, "what do you mean by playing a bit larger? Have you heard of geometric sequences?" The crowd exchanged glances. None the wiser, Todd picked up a card, slowly stating, "Losing one card amounts to 10 silver moons." He lifted a second card. The second card doubles, making it 20 silver moons. For the third card, he declared, the third card again doubles, resulting in 40 silver moons. He raised all 3 cards together. "If the game concludes and I still possess these 3 cards, it signifies a loss of 70 silver moons in stakes, aside from altering the method of calculating stakes based on the number of cards held. All other rules remain unchanged. What do you say?" The Viscount pondered carefully. Had this been the previous game, Todd would have long since amassed all the moons, rather than prolonging the matter. Furthermore, even in the worst-case scenario, he would only lose a few thousand silver moons, which was of little consequence to him. Exchanging glances with another noble at the table, Kennard nodded. "I'm quite weary of the usual back and forth of merely dozens of silver moons. Let us proceed, as you suggest. However, do you possess such wealth?" Todd glanced at the pot of roses before the queen, and then at the 11 pots of roses behind the Viscount, inquiring, "Do you still uphold the same valuation for these flowers that bloom in this sacred place?" "I just had someone appraise them. One pot is worth 50 silver coins. And that remains the price." Todd nodded, indicating his agreement. At this moment, Queen Mary, sitting at the head of the table, opened her mouth to speak, but after observing the father's demeanor for a moment, she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. The game under the new rules commenced anew, with Todd multitasking, playing cards while simultaneously utilizing his powers to survey his surroundings. Soon, he noticed the 2 nobles at the table occasionally glancing over his shoulder. Todd turned the back of the card toward his shoulder, using his eagle-eye ability to scrutinize the glowing reflection behind him, where a frequently fidgeting servant caught his attention. This individual sometimes touched his ear, other times his nose, his fingers alternating between standing upright and being lowered. A peeper, spying on the opponent's cards, and using gestures to signal, an old yet simple and effective cheating technique, employing his perspective ability to examine the table before him. Todd discovered further intrigue among the stacked cards of the 2 nobles opposite him. They had placed their cards face down on the table, with their thumbs inward, obscuring the view from others. Beneath the table lay a concealed slot. With a firm push, the slot would open, allowing the smooth metal cards to slide through the channel to the other end, where another party could press down and retrieve the cards. Todd shook his head. It was evident these individuals had gone to great lengths for this gambling match. The round concluded, and Todd, as a pirate, lost 4 cards, needing to pay the knightly Viscount 150 silver moons, 10, 20, 40, 80. Amidst the spectators' astonishment, the stakes transformed into 3 pots of roses. "Are you certain you wish to continue?" Unexpectedly, the voice belonged to Queen Mary. Rising from her seat, she gazed at the father, her eyes harboring something he could not decipher. Todd met her gaze for a moment before nodding affirmatively. The queen sighed, waved her hand, and resumed her seat. The new round began. This time, Todd became the knight, and after a series of defeats, he insisted on shuffling the cards himself. Viscount Kennard regarded him with amusement, as if observing a fool who, having lost everything, began to act erratically, and graciously acquiesced to the request. Todd's method of shuffling was rather peculiar. He laid all the cards face down on the table, the backs facing up, while reciting a prayer, tapping his cross thrice on the back of each card. Upon completing this, he began to gather the cards one by one. The Viscount laughed heartily, addressing the father. "Do you expect a miracle from the Almighty?" Todd glanced at him, pointing towards the pot of roses before them, and earnestly replied, "Is not everything before you ample proof of the Supreme's power?" Kinnard's smile faded as he glanced at the cross in Todd's hand. Swallowing hard and falling silent, the servants began to deal the cards, starting with Todd, followed by the two nobles, distributing in rounds. Everyone noticed that the father allowed the dealt cards to scatter across the table, neglecting to gather or organize them, instead immersed in silent prayer. The Viscount initially reveled in his hand, then shot an annoyed glance at the motionless Todd, rapping the table with his knuckles, reminding him, "Father, it is your turn to play first. The Almighty has decreed the outcome of this round," Todd declared. Hearing this, Kinnard's temper flared. "The Almighty has no say over my table. Pick up your cards, Father." Todd regarded him, extending his hands to reveal his cards, flipping them one by one. The onlookers began with light chuckles, then fell silent, ultimately gasping in shock. Pair of threes, pair of fours, pair of fives, pair of sixes, pair of sevens, pair of eights, pair of nines, pair of tens, pair of jacks, a sequence of 9 pairs. Observing the two nobles' stunned expressions as their cards fell to the ground, Todd slowed his speech, methodically tallying the stakes. The first card is 10 silver moons. The second is 20 silver moons. The third is 40 silver moons. The fourth is 80 silver moons. The fifth is 160 silver moons. The sixth is 320 silver moons. The 17th card is 1,312,072 silver moons. The 18th card is 2,621,440 silver moons, totaling 5,248,270 silver moons per person. Oh, I almost forgot. Not having played a card should triple the stakes, resulting in 15,728,610 silver moons. Together, that amounts to 31,457,220 silver moons. The father pushed his chair back, standing and adjusting his attire, surveying the now silent hall, and chuckled. "Preparing over 30 million silver moons may require some time. However, I doubt there will be any defaults. Both of you are reputable individuals, especially with so many witnesses present today, including Her Majesty the Queen personally witnessing this gambling match." Viscount Kinnard slumped in his seat, pale as death, trembling, the dark stain beneath him growing larger. "Oh, by the way," Todd seized the chains of the exotic girl from the day's servant, proclaiming to the assembly, "It is the Church's duty to handle the exotic beings. I kindly ask all esteemed individuals to cooperate." Todd escorted the girl to the entrance of the hall, turning back to the eerily silent room and stating, "May you all maintain a pious heart at all times, and remember, the Almighty is always watching over us." Chapter 89. All beings a flying knife soared through the air, piercing through layers of apple branches and leaves. A nimble figure flickered thrice along the knife's trajectory, executing a series of incredible maneuvers, ultimately landing firmly on the ground. The girl held a green apple in each hand and bit into one, a proud smile adorning her face as she looked at the nun before her. Rachel smiled, applauding. "Karen, splendid. In such a short time, you have mastered the ability to use your powers consecutively 3 times. Your progress astounds me." The girl's joy lasted but a moment before her expression clouded with distress. Rachel, placing a hand on her chest as she rose, observed the girl's demeanor and gently inquired, "What troubles you? Are you thinking of the father again?" "I didn't get to bid him farewell." The nun stroked her head, her words imbued with rare tenderness. "I recall you mentioning the Inquisition. The father willingly took on the responsibility to protect you, did he not?" Karen nodded glumly. "Do you understand what that signifies?" Noticing the girl's slight shake of the head, the nun chuckled, tapping her forehead. "He willingly entrusted a part of his fate to you." "Still not clear. Allow me to simplify." Todd stated there were no romantic feelings between you two. Your sole purpose for entering the convent was to study. However, if you were to idle away your days while frequently visiting him, what would others think? How would they speculate? Seeing a flicker of realization in Karen's expression, Rachel dusted off her clothes and beckoned, "Come now. Karen, it's time to return to town. Let us not dwell on such tiresome matters. Instead, let us discuss something far more intriguing. For instance, who did the father learn alchemy from? Does he possess any hidden treasures regarding alchemy?" Old craftsman Aidan Corm was currently in a rather foul mood. Just moments after a fierce quarrel with his wife and children, he entered the quaint tavern he often frequented, his face etched with indignation. He found a table already occupied by 2 patrons. After ordering a jug of ale and a plate of marinated beans, Aiden turned to the other 2 and inquired, "So, how much have you gathered?" One of them replied in a barely audible voice, 33 copper stars. The other spoke even more softly, 21 copper stars. Old Aiden's face twitched as he sighed. "Do your families also disapprove of this idea?" The 2 exchanged glances and nodded. The old craftsman produced a small pouch of coins and placed it on the table, scratching the back of his head as he said, "With what I have here, the 3 of us should be able to scrape together a silver moon. By the way, what is the current market price for saintly bones?" One of them responded, 50 copper stars should suffice. But if you haggle, 48 or 49 might also work. Without Lord Todd, I would still be a poor craftsman at the foot of the monastery, with no means to hire apprentices, purchase tools, or even start my own workshop. Old Aiden took a swig of ale and murmured, "Heavenly Father above, how can mortals forget their gratitude?" The other nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, without that exorcism, without the selfless act of the Holy Son, my soul would have likely become fodder for demons. And I would not have this opportunity to sit here and share a drink." The remaining individual eagerly concurred that it turned out that these 2 were craftsmen rescued by Todd from acute lead poisoning. Aiden calm grabbed a handful of marinated beans and chewed them vigorously, exclaiming, "There are rumors that Lord Todd has fled with the money, and others claim he has lost it all. That I do not believe it, even if the truth aligns with their words. I do not care. We wish to buy saintly bones, but we have no money. What should we do?" The old craftsman mused, touching the key ring at his waist. "If I pawn my newly built workshop and the tools I've purchased, I should be able to raise some funds. Indeed, I also have a few items I can trade for money." In Mushi Town, conversations like this were not rare, but rather commonplace in every corner. Over the next few days, the price of saintly bones in the Mushi Mutual Aid Fund plummeted to as low as 45 copper stars, primarily sold by merchants. However, those who had received Todd's blessings or firmly believed in his miracles, including the impoverished faithful, banded together to bottom feed, causing the previously stagnant price of saintly bones to rebound to 60 copper stars. "Walton, have you purchased another saintly bone?" Leslie looked on incredulously as the short, stout man emerged from the church. Walton dug into his ear with his pinky and shot a disdainful glance at the red-striped boy. "You don't understand the nuances here, just based on what I saw last time. What was it called again? Microscope. Right, the microscope, just based on that. I believe the priest won't disappoint me." Leslie scoffed. "I thought you had a grudge against him. I didn't expect you to be so wishy-washy." Walton chuckled. "As long as you cover my drinking expenses. I wouldn't care if he drained me dry every day." Alfonso de Carvo stood atop a hill overlooking Mushi Town, taking in the entire vista of the quaint settlement. The knight unfastened his chest armor and retrieved a copper pendant from beneath his neck, gently pressing the button on the slot, revealing 3 strands of hair nestled within the copper casing. "Chief, it's time for dinner," came the voice of Adelina from behind, prompting Alfonso to stow the pendant away. "The view here is truly splendid." The woman in white robes, her long hair fluttering in the breeze, gazed at the sea, beaches, fishing boats, and houses below, unable to suppress her admiration. The knight observed the smoke curling from the chimneys of each home and suddenly posed a question. "What exactly drives us to inhabit this earth? Day after day, year after year, embellishing this world?" Adelina paused momentarily at the odd question, crouching to touch a field mouse that had poked its head out. Gesturing ahead, the mouse raised its front paws, nodded, and scurried away. "Perhaps it's the desire to achieve something." Hearing the woman's response, the knight turned his head, awaiting further elaboration in silence. Adelina noticed the mouse on a nearby stone, having discovered a fallen fruit. And with a joyful bounce, it dragged the treasure into its burrow. Standing up, she softly remarked, "Before losing my husband, I had dreamed of becoming a mother. Now, I wish to protect every woman who aspires to be a mother." Alfonso closed his eyes, listening to the sound of the sea breeze passing by his ears, clutching the pendant at his chest tightly. Chapter 90, on either side of the high wall, have all the roses been returned? Hawkins stroked his small beard, glancing at the list in his hand as he replied, "Yes, aside from the pot in Her Majesty's possession, the other 31 pots have all been settled." He paused, hesitating for a moment before continuing. "There is one more matter. Those escorts have yet to leave." Todd turned back in surprise. "The troops from the palace have set up sentries outside. But it seems they are not here to monitor us. Rather, it appears they are protecting us. Hawkins closed the list and tucked it into his cloak. The silver ring royalty seems to care for us, sending soldiers to safeguard us, and even booking this in for our temporary stay. My lord. Are you sure you don't know that, Queen? Todd shook his head and replied, Today in the cathedral was our first meeting. However, upon reflection, he felt something was amiss. Having just returned to the inn from the banquet, Todd harbored feelings of disdain and loathing towards the lofty and beautiful Queen. Initially, he believed that due to the tea party in Mushi Town, Queen Mary had conspired with the nobles who held him in low regard to set a trap for the grafted roses and publicly humiliate him. Yet, upon calming down, he discovered several peculiarities. First, if the Queen and those nobles were indeed in cahoots. For a powerless priest like him, they could simply send troops to confiscate the carriage and expel him from Silver Ring City without any need for such elaborate schemes. Second, during the gambling, Todd had observed on multiple occasions that the Queen intended to halt the game. Two instances stood out. Once when he lost 11 pots of roses, and again during the penultimate round when he lost 150 silver moons. The timing of these occurrences was quite interesting, with the first loss being a third of his goods, a loss that was bearable, keeping the nobles in high spirits. The second loss occurred just as Todd was about to lose everything. From a rational perspective, if the Queen was aware of the cheating methods used in the game, but did not know of the existence of extraordinary abilities, both instances presented the best opportunities for Todd to extricate himself. Lastly, there was the matter of the guards. If they were headed to the banquet, the purpose of the royal guards might still be to monitor and escort. However, their continued presence after returning, assuming the role of defenders of the inn, made it difficult to interpret this as malicious intent. Did the Queen, unlike those nobles, have other motives? But why not directly invite him, instead of taking such a convoluted route through a banquet and gambling? Just as Todd's mind began to ache with these thoughts, Hawkins nudged him with his elbow, redirecting his focus. What about that extraordinary girl? The one you brought back from the banquet? Hawkins rolled up his sleeve to reveal 2 rows of delicate bite marks. She seems to harbor an even greater hatred for the church than the nobles. I was merely bitten, but Edgar was frozen to the point he couldn't even lift his hands. With a long sigh, Todd's head throbbed even more. The white candle made of beeswax flickered softly, casting intricate shadows by the ornate fireplace, where Queen Mary sat quietly in a wooden chair. Her skin, resembling creamy snow with a hint of rosy hue, glowed softly under the warm candlelight, creating a delicate halo around her. She had long discarded the heavy and elaborate court gown worn during the day. Now dressed in a nightgown she had designed and tailored herself. The long, white linen sleeves were adorned with delicate silk embroidery at the shoulders and chest, with a soft inner lining reminiscent of dawn's blush against snow. The cuffs were cinched and embellished with exquisite embroidery and beautifully patterned ties, while just below the collar, there were Tyrolean stripes and intricate gold and silver thread decorations. This lively and spirited attire clearly defied the church's regulations on secular dress, yet it appeared natural, elegant, and unique. 30 million silver moons. This immense debt, not even that old bastard Kinnard could gather, let alone empty the entire kingdom. King Guy VI set down the document in his hand, his face alight with delight as he listened to his wife's recounting of the events at the banquet, laughing as he patted the armrest. Whenever I ask him for money, he always cries poor in my presence, yet he never hesitates to don a full outfit of old clothes. He has purchased 10 houses already. Your Majesty, this is not what we originally intended. Whether it be the refining of silver or the eye of God, Father Todd's expertise in alchemy is evident. If we could recommend him as the royal alchemist, many issues would be resolved. However, given the tense relationship between the church and the kingdom, our original intention was to ease the atmosphere with a grand banquet, yet it has now backfired. The Queen leaned against the armrest, her silhouette beneath the thin fabric captivating the gaze of the man opposite her. Guy VI rose, shaking his head with indifference, retrieving a neatly wrapped square object from a corner of the room. Extending it toward the Queen, we can discuss these matters tomorrow. Let us set aside such concerns for now and admire the gift I have prepared for you, the renowned masterpiece by the illustrious painter of Gattero. Hetris. With a joyful countenance, Queen Mary eagerly unwrapped the parcel, her eyes widening at the exquisite patterns depicted on the canvas, exclaiming with delight, "It is truly magnificent." This is one of his later works, rumored to have been lost to the ravages of war. Who would have thought I could behold it here? Another coveted piece fills the void in my gallery. reflecting on the coins spent for this artwork. Guy 6 bit his lip in discomfort, then grasped his wife's hand firmly. The painting shall remain here, unable to leave, but our time is fleeting. It is time we take our rest. The queen stiffened momentarily before regaining her composure. Nodding with a gentle smile, the serene moonlight slipped behind the clouds, casting the world into dimness. The hand rested upon Mary's waist, as the king cautiously approached her shoulder, whispering softly between the pillows, "I am sorry." She shook her head, still turning her back to the other occupant of the grand bed. The man turned away, lying back down. After a while, he returned to the queen's side, murmuring, "Perhaps we could." Mary tightened the covers around her, her voice soft yet resolute. "I have already stated that I do not wish to engage with those sordid things." The man sighed heavily. The woman buried her head beneath the covers, falling silent. The eastern sky began to brighten, heralding Todd's early rise. He was not one to struggle with unfamiliar beds, but the strange environment and tense atmosphere of the city, unlike the tranquility of Mushi Town, rendered him restless. To his surprise, Harkins and his subordinates were already dressed and patrolling both inside and outside the inn. The dark circles under their eyes bore witness to their steadfastness, even with the presence of those guards outside. Aware of Todd's breakfast routine, Harkins presented him with the prepared rye bread and eggs. Sipping the fresh water provided by the innkeeper, Todd took small bites of the coarse bread, casting his gaze outside. The events of yesterday's gamble necessitated careful contemplation of his next steps. Harkins refrained from interrupting his thoughts, directing the farmers nearby to inspect the state of the roses. About half an hour later, Edgar and young Jerry emerged from their quarters. The former yawned, rubbing his eyes, and approached Harkins, lifting his chin and extending a hand with an air of familiarity, his fingers curling inward. The latter rolled his eyes, shaking his head, and handed over the remaining half of a coarse oat cake. Young Jerry sidled up to Todd, cheerfully watching the pigeons strutting about in the open space outside. Edgar, with the coarse cake in hand, plopped down on a bench beside the priest, devouring the bread ravenously. Todd glanced at him, then at the substantial portion of bread still remaining in his hand, and patted young Jerry on the shoulder, offering the food to the towering lad beside him. After finishing the coarse cake and meticulously licking each finger, Edgar cast an envious glance at young Jerry, suddenly recalling something, and declared proudly to the group, "After all, I have a way. That girl named Pamela from yesterday. I've convinced her that we are the good ones." Harkins had a foreboding feeling. "What did you tell her?" Edgar cleared his throat, adopting an unusually serious tone. "Miss, while we may appear to be men of the church, we are, in truth, embodiments of justice. Otherwise, consider, why did we not send you to the heretics' tribunal, but instead hid you here?" Harkins, exasperated, slapped him on the head. "You talk too much." After reprimanding the blabbermouth, the man rubbed his temples and turned to Todd, inquiring, "What shall we do today?" Todd pondered for a moment before responding, "If possible, I would like to visit the cathedral once more, but the issue lies in how we shall exit from here. Is Lord Todd here?" A deep and resonant voice from the doorway made everyone in the inn's hall turn to look. The rising sun gleamed upon the meticulously polished armor of the newcomer, blindingly reflecting light. The arrival was an elderly gentleman, who in his youth may have sported a head of raven hair. Now, despite the silver strands adorning his temples and the whiteness of his brows and beard, he was impeccably groomed. His bright, spirited eyes held no trace of the dullness and gloom typical of old age, instead radiating a sense of sincere devotion and mental clarity. Upon recognizing the visitor, Harkins' face drained of color, and in a panic, he spun around, scrambling to escape the hall. The old man kicked a bench, which struck Harkins squarely in the back, sending him sprawling to the floor. Just as Harkins attempted to rise, the old man hooked his leg, bringing him down once more and stepping onto his back. A voice thundered above him, reverberating throughout the inn's hall. "You scoundrel! I will settle the score with you later." Chapter 91. Todd was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. By the time he regained his composure, Harkins was being repeatedly ground into the floor by the armored elder. Grabbing Edgar and young Jerry, who had rolled up their sleeves to intervene, Todd stepped forward, pointing at the now defeated Harkins, addressing the old man. "Sir, I do not know who you are, nor do I understand what has transpired, but this man is my guard. I ask that you release him." The elder shook his beard, casting an amused glance at the man beneath his feet, pressing down with a firm voice. "You little rascal, why haven't you informed Father Todd of my identity?" Harkins struggled to lift his head, his face caked in dirt, managing a smile that was more pitiful than a cry. "This is Baron Cumberland. My Lord Knight, the commander of the warband I once belonged to." Todd stood frozen, glancing back only to find that Harkins' subordinates had vanished without a trace. After contemplating for a moment, Todd attempted to articulate a response to Cumberland. "My Lord Baron, Harkins has his reasons. A coward is a coward. Furthermore, I personally witnessed his knighthood ceremony. This scoundrel is the first knight I have ever seen abandon his fief, forsake his title, and even his honor." Cumberland kicked Harkins twice, his fury unabated as he shouted, "Do you know how I have been mocked by my peers and friends for a whole year because of your actions?" Harkins, covered in grime, felt utterly humiliated. Todd sensed the situation escalating and quickly interjected, "My Lord Cumberland, please calm your anger. The events leading to this were fraught with complexities, and no one wished for them to occur. Harkins is now my companion, and as his master, I am willing to do everything in my power to rectify his mistakes." "Oh, that is good." The old man's anger dissipated in an instant, and he nodded calmly. What just happened?" Todd stared in disbelief at Cumberland's rapid change of demeanor, his mind momentarily paralyzed. The Baron dusted off his trousers as if nothing had occurred and said, "I almost forgot the main matter, Father Todd. His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Queen request your presence at the royal palace. I trust you will not refuse." Todd's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, a forced smile stretching across his face. "It would be my utmost pleasure." On the way to the palace, Todd engaged in conversation with Baron Cumberland. The old man's temperament and demeanor were entirely different from their first encounter. He was witty, articulate, and quick-witted. Todd began to understand the influence that shaped Harkins' character. Cumberland hailed from humble beginnings, enlisting as a peasant soldier at the age of 14 to fight against the northern barbarians. His fearless presence on the battlefield caught the attention of the Lord, leading to numerous victories across nearly 1,000 skirmishes, etching the name Cumberland into the hearts of every foe. Through his military exploits, he ascended from soldier to squire, then to knight, ultimately being granted a life peerage as a non-hereditary baron. "My Lord Baron, may I inquire why His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Queen seek me?" Todd still bore some trepidation from the previous day's banquet. If this royal summons was merely to placate the nobles, it would be prudent to prepare for flight. Cumberland regarded the priest with a smile. "I do not know." Todd fell silent. The meeting was not arranged in the audience chamber or a side hall, but rather in the palace's administrative hall, which surprised Todd, as it was rather unusual for the royal family to meet with a mere priest in such a manner. As Todd stepped through the grand doors of the hall, the bustling crowd within left him momentarily dazed. While he observed the throng of people, they too scrutinized him in return. Each individual radiated an aura of mystery and grandeur, rendering this mere 15-year-old priest a figure of towering significance in the eyes of all present. Amidst the multitude, Todd could only identify two familiar faces. One was Queen Mary, seated regally beside the throne, and the other was the notorious Viscount Kennard, who had made a spectacle of himself at the banquet the previous night. Gradually making his way to the center of the hall, Todd held a cross against his chest with one hand, while tracing a sign of the cross in the air with the other, reciting a blessing for the king and queen, and bowing slightly in reverence. Observing the priest's actions, whispers began to circulate among the attendees, with some voices rising above the rest, hinting even a bishop would not dare to act thus. In contrast to the murmurs of discontent, King Guy VI merely furrowed his brow slightly, exchanging a knowing glance with Queen Mary, before addressing Todd with a congenial demeanor. "Priest, are you aware that your legendary tale has spread to every corner of Silver Ring City?" Todd shook his head, replying, "What people exalt is the power of the Heavenly Father, which has nothing to do with me." The king paused in surprise, then inquired, "I have heard that you have brought forth a peculiar flower, a variety of roses that bloom upon a single tree. That is the gospel flower from the miraculous land of Mushi Town, a gift from the Heavenly Father." King Guy VI shifted slightly, intrigued, and asked, "Could you elaborate on this?" One day, a farmer in Mushi Town planted fallen rose petals and tree roots together, buried them in the soil, and watered them with well water. The following day, to his astonishment, he discovered that the roses had grown atop the tree roots. "Priest, are you referring to those runaway serfs who have forsaken the sacred covenant?" At this proclamation, the crowd gasped. Todd, interrupted mid-sentence, turned towards the source of the voice that a group of elegantly dressed nobles stood together, casting him malevolent glances. Todd remarked with a tone of skepticism, I find your statement rather peculiar. Those who have abandoned the sacred covenant ought to face divine retribution. Yet why would the Heavenly Father choose to perform miracles through their hands? Observing the nobles momentarily at a loss for words, Todd continued, I believe these farmers were inspired to come to Mushi town. Nonsense. Several nobles erupted in anger, but before they could retort, King Guy, sensing the tension, swiftly redirected the conversation. Priest, I hear that you won 30 million silver moons through gambling at last night's banquet. At this mention, the crowd stirred with excitement, for the tales of the wild gambling spree had spread throughout the streets. Todd maintained his calm demeanor, replying slowly, Your Majesty, that too was the Heavenly Father's judgment, and I had no part in it. Viscount Kennard suddenly interjected, You cheated last night. Todd shot him an amused glance. It seemed the young noble lacked skill at the card table, yet excelled at projecting blame. Beside the young Viscount stood a portly, balding middle-aged man, who stepped forward and declared, Priest, I believe the wager between you and my son was unfair. It is never permissible to alter the rules in the midst of a game. Todd smirked slightly, internally mocking the situation. After all, it was simply a case of my son suffers, thus I seek retribution. Earl Nal has a point, King Guy chuckled, attempting to smooth over the matter. What if we all took a step back? Todd calmly regarded the father and son duo, pausing momentarily before uttering a phrase that baffled everyone present. The royal guards who escorted me last night were the most disciplined and orderly troops I have ever encountered. Although King Guy VI did not grasp why the priest mentioned this, he felt a swell of pride at the compliment directed towards his guards. Queen Mary, however, furrowed her brow, her body tensing as she scrutinized Todd's lips. But what saddens me is that their saddles have become worn and bare. Their sword sheaths are rusting at the bottoms, and even their dinners consist of a single bowl of gruel shared between two. The king's expression instantly soured. He knew all too well the reasons behind these circumstances due to financial constraints. Some may find it strange that a kingdom as affluent as Silver Ring could face such monetary issues, but the reality was stark that at its inception, the Silver Ring kingdom adhered to the medieval principle that a king should sustain himself. However, with the frequent wars and escalating court expenditures, the revenues from royal lands, lordly rights, and judicial income had long ceased to cover the royal expenses. Taxation of the subjects became the only recourse, and the rates and types of taxes grew increasingly burdensome as the monarch's needs escalated. The populace of Silver Ring City even began to murmur. Exorbitant taxes are like mice, fattening themselves at the expense of the people. Unbeknownst to the lofty king, the vast sums of tax revenue were largely funneled into the pockets of the nobles who wielded fiscal power. Observing the king's somber demeanor, Todd suddenly declared, I willingly forego the right to pursue the Viscount's gambling debt. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a sense of relief, but they were unprepared for Todd's next words. He continued, Were it not for the unwavering vigilance of those royal guards, I would even doubt my ability to sleep peacefully last night. Therefore, I hope that Earl Kennard and the Viscount will, in light of these guards' devoted service to the kingdom, generously contribute a small sum to improve their equipment and provisions. As Todd's words resonated, the expressions of those in the hall varied widely. The guards stationed both inside and outside the hall cast grateful glances at Todd, not only for advocating on their behalf, but also because the royal family and nobles often demanded much from them without acknowledging their toil and sacrifices. The nobles voiced no dissent, instead nodding in agreement, partly because Todd had voluntarily relinquished the astronomical debt he could have pursued, and partly because, whether day or night, the royal guards had indeed safeguarded his safety, making Todd's plea for their reward entirely reasonable. King Guy VI was overcome with delight, his face beaming with joy. First, Todd had promptly relinquished his claim to the gambling debt after heeding the king's suggestion, preserving both his honor and interest. Second, claiming it as a reward for the royal guards meant that a portion would naturally flow back into his own coffers, allowing him to profit from the arrangement. Queen Mary's expression, however, was perhaps the most peculiar in the hall. She rose to her feet, her eyes wide with disbelief as she turned to Todd, then glanced at her husband's jubilant face, parting her lips to speak. She found herself at a loss for words, her expression growing increasingly frantic and helpless. Your inner self, your character, priest, is truly of the utmost goodness and sincerity. King Guy VI cleared his throat, gazing expectantly at the father and son duo, my two beloved subjects. What say you? The earl and his son exchanged hesitant glances, deliberating for a considerable time, before finally raising a trembling finger. 100 silver moons? The king's face fell instantly. Todd lowered his head, nearly bursting into laughter. 100 silver moons. Earl, you are most generous. King Guy 6, furious, forced a laugh as he slammed his hand against the armrest of the throne. Observing the disdainful gazes directed at him by those nearby, the Earl, now flustered, began to wipe the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, exclaiming, double it, 200 silver moons, 200 silver moons. Queen Mary discreetly tugged at her husband's sleeve, but to her dismay, he remained unresponsive. The king rose to his feet, suppressing his ire, and sternly remarked, I have heard that you own 10 mansions within the city, each valued at thousands of gold suns. The earl's veins bulged as he gritted his teeth. Announcing a new figure, I am willing to raise it to 2,000 silver moons. King Guy 6 appeared somewhat more satisfied, though still not entirely pleased, coupled with the queen's firm tug on his garment. He finally grumbled as he returned to his seat. Signaling for the matter to be dropped, he cast a resentful glare at the trembling Viscount Kennard. Todd raised his eyebrows and directed his gaze towards the ceiling. The king, his anger somewhat quelled, suddenly recalled the main agenda of the meeting that he leaned forward, amiably addressing Todd. Priest, we have invited you here today to extend an offer for you to become the royal alchemist of the kingdom. I oppose. To everyone's surprise, it was the bald, portly earl who interjected again that he pointed an accusatory finger at Todd, exclaiming loudly, since the ascension of the late king, there has never been a cleric in a position of authority within the palace. This is simply unreasonable. Other officials and nobles echoed his sentiments, their voices rising in agreement. The underlying reasons were clear to all. The church and the kingdom had long been at odds, fraught with unspoken grievances. Allowing a priest into the palace's inner circle would not only provoke resentment among the secular nobility, but also raise concerns regarding the church's influence encroaching upon the royal authority, potentially swaying the king's decisions. King Guy 6 appeared to be struggling to suppress the fury that simmered within him. His face flushed crimson as he continued to explain in an unusual tone, I trust you have all witnessed Mr. Todd's remarkable prowess and expertise in alchemy, that he had already improved the process of refining silver during his time at the monastery, and with the divine eye of God to discern good from evil. Inviting him to become the royal alchemist would greatly benefit the kingdom's finances. The king's words were once again interrupted by the earl. Clerics are not permitted to hold positions within the palace. This is the decree of the late king. Observing this theatrical exchange of rebuke between the sovereign and his subjects within the grand hall, Todd, maintaining the role of an onlooker, refrained from participating or causing a commotion, simply enjoying the spectacle while gleaning many intriguing insights. The nobles, who held substantial power within the kingdom, truly wielded extraordinary influence, without even mentioning the dual noble titles held by father and son. The sheer magnitude of their presence was astonishing for the king. His temperament and composure were indeed beyond the ordinary. Despite being openly challenged by his subordinate, he argued his case without resorting to violence, which was commendable. It seemed that the royal family was genuinely in need of funds, as their ostensible desire for a royal alchemist position concealed a deeper intent to acquire the complete technology for refining silver. Although the smelting facility at the foot of the monastery was accessible to all and the furnace's structure was uncomplicated, the intricate processes of refinement and the removal of impurities were known only to Todd, Hawkins, and a select few key artisans. Surely, the Silver Ring Kingdom had sent emissaries to steal this knowledge, but ultimately, they had been unable to grasp its essence. Just as Todd was immersed in contemplation, the situation on stage shifted once more. From the recent incident of fundraising to the current invitation for a royal alchemist, King Guy Vi's ire grew increasingly palpable. Ultimately, he could no longer contain his emotions, disregarding the presence of others. Interrupted, he descended from his seat, pointing an accusatory finger at the Earl, the Minister of Finance, and bellowed, people from other nations proclaim that the Silver Ring Kingdom is a land of silver, a prosperous realm. Yet, who knows that the royal finances are in decline? How are you, as the Minister of Finance, managing this? In the face of the king's wrath, the Earl seemed unfazed, merely offering a perfunctory reply. While income may be substantial, expenditures are equally high. The king, like an enraged lion, dismissed such a response entirely. Then tell me, where has all the money gone? Where has all that wealth been spent? Queen Mary, seated beside the throne, stood up, realizing that it was time for her to intervene, lest the impulsive king take drastic action. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. The Earl works tirelessly for the kingdom. The fault does not lie with him. the queen's attempt at mediation, however, bore no fruit. On the contrary, upon seeing her, the earl's expression darkened, his brow furrowing deeply to him. It seemed that before this woman's arrival, King Guy VI had shown little interest in governance, spending his days in revelry and hunting. But since marrying this princess from an enemy nation, the king's demeanor had changed dramatically as he began to focus on domestic affairs and even attempted to cultivate a loyal base, meddling in fiscal matters. This was undoubtedly unwelcome news for the nobles who controlled the kingdom's critical institutions. The balding, portly earl turned his gaze towards the king while his eyes remained fixed on the queen. "Your Majesty, I have heard that you recently purchased a renowned painting by Hetris." King Guy VI paused. Falling into silence, the earl continued, "I have heard that for that painting, you spent 5,500 silver moons." At this revelation, the hall fell into stunned silence. Todd quickly calculated in his mind. 5,500 silver moons equated to approximately $2.75 million in purchasing power in his previous life. To spend such a fortune on a single painting was incomprehensible in the world of the affluent. Queen Mary covered her mouth in astonishment, realizing that while the painting might be expensive, she had not anticipated it to be so exorbitant. The earl was not finished. "For Her Majesty, you constructed a corridor for paintings, housing over 100 masterpieces acquired from various places. I have also heard that you are secretly building a magnificent garden named Eden for the Queen's upcoming 20th birthday. Furthermore," the king's low growl of anger interrupted him. "Enough." This scene was rife with tension and drama. Much to Todd's delight, the only thing that dampened his spirits was that he had not brought along a handful of roasted beans, nor was there anyone to offer him a small chair. From the far end of the hall, a familiar cough caught his attention. Todd turned to see the armored Baron Cumberland standing at the entrance, his gaze fixed unblinkingly upon him, sending a chill down his spine. That old codger. Turning away, Todd sighed deeply. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon, but I must decline the invitation to become the royal alchemist." The sudden declaration from the priest momentarily stilled the already tense atmosphere within the hall. Todd continued, "The church has always regarded alchemy as a forbidden art. If I were to accept the kingdom's invitation so openly, it would not only be detrimental to myself, but would also bring unnecessary trouble to Silver Ring City." The assembled crowd pondered his words, ultimately agreeing that the priest's reasoning was sound. King Guy VI's complexion paled as he took his wife's hand and returned to his throne, where he observed Todd's expression of 3 parts nostalgia, 7 parts regret, and sat down in resignation, his demeanor a mixture of dejection and indignation. The king nodded. "It seems we have no choice." However, Todd shifted his tone, in the interest of aiding the Silver Ring Kingdom. "I am willing to impart the technology for further refining silver to the royal family." At this pronouncement, the hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could have been heard, and no one dared to believe their ears. The priest was willing to freely share the silver refining technology with them. King Guy VI trembled with excitement, rising to his feet and, deeply moved, declared, "Father, your character, your benevolence, you are the savior of the entire kingdom." The silver refining technology held no further utility for Todd. He felt no pangs of regret in offering it freely. Firstly, the technology was of no benefit to him and would only bring calamity. Secondly, the monks at the monastery had ample waste or available for refining, so he need not worry about their raw material sources. Todd spoke slowly. "We are all lambs under the care of our Heavenly Father. Love and mutual assistance are virtues that every believer should uphold. Moreover, there has been a misunderstanding between the church and Silver Ring City that I wish to resolve. Furthermore, upon my arrival in the city, I received the lavish hospitality of Her Majesty the Queen, which can be regarded as a token of gratitude." While the first 2 sentences resonated with the audience, the last one left many perplexed. Todd remained preoccupied with the banquet, feeling aggrieved. Had it not been for that deliberately arranged gambling match, no such troubles would have arisen, and he was particularly displeased with Queen Mary for involving him in this political maelstrom without consulting him. Looking up, his gaze met Mary's, and the fire in her eyes made it clear to Todd that she had undoubtedly understood his final remark. "Aiden, what happened to the scratches on your face?" On the streets of Mushi Town, the old craftsman, upon seeing an approaching acquaintance, hurriedly covered the wounds on his face with his hand, though he was unfortunately a moment too late. "Haha, I have a cat at home, and it has quite the temper. I accidentally got scratched a few times." Aiden Combe replied with a forced smile. The acquaintance blinked and teased. "Is that cat of yours a female? The kind that cries out at night?" The old craftsman, irate, muttered a few curses and fled, chased by the laughter of his acquaintance. Sitting on the sandy beach, Aiden scratched his scruffy white beard, pounded his aching old back, and sank into a deep gloom. His workshop, tools, and materials were all pawned off for a mere 8 bones. His children mocked him, and his wife had thrown him out of the house. Was it worth it? Mr. Aiden, Mr. Aiden. The old craftsman squinted at the person rushing toward him on the beach and inquired with curiosity, I remember. You are the owner of the dye shop who sold me the holy bone the other day. The newcomer, panting heavily, looked utterly frantic. Mr. Aiden, can I buy back that holy bone I sold you? I can offer 3 times the price. Chapter 93, Mutual Aid Society. As the old Aiden sprinted home, he was met with a gathering of people in front of his small dwelling, shouting about something. Stealthily avoiding the crowd at the front door, Aiden climbed through the back window into his living room, where he found his children blocking the entrance with their bodies. The appearance of the old craftsman brightened the eyes of his family. His wife rushed up, demanding, Where is the holy bone? You didn't promise to sell it, did you? Seeing Aiden shake his head, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. The eldest son, who worked part-time in the workshop, chimed in with a smile. I have a friend working in Silver Ring City who said that a few days ago. There was an auction in the city, and even the king and queen attended. The auction featured items sent from our town, those flowers grown by the farmers who borrowed from the Mushi Mutual Aid Fund. Aiden's wife blinked, adding, I heard they made a fortune. The old craftsman inhaled sharply, murmuring, So that means, suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. The Holy Sun has returned. A golden nest or a silver nest can never compare to one's own doghouse. In this moment, Todd profoundly understood the meaning of this phrase as he stepped into the town of Mushi. An overwhelming sense of relaxation enveloped him, akin to a reclusive man returning to his cozy abode filled with the fragrance of chestnut blossoms after a prolonged absence. The caravan came to a halt in the square before the church. After his request to host the royal guards escorting him was politely declined, Todd watched the diligent guardians set off on their journey home. Shifting his gaze to the wooden crates brimming with coins within the caravan, he signaled for the townsfolk to gather in the square. That in truth, there was no need for such notice. Todd had bestowed the blessings of the Heavenly Father upon the farmers, enabling their flowers to fetch exorbitant prices in Silver Ring City, a fact that had already spread throughout the streets and alleys of Mushi. The men set aside their tasks, the women abandoned their laundry, and the children eagerly congregated in the square, vying for a prime spot with an unobstructed view for their families. By the time Todd had refreshed himself and donned a clean outfit, the disciples had constructed a makeshift circular wooden platform, upon which 3 hefty wooden crates were arranged in A shape. Todd quietly inquired of his companion Hawkins, How is it? Have the people arrived? The man surveyed the throng that filled the square to capacity and nodded towards the priest. I have checked the church's register. All who possess the holy relics are present. Todd nodded in acknowledgement and, under the watchful gaze of the residents, ascended the wooden platform. The cacophony of voices gradually subsided as everyone awaited the priest's words. However, Todd appeared to have no intention of addressing the crowd. Instead, he beckoned Hawkins to step onto the platform and whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing the priest's private words, Hawkins's eyes widened in shock. Standing tall, he gazed out at the sea of faces below. Swallowing hard and expressing his concern, My lord, are you certain? This may not be wise, with so many people present. What if something goes awry? Todd offered him a reassuring glance. With a clenched jaw, Hawkins nodded in agreement. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, he drew his long sword from his side and struck fiercely at the wooden crate. Splintered wood flew, and a piercing sound resonated as the contents of the crate gradually revealed themselves under the sunlight. A silvery gleam pierced the eyes of the onlookers. The crate burst open. Silver coins spilled forth like a deluge breaking through a dam, cascading onto the wooden platform and transforming it into a shimmering sea of silver. Gasps of astonishment and praise erupted, and the crowd surged forward, though Hawkins found solace in the fact that they merely pressed closer to witness the spectacle without descending into chaos. Hawkins retrieved a document from his waist and, reading aloud the words inscribed upon it, proclaimed, We give thanks for the Heavenly Father's grace. We express gratitude for the miraculous blessings bestowed upon Mushi Town, and we acknowledge the residents who contributed to the Mushi Mutual Aid Fund. The total earnings from the farmers' goods sold in Silver Ring City amount to 2070 silver moons. A wave of awe swept through the crowd. The man continued, In gratitude for God's gifts, we shall first allocate 1/10 of the earnings as sacred management funds to be deposited in the church, totaling 207 silver moons. Next, We shall prioritize compensating the farmers of Mushi Town for their labor at a rate of 30 copper stars per household per day, amounting to 384 silver moons. Finally, the remaining 1479 silver moons shall be distributed according to the proportion of holy relics held, with each relic yielding 14 silver moons and 79 copper stars. The crowd erupted in astonishment. An investment of 1 silver moon had, within a brief span of a month and a half, yielded an astonishing return of approximately 15 times. Watching Hawkins and his subordinates retrieve a portion of the sea of coins to be placed in the church, another portion handed to the tearful Sasha, and ultimately dividing the remainder into 100 equal shares, Todd observed the mixed emotions among the crowd, some ecstatic, others filled with regret, while others were envious and resentful. The distribution of coins took over half an hour. And as the wooden platform stood bare, with only the dust stirred by the gentle breeze remaining, Hawkins once again stepped onto the platform to announce 3 new decisions to the crowd. First, Priest Todd intends to establish an organization called the Mushi Mutual Aid Society based on the Mushi Mutual Aid Fund. Second, the purpose of the Mushi Mutual Aid Society is to assist in the development of industries and improve the livelihood of Mushi Town. The specific implementation measures are as follows. The Mushi Mutual Aid Society plans to issue 1,000 holy relics at an initial price of 1 silver moon. Those who previously purchased the Mushi Mutual Aid Fund and participated in the profit sharing will have the priority to buy holy relics at the initial price within 30 days. After the 30-day priority purchase period, any remaining holy relics will be sold through an auction. Each individual may not hold more than 50 holy relics, which may be freely transferred, but such transfers must be registered with the church. Otherwise, they will be deemed invalid. Both purchasers and transfers of holy relics must be legal residents, meaning they must own property and reside in Mushi Town. Any holder of holy relics who relocates from Mushi Town during the holding period will forfeit their entitlements, and the relics will be confiscated by the church. Third, the farmers of Mushi Town plan to establish the Gospel Flower Workshop, with the Mushi Mutual Aid Society pledging 200 silver moons to participate in this venture and acquire the rights to its profits. The funds will primarily be utilized for establishing a storefront, purchasing materials, training personnel, and facilitating product transportation and sales communication. Given the overwhelming volume of announcements, Hawkins reiterated this information before having it transcribed onto paper, affixing it to the town's notice board. In the subsequent days, Mushi Town buzzed with activity as if boiling water. Hawkins and his 12 subordinates used their dividends to purchase equipment for themselves and lavish gifts for their families. Alfonso and his attendants invested their earnings in constructing a 2-story dwelling near the hills, accommodating 4 individuals. Edgar and young Jerry moved out of the guards' camp and rented a large house in town. Rachel and Karen, the 2 imposter nuns, received the lion's share of the funds. However, it was unclear what their intentions were, as they decided to use their earnings to build an inn adjacent to the newly established convent, even naming its sisters inn. After arranging matters concerning the Mushi Mutual Aid Society and the Gospel Flower Workshop, Todd turned his attention away from external affairs, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. In the main hall of the laboratory, Todd had Alfonso seated on a stool as he began to investigate the dragon bone parasite afflicting him. According to the biological classification system established by F.E.G. Cox in 2003, living organisms can be broadly categorized into 6 realms: the bacteria realm, the protozoa realm, the animal realm, the fungi realm, the plant realm, and the color worm realm. The parasite on Alfonso's body could primarily be classified within the animal realm, subphylum Acanthodiae, order Nithostomata. However, certain characteristics rendered this classification uncertain. A male and female pair of dragon bone giant parasites clung tightly to the knight's exoskeleton, their numerous appendages extending from within their bodies, ensnaring the host's limbs and neck with tendrils and hooked jaws. When Alfonso removed his iron helm, Todd recoiled in shock, for the visage before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the protagonist of Alien vs. Predator. The Predator, the numerous fine and sharp appendages of the dragon bone parasite spread from the knight's neck, resembling a large hand tightly enveloping his entire head from behind. Todd conducted a thorough examination, only to discover something peculiar. Logically, parasites should rely on the nutrients of their host for sustenance. Yet, how could the dragon bone parasite, which envelopes the exterior of a human, extract nutrients from the host? How does it engage in metabolic activities? Moving to Alfonso's back and employing his X-ray ability, Todd finally glimpsed the truth. The parasite covering the human spine extended dozens of sharp barbs from within, piercing into the knight's spinal fluid, serving as its source of nourishment for daily activities. Along the midline of the parasite, a row of small pores pulsated with the parasite's movements, from which a liquid seemed to be secreted, resembling metabolic openings. Upon completing his observations, Todd began devising a plan to assist Alfonso in shedding this parasitic armor. After careful consideration, he resolved to attempt a commonly used anesthetic, ether by dehydrating alcohol with sulfuric acid. This organic solvent could be obtained, which remains remarkably stable when isolated from AI, or ATA concentration of 109.08 to 196. 95 grams per cubic meter, 3.6 to 6.5. It would induce unconsciousness in humans. Since the dragon bone parasite belongs to the order Nethostomata, it was reasonable to assume that ether would have some effect. The key challenges lay in two aspects. First, maintaining the correct concentration. Ether possesses low toxicity, and if the concentration is not carefully controlled, it may provoke severe irritation in both the host and the parasite. Second, ether's oxides are extremely unstable, and its vapors can mix with air to form explosive compounds. Ultimately, Todd set up a dark room, procuring a container reminiscent of a sauna barrel, ensuring that Alfonso's head remained exposed while his body was sealed within the barrel. After a prolonged half-hour of administering ether through the watertight method, a sound of something falling to the ground echoed from within the barrel. The parasitic appendages atop the knight's head gradually unfurled, causing him to slump lifelessly onto the wooden tub the dragonbone parasite had detached. In Chapter 94, titled Specialist in Parasite Cultivation, Alfonso lay bare-chested, reclining on the soft bed of the second floor of the laboratory. Sunk into a deep slumber, once a strikingly charismatic man, his visage now bore only pallor, emaciation, and a hint of anguish. "This is the first time I've seen the boss's face like this," Walton muttered. Glancing sideways at Leslie, Todd crouched beside the bed, meticulously disinfecting the small, evenly spaced puncture wounds along the knight's spine with medical alcohol, applying powdered medicine with care. These were the results of the dragonbone parasites siphoning spinal fluid from their host, resulting in deep puncture wounds. Although classified as minimally invasive, the severity of the wounds posed a risk of spinal meningitis, or even paralysis, if not treated properly. Adelina sat at the head of the bed, gently wiping Alfonso's forehead with a damp cloth, her brow furrowed with concern as she inquired, "Lord Todd, when will the boss awaken?" "Under normal circumstances, it should be 3 to 4 hours. However, I find it peculiar. I only anesthetized the armor he wore, and he did not inhale any anesthetic gas through his mouth or nose. Why, then, is he in a state of unconsciousness?" Todd pondered, his face etched with confusion, as he conducted a thorough examination of Alfonso. Beyond the wounds on his spine, the most alarming aspect was his physical condition. Having relied on the dragabone for daily activities over an extended period, the knight's limbs had begun to exhibit signs of muscular atrophy. It was akin to a healthy individual who, after prolonged dependence on a wheelchair, discovers his lower body rendered powerless when finally freed from it. After instructing Adelina, Walton, and Leslie on how to assist the patient in regaining strength, Todd returned to the laboratory's main hall, redirecting his focus to the recently removed dragonbone parasites. Within the massive wooden barrel, a male and female parasite lay dormant in the nutrient solution, their once rigid structures slowly contracting. Utilizing his powers of X-ray and eagle eye, Todd meticulously scrutinized the peculiar colossal parasites. The outer layer was akin to steel in hardness, encasing an inner space reminiscent of an air sac, scientifically termed dermal muscle sac, beneath which lay a layer of soft dermal muscle. This tri-layered structure not only provided resistance against external forces, but also afforded a degree of cushioning to protect the host's body. Peering deeper, Todd discerned some strange entities, grayish-white medullary bodies resembling human nerves. This nerve-like substance permeated the interior of the parasite, even including the sharp hooks used to penetrate the host and extract nourishment. Contemplating this revelation, Todd formulated a daring hypothesis. Could it be that the ether, originally intended solely for anesthetizing the parasites, had traversed through their nerve lines into Alfonso's spine? If this hypothesis proved valid, it would explain why the knight, despite not inhaling ether, had succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, such speculation remained just that, a conjecture. Unproven at present. Suddenly, Todd's gaze alighted on the female parasite's tail, where he spotted several egg-like structures. Driven by insatiable curiosity, He donned gloves, silently praying the parasites would not awaken at that moment, and cautiously reached toward the copulatory organ of the male and female parasites. He first propped open the male's copulatory umbrella, extracted the copulatory spike, and then gently squeezed the female's reproductive organ, expelling the visible eggs one by one. A total of 6 white eggs, roughly the size of jujubes, revealed the faint outlines of larvae within when exposed to sunlight. It appeared that the dragonbone parasites reproduced through anisogamous reproduction, wherein the eggs produced by the female already contained developed larvae. Todd located a glass container originally intended for cultivating rose cuttings, disinfected it with approximately 70 alcohol, and rinsed it 3 to 4 times with sterile water. Next, he constructed a darkroom within the laboratory to shield the setup from sunlight, meticulously sealing the entire space with wax paper and glass to create a sterile environment. Finally, he prepared a commonly used double-lactose peptone culture medium for embryo cultivation, composed of sugars, coconut milk, oxygen scavengers, and biological amino acids that he placed the dragonbone eggs inside, planning to observe them every 2 hours. Completing this task, Todd recalled another parasite he had preserved, the honeycomb. Following the battle at the Bastion against Frankenstein, he had brought back the severed honeycomb parasite for cultivation. Now, that honeycomb had grown to 6 times its original size within the culture bottle, resembling a massive black jellyfish floating atop the water, its tendrils stretching downward, with the longest reaching over a meter, coiling at the bottom of the container. The honeycomb was entirely different from the dragonbone. Its method of reproduction was budding, wherein a progeny gradually separated from the mother organism's edge, along the tendrils beneath the jellyfish, black. Worm-like nematodes had emerged, intended to infect hosts and transform them into puppets. Over time, these nematodes could develop into new honeycombs. While the larvae of the dragonbone grew, Todd began his analysis of the honeycomb. The experimental subjects were 4 small white mice. He implanted a small honeycomb onto the spine of one mouse while feeding the remaining 3 with 3 black nematodes belonging to the former's mother. Frankly, the results of this experiment were a nightmarish memory Todd wished to forget. The outcome revealed that the mouse implanted with the honeycomb could emit vibrations to control the movements of the other 3 mice. However, by the end of the experiment, all 4 mice met with inevitable demise. The mouse that had consumed the black nematodes succumbed to neurotoxicity. Inside the white mouse, the black nematodes released a toxin that ravaged the host's nervous system, rendering it a mere shell of its former self. The mouse carrying the honeycomb mother perished horrifically, as its body was ruptured by a multitude of budded black nematodes. Thousands of these nematodes erupted from the mouse, accompanied by blood and entrails, leaving the glass container in utter disarray. Each recollection of that scene filled Todd with a sense of suffocating nausea. Through examination and dissection, Todd gleaned further information. The black nematodes exhibited stringent environmental requirements, temperatures exceeding 40 degrees, humidity below 40, exposure to sunlight, and significant pH disparities would sap their vitality, ultimately leading to their demise. The study of the honeycomb parasite was temporarily set aside. In summary, the findings were as follows. 1. The honeycomb parasite reproduces through budding, comprising a mother organism akin to a jellyfish, and its offspring, the black nematodes. Point 2. The interior of the mother organism contains a sound-producing organ resembling a vocal sac, capable of emitting a sound akin to a rattlesnake. To control infected hosts. Point 3. Hosts infected by the mother organism become eroded by the budding offspring, leading to a fatal rupture of their bodies. Point 4. Hosts infected by the offspring are subjected to neurotoxins secreted by the offspring, ultimately becoming mindless shells. 5. It is hypothesized that as time progresses, when the offspring mature into mother organisms, the fate of these mindless shells will mirror that of the maternal hosts, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming proliferation of offspring, resulting in death by rupture. Point 6. The offspring exhibit poor environmental adaptability, being highly sensitive to light, temperature, pH, and humidity. A.S. Todd penned the final notes of his observation report. He sighed while gazing at the honeycomb parasite within the culture bottle. This entity resembled a bioweapon of nuclear proportions. Thankfully, in the world of his past, such parasites did not exist, lest the horrifying scenarios of Resident Evil might truly materialize. Casting a glance at the dragonbone larval culture basin and the honeycomb culture bottle, Todd allowed himself a rueful smile, pondering whether he had unwittingly become a specialist in parasite cultivation. Having concluded his studies on parasites, Todd exited the laboratory to visit Alfonso, who was regaining strength in the hills. According to the attendants, the first request the knight made upon awakening took everyone by surprise. He desired a hot bath. Having soaked in the tub for nearly an entire day, Alfonso, lacking any strength in his limbs, required assistance even to emerge from the bath and don his clothing. Nevertheless, his spirits appeared lifted, and a long-lost smile graced his face. "I feel as though I have shed a tremendous burden," Alfonso remarked, rubbing his legs while smiling at Todd. "The powers of the dragon bone felt like shackles from hell, binding my soul for years. At last, I am free." Upon hearing this, his attendants seemed somewhat dispirited. Adelina accompanied Alfonso back to their quarters, while Walton and Leslie strolled outdoors with Todd. The stout man glanced back at the door, slowly saying, "The boss has mentioned more than once that from the day he lost his family and transformed into an aberration, he ceased to be a knight." Leslie found an empty patch of land and sat down heavily, stating, "Unlike us, the chief was forced to become a hybrid. He has tried countless methods to rid himself of that dragon bone." Todd leaned in, curiosity piqued, and asked, "Could you elaborate?" Leslie glanced at Todd, nodded as if resolute, and began. "The chief's wife's family suffers from a peculiar ailment, where fatigue and exhaustion trigger heart failure. One day, a traveler presented the chief with a copper tube, claiming the contents within could save his wife. Unexpectedly, due to this copper tube, the chief's wife transformed into an heir, ultimately becoming a monster that killed their child. Upon returning home, the chief witnessed this horrific scene, and at that moment, he was powerless against the heir and faced imminent death. The traveler reappeared, not only blocking the monster's attack, but also equipping the chief with the dragon bone armor. With the extraordinary powers of the dragon bone, the chief eventually defeated the heir. However, when he sought to find the traveler again, the individual had vanished. Todd recalled Harkin's words and inquired, "Who was that traveler?" Leslie shrugged, replying, "I don't know. The chief has been searching for him all these years." Walton interjected, "For the chief, every time he sees the dragon bone, he is reminded of his deceased wife and child. Deep down, he likely never wished to become a hybrid. Perhaps he felt that the powers of a hybrid tarnished a knight's honor, prompting him to forsake his status and become a hunter for the heretical Inquisition." Chapter 95. The right and wrong of power. A knight who harbors resistance, even hostility, towards his own hybrid abilities. Todd rubbed his chin, which had begun to sprout a few hairs, feeling somewhat troubled. Alfonso was undoubtedly a devout and loyal knight of the church. Perhaps the church's long-standing vilification of hybrids, or the psychological trauma of having killed his own wife using dragonbone powers, left him with no sense of acceptance regarding the use of hybrid abilities. Suddenly recalling something, Todd asked Leslie and Walton, "How did you come to know the chief?" The two exchanged glances, and Leslie spoke first. "The village I once lived in was a gathering place for hybrids, with fewer than 40 residents. One day, the Relief Society found us. Initially, they tried to persuade us to join them, but when we refused, they resorted to violence and forcibly abducted people, and my father was killed during the struggle. I was then thrown into a prison cart, destined for the Relief Society stronghold. During transport, I encountered the chief, who rescued me, and without his consent, I insisted on staying by his side." Walton sighed and began reminiscing. "I was friends with Adeline's husband. At that time, we lived in a town east of the Crow Forest. Occasionally, people would go missing, but we paid little attention at first, until one day, Adeline also vanished. Her husband and I followed the clues deep into the forest, where we found her, but also encountered a monster transformed from an heir. Adeline's husband died protecting her, and we were saved by Lord DeCavo, who happened to pass by." Hearing this, Leslie protested, "Hey, did you forget? I was there too. I had a part in saving you." Walton scoffed, "Save me? I remember you charging in like a fool first. If the chief hadn't blocked the monster's claws with his sword, would you even be sitting here speaking?" As the two began to bicker once more, Todd slowly stood up from the ground. The personality puzzle of Alfonso began to take shape in his mind, and he felt it necessary to have a serious conversation with the knight. After gently knocking on the door, Todd entered Alfonso's small room and saw the man seated in a chair, gripping a stone pestle and performing arm strength rehabilitation exercises. Adeline, who was boiling water, looked surprised to see only Todd enter. "Could you spare me a few minutes? I need to discuss something with you," Todd said, his face bearing an unusual seriousness as he looked at Alfonso. DeCavo nodded after a moment of hesitation, and Adeline exited the small room. As she closed the door, she cast a worried glance back at Alfonso. Todd took a seat opposite the gaunt man and stated directly, "Mr. Alfonso, I would like to know your views on hybrids." Alfonso furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, "Father Todd, I am aware of what you wish to inquire. I am neither foolish nor rigid. I do not support the Church's definition of hybrids as demon spawn. In fact, I have encountered many good and upright hybrids, such as my 3 retainers." Todd took a deep breath and slowly said, "You may have misunderstood my intent. When I referred to hybrids, I was speaking of you." Upon hearing this, Alfonso closed his eyes slowly and suddenly posed an unrelated question. "Father, can you imagine the sensation of relinquishing one's body to the control of the dragonbone?" Todd shook his head. "The fist that can shatter the hardest rock. The sword that can cleave the thickest trunk. This sounds marvelous, yet I feel trapped within the dragonbone, more like a machine designed solely for war than a living human." Alfonso lowered his head, watching as his 5 fingers slowly clenched into a fist, exclaiming with a hint of regret, "What frightens me more is that I gradually succumb to this power, reveling in the sensation, and slowly forget a knight's understanding of the source of power. Hybrid abilities, to me, are a shortcut, an erroneous form of power. Refining oneself and enhancing one's abilities is the rightful path to a knight's strength." "Mr. Alfonso, are you perhaps mistaken?" Todd rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated. "A knight's duty is to protect the weak and the vulnerable, to fight for justice against injustice and evil. Hybrid abilities bear no inherent right or wrong. They are akin to the sword in your hand. Used for righteous deeds, they represent goodness. Employed for treachery, they signify evil." Alfonso leaned forward, pressing his arms against the chair's armrests. "Father, I do not share your perspective. If, as you say, one does not prioritize physical training and skill enhancement, relying solely on weapons and power, then knights would have no need for swords and spears. Being adorned with the finest crossbows would be far more convenient." Faced with such an obstinate knight, Todd's temper flared. If the goal is to protect the weak and uphold justice, even a knight should wield that damned crossbow and shoot the bolts into the hearts of the enemy, rather than adhering to rigid dogmas, watching helplessly as the wicked slaughter the innocent. Alfonso, infuriated, slammed his hand on the armrest and shouted, "This is absurd. Father, you have no understanding of what knightly honor truly entails." Fuming, Todd stood up, flung open the door, and walked past the 2 men and 1 woman who had just entered, leaving without a backward glance. What could have been a meaningful conversation ended in discord. In the following week, Todd refrained from seeking Alfonso to discuss hybrid powers. He focused more on the cultivation of the dragonbone parasites and the establishment of the Mutual Aid Society, as he reviewed the Holy Bone Registry organized by the assistant priest. Todd found himself increasingly puzzled. Although the 30-day priority purchasing period for holders of the Mutual Aid Fund had yet to arrive, over half of the 1,000 holy bones had already been purchased. He himself had bought 50, Raquel and Karen each had 50, Harkins and his 12 subordinates had collectively purchased 70, Alfonso and his retainers had acquired 80, and Edgar and little Jerry had bought 50 in total. Upon examining the purchase records and quantities, Todd realized that aside from those aforementioned individuals, several residents among the priority purchasers were nearing the maximum allowable purchase limit of 50 holy bones. 50 silver moons is no small sum. Where did these individuals acquire such wealth? After inquiring with the assistant priest, Todd finally grasped the underlying scheme. Many residents of Musey Town had formed agreements with those priority purchasers, willingly entrusting their money to the latter to collectively buy 50 holy bones, sharing the profits based on their respective shares of holy bones. This involved a bargaining issue. Naturally, the priority purchasers were unwilling to sell their 50 bones at the original price of 1 silver moon per bone to others. Depending on their familiarity and credit history, they typically negotiated prices between 5 to 10 times. This may sound a bit complex, but a real example from Musey Town might clarify things. There was a small tavern owner in town who had previously purchased holy bones from the Musey Mutual Aid Fund but had not held on to them until the end, having sold them midway to his in-laws. Thus, during this 30-day priority purchasing period for the 1,000 holy bones of the Musey Mutual Aid Society, he naturally lost his eligibility. However, being a man of means, he was unwilling to miss this lucrative opportunity and sought out his in-laws, who had purchasing eligibility. The latter was originally a destitute elderly couple who crafted wooden cups, due to their unwavering faith in the Holy Sun. They ultimately acquired 14 silver moons and 79 copper stars from a single relic they purchased. The 2 families convened to discuss matters, and the elderly couple expressed their willingness to collaborate with the tavern owner in acquiring another relic. However, Considering the rampant speculation surrounding the relic's price in the outside world, they decided to sell the originally priced 1 silver moon relic to the tavern owner for 6 silver moons. Although the owner felt displeased, he begrudgingly spent his entire savings of 30 silver moons to secure 5 relics. Thus, the elderly couple found themselves with 44 silver moons and 79 copper stars. During the church's relic subscription, they purchased a total of 44 relics. This practice, known as proxy purchasing, was not an anomaly in the town of Mushi, yet it was not a frequent occurrence. After all, handing over hard-earned money to strangers is nearly inconceivable for ordinary individuals. Proxy purchasing primarily occurs among parents and children, family relatives, and in-laws. Furthermore, there was another reason. The truly wealthy merchants in Mushi were still waiting for an opportunity, believing that the current prices for proxy purchasing were exorbitant. The price of relics would naturally decrease in the forthcoming auction. Lacking competition from priority buyers, after all, the wealthiest individuals in the town were still them. Setting down the register in his hands, Todd rubbed his eyes, pondering the upcoming auction of relics that would take place in a week. As he stepped out of the church doors, just then he spotted Rachel and Kareen, who were supervising the construction of the Sisters' Inn. They greeted him and approached. Behind them peeked a small head, which Todd recognized as the exotic young girl he had rescued from the hands of the Viscount Kennard, Pamela. Just in time. "I was looking for you," said the abbess, crossing her arms and smiling warmly at the priest. Todd, who was being tugged by the excited Kareen, looked curiously at the woman. In his memory, Rachel seldom sought him out. Rachel pointed towards the inn under construction beside the convent, her face adorned with a rare innocence, and spoke with pride. "It won't be long before the inn that Kareen and I funded will be completed." Todd glanced at the construction site where bricks were being laid for the main hall, and in confusion, remarked, "I still don't understand why you and Kareen want to build an inn." Before he could finish, he noticed the woman's palm facing up, reaching towards him, where a document lay quietly. Filled with curiosity, Todd accepted the document from her hand and opened it to find that Rachel and Kareen had voluntarily pledged 1/3 of the inn's profits to him. "What is this?" Upon hearing his inquiry, Rachel revealed a smile reminiscent of a familiar little fox and said, "As siblings under the grace of the Heavenly Father, should we not extend a helping hand to one another?" Todd gazed at Rachel's charming smile, recalling his initial concerns when she first arrived in Mushi, worrying that she might interfere with affairs or engage in sabotage and espionage. However, as months passed, she had merely trained Kareen in her unique abilities and taught the girl to read and write, never overstepping her bounds. Shaking his head at his previous actions, Todd pondered for a moment before smiling at Rachel, saying, "Are you perhaps seeking the method for making monosodium glutamate?" The woman paused for a moment, then gently nodded. Taking a pencil from her pocket, Todd crouched down, using his leg as a makeshift table, and meticulously wrote down the procedure for making monosodium glutamate on the back of the document. Subsequently, in front of Rachel and Kareen, Todd tore the document in half, handing the portion with the recipe to the abbess while tucking the other half into his pocket. "Remember, when I dine at the inn in the future, you are not to charge me." As Todd turned to leave, Rachel, holding the half document, put away her smile and stood still for a long while. Chapter 96. The Papal Legate after bidding farewell to the 2 nuns. Todd strolled through Mushi town, suddenly noticing an influx of peculiar individuals compared to the past. These individuals were well-dressed, sharply contrasting with the hurried and busy residents around them. They pointed at the houses lining the streets, occasionally stopping to inquire with passers-by about the owners of the properties. Curious, Todd approached a local resident to ask what was happening. Initially, the resident did not recognize him due to his laboratory attire. After a moment, however, the resident's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "The Holy Sun! It is the Holy Sun!" This outburst immediately drew the attention of everyone on the street, and a crowd began to gather, showering him with praises and blessings. Realizing the situation was becoming dire, Todd recited a few prayers, made the sign of the cross, and hurriedly retreated. At the entrance of the church, Hawkins was pacing anxiously like an ant on a hot stove. Todd's appearance seemed to him like the arrival of a savior. Hawkins scrutinized Todd's attire and hurriedly said, "Sir, quickly, go change into your holy vestments." Seeing the man's frantic demeanor, Todd curiously rubbed his nose and chuckled. "What's the rush? Surely the Pope hasn't arrived, has he? Ha." Hawkins's solemn expression made Todd, who sensed something was amiss, chuckle awkwardly before he was abruptly silenced by Hawkins's next words. "The Papal Legate is about to arrive. Is my attire acceptable?" "Todd, now donned in full holy vestments, stood at the entrance of the town, gazing towards the eastern plains while addressing Hawkins beside him. A large crowd of curious townsfolk had gathered around the priest. The news of the papal legate's impending arrival had spread like wildfire throughout the town. Hawkins stood rigidly, clearly too nervous to respond to Todd's question. In the distance, a procession of knights bearing the Holy Cross approached. Weaving their way toward the town. As the procession neared, Todd lowered his head, focusing on the ground, only to catch sight of an individual stepping into his view, clad in a deep red robe that reached the ground. With a white knee-length tunic beneath and a large red cape draped over, a cross hung from a green-striped cord resting against his chest. Todd quickly straightened his posture and reverently said, "Esteemed legate, you bring the boundless mercy of the Heavenly Father. We beseech you to bestow your blessings upon us, your disciples." A familiar cough interrupted him, prompting Todd to lift his gaze. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he exclaimed in surprise, "Bishop Fabian, what brings you here?" The bishop awkwardly turned his head to the side, and only then did Todd notice a young man in a black deacon's robe standing beside him. The young man, in his 20s, had tousled curly brown hair, an upright posture, and unremarkable features, yet his smile radiated warmth. Todd, glancing at the young man's commonplace black deacon's attire, turned to Bishop Fabian in disbelief. Stuttering, could this be? The bishop appeared equally perplexed and helpless as he replied, "Todd, allow me to introduce. This is the papal legate, Tristan Gresham Bennett." Before Todd could exchange pleasantries, the legate stepped forward, grasping the priest's sleeve, and asked a question that startled Todd. "I heard you have an alchemy laboratory?" Anxiously glancing at the other members of the papal entourage, Todd noted their calm demeanor, appearing unfazed, uncertain of the legate's intentions, and his mind racing. Todd awkwardly chuckled. "Legate, it is nearly noon. Perhaps we should have lunch first." Tristan turned to the lead knight of the entourage and instructed, "You all should follow the priest's attendant for your meal." Watching as the rest of the entourage followed Hawkins into the town, Todd felt the legate's hopeful gaze upon him. With a deep sigh, he steeled himself and led Tristan toward the laboratory. As they passed the church, they crossed paths with Rachel and Corrine, while Corrine excitedly shared amusing stories with Todd. He noticed Rachel and Tristan locking eyes on the street. The papal legate, upon seeing Rachel in her oversized nun's robe, turned beet red and erupted into laughter. Rachel shot a fierce glare at the young deacon, then forcibly pulled the reluctant Corrine away. Striding off, confused by the departing nun, Todd turned to the young man and asked, "Legate, do you know this sister?" Tristan, wiping tears of mirth from his eyes, nodded with a smile. "Ah, yes, indeed, merely a fleeting acquaintance." Todd couldn't help but think, "Judging by your expression, you are clearly familiar with that little fox." With such thoughts in mind, he opened the door to the laboratory. Tristan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stepped into the ocean of equipment and reagent bottles, meticulously examining each item until his gaze settled on Todd's microscope. An amateur may be entertained, but an expert knows the craft. Todd recognized from Tristan's focused interest that this papal legate was undoubtedly well-versed in the art of alchemy. Seizing the moment when the other party's attention was fixated on the microscope, he stealthily shifted a wooden panel to obscure the passageway leading to the rear of the laboratory. "Is this also an alchemical apparatus?" Tristan inquired. Stroking his chin with his right hand while propping his elbow with his left, his expression brimming with curiosity, Todd kicked at the ragged cloth on the floor, covering the gap beneath the wooden panel, and replied, "Sir, that is called a microscope. It allows one to see very small things." The man turned around in excitement, exclaiming, "Very small? Just how small?" Todd quickly repositioned himself, stepping in front of the man. Opening the wooden case of the microscope and placing 2 glass slides on the stage after adding a drop of water, Tristan observed the priest's actions, his gaze lingering on the glass slides for a considerable time. Once the eyepiece and objective were adjusted, Todd gestured for the emissary to come and take a look. Moments later, a loud exclamation from the man made Todd squint and rub his ears. With trembling hands, Tristan pointed at the observation hole, stammering, "What are these things?" Todd leaned closer to the aperture, slowly responding, "The largest object, resembling a shoe sole, is a paramecium. The green elongated object is an euglena, and the cluster over there should be cyanobacteria." The man pushed him aside and leaned in again, pulling a nearby stool over without any hesitation and sitting down. Todd scratched the back of his head, glancing at the wooden panel behind him, and cautiously remarked, "Your Excellency." The man remained still, waving his hand dismissively. and said kindly, "Call me Tristan, Father." Todd continued, "Very well, Tristan, regarding lunch. If you're hungry, just go eat, but don't mind me." Todd rolled his eyes, inwardly cursing, "As if I would dare leave you here alone. There are a plethora of unspeakable things around. If the church discovers it, I could very well end up on the pyre. Father, do you have any paper and a pen?" Upon hearing the question, Todd promptly opened the storage cabinet beneath the table, hurriedly exclaiming, Yes, just a moment." Watching as Tristan acquired paper and pen, scribbling while gazing into the microscope, Todd sighed deeply, rubbed his stomach, and began rummaging through the laboratory for leftover flatbread from the previous night. "Sir, it's nearly time for dinner, and the members of the delegation are." Hawkins stepped into the laboratory, momentarily stunned by the sight before him. The emissary, clad in a black clerical robe, was intently seated before the microscope. With numerous sketches scattered across the table, our dear Todd sat on a small stool, one hand rubbing his belly and the other propping up his chin, an expression of frustration etched on his face. Hawkins glanced at Todd, then at the emissary, hesitantly saying, "The Knight Commander of the delegation is looking for you, Your Excellency." "Stop right there. Whatever you say, he won't listen," Todd interjected, rising to beckon Hawkins over. Before stepping beside Tristan and pointing to the man's arm, Hawkins hesitated but ultimately assisted Todd in lifting Tristan, who protested as they made their way toward the door. The dinner was arranged in the side hall of the church, and due to the hurried preparations, it consisted of commonplace food and drink. Emissary Tristan began his speech by offering praise to the Heavenly Father, expressing gratitude to Bishop Fabian for his company, and finally extending thanks for the warm hospitality of the town of Mushi. After listening to the emissary's speech, Todd found himself in a daze, for throughout the address, Tristan had not once mentioned the matter of utmost concern to Todd, whether the church would consent to the establishment of a knight order in Mushi. Naturally, Todd could not broach the subject directly, opting instead for subtle hints during their conversation over the meal. To his surprise, despite Tristan's youth and fascination with alchemy, he was as slippery as an eel in social settings, no matter how Todd nudged him. He feigned ignorance and danced around the issue, steadfastly avoiding any mention of the Knight Order. Eventually, Todd lost his temper, temporarily abandoning his inquiries to discuss other topics. "I thought the church regarded alchemy as a dire threat." Todd took a sip of red wine. Tristan poked at the fruits on his plate with a fork and replied with a smile, "Would you be surprised if I told you that in the Papal States, many bishops and nobles are studying alchemy?" Todd's eyes widened. "But isn't alchemy?" "Indeed, the church once issued a holy department edict declaring alchemy to be heretical. However, that was 800 years ago. The allure of turning stone into gold and the philosopher's stone is something anyone would be drawn to. Nevertheless, such matters remain in the shadows, conducted in secrecy." Hearing his words, Todd recalled his own experience with heretical trials, hesitating to respond. Noticing Todd's expression, Tristan chuckled, "I've heard about your previous troubles. The Silver Ring Diocese is rather remote, and many things change when they arrive here. Speaking of which, we have a connection. The laboratory you discovered beneath the St. Sidrolo Monastery." Todd abruptly raised his head, staring at the man, awaiting his next words. "Belonged to my master." Chapter 97. The lamb seeking refuge. Tristan set down his wine glass, straightened his posture, and a look of unprecedented longing and fervor appeared on his face. "My master, his wisdom and knowledge are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He traveled to numerous countries in search of knowledge and truth, residing at the St. Sidrolo Monastery for 3 years, where he and his friends constructed that chamber underground." Todd recalled the ingeniously crafted alchemical laboratory and eagerly asked, "May I inquire? Who was your master?" "Father, there's no need to rush. When you arrive in the Papal States, you will naturally meet him." Tristan picked up his wine glass again, smiling as he suggested, "Let us change the topic. Why not discuss that instrument I saw in the afternoon? I have a few questions to ask you." Thus, the man posed a series of basic questions regarding optics and materials science. Todd, astonished by his ability to make connections, carefully answered while ensuring he did not reveal too much. Sharing common interests, the two men quickly bonded under the influence of alcohol, erupting into laughter and exclamations that drew the attention of those around them. Just as Todd was indulging in his drink, a figure in his peripheral vision caused his brow to twitch. A flustered Rachel stood outside the church's side hall, waving at him, excusing himself to relieve himself. Todd stepped outdoors, carefully glancing around at the nun standing by the wall, and whispered, Did you call me out for something? If it's not urgent, could we discuss it tomorrow? Rachel's expression was anxious, her eyes darting into the darkness, completely devoid of her usual calmness, and her words jolted Todd's senses awake. Do you remember the sanctuary for the I mentioned? The first group of refugees has arrived and is hiding just outside the town, pretending to have urgent business. Todd hastily bid farewell to Tristan and followed the nun to a concealed straw hut outside the town. Rachel lifted the straw piled at the bottom of the hut, revealing 4 figures in the darkness, 2 adults and 2 children. A young couple with their son and daughter, dressed in tattered, muddy hemp garments, looking fearfully at the priest clad in holy vestments. I only received the news this evening. This family of 4 are. But they have never committed any wrongdoing, and they are currently being hunted by the Inquisition, Rachel explained, her face turned toward Todd, anxiety evident in her tone. If we do not help them, they will surely be captured and executed. Todd, what should we do? Todd ran a hand through his hair in frustration, growling, Heavens, Rachel, why today of all days? The emissary is in town. If we bring them inside, the church may discover them. Moreover, this delegation is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Mushi. But, he lowered his head, glancing again at the trembling family huddled together, torn between conflicting thoughts, his expression fluctuating. They must have gone that way. Everyone scatter, don't overlook any corner. A voice from the distance interrupted the priest's contemplation. Using his eagle-eye ability, Todd carefully observed the approaching figures. More than a dozen cloaked individuals with crimson crosses emblazoned on their chests, brandishing torches, fanning out as they surged toward the straw hut. The Inquisition was drawing near, and there was no time to deliberate. At that moment, Rachel anxiously stomped her foot and suddenly proposed, "What if I draw the Inquisition away while you lead these south?" With that, she turned to leave. Almost instinctively, Todd grasped her hand. Pressing his lips together, he sighed deeply, his voice resolute, devoid of hesitation or doubt, as he looked into the woman's eyes and declared, "Rachel, since I promised to help you, I will uphold that promise. Besides, I cannot sacrifice others for my own safety." Firmly holding on to the nun, he gestured for the fleeing family to follow him. Todd guided them away from the search route. Heading toward the town of Muxai.as, she gazed upon the priest, 5 years her junior, and felt the beads of sweat gradually pooling in his palm. An inexplicable tranquility enveloped the woman's heart. They traversed a field overrun with weeds, circumventing a bustling nocturnal street, until they arrived at the encampment of Hawkins' retinue just ahead. This was perhaps the most clandestine and secure location in the entirety of Mushi town. Just as Todd caught sight of the camp's entrance, a wandering shadow, cloaked in ebony, materialized at the end of the street, approaching him slowly. "Father, how splendid! I have been searching for you." To his astonishment, it was Tristan, the papal envoy. Todd lifted his gaze heavenward, feeling tears well in his eyes. "Heavenly Father, have you taken away all my fortune because you perceive that I was sailing smoothly through life?" Casting a discreet glance behind him, Todd hastened toward Tristan, warmly greeting him. "Your Excellency, are you not retiring for the night at such a late hour?" Tristan did not deign to answer his inquiry, facing Todd while directing his gaze toward the priest's rear. "Father, do you not also seek rest at this late hour?" Todd smiled awkwardly, biting his lip, and subtly gestured to Rachel behind him to hurry up, lowering his voice to utter a freshly concocted excuse. "This family you see before you consists of fugitive serfs. Due to the labor shortage in Mushi town, I have been discreetly sheltering them. You may be unaware, but my relations with the nobles have been rather strained over this matter. To simply shelter a family of serfs necessitates both a priest and a nun to intervene." "How amusing." Tristan winked at Todd. Continuing with a chuckle, "By the way, I have come to Mushi town to procure some local specialties for my mentor. I wonder if you might have any recommendations?" The envoy's words instantly made Todd realize that Tristan had undoubtedly discerned something, and was now seizing the moment to extract a favor. "Mushi town is hardly affluent." Tristan shook his head. "My master regards wealth as mere dust. The farmers in the town have cultivated gospel flowers." Tristan continued to shake his head. "The beauty of flowers is as fleeting as smoke." Todd clenched his teeth tightly. "In my laboratory, I possess a microscope that I painstakingly constructed." Tristan clapped his hands and laughed. "That's it. My master will surely appreciate it." Just then, an indignant voice emanated from behind Todd. He turned in astonishment, only to find Rachel had not yet departed. This woman, akin to an enraged lioness, glared fiercely at Tristan. The envoy's smile vanished. He swallowed hard and uttered, "Father, do not forget what you promised me." With that, he hastily retreated as if fleeing for his life. In the dead of night, amidst the woods to the north of Mushi town, Tristan lay face down, having fallen heavily to the ground as he scrambled to his feet. He promptly raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. Gazing at the woman several meters away, and forced a wry smile. "Rachel, do you not consider it rather disgraceful to engage in combat with an ordinary person using extraordinary abilities?" "No, I do not." The nun waved her hand dismissively. Tristan's feet lifted off the ground, suspended in mid-air as Rachel lowered her hand. He crashed back down heavily. The woman perched upon a stone, observing the disheveled figure of her adversary, spoke in a calm tone devoid of any emotion. "You should know. My greatest aversion is to reap rewards without toil." "Are you referring to the microscope?" "Wait, I can explain." Rachel showed no inclination to grant him the opportunity to elucidate, sending him crashing once more to the ground. Shaking his dazed head, Tristan clutched at the roots of a tree protruding from the earth and addressed the increasingly frigid gaze of the woman. "To persuade those masters to willingly come to Mushi town. Relying solely on my mentor's words is utterly insufficient. We require something to demonstrate the veracity of our claims." Rachel's hand stilled in midair. A man and a woman, a deacon and a nun, locked eyes in an unusual standoff. Tristan endeavored to muster a smile, still clinging to the tree roots, and inquired, "By the way, how did tonight's test fare?" "He passed." The woman shot a glare at the man, "In terms of keeping promises, Todd exhibits far more integrity than you." The man offered an awkward smile, rendered speechless. Rachel lowered her hand and regarded him. "Do you recall our previous agreement?" Tristan nodded. "We agreed to assist one another in establishing a sanctuary to protect those who are enslaved and hunted, and to safeguard the oppressed and tormented sages. Over this extended period, I have encountered kings who speak of righteousness with their mouths, and individuals of extraordinary lineage who care only for their own gain. To them, the extraordinary are merely useful tools. No one has ever truly cared for our lives." Rachel seated herself upon a large stone, casting her gaze toward the distant flickering lights to the south. Tristan rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothing, and sighed. "My circumstances are no better. The Church's regulation of heretical doctrines grows increasingly stringent. Last week, Professor Adriano, who studied astronomy, was apprehended by the first tribunal. Though my mentor fought valiantly for his release, all his works and laboratory have been reduced to ashes." Observing the woman's solitary, graceful profile, the man hesitated, then summoned the courage to say, "Rachel, return with me. Your parents have long been yearning for your presence." The massive stone beneath the nun soared into the air, then crashed down heavily beside Tristan. "Since the day I departed from the capital, the woman who was imprisoned in a cage has lain in the cold earth. In this world, only one Rachel, devoid of family, remains alive." Chapter 98. The Knights of Mushi observing the sore-backed envoy. Todd feigned concern. "Is the bed at the inn too hard for you?" Tristan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. As they walked, the townsfolk, upon seeing Todd clad in holy vestments, began to laud the grace of the sun, with an ever-growing number joining the throng behind him. Todd wiped the sweat from his brow, keenly observing the envoy's expression while discreetly signaling to Hawkins to disperse the crowd trailing them. To his surprise, Tristan appeared to be in good spirits, showing no signs of displeasure despite the people's cheers. "Father, it seems the people here hold you in great affection. I hear them refer to you as the son," Tristan remarked. Upon hearing this, Todd felt a jolt, hastily responding, "The villagers of this remote region have seen little of the world. Such titles are but idle words. Your Excellency, please do not take them to heart." Tristan regarded Todd with a knowing look, smiling as he replied, "Father, the people's affection for you is indeed a positive thing." What did this imply? A compliment or a mockery? Todd remained silent, lowering his head as he followed the envoy, pondering his thoughts. After accompanying him on a tour of Mushi town, Tristan appeared quite satisfied, which eased Todd's anxiety slightly. However, as they walked, Tristan suddenly gestured for the guards to leave them and posed a question that instantly thickened the atmosphere. "Father, what is your perspective on the boundary between faith and knowledge, Scientia?" The boundary between faith and knowledge. This was indeed a profoundly challenging question. Scientia, in Latin, embodies knowledge and learning, a term that serves as the precursor to science. This inquiry ostensibly concerns the relationship between religion and science, yet it fundamentally interrogates the philosophical nature of the world's origins. Had this been in a past life, Todd could have effortlessly cited references, expounding for an hour on evolution and genetics, from primitive societies to the information age. However, at this moment, he was at a loss for words. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, this was a medieval society, where one could not casually define the world's origins without evidence, lest one face the stake. Secondly, Tristan's inclinations were difficult to gauge that on one hand. He was a deacon of the church and an envoy of the papal state. On the other, he and his mentor delved into alchemy. Did he lean more towards religion or towards science? Ultimately, Todd resigned himself to conveying his perspective through a fable. Your Excellency, I once read a parable. I wonder if you would care to listen. Tristan halted, locating a wooden crate by the roadside and taking a seat. Todd settled beside the envoy and began to recount the tale. Long ago, two individuals traversed a great road. One was steadfast in his belief that this path led to paradise, while the other held no such faith. Yet, with no alternative routes before them, they could only continue along this road. The journey brought both joy and suffering. The devout individual regarded joy as a divine blessing and reward, while he viewed suffering as divine testing and refinement. Conversely, the other individual associated these events with cause and effect, logic, and nature, rejecting the existence of the divine altogether. As Todd paused, Tristan inquired, "And what of the end? Surely this journey must have a conclusion. One that determines who was right and who was wrong." Todd spread his hands, palms facing upward. The two continued along the path, and no one ever saw them again. They may have reached the end, yet they have never returned to inform us of what that conclusion truly looks like. Tristan remained silent for a considerable time before finally breaking into a smile. "Father, I confess, at the outset, I underestimated you due to your age, but you are far more astute than I had anticipated." Brushing off the dust from his garments, the envoy rose to his feet, the blinding sunlight casting a glow behind him as he extended his hand to Todd. "Come, I have something to entrust to you." Following Tristan towards his church, Todd caught sight of two figures in the distance. Karen and Pamela stood at the church entrance, peering inside. Upon spotting Todd, Karen's eyes initially sparkled with recognition. But as she glanced at Tristan and the accompanying guards, her expression shifted to one of caution, prompting her to retreat a few steps and hastily pull Pamela back to the convent. Upon entering the chapel, Todd discovered that one individual was already awaiting him beneath the crucifix. "Rachel." The woman turned upon hearing Todd's voice, yet her gaze remained fixed on Tristan. "I wish to participate in the forthcoming meeting." In stark contrast to Todd's astonishment, the envoy nodded and replied, "No problem." The three of them proceeded into the priest's exegesis room, where Tristan closed the door behind them. Retrieving a small black wooden box from his robes, he carefully placed it on the table and slowly unveiled the top panel, revealing a tightly wrapped scroll that lay silently within. "Todd Fisher," Tristan said as he extracted the contents with both hands, layer by layer unwrapping the silk cloth, ultimately revealing a gray parchment scroll. He lifted it over his shoulder and placed it into Todd's hands. "May our Lord, the glorious Father, bestow wisdom and courage upon you, and may his light illuminate the eyes of your soul." With trembling hands, Todd accepted the scroll and began to unfurl it, gazing upon the lines of Latin text. Just as he had imagined, it was indeed a decree supporting the establishment of the Knights of the Church in Mushi Town. At long last, the day had finally arrived. This decree was drafted by the College of Cardinals and signed by His Holiness. The official papal document will be distributed to every corner of the Father's diocese following the conclusion of the Ecumenical Council and the Secular Assembly in October. Tristan's words widened Todd's eyes. It turned out that the decree he had received was not yet the official authorization for the Knights of the Church. The envoy patted the priest's shoulder. "Do not overthink it. This decree signifies the Church's formal recognition of the Knights' legitimate status. The October meeting is merely a formality. After the meeting, you will need to travel to the capital, Tyro, to receive the insignia, sash, and the Holy Cross, among other things." Tristan took a seat and addressed Todd. "Father, no, it would be more appropriate to refer to you as the Grand Commander now. Let us discuss matters of collaboration." Collaboration? As Todd was engulfed in doubt, the envoy pointed to himself and inquired, "Do you know why the Church has sent only a humble deacon to deliver the decree for the Knights?" Todd shook his head. "Firstly, the situation in the Kingdom of Silvering is rather complex, and the relationship between the Church and the monarchy is strained. No one in the diocese wishes to take on this task. Secondly, His Holiness requested that the envoy must possess knowledge of alchemy." Observing Todd's bewildered expression, Tristan continued, "The Church hopes you can provide the method for creating the crystal holy relic." Todd's pupils dilated, and he slightly recoiled, casting a glance at Rachel behind him. The woman gave a barely perceptible nod. Todd rubbed his nose thoughtfully for a moment before ultimately agreeing. Tristan appeared relieved. He took out paper and pen, writing as he spoke. Next, there are some details regarding the Knights as for the articles and regulations. I have transcribed a copy based on the other 3 major knightly orders of the church, which I will hand over to you later. Regarding the name of the Knights, the full title given by the College of Cardinals is the Order of the Monks and Knights of Mushi Harbor, blessed by the Father, commonly referred to as the Mushi Knights. Mushi Knights. Todd silently repeated the name a few times. Tristan added, as for the roster of the Knights, if possible, it would be best to provide it to me as soon as you can, as it will be mentioned in the papal document. Todd appeared somewhat dazed. The roster? Every individual? The envoy raised an eyebrow in surprise. Of course not. Just the list of those holding significant positions within the order, such as the chief priest, legion commander, knight commander, and inspector general. Todd felt a cold sweat break out. It seemed that he was the only one left standing in this order. Noticing Todd's pallor, Tristan set down his pen. Grand Commander, may I inquire how many knights, soldiers, and farmers there are in Mushi Town combined? Knights? Todd's mind immediately conjured images of Harkins and Alfonso. However, the former was a deserter. Stripped of his title, the latter, though a knight of the church, was now gravely weakened, hardly able to wield a sword, let alone fight on the battlefield, adding Harkins' 12 subordinates and Alfonso's 3 retainers. As this realization struck him, sweat poured down Todd's forehead, and he shakily raised 2 fingers. 200. Tristan noted the figure on paper, nodding. Not too many, not too few. No. It's 20. The envoy's pen clattered to the ground. Tristan stuttered. Grand Commander, you must realize that even the guards of merchants would outnumber this figure, right? Rachel, seated behind Todd, suddenly coughed at an inopportune moment. Tristan, catching her gaze, quickly amended. Grand Commander, the membership of the Knights will surely increase over time. Rachel suddenly interjected. Envoy, your mentor has accepted the local specialties of Mushi Town. You may very well find yourself in need in the future. Could you not extend a helping hand while the Mushi Knights are still in their infancy? Observing the predatory glint in her eyes, Tristan found himself in a conundrum. Grand Commander, upon my return to the capital, I will help you scout for those exceptional and loyal knights within the church and recommend them to serve in the Mushi Knights. Tristan picked up his pen, glancing at the paper when a thought struck him. Grand Commander, there is one more matter concerning the insignia of the Mushi Knights. The insignia? It is the symbol displayed on the banners and garments of the knights, used to identify the members and the army. Please note that since the knights belong to the church, the insignia must incorporate a cross. Todd contemplated for a moment, seizing a black pencil and a red ochre crayon. In less than 5 minutes, he sketched an emblem on the paper. Tristan and Rachel stood up to examine it, and the envoy stroked his chin, remarking, a rather peculiar design. Todd, gazing at the red and white emblem before him, tilted his head and asked, What? Does it not comply with the church's regulations? Tristan shook his head. No, this is indeed a cross, but I have never encountered a cross quite like this. On the pristine white paper, a regular octagon comprised of 8 inwardly curved arcs was drawn in the center, with 30-degree isosceles triangles at the base of each arc, dividing the octagon into 8 equal parts. The triangles representing the 4 cardinal directions were red, forming a red cross converging at the center, while the other 4 triangular sections were white, creating a white X. Tristan glanced at Todd and inquired, Does this design have a name? Umbrella. Chapter 99. A sincere encounter. The envoy Tristan from the Papal State departed from Mushi Town after personally verifying the glassmaking process. Before leaving, he reminded Todd of one crucial matter. The jurisdiction of the Knights directly falls under the Pope, and as the Grand Commander, Todd would no longer have any ties to the Silvering Diocese. While his priestly ordination would not be revoked, all the assistants and aides within the church would be withdrawn to the great cathedral of St. Company. This meant that after the papal document was issued in October, Todd would be left alone in his church. For Todd, who had entrusted all the town's administrative and ecclesiastical affairs to his subordinates, this was undoubtedly a grave misfortune. Following the departure of the papal delegation from Mushi Town, Todd promptly convened all available personnel under his command, initiating the first council of the Mushi Knights. Harkins, whose 12 subordinates were absent due to their duties of maintaining order and reconnaissance in the town. Alfonso and his 3 retainers, Edgar and young Jerry, Rachel, Karen, and even Pamela were present, standing before the table in the church's side hall. Todd's gaze was vacant. Below him, Karen and Pamela were playfully giggling, Walton still reeling from his inebriation. Rachel elegantly nibbling on a pomegranate, Alfonso unsteadily requiring support, and young Jerry with a dazed expression. Todd's mind buzzed, and he buried his face deep in his hands. Good heavens. These individuals constituted the entire foundation of the Mushi Knights. Mustering his spirits, Todd presented the papal decree, explaining to everyone the events of the past few days. Some were exhilarated, others stunned. While some appeared utterly perplexed, he further elaborated on the current state of Mushi Town and the predicament of the Knights. Posing 3 critical questions: what do we need most at this moment? How can we acquire what we require? What action should we take right now? Although Todd had some thoughts in mind regarding these questions, he was eager to hear the opinions of those present. Corrine, Edgar, and little Jerry are utterly beyond hope. He places his hopes more on Harkins and Alfonso. Alfonso spoke first, saying, "In my previous readings of ecclesiastical texts, there were some introductions regarding the rise of the Order of Knights. In the early days, much of the funding for the order came from secular kingdoms, while personnel were recruited through tours and visits. Fundraising and recruiting through tours is a splendid idea," Todd mused, reflecting on his own performing talents. Contemplating that this might indeed be an effective strategy, he stroked his chin and inquired, "How long do you think it would take to build up combat strength through this method?" Alfonso recalled, "According to the records and historical accounts, if all goes well, it would take approximately 10 years. 10 years. Todd vehemently shook his head, considering his own hybrid identity. If the Order of Mushi could only muster combat strength in 10 years, they would have long since been annihilated in the interim. Harkins then spoke up. The order could also persuade the nobility to join, thereby directly integrating their wealth and military forces into the order's strength. Persuading the nobility to join the order. It sounded promising, but Todd couldn't help but abandon the notion upon recalling his dismal relations with the Silver Ring aristocrats. "Supreme Commander, do you have any contingency plans regarding funding and personnel?" Todd turned to the woman who had spoken, his brows furrowing. After the envoy left Mushi Town, he reflected on the recent events. The behavior of Rachel and Tristan left him feeling that something was amiss. Rachel had claimed she would assist him in resolving the troubles surrounding the Order and the Crystal Sanctum. Yet, coincidentally, Tristan had appeared with a divine edict. Just after the envoy from the Papal State arrived, Rachel informed him that hybrid refugees were hiding outside the town. He even entered the camp with the refugees when he happened upon Tristan. So many coincidences. Todd, filled with confusion, wore a face of speculation and doubt as he gazed at Rachel. She, however, displayed no signs of guilt, instead standing tall with a smile, the ample fabric of her nun's robe accentuating her figure in a revealing manner. Todd, blushing, averted his gaze and feigned calmness, clearing his throat. "I can ponder some ways to address the funding issue, but personnel is a significant challenge, particularly with the administrative staff of Mushi Town and the Order. It would be nearly impossible to find replacements in a short time." Rachel tilted her head, seemingly unconcerned by the issue. "Sir, have you perhaps forgotten something? There are many talents available, and you should be familiar with quite a number of them." Todd was baffled too. The woman twirled the cross around her neck with her finger. "Have you forgotten the place where you once studied?" After pondering for a moment, Todd suddenly realized, after briefing everyone on the matters at hand, the first council meeting concluded hastily. As Todd stepped out of the church, he intended to reflect on how to persuade those monks who spent their days in prayer and study to join the Order of Mushi. A figure blocked his path. Looking up, he saw the head of the convent standing before him, wearing a smile that was both familiar and exasperating. "Supreme Commander, do you have a moment? Shall we talk?" Under Rachel's guidance, Todd stepped through the doors of the convent for the first time. The convent was a modest 2-story brick building. The upper level served as a resting place for the nuns, while the lower level was designated for worship and dining. "Didn't a family of 4 just arrive a few days ago? Why are there hybrids here again today?" Todd remarked, observing the stuffed toys and charcoal pencils on a table in the first-floor room. With simple stick figure doodles adorning the walls, the nun approached the door of a storage room at the end of the first floor and turned back, saying, "Supreme Commander, didn't the Father say that every day there are those who struggle and suffer in the purifying flames, and that helping the lambs knows no time?" Todd was taken aback and replied, "Your tone is increasingly reminiscent of a nun. And please, don't refer to me as Supreme Commander. It sounds rather odd." "Very well, Todd, Rachel's voice was barely audible as she twisted her right hand and opened the storage room door. Wait. UVE hidden people in the storage room? In silence, Rachel moved aside 2 bags of fodder and lifted a trapdoor from the ground. Witnessing this familiar scene, Todd, surprised, rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, "Why do medieval folks always resort to these methods?" Beneath the trapdoor, a spiral staircase descended, and with each step, Todd felt an increasing sense of dread. The ominous premonition surged within him. Given the construction standards of the medieval era, the excavation of space beneath the floor could not have been accomplished by a few craftsmen in a short time. Most likely, the convent above was merely a faade, while the actual construction was taking place underground. As he descended the final step, the sight before him halted his thoughts, and he instinctively drew a sharp breath. 100-square-meter underground hall was partitioned into numerous small compartments with wooden boards and earthen walls, where elderly individuals, children, men, and women huddled in isolation, drinking from murky water in wooden barrels and gnawing on moldy bread from ceramic jars. Someone recognized the newcomer's identity and stood up, shouting, "The Savior has come." Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Todd opened his arms, striving to display the utmost benevolence. Yet before he could utter a word, the people surged past him, gathering around Rachel. An awkward smile still lingered on Todd's lips as he slowly lowered his arms and turned to the nun, who was now encircled by the crowd. Speaking gently, "Miss Rachel, do you have a moment? Shall we talk? How many people are underground?" "Well, there are 52 individuals, 19 adult males, 17 adult females, 7 elderly, and 9 children." "When did they arrive in Mushi Town?" "The earliest came a month and a half ago. The latest arrived the day before yesterday." Seated on a wooden chair at the table, Todd clasped his hands over his forehead, gazing at the demure Rachel standing before him, and sighed heavily, frustration evident in his tone. "According to what you just said, the recent arrival of that family of 4 was merely a test." "Yes. And the pursuers from the Inquisition were also hired by you to impersonate." "Yes. And the edict brought by the papal envoy was part of your plan as well." "Yes." Just as Todd was about to inquire further, a knock at the door interrupted him, forcing him to pause his questioning. Harkins entered, glancing at the nun standing in the room before bowing his head to Todd, saying, "Sir, as per your instructions, clean water, food, and medicine have been delivered to the refugees below. Thank you for your efforts. Make sure someone keeps an eye on them. We cannot allow them to wander into town." Watching Harkins exit the room, Todd rubbed his nose thoughtfully, suddenly recalling something that he turned to the nun and asked, "Wait a moment. You didn't have to bring me down here today. You could have easily kept your plans and secrets to yourself. Why divulge everything to me? Are you not afraid that in a fit of rage, I might expel you and those hybrids?" The woman lifted her head, her expression unfamiliar to Todd. "I trust you, Rachel. I truly cannot comprehend what you are thinking." Todd leaned back, closing his eyes. "After all your efforts, what exactly do you wish for me to do? Send these hybrids to the Relief Society?" The woman offered no response. Todd, perplexed, straightened in his seat and opened his eyes, only to be stunned by the sight before him. Nearly toppling from his chair, the nun turned her back to Todd, loosening her ample robe and letting it fall to her waist, revealing her bare form beneath. On her skin, as white as frost, between the crescent-shaped shoulder blades, a vivid red ink imprint of an eagle in flight adorned her back, accompanied below by a string of numbers etched in Roman numerals. "Supreme Commander, what I hope for is that you can establish a sanctuary for all hybrids, a haven free from enslavement and cruelty." Chapter 100. Discord and Trust. The design and number on my back represent the mark and identification number of the Legion of Discord. Hearing Rachel's words, Todd struggled to keep his gaze focused on her back. The lifelike eagle was outlined in a special crimson ink, with internal lines sewn into her skin with a peculiar golden thread using a hand-stitched method. The Roman numeral designation was 68. Todd rose to his feet and inquired, "The Legion of Discord, is that the military force of the Relief Society?" Rachel fastened her robe to cover her body and turned to face him, saying, "The people of the Relief Society are merely a band of thugs. They operate within the missionary sphere of the Father, primarily responsible for capturing, screening, breeding, and transporting hybrids. Much like what you witnessed with the Carnival of the Distressed, they utilize touring performances to capture hybrids and keep them within the circus. Once properly trained, they are sent to the Legion of Discord to be trained as combatants." Todd reminisced about the ringmaster of the circus, the man known as Throat Bone, and inquired, "What, then, is the situation with the faction of Discord?" Rachel fastened the button at her collar, concealing her alabaster chest, adjusted her nun's robe, and calmly responded, "You must be aware of the alchemist Sutherland by now, correct?" Todd nodded. Following the great escape of the abnormal, the surviving abnormal members of the High Council of Gutero established an organization known as the Council of Elders. Initially, this organization aimed to rescue and protect the abnormal, but over centuries, power-hungry individuals gradually took control, the ancient oaths faded away, and what was once a sanctuary transformed into a terrifying force of vengeance and dominion. Rachel gazed at the candle on the table and continued. As for the faction of Discord, it comprises 100 individuals, serving as one of the military forces under the control of the Council of Elders, primarily responsible for external combat, with ranks arranged according to their positions. There are two paths to promotion. One is to apply for and win the sequence battle after a soldier of a higher rank perishes. The other is to achieve merit during the Triennial Legion Conference. Todd gestured towards a chair in the room, inviting the woman to sit. How, then, did you join their ranks? Sitting down, Rachel reflected on her past, her eyes clouded with sorrow. As a child, I fled from a household that felt like a grave due to my abnormal status. On my escape, I was captured and sent to the Legion. After years of training, I was recognized as one of them and began to undertake missions. Years later, having witnessed enough hypocrisy and ambition, I sought a true sanctuary for the abnormal. Todd touched his nose thoughtfully, observing the sincerity on Rachel's face that he had never seen before, and said, "I have one last question. Why me? Why would you place all your hopes on a priest?" "Because of Karen." Rachel's words left Todd momentarily stunned. She cautiously studied his expression and whispered, "Perhaps you are unaware, but I was present at that inquisition. When Karen was captured, your decision to save this abnormal was my test." Todd stood frozen, taking a moment to collect himself, and helplessly said, "Why go through such convoluted means? You could have approached me directly." Rachel smiled. "Just as you initially doubted me, I too was wary of you. Back then, my greatest concern was your connection to the Relief Society, and I wanted to ascertain whether you were aligned with those lunatics." Todd, feeling defeated, returned to his chair. "Rachel, to be honest, my mind is a tempest right now. I understand that you may question my true intentions, which is entirely reasonable. To prove my sincerity, I will share 3 truths with you." Noticing the confusion on his face, Rachel raised her finger slowly, and suddenly the papers and pencil on the table before Todd floated into the air. "The first truth is that my abnormal ability is telekinesis, allowing me to manipulate objects to float and move." She ceased her power, and the papers and pencil fell back onto the table. "The second truth is that I, along with like-minded individuals who aim to rescue the abnormal, have established an underground organization. We possess a map indicating all the villages and settlements of the abnormal within the Silver Ring Kingdom, which I can offer you free of charge." "The third truth, Lord Todd." Rachel's face once again bore that exasperating fox-like smile. "Have you found a way to cure the heir's mutation?" Todd gripped the edge of the table tightly, his face betraying no emotion, but internally, a storm raged. The possibility of curing the heir's mutation was a secret he had only shared with Alfonso, who would never divulge such information. How did Rachel come to know of it? Anticipating Todd's instinct to deny, Rachel produced an object from her waist and waved it before him, a copper tube the thickness of a finger. "Sutherland's relic." Rachel nodded. "I acquired this relic from Theodore, the president of the Relief Society, a few days ago. Perhaps you have forgotten that an heir must inhale Sutherland's relic periodically to delay the onset of mutation, and the intervals shorten with each inhalation. It has been several months since you last obtained a relic, yet you show no intention of requesting one from the Relief Society." She winked playfully. "Thus, I procured a vial of the relic for you and conveyed your recent suffering and anomalies to them, convincing the Relief Society that you were indeed still grappling with mutation. At this moment, Todd stubbornly retorted, "The reason I have not sought the Relief Society is that I still have a considerable amount of relics preserved in my laboratory." Reaching into her voluminous nun's robe, Rachel, as if performing magic, produced yet another copper tube, much to Todd's astonishment. This is." Rachel shook the copper tube in her hand and addressed Todd. "I visited your laboratory, and there was only this one vial of relic. The very one Throwbone provided you. How do you explain this?" Gazing at the 2 copper tubes side by side on the table, Todd's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and realization. He had indeed been careless regarding the relics, having completely overlooked the matter of the heir's mutation. Should the Relief Society discover that he possessed the means to cure the mutation, the consequences were all too predictable, whether you acknowledge it or not. I mention this to demonstrate 2 points. First, I harbor no ill will towards you. I wish for us to assist one another and jointly aid those who are abnormal. Second, regarding the matter of the heirs, while I managed to conceal it this time, next time, I may not be aware of where a slip might occur. I hope you will exercise caution with that. Rachel rose and bowed to Todd before turning to exit the room. Just as she was about to step out, a voice from behind caused her to pause. Rachel, wait. Todd once again gestured towards the chair before him, slowly saying, I would like to hear your thoughts on how to arrange these abnormal individuals. Facing away from the room and towards the door, Rachel smiled faintly, took a few steps back, and closed the door. The following day, some residents conducting errands in the town discovered a group of villagers toiling in the fields to the southeast, an area that had previously been uninhabited. Upon inquiry, they learned these individuals were escaped serfs from a distant southern land. Upon arriving in the town, they had no food or clothing, but fortunately, were taken in by the priest. While the townsfolk expressed their sympathy, their attention was soon diverted to a significant event about to unfold, the sacred bone auction. The 30-day priority purchase period for 1,000 sacred bones held by the Musi Mutual Aid Society had come to an end. Priority buyers had collectively purchased 780 sacred bones at the price of 1 silver moon per bone, leaving 220 bones that would automatically enter the auction process according to the established rules. The following restrictions applied to the bidders. First, the number of sacred bones held by any bidder must not exceed 50. Second, bidders must be legal residents of Musi Town, possessing property and residing within the town. Third, any individual who possesses sacred bones and moves out of Musi Town during their holding period shall be deemed to have forfeited their claim to the bones. The auction was to be held in the square before the church, with Todd presiding as the auctioneer. However, the number of attendees today was unprecedented, with not only townspeople participating, but also a significant number of outsiders. The merchants from Musi Town who had failed to acquire sacred bones from the Mutual Aid Society were seen whispering amongst themselves, exchanging glances. Unbeknownst to the public, they had already convened in a secret meeting prior to the auction and had discreetly divided the 220 sacred bones among themselves for no more than 3 silver moons each. Glancing at the sun, Todd nodded to Hawkins, who rang the bell in the square, proclaiming loudly, I hereby declare the commencement of the sacred bone auction by the Musi Mutual Aid Society. As Todd raised the first sacred bone, a merchant selling cheap spices eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, I bid 3 silver moons. A hush fell over the crowd. The merchant, brimming with self-satisfaction, surveyed the room, inwardly chuckling. The townsfolk had long ago agreed on the order and quantity for the auction, surely. No one would dare to compete. I bid 5 silver moons. The spice merchant was taken aback, looking toward the source of the voice that a middle-aged man with a scraggly beard, clad in fine linen and bearing a longsword, had just lowered his hand. Wait, you are not from Musi Town. You have no right to purchase sacred bones. The merchant protested loudly, drawing support from many of his peers. The bearded man grinned. My name is Wilder. I originally resided in Watchtower Fortress. Just 10 days ago, I purchased a house on West Street, intending to settle in Musi Town with my family for the long term. According to the auction rules, I have the right to participate. 10 silver moons. This time, the bidder was a short, chubby couple, with the plump woman exclaiming, I am Lady Laground. My husband and I were traveling merchants, just returning from the far southern lands. A few days ago, we acquired a property in the town of Mushi. With the intention of settling down here, we should indeed have the right to participate in the auction. Soon, an increasing number of new faces joined the auction, hailing from every town within the Silver Ring Kingdom, each having already purchased property in Mushi, willing to spend lavishly for the acquisition of a sacred bone. The merchants in the town appeared listless, their faces drained of color. Chapter 101. The Seeds of Unrest. The auction of sacred bones by the Mushi Mutual Aid Society lasted from 10 in the morning until 5 in the evening, with such fierce competition and explosive scenes that Todd, after gritting his teeth for 2 hours, was compelled to find an assistant to take over the auction. 220 sacred bones were sold out, with the lowest transaction price at 18 silver moons per bone, while the highest soared to 25 silver moons each, totaling a staggering sum of 4,349 silver moons. In terms of ownership proportions, approximately 80% of the sacred bones were purchased by the new residents of Mushi, leaving the local merchants with less than 20%. The church's deacon reported to Todd, based on recent population statistics, that the permanent population of Mushi, those owning property within the town, might exceed 1,000. A significant portion of whom were not impoverished farmers, craftsmen, or laborers, but rather affluent gentry and wealthy merchants. Todd found this somewhat incredulous. When Mushi was first established, the population experienced 3 significant surges, all drawn by the promise of land and low taxes. What then could entice these gentry and wealthy merchants to voluntarily settle in such a remote place as Mushi? After the auction concluded, Todd met with Wilder in the exegesis hall, introduced by Alfonso, the knight who had once fought alongside him at the watchtower. Todd had a profound impression of this bearded middle-aged man, but was perplexed by his decision to leave his post at the fortress to reside in Mushi. Sir Wilder, after that battle, I always thought you would be promoted to commander of the watchtower due to your merits. Upon hearing Todd's words, the bearded man shook his head in dismay. Indeed, they promoted me to manage the stables, a position devoid of any real power. Todd's eyes widened in astonishment. Wilder continued, my former commander, the fallen Sir Adams, was loyal to the Silver Ring royalty and was at odds with the self-serving nobles of the kingdom. This personnel reshuffle at the watchtower has provided those parasites with the perfect opportunity. They have placed their confidence in key positions throughout the fortress. Meanwhile, those of us from the old guard have mostly been assigned to inconsequential roles. So, Wilder pointed to himself with his thumb, I quit. Todd glanced at Alfonso, who wore a frown, and inquired, these nobles are brazenly purging dissenters and installing their own. Does the king not intervene? Intervene. The royal family is overwhelmed as it is. They have no time to manage such matters. What? Wilder stroked his beard. I heard there was a recent insurrection in Silver Ring City that it was sparked by the residents' inability to endure the ever-increasing taxes. People burned shops, vandalized statues, and thousands even marched to the palace, vociferously cursing the Queen. Queen Mary. Todd's mind conjured the image of that woman, as exquisite as a flower on a high ridge, and he curiously asked, what does the opposition to taxes have to do with the Queen? Wilder appeared puzzled as well. It is said that the Queen has a penchant for jewelry and fine paintings, is fond of banquets and balls, and has demanded the king construct an extravagantly costly ancient-style garden. The kingdom's tax hikes are essentially to satiate her increasingly outrageous demands. That is entirely fabricated gossip. Todd shook his head. Upon hearing this, Wilder felt disinclined to argue further and merely chuckled in agreement. However, as Todd pondered, he became momentarily lost in thought. Although this was a rumor, its content was a mix of truth and falsehood. While the demands for the garden and the tax increases were untrue, her love for jewelry and fine art was genuine, as was her enthusiasm for banquets and balls. Such a deceptive rumor, rife with half-truths, could not have been concocted by the populace themselves, and likely had been deliberately disseminated. But for what purpose? Why would the rumors target the Queen? Shaking his head, Todd let out a self-deprecating laugh. After all, it was of no concern to him, so why ponder it further? Nevertheless, the reasons behind the affluent merchants and gentry from the Silver Ring Kingdom choosing to settle in Mushi became apparent. The town boasted light taxes, and its populace was stable, with good public order. My lord, all the coins have been deposited in the treasury. Here is the inventory. Hawkins knocked and entered, momentarily frozen upon seeing the guests. Wilder, having knocked over his chair, pointed a trembling finger at Hawkins. You did not die? Todd rolled his eyes, rose from his seat, and patted Hawkins on the shoulder, signaling him to attend to the guests before exiting the room. That evening, Todd hosted a banquet for the long-absent Mr. and Mrs. Lagran, a middle-aged couple from a different lineage, who had only met once during an underground gathering. The banquet was held in the side hall of the church, with Corinne, Edgar, and young Jerry also invited to attend. Todd took the head seat at the long table, with Mrs. Lagran and Corinne on his left and Mr. Lagran, Edgar, and young Jerry on his right. While conversing with Mrs. Lagran, Corinne inadvertently locked eyes with Todd, quickly turning crimson and averting her gaze. Todd, somewhat surprised, noted that the girl, after spending months with Rachel, had changed in some way he could not quite place, observing the gathered company. Filled with laughter and joy, Todd's gaze drifted into the void, reminiscing about the underground gathering when he had just traversed into this other world, as if he could again hear that ancient and warm voice. I declare, as a being of another kind, he is now officially a member of our family. Father? My lord? A feminine voice pulled Todd back from his reverie. Noticing the bashful expression on Mrs. Lagran's face, Todd smiled reassuringly, signaling her to relax. How should I address you? My Lord Priest, Grand Commander. Without a moment's thought, Todd surmised that it must have been Edgar's loose lips that revealed the affairs of the Mushi Knights. Titles are of little importance. Mrs. Lagren. Upon hearing this, the Lagren couple visibly relaxed. The plump middle-aged woman settled into her chair, leaning slightly, and quietly remarked, I shall address you as Lord Todd. That I still recall our first meeting, when I saw you. The thought that crossed my mind was that this was the first time I had seen someone who had come into contact with the Sutherland relic and yet lived to tell the tale. Todd chuckled, recalling the scene from that time, while using his right index finger to gently tap his lower lip. See, my teeth are still white. They did not turn to gold. The others, recalling that moment, burst into laughter. Edgar stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth and mumbled, Mr. Lagren, Mrs. Lagren, do share your experiences from this past while. Mrs. Lagren nodded, saying, Initially, my husband and I heard from others that there were many business opportunities in the South. Half for profit, half for travel, we sold our bakery and set off in our horse-drawn carriage toward the Southern Kingdom. Corinne inquired of the middle-aged woman beside her, Southern Kingdom? Is it the city of Solitary Rock? No. Further south still. Ultimately, we arrived at a place with a dry climate, vast stretches of desert. In the desert flows a wide river, and on the plains formed by its sediment lies a gigantic city. Hundreds of thousands of people inhabit this city, its borders stretching beyond the horizon. In that place, the market sells everything one can imagine, with ships taller than ancient trees docked at the port, and houses sprouting like flowers across the land. The men wear long robes and wrap their heads in white or colorful turbans, discussing commerce, scholarship, and philosophy on the streets. Suddenly, Mrs. Lagren recalled something and clapped her hands in delight. Oh, by the way, I brought you all gifts from the distant south. Corinne received a vibrant silk scarf, Edgar a wide-brimmed felt hat, and young Jerry a selection of candied fruits. As for Todd, Mrs. Lagren presented him with a small iron box filled with powder. Lord Todd, my husband and I know of your fondness for alchemy. This is a box of alchemical materials we procured at a high price. Todd accepted the iron box with gratitude. The surface of the box bore an inscription in Arabic. After inquiring, Todd slowly pronounced the phrase, All praise belongs to the Almighty. Using his finger to break the wax seal, he opened the sealed lid and peeled back the layers of oilcloth within. Upon seeing the contents, his pupils constricted and his fingers trembled slightly. Dipping a finger into the powder and inhaling its scent, Todd let out a heavy sigh. Moments later, black powdered. The following morning, Aiden Calm emerged from the church, feeling both excited and apprehensive. Excited that after such a long time, the son still remembered him. Apprehensive about the equipment the other party wished him to create. From the complexity of the blueprints, it was evident that I had never undertaken such a task before, and there were numerous areas where the parameters were imprecise, even resorting to terms like possibly and perhaps. Rachel sat on one side of the table, observing the person opposite her scribbling on the paper. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally ventured to ask, Todd, you appear somewhat fatigued, and perhaps a bit anxious? Todd lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, and managed a wry smile. Rachel, sometimes I find myself wishing I understood everything. The woman chuckled in response. Even the Heavenly Father in the Bible would not dare to claim omniscience. In my view, the matters you comprehend have transcended the bounds of ordinary reasoning. Todd picked up the sheet of paper and suddenly addressed the nun. Rachel, I require your assistance. Upon seeing the content of the paper, Rachel dismissed the numbers and formulas, which resembled an arcane script, but she vaguely recognized a line at the top written in Latin. It read, Lead Movable Type Printing Press. Chapter 102. The brainstorming session in the annals of history. Movable type printing was invented during the Northern Song dynasty by Bai Sheng, who is not to be confused with another individual of the same name. Although it ultimately failed to gain widespread adoption, the reasons for this can be attributed to both software and hardware aspects. On the software side, the Chinese writing system comprises approximately 7,000 commonly used characters, necessitating the establishment of a phonetic character library for type arrangement, which proves inconvenient. In contrast, the Latin and English alphabets consist of only 26 letters, excluding special characters, making them considerably more manageable. Regarding hardware, Bai Sheng's clay movable type printing method had a short lifespan for its materials and demanded precise control over the pressure applied. Comparatively, the lead movable type printing method, invented in 1445, not only improved the printing machinery, but also refined the ink and type composition. The German craftsman Johannes Gutenberg, as the true pioneer, was the first to propel movable type printing onto the world stage. In a 2015 special issue of Time magazine, the lead movable type printing press was ranked first in the top 10 inventions from the 10th to the 20th century, even surpassing Edison's light bulb and Einstein's theory of relativity. This ranking is merely for reference, so no need to critique it. That on another note, Todd's field of study was life engineering. Using terminology from the realm of Warcraft, his expertise in microbiology and biochemistry was nearly at a master level. While his knowledge in applied chemistry and chemical engineering approached that of a grandmaster, his understanding of other disciplines likely resembled that of an ordinary individual. The lead movable type printing process primarily consists of 4 fundamental elements: printing materials, ink, type blocks, and the printing press. Therefore, for Todd, the printing materials, primarily linen paper or parchment, were readily available and easily resolved. The ink was also not difficult to procure, involving merely some straightforward chemical reactions and extractions. Specifically, it entailed boiling and cooling linseed oil, then adding a small quantity of distilled rosin to obtain turpentine, mixing it with carbon black, and incorporating copper, lead, and sulfur, allowing it to rest for a period to yield usable ink. This ink could be applied to non-absorbent metal molds without causing seepage, making it a crucial element of the lead movable type printing process. As for the type blocks, their fabrication was not overly challenging. Todd intended to use an antimony lead tin alloy. The addition of antimony enhances the hardness of the type as the material for the type blocks and aimed to determine the proportions of the 3 metals. The casting method would employ a convex-concave trough approach, using fine sand or clay for the concave mold, while the convex mold would be crafted from wood. First, a wooden type would be carved, pressed into the clay, then the wooden block removed, and melted lead tin alloy poured into the clay mold, followed by extraction and refinement to obtain the lead type. The most cumbersome task was the printing press itself. As Todd had no experience in constructing such a device, he only vaguely recalled the existence of a paper feed tray, something resembling a large stamp, a type block platform, and a lever for pushing. Based on these indistinct impressions, he sketched a design that made him want to slap himself upon a single glance and handed it over to Aiden. Todd understood that attempting to flawlessly recreate a 15th century lead movable type printing press solely on his own was nearly an impossible endeavor. Thus, he instructed old Aiden to take the blueprints and enlist the most familiar and reliable craftsmen. Simultaneously, he sought out Rachel, who had some knowledge of exotic abilities, hoping she might assist him in the construction of the printing press. Soon, that evening in the side hall of the church, a group of seemingly unrelated individuals gathered together. On the left side of the hall sat Aiden and the 2 craftsmen whose lives Todd had once saved, while Rachel and Harkins occupied the right side. Todd stood at the front, with a wooden board behind him, a charcoal pencil in hand that he tapped the board with the pencil and addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, we have convened here today to create something significant. This will be a brainstorming session. Brainstorming. The audience looked perplexed, murmuring amongst themselves. Todd smacked his forehead, inwardly lamenting the habits he had developed as a teacher in his past life, and corrected himself. Brainstorming means pooling our collective wisdom to devise solutions and generate ideas. He pointed towards the ceiling, his expression suddenly turning grave. The subject of tonight's discussion is a divine treasure. Under no circumstances should you disclose anything you hear or see to others, lest you incur the wrath of the Holy Spirit. Observing the solemnity that fell over the crowd, he nodded in satisfaction and began to write and illustrate on the board, explaining the fundamental principles of printing, the machine's functions, and placing particular emphasis on the processes of type arrangement and ink application. Upon concluding his exposition, Todd turned around to find the audience silent, a wave of doubt washing over him. Had he made it too complex? Fortunately, Aiden's interjection dispelled his concerns. Sir, using lead type to print on paper is a brilliant idea. People have always hand-copied. No one has ever considered this method of printing. Upon hearing Aiden's words, Todd recalled that in his previous life, it wasn't until the late 13th century that woodblock printing was introduced to Europe from the Arabs. In other words, the invention of lead movable type printing indeed transcended centuries of technological evolution. Bypassing woodblock, copperplate, and clay movable types, Todd then asked Aiden, "Can you provide a design plan for the machine I requested?" The old craftsman and his 2 companions conferred quietly before responding, "We have closely examined your blueprints, and we intend to design a machine along these lines. We hope it is correct. The machine's base will be a wooden platform where the type is secured, and above it, we will install a pressure plate, which can be controlled by iron or copper screw mechanisms, allowing it to move up and down. As Todd listened to their discourse, he felt a lack of clarity in their explanation that he interrupted Aiden. Gesturing for the elder to come forward, "Your description is still unclear to me. Please come up and illustrate the specific design plan while explaining it." The old craftsman, startled, quickly shook his head and exclaimed, "My lord, please do not humiliate me. I am but a humble craftsman. With your presence, how could I presume to act recklessly? I have stated that tonight's meeting is a brainstorming session. I mean a collaborative effort. Here, there is no hierarchy or distinction of rank. Anyone with an idea is welcome to step forward and share it, or illustrate it." Todd waved the charcoal pencil, urging old Aiden to come forward. The elder took the pencil, seated himself at the designated spot, and began to draw on the board, trembling as he worked. Due to his nerves, he made several mistakes in the illustrations. As Todd gazed upon the machine design sketched on the board, his eyes brightened. The old craftsman, while drawing, spoke in a quavering voice. "Beside the screw, there is a lever that can be operated manually to generate the pressure needed for printing. Then, ink is applied to the type. Paper is laid down, and the screw mechanism is turned to exert pressure through the plate, thereby transferring the text." At this moment, Todd rose to his feet, unable to contain his excitement, and began to applaud, exclaiming, "Marvelous! In such a short span, you have conceived such a splendid design." Aiden, not seeking personal glory, pointed to another craftsman. "This design was initially proposed by him." As the priest's gaze shifted towards him, the latter quickly stood up and bowed, saying, "My lord, I once worked in a winery that I noticed that the grape pressing machines bear a striking resemblance to this design, which inspired my recollection." Todd was elated, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I refer to as brainstorming. The wisdom and strength of an individual are ultimately limited. Collective contemplation is indeed the swiftest path to problem solving." "My lord," Aiden appeared somewhat hesitant. Todd gestured for him to speak freely, without reservation. The old craftsman pointed towards the machine's loading platform, bearings, and counterweight. "If these components are handcrafted, we cannot ensure their compatibility and flatness. They must be produced using high-temperature stamping and forging techniques. However, the local blacksmith shop lacks such equipment." "Stamping and forging?" As the old craftsman elaborated, Todd was reminded of lathes from his previous life. Old Aiden glanced at the blueprints on the wooden board and scratched his head. "Firstly, the furnace must reach a sufficiently high temperature to melt the iron. Secondly, we need to devise a means to construct a hammering apparatus for the iron. Thirdly, we must prepare a mold for shaping the components in advance. High temperatures capable of melting iron. Heavy objects to forge materials, and molds for shaping components." Todd pondered these three matters when he heard Harkin's murmur behind him. As for the high temperature required to melt iron, Alfonso's retainer, Leslie, should be of assistance. Todd nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly struck by inspiration regarding the latter two matters, he turned his gaze towards Rachel. The nun rolled her eyes and sighed. "I can certainly handle the latter two tasks, but can you assure me that these craftsmen are trustworthy individuals?" Todd was taken aback. Upon hearing her words, Aiden's face flushed with indignation as he retorted loudly, "What sort of talk is that? Without the esteemed son, I am merely a destitute individual struggling to make ends meet. One ought to be grateful and repay kindness. As for my two old friends, let us not even speak of it. Their very lives were granted by your grace." Todd glanced at Harkins again, who gave a slight nod. After contemplating for a moment, he touched his nose and said to Aiden and the other two craftsmen, "Have you ever heard of the aberrants?" Aiden recoiled slightly, gazing at the cross on his chest, and said, "I have heard it said that those individuals are spawn of demons." "Old Aiden, do you trust me? Of course, you are the son under the protection of the Holy Father. You are also the alchemist blessed by God." Todd signaled to Harkins to close the doors and windows of the side hall. Gathering the three craftsmen together as he spoke in hushed tones, "There are certain matters you may not be aware of. Aberrants are not as the church would have you believe." Chapter 103. Father and Son in Silver Ring City, at the Royal Gallery. "Your Majesty, is this truly your favorite painting?" A square canvas measuring 1 meter depicted a tranquil sea, a golden sunrise, and fishing boats setting out to sea. This artwork seemed to possess a magical quality, granting a moment of serenity and peace to its viewers. Queen Mary gently trembled as she held the painting, her eyes filled with reluctance and melancholy. After a long pause, she set the frame down and said to her attendant, "Kathy, find someone to wrap these paintings. It is time to seek new owners for them." The attendant glanced at the empty wall and cautiously replied, "Your Majesty, perhaps we can keep a few? Must we sell them all?" "No, you do not understand. At this moment, not a single painting can remain." The queen waved her hand dismissively and murmured, "Very well, leave me. I wish to be alone." Kathy looked at the queen and complied. Exiting the corridor and closing the grand door behind her, Queen Mary, feeling despondent, sank into an armchair at the end of the corridor. Watching the sunlight illuminate the bare wall, she curved her straight spine. Resting her arms as pillows, burying her face in her embrace, her body gently rising and falling as she struggled to suppress any sound. Outside, Kathy leaned her hand against the doorknob, her forehead resting on the door. Her face etched with sorrow and reluctance. Taking several steps back, the attendant left the corridor. Outside the main entrance of the court's collection hall, several royal knights and guards stood silently at their posts. Kathy's appearance drew the attention of those at the door. The leading knight approached, offering a slight nod to the attendant before inquiring, "Is the queen still inside?" The man before her, no more than 25 or 26, was handsome with spirited eyes. Kathy felt her cheeks flush, and with a slight bow, she replied, "Sir Hermann, the queen remains in the gallery, wishing to have some time alone." The man nodded, about to speak when the guards behind him began to march in unison. Diverting his attention, an elderly man clad in chainmail and wielding a long sword approached, his brow furrowed in anger. Hermann stiffened and straightened his posture, declaring, "Baron Cumberland," before he could utter another word. The old man delivered a swift kick to the knight's rear, nearly sending him sprawling to the ground. Hermann's face reddened as he indignantly protested, "My lord, such behavior is disgraceful." Baron Cumberland showed no intention of allowing him to speak, bending his knee and landing another precise kick to the knight's backside. The surrounding knights and guards stifled their laughter at the sight of their commander's embarrassment. Protecting his rear with both hands, Hermann darted behind a column, exclaiming, "Heavens, father, cease this at once." Cumberland halted, running his fingers through his silver hair. Sneering, "I never expected you to still acknowledge me as your father. Tell me, why did you not attend the ball hosted by Viscount Cologne?" Hermann lifted his chin defiantly. "The ball? I had no time for such trivial gatherings. As the captain of the royal guards, I have my duties. You foolish boy, I instructed you to attend. Do you realize the humiliation I just endured?" As his father prepared to lift his leg once more, Hermann quickly stepped back, stating, "I understand. You wish for me to meet the Viscount's youngest daughter, do you not? I have already made it clear that I have no interest in marriage." The elder trembled with rage, pointing a finger at his son. "Were it not for the memory of your deceased mother, I would have you tied to a tree and whipped senseless." Baron Cumberland glanced at the knights and guards nearby, then moved closer to Hermann, rubbing his temples and whispering, "Listen, you insolent boy, I intend to transfer you to the east." Hermann's eyes widened in disbelief. "You have no authority to do that." "No, I can do so. And you fail to comprehend that I do this for your own good." The knight clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he replied, "If you insist on this, I do not mind becoming a deserter." "You insolent wretch." The furious elder raised his fist above his head. But what met his gaze were his son's resolute eyes, unyielding and defiant. The two remained locked in a stalemate for what felt like an eternity until, finally, the father lowered his fist. Cumberland glanced at Hermann and then towards the royal gallery, letting out a weary sigh as he turned to leave, under the watchful eyes of those around them. Meanwhile, in another corner of Silver Ring City, another father-son conversation was taking place. Viscount Kennard popped a grape into his mouth. Reclining with his legs crossed as he addressed his father, Earl Nalbor, "The king has rescinded his tax reform plan targeting the nobility. We have triumphed." The short, stout earl, perusing the documents on the table, observed his eldest son's self-satisfied demeanor with a furrowed brow. In order to avoid escalating tensions, the king's only option at this juncture was to withdraw the tax reform plan. Otherwise, he would offend a multitude of people while simultaneously facing the ire of both the populace and the nobility. By the way, those rumors concerning the queen can cease now. The Viscount straightened reluctantly. "What? Why? Every time I encounter that woman, she is so haughty. It vexes me that I wanted to see her panic-stricken face a bit longer." The earl set aside the documents, rapping his knuckles on the table as he spoke sternly. "Do not be foolish. At this time, one should know when to retreat. The purpose of spreading rumors is to pressure the king. Continuing this farce will only backfire. Viscount Kinnard leaned his head back with a sigh, lamenting, "What a pity. I heard she sold all her paintings today. If we prolong this, perhaps she will sell all her jewelry." "Wait a moment," the Earl exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. "What did you just say?" Confounded, Kinnard looked at his father and slowly replied, "The Queen has sold all her collected paintings, claiming it is to support the king." The Earl rose from his seat, pacing the room with his hands clasped behind his back, his face a mask of anxiety and tension. His son gaped at his father's unusual behavior, puzzled. What of the Queen selling her paintings?" "Father, do you intend to buy them all?" "Nonsense, you fool." The Earl shook his head, exasperated, and paced back and forth. He muttered to himself, "I fear I may have underestimated that woman." After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Viscount Kinnard, saying, "Listen, if the rumors continue, we must alter our plans." At the St. Sidroth Monastery in the High Monk's Council Chamber. "Esteemed masters, I am truly grateful for your willingness to meet with me amidst your busy schedules." Having shed his priest's robe and donned the garb of a monk, Todd bowed to the 5 venerable monks before him. The eldest among them, positioned at the center, smiled and returned the gesture. "Brother Todd, we are delighted to see you again. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the monastery?" Todd surveyed the 5 elder monks, noting their amiable demeanor, understanding that their courtesy stemmed partly from his previous studies at the monastery and the silver refining method he had left behind prior to his departure. With this in mind, Todd refrained from hastily presenting his request and first posed a question. "May I ask, esteemed masters, if any of you have ever worked as scribes?" The role of a scribe was an exceedingly tedious yet profoundly significant position within the monastery. These individuals spend their days ensconced in dimly lit chambers, with naught but a wooden desk, sacred texts, blank sheets, and ink before them. They must meticulously and painstakingly transcribe the contents of a scripture or manuscript onto the white paper, binding it into volumes. This labor not only demands endurance against the oppressive heat and biting cold, but also requires unwavering concentration. A single miswritten character could render half a day's toil utterly futile. Furthermore, one must contend with the constant threat of vermin, serpents, and the hazards of ink, as well as the strain of myopia. Moreover, this is a task that nearly every monk has undertaken. Observing the 5 venerable monks nodding in perplexity, Todd posed a second query. "Might I inquire how long it typically takes to transcribe a copy of the Bible?" The eldest monk stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, "If one is a skilled scribe and encounters no errors during the transcription, it would take approximately a year at the fastest." Todd produced a neatly printed sheet of paper bearing 24 lines of scripture from his pocket and presented it to the monks. "Masters, the content herein is the first page of the Bible. I invite your judgment." The elder monk accepted the paper, scrutinizing it repeatedly, and exclaimed with genuine admiration, "The lettering is upright, the spacing is consistent. The cursive flows seamlessly. The most challenging aspect is that identical letters are rendered exactly alike. To achieve such a standard would take no less than 3 hours. This scribe, in my estimation, is both an experienced and diligent expert." The monks circulated the paper, voicing their accolades in agreement with the elder's assessment. "What if I were to say that transcribing a Bible of such perfection could be accomplished in merely a week?" Todd's statement left the assembly momentarily speechless, as they sat in stunned silence. After a brief pause, some monks shook their heads in skepticism, while others erupted in laughter. Todd leaned forward, a smile gracing his features. "Masters, why not collaborate with us?" The monks ceased their chatter and laughter, awaiting Todd's ensuing words. "I hope to recruit 50 monks within the monastery to convey the divine wisdom of the Father to the people of Mushi Town. Additionally, I wish to borrow 50 books from the monastery's library each week." Todd raised a finger towards the monks. "In return, I shall present the monastery with a beautifully transcribed Bible each week." Todd's tone was earnest and devout. "Esteemed masters, please contemplate the wondrous and equitable nature of this collaboration." Chapter 104, Prelude to the Epic of Heroes Ultimately. Todd succeeded in recruiting 55 monks at the monastery, the vast majority of whom hailed from impoverished backgrounds. Unlike their elder counterparts, these young men were enamored with the prospect of life beyond the monastery and held unwavering faith in Todd's son's deeds. After selecting 50 foundational texts on grammar, arithmetic, and geometry from the monastery's library, Todd returned to Mushi Town with the 55 monks. Before even entering the town, they beheld a long line of horse-drawn carriages awaiting at the entrance, seeing Todd's retinue. The orderly Harkins hurriedly approached, noting that Todd's attention was fixed on the convoy, and directly explained, "Commander, the second season of gospel flowers from the farmers of Mushi Town has commenced sales, and these carriages are filled with merchants from other towns here to make purchases." Todd nodded and then turned his gaze southeast, where the mutated refugees brought by Rachel were situated. After counting the laboring populace there, he furrowed his brow and inquired of Harkins, "Have you noticed that the number of people over there seems to have increased?" Harkins, glancing around to ensure they were unobserved, leaned closer to Todd and whispered, "Sir, during your time at the monastery, more mutants have been brought in." Rubbing his nose thoughtfully, Todd shook his head and led the monks into Mushi Town. After instructing Harkins to safeguard all the books and arrange accommodations for the newcomers, he proceeded directly to old Aiden's workshop. This workshop, constructed of brick and stone, had been designated by Todd as a restricted access area. 4 of Harkins' subordinates stood guard at the corners, preventing anyone from approaching. Stepping into the sweltering confines of the workshop, Todd was immediately greeted by the cacophony of heavy impacts accompanied by waves of heat. Leslie's fiery hands expelled bright flames, scorching the templates within the letter molds. Rachel extended her hands forward, sweat glistening on her brow, utilizing her telekinetic abilities to elevate the high-temperature softened molds into the air, carefully adjusting their shape and size to align with the printing press's bearing platform. Aiden Combe, gloved hands at work, compared the slots and molds while placing a copper ruler beside the heated template. Muttering, "Shorten the top by 5 millimeters and ensure the ruler remains straight." Rachel gradually embedded the mold into the bearing platform as the craftsman meticulously compared the proportions and gaps between the parts. Eventually exhaling a sigh of relief and signaling success to Leslie and Rachel, the nun lowered her arms, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily, her front and back soaked with perspiration. At this moment, everyone in the room finally noticed Todd standing at the entrance. "Sir," Aiden said, hastily wiping sweat from his brow with coarse cloth as he approached the priest. Todd gazed upon the nearly assembled printing press within the workshop and expressed his admiration. "This marks the third one." Aiden nodded. "Indeed. The first encountered some difficulties, taking longer than expected, but the subsequent 2 were much easier." "That's due to your efforts. I am utterly exhausted," Leslie exclaimed, fanning his overheated palms and sticking out his tongue. Todd patted his shoulder in reassurance. "Fear not. You may now rest. These 3 printing presses are sufficient for Mushi Town." After speaking, Todd glanced at Rachel, whose gaze met his. Though she said nothing, the smile on her face sent a tremor through Todd's heart. Aiden and the other 2 craftsmen, observing the newly fitted letter molds on the printing press, expressed their admiration in hushed tones, enviously regarding the boy and the nun. The abilities of the mutants are indeed incredibly convenient. If all craftsmen possess such powers, who would still require drills and hammers? Leslie took a sip of water. "You only see the advantages of mutant abilities, unaware that I am often awakened multiple times at night by the searing pain of fire engulfing me. Moreover, each time I utilize my powers, I require an extended period to recuperate." Upon hearing this, Todd recalled Harkin's debilitation ability and Edgar's speed ability, which caused nerve degeneration. It appeared that without the assistance of Sutherland bacteria, regardless of the type of mutant, they would be adversely affected by the burdens of their abilities. This train of thought led Todd to suddenly remember Rachel. Uncharacteristically, she had remained seated on the floor, arms wrapped around herself in silence. Todd approached Rachel, crouched down, and rolled up her sleeve. The veins on her arms bulged like lightning, a disturbing sight. He gently touched her skin, and Rachel recoiled as if shocked, withdrawing her hands in pain. "Why did you not inform me?" Todd lowered his voice. Addressing her, Rachel's face paled, unable to utter a word, only shaking her head to indicate she was fine. Pulling her sleeve back down, Todd discreetly helped her to her feet, leaving the others behind as the 2 exited the workshop. "To be honest, Rachel, I find it difficult to understand you," Todd remarked, resting his arm against her elbow, leaning slightly outward while gazing into the distance. The weary Rachel slipped one hand through Todd's arm and grasped his upper arm with the other, resembling a lovesick maiden leaning against her beloved. "I feel the same," Rachel replied. Hearing her words, Todd turned his head in surprise to look at her. She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with him. In that moment, both erupted into laughter. In the exegesis hall of the Mushi Town Church, Todd sat before a table, sifting through a stack of books. Fundamentals of Arithmetic, General Counting Regulations, Text Recognition, Pronunciation Guide. Casting a glance at Harkins and Rachel, Todd inquired, "Have the arrangements for the monks been completed?" Harkins nodded. "All is in order. The monks are quite satisfied with their accommodations." Todd selected several foundational texts and handed them to the man. "Print 20 copies of each of these books. Furthermore, during this period, keep an eye on the monks' words and actions." Harkins accepted the books, scratching his head, appearing hesitant to speak. Noticing his expression, Todd asked with curiosity, "What troubles you?" The man glanced at Rachel with some trepidation and replied in a hushed tone, "Recently, there have been discussions in town regarding mutants." Todd straightened in his chair, his expression serious. "What is the matter? Did the craftsmen leak any information?" "I fear not. We have been keeping a close watch on those 3 craftsmen, and they have never spoken of mutants to anyone, not even their families." Todd exchanged a look with Rachel. "Then how did this come about?" "A few days ago, it seems someone inadvertently witnessed some of the refugees gathered in the southeastern part of town using their abilities." Upon hearing this, Todd leaned back in his chair, exhaling a heavy sigh. Rachel furrowed her brows, contemplating for a moment before she spoke. "Perhaps I could issue another warning, making it absolutely clear that they must not use their anomalous abilities?" Todd stroked his nose thoughtfully, responding, "Such an approach merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. Sooner or later, they will be discovered." He fell into a reverie, adding, "If only there were a way for the people of Mushi Town to accept the existence of the anomalous." Hawkins tilted his head, deep in thought, and finally said, "My lord, perhaps no." Todd and Rachel interjected simultaneously. They exchanged glances, and Rachel spoke first. "Exposing the anomalous to everyone will only heighten fear and anxiety. Imagine living among individuals who can ignite flames from their hands and see through your walls. What would you think?" Todd pondered for a while before continuing, "Indeed. Many in Mushi Town believe in me, but not all. Moreover, with the influx of new residents recently, if we were to disclose the existence of the anomalous now, one ill-intentioned individual could easily report us to the Inquisition. At that point, all the anomalous would be plunged into grave peril." Hawkins, utterly at a loss, threw up his hands and sighed. "So what are we to do? Must the anomalous forever hide their identities, never to see the light?" Rachel appeared equally troubled. She believed that overturning the Church's malevolent definition of the anomalous and dismantling the deeply entrenched prejudices against them while ensuring their absolute safety was an exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, task. Seated at the table, Todd gazed at the books before him, his eyes gradually losing focus as he unconsciously murmured a few words. Noticing their leader's unusual demeanor, Hawkins and Rachel leaned in closer, finally catching the indistinct, cryptic syllables that escaped Todd's lips. "Marvel and Justice League." Just as the two were left in confusion, Todd suddenly raised his head, blinking and smiling as he said, "If we cannot expose all the anomalous to the sunlight, what if we only reveal one?" Rachel, increasingly perplexed, asked, "Is there a difference?" Todd tapped the cover of the book with his knuckles. "What if the individual exposed to the public is kind-hearted, fiercely opposed to evil, and possesses extraordinary skills, making them unparalleled?" Rachel's mouth fell slightly agape, her expression one of disbelief as she began to grasp Todd's audacious idea. Hawkins, still puzzled, inquired, "How does revealing this person relate to the townsfolk accepting the anomalous?" Todd chuckled and turned to Rachel, saying, "I need a comprehensive list of all the anomalous individuals, including their names, ages, backgrounds, character, reputation, and anomalous abilities." Having listened for quite some time without any clarity, Hawkins grew anxious. "My lord, what exactly do you intend to do?" Todd drew an S shape on the table with a charcoal pencil, stating clearly, "I plan to create a super anomalous hero." Chapter 105, The Repository of Powers. 3 days later, Rachel entered Todd's study, carrying a thick dossier. "Currently, there are 79 anomalous refugees in Mushi Town. I have compiled a profile for each individual, and they are all listed here." After receiving the dossier from her, Todd perused the records of each anomalous individual, which included their names, ages, places of origin, abilities, brief histories, and neighborhood reputations. With a mix of surprise and admiration, Todd lifted his gaze to Rachel, then returned his attention to the papers. After a thorough selection process, he ultimately chose a male, anomalous individual. Randall Quincy. Male, from Lonely Rock City, 19 years old, unmarried. Previously a hunter in the mountains, he participated in the war against the Southern heretics to defend his homeland. While recovering from injuries, he was identified as anomalous. Subsequently fleeing from the military and the church, his only remaining family, his mother, died during his escape. According to testimonies from neighbors, he is low-key, not very talkative, but eager to help, anomalous ability. Regeneration. He can heal from any wound, except for fatal injuries to the head and heart, with new tissue growing over time depending on the size and depth of the wound. Are you sure this is the person? Rachel asked. Reading through the introduction carefully, Todd pondered for a moment. We shouldn't rush into a decision. These introductions alone cannot determine a person's character or morality. Suddenly recalling something, he teased Rachel. I now understand why you tested me so many times before. The woman laughed, clearly uninterested in prolonging that topic. She tapped the paper with her finger and inquired, if this is indeed the person, what do you plan to do? I have recently heard that due to the gradual revitalization and prosperity of Mushi Town, the number of merchants and travelers is increasing, which has also attracted robbers and bandits. I intend to sponsor this anomalous individual, providing him with food, lodging, equipment, and compensation, allowing him to protect the travelers selflessly. Through this approach, we can enhance the image of the anomalous in the eyes of the public. Rachel interjected, completing his sentence. Todd nodded. The woman fell silent, staring into the priest's eyes, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable as he asked, what is it? Is there a problem with the plan? No, there are no issues at all. Rachel leaned against the edge of the table, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I heard you are only 15 this year. Why do you not appear to be so at all? Todd faltered, his body stiffening. Rachel stifled a giggle, shaking the papers in her hand. Leave the task of testing Randall to me. Within a week, I will inform you whether he is the person we seek. As Todd observed the scattered profiles of the anomalous individuals on the table, he suddenly called out to the departing nun, Rachel, I would like you to bring these anomalous refugees to me in batches. I wish to conduct a physical examination for them. The woman paused, repeating the peculiar term, physical examination. Todd pointed to the section on the paper detailing anomalous abilities, reiterating, indeed, a physical examination. Drawing the syringe's needle from the arm of the young woman before him, Todd pressed a piece of antiseptic cotton against the wound and instructed her, you may remove the cotton after applying pressure for 3 minutes. And take this. He handed her a small pouch of copper coins. The woman, tattered and timid, looked at the priest with fear in her eyes, finally summoning the courage to ask, Holy Son, have we, the anomalous, been forgotten by the Father? As Todd carefully deposited the blood from the syringe into a glass vial for storage, he turned to the weary, anomalous refugee and gently replied, the Father never forsakes any of his believers. Remember, the key lies in the steadfastness of your faith. These trials are the Holy Spirit's tests for the anomalous. Do not waver in your convictions. The woman cast him a grateful look, nodded, and stood to bow before him. Watching her retreating figure, Todd grasped the silver cross hanging on his chest, gazing at the sacred inscription, and sighed deeply. With the latest batch of blood samples in hand, he returned to his laboratory. Todd surveyed the dozens of petri dishes on his desk, each labeled in Latin with various anomalous abilities. Regeneration, pain resistance, metallic armor, fire breath, night vision, acidic blood, sonic waves, and so on. In total, there were about 20, and Todd decided to give this collection an amusing title, The Repository of Powers. For him, the pressing concern now was how to preserve these anomalous bacteria. On one hand, it was essential to maintain their vitality to prevent death. On the other, he needed to ensure that contamination did not occur, avoiding any genetic mutations to in the modern society of his previous life. The best method was freeze-drying preservation, where microorganisms are first frozen, and then moisture is removed through sublimation under reduced pressure. Once the bacteria lose most of their water content, their physiological activities cease, allowing them to maintain a dormant state for extended periods. A secondary option, he could employ liquid paraffin overlay preservation, which involves covering the culture medium with sterilized liquid paraffin for low-temperature storage. This method is simple, requires no special apparatus, is widely applicable, and has a long preservation duration, years, even decades, but it necessitates high-quality liquid paraffin and multiple rounds of high-pressure sterilization. However, the medieval conditions rendered these two methods utterly impractical. There were no high-purity separation instruments, no high-pressure sterilization chambers, no microbial freezers, no liquid nitrogen containers, and not even electricity. Thus, these two methods were simply unattainable as a last resort. Todd planned to utilize passage culture preservation and suspension preservation. The former is the oldest and most fundamental method for preserving microorganisms, wherein the culture temperature is set slightly below the optimal growth temperature, and the concentration of the culture medium is moderately reduced, with all bacteria being subcultured every 2 days. The merits of this method lie in the immediate availability of bacteria, while its drawbacks include the cumbersome process and the heightened risk of contamination. The suspension preservation method, on the other hand, is primarily aimed at anaerobic bacteria. Based on the characteristics of the bacteria, they are suspended in distilled water, sugar solutions, or phosphoric acid to maintain their properties. If preserved properly, they can be kept at room temperature for several years. After nearly 10 days of effort, Todd finally completed the preservation of all the bacteria. Gazing upon the shelves filled with cultured dishes and suspension solutions, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, with only one thought occupying his mind. The prototype of the ability repository had finally taken shape. Although it currently housed only over 20 types of abilities, much like a library, it would inevitably grow larger and more refined with ongoing research and discoveries related to these abilities. Perhaps one day, upon uncovering the hidden secrets of these microbial abilities, it might even be possible to enhance or artificially synthesize even more potent powers. A knock at the door interrupted his train of thought. Closing the door to the back room, Todd approached the laboratory entrance. Upon opening it, he found Rachel, waving a stack of papers with a smile, saying, "Commander, the test results for Randall are in. Would you like to hear them?" Standing in the doorway, Todd stepped aside to make way, responding, "Please, come in," and elaborate. Surprised, Rachel raised an eyebrow, lifting the hem of her ample nun's robe as she entered the laboratory, observing the complex apparatus and colorful solvents in the room. She remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "This is my first time being allowed in here." Todd fetched a chair, dusting it off with a cloth before placing it in the center of the laboratory. As Rachel watched his every move, for some reason, she was reminded of the charity gala. This half-grown boy, dressed similarly, had chosen to curl up in a recliner, merely to avoid extending his feet rudely towards her. Noticing the woman had become lost in thought, Todd had to gesture for her to sit down. "Please, tell me, did our Mr. Randall pass the test? Is he suitable for the role of an extraordinary hero?" Rachel handed the papers to Todd, resting her chin in her hand, uncertainly stating, "You could say he passed, or you could say he did not." Todd withdrew his gaze from the papers, looking up at her with a face full of confusion. "Why do you say that?" "Undoubtedly, he possesses a strong sense of justice. In the face of evil and injustice, he has never considered personal gain or his own safety. He always steps forward." Listening to Rachel, Todd grew increasingly perplexed. "Isn't that precisely what we require?" The woman twirled the cross at her chest with her finger, her gaze drifting to the side. Yet his combat style and battle awareness are disconcerting. It embodies a reckless approach, one that disregards the enemy's blades and his own wounds. During one test, my team was nearly forced to pierce Randall's heart due to this reckless fighting style. To me, it seems less like fighting and more like a pursuit of self-destruction. As Todd perused the test report Rachel had compiled, his unease deepened. To save a pair of elderly couple who encountered bandits. This individual fought like a madman, charging at 6 adversaries without hesitation. Despite countless wounds inflicted upon him, he refused to retreat until he collapsed from exhaustion. "I wish to meet him." Upon hearing this, Rachel gave Todd a meaningful glance and inquired, "Commander, what identity do you intend to assume when meeting Randall?" Todd set down the papers, looking at her with a smile. "Miss Rachel, a priest wishes to guide the lost lambs." Chapter 106. Randall's Confession. It was Todd's first time utilizing the confessional of the church in Mushi Town. This dimly lit, somewhat stuffy room, less than 3 square meters in size, contained 2 wooden chairs facing each other, separated by a wooden louvered screen. At midnight, a man entered the adjacent confessional, using his ability of clairvoyance. Todd observed that the individual was clad in a coarse burlap hunter's robe, his beard unkempt for years, and his demeanor appeared hesitant and bewildered, unsure of whether to take a seat. "Please, sit down, my child." Todd's somewhat youthful voice startled the man. Despite knowing that he could not see the other side, he chose to face the screen, his eyes glinting in the darkness. "You are not the assistant priest." Todd, busy with various matters, typically delegated confession duties to the assistant priest. Today marked his first time presiding over such a ritual. After a moment's thought, he replied, "It matters not. Under the power of God." We are merely the mouthpieces of the Holy Father. Observing the man standing still, Todd further inquired, "Lost lamb, what brings you here to confess?" The man's tone conveyed a sense of disorientation. "Someone told me that if I entered the confessional at midnight, someone could answer my confusion." "Please, sit down. I can only hear your voice, not see your face. Moreover, what you divulge will remain solely between you, me, and the Holy Father. Now, share your concerns." Following his instruction, the man took a seat, remaining silent for an extended period. Just as Todd began to think the man was unwilling to speak, he finally opened his mouth. "I am an aberration." Indeed, the individual before him must be Randall. Todd, using his clairvoyance, observed Randall, whose hands were clasped together, anxiously rubbing them, exuding an aura of unease and fear, as if he were about to flee at any moment. "There has always been something I don't understand. If all things are created by God, then aberrations are no exception. Why are we scorned by society, hunted by the church, and relegated to the fringes of the ordinary world? Was it a mistake for God to create us?" Upon hearing this question, Todd pondered for a moment before uttering an enigmatic phrase, "All that is reasonable exists. All that exists is reasonable." Randall repeated this phrase, shaking his head. "I do not understand." Todd organized his thoughts. The Father is the source of the universe in the absolute singularity. He freely created all things and externalized nature, society, and spirit. All that exists in the world is a result of his externalization. "I apologize, but I still do not grasp the connection to aberrations." Todd sighed, endeavoring to convey his message more plainly. The existence of aberrations is a work of the Father. The existence of this group aligns with the Father's reason, the reason of the universe, though it may not conform to the reason of the mundane realm. At this juncture, even the dullest individual could discern the deeper meaning in Todd's words. The Father, as the origin of the universe, ensures that anything that aligns with the heavenly and earthly principles shall exist. Aberrations, as the works of the Father, inherently affirm their existence as aligned with the Father's will. The so-called reason of the mundane realm encompasses not only the moral principles of secular kingdoms, but also implicitly includes the doctrines set forth by mortals in the Church. To simplify, since all things in the world are created by the Father, aberrations are no exception, and thus their existence naturally aligns with the Father's will. The persecution and slaughter they face stem entirely from the secular and ecclesiastical distortions of the Scriptures. Observing the man's expression of dawning comprehension, Todd continued, "As an aberration, you bear the responsibility and obligation to maintain relations between aberrations and other groups. Do you understand?" Watching him nod, Todd finally breathed a sigh of relief, only to be firmly anchored in his seat by the man's next words. "There is one more thing. I wish to confess my past sins. I killed my mother." Todd was taken aback by Randall's admission. The introduction indicated that the man's mother was his only family, having perished during their flight. How could this be? Randall clasped his hands atop his head, recalling his tortured past, seemingly enduring immense psychological torment. After being discovered as an aberration, "I fled with my mother from Rock Cliff City towards the north. While traversing the mountains, we were starving and found no food." Upon hearing this, Todd clenched his sleeves, a horrifying thought surfacing in his mind. Randall, with his head bowed, his gaze fixed on the ground, spoke with a trembling voice. "In desperation, I pretended to hunt during our rest, secretly cutting pieces of my own flesh to deceive my mother into believing it was game. Later, she uncovered the truth, and one fateful night while camping, my mother ended her life with a strip of cloth." Todd pressed his lips together, letting out a deep sigh, listening to the sobs emanating from the opposite side. He traced the sign of the cross over his chest, softly intoning, "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, your sins shall be forgiven." 15 minutes later, Todd returned to the exegesis hall. Seated at the table and reread the introduction of Randall Quincy in detail, amidst the flickering candlelight, Rachel refrained from interrupting him, merely watching in silence. "Randall is the person we are seeking." Upon uttering this, Todd placed the paper on the table and closed his eyes. Rachel shifted her posture. "May I inquire about what you discussed with him?" "I fear that is not permissible, as it pertains to matters of confidentiality. However, I can assure you that he is a kind-hearted individual. His combat style and desire for death stem from certain tragedies he has endured." Turning his back, Todd remarked, "It is time to commence his training, along with the necessary preparations before the mission." Rachel pulled her chair a bit closer to Todd, resting her arms on the table as she gazed at the priest illuminated by the faint glow of the fire. Smiling as she said, Randall is ill-suited for the combat techniques of a knight, so I shall delegate the task of training him to more appropriate individuals. There are numerous considerations to address prior to the mission. First and foremost are the location and means of communication. We cannot allow him to wander aimlessly across the plains in search of villains, can we? Then, there is the matter of maintaining his anonymity. We need to prepare him a suitable outfit and a mask. Considering his unique abilities, I have no intention of sewing too much fabric onto his clothing. Furthermore, there are issues concerning the Inquisition and the Relief Society. As Randall's accomplishments and reputation grow, it is only a matter of time before the Church and the Relief Society come seeking him. And we must be adequately prepared. Lastly, we must consider weaponry, secret hideouts, support teams, and post-mission cleanup, among other matters. Noticing Todd momentarily lost in thought from her barrage of words, Rachel mischievously winked. Now you should understand that creating a heteromorphic hero is not as simple as one might imagine. You truly ought to be grateful that I am here to assist you. Todd raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. All right, Miss Rachel, I genuinely appreciate your help, but I wonder what I can do for you. Let me think that in a few days, Karen and I are opening an inn. And I hope you can provide more recipes. Commander, the monks wish to see you. Todd lifted his gaze from the table to the doorway where Hawkins stood, saying, let them in. The man glanced at the room's dimensions and hesitated. It may not accommodate them. Surprised by this remark, Todd rose and accompanied Hawkins to the chapel. Taken aback by the sight before him, 55 monks filled the entire hall, and upon seeing the priest, they all converged towards him. The leading monk, who appeared to be the spokesperson, approached first. He introduced himself, saying, my name is Joe Humphrey. We have been here for several days to spread the Father's wisdom, yet have not been assigned any tasks that we wish to contribute in any way we can. Another monk chimed in, indeed. We have wandered about Mushi town and discovered that the fields nearby lie fallow, with no one tending to them. Todd had initially hoped that these monks would gradually take on administrative roles within the knightly order after adapting to life in Mushi town. However, upon hearing their words, he suddenly recalled that monks in medieval monasteries possessed advanced knowledge in agriculture due to their long-term involvement in farming. After moving chairs from the pulpit, Todd set aside his previous tasks and engaged in conversation with the monks. He soon realized they offered numerous valuable suggestions. Some monks proposed that considering the long-neglected fields around Mushi town, which were quite fertile, they should create heavy plows to replace the traditional ones and shift from a single-crop system to a three-field system, one field lying fallow, one primarily sown with wheat, rye, and barley in autumn, and the other mainly planted with oats and legumes in spring. Others suggested that much of the eastern part of Mushi town consisted of plains suitable for growing forage, allowing for the grazing of sheep and dairy cattle. The beneficial cycle of forage fertility and livestock manure would ensure a steady supply of fertilizer, significantly enhancing livestock rearing and dairy production. Furthermore, some monks mentioned that a couple in town recently opened a shop selling rare items from the south. They discovered two types of seeds they had never seen before, rumored to be called sorghum and mulberry, which they might consider planting as an experiment. Todd conversed with the monks throughout the entire afternoon, neglecting to eat dinner. The following morning, a notice was posted on the church's bulletin board. Mushi town intends to establish a monks association. The Mushi Mutual Aid Society plans to invest 500 silver moons into the monks association for initial preparations and personnel expenses, and is now recruiting farmers, livestock keepers, and textile workers from Mushi town. Chapter 107. Urban Planning and the Blood Mine Incident. The monks acted swiftly. Once the funds from the Mushi Mutual Aid Society were secured, preparations for agricultural upgrades commenced with great urgency. The procurement of seeds, livestock, and iron materials, confirmation of tool designs, delineation of grazing areas, and measurement of sowing lands were all underway as work progressed. The lead monk, Joe Humphrey, approached Todd with two concerns. Point one was a shortage of labor. The agricultural plans devised by the monks required a substantial workforce, and even though Todd had diverted numerous farmers from the gospel flower workshop, it remained insufficient for the monks' needs. On the other hand, the recruitment efforts at the church yielded disappointing results. The unemployment rate in Mushi town was extremely low, and everyone had an abundance of work, with many industries still in their infancy and a plethora of job openings. Some workshop owners, facing labor shortages, even resorted to attempting to recruit from the heteromorphic gathering areas, unwittingly approaching those individuals with enticing job offers, though fortunately, Rachel intervened in time. The second issue pertained to town planning. The livestock, farming, and timber areas required appropriate zoning. However, Mushi Town currently lacked a specific plan for its internal layout, with residential, industrial, commercial, and public areas all haphazardly mixed together. Residents constructed houses and utilized land in a rather arbitrary manner. This was partly due to Todd's inexperience in urban block design and land use planning, and partly because Mushi Town lacked an effective administrative system to oversee such matters. After understanding the situation, the monks convened and suggested that Todd borrow city planning and layout maps from the St. Sidlo Monastery, intending to prioritize town planning adjustments before proceeding with agricultural zoning. Regarding these two issues, after discussing the monks' suggestions with Rachel and others, Todd not only borrowed agricultural and town maps, as well as ancient records of the city of Talo, but also adopted an outward expansion strategy for the town. In terms of population, Todd aimed to attract residents through low taxes and self-cultivated land, utilizing the church's internal networks and merchants to broadly recruit from the surrounding villages and towns. This initiative attracted a significant influx of serfs and proletarians within a month, who employed various methods, both overt and covert, to enter Mushi Town. However, this also exacerbated Todd's already strained relations with the local nobility, just before the monks formally presented their plans for Mushi Town's functional zoning and land use classifications. A fire broke out in the town. The incident began when a spark from a workshop fell into a neighboring haystack, igniting a massive blaze. Given that most buildings in Mushi Town were wooden and the rooftops were interconnected, the fire spread rapidly, consuming half a street and ultimately resulting in 3 fatalities, numerous injuries, and dozens of residents left homeless. Todd withdrew funds from the church's treasury to assist those affected, further solidifying his resolve to pursue town planning reforms. 1 week after the fire, during a sermon, Todd presided over the mass and simultaneously announced the monks' town planning initiative. The new town plan expanded Mushi Town nearly 2 kilometers beyond its original boundaries. The monks referenced the urban planning of Talo during its peak, restructuring the previously chaotic layout according to geometric principles while infusing it with substantial religious elements of the Father S doctrine. Main thoroughfares were meticulously aligned along cardinal directions and intersecting in the shape of a cross, with the church situated at the town's core, utilizing a rudimentary level distance instrument crafted by the monks, known in ancient Roman times as groma. They accurately determined the north-south orientation of the intersection S midpoint, using this as a foundation for delineating the streets in the town's grid-like outline. In response to Hawkins and Alfonso's strong requests, the primary buildings along Mushi Town's intersecting axes were designated for military purposes, with the square, knightly order headquarters, and the guard barracks established at the intersection's epicenter. Furthermore, at the monks' insistence, Todd promulgated the first regulations of Mushi Town, the planning law. This statute, issued in the name of the church and the sun, explicitly outlined the unified building height, street width, cobbled road maintenance, cleanliness, upkeep, and boundary adjustments for Mushi Town. It even specified that, to prevent traffic congestion, heavy vehicles could only travel at night, while flourishing shops were to be situated on narrower streets. Disasters rarely come alone, but on the 10th day following the fire, Mushi Town experienced the most severe conflict since its establishment. The incident arose from a simple misunderstanding. A craftsman's apprentice, while smelting iron materials, inadvertently discovered that the iron sand sourced as raw material, though dry on the surface, was much more moist within than usual. In a spirit of skepticism, he employed a drying method on the iron sand and discovered that the moisture content amounted to 1/5 of its total weight. This revelation implied that the iron sand supplier had overcharged by 20. The apprentice reported the matter to the master craftsman, who, at first, was unable to ascertain whether it was mere coincidence. He subsequently informed a friend, who, upon returning to his workshop, examined the iron sand he had recently purchased, only to discover that his own iron ore was also adulterated with water. An increasing number of individuals uncovered this deceitful practice, inciting the wrath of the craftsmen and apprentices. Under the leadership of the venerable elder of the industry, Aidan Combe, they engaged in a protracted negotiation lasting 3 hours with the mineral merchants of the town. Ultimately, the merchants' repugnant demeanor and shameless rhetoric thoroughly enraged the craftsmen and apprentices. What began as a verbal altercation escalated into shoving and ultimately erupted into a violent brawl. The fighting continued until the arrival of Harkins and his guard, who forcibly brought it to an end. Preliminary estimates indicated that approximately 120 individuals participated in this conflict, resulting in 4 fatalities: 1 craftsman, 1 apprentice, and 2 merchant guards. with 7 others severely injured and permanently disabled. Along with countless others sustaining minor injuries in the aftermath, Todd personally presided over a public trial in the square before the church, meticulously cross-referencing the merchant's ledgers with the workshop's supply records and identifying several witnesses who, while touching the Bible, divulged the truth before the cross. This incident, later referred to as the blood or conflict, was thus resolved appropriately. The unscrupulous merchants were ordered to compensate the workshops for all losses incurred and to pay reparations and burial expenses for the deceased, while their licenses to operate within the town of Mushi were revoked. Following the resolution of the incident, Todd convened with the monk Joe, Rachel, Harkins, Alfonso, and others to analyze the underlying causes. The conclusions drawn filled him with deep concern. The town's population was steadily increasing, and the disparity between the rich and poor was becoming ever more pronounced. The conflicts among residents, which had relied on the wisdom of community elders and guild leaders, were gradually becoming irreconcilable. Moreover, due to Mushi Town's unique governance, where land belonged to the church's knightly order and was free from secular rule, the administrative structures and management methods were losing their efficacy. Leading to such a significant conflict, the blood or conflict had a profound impact on Mushi Town, resulting in the emergence of 2 new entities in the short term. The first was an industry association. Unlike the previous loosely connected industry alliances that depended on the influence of industry leaders, the new association was a tightly knit organization with a complete organizational structure, regulations, and a clear code of conduct for its members. It primarily served 4 major functions. First, an economic function, sharing market information and the latest news among members, and subcontracting large orders based on scale and reputation. Second, a religious function, acting as a communication and management tool for the church in Mushi Town, while promoting and strengthening the faith of its members. Third, a relief function, where each member regularly contributed a small amount of funds to establish an industry reserve, which could assist members facing losses due to unforeseen circumstances. And fourth, a judicial function, coordinating relationships among members and with other guilds, and establishing a department akin to an industry court to handle related matters. The second new entity was the Holy Order Arbitration Court. This unique institution was established specifically to address the peculiar circumstances of Mushi Town. Upon the recommendations of monks Joe and Rachel, Todd decided to reclaim jurisdiction for the knightly order to ensure public safety and the enforcement of laws, thereby establishing the Holy Order Arbitration Court, with Todd nominally as its head. Though actual responsibilities were delegated to 2 vice presidents, Joe Humphrey and Rachel, with the former overseeing administrative matters and the latter managing and regulating foreign affairs. The Holy Order Arbitration Court was further supported by the Holy Order Enforcement Corps, managed by Harkins, primarily composed of disciples and peasant soldiers equipped with standardized weapons and empowered to mobilize the town's guard when necessary. After addressing agricultural upgrades, town planning, and the blood or conflict, Todd finally found a moment for himself. With only a month remaining until the papal decree regarding the Mushi Knightly Order was issued, he faced an urgent need to address the expansion of the Knightly Order's main military force to enhance its military strength. He conducted a survey and found the available military resources in Mushi Town to be woefully inadequate. Excluding Alfonso's refusal of the dragonbone parasite, his retinue could provide minimal combat capability, while Rachel and the various foreign entities possessed formidable fighting prowess. Their sensitivity to their abilities rendered them unsuitable for the battlefield, relegating them to the role of Mushi Town's last resort. Ultimately, the only viable combatants for the Knightly Order were Harkins and his 12 soldiers. After this calculation, Todd realized that the Knightly Order could only muster a mere 13 individuals. 13 individuals could hardly engage in combat, let alone form a basic formation. It was high time to recruit and expand the Knightly Order's ranks within Mushi Town. Frowning, Todd wrote down a line on paper: militarization. Next, he penned a second line: elite troops. The ability repository had been established. Why not attempt to transform all of Harkins's subordinates into successors? Chapter 108, Successor Combat Squad, delegating the affairs of Mushi Town to others. Todd immersed himself once more in the laboratory, before formally commencing the formation of the successor army. One matter required urgent confirmation: the human body's capacity to bear Sutherland bacteria. In other words, if a substantial quantity of Sutherland bacteria were injected into a normal human body, would it provoke adverse reactions? This inquiry was rooted in the principle that excessive use of any substance could lead to negative consequences, especially within the human body, a vessel of remarkable precision and balance. For instance, substances like LSD, triptans, and opioids, when overused, can result in varying degrees of headaches, muscle spasms, neurological hallucinations, and addiction. Similarly, antibiotics, when misused, can cause a decline in immune function and promote bacterial resistance, leading to the emergence of superbugs. To Todd's knowledge, only 3 individuals had been artificially injected with Sutherland bacteria. Himself, Harkins, and Edgar Dayes of today. None had exhibited adverse reactions. However, the quantities injected were modest. Todd had administered approximately 20 milliliters of bacterial solution, while Harkins and Edgar had received under 15 milliliters each. Thus, the first calculation to be made was the bacterial count within the solution to ascertain the colony-forming units, CFU, of this Sutherland bacteria. The plate counting method must be employed. This involved taking 1 milliliter of the bacterial sample from the volcanic environment culture flask, diluting it with sterile saline solution, and applying it to plates at appropriate dilution levels, typically 3 dilutions, through the spread plate method. After a set incubation period, colonies on the plates would be directly counted. This method can determine the number of viable microorganisms present in the Sutherland bacteria sample, hence it is referred to in microbiology as viable count. Todd ultimately determined that the unit density of the Sutherland bacteria obtained from the volcanic environment culture flask was approximately 170 CFU/ml. Note that this refers to colony counts, not individual bacteria, which translates to Todd having injected 3,400 units, 170/20, of Sutherland bacteria, while Harkins and Edgar injected 2,550, 170/15 units. Thus, the question arose, what is the maximum carrying capacity of the human body for Sutherland colonies? Todd designed a drug tolerance experiment. The general approach was as follows. Inject Sutherland bacteria into white mice and observe the subject's maximum drug tolerance, based on the tolerance ratios between humans and animals. The human tolerance to bacteria could be estimated. What is this tolerance ratio? There is a significant difference in drug tolerance between humans and animals. Generally speaking, animals exhibit a higher tolerance than humans, meaning the dosage per unit weight for animals is often several times or even dozens of times greater than that for humans. Therefore, converting human dosages into animal dosages typically follows these ratios. Assuming a human dosage of 1 unit, white mice and rats would be 25 to 50 times, rabbits and guinea pigs 15 to 20 times, and dogs and cats 5 to 10 times. The experiment formally commenced with Todd selecting 5 white mice, of similar age and approximately 20 grams in weight. He diluted the 170 CFU/ml Sutherland bacterial solution tenfold to 17 CFU/ml, injecting 1 milliliter of this solution daily by the 9th day. After 9 injections, a total of 9 milliliters, equating to 153 Sutherland colonies, the white mice exhibited symptoms of anorexia, vomiting, and lethargy by the 11th day. After 11 injections, a total of 11 milliliters, equating to 187 Sutherland colonies, the mice experienced seizures and convulsions by the 15th day. After 15 injections, a total of 15 milliliters, equating to 255 Sutherland colonies. The first mouse died after 7 hours, while the second succumbed after 11 hours. Post-mortem examinations and pathological tests revealed that the subjects primarily died from bacterial-induced neurological infections. It appeared that Sutherland bacteria were not to be used indiscriminately. Excessive dosages could result in unpredictable and severe consequences for the host. Next, we shall begin to calculate the upper limit of human tolerance. The symptoms in the laboratory mice manifested on the 9th day after being injected with 153 colonies of Sutherland bacteria. When calculated according to the tolerance ratio between humans and mice, dividing 153 by 37.5, taking the midpoint of the range, yields approximately 4. The weight of the mice was 20 grams, 0.02 kilograms, while the average weight of an adult male human is 75 kilograms, resulting in a weight ratio of 1:3750. Thus, it can be deduced that the tolerance level for Sutherland bacteria in an adult male is 15,000 colonies for 3,750. Consequently, if the number of Sutherland bacteria exceeds 15,000 within the human body, pathological symptoms will emerge. Furthermore, based on Todd's observations, 3 for 100 colonies of Sutherland bacteria can suppress 3 types of extraordinary abilities, which extrapolates to approximately 13 types of abilities being suppressed by 15,000 colonies. After a conservative adjustment, it can be concluded that an adult male weighing 75 kilograms can simultaneously possess around 10 extraordinary abilities. Through this experiment on the tolerance of Sutherland bacteria, Todd ultimately arrived at the following conclusions. First, the maximum tolerable limit of Sutherland bacteria for humans is 15,000 colonies. This quantity is likely to induce pathological symptoms. If the density of the Sutherland bacterial solution is 170 CFU/ml, the maximum injection volume would be 88.25 ml/second, once humans are injected with more than 15,000 colonies of Sutherland bacteria. They will exhibit bacterial-induced neurological infections, with initial symptoms of anorexia and lethargy, progressing to seizures in the mid-stage, and culminating in neuronal degeneration and death in the late stage. Third, the upper limit of extraordinary abilities that humans can harbor is 13 types. But for safety's sake, a conservative estimate would be 10 types. In summary, a human transformed into an inheritor can possess a maximum of 10 extraordinary abilities. Exceeding this number poses a risk of pathogenesis. Having established the limit of extraordinary abilities that an inheritor can bear, the next step is to determine which abilities should be acquired. Todd conducted a survey and, through repeated testing and screening, identified 18 effective and available extraordinary abilities in the current ability repository, categorized into 3 major types: elemental attack types, flame breath, frost, acidic blood, sonic shock, debilitation; physical enhancement types, X-ray vision, night vision, eagle eye, pain resistance, regeneration, speed, underwater breathing, web limbs; transformation and mimicry types, metal skin, giant limbs, chameleon camouflage, stone fist, blood marking. Todd now needs to consider which extraordinary abilities to extract from these 18 options to inject into the 13-inch inheritors led by Harkins. The selection criteria are as follows. First, prioritize abilities that do not manifest overtly. After all, overly flamboyant powers would expose their non-human identities, attracting the ire of both the church and the secular world. Therefore, abilities from the elemental attack types cannot be selected. Second, they should be compatible with the combat style of the Knights Order. Considering that the terrain around Mushi Town is predominantly flat, the group charges of heavily armored knights will serve as the primary means of combat. Thus, the chosen extraordinary abilities should lean more towards offensive and defensive types. Third, attention must be paid to the number of abilities, leaving room for future additions. An inheritor has a limit of 10 extraordinary abilities. But if all 10 slots are filled now, any superior abilities that may arise later cannot be swapped out or removed, especially since Todd currently lacks any methods for eliminating foreign abilities from the body. After much contemplation, Todd ultimately selected 3 extraordinary abilities for the 13-inch inheritors: regeneration, pain resistance, and metal skin. Beyond this group, Todd also intended to equip a scout, Edgar. In addition to the scout's existing ability of speed, he planned to inject night vision and eagle eye into him. With these decisions made, Todd convened a meeting with these 14 individuals in a side hall of the church, presenting his plan and explaining some of the processes and risks involved. He felt no concern for Harkins and Edgar. Rather, his apprehension lay with the 12 former subordinates of Harkins. As these individuals were not extraordinary beings but rather completely ordinary humans. Commanding them to undergo bacterial modification was an order that exceeded the bounds of normality. To Todd's surprise, after hearing his words, all 12 soldiers expressed their willingness to accept the injection without hesitation. After the priest confirmed repeatedly, the soldiers remained steadfast in their decision. Thus, within 3 days, these 14 individuals underwent bacterial modification as inheritors. Except for one soldier who experienced a strong rejection reaction during the injection of Sutherland bacteria, but fortunately, with timely intervention, he sustained no serious harm. Henceforth, including 1 former knight, 12 former soldiers, and 1 novice scout, the first combat team of the Mushi Knights Order was officially established. After managing this matter, Todd instructed Harkins to commence the recruitment of farmers and believers in Mushi Town. The farmers would primarily handle the management and operation of the Knights' assets during peacetime. During wartime, they would be responsible for logistics and occasionally for clearing remnants of battles and cleaning the battlefield. The Believers Group generally serves as the basic military force of the ecclesiastical institution, composed of devout catechumens, who, under the leadership of the Church Knights, undergo training in combat techniques and formation during warfare. They would follow behind the knights and soldiers as the third echelon of military force for the Knights Order. Having completed these tasks, The time arrived at the end of September to early October in the year 1170 of the ecclesiastical calendar. With less than 2 weeks until the Grand Council of the Papal States and the formal apostolic announcement of the Mushi Knights Order on that particular morning, Todd walked through the streets of Mushi town. Observing Joe and the monks measuring land boundaries and the distances between buildings, while discussing street planning and architectural layout with the craftsmen led by the elderly Aiden. Harkins and the soldiers were conducting basic formation training with 68 catechumens on a nearby open field. Alfonso was seen in the distance on the hills, struggling with physical training while wielding a large sword. As for Todd, in accordance with the agreement, he arrived at the dining table on the first floor of the Sisters' Inn, run by Rachel and Karen. On its opening day, contemplating what to eat while perusing the diverse menu and feeling the pangs of hunger, when suddenly a figure stumbled through the door. Todd looked up to see a panicked Edgar, the novice scout. Cavalry. A multitude of cavalry is approaching the town. Upon hearing this, Todd hastily set aside the menu, stepped out of the inn, and onto the square, gazing down the street into the distance. Utilizing the eagle eye ability, Todd distinctly saw a group of over 20 fully armored Silver Ring Knights galloping toward Mushi town. The first thought that crossed Todd's mind was, are these people mad? The army of a secular kingdom has intruded upon the church's territory without permission. Could anyone be audacious enough to oppose the entire church? As the group drew nearer, Todd began to discern some peculiarities. The leading old knight, his hair and beard white and covered in blood, bore several arrows lodged in his armor. He appeared to be Baron Cumberland, with a young woman in luxurious court attire seated behind him. When Todd finally recognized who the woman was, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Queen Mary, Chapter 109. What is a Knight? Part 1. Silver Ring City, Earl Nar's mansion. 15 days until the escape. My lord, the couple has met once again. Upon hearing the butler's words, the short, stout middle-aged man lifted his head from the desk, setting down his pen and inquiring, does Viscount Filson suspect anything? The butler shook his head, his tone rife with disdain and contempt. That fool firmly believes that the woman he met is the queen herself. He would never imagine that she is merely a courtesan. The earl cautiously rubbed his bald head, saying, let us proceed with caution. If that infatuated idiot were to inadvertently discover something, my plans would be in jeopardy. Do not worry, my lord. We have invested a considerable sum to secure the collaboration of a lady-in-waiting and a guard. They will accompany the Viscount during every meeting, fully aware of the Queen's itinerary. Moreover, we have trained a courtesan, whose voice and figure bear some resemblance to the Queen, to mimic her every action over the past month and a half. Not to mention, he is that foolish and arrogant Viscount Filson. As the butler spoke, he produced a letter from his robe and handed it to the earl. My lord, this is the love letter that Viscount Filson will present to the Queen tonight. Its contents align closely with our intentions. The earl accepted the letter, carefully unsealing it, and spent considerable time reading it thoroughly. Ultimately satisfied, he nodded and asked the butler, what about the painting? Along with this love letter, he will also gift the Queen the painting tonight. Is everything in order at the palace? All is well. Excellent. This means our plan is already halfway to success. As the earl spoke, he suddenly recalled something and said to the butler, once this matter concludes, you know what to do with those in the know. Including that courtesan, right? Observing the bald, portly man tapping his fingers lightly on the table, the butler swallowed hard and nodded earnestly. Silver Ring City, Royal Palace Chamber. There are 11 days left until the escape, Your Majesty. It would be beneficial to apply some more herbs to the corner of your eye, suggested Queen Mary, sorrowfully gazing at her reflection in the bronze mirror, where the prominent, unsightly bruises marred her eye and right collarbone. She gently pushed away the ointment offered by her maid, Casey, and, in a hoarse voice, inquired, has His Majesty not yet returned? Casey hesitated for a moment before softly replying, the king has gone hunting with the nobles. And the official documents? I have heard they have all been entrusted to the ministers of state. The queen closed her eyes and let out a heavy sigh. Observing her expression, Casey seethed, in my opinion, that painting and that letter were clearly a setup against you, to claim you were having an affair with Viscount Filson over a mere painting, and that you received some sort of love letter from him. The queen shook her head, a clumsy ruse, filled with flaws, yet it strikes at the king's Achilles heel. If only we could give His Majesty some time. I believe he will discern the trickery within. After saying this, Mary gently touched the wound on her face, though a place within her ached faintly. Silver Ring City, the Royal Palace main gate. There are 7 days left until the escape. Sir Knight Hermann, why has the Queen's house arrest not been lifted? Facing the maid who was shouting at him, Hermann shrugged helplessly, I apologize, as a royal guard We are merely executing the king's orders. Before Casey could respond further, she was startled by the raucous shouts coming from the square. Hundreds and thousands of Silver Ring City residents surged forward, chanting slogans and raising wooden signs, pouring their anger and discontent towards the palace. Lower the taxes. Stop draining our blood. It is all the queen's fault. She has made us so poor. Kill her. She is an evil witch. Listening to the cries of the populace, Hermon's brow furrowed deeper. The conversation of two palace guards behind him caught his attention. I heard someone once mention to the queen that the people of Silver Ring Kingdom cannot even afford bread. And the queen replied, then why don't they eat cake? The other added, indeed, I have heard of this as well. There are rumors that the royal treasury has been squandered by the queen on garments, jewelry, banquets, and gardens, and the queen has even acquired a nickname among the common folk, Lady Deficit. People say His Majesty is benevolent and a good ruler, while the queen is wicked and extravagant, dragging down the king's reputation. The more Knight Commander Hermon listened, the angrier he became. He slammed the hilt of his sword against the ground and shouted to those behind him, what are you all dawdling for? Go and stop those citizens. Do not let them breach the palace. As he watched his subordinates rush forward to maintain order, he signaled for Maid Casey to return to the palace, but from the corner of his eye, he spotted a cavalryman galloping toward him from afar. The cavalryman bore a wax-sealed tube, symbolizing urgent military news, and shouted at the civilians and guards before riding directly into the palace. Hermon, upon seeing the emblem of the Eastern Legion on the cavalryman's chest, fell into deep contemplation. Silver Ring City, the Royal Guard camp, deep night. The day before the escape, Hermon lay in bed, gazing at the cold moonlight outside, reflecting on the events of the past few days. The situation in the kingdom had deteriorated increasingly. The people's anger grew heavier by the day, with participation in anti-tax rallies exceeding 3,000 each time. Citizens took to the streets, resulting in several large-scale clashes with the military. And reports of casualties were heard daily. Amidst the internal turmoil, a piece of news circulating in the camp troubled him even more. The army from the eastern region, stationed at St. Gard City, had approached the border, and the flames of war between the two nations, dormant for 4 years, might reignite. And as for Her Majesty, Hermon's mind conjured the image of that beautiful yet resilient figure. Just half a month prior, the painting incident had caused the queen's reputation to plummet, compounded by accusations of extravagance, manipulation of the king, and the label of being an enemy's princess. She had been thrust into the harsh spotlight of public scrutiny. Sitting up in bed, he rubbed his aching forehead, struggling to piece together the chaos, yet unsure of where to begin. Commander, are you awake? A sentry's voice at the door interrupted Hermon's thoughts. What is it? A woman claims to come from the palace and insists on seeing you. Hermon's eyes widened as he rose. I will be there at once. 5 minutes later, at the camp entrance, the Knight Commander encountered the tearful Maid Casey. Pulling her into a secluded corner, he urgently asked, what has happened? From her fragmented explanations, the knight finally grasped the situation. Half an hour prior, the Chief Justice of the Silver Ring High Court, accompanied by a squad of soldiers, had sealed off the Queen's chamber, not only producing a royal arrest warrant signed by the king himself, but also publicly reading out 11 charges against Queen Mary, including corruption, manipulation, infidelity, treason, and aiding the enemy. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Casey had slipped away amidst the confusion. With nowhere else to turn, she had come to seek help from Knight Commander Hermon. What? Why was I not informed of this sooner? Hermon halted, suddenly recalling that he had been reassigned from the palace to the camp just yesterday. It dawned on him that tonight's arrest of the queen was premeditated. As the royal guard commander, Hermon understood better than anyone what kind of person Queen Mary truly was. He did not believe a word of the accusations, reflecting on the events of the past few days. He began to comprehend the truth of the matter. Mary had been made a scapegoat to quell public outrage and stabilize the situation, and her fate awaited her at the guillotine. The pressing question now was what to do. Hermon was a knight of the kingdom, a royal guard, upholding the king's authority and defending the honor of the kingdom. Unconditionally obeying orders was his duty. However, Sir Knight Commander, please save the queen. Casey's tears pierced deeply into Hermon's heart, leaving him tormented in the struggle between duty and justice. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his lips trembled, yet no words escaped. If his father were here, if it were him, what decision would he make? Hermon recalled the words spoken by his father, Baron Cumberland, during his knightly investiture. Remember my words. In the face of a formidable enemy, be fearless. With courage and loyalty, be worthy of the heavens. Speak with integrity. and prefer death to deceit. Protect the weak, and let not the heavens blame you. Hermann closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was no longer any trace of hesitation or doubt. Casey, deliver this to the commander of the southern camp, my father, Baron Cumberland, and tell him to come to the western gate of the palace to assist me. Hermann removed the crucifix he wore around his neck and handed it to the maid. Looking at the token in her hands, Casey sobbed softly. Sir, what will you do? I will do what a knight ought to do. Chapter 110. What is a knight? Part 2. Silver Ring City. The Royal Palace Chamber, dawn. The day of the escape. Your Majesty, it has been over an hour. How much longer must we wait? The Chief Justice of the High Court stood outside the chamber, calling out loudly. At that moment, the door swung open. Clad in a resplendent white gown, adorned with delicate makeup, Queen Mary dazzled, captivating all eyes. She bore no resemblance to a condemned criminal awaiting judgment, but rather appeared as a princess dressed for a grand feast. You truly possess a leisurely spirit, remarked a familiar voice. Drawing Mary's gaze to the Earl of Nar, standing beside the Chief Justice, his smug smile prompted her to raise her chin defiantly. My lord, people will always remember the rose that withers in the frost. But who will recall the weeds that rot in the mud? The Earl paused, his expression darkening as he hissed. Rest assured, whether rose or weed, I guarantee you will be the first to know. At 5 in the morning. As dawn broke, Queen Mary walked at the center, flanked by nobles, ladies-in-waiting, and hundreds of soldiers. This peculiar procession traversed the garden, passed through the long corridor, and approached the palace square. Awaiting the lady there was a prison cart and a ready cavalry unit for her escort. Clad in armor, sword and shield in hand, Hermann concealed himself quietly in a palace corridor. He glanced at the 10 fully armed royal guards beside him, his most trusted comrades from the guard camp and the sole partners in this rescue operation. His plan of action was straightforward. Leveraging his familiarity with the terrain and his advantageous position, the 11 royal guards led by Hermann chose this narrow corridor within the palace as their operational site. There were 2 reasons. First, the narrow terrain would hinder the formation of larger units, favoring the elite troops. Second, traversing this corridor and walking a few more minutes would lead them to the palace square, where a contingent of elite forces awaited. Beyond that point, there would be no other opportunity to act. This was perhaps the best and only chance. Sir, they are coming. Hearing his subordinates alert, Hermann cautiously peered out. Observing the lengthy line of figures at the other end of the corridor, and gently furrowed his brow. The troops responsible for escorting the queen are soldiers from the Eastern Legion of the Silver Ring Kingdom. Having long engaged in combat with the Holy Guard, they are highly skilled in martial arts and fearlessly brave, which does not bode well for the rescue plan. Hermann assessed the escorting party positioned before and behind the queen. Behind her were 80 soldiers and nobles. In front of her, nearly 20 soldiers, with the remainder being female attendants and ladies waiting to rescue the queen. The optimal strategy would be to sever this escorting force from her. The 11 knights divided into 2 teams, with the front squad tasked with swiftly defeating the 20 soldiers at the forefront of the escort, thus clearing a path for retreat. Meanwhile, the rear squad needed to fend off the 80 soldiers' assaults beforehand. After a moment of contemplation, the knight commander gestured, indicating that 6 of their number would engage the front half, while he and 4 others would hold the rear as the escorting party drew nearer. Hermann crouched low in the underbrush, holding his breath, watching the front half pass before him. When the sight of Queen Mary in her white gown entered his view, the knight commander sprang to his feet, gripping the railing with both hands, and flipped himself into the corridor. The appearance of the 11 knights, as if descending from the heavens, left the escorting party utterly dumbfounded. Hermann seized the still-dazed queen by one hand, pushing her behind him, while with the other, he unstrapped his shield from his back, facing the onslaught of soldiers like a tidal wave, forming a shield wall with his comrades. After a brief moment of silence, it was as though a splash of icy water had been thrown into a pot of hot oil. Soon, shouts, clashes, and the sounds of weapons colliding reverberated through the palace's corner. Hold the shields. Maintain the line. Hermann shouted to his fellow knights as he resisted the blades before him with his shield. While they bought time, the 6 knights responsible for the front assault abandoned defense and launched themselves into a desperate attack against the 20 soldiers. Had their adversaries been the Lord's private militia or the town's garrison, this might have been a relatively easy battle. Alas, they faced what could very well be the most elite troops of the entire Silver Ring Kingdom. The initial shock cost them 4 knights, and the remaining 16 soldiers quickly regrouped into formation. The knights' advantage diminished, and their finely crafted equipment became their sole means of gaining the upper hand. They were forced to risk sustaining wounds and shedding blood to eliminate their foes one by one. If the progress of the front half's assault was merely slow, the defense of the rear half could only be described as tragically brutal. The enemy, realizing that their swords and spears could inflict no substantial harm upon the knights' armor, swiftly changed their formation. Heavily armed infantry equipped with flails, battle axes, and war hammers clashed with the knights. The situation became perilous in an instant, with resounding impacts and flying sparks accompanied by barely audible cries of pain. The knights' shield wall began to falter, pushed back by the relentless assault, their shields battered and pockmarked. Fragments scattering in all directions. One knight beside Hermann, unable to evade in time, was struck on the head by a war hammer, causing his steel helmet to crumple, blood oozing from the seams of his armor. Nevertheless, this knight still raised his shield, mechanically performing his defensive duties to protect his comrades from harm. "You fools, use crossbow bolts, use crossbow bolts." A shrill voice rang out among the rear soldiers. Earl Inar was red-faced, furious as he shouted at the commander. "But there are soldiers in front, and some women from the palace. Idiot, do you wish to watch the criminals escape with your own eyes? Quickly, use the crossbow bolts." Moments later, the battlefield was filled with the sound of twanging crossbow strings. Hermann felt a chill in his left shoulder as warm liquid began to seep out, dripping down to the ground. The strength within him ebbed away drop by drop, his consciousness gradually clouding, the echoes of a vow from deep within his memories resounding in his ears, the words of his knightly oath. The voice of this vow grew louder, overshadowing all the sounds of war around him. "I will be kind to the weak." Hermann let out a furious roar, thrusting his long sword into the thigh of the enemy before him, who crumpled to the ground in agony, his helmet rolling aside. Just as he lifted his sword again, poised to strike, the twisted face of a 15 or 16-year-old boy beneath the helmet made him withdraw his weapon. "I will be brave against the strong." Observing a towering warrior charging towards the shield wall with a flail in hand, Hermann stepped forward, delivering a mighty blow to the foe's shoulder with his shield, while his long sword accurately sliced through the enemy's throat. "I will fight all who do wrong." A crossbow bolt, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, struck Hermann in the right leg. He glared at the despicable crossbowman not far away, seized the long spear from the fallen enemy before him, and hurled it back, piercing the ambusher's chest. "I will fight for those who cannot fight." "Commander, the front line is breached. It's time to retreat." Hermann turned to glance back, seeing the white silhouette in his line of sight, then smiled as he faced forward once more, resuming the fight with renewed vigor. "I will help those who call me for help, one by one." His comrades fell around him, leaving only himself and another knight. They fought while retreating toward the corridor's entrance that a massive axe swung low, striking the other knight's calf. Witnessing his comrade fall, he hurled his shield at the enemy, seized the arm of another knight, and exerted every ounce of strength to pull him backward. "I will harm no woman." As he dragged his fellow knight, Hermann collided with someone behind him. Three girls dressed as maidens clung together. Crying out as they looked at the blood-soaked knight commander, he set down his longsword, only to be struck in the back by a flying axe, blood surging up his throat. "I will help my brother knight." The entrance to the corridor was within reach. The knights who had attacked the front line turned back to fend off the enemy. Hermann dragged his injured comrade out of the corridor first. "I will be true to my friends." Hermann and the others worked together to close the corridor's doors, and he sat before the tightly shut entrance, gripping the door hinges with both hands, using his body to block against the enemy's assault, shouting for the others to flee. A long spear cleaved through the door, piercing Hermann's abdomen, blood pooling beneath him. "I will be faithful in love." As he watched Queen Mary reach out towards him, tears streaming down her face, Hermann smiled and shook his head, his lips no longer able to form words, using his last strength to move his lips. "Farewell, my love." At the western gate of the palace, Baron Cumberland, leading his private soldiers to the rescue, gazed solemnly at the battle-worn knights before him, then glanced at Queen Mary, her white gown stained with blood. "My lord, Knight Hermann is still inside. Please save him," cried the knight, injured in the leg, who had been rescued. Cumberland looked deep into the palace, listening to the increasingly urgent cries around him, his sword arm trembling slightly, his throat dry as he gritted his teeth to utter a single word: "Mount." "But," the elder's eyes widened in fury. "Fool, I said mount," a subordinate asked. "My lord, where shall we go next?" The Baron cast a final glance at the palace, his eyes closing in torment, the reins in his grip creaking as he clenched them tightly, resolutely uttering 2 words, "To the west." Chapter 111. The gathering stormed in the side hall of the church in the town of Mushi. A knock echoed. After Todd gave his consent, Hawkins pushed the door open. The former gestured for the latter to take a seat. "Is everything settled?" Upon hearing the priest's inquiry, the man's expression appeared heavy. The skilled monks are tending to the wounded, but one knight's injuries were too severe. He ultimately could not survive. Todd sighed, tracing a holy cross over his chest, then surveyed the side hall, where Rachel, Alfonso, Monk Joe, and Hawkins all fixed their gazes upon him, awaiting his next words. "Regarding Queen Mary and Baron Cumberland, I believe everyone is already aware." Todd settled into his chair, rubbing his nose, and continued with difficulty. "Let us consider what we should do next." Observing the silence that enveloped the others, Alfonso straightened his back, choosing to speak first. "When I was still a secular knight, I served for a time in Baron Cumberland's army. In my view, the Baron is a man of noble character, and I trust in his integrity and judgment that I believe we should grant them refuge." Hawkins lifted his head and cast a glance at Todd, slightly parting his lips as if to utter a word, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Rachel, her ears attuned to Alfonso's words, directed her gaze toward the ground while her eyes darted around, seeking the presence of the nearby monk. Joe, who had lived in the monastery for an extended period, was accustomed to interacting with his fellow brothers and devoted townsfolk, and was known for his forthrightness. He immediately countered the knight's statements from the Holy See. "Before we discuss shelter, shouldn't we first deliberate on self-preservation? There are over 1,000 unarmed residents in the town of Mushi, and at such a time, harboring the kingdom's fugitives would be tantamount to thrusting these innocents into the crucible of war." Alfonso, somewhat anxious, forced himself to stand and exclaimed, "Are we to stand idly by while others perish? Shall we simply hand these knights over to those butchers?" Monk Joe stroked his chin thoughtfully, uncertainly suggesting, "Perhaps we could find a few small boats in the town and provide them with some essential supplies to facilitate their departure." At that moment, Rachel interjected, "What do you suppose will happen if those barbaric soldiers outside discover that it was we who allowed the fugitives to escape? Can you imagine the wrath of those furious men?" Alfonso slammed his fist upon the wooden table, his voice rising. "If they dare to act upon such knowledge, I shall fight to the bitter end, wielding sword and blood to defend justice and honor." Observing the animated discussions among those present, Todd propped his chin on his hand and suddenly inquired, "I heard from the Baron that the Holy Guard City is declaring war on Silver Ring City?" Upon hearing this, Hawkins quickly rose, stating, "According to recent reports brought back by merchants, the armies of both nations are indeed gathering at the borders." Todd fell silent once more. "You have every right to resent me." Cumberland, wrapped in bandages, sat in the church's worship hall, gazing at the speaker, Queen Mary, clad in humble attire. The elderly man furrowed his brow. "If you speak of my son's fate, then I fear I must disappoint you." With the assistance of his subordinates, Cumberland donned his armor once more. He retrieved from his bosom the cross that once belonged to Hermon, placing it in the palm of his hand, gently stroking the surface of the pendant with the pad of his thumb. He then surveyed the chapel, filled with the anguished groans of the wounded and the bodies draped in white cloth, letting out a heavy sigh. Consider how many souls struggle in vain between illness and suffering, falling not gloriously on the battlefield, but in despair. He returned the cross to his chest, looking at the bewildered Queen Mary. "My son, he fell in battle, bearing the honor of a knight, protecting those he deemed more precious than life itself." The queen, witnessing the plight of the knights beside her, closed her eyes in despair, burying her face in her hands, softly weeping. I am but a sinner, Your Majesty." Cumberland's roar startled the woman, who was engulfed in grief and self-reproach. "To deny your own worth is to deny the sacrifice of my son." The old man sheathed his sword at his side and strode toward the door, leaving behind a final remark. "Live on, find a reason to survive." Cumberland pushed open the grand door and stepped into the square before the church, glancing at the curious townsfolk nearby, and quietly asked his subordinate, "Have the pursuers arrived?" "The cavalry from the Eastern Legion has indeed arrived. Roughly 25 lancers. They do not seem to intend to enter the town, but are continuously patrolling the vicinity." The lancer is the smallest unit of cavalry in medieval Europe, typically comprising 1 heavy cavalryman, 2 mounted archers, and 1 light cavalryman, though this composition may vary by country and era. Cumberland pondered for a moment before responding. It seems those fellows are not yet foolish enough to turn against the church. My lord, what shall we do now? The Baron turned to look at the cross atop the church. I need to speak with someone. Todd sat at the table in the exegesis hall, furrowing his brow as he observed Cumberland wandering about the room, casually inspecting his surroundings. Unable to contain himself any longer, he asked, Baron, I hear you wish to see me? Cumberland turned to regard Todd, then calmly seated himself across from him, stating, Father, please refrain from addressing me as Baron. We both understand that my title is but a matter of time before it is stripped away. Todd shrugged indifferently. Very well. Mr. Cumberland. The old man stroked his silver beard, gazing at the youthful face before him. Father Todd, perhaps you are unaware, but I have been observing you since that heresy trial began. This should mark our fourth encounter. Todd, surprised, interrupted. 4 times? Is it truly that many? Cumberland began counting on his fingers. The first was at the cathedral during the heresy trial, the second at the Queen's banquet, the third when I invited you to the palace. And now this makes 4. Todd was taken aback, then inquired, the Queen's banquet, the gambling event? You were present? Indeed. From the moment you leapt from the carriage until you departed with that aberrant girl, I was there all along. The old knight nodded, raising an eyebrow, a sly smile gradually forming on his face. I was initially curious whether you would deliver that girl to the heresy tribunal, but upon seeing the convent beside the church today, I realized my suspicions were correct. Observing the knowing expression on the elder's face, Todd found himself both amused and exasperated. Cumberland rose and glanced out through the slats of the window before turning with a serious demeanor. Father Todd, let us discuss serious matters. I wish to bring my men to the church and join Mushi Town. Todd's heart raced, yet he maintained a calm facade. You wish to ally with the church? Surely there are far better options than a small place like Mushi Town. Cumberland shook his head. The St. Codex Cathedral in Silver Ring City cannot provide sanctuary. The war-mad fanatics in Holy Guard City, after all the battles I've fought against them, will not offer me refuge. As for Lonely Rock City, it is simply too distant. After much consideration, Mushi Town is the most suitable option. Todd spread his hands in response to the old knight. Mr. Cumberland, as you can see, faced with those foes outside, Mushi Town struggles to ensure its own safety. So why would it accept you? Dealing with the cavalry outside is not a challenge for me. Cumberland approached the bookshelf, pulled down the topmost Bible, and brushed his fingers across its cover, a thick layer of dust adhering to his skin. Todd chuckled at Cumberland's bold claim, yet the following statement froze his smile. I have a battalion of 200 infantry on its way here. The cavalry outside have begun to set up camp. Todd remarked to Cumberland, What are your plans? The latter glanced at the setting sun, slowly articulating, I intend to take action tonight. Todd doubted his own hearing. Tonight? Are you certain? Your men are all injured. Your troops have yet to arrive. Cumberland raised a finger, shaking it at Todd. War is often not the straightforward clash of 2 armies. As a commander, one must transcend conventional thinking. Observing the old knight's air of confidence, Todd kindly cautioned him. I heard from Hawkins that those cavalrymen hail from the Eastern Legion, the most elite guard force of the Silver Ring Kingdom. Your army numbers only 200, and they are all infantry. You are at a disadvantage. Cumberland laughed heartily, his voice robust. Victory in battle relies on skill, not mere numbers. Todd felt his temper flare as he noticed Cumberland's disregard. Mr. Cumberland, underestimating the enemy and being arrogant are not wise approaches. The old knight patted him on the back. That is indeed true. One should always remember to leave themselves an escape route when facing an adversary. However, in this instance, I believe the advantage lies with me. Todd's eyes widened in confusion as he looked at him. Cumberland glanced at the church's entrance, slowly stating, What the enemy desires, I possess. What I seek. The enemy remains blissfully unaware. Todd felt as though he were deciphering a riddle, utterly perplexed, hesitatingly asking, Are you certain you do not require assistance? Not at all, Father. I have faced far more perilous situations than this on numerous occasions. You might consider this battle a test to ascertain whether this old body of mine is worthy to join Mushi Town. Chapter 112. The moonlight was dim, the stars sparse. Todd glanced at the closed doors of the church. Are they still asleep? Hawkins nodded. Todd rubbed his nose. Perhaps they have abandoned their plans for tonight. Just as the words left his lips, a creaking sound echoed as the door swung open, revealing Cumberland at the threshold, clad in armor and wielding a long sword. The old knight stretched his neck, swung his arms, and took a deep breath. His subordinates followed suit, one after another, some with bandages wrapped around their heads, others with arms slung across their chests. Cumberland approached Todd, observing the weariness etched on his face, and remarked, "At any time, sleep remains the most precious indulgence." Todd glanced at the elder and shook his head in resignation. "How could I possibly sleep at a time like this? What of it? I have once rested my head upon a corpse, surrounded by dismembered limbs and pools of blood, and yet slept as soundly as ever." Cumberland gently tapped Todd's chest with his fist, declaring, "Young man, the most crucial aspect is one's mindset. I have returned." A figure dashed down the street, illuminated by the night. Upon closer inspection, Todd recognized it was Edgar, who had volunteered to scout the enemy. The novice scout rushed to their side, panting, "I have seen it all. The cavalry outside the town is divided into 3 waves, rotating every 2 hours to patrol the outskirts." Todd mentally calculated, with 25 lancers and 100 cavalrymen split into 3 groups. Each would consist of approximately 30 individuals, given that the radius of Mushi Town is roughly 5 kilometers, and its perimeter is about 16 kilometers, 253.142. It implies that each cavalryman is responsible for patrolling a distance of approximately 500 meters. If organized into teams of 3, that distance would extend to 1,500 meters. Cumberland, pleased, stroked his beard. "Well done, my boy." Encouraged by the praise, Edgar felt lighter than air, as if a floodgate had opened within him. "Of course. I am a scout. Oh, by the way, their camp lies 7 kilometers east of here, surrounded by simple trenches, with tents arranged in 3 rows around a bonfire. The horse ties are on the west side. And even while they sleep, they clutch their weapons." "Ah, ouch, Commander, why did you step on my foot?" Noting the widening of Cumberland's mouth in disbelief, Todd resorted to a peculiar method to signal Edgar to cease his chatter. "He occasionally speaks nonsense. Pay it no mind." "I do not." Edgar's protests were swiftly suppressed by Todd's foot, burying him back into the ground. The old knight exchanged a knowing glance with Todd. Chuckling silently, 7 figures clad in black cloaks approached Cumberland, leading their horses, and spoke. "My lord, the first team is ready." The elder inquired, "Have all arrangements been made?" Upon receiving an affirmative reply, he nodded and softly uttered 3 words, "Let us depart," as he observed the 7 cloaked riders vanish into the dust. Todd, puzzled, asked Cumberland, "Who are these 7? The elder gazed towards the distant east and replied slowly, "They are the first bait I have cast. Outside Mushi Town, within the Eastern Legion's cavalry camp." "Commander, someone has galloped out from the town." A middle-aged man hurriedly emerged from the tent, anxiously questioning his subordinate. "How many? Where are they headed? Have their identities been confirmed?" 7. They are moving swiftly, bypassing the patrols and heading south. It is nighttime, and their black cloaks make it impossible to discern their identities. The cavalry commander furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "Only 7, cloaked. But they are led by the renowned Cumberland. Could these 7 be a diversion?" His subordinate cautioned, "Sir, if these 7 are not a diversion, what if they are the fugitives we seek? The higher-ups have issued a death order for that palace escapee. They demand to see him alive or dead." The commander rubbed his temples, asking, "How many have gone to pursue those 7? 3 light cavalrymen and 6 archers, excluding the palace escapee. If all 6 remaining are knights, and with Cumberland present, 9 individuals are insufficient. Dispatch more light cavalry and archers for support. Instruct them that if they confirm the others are bait, they must return immediately without engaging." "Understood." 20 minutes later. "Sir, another group has emerged from the town." The cavalry commander, restless and waiting by the bonfire, whirled around. "I was right. The first batch was indeed bait, but why hasn't the pursuit team returned yet? How many came out this time?" The reporting cavalryman hesitated, then raised 7 fingers. The commander's eyes widened, exclaiming, "7 again." The subordinate's face fell. "Sir, what should we do?" Frustrated, the commander shouted, "What do you mean, what should we do? With so many outside the town, you can't even intercept 7 people." The subordinate, with a sorrowful face, began to plead his case. "Sir, it's not that we don't want to intercept. The perimeter of the town is too vast, and there are no walls or gates. We can only assign 1 cavalryman to patrol every so often. By the time they burst through, we can muster at most 3 or 4, which is insufficient." Hearing this, the commander fell silent momentarily. After a moment, he threw his helmet to the ground with a loud clatter, pointing at Mushi Town in the distance, and bellowed, "Which fool created this town? Do they not understand the basics? They are so lazy they won't even build a wall outside." Cumberland watched as the 7 riders galloped away. Todd, standing beside him, reminded, "This is already the 3rd batch." The elder suddenly broached an unrelated topic. I believe I heard someone refer to you as the commander? Todd shot him a glance, neither confirming nor denying, remaining silent. I also heard that 2 months ago, the envoy from the papal state visited Mushi town in the company of the bishop. Todd tucked his hands into his sleeves, replying, Mr. Cumberland, your sources are quite astute. Cumberland chuckled. Details, when gathered with intent, will always yield rewards. Take this small town, for instance. A mediocre commander arrives, and, in a foolish quest for security, his first thought is to erect a wall or barricade the streets. Waiting for assistance, yet fails to realize that this approach not only obstructs the enemy but also ensnares himself. Baron, a cool female voice drew their attention. Queen Mary, donned in ill-fitting leather armor, had her hair tightly coiled and tucked beneath her helm. The old knight glanced down at the silver crown insignia on his chest plate and said to her, Your Majesty, please refrain from calling me Baron. The queen nodded gently, stating calmly, Then please do not refer to me as Your Majesty either. I am no longer associated with the kingdom. Cumberland, slightly taken aback, then laughed. This is the right attitude. As he watched his subordinate bring forward a horse, he moved beside Mary, intending to assist her onto the horse. However, the lady graciously declined his offer. Gripping the saddle's edge and gracefully vaulting onto the horse's back, seizing the reins, Cumberland raised an eyebrow, proceeded to mount his own horse, and addressed Todd. In no more than 2 hours, await my good news. Commander, Commander, Commander. The cavalry commander paced anxiously by the bonfire, glancing at the hurried approach of his subordinate, irritably demanding, Another 7? Have 7 more scoundrels emerged? No, no, no. This time there are only 5. The commander paused. 5. The cavalrymen swallowed hard, and among them are Cumberland and that escapee. Upon hearing this, the commander sprinted a few steps, seizing the cavalryman's collar. Both of them are present. Are you certain? Absolutely. When they passed by, someone recognized their faces. There is no mistaking it. The commander erupted into laughter. That old scoundrel has finally shown himself. What about the troops pursuing the bait? Why have they not returned yet? Observing the silence among his men, the commander, infuriated, waved his hand dismissively. No more waiting. Relay my orders. All remaining forces, mount up and pursue. The cavalry subordinate hesitated. Sir, the remaining troops are mostly heavy cavalry. What? The commander, taken aback, contemplated for a moment before realizing T.O. chased down the previous 3 batches of bait. He had dispatched most of the light cavalry and archers, leaving behind only heavy cavalry and a few ineffective pack mules. Have the heavy cavalry remove their armor, equip themselves, and set out lightly. 10 minutes later, the remaining 30 cavalrymen of the Eastern Legion finally caught up with Cumberland's group of 5. The commander, spotting the fleeing figures entering a dense forest, noted that some were clutching their chests in pain, leaning against their horses. Among them are the injured. They cannot move fast. We must close in. As they raced along the narrow forest path, the commander felt an ominous premonition growing stronger amidst the dense underbrush. He yearned to command the troops to halt, but with the target merely 50 meters ahead, surrendering at this juncture proved intolerable. The cavalry unit urged their steeds onward for a considerable stretch when, without warning, several tripwires sprang up from the ground. The air was filled with the anguished whinnies of horses and the harrowing cries of cavalrymen as those at the forefront were violently thrown from their mounts, losing their balance. Ambush, ambush. The commander, witnessing his soldiers fall prey to the hidden trap, reined in his horse in alarm. Just as he was about to issue a command, a thunderous crash echoed behind the ranks as a massive timber fell, blocking their retreat. From the underbrush, countless soldiers rose, brandishing their weapons, spears and hooks, to drag the cavalrymen from their horses, while blades descended, spraying blood in all directions. The unarmored heavy cavalry suffered catastrophic losses in mere moments. Their ranks decimated. The unit commander raised his sword, intending to strike a nearby soldier, but a cold arrow struck, sending him tumbling from his mount. A pair of ironclad boots halted before him, and a deep voice resonated above his head. How does one persuade an army to surrender? In the name of the Father, lay down your weapons. Chapter 113. The joining of Cumberland for the town of Mushi. This morning was destined to be anything but ordinary. A bannerless army had encamped just outside its borders. Magnificent steeds, exquisite armor, and an array of sharp weapons lay displayed in the square. Within the church's worship hall, the aged knight Cumberland held a meticulously prepared list from his subordinates and proclaimed loudly, "We have seized 59 war horses, 87 suits of heavy and light armor, captured 17 men, and acquired a substantial supply of resources." Todd felt a deep sigh welling from within. After all, there is a saying from his previous life, when the cannon fires, a fortune awaits. The spoils of war indeed stirred envy, for what they had amassed in a single night far surpassed the town's earnings over the course of half a year. What of the casualties? Cumberland closed the list and replied, "We sustained 5 serious injuries and 22 minor ones." Having never set foot on a battlefield, Todd's understanding of war remained confined to games and films to TO him, utilizing over 200 infantry to triumph over an elite cavalry unit, with 0 fatalities on their side, felt like an unequivocal victory. The old knight turned to the priest at the pulpit and said slowly, "My lord, does this signify that we have passed the test? Am I and my men permitted to join Mushi?" Just as Todd was about to respond, a voice interjected from within the church, "Lord Todd, I believe you ought to deliberate more cautiously regarding the acceptance of these individuals into Mushi." Everyone turned to see the monk Joe, his brow furrowed in thought as he continued, "Once we officially accept this army, it will signify Mushi's complete opposition to the Silver Ring Kingdom. Lord Todd, I have 2 questions. First, will the church endorse such unilateral actions? Second, will the kingdom subsequently dispatch more troops? If so, how shall we respond?" To everyone's surprise, it was Rachel who first stepped forward to address the queries. "In my view, the papal states would not only tolerate our actions but would likely support them. The church has long held a stance of division and suppression towards these barbaric kingdoms that converted to the Father's faith centuries ago. Stirring the waters further is precisely what those in power desire. As for the second question, allow me to respond." Cumberland stroked his beard and said, "The news of the cavalry unit's annihilation will likely take 3 days to reach the council. The king will convene his ministers to discuss the matter, and given that this incident involves the royal family, public discontent, and Mushi, a decision to mobilize forces will almost certainly be ratified. First, I must clarify several points." The old knight unsheathed his long sword and handed it to an aide, stating, "Regarding the first point, the Silver Ring Kingdom has 3 main legions: the Northern Legion, the Eastern Legion, and the Southern Legion. This covert apprehension of the Queen did not involve the palace guards, nor did it call upon the Northern or Southern Legions. Instead, it solely employed the Eastern Legion. Why is that? The palace guards are the royal family's personal soldiers. Inherently opposed to the Queen's capture, the Northern Legion is tasked with defending the borders against barbarians, and the 2 commanders of the Southern Legion, one being myself and the other Count Emerson, would both oppose such secretive actions. Thus, the only feasible option was to draw troops from the Eastern Legion, which is closely tied to the nobility." At this juncture, Todd interjected with a thought. "Then, if the Silver Ring Kingdom were to launch another offensive against Mushi, which forces would they deploy?" Cumberland nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Lord Todd, that brings us to the second point I wish to elucidate. If a second assault on Mushi were to occur, the kingdom has limited options regarding troop deployment. The palace guards, following the recent rebellion, will likely undergo a significant purge and will not be available for battle anytime soon. The Northern Legion must remain vigilant against barbarian incursions, for should the northern defense falter, the Silver Ring Kingdom would become a target for all kingdoms within the Father's domain. Therefore, I doubt the Northern Legion will be mobilized either as for the Eastern Legion. The forces stationed near the border will only be able to spare a cavalry unit and 100 infantrymen, which is the absolute limit of their tolerance. Consequently, the options for attacking Mushi would be reduced to 2, the private armies of the nobility or the Southern Legion." Todd expressed his astonishment. "You led 200 soldiers from the Southern Legion in defection from the kingdom. Will the king and the nobles still trust this legion?" Cumberland shook his head, responding, "Count Emerson was once the tactical tutor to the late king and is utterly loyal to the royal family. While my defection may cast doubt on the Southern Legion, they will not question Emerson's fidelity. As for the Count himself, he may criticize the capture of the Queen, but should Guy VI request his service, he might very well acquiesce." The old knight raised his head to gaze at the holy cross above the church, exhaling a sigh. "To be honest, I truly do not wish to engage in battle with that old turtle. He is one of the few individuals in the entire kingdom whom I find agreeable. Moreover, within the Legion, I excel in offense while he is adept in defense. The outcome of a confrontation with him would be exceedingly difficult to predict." As the others fell into silence, Rachel, ever astute at identifying gaps, posed a crucial question. "Mr. Cumberland, if the kingdom intends to attack Mushi once more, when might we expect such an offensive?" Cumberland pondered for a moment before affirmatively stating, "In the spring of next year." The woman appeared taken aback. "In the spring of next year?" The old knight elaborated. The king holds no military authority. Troop movements require numerous meetings and discussions with the nobility, involving intricate webs of interests and political maneuvering. Once the decision for war is formally declared, mobilization and emergency conscription orders will follow, along with the gathering of supplies, tactical planning, and appointment of commanders. By the time all these matters are resolved, it will be at least 2 months later, coinciding with late November or early December, the onset of harsh winter, which is not conducive to military campaigns. Hence, I assert that the next offensive is likely to occur in the spring of next year. Rachel contemplated this for a moment, nodding in agreement with the assessment. Mr. Cumberland, then I have one final question. What do you estimate the size of the enemy forces will be during the next attack? Not fewer than 1,000 men. These words sent shockwaves through the assembly. The entire population of Mushi barely exceeded 1,000, and yet the forthcoming battle would pit them against an enemy force equivalent to the town's entire populace. At that moment, Harkins interjected, "My Lord Cumberland, could there have been an error? Why would there be such a large enemy force?" Cumberland turned his gaze towards Todd, a cryptic smile adorning his face. "That is a question for our esteemed commander." Todd, bewildered, replied, "Me?" The old knight raised his fist, first lifting his index finger, silver to be refined again, then the middle finger, the gospel flower, next, the ring finger, the land of miracles, finally, the pinky, the alchemist blessed by God. You may not realize this, but the name Mushi has spread throughout the streets and alleys of Silver Ring City. From the king down to the common vendors, everyone perceives this place as hallowed ground blessed by the Father. Father Todd has seemingly mastered the art of alchemy granted by the Holy Spirit. Rumors abound that the pure waters here possess miraculous healing powers, and the soil yields gold. In short, everyone yearns to obtain wealth from this place, especially those nobles wielding military power. Cumberland clasped his hands across his chest, smiling at Todd. Let me put it this way. Even without any defection incidents, Mushi would inevitably become a target for attack by Silver Ring City. Thus, you require a commander, an old hand who truly knows the art of war. What say you? Todd glanced at Harkins, Alfonso, Monkjo, and Rachel, all of whom bore no dissenting expressions. He nodded towards the old knight. Mr. Cumberland, we welcome you to Mushi. Monster, stay away from me. A man clad in leather armor scrambled backward on hands and knees, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the figure slowly approaching him. The vividly lifelike wolf-headed mask, adorned with peculiar and intricate patterns on its surface, accompanied by a cloak crafted from animal fur, presented a striking figure, bare from the waist up, with a small iron-round shield clasped over the heart. This oddly garbed being, before the man clad in leather armor, extended a hand and seized the dagger embedded in his own chest, yanking it out forcefully. The dagger fell to the ground, stained with blood, while the wound on his chest began to close at an astonishingly visible rate. The leather-clad man, gripped by fear, fumbled for a cross from within his garments, raising it toward the figure as he shouted, "You are not human. You are an abomination, a spawn of demons. Oh, Heavenly Father, save me." The wolf-faced entity advanced toward him, effortlessly swatting the cross from his grasp, seizing him by the collar and lifting him into the air. A chilling voice, akin to steel grinding, reverberated through the treetops. A ruthless killer of the innocent dares to shamelessly seek the protection of the Holy Father? With a swift motion, he twisted the man's head. The sickening crack of bones echoed through the woods. Discarding the lifeless body, the wolf-faced figure turned to survey the scattered corpses strewn across the forest floor. Some bandits lay ensnared in spike traps, others pierced by arrows, while some had been brutally cleaved in two. Approaching a caravan of mules and handcarts, the wolf-faced being glanced at the kneeling townsfolk. They, confronted with the horrific scene before them, averted their gaze, pallid and trembling, scarcely daring to breathe. He approached a man who appeared to be the leader of the group. "To where are you headed?" "To Mushi Town," raising his hand, the wolf-faced being pointed westward. "Follow this road, and within a day you shall behold the town." With that, he turned to depart. "Thank you for saving us." The voice of gratitude from behind momentarily halted his steps, and after a brief pause, he resumed his journey. Chapter 114. The hero effect. A week had elapsed since the cavalry ambush, and the residents of Mushi Town gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy, unlike the inhabitants of surrounding villages who retired early at 8 o'clock. The townsfolk of Mushi increasingly sought nighttime entertainment. For instance, a tavern that previously closed at 9 was now requested to extend its hours until 11. The crude performances in the square had their showings increased from 3 to 5, and local vendors flocked to the town. compelled to bolster their stocks by an additional 30%. Though these forms of amusement remained simple and rudimentary, they had become an inseparable facet of daily life for the townspeople. In the newly planned commercial district, a tavern named Come Again Tomorrow had emerged. Its proprietor remained a mystery, as did the manner in which it came to be. What was known, however, was that the tavern's ale was unwatered, more refreshing than that of its competitors, and reasonably priced. The furniture was well maintained, the floors perpetually clean, and the establishment devoid of any unpleasant odors. Adhering to the church's prohibitions, gambling was not permitted. Yet minor wagers with a few copper coins were often overlooked. Thus, the tavern thrived by night, with seats in high demand. After a day's toil, the townsfolk gathered with friends, cards in hand, securing a table, purchasing a half-barrel of ale, and ordering a few snacks to share. As time slipped by in joyous camaraderie. On this particular evening, the tavern introduced a new dish, fried twists. The kitchen staff prepared a batter from whole wheat flour, shaping it into round pieces before frying them. Depending on the guests' preferences, various fillings were included, such as fruit slices, small shrimp, or fish. For those with a bit more coin to spare, they were offered an indulgent option of honey or a sprinkle of fine salt. A platter of 10 pieces was priced at 3 copper stars, with additional toppings available for an extra charge. The new delicacy quickly gained popularity among the patrons, who praised the dish and began to engage in lively conversation over their snacks. A young man clad in a light linen tunic took a sip of ale, tossed aside his card, and picked up a fried twist, scrutinizing it before turning to his companion. "I've had this before." His companion shot him a doubtful glance. The young man, sensing the skepticism, hastily swallowed his morsel, downed a gulp of ale, and declared loudly, "Have you heard of the sisters in town? They serve this dish, only theirs is more refined, topped with nuts and candied fruits." The skepticism in his companion's eyes intensified, tinged with mockery. "Lynn, do you have any idea how expensive that place is? One dish could cover a family's expenses for a week." The young man, named Lynn, shot back with a disdainful look. "Just 2 weeks ago, the guild's vice president took me there to arrange accommodations for a distinguished guest. I had the fortune of enjoying the finest meal of my life, cheese fish soup, ham braised with cabbage. An exquisite medley of flavors. It doesn't sound all that different," his companion remarked, taking a sip of ale. "No, it is entirely unlike what we usually eat. The taste is beyond description, truly a culinary masterpiece." I nearly swallowed my own tongue. "Oh, and they had this very snack there." His companion remained unconvinced. "Is it really that delicious?" Lynn nodded emphatically. "Hey, look over there." One of their companions lowered his voice intentionally. Drawing attention, Lynn followed the gaze to 6 soldiers in identical civilian attire seated at a table in the back. Their upright posture and quiet dining set them apart from the other patrons in the tavern. Lynn leaned closer, whispering, "Do you think those people are?" His companion laid down his cards and leaned in. "I heard that they are soldiers of the kingdom who recently joined the church. Now they serve as the Holy Son's protectors." "I also heard," he lowered his voice further, "these men defeated an enemy force many times their number, seizing a substantial bounty and offering it to the church." Upon hearing the term, Lynn involuntarily asked, "Enemy force? Rumor has it they are the kingdom's army." "The kingdom's army? Why would they fight them?" His companion's voice dropped to a whisper. "There are whispers that a group of nobles is envious of Mushi Town's prosperity and has attempted to lay claim to its riches several times. These soldiers, inspired by the power of the Heavenly Father, allied with the church to fend off the encroaching nobles." Lynn's eyes widened. "But the land of Mushi Town should belong to the church. How could these nobles dare to target the church? Are they mad?" His companion regarded him with a knowing look, patting his shoulder. "You've just moved here from the east, so you might not be aware of the intricacies. The relationship between the kingdom and the church has been strained for quite some time. Moreover, the Holy Son, having sheltered many runaway serfs from nearby nobles, has only exacerbated the rift between Mushi Town and the kingdom's aristocracy. I say, let those nobles be damned." Another table-mate slammed his wooden cup onto the table with indignation. "When I was doing small business in Silver Ring City, those nobles were always finding ways to hike up taxes, all to pick our pockets clean." Noticing the escalating emotions, the companion quickly changed the subject. "Lynn, are you still tinkering with that? What do you call it? The pendulum?" At the mention of it, Lynn's eyes lit up. "Yes, recently, I found a kindred spirit among the monks and made several new discoveries. Have you ever seen the chandeliers in the church swaying in the wind? The rhythmic back and forth motion, though the amplitudes differ, takes the same amount of time for each cycle, as I calculated with my own pulse." His companions, listening to Lynn's excited monologue, wish they could slap themselves for bringing it up. Fortunately, the conversation at the adjacent table shifted everyone's focus. Have you heard of the lone wolf? A man who appeared to be a traveling merchant, one foot resting on his chair, gestured animatedly with his hands as he recounted his experiences to the others. Last week, I was traveling with a caravan to the northern mines for supplies that on our way back, we were ambushed by bandits. The guards in the caravan suffered heavy casualties within minutes from the attack of a dozen bandits. The merchant raised his wooden cup to his lips. Taking a sip of ale, the others urged eagerly, "What happened next? Go on." Just when I thought we were doomed, an arrow shot out from the trees, piercing a bandit's skull. A shadow leapt down from the branches. The lone wolf had arrived. His head was wolf-like, with sharp, menacing teeth and long claws. At this point, an audience member interjected. "Claws? How could he shoot arrows?" The merchant shot a glance at the questioner. "Who says one can't shoot arrows with claws? If you don't believe me, go home and try it yourself." Now, where was I? Those dozen bandits stood no chance against him. With gaping wounds and severed throats, blood and limbs were strewn about everywhere. What astonished me the most was that the injuries inflicted by the bandits on him could heal instantaneously. As if recalling that astonishing scene, the merchant swallowed hard and said, "Whether it was a blade piercing the flesh, an axe striking the chest, or a dagger slicing the throat, all the wounds on the lone wolf healed in the blink of an eye. Then he is a mutant, the spawn of the devil, a symbol of evil." A sudden voice interrupted the merchant's narrative. Annoyed, he turned to see a group of townsfolk sitting together, raising their hands to display the crosses on their chests while loudly repeating that mutants are incarnations of evil. The merchant, incensed, slammed his hand on the table and retorted vehemently, "I do not know whether mutants are truly evil. I do not know if they are demons, but the lone wolf saved my life from the bandits." To his companion's surprise, Lynn suddenly stood up, supporting the merchant's assertion. "I believe that mutants are simply mutants. They possess strange abilities. Yet fundamentally, they are no different from us, much like how some among us can run faster or jump higher than others." The townsfolk vehemently condemned their beliefs, insisting that such indiscriminate statements were blasphemous to the Holy Spirit. Soon, the tavern erupted into two factions. One faction believed that all mutants were inherently evil, and that their approach towards us was laden with malice, while the other faction contended that mutants were no different from ordinary people, encompassing both good and bad individuals among them. The tavern was engulfed in a cacophony of arguments over this matter. Late that night, after exchanging greetings with the guard outside, Rachel arrived at Todd's experimental cottage. Observing the ajar door, she cautiously knocked while inquiring, and upon hearing a voice say, "Come in," she pushed the door open and stepped into the room filled with equipment and jars. To her surprise, Todd was not in the outer chamber. Noticing a faint glow emanating from the door leading to the back room, Rachel approached it and knocked once more. "Rachel, come in, but watch your step. It's a bit messy in here." Upon hearing Todd's words, she slowly opened the door and entered the back room of the experimental cottage for the first time. The space was dominated by large glass culture tanks, interconnected with various pipelines, along with metallic sealed containers emitting strange sounds, and a wooden vessel resembling a bathtub. Todd stood before a row of iron cages, observing the contents within by the flickering candlelight. As Rachel leaned closer, she saw a flurry of white mice scurrying about, each outfitted with peculiar gear, a sort of armor seemingly forged from steel, with several limbs emanating a dark metallic sheen, extending from the armor and clinging to the mice's legs, suppressing her curiosity. Rachel began to report the matter at hand. "Regarding Randall, there have been some discussions about him in town today." Todd straightened his posture, inquiring, "What do people think?" She tilted her head, replying, "Opinions are mixed. Some acknowledge the existence of righteous mutants because of him. However, many insist that mutants are evil. Is there a list of supporters?" Rachel produced a sheet of paper, stating, "I have noted down the names, professions, and backgrounds of those who harbor positive sentiments towards mutants. I have selected a few suitable candidates for the next phase of our plan." Todd took the paper, scrutinizing it for some time before nodding and saying, "Let us proceed with the second step of the plan. Remember, for the mutants responsible for engaging with these individuals, try to choose those who are both intelligent and amiable." Rachel smiled in agreement. 5 days later, a 16-year-old girl appeared at Lynn's doorstep, claiming to be a refugee from the South, seeking employment in his shop to support her younger brother. Chapter 115, The Hyperparasite in the Side Hall of Mushitown. Todd first picked up the report sent by Rachel, reviewing it thoroughly. It detailed the lives of 12 mutant refugees who had entered ordinary households while concealing their identities. Overall, the initial experiences of these mutants appeared relatively stable. The household members had been meticulously screened and cross-referenced by Todd and Rachel to ensure they bore no prejudice or animosity towards the mutant community. Nevertheless, both of them remained convinced that the mutants should maintain a low profile and refrain from revealing their abilities too soon. After all, incidents akin to the dragon-loving gentleman are not uncommon in real life. The second report in his hand came from Hawkins, chronicling the movements and actions of the Cumberland military. Initially, Todd harbored significant caution and concern regarding this military force that had forcibly entered Mushi Town. From the perspective of his past life, the adage "political power grows out of the barrel of a gun" is a timeless truth, applicable across all eras and realms. For Mushi Town, which possessed a weak armed force, the introduction of such a formidable military was a source of uncertainty. As the direct commander of this 200-strong contingent, if Cumberland harbored intentions of seizing the town with a mere call to arms, unforeseen consequences could easily arise. However, Todd accepted this military unit not only because Cumberland and Queen Mary required his assistance to navigate their difficulties, but also due to another reason: the disparity between Mushi Town's rapid development and its defense capabilities. On one hand, Mushi Town had previously been inhabited mostly by impoverished residents, devoid of any resources, and with the church's facade exerting pressure on surrounding forces, it naturally drew little attention. Yet, with the town's growth and the escape incident, the likelihood of attacks on the town had significantly increased. On the other hand, unlike the diplomatic relations and warfare between nations in modern history, in this medieval-like otherworld, conflicts could easily ignite over trivial matters such as boundary disputes, personal insults, careless words, failed proposals, or even mere gestures or expressions. This holds especially true for Mushi Town, often described as a miraculous land blessed by the Father. Therefore, setting aside Todd's last trump card, the mutants, the town indeed required a standing military force to address potential threats. Todd refocused on Hawkins' report and was somewhat surprised, even relieved, to learn that Cumberland had voluntarily relinquished military authority, consolidating all weapons and armor into the sanctum, while also suggesting that the troops be dispersed throughout the town to assist the town's guard and the Holy Order Enforcement Corps in maintaining Mushi Town's defense and order. The old knight himself offered to serve as an instructor, responsible for the daily training of the town's forces. The final report came from Friar Joe, the longest of the three. The report began with an entire page dedicated to the friar lamenting his plight: too many tasks, too few hands, insufficient funds, and an overwhelming desire to sleep. Todd raised an eyebrow and flipped to the second page, where Friar Joe finally began to address the pressing matters at hand. He noted that the adjustment of the core area of Mushi Town had been largely completed, and according to the layout of the ancient Taro city, the residential, commercial, and public service zones had been restructured. As for the planning of the external areas, only a rough proposal was available, with plans to commence demolition and design next month. The industrial zone would be relocated to the northern mountains, the livestock area to the southern hills, and the agricultural zone to the eastern plains, while simultaneously gathering manpower to construct the headquarters of the Knight Order, military barracks, training grounds, stables, marketplaces, central squares, and bathing facilities. Friar Joe even prepared a rough financial estimate specifically for these town facilities and functional buildings. Upon examining the lengthy list of financial requirements, Todd found himself gasping in disbelief. The friar's report, particularly regarding Todd's suggestion of constructing bathing facilities, was met with skepticism. In his view, bathing served no purpose and would only distance the Holy Spirit from the mortal realm. At this point, Todd suddenly remembered that he had not bathed in a week and unconsciously scratched his back. In the medieval period, according to the teachings of the Father Church, a dirty body was seen as a closer approach to God, and abstaining from bathing became a symbol of sanctity. Those with enough courage to forego bathing for years might even be canonized as saints. Much like the ancient practice of honoring virtuous women with chastity monuments in his previous life, many devout clergymen embarked on arduous spiritual journeys while remaining filthy. One figure in the Bible, for instance, is said to have refrained from washing his face or feet for 50 years before ultimately being canonized. Todd harbored a fervent desire to alter this predicament. However, considering the current financial state of the residents, he could only suppress the notion of implementing a bathing facility. At the conclusion of his report, he annotated the prioritization of constructing the Knights' headquarters and the Grand Marketplace, while deferring other constructions. After meticulously reviewing and annotating these reports, Todd entrusted the church's official duties to the deacon and the catechumens before immersing himself once again in his experimental laboratory. The cultivation of the dragonbone parasite had already achieved a series of breakthroughs. Following numerous experiments, Todd ultimately acquired the optimal conditions for the growth of the dragonbone, including suitable media, temperature, and humidity. Nonetheless, the growth of this parasite remained exceedingly slow. As a primordial hermaphrodite, it had laid eggs 7 times since cultivation began, yielding a total of 47 larvae. The initial batch of 6 eggs suffered 2 fatalities due to Todd's unfamiliarity with the cultivation environment, leaving only 4 viable. After months of nurturing, the fastest-growing parasite among these 4 larvae reached a length of 27 centimeters. In approximately 1 month, it should attain the standard length for maturity and officially enter adulthood. Over 2 weeks prior, Todd selected 4 white mice and paired them with suitable dragonbone specimens to conduct attachment experiments. He first secured the mice's limbs. Subsequently, he positioned the female parasite near their backs, allowing its sharp hooks, designed to penetrate the host and extract nutrients, to embed into the spinal columns of the mice. Once the female was secured, he affixed the male parasite to the mice's abdomens, thereby uniting them into a single entity, ultimately encasing these mice in their miniature armor. After a period of observation, Todd collected a wealth of experimental data, albeit at a considerable cost. The white mice infused with the dragonbone parasites gained significant strength and agility, and while the experimenter was momentarily distracted, they shattered reinforced glass and breached their wooden enclosure, causing chaos within the laboratory. It took Todd considerable effort, employing his abilities of speed, weakness, and X-ray vision, to eventually recapture each of these super mice. Subsequently, he was compelled to commission a blacksmith to fabricate a series of iron cages to contain these troublesome creatures. The true breakthrough in the study of the dragonbone parasite stemmed from a sudden inspiration that led Todd to uncover the genuine secret behind this unique parasite. One typical morning. After rising, Todd commenced his routine of tidying the laboratory. While cleaning in the back room, he opened a tub containing the primordial parasites, and as he brushed against the joints of the dragonbone, causing the parasite's body to vibrate, he seemed to recall something. However, after much contemplation, he was left with nothing. It was not until noon, during lunch at the Sister Inn, that he finally recognized what he had overlooked upon seeing the fish wrapped in the fried dough. Midway through his meal, he abandoned his spoon and, under Karen's astonished gaze, sprinted back to the laboratory without even changing his clothes. Todd located the 4 white mice infested with the dragonbone parasites. After anesthetizing these hosts in batches, he retrieved a large glass jar containing hive parasites, which could control their hosts through vibrational sound waves. Carefully, he extracted some mother specimens, similar to jellyfish, and their offspring black nematodes. He then surgically implanted a hive mother and offspring into the dragonbone parasites residing within the 4 white mice, creating a scenario where one parasite could inhabit another. The following week of observation yielded 2 particularly intriguing discoveries. Firstly, the hive mother embedded within the dragonbone parasites exhibited complete cessation of growth, showing no signs of budding or reproduction. Similarly, the offspring also ceased to grow, and their host, the white mice, displayed no signs of neural toxicity, behaving no differently than before. Secondly, the white mice harboring the hive mother appeared capable of communicating with other mice that contained the offsprings. Even from a considerable distance, Tio verified this second observation. Todd devised an experiment. He divided a large iron box into 4 equally sized sections using glass, covering the glass surface with black cloth to ensure that adjacent sections could not see one another's movements. In the center of the box, he placed an L-shaped iron can, with 5 sides sealed, leaving only one open side facing one section, while the other 5 sides faced the sky, ground, and 3 other sections. He then inserted a piece of cheese into the can and placed a 15-kilogram iron block at the opening to block it, leaving a small gap at the bottom. Lastly, he positioned the mouse containing the hive mother in the section facing the can's opening, while the other 3 mice were placed in the sections facing the can's walls. As the experiment commenced, the 4 white mice initially roamed within their respective sections, unable to see one another. After a minute, the mouse with the hive mother suddenly discovered the hidden cheese through the gap beneath the iron block. It first attempted to push the block, but found it impossible to move the hefty object, relying solely on its own strength. What transpired next astonished Todd. The mouse with the high mind mother stood upright, and vibrations resembling a rattlesnake's tail shake emanated from the dragonbone parasite residing in its back. Then, accompanied by a resounding crash, the glass walls of the iron box were simultaneously shattered by the other 3 mice. United in their effort, the 4 mice collectively pushed aside the heavy iron block and shared the cheese within. Upon concluding the experiment, Todd dissected and examined the 4 mice and the dragonbone parasites within them, arriving at the following conclusions. Firstly, the hive mind parasites embedded within the dragonbone parasites, due to the physiological constraints of the latter, could only acquire the most fundamental nutrients necessary for survival. The mother could not bud or reproduce, and the offspring could neither secrete toxins nor grow, ensuring the safety and stability of the 4 mice's lives and consciousness. Secondly, the fundamental characteristics and functions of the hive mind parasites were preserved. The mother host could communicate with the offspring hosts through vibrational sound waves, transmitting messages akin to a radio, allowing for communication at any time and place. Todd surmised that this phenomenon was likely related to the intricate neural network interwoven throughout the dragonbone parasite. Lastly, it could be determined that the dragonbone parasite was a highly unique entity, permitting other parasites to inhabit its body while simultaneously diminishing their activity and retaining their basic functions. In summation, the hive mind parasite could reside within the dragonbone parasite, and due to the latter's exceptional physiological environment, the former's activity was significantly reduced, preventing it from harming its host or causing fatality. Meanwhile, the fundamental parasitic functions were retained, albeit reduced from controlling the host to merely transmitting messages. In microbiological terms from Todd's previous life, this phenomenon, where a host is parasitized by another parasite, is termed superparasitism, and the dragonbone functions as the carrier of this exceptional phenomenon, the superparasite. Chapter 116. Microbial industry. The discovery of the superparasite provided Todd with numerous new insights. If the dragonbone parasite is likened to the mechanical skeleton of a combat exosuit, then the phenomenon of superparasitism permits Todd to install various combat modules onto this mechanical skeleton. For instance, the hive mind parasite can serve as a communication module to be deployed and utilized. The hive mind mother can be embedded within the commander's dragonbone, while the hive mind offspring can be embedded within the dragonbone of Legion warriors. The human nervous system interconnects with the neural network of the dragonbone parasite. During combat, the knight's commander would no longer rely on messengers, war drums, or flags to convey commands. Instead, he could directly transmit commands from his mind to the hive mind mother within the dragonbone, which would relay the orders to the offspring through vibrational waves. This method of communication via the hive mind parasite presents both advantages and disadvantages. Advantages include, firstly, the operational complexity is relatively low, eliminating substantial learning costs. Unlike messengers, war drums, or flags, which necessitate extensive training and knowledge accumulation by commanders and soldiers, the risk of miscommunication leading to battle failures, as historically documented, is significantly reduced. Secondly, it is unaffected by weather or lighting conditions, which often complicate medieval battles into chaotic encounters. Utilizing the hive mind for communication effectively mitigates the adverse impacts of external factors. However, there are disadvantages. Firstly, the communication range is limited. The maximum effective distance of the hive mind soundwave communication is approximately 50 meters. Beyond this range, the clarity of the message gradually deteriorates. Secondly, the death of the commander may induce chaos. Due to the communication mechanism of the hive mind parasites, where a singular mother entity corresponds to multiple offspring, if the commanding mother unfortunately perishes, others cannot assume her role in relaying information. Nevertheless, the overall benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Todd, having completed his research on the parasites and processed the experimental materials, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Venturing outdoors, he set aside his concerns and whimsically decided to stroll through the town. Typically, he preferred to remain within the confines of the church and laboratory. This was partly due to the lack of assistance in the lab, necessitating his personal involvement in all matters. On the other hand, every time he stepped outside, he was invariably beset by crowds of onlookers. Over time, this led to his reluctance to venture out. As it was afternoon, the town's residents were sparse, following the newly planned street adjacent to the church. He ambled along, gradually arriving at the construction site of the Knights' headquarters. Joe, accompanied by several monks and a group of craftsmen, was present at the site, engaged in preliminary measurements and zoning based on the blueprints. The arrival of Todd prompted the group to momentarily set aside their tasks and greet him respectfully. Todd, not particularly versed in construction matters, glanced at the design in Joe's hands and discerned something intriguing. With a hint of the superiority typical of a time traveler, Todd inquired of the monks. "I observed that the materials depicted in the blueprints primarily consist of stone and wood. Why is cement not utilized?" To his astonishment, Joe replied, "That is not feasible." Surprised, Todd asked, "Are you familiar with the method of cement production?" Joe regarded him quizzically. Of course, the ancient Thalorian cement manufacturing technique is documented in the monastery's library. In his previous life, the ancient Roman Empire not only produced cement but also concrete, with their concrete lighthouses enduring for 2 millennia. Unfortunately, Todd was unaware of this. Todd hastily probed, "Then why is it not employed?" Joe entrusted the blueprints to another monk, found a nearby piece of timber to use as a seat, and meticulously elucidated the reasons. The ancient Thalorian cement manufacturing technique was currently inapplicable because it relied on a vital component, volcanic ash. A specific type of volcanic ash that, when added, would render the cement durable and robust. Alas, there was no such volcano in the vicinity of Mushi town. After explaining this, Joe recounted a few years prior when he had attempted to substitute volcanic ash with the slag from the blacksmith's forge. However, this alternative cement failed to meet the requisite hardness and durability standards, rendering it unusable, leading him to abandon that idea. Armed with this knowledge, Todd departed from the Knights' headquarters construction site, pondering as he walked. 3 types of cement now occupied his thoughts. The first was the modern industrial cement, commonly known as Portland cement, primarily composed of calcium silicate, calcium oxide, and silicon oxide. When mixed with water, it undergoes intricate physical and chemical reactions, termed hydration. The mixture transitions from a malleable slurry to a thickening state, losing its plasticity but not yet gaining strength. This phase is known as setting. Subsequently, it develops significant strength and gradually transforms into hard cement stone, a process called hardening. The second type was the ancient Thalorian cement from another world, strikingly similar to the ancient Roman cement of his former life. Primarily composed of quicklime and volcanic ash. Quicklime is calcium oxide, and volcanic ash is composed of silicon oxide. The third type was the monk's homemade cement, utilizing slag in place of volcanic ash. Thus, why could modern and Roman cements be employed in construction while the monk's version could not? After considerable contemplation, Todd finally identified the root cause: temperature. The production of modern cement typically involves kilns. Medium-sized factories use rotary kilns, while smaller ones utilize vertical kilns, with internal temperatures reaching up to approximately 1,450 degrees Celsius. Sufficient to calcine raw cement materials into clinker. As for ancient Roman cement, the nearby volcano served as a natural kiln, with internal temperatures soaring to 1,800 degrees Celsius, resulting in volcanic ash of the highest quality. Conversely, the monk's homemade cement, derived from blacksmith slag, while primarily composed of silicon oxide, suffered from the limitations of medieval furnace technology and fuel supply materials, with temperatures generally around 900 degrees Celsius, rendering it incapable of producing satisfactory cement materials. So, how could they elevate the furnace temperature? Unlike the rudimentary farmer's furnace used for silver refining, the kilns for cement production were complex assemblies of specialized materials, with stringent requirements for airtightness. Furthermore, the fuel utilized, high ash coal dust, required multiple processing steps. For those lacking specialized knowledge and relevant experience, crafting such equipment was akin to a pipe dream. However, what if one could employ supernatural abilities to augment furnace temperatures? This method indeed held promise. For instance, the Inferno mutant, Leslie, had previously utilized his abilities in conjunction with Rachel's telekinesis to fabricate components for printing machines. Yet, the mere construction of 3 printing machines had left Leslie utterly exhausted, and he could not use his Inferno abilities for several days thereafter. Therefore, unless the number of mutants reached a certain threshold, relying on the existing Inferno mutants in Mushi Town for large-scale cement production seemed decidedly impractical. As Todd pondered these issues and intended to return to the church, he happened upon the Sisters' Inn, where he suddenly spotted Rachel and Corrine exiting the inn, each carrying a large basket. Approaching them, Todd, despite their polite refusals, volunteered to assist in carrying the basket to the vegetable patch behind the inn. "What is in here?" Todd inquired as Rachel lifted the cloth covering the basket, revealing a collection of spoiled ingredients. She remarked, "The recent sweltering weather has caused quite a bit of spoilage in the cellar." Corrine stood beside Todd, supporting his arm, and tilted her head to add, "A while ago. Uncle Hawkins sent us some ice blocks from the north, but they melted completely within just a few days." Todd sighed upon hearing this. He recalled his repository of abilities, the petri dishes containing mutant bacteria that required an hour of replanting every 2 days. A detailed and labor-intensive task. If only he had a temperature-controlled freezer from his past laboratory, he could have employed the bacterial cryopreservation method, saving a considerable amount of time and effort. However, constructing a temperature-controlled freezer was no simple feat. The minimum requirement for a biological laboratory freezer included a digital temperature control device, fin evaporator, foam-insulated housing, and anti-corrosion coating processes, making it a near impossible endeavor in the medieval context. Corrine pouted and remarked, "These past few nights, the room has been stifling and hot. If it weren't for Pamela, I doubt I would have slept a wink." Todd glanced at the girl with black hair and eyes, inquiring, "Pamela? Is she the one who possesses the ability to use frost?" "Indeed. At night, her body emits a gentle chill, making it most comfortable to sleep next to her." Todd chuckled at this, though the first image that sprang to mind was of the two girls in disarray, huddled together. After transporting the basket to the vegetable patch behind the inn, he bid farewell to the two sisters and returned to his experimental cottage. Sitting down, Todd began to organize his thoughts from the day. Categorizing them on paper, the first entry was cement, followed by a lengthy string of logical connections: cement, silicon oxide, furnace temperature, kiln, or inferno. As Todd wrote this, he muttered to himself, "To produce cement, one must elevate the furnace temperature to enhance the furnace temperature. There are two methods. One is to construct a kiln, and the other is to use inferno abilities. I have no knowledge of kiln construction." So, he crossed out the term kiln. Gazing at the remaining term inferno, Todd furrowed his brow and crossed his arms. While inferno abilities can increase furnace temperatures and provide suitable silicon oxide for cement production, there is only Leslie among the inferno mutants. He requires a recovery period after each use of his abilities, making large-scale production utterly impossible. With this thought, Todd added a question mark after inferno and continued, "Perhaps I could inject mutant bacteria into others, creating a batch of inferno mutants?" After a moment's contemplation, he swiftly dismissed the idea. Undertaking large-scale mutant transformations would not only lead to societal upheaval but also invite a host of unnecessary troubles. This method was unfeasible, at least for the time being. With no viable solutions at hand, Todd temporarily set aside his thoughts on cement and began to write down the second term: freezer. Pamela's ability, frost, manifested in both active release and passive emanation. When the girl actively released her powers, she could rapidly lower the temperature around her skin for a brief period. When she fell into slumber, her skin would gradually emit a cold aura, maintaining a relatively stable low-temperature environment around her. Theoretically, if he could keep Pamela in a perpetual state of sleep, her surrounding cold aura could transform the room into a temperature-controlled freezer. However, it is impossible for the girl to remain in a state of deep slumber indefinitely. Within just a few days, her brain and body would succumb to hypothermic shock. Thus, the notion of utilizing frozen hybrids to create a temperature-controlled cold storage facility appears to be unfeasible. Todd rose to his feet and paced about the room with his hands clasped behind his back, ultimately exhaling a deep sigh and lamenting, "If only I had been the kind of polymath who had acquired over 50 doctoral degrees in various fields before my transcendence. Or better yet, if I could have brought along an encyclopedia." Strolling into the back of the laboratory, Todd found a clean patch of floor to sit upon, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the small white mice equipped with dragon bones enclosed within the iron cage. After observing them for nearly 5 minutes, a thought suddenly struck him. It is currently impossible to transform humans into hybrids in large numbers, but what if animals could be converted into hybrids instead? What if animals were infused with flame breath and frost hybrid bacteria? With this idea in mind, Todd retrieved 2 types of hybrid bacteria from the ability repository and commenced his corresponding research. The flame breath bacteria is a type of methanogen, classified as a strict anaerobe. Under the microscope, it can be observed to belong to the Methanosarcina genus, a variant of methane-producing bacteria. This bacterium resides within the digestive cells of humans and animals, capable of decomposing and synthesizing substances such as H2CO2, methanol, and trimethylamine to yield copious amounts of methane. Compared to the methane-producing bacteria of my previous life, The yield and speed of this hybrid bacterium in producing methane are astonishing. Todd's specific methodology involved preparing a glass or metal jar, filling it with a growth medium, and injecting it with flame breath bacteria, subsequently burying a creature known as a tube worm within. Once the flame breath bacteria infiltrated the tube worm's digestive cells and the tube worm consumed the growth medium, the jar would gradually generate significant quantities of methane, which could then be collected and purified for use in high-temperature cement calcination. Theoretically, the purified methane can reach a combustion temperature of up to 2,860 degrees Celsius, with a practical temperature around 1,700 degrees Celsius. Regarding the frost bacteria, Todd sought out a local merchant to purchase a batch of dormice, Demise nitigula. He injected a small dosage of frost bacteria into these dormice, transforming them into a miniature group of frost hybrids. He then divided this batch into two groups. One would be continuously fed to ensure adequate nutrition, while the other would be subjected to low temperatures to induce hibernation. The hibernating dormice, due to the cold emanating from the bacteria, could transform a sealed room into a temperature-regulated cold storage facility. After some time, the two groups of dormice would alternate. Through this method, Todd employed microbiological techniques to establish two remarkably unique industrial foundations for the future development of Mushi Town: the bacterial fuel repository and the microbial cold storage. Chapter 117. The Knight in Disguise. With the successful development of bacterial fuel, Todd promptly summoned the monk Joe and old Aiden. Concealing the experimental aspects of the hybrid research, he merely provided a brief explanation of the combustion principles, hoping they could design a biological thermal energy furnace suitable for metallurgy and calcination. Todd sketched a very simple design draft, its principles reminiscent of the biogas digester of my former life, and he emphasized the gas's flammable and explosive properties, urging them to exercise caution. While Todd busied himself with advancing the field of microbiology, several significant events unfolded in the distant capital of the Papal States, Taro. The first was the Ecumenical Council of the Church of the Father. The Ecumenical Council, also referred to as a General Council, Universal Council, or Papal Council, is a meeting of bishops representing the Church of the Father, primarily convened to deliberate and vote on crucial ecclesiastical matters and doctrinal disputes. The most renowned instance in history is the Great Schism of 1054, which divided the Eastern and Western churches. Since then, the Orthodox Church, i.e., the Eastern Taro Church, has not recognized the unilaterally convened Ecumenical Council of the Church of the Father. According to the rules of the council, it must be convened by the Pope. He possesses the authority to preside over the council, either personally or by appointing representatives, determine the matters to be discussed, enforce procedural guidelines during the meeting, designate the location, and declare the adjournment and dissolution of the council. The decisions made by the council must also be approved and published by the Pope. Cardinal bishops, archbishops, bishops, and abbots have the right to attend and vote, while invited theologians or canon lawyers can cast advisory votes. This council was presided over by the reigning Pope Alexander III, who, apart from discussing ecclesiastical and doctrinal issues, primarily addressed and announced three major resolutions. First, regarding the military disputes between the Holy Guard City and Silver Ring City within the diocese, the Church would dispatch a delegation to mediate, urging both parties to cease hostilities and return to the negotiation table. Second, the gradual strengthening of the southern pagan forces posed a direct threat to the safety of the diocese and the Holy City, prompting the Church to caution the kingdoms within the diocese to prepare for potential attacks. Third, considering the increasingly close ties between the Northern Island pirates and the barbarian tribes of the North, the Church proposed the establishment of a fourth knightly order, named the Blessed Knights of Mushi Harbor, primarily responsible for guarding the western coastline of the diocese. Regarding the third resolution, Pope Alexander III dedicated 5 minutes to introduce the commander of the knightly order, Todd Fisher. In his introduction, he depicted Todd as a learned and devoted monk who, moved by the call of the Father, had joined the Church. He was a capable warrior, leading his troops to triumph over numerous pirates, and had uncovered the sacred crafting techniques of the ancient Taro Empire in the Northern Islands, selflessly offering them to the Church. Ultimately, Alexander III publicly proclaimed the establishment of the Mushi Knightly Order and announced that this decree would be disseminated to various branches within the diocese. As for the knighting ceremony of the Mushi Knightly Order, due to the uncertainty of the northern situation and the escalation of border conflicts, the Pope ultimately decided to send a delegation to conduct the ceremony on his behalf in Mushi Town. The second significant event in the capital of the Papal States occurred on the morning of the third day following the conclusion of the Ecumenical Council at the Tarot Royal Academy. On October 22, 1170, at precisely 9:30 in the morning, a young man with brown hair, drenched in sweat, burst into the classroom, addressing the elderly professor with a white beard cascading down to his chest, exclaiming, "Professor Terence, the Inquisition has arrived." The old man stood frozen for a moment, slowly setting down the book in his hands, and gravely inquired, "Where are they?" "They just apprehended Professor Adriano and his students in the planetarium. Now they are heading this way." Terence instructed the young man. "Ulysses, you must take the students to my quarters immediately. My manuscripts are hidden beneath the bed, and don't forget the microscope. Take everything. Find that person I mentioned to you. He knows what to do." The young man anxiously replied, "Professor, you should come with us." The elderly scholar shook his head, stating, "I cannot leave. You must understand. The individual they are truly after is me. Only I can remain here to give you a chance to escape." Hearing the rapid footsteps approaching from below, Terence widened his eyes and blew out his beard. "Ulysses, why are you still standing there? Hurry and go." Amidst the crowd, muffled sounds of weeping could be heard as the students cast one last glance at their teacher before departing the classroom. Half a minute later, upon seeing the red cross on the intruder's garments at the doorway, Terence adjusted his attire and spoke with a tone of mockery. "What could possibly make your steps so hurried? Is it fear of the truth?" On October 22, 1170, an event that would be later referred to as the Disaster of Truth transpired. The First Inquisition of the Church abruptly stormed into the Tarot Royal Academy, arresting renowned scholars from the continent, including the Master of Physics, Terence, the Master of Astronomy, Adriano, and the Master of Mathematics, Morigo, along with their 259 students. In the aftermath of this incident, the Tarot royal family lodged numerous protests with the church over the subsequent 6 months. Spearheaded by the Minister of Domestic Affairs and the Chancellor, as several secular nobles actively sought to mediate the situation. As for the final event, in comparison to the previous two, it seemed rather trivial. A week following the Disaster of Truth, the secular court of the Papal States encountered a case that appeared quite mundane, a dispute between two young nobles that escalated into a violent brawl, resulting in one having his eye socket shattered and the other suffering a swollen jaw. What rendered this case particularly remarkable was that the object of their contention was a man, or to be precise, a potential man. Dion de Beaumont, the third child of the Beaumont family, a lineage of judges, diverged from his elder brother who chose the path of law. Instead, he enrolled in the Royal Academy. Mastering over a dozen languages and acquiring exceptional swordsmanship over the years, recommended by his family, he entered the secular government office at the tender age of 17, becoming an apprentice secretary under the Minister of Finance. And due to his outstanding performance, was bestowed with the title of Knight in the Royal Knights Order. Yet, what the townsfolk discussed most about this promising young man was neither his vast knowledge nor his swordsmanship, but rather a peculiar question: his gender. The second child of the Beaumont family had been a girl who tragically passed away at the tender age of 5. That after that incident, Madame Beaumont's mental state fluctuated between clarity and confusion. On several occasions, she dressed her 3-year-old son, Dion, in her sister's garments and allowed him to continue this life of cross-dressing until he reached the age of 8. Following this, events spiraled out of control. The youthful Dion, possessing striking features, fair skin, and a slightly shorter stature, was further influenced by his prolonged exposure to feminine attire. He befriended a group of noble women and young ladies, gradually delving deeper into the world of cross-dressing. Typically, while at the academy or out in public, he donned casual attire. However, when attending court balls and gatherings, he preferred to wear resplendent gowns, making his entrance into society as a woman. All of this changed dramatically after the occurrence of the Disaster of Truth. Many of Dion's former teachers and classmates were apprehended by the Inquisition under ludicrous charges and secretly arrested. Fueled by rage, Dion leveraged his social connections within the circle of noble women and allied with other secular forces to collectively pressure the church for the immediate release of the imprisoned students and teachers. The First Inquisition found themselves quite troubled by this 17-year-old troublemaker, arresting him multiple times under the pretext of disturbing the sanctity of the holy place. Yet, each time, a group of young noblemen would rush in, risking their safety to rescue Dion. Thus, in the grand square before the church's headquarters, one could often witness the sight of a strikingly beautiful young lady leading the way, with several foolish noblemen brawling behind her. Cardinal Abler, seated in the exegesis hall of the Church of the Father, lifted the curtain and gazed at the elegant figure in the square, sighing before shifting his gaze to the elderly man at the table. Cardinal Abler, adorned with crystal lenses, meticulously read through the documents in his hand before removing his glasses and pinching the bridge of his nose, inquiring, "Have the individuals mentioned here been arranged?" Tristan nodded. "There is a concealed dwelling outside the city where I have hidden those students." "What about the manuscripts?" "One student named Ulysses, a disciple of Terence, possesses all of the master's notes and blueprints." As Tristan spoke, he expressed concern. "There has been no indication of the Inquisition's actions prior to this." Abler raised a hand to halt him. "I understand what you wish to convey. But the situation is not as dire as you imagine. It is merely a balancing act commonly employed by the Pope. More importantly, I am keen to know how you plan to navigate through the layers of obstacles to transport these students to Mushi Town." Tristan scratched his head, adopting a somewhat tentative tone. "Wasn't it stated at the recent council that a delegation would be sent to Mushi Town? I intend to disguise these academy students as church forces supporting the Mushi Knights." The elderly man chuckled at this notion. "Such an idea could only originate from you." Moments later, his demeanor turned serious and his smile faded. "Once you arrive in Mushi Town, inform that rascal Todd to cease causing any further trouble. The lies that need completing and the holes that require mending have already been addressed by me. But such matters should be minimized." Tristan nodded in agreement, then asked, "As for Master Terence and the others, what should we do?" Abler sighed and leaned back. "I will devise a strategy for their situation. You must maintain communication with the secular royalty and ensure sufficient pressure is applied to the Inquisition." At this point, the elderly man suddenly recalled something. "By the way, once these students arrive in Mushi Town, who do you intend to use as a contact?" Standing by the windowsill, Tristan turned his body and cast his gaze towards the distant square, slowly stating, "I have a candidate in mind. It merely depends on whether he will agree." 15 days later, a delegation from the Papal State arrived in Mushi Town. Todd once again encountered Tristan and, noticing the lady behind him dressed in a simple feminine gown with her light golden hair braided and cascading down her chest, quietly inquired, "Is this knight a woman?" Tristan coughed awkwardly. "No, he is a male." After saying this, he glanced at Dion once more and uncertainly added, "He should be male." Chapter 118. Life or Death, Commander? You differ from what I had imagined. As Todd observed the somewhat delicate lady standing before him, he scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for how to address her. "Mr. Dion?" "Miss Dion." After pondering for some time, Todd omitted the title and, gazing at her simple feminine attire, hesitantly remarked, "You are somewhat different from what I had anticipated." Seeing the two in a moment of confusion, Tristan squeezed between them and said to Todd, "Find a place. I have something of utmost importance to discuss privately." Todd glanced at the knight in women's clothing and nodded. The two retreated to the church's exegesis hall, closing the door behind them. Tristan was the first to pose a question. "On my way here, I heard that you recently sheltered the Queen of the Silver Ring Kingdom and a mutinous army?" Todd confirmed that this was indeed the case. Tristan lowered his chin in contemplation. "Had I known this earlier, I might have brought some soldiers with me." Todd, puzzled by this statement, responded, "I saw the accompanying personnel of the church's delegation. Did you not bring a troop of soldiers?" Tristan, exasperated, pinched the bridge of his nose and replied, "No, they are not soldiers." He then explained to the commander the events surrounding the disaster of truth. As Todd listened, his eyes widened in disbelief, finally stammering, You mean to say that the soldiers you brought are merely a group of academy students?" Tristan nodded gently. Todd exhaled deeply, closing his eyes in resignation, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. That it seemed that Mushi Town had nearly become a haven for fugitives, escaped serfs from the nobility, persecuted outcasts, a queen labeled as a calamity, and a mutinous army, all now joined by a group of students branded as heretics. The irony was that these individuals resided on church land, receiving protection from the Knights of the Holy See. Todd opened his eyes and remarked, "A few days ago, upon reading your letter, I thought you were bringing reinforcements to Mushi Town." He then straightened, adopting a serious demeanor, and recounted the recent events in Mushi Town. The young deacon stroked his chin, contemplating before stating, "The commander from the Southern Legion made one valid point. Even without the defection, Mushi Town would still face an attack. However, his information was insufficient, and his analysis may not have been thorough. Now, I must share some crucial information I have just learned." Tristan began to explain the situation surrounding Mushi Town, according to the sacred covenant established between the church and various secular states. No kingdom is permitted to engage in any form of trade with the northern barbarians. However, the church's investigation revealed that the Silver Ring Kingdom secretly conducted several large-scale transactions with the barbarian tribes months ago, exchanging weapons and armor for a substantial quantity of gems and gold. Due to the lack of effective evidence, the church had no choice but to exert military pressure on Silver Ring City through the Holy Guard City while dispatching a delegation to negotiate, employing both soft and hard tactics to demand an immediate cessation of such activities. They even went so far as to declare that if Silver Ring City continued this course, Holy Guard City would not hesitate to occupy their stronghold by force and disrupt the trade routes to the north. Tristan lightly tapped his knuckles on the table, his expression grave. Simultaneously, reliable information indicates that the barbarians have signed a ceasefire agreement with the pirates of the Northern Islands and may form a temporary alliance. Leaning closer to Todd, Tristan asked in a low voice, "Do you understand what this implies?" Todd processed the information provided by Tristan. First, the Silver Ring Kingdom, in a bid to alleviate its domestic fiscal crisis, began trading with the northern barbarians. Second, the church in Holy Guard City employed a combination of soft and hard tactics to compel Silver Ring City to immediately halt trade with the barbarians, threatening to disrupt trade routes by means of war. Third, the northern barbarians had forged a temporary alliance with the pirates, establishing a maritime route. Considering these 3 points, Todd arrived at a chilling conclusion. The trade route between Silver Ring City and the northern barbarians could be interrupted at any moment by the forces of Holy Guard City, prompting both parties to seek a safer new trade route to evade the threat of war. The temporary agreement between the barbarians and the pirates opened an ideal pathway for this trade route, the sea. However, this maritime route presented one significant obstacle that needed resolution: Mushi Town, nestled at the strategic throat of the western coastline. Mushi Town faced the turbulent island across the sea, surrounded by expansive plains. With a cavalry unit stationed within the town, no trade convoy could safely traverse beneath its watchful gaze. Thus, for both Silver Ring City and the barbarians, the existence of Mushi Town was akin to a thorn in their side, an issue that must be resolved. Having come to a profound realization, Todd sat upon a chair, gazing at the young steward across from him, and remarked, "Are you suggesting that Mushi Town is ensnared in the vortex of war? Moreover, if I am not mistaken, the church actually desires to witness Mushi Town engulfed in flames of conflict. In the battles between secular kingdoms, the church possesses the authority to mediate, yet it finds itself unable to engage directly in warfare. However, should Mushi Town, this land of the church, come under attack, the church would acquire a justification, a most splendid reason for its army to march boldly into the realm of secular kingdoms. Thus, the church has treated Mushi Town as a bait, a pretext for war. To the church, we are merely expendable pawns in a grand scheme." Tristan, upon hearing this, bore an expression of astonished surprise. After a moment, he addressed Todd with a tone of admiration. "Indeed, Grand Commander, it is quite remarkable that you could conceive such thoughts." Todd leaned slightly forward, perplexed as he regarded the young man. "I find myself puzzled. Since you are already aware of the fate awaiting Mushi Town, why then send those students here?" The young steward responded, "Grand Commander, you may be unaware that the situation in the royal capital is deteriorating rapidly. These students have no other refuge. Regarding Mushi Town and the Mushi Knights, my mentor and I have a proposal." As Todd listened to the words, an ominous premonition stirred within him. A proposal? Abandon Mushi Town and lead your Mushi Knights southward. Todd, astonished, stood abruptly from his chair, exclaiming, "What did you say? Abandon Mushi Town?" Tristan retrieved a considerable stack of documents from his satchel, stating, "These are the fruits of considerable effort from my mentor and me. This letter is the order for the knights to relocate. This one is the permit to pass through the passes. And this is, wait a moment." Todd slammed his hands onto the table, shouting, "Are you jesting? There are over 1,000 people in the town. How could such a multitude simply relocate at a whim? And winter is upon us. Heavy snow will soon block all roads, rendering us unable to even leave our doors, let alone relocate the entire town. Grand Commander, please understand, I did not propose relocating the entire town. I was referring to the Mushi Knights." Observing the calm demeanor of the man across from him as he uttered these words, Todd gasped, his mind buzzing. "Are you suggesting that I abandon the entire town's populace and flee?" Tristan pressed his lips tightly together. "Grand Commander, this is not fleeing. It is a temporary retreat, and you will have the opportunity to return. Are you asking me to leave the residents of Mushi Town to the northern pirates and those brutal nobles? Tristan's nails dug deep into his palm as he struggled to keep his voice devoid of sorrow and anguish. What of the fleeing serfs? What of the merchants evading heavy taxes, and those who, out of trust in me, chose to relocate to Mushi Town? What shall become of them? Losing patience, Tristan pounded his fist on the table, rising to face Todd with cold resolve. Grand Commander, in times of war, the naive perish the quickest. Necessary sacrifices are made to avert needless loss. Only by surviving can there be hope for vengeance. After a suffocating silence, Todd's expression became eerily calm, gripping the edge of the table. He spoke in a notably slow tone. Perhaps you do not believe me, but I have died once. Death is neither terrifying nor tragic. What is truly tragic is to live yet feel worse than death. To exist in a state that is more akin to annihilation. Though life may allow one to evade many things, it cannot grant escape from oneself. Tristan was taken aback to eye in the young steward's memory. Todd was a gentle, humble, and polite individual. At this moment, he witnessed an unfamiliar side of the mere 15-year-old. The youth gathered the documents from the table and slowly approached the door, turning back to glance at Todd. Grand Commander, mere words will not suffice to persuade me that I wish to hear how you intend to confront the dual encirclement of the Silver Ring Army and the Northern Isle pirates. Remember, it is now late November. Your time is running short. As he watched the steward disappear through the door, Todd heavily settled back into his chair, burying his face in his hands. Todd sat upon a bench in the square before the church, observing the bustling crowd before him. Despite their busyness, the townsfolk would always bow slightly, offering a greeting as they passed by. Just yesterday, Brother Joe and Old Aiden had finally succeeded in their endeavor to develop a new cement. This new cement, both in terms of firing speed and hydration time, surpassed that recorded in ancient texts, exhibiting greater hardness at a lower cost. Old Knight Cumberland was instructing Harkins and his subordinates on how to conduct group charges and combat maneuvers on the eastern plains of the town, ensuring that these young men, having been away from horseback for too long, would not struggle to execute even the most basic skills on the battlefield. Knight Dion, after numerous unsuccessful protests, had finally donned a set of neutral clothing and, accompanied by a group of students, took residence in an inn located on the town's commercial street. Todd's gaze fell to the ground, oscillating between recalling Tristan's words from yesterday and worrying about how to confront the future. This aimless contemplation persisted from noon until sunset. Chapter 119. The Grand Commander's Dilemma. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Todd, filled with anxiety, entered the Sisters' Inn, selecting a table situated towards the back. He forced a smile at Corrine Foreman as she approached him. A glass of pomegranate juice and a seafood rice bowl. Please. The girl cast a worried glance in his direction before turning to the bar. 5 minutes later, propelled by Rachel's nudging, Corrine awkwardly approached Todd's table. Observing her hesitant demeanor, Todd curiously inquired, "What troubles you?" "Rachel asked me to set aside my tasks and keep you company." Todd was taken aback, glancing towards the bar where the nun was winking at him. Rising, he moved to the opposite side of the table, gently pulling out a chair. As Todd unconsciously completed these actions, both he and Corrine froze, recalling their shared meal and watch down. Watching the girl take her seat, Todd sighed softly and returned to his own, momentarily at a loss for words. Awkward silence ensued. After a considerable pause, Todd cleared his throat and ventured, "Shall we discuss the customs of life in the town?" Corrine nodded gently. Todd glanced at the girl, who rested her chin on her chest, and remarked, "You were a well-known star in the circus, yet now you find yourself in an inn. Do you not feel a sense of loss?" Corrine lifted her gaze, responding with confusion. "Why should I feel sad? Everything here is splendid. I encounter new experiences every day, and with effort, rewards are inevitable. That I in the circus, although my needs were met and audiences cheered for my performances, I felt like a bird in a cage, devoid of freedom." Todd was somewhat taken aback. He met her eyes and said, "Are you implying that Mushi Town is preferable to that place?" "Absolutely," Corrine replied, resting her finger on her chin as her eyes drifted upwards in recall. "Uncle Harkins once told me he found a meaning to life here, something he would protect with his very existence. Grandpa Aiden shared that he was once a despised craftsman, yet now his work is respected and his creations are found throughout the town. And Sasson, who supplies us with vegetables, declares that there are neither whips nor burdensome taxes here, and each day his life improves." As the girl's words reached his ears, Todd felt an inexplicable calm wash over him. Karine, growing increasingly animated as she shared her observations, spoke of the upcoming grand market, the lively nightlife, and the recent arrival of a group of minstrels, all while Todd listened with a smile, absorbing every word. People say this place feels like a warm home. Upon hearing this, Todd's gaze drifted into the distance, murmuring, "Home? Is it? It's snowing," someone exclaimed, entering the inn and pointing towards the door with delight. Karine halted her narrative and excitedly dashed toward the entrance. Todd rose as well, following the girl outside. Flakes of snow swirled gracefully in the wind, descending upon the land of Mushi Town and adorning the lively night. Children from every household burst forth, frolicking in the snow, their laughter mingling with the crunch of snow underfoot as they caught flakes on their tongues. Karine joined the throng of children, extending her hands to catch the crystalline snowflakes, which resembled transparent frost, slowly melting away in her palms. As Todd observed the intensifying snowfall, his thoughts drifted back to a year prior, to the harrowing night when he first arrived in this foreign realm. The snow settled upon his shoulders and head until someone brushed the accumulation off him. Turning around, he saw Rachel rubbing her hands together, smiling as she asked, "What are you thinking about? You were so still just now." Like a statue, Todd's expression bore a touch of solitude. He remained silent, shaking his head. Karen stood beside Rachel, her gaze filled with melancholy as she gently grasped his sleeve. "Todd, I don't know why, but I always feel like you're drifting further away from us." "Drifting?" Karen lowered her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "When we first met, you would share our sorrows and laughter. This past year, although you have been physically present, it feels as if you have grown increasingly distant. You often seclude yourself in your room for long stretches, and the smile that once graced your face has vanished. Even when burdened with troubles, you bear them alone in silence." The girl kicked at the snow on the ground. "Uncle Hawkins, Mr. Alfonso, Sister Rachel, Grandpa Aiden, Edgar, little Jerry, countless others gather to discuss you. Everyone wishes to help, but we are at a loss as to how." Rachel looked at Todd and gently brushed the snowflakes from his shoulder. When the weight upon one's shoulders becomes too heavy, even the strongest spine may falter. Why not seek another to share the burden with you? Amidst the falling snow, Todd stood resolute, feeling a warm surge within despite the biting cold. "Rachel, I wish to convene a meeting tonight." Snow blanketed the world, while hearts grew gently isolated and distant. That evening, in the chapel of Mushi Town, Todd stood at the pulpit, casting a glance at the people entering through the door before refocusing on the young deacon beside him. Tristan appeared weary. "Commander, are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" Todd's eyes were unwavering as he nodded. "Indeed." With a deep sigh, the man conceded, "Then there is little more I can say. I shall remain." Todd was taken aback. "You're not leaving?" Tristan shot him a sidelong glance. "If you do not depart, it indicates my mission remains unfulfilled. How could I possibly leave first?" "Grateful." Todd nodded, though concern creased his brow. "What about that knight in a dress? Are you certain he can be trusted?" Tristan seemed to recall something, his face paling as color drained from it. "I assure you he is trustworthy. My mentor holds him in high regard." As more people filled the chapel, Rachel, Karen, and Tristan, being in close proximity to the church, were among the first to arrive, followed by Cumberland, Hawkins, Alfonso, and Mary, then Edgar and little Jerry, and finally, the knight Dion. Surveying the gathering crowd, Todd's voice resonated deeply. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have summoned you here in haste because Mushi Town stands at a critical juncture of survival." Observing the varied expressions on the faces below, Todd continued, "At the onset of spring next year, 3 invading forces will march toward us simultaneously." Amidst the murmurs that filled the air, Todd reiterated the latest intelligence brought by Tristan, unlike those unprepared for the impending onslaught. The seasoned knight Cumberland had anticipated an attack in the spring, yet had not foreseen that 3 factions would converge upon Mushi Town, splitting their forces between land and sea. Rising, the elder inquired about his foremost concern. "When will the church's reinforcements arrive?" Todd and Tristan exchanged glances before shaking their heads. "The church will not send any reinforcements. Mushi Town will stand alone in this battle." Karen suggested, "Perhaps we could organize everyone in Mushi Town to evacuate swiftly?" Before Todd could respond, Hawkins, seated beside her, interjected, "It is winter now. Even if we were to organize an evacuation, it would have to wait until spring when the ice and snow have melted. Moreover, the unarmed elderly, women, and children within the town would move slowly and would be easily spotted and pursued by the enemy's cavalry." Todd interjected, "The greatest challenge we face is that the enemy lurks in the shadows while we remain exposed." it would not be difficult for them to ascertain Mushi Town's troop placements and military strength. Yet, we are completely in the dark regarding their numbers, commanders, and routes of advance. Rachel pondered for a moment before smiling. If you seek intelligence on the barbarian and pirate forces, I can assist. As everyone turned their attention to her, the woman continued, among the barbarians, I have many acquaintances who can provide us with valuable information. Cumberland stroked his beard and added, in that case, I also have several contacts in Silver Ring City who may help us gather insights. The previously silent Knight Dion glanced at Tristan before speaking up, My Lord Todd, regarding the war next spring. If there is a significant disparity in forces or the odds are not in our favor, would you consider leaving the townsfolk behind and leading the Mushi Knights to safety? The assembly fell momentarily silent, their expressions a mix of shock and contemplation. Hawkins glanced at Todd, worry etched on his face. Alfonso's face flushed crimson, seemingly poised to chastise Dion's remarks. Cumberland's expression grew grave as he awaited a response from the pulpit, while Rachel and Karen fixated intently on the front. Silent. If the disparity in strength is great and the odds are unfavorable, it is indeed necessary for someone to remain in Mushi Town. Upon hearing Todd's reply, Dion's eyes flickered with an indescribable blend of disappointment and disdain. Surprisingly, Todd pointed to his own forehead and articulated clearly, I will allow the townsfolk to evacuate first, but the one who will remain shall be me. What? The exclamation echoed from everyone present, save for Tristan. Todd extended his hands to quell the rising voices and continued, When I first arrived here, this place was a desolate stretch of beach, bereft of life, save for stones and sand. After I penned the first recruitment notice, those long oppressed and tormented sought freedom, bringing all they possessed, fueled by dreams, and began to forge this land of miracles. Gazing at the faces of those assembled, Todd reflected on the myriad moments of the past year. Among these people are marginalized communities, the wronged innocents, and those unjustly labeled as heretics. Mushi Town represents their sole hope for living with freedom and dignity, and the last refuge where they can realize their ideals and aspirations. If I flee, it would be the cruelest betrayal to them. Turning his gaze to the town beyond the window, Todd clenched his fists. Recalling a phrase that resonated within him, he proclaimed, I, Todd Fisher, as the commander of the Mushi Knights, choose to fight. I may perish in the fray. To flee may grant me a chance to survive, to live year after year until my natural end. But I would rather trade those days of mere existence for the opportunity. A singular opportunity, to tell my enemies that while they may claim my life, they shall never trample upon my freedom.